The proud sisters next door, who used to be arrogant, are now begging you to be their father, willingly giving you everything. Not only them, even the aloof and beautiful iceberg president, and the internet celebrity with millions of fans, are willing to become your treasures. It's all because the doomsday has come, and 90% of the world's population has turned into zombies, but you managed to escape by sleeping at home, and awakened the beauty guide system. As long as you conquer high-scoring beauties and light up the goddess guide, you can get rewards. Upon seeing this, a sly smile appeared on your lips, because there happened to be a pair of sisters at home who meet the system's conditions. The elder sister, Chen Jiai, has a beauty score of 96 and a favorability score of 20. Reaching 60 will unlock the goddess illustration. With 0 maintenance times, the younger sister, Chen Jiaya, has a beauty score of 95 and a favorability score of 15, with 0 maintenance times. However, you know that these two sisters are very aloof. During the 10 years of cohabitation, you have barely greeted each other more than 10 times. At this moment, the doomsday has just erupted, and trying to strike up a conversation will not yield good results. These two sisters usually do not cook, so they have no stockpiled food, at most just a few bags of snacks. Therefore, you plan to leave them hanging for a few days before deciding what to do. So you drank the body strengthening agent in the newbie gift pack, and practiced with the Tang sword given in the gift pack day and night. Until the third night of the outbreak of the doomsday, you felt it was about time. Just as you were about to open the door, you heard a knock on your room. You opened the door and saw your sister, Chen Jiai. Manga, can you lend me some food? It may be due to the hot weather. Chen Jiai had a few drops of sweat running down her face at this moment, flowing down her collarbone, shimmering with a bright light, looking particularly eye-catching. She seemed quite nervous. The 3 days since the apocalypse had completely depleted the supplies of the two sisters. To be precise, they had run out last night, but they managed to get through the night by sheer willpower. Waking up to find no signal on her phone, she had no choice but to come to you with a brave face for her sister's sake. You simply replied, "No problem. I was just about to cook. Come and have some." After saying that, you turned around and went to cook. At this moment, Chen Jiai looked at your busy figure in the kitchen and suddenly realized that this man was much more handsome than before, full of masculine energy. Congratulations! The goddess Chen Jiai's favorability towards the host plus 10, current favorability 30. Hearing the system's prompt, you smile slightly, knowing that your strategy is already halfway successful. This kind of woman cannot be won over with forceful methods, so you plan to slowly win her over with persistence. In less than half an hour, you made a meat and a vegetable dish, and the fragrant smell of the food quickly attracted my sister Chen Jiayao out. Brother Mengda, you are really good at cooking. I've been eating snacks for 3 days, and I almost vomited. Now, after eating a bite of meat, I'm so excited that I almost cried. Congratulations! The goddess Chen Jiayao's favorability towards the host plus 5, current favorability 25. Mengda brother, thank you. You are really a good person. This girl is still lovely, even at the end of the world. She still sends you a good person card. Hearing this, you couldn't help but smile, and Chen Jiai also smiled beside you. When her sister is happy, she is happy, and at the same time, she is even more grateful to you. Congratulations! The goddess Chen Jiai's favorability towards the host plus 5, current favorability 35. You can't help but smile. Being a sister con is being a sister con, and you can still gain favorability. You all looked at your phones yesterday, right? This disaster is global, not just here, but also in other countries. It can be called an apocalypse. The two sisters nodded. Last night, they took advantage of their phones and the internet to search online. Even the internet has fallen, with netizens across the country posting photos of zombies. The horror level is even more terrifying than what they saw yesterday. If it weren't for me going home to stay yesterday, I would probably be the same as my classmates. Most of Chen Jiao's classmates have turned into zombies, biting people on sight. If one person in a dormitory turns into a zombie, the remaining few may not be able to escape. The same goes for Chen Jiai. She saw the messages in the group yesterday and already knew that several of her colleagues had unfortunately died. When the three of them said what they knew, you didn't feel anything, but the two sisters became more and more frightened as they listened, their already haggard faces appearing even paler, feeling more and more hopeless about the rescue. On the 5th afternoon of the apocalypse, since the day before yesterday's meal, the two sisters have not eaten again. Watching her younger sister clutching her stomach, hungry and biting her lips, Chen Jiai felt extremely distressed. These 2 nights, she woke up hungry several times, and she saw it all. For 2 days, the two sisters had only eaten 1 meal, spending the rest of the time quenching their hunger with water. Let's go ask Brother Mengda for some food again. He should have plenty. Brother Mengda is very kind. Chen Jiao looked pitiful, like an innocent little girl. For some reason, since the three of them finished talking. I haven't seen you come out. You've been staying in the room and I don't know what you're doing. In addition, the two sisters are also shy and didn't dare to knock on the door again. Most importantly, Chen Jia knows very well that Mingda's food is his own. Why should he give it to us sisters for free? This is the end of the world. To put it bluntly, he is a stranger with no relation. Why should he take care of us sisters all the time when there is no blood relation? But seeing her sister so hungry that her eyes are sparkling, she gritted her teeth and stood up, walking towards your room. Yao yao. Wait a moment, there will be something to eat soon, accompanied by 2 knocks on the door. You opened the door. Jia Yi, do you have something to do? At this moment, you had just finished exercising, which made Chen Jiayi's face blush slightly. After a while, she spoke. Mangda, let's go out together to find supplies. Upon hearing this, you couldn't help but take a closer look. Chen Jiayi wasn't here to borrow food, but to go out and search for supplies. Aren't you afraid? What's the use of being afraid? I can't watch my sister starve to death. Chen Jiayi, who had adjusted herself, had a slightly flushed face, but more importantly, she looked determined. Or you could help me open the door. I'll go out alone. I'll share half of the supplies I find with you. How about that? Mangda did not answer, but there was a bit more appreciation in his eyes for the girl in front of him. Knowing that there were terrifying zombies outside, he still dared to go out to search for supplies. He remembered the system's introduction and couldn't help but admire her as a top-notch girl controller. Actually, you don't have to do this. You should know that I have a lot of food left, right? Yes, I know, but those are yours. Chen Jiayi nodded sensibly, not taking Mingda's food for granted as her own. If it were some other people, they would probably have said something unreasonable long ago. I can give it to you, and you don't have to pay me back. Then what do you want? Chen Jiayi knew clearly that there is no free lunch in this world. She didn't believe that Mingda didn't want anything. Sure enough, the next moment she saw Mingda's gaze on her. Chen Jiayi is tall, about 1.68 meters, with a goddess-like height and nearly perfect figure. Her pair of snow-white long legs are very charming. And action. Chen Jiayi immediately understood Mingda's meaning. Her first reaction was embarrassment and anger, but before she could react, Mingda took a step forward, directly held her hand, with a sincere expression. Jiayi, I have liked you for a long time. Would you like to be my woman? When faced with Mingda's heartfelt confession, Chen Jiayi, who was just angry and embarrassed, stood still on the spot, forgetting to struggle for a moment. If Mingda had directly pressured her with food, she would never have agreed. But she never expected that Mingda would actually confess to her, especially in this apocalyptic moment on the brink of collapse. I still have some food here that I can give you, so you can survive. And in the future, I will also take care of you and your sister. I can go out to find supplies. I have the ability to protect you. Mingda's voice was firm and powerful, and upon hearing that he could take care of her sister, Chen Jiayi was indeed moved. She could not only think for herself, but she could not think for her sister. But with her current physical condition, the hope of finding supplies outside is almost zero. Even if she luckily finds supplies this time, what about the future? What should she do? Just wait for rescue? To be honest, it's been almost a week, and Chen Jiayi has lost hope for rescue. If rescue could come, it would have come already. Furthermore, due to the borrowing of grain yesterday, Chen Jiayi is already extremely grateful to Mingda, as it is equivalent to saving her and her sister's lives. What puzzles her, however, is why Mingda did not show any love for her before the end of the world. Soon she realized that it must be because of the gap between them before the end of the world, so he didn't say it. It must be like this. Thinking clearly about these things, Chen Jiayi's gaze towards Mingda gradually changed. After hiding her love for so long, she finally brought it up at the end of the world, wanting to take care of her sisters. Chen Jiayi felt a strange sense of emotion welling up in her heart, and Mingda's image suddenly became more imposing. Congratulations! The goddess Chen Jiayi's favorability towards the host +5. Current favorability 40. Mingda didn't know that in such a short time, the woman in front of him was crazily adding drama to him, and in a short time, she completed the self-strategy. Otherwise the high and low would have to be indicated. At this time, Chen Jiayi saw the tang knife leaning against the wall that Mingda had practiced with last night, as well as the exercise equipment. Smart as she was, she immediately reacted. Are you planning to go out? Yes. Relying on oneself is better than relying on others. It's better to take the initiative than to wait for rescue, Mingda said firmly. With just one sentence, Chen Jiayi's breathing quickened, and she subconsciously said, I'll go with you. Mingda didn't doubt her ability to work, but exploring outside was different from work. If things went wrong, they could face life-threatening danger directly. I don't have the habit of letting my woman take risks. I just said, I have the ability to take care of you all. Although rejected, Chen Jiayi felt full of care, which was unprecedented for a woman who had raised her younger sister since childhood. He likes me, so he doesn't want me to take risks. Chen Jiayi's eyes turned red in an instant. Mengda had already prepared for the worst. If he couldn't get through to his sister here, he would try from her younger sister. A sister complex. These two sisters. The system reward must be taken by one, right? But the next second, you see Chen Jiayi suddenly embraced him. Mengda, thank you, I am willing to be your woman. Feeling the trembling body in his arms, he couldn't help but hold her, lowered his head and tasted it. Silky and soft. Chen Jiayi is a novice in this respect. Very clumsy. For a full 2 minutes, Chen Jiayi felt suffocated. Watching Mengda's hands becoming more and more daring, she quickly pushed away Mengda. It's still daytime. Chen Jiayi blushed, breathing still rapid. Congratulations. The goddess Chen Jiayi's favorability towards the host +10. Current favorability 50. Mengda was somewhat reluctant, but did not insist, as it was all his dish now. Not in a hurry at the moment. You take these snacks to Yao Yao first. She must be starving. I'll make 2 more dishes. Let's have a good meal tonight. Anyway, we're going out tomorrow. Duke Meng took out all the food, then hugged the woman in front of him and whispered softly in her ear, I'll be waiting for you in the room. One sentence made Chen Jiayi's heart surge, but she still nodded slightly, and a soft sound already indicated her attitude. Mengda couldn't bear to let go of her blushing face. This is the best and most satisfying meal the two sisters have had since the end of the world. They ate until they were full. Unaware, Chen Jiayi was extremely grateful to Mengda. Brother Mengda is really good to us sisters. When I have the chance in the future, I will definitely repay him well. Don't you think so, sister? Seeing her younger sister so happy, Chen Jiayi was also happy. She affectionately stroked her sister's hair and nodded, saying, with sister here, sister will repay brother Mengda for you. And today, thinking about what happened at night, Chen Jiayi hesitated for a moment and still did not say it. Maybe it's better not to let Yao Yao know, she thought to herself. I'll tell her tomorrow. Night fell quickly, and in the next room, Mengda stopped practicing with the knife. He was leaving tomorrow, so he needed to rest and prepare tonight. At this moment, a gentle knock on the door was heard, and Mengda immediately opened the door like a fish. And Chen Jiayi was standing at the door. I will entrust my sister and me to you in the future. The next second, she couldn't say anything else. I will take good care of you and Yao Yao in the future. Without waiting for her to finish, you carried her into the room. The next morning, you woke up early to check the rewards, and Chen Jiayi was still fast asleep. At this moment, Chen Jiayi's favorability reached 70 points, successfully unlocking the exclusive illustration of the goddess Chen Jiayi, and receiving the reward of the king of 3's skill space. I earned a lot last night, so I'll rest at home today and wait for me to come back. You gently woke up Chen Jiayi and said softly, I'll wait for you. You must be careful. Looking at the worry in his woman's eyes, Mengda smiled slightly. It's okay. After a simple tidy up, Mengda was ready to set off before leaving. Before leaving, Mengda specially instructed Chen Jiayi not to open the door casually. In this post-apocalyptic world, the harsh living environment and hideous zombies are certainly terrifying, but the most terrifying thing is the human heart. Other than that, the sisters were absolutely remarkable. In the back, Chen Jiayi looked at the actions of these two with an incredulous expression. How did they get so close overnight? The two seemed to have a better relationship than she, her sister, could ever hope to have. And although my sister looked tired, there was a glow about her whole being. It was as if a metamorphosis had been accomplished, like a different person. Sis, you guys, she couldn't believe it, and men smiled weakly without saying anything. Chen Jiayi had to speak for herself. Yao Yao, from now on, you'll have to call your brother-in-law Chen Qiao? What the hell happened in just one night? Her sister, who loved her the most since she was a child, seems to have abandoned her. At this moment her sky collapsed. After confirming that it was safe through the cat's eye, Mend then walked out of the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the body of a walker lying on the ground. It was the same walker he had personally smashed to death the day he had crossed over. The head had been smashed beyond recognition, but he recognized who the walker was, because this dead pig-like zombie was no one else but his landlord, Wang Xin, the sister's landlord, to be precise. After all, Mend is a back renter. At first when the joint rent this old dang also did not agree. Froze to let Mengde added another 300, which was reluctantly rented to him. Mud. This 300 is also as tired to deliver hundreds of orders to get his hands on the wages. Just buy this pit away. Men gasped and kicked some more to relieve his anger. Say, this old den's dead and his wife's still alive, right? I don't know where this dead pig got lucky. Looking so frustrated actually married a beautiful wife. Mengde had met him a few times before, and he was extremely impressed by his gentle and flexible character, especially that big lantern. It definitely illuminates well at night and definitely has the effect of self-guided navigation. He looked up at the one across the street where the very landlord and his wife lived. It was quiet, but he had a feeling that someone inside was watching him. The corners of Mengde's mouth lifted into a smile. I didn't realize the woman was still alive. Let's go clean up the walkers first. He lives on the 15th floor with 4 more floors above him. Each floor is a 1-story, 2-family house type. He was going to go ahead and clean up the zombies upstairs before he came back later and had that old six, who was not a martial artist, sneak up on him. And to avoid being surrounded by zombies, Mend made a decision. If you can do without a gun, then try not to use it. However, after a few days of exercise and the reinforcement of the system potion, Mengde was actually not the least bit flustered. Just walking up to the 16th floor, a walker was slashed right through him. He knew the zombie, who before the end of the world was the male head of the household of 1601 on the 16th floor. After listening to him hiss all night last night, Mengde had long wanted to cut him up. If he remembered correctly, the guy had another wife, right? But at this point the woman was worse off. It had been bitten so badly that even the thunderbolt had been bitten off. TSK, TSK, TSK. What a lot of hate this has to be. Mendel sent her free with a knife. Further up the stairs, several of the upstairs households without exception turn into zombies, and Mendel sends them away through and through. The human body limit of physical quality with the Tang sword. This system strengthened Tang sword. Clean up the zombies to simply do not too indulgent enjoyment of silky smooth. After clearing out the zombies, Mengde began to frantically scavenge for supplies. He certainly looked for living supplies whenever possible. Of course, if there are any study materials or something, it's better to take them with you. After all, the space is only 100 cubic meters. Even the toilets in the homes of all the Hikari richest people have more space than his ah. He's just a dead puffer that no one is chasing to read. Fortunately, so far, there have been no water or power outages, so the vegetables and meat stored inside the refrigerator are still well preserved and do not appear to be spoiled. Rice, snacks and all sorts of dry goods were all taken away as well. Even a couple that keeps passion fruit gum on their nightstand. Surely it must not be used, for no other reason than it affects his operation. He still likes face-to-face communication. Come to the rooftop on the top floor. He observed the situation downstairs. It was found that there were zombies roaming all over the downstairs of his building, which was on the way to the neighborhood supermarket. No surprises, of course, it's all just normal zombies. In fact, so far, the system hasn't hinted that a zombie with supernatural powers has appeared. His current level of psychic ability was first order, and with the zombie virus immunity, there was no need to be afraid, or get scratched or anything. At that moment, he suddenly looked across the room. What's that? Chapter 7, Seeing Red If You Don't Pay Back Alone. He's the knife brother, Wang Dalong. Suddenly Mendel saw that across the street, on the 6th floor, someone had written an SOS distress signal on a white sheet, probably still a woman. Since the writing is in lipstick, there are survivors in Building 6. Mendel thought about it and didn't plan to go there right away. It's important to go ahead and search for supplies today. Go over there again sometime, to include the goddess. Ah shucks, he doesn't mind making a run to save the homeless goddess. After clearing the zombies upstairs, Mend began to sweep down. 1 floor down, he realized that the building was almost devoid of survivors except for a few of them. That didn't burden him much. Meeting is a click and kill. After one operation, the entire one building was cleared of zombies by him, and in order to avoid the weather heating up and giving off a foul odor, he killed the immediate bypass and threw all the walkers out of the building. After all, it's going to be living here for a while. He didn't want to be so stinky that he couldn't live. After all the supplies were collected, a good portion of the 100 cubic meters of space was taken up. And by the way, take the neighborhood supermarket too. In the post-apocalyptic world, there was no such thing as too much men for living supplies. Just like goddesses, more is better. There are a total of 6 buildings in the neighborhood. His building, no, 5, is located further back, and there is still a distance of nearly 200 meters to the supermarket at the entrance of the neighborhood. Although Mengde wasn't afraid of zombies, he didn't want to be surrounded by zombies either, so he went right through the walkers on the road at a speed that surpassed Bolt, the world's flying man. If you ask how fast he is, you have to ask certain Second's men. As fast as Second Man was, he was as fast as he could be at the moment. Of course, certain combat situations are a different story. Halfway through, a few walkers unlucky enough to be hit by him also had their throats slit. Just after arriving at the entrance of the supermarket, Mengde instantly felt that something wasn't quite right. Someone's been here? The back door of the supermarket has been vandalized. And odds are it was someone inside the Fairview Homes neighborhood that did it. Because the neighborhood supermarket was purposely designed with 2 doors. One faces outward and one faces inward. with the aim of making it easier for tenants to buy things. There were also 4 bodies on the ground. It looks like it should be a previous employee of the supermarket. This supermarket is open 24 hours a day and it's not unusual to have a few employees. Someone got there first. Mengde is not surprised. This neighborhood 6 buildings, so many households, nearly 1,000 people. There are always some survivors lucky to survive. It's a normal thing to do. Entering the supermarket, he saw that several shelves had been emptied, and most of them are snacks and such, easy to reach things. Life supplies like rice are still there. Hey, it's all cheaper now. He wanted these staples that would fill him up more than the flashy stuff like snacks. The former can be flavored at best, while the latter can be life-saving. This neighborhood supermarket is still pretty big. However, with the spatial supernatural power, shelf after shelf of items were included in his carry-on space. To make it easier to pick up the supplies, he directly took the shelves with him in one piece, directly all save the effort of sorting. In no time at all, this supermarket was as clean as if it had been licked. Even the generator that was kept inside the supermarket storage room was removed by him. By his estimation, the big blackout was not long in coming. Being able to hold out for so long in this post-apocalyptic world, this power generation capacity of China is also second to none in the world. The power went out and this generator came into play just in time. This wave is all mine. Men smiled readily, and the barrel of gasoline on the side was not spared. In the end times, these are scarce resources. After dropping off the generator, the carry-on space was almost full. Well, you can go back. This wave is quite rewarding. Mendel was pleased with his masterpiece. Quietly I go. Just as I come quietly, I wave my sleeve without taking a cloud. In a great mood, he also recited a poem by the great poet Su. As a result, just as he turned around and walked to the entrance of the supermarket, he saw 7 or 8 people walking head-on. They had come over to carry the supplies, but just as they arrived at the entrance of the supermarket, they saw that the supermarket, which had been full of warehouses not long ago, was empty all of a sudden after only a moment's effort. The group thought they had blinked, but when they looked again, the entire supermarket was empty, and they were all anxious. Mud, who told you to move this place? This place is all blade stuff. Do you want to die if you touch Brother Knife's stuff? Hand over everything, or I'll let you die. A group of people staggered. Holding knives and sticks directly blocked Mengde at the door. It didn't make sense how the supplies disappeared, but it didn't need to be thought of. It must have something to do with this person. Knife? Mend remembered that there was indeed a man named Brother Knife in the neighborhood. A mobster who ran a casino cum moneylender. See red if you don't pay back your loans. He's the Knife brother, Wang Dalong. Knife brother work hard and ruthless. I heard that many in his place to borrow money, and finally cannot pay the debt or let him do charity drained of blood. Some bosses are even forced by him to jump off the building. As for the women, they were either XX'd by him and then XX'd by his men, or they were doing XX business under him to pay off their debts. Anyway, male or female, none of them ended well. Mengde didn't expect this one to be alive, and it looks like it's all post-apocalyptic and still living at home. It's true that good people don't last long, and misfortune lasts 1,000 years. Understanding the identity of this group of people, Mengde didn't want to waste any more time here. Why don't you go home early and sleep with your goddess in your arms? There are sisters waiting for him at home. You guys saw what I just collected, didn't you? The group was still cursing. Who would have expected to hear Mengde slyly utter an inexplicable sentence? What? Before any of these 7 or 8 heads could react, they saw Mengde nod as if asking himself a question. Must have seen it. According to the formula of the law of extinction, spying on me is the same as stealing my strength again. And stealing my strength is also having an aggravating intention towards me. It looks like you can't be kept. After saying that, Mengde took out his tang sword and extended his index finger towards them. Asterisk. How dare you, brothers, go. Cut him down for me. The 7 or 8 people around him swarmed up, seemingly aggressively, but to Mengde he, a psychic, was a bunch of dirt dogs. It couldn't be easier to deal with this group of ordinary people. In a short while, they were all cut down by him and cried out, hating their parents for not giving birth to one more leg, and finally he showed mercy and sent them away one by one. This fighting strength is simply terrifying, and not far away, by the window of building 1, a man was also stunned by Mengde's terrifying fighting strength. Asterisk. When did this kid Mengde become so fierce? Chapter 8, Sister Bai. You don't want to be starved to death either. If Mengde was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this man was none other than the John Liu he knew. The bull supervisor who screwed away at least a month of his paycheck. Lu Jinjie is a man as his name suggests. As the saying goes, he who recognizes the times is a man of honor. After the end of the world came to pass, he played his name perfectly, and the first thing he did was to offer his wife to Blade in exchange for his chance to guard the supermarket. Although he was despised by the crowd, he was not ashamed, but honored, and usually treated himself as a supermarket supervisor. So for the past few days, apart from the fact that he had to watch a big island show every now and then, he was living it up. After all, to be able to live in this post-apocalyptic world is considered good. A mouthful of bread is considered a luxury life. How many can be as well clothed as he is? But Mengde's move directly cut off his life. It was important to realize that in the last few days of the end times, dozens of them had relied on this supermarket to get by. This knife guy must be chopped alive when he knows the supermarket is gone. He didn't have a second woman to offer to Blade. The only other daughter is only 3 years old. Thinking of this, Lu Jinjie could not help but shiver. If the knife brother knows, shall not split him alive. No way. I have to report it to Brother Blade quickly. Damn Mengde. Try to find trouble for me. I'll let you die sooner or later. On the other hand, Mundu had already passed through the siege of zombies and returned to Building 5. Another breath of miso up to the 12th floor. He's blushing and stress-free. I was just about to knock on the door, but the door to room 1201 across the hall was suddenly opened. A woman stood in the doorway. Her hair draped over her shoulders and her features beautiful. The thin pink jacket couldn't hold back that her proud lantern. Inside a white dress, the length of the skirt only just managed to cover Meituan, revealing a pair of rounded and slender jade legs. Tall body posture, the whole person standing there exudes a noble and elegant temperament. A mature woman's breath is coming. It made even men feel a bit of a rush. Ding! Scanning for eligible superb goddesses. An illusory panel visible only to him floated into view. Goddess, beach. Overall rating, 95. Favorability, 10, nodding acquaintance. Reach 60 to light up the goddess atlas. Number of charges, 0, no personnel. System introduction, 32 years old. Absolutely beautiful body. Comes with the world's most ferocious weapon. Innate young woman holy body. Foreign language teacher of East China Sea University before the end of the world. Married for 5 years, has not yet been completely awakened. Extremely good teacher. Meets system requirements. Please light up the goddess atlas as soon as possible. Host. Yes, it was his 32-year-old teenage landlady who was standing in front of him at the moment. Men guessed that before he went downstairs. He was afraid that the woman in front of him was the one who hid behind the door and secretly observed him. It wasn't at all unusual for a woman like that to be detected by the system for him. This is the woman who could impress that nerd in the original owner. It didn't surprise him that the ratings were so high. That pair of murder weapons is at least half the reason. What surprised him was that the woman was still in one piece, which left him to wonder a bit. Is it this woman who doesn't want to let Wang Shen in? Or what? Or is Wang Shen simply not good enough? Mengde's heart was filled with questions, but before he could think clearly, at that moment, Bai Jia, who was standing across from him, spoke up. She looked at the backpack on Men's back. Mendel, did you just come back from downstairs? Before he came back from the supermarket, Mengde, in order to cover his ears, he purposely got a big backpack to pack the supplies, so it also looked like he had a good harvest. But most of the supplies were actually inside the space he had with him. Yeah. What can I do for you, Sister White? Men smiled inexplicably, watching Bai's attention on the backpack on his back, and it became clear to him what the woman meant. Borrowing food? But he wasn't going to initiate the conversation. Can you give me some food? I'll pay to sell it. Baekjae was a little nervous and her face was haggard, so I guess she had a rough couple days. Hey, this woman is quite innocent. I'm afraid I haven't understood what the end times mean. Sister Bai, it's the end of the world. Do you think it's still useful for me to take this money? I'm too choked up to wipe my ass. Men spoke nonchalantly. He's not some saintly girl who wants to whore herself out to him without letting him eat a little meat. No way. Baekjae, who was rejected, blushed a little. So what do you want? All I have is money. Nothing else. This woman even said a little aggrieved up. Seductive eyes are reddened. Say, are all the teardrops of this young woman so worthless? Move and cry? Mend was a little speechless. No, Sister White, you have one more valuable thing. What? Baekjae's face was puzzled, and he saw Mengde smile mysteriously, and his eyes began to sweep over the woman's body recklessly. Absolute lantern. Slim waist. Round. Long legs. His wanton gaze made Baekjae immediately understand what was going on. You want me? Baekjae was incredulous. The propriety and shame she had been taught made her feel a sense of humiliation and subconsciously resisted. No, it can't be. I can't do that. That would be sorry for my husband. Ding. Goddess Baekjae's favorability towards the host -100. Currently favorability -90. Day. A sentence that S itself straight into disgust. But when this woman said that, She obviously didn't know that her husband had already been turned into a zombie, and had been hammered to death by him long ago. Sister bye. I won't force you on this. Think about it. After all, Sister White, you don't want to be starved to death. Men shrugged indifferently. The last thing he liked, to do was to force someone to do something she didn't like to do. Well, it's definitely not because of the system. He swore, but as a sign of my sincerity, let's give you 2 loaves of bread as my deposit paid in advance. It's also a thank you for speaking up for me in the first place so I could live here. After all, when he had shared a room with the sisterhood, the woman had helped him with a lot of good words. The words, though, he didn't say. Taking 2 pieces of bread out of his bag, he threw them at Baekjae's body. What he didn't expect, though, was that it coincidentally happened to hit the pair of lanterns. It bounced straight back. Men sighs, this lantern is so flexible. Being thrown like this, Baekjae also completely understood Mengde's meaning, and a strong sense of humiliation enveloped her. And without another word, biting her lip, she silently picked up the bread on the floor. If you think about it, send me a message and I'll be waiting for you anytime. Mengde also do not know whether this woman heard, but looking at this woman back to the room of the bumpy body, Mengde heart suddenly afire. Mud, hurry back to the fire. This woman is a real siren. The murder weapon is a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 9. You eat here. I'll go check on your sister. Knock knock. With 2 knocks on the door, there was immediate movement inside the room. Didn't open the door right away though. Very discreet. The sisters seemed to have listened to him. Jiai, it's me. Hearing Mengde's voice, the sisters inside the house were relieved and hurriedly welcomed Mengde through the door. Are you okay? Looking at this woman who was already in his pocket with her eyes full of worry for him, Mengde heatedly smiled and directly swept her into his arms. Don't you know what I'm made of? What could I possibly want? Chen Jiai, who had been moisturized for a night, had already completed her transformation from a young girl to a woman. Her face looked more hydrated and her skin was better than before. The body is even more charming. As soon as he saw Mengde come in, he was about to make a move on his body. Chen Jiai hurriedly stopped it. Just kidding. She wouldn't dare let this man continue. It's only been a while and I'm already blushing myself. Don't. Yo-Yo is still here. We'll get it when we go back to our room. At the back, Chen Jiaya stood back with her mouth agape, watching her sister and her brother Mengde in love, and not knowing what to feel in her heart. Since Mengde had gone out during the day, her sister had told her about Mengde's confession. Hearing that the two were in a relationship and not her sister being bullied, Chen Jiaya wasn't so angry. However, she also knew in her heart that her sister must have agreed to it for her sake. But looking at the corners of her sister's mouth all day long with a happy smile, looking at the door of the room from time to time out of her mind, she knew that her sister she was not without feelings for brother Mengde, so she was also genuinely happy that her sister had found happiness. And since brother Mengde had promised to take care of her and her sister, she had no complaints. Yao Yao, why don't you call your brother-in-law? Sis. Chen Jiao reddened her face, and was still a little nervous about calling out these 2 words for the first time. Mengde didn't care. He had to give this sister-in-law of his a little time, so he dumped out all the supplies inside his backpack. These things alone were enough for the 3 of them to eat for a few days. The sisters were delighted. It's not over yet. Mengde waved his hand again, and immediately there was another pile of supplies on the ground. Rice, flour, grain and oil, a variety of fresh vegetables, beef, pork, lamb, packed hams, bacon, and a variety of snacks. Wait, it's straight up all over the floor. And it hasn't even been put down yet. There were so many supplies that they were looking at the sisters, so now they finally didn't have to worry about supplies. But the sisters were more shocked by this operation of Mengde's to conjure up supplies out of thin air. Sister-in-law, brother-in-law, that's how you did it. Ha, you're amazing. Chen Jiayao's eyes were filled with admiration, and she hurriedly gave a thumbs up, a small cherry mouth almost turning into an O shape in shock. She was nearly bitten to death by a zombie and knew exactly how powerful those monsters were, while her brother-in-law could bring back so many supplies by himself. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Chen Jiao's favorability towards the host is +10, currently 35 favorability. Mengde was enjoying the adoration of his sister-in-law. Chen Jiai also looked surprised, but at that moment, Mengde looked at her. Like I said, I'll be responsible for taking care of you 2 sisters from now on. It will also allow you all to live well in the end times. Better than before the end times. While this has been heard once before, this time it's completely different. The man really took what he said to heart. This made Chen Jiai very touched and couldn't help but offer her red lips. Mendel, thank you. The kiss was deep and heartfelt this time. I have to mention that the goddess's lips are really soft and tasty. I won't tell you who was a single dog he. At first, Chen Jiai was taking the initiative, but not a moment later, she was completely controlled by Mengde. If it wasn't for the consideration of his sister-in-law's grudging gaze on the side, Mengde could have made the woman's legs go weak. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Chen Jiayi's favorability towards the host is +5. Currently 75 favorability. After some happiness, Mengde also roughly explained about his possession of psychic abilities and a carry-on space. After all, one is her own woman now. Having been honest with her face to face, the other, to be illuminated. Fortunately, the sisters were both more receptive, and with the experience of the end times for so many days, they understood after Mengde simply said it. But the system thing was so arcane that men didn't say anything about it. It's not that he doesn't believe in them, but I'm afraid that only those handsome hikikomori in front of the screen can explain it clearly. As for him, he's just a deadbeat who's been writing books until he dies. He can explain the hell out of it. Whoa, wouldn't you be a superhero then, brother-in-law? This sister-in-law of his is still a comic book fan. Men smiled and nodded, and the three of them ate their snacks one by one. And it's unlimited, so you can eat whatever you want. The relaxed and cozy atmosphere made Chen Jiayi feel for a moment as if she had returned to the pre-apocalyptic world. His sister's cheerful voice lingered in her ears, and Mengde showed off 2 hands of spatial supernatural ability from time to time, watching the sisters in awe. Such a harmonious and beautiful picture, so that the sister Chen Jiayi cannot help but feel some emotion. A lifetime of living like this is good. However, as Chen Jiayi listened, she suddenly felt that something wasn't quite right, and her body was filled with a sense of dryness. Why does it seem to be warming up? She obviously only wore a small short dress with suspenders today, exposing her tantalizing shoulders as well as her slender legs. How could she still be so hot? Soon, a familiar touch instantly rushed into the mind. Look down. It's the man. He's coming. He actually took advantage of a few conversations and went under the table on himself. When he looked up, he saw Mengde next to him looking calm and collected, just a smirk of conspiracy at the corner of his mouth. His own sister on the side didn't even notice. This man. So bad. Chen Jiayi's face immediately turned red. Sister, what's wrong with you? Suddenly seeing her sister's abnormality, Chen Jiayi simply didn't know how to speak. One can only barely say that. I'm going to the bathroom. Looking at her sister's somewhat wretched figure, Yao had a puzzled look on her face. What's going on with sister? Strange. And Mengde, as the culprit, naturally knew it very well in his heart. You eat here. I'll go check on your sister. That's what's good about Yo-Yo. She listens to whatever you say. Very well behaved. With a click, the bathroom was opened. What are you doing here? Men smiled slightly and closed the door behind him. I think you might need my help. Don't make a sound. Chapter 10, this man is 9 out of 10 wrong. I have to say, Mend has been helping out long enough. At first Chen Jiayi was bored playing with her cell phone while eating a snack, and she hadn't reacted yet. But when half an hour had passed and the two hadn't returned, she didn't feel quite right. Strange. What's wrong with sister? Didn't come back for so long? And brother-in-law too? Just to see what's taking so long? Two people don't know what bad things they're doing. Chen Jiayi pouted in dissatisfaction, an action that looked exceptionally cute on this sweet face. With that she stood up and headed for the bathroom. But as she walked, she felt that something was wrong, and some sounds as thin as flies gradually reached her ears. And the closer you get to the bathroom, the louder it gets. As soon as Volodya heard that, this ninny, even more simple, understood what was going on. Bad brother-in-law. Just know how to bully my sister. The girl clenched her fists in a little anger. After a moment's thought, she dropped the hand she intended to push through the door. Forget it. I'll let you bully me once. Just once. Holding on to curiosity, I listened a little longer. It's so strange. Why does it feel like my sister is being bullied so badly and miserably? By the time Mendel walked out, it was dark, putting the passed-out Chen Jiayi in the sister's room. But he realized that his sister-in-law Chen Jiayi was not in the room. Walking to the living room, this ninny was actually lying on the couch asleep. Since I was at home, I dressed more casually. Upper body white casual short sleeve. Short sleeve is very long, just cover the lower half of the sports shorts. Far away, a pair of slender thin legs casually put. But if you take a closer look, this nymphet's legs are still wrapped in a layer of anti-hooking beautiful muscle stockings. Maybe she had just practiced a little bit of dancing. The ninny's hair was covered in sweat. Mengde had wanted to cover this ninny with a layer of quilt to avoid getting cold. After the end times, the daytime temperatures will skyrocket. In contrast, the temperature at night is much cooler. I didn't expect to wake the ninny up just a few steps away. Brother-in-law, where is my sister? Chen Jiayi was still a bit sleepy, standing up and stretching her waist, putting her exquisite figure on display. Worthy of practicing dance, this body is even better than her sister's. Your sister was tired and fell asleep. Oh, knowing what her brother-in-law and sister did in the bathroom. Chen Jia naturally understood what her brother-in-law meant by tired. Smart as she was, she didn't ask too many questions. Just as soon as she saw her brother-in-law, she thought of the bad things her sister and brother-in-law had done in the bathroom, and her little face turned red. Brother-in-law, I'm going to check on my sister. After saying that, this niece ran away without looking back. Men touched his nose. No, am I that scary? It was getting late, so Mengde took the ingredients he had collected back today and made a hearty meal. With an entire supermarket's worth of supplies in hand, he cooked up a storm and went straight to the whole 8-course meal. Eggplant with minced meat, braised fish cubes, chicken stewed with potatoes, pork stewed with vermicelli sub. It's all hard food, with more than enough dishes to fill the entire table straight away. When he was done, he looked at the time and saw that it was almost 10 o'clock at night. It just so happened that at this time, Chen Jiao also helped her sister walk out. The help Mend had given her in the afternoon had allowed her to sleep until now, when she could barely walk on the ground. Seeing the sisters come over, Mengde didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed and greeted the sisters with a hefty smile and sat down. Rested? Tired? I'll press you. Chen Jai couldn't help but give this man a blank look. She wouldn't dare let this man touch it. I don't know where this man gets his energy. Once he comes back he doesn't know how to rest and take a break. He just knows how to toss himself. Just outrageous. Still, looking at the results on the table that Mend had been working on for so long, he couldn't help but give the man credit. Too good. Both caring and competent. She was content. A long-lost sense of security enveloped her. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Chen Jia's favorability towards the host is +5. Currently 80 favorability. Ding! Detected that the goddess Chen Jia's favorability towards the host has increased to 80. Random rewards have been issued to the system space. Listening to the system's prompting sound, Mengde chatted with the sisters over dinner while meditating in his heart. System, open my attribute panel. Host, Mengde. Age, 24. Ability level, First Order. Awakened ability, King of Space. Illuminated Goddess, Chen Jia, in the process of awakening her powers. Equipment, Desert Eagle Pistol *1, Unlimited Bullets. Tang Knife *1, Mastery. Skills, Virus Immunity, up to 1 level higher than the host's zombie virus. Goddess Bonding. Starry Night Walker. Much as Mendel had expected, he looked directly at the last one. Starry Night Walker? What the hell is this? Unico. Starry Night Walker, the host has just received a random system reward. Under the darkness of night, the host's speed, strength, durability and recovery will be twice as much as usual. Under the darkness of the night, the host's ability to hide is also greatly enhanced, and ordinary people cannot discover the host's existence. Under the darkness, the host's sensitivity will also be greatly increased, and his actions will not be affected by the darkness. In short, there are many benefits, so please feel free to experience them on your own. Dog's Head JPG. Nice guy. Mendel saw the explanation and called out to the good guys. Not to mention, the first item alone is unbeatable. His own body has been strengthened, already reached the limit of human beings, and then another one of this, then it is not male on male. Strong man lock male? Ha ha ha. Mend was happy to be there. After all, every man wants to be as strong as possible in some way. This sudden smile made Jai, who had just been chatting happily with her sister, feel bad. Something is wrong. This man is 9 out of 10 wrong. It was almost 12 p.m. when the meal was over. Considering that Jia, the woman, had been tossed around by herself all afternoon, so Mengde let the sisters go and rest. While the sisters were gone, he sat alone inside the living room with a tanged sword by his side. A stern look. On the table in the living room, a few candles were lit, and under the faint glow, his knife-like face looked unusually cold. It was dark outside, without the twinkling stars and twittering bird cries that preceded the end times. It seemed very still and the walkers were much quieter than during the day. But he had a feeling that someone might come and sneak up on him tonight. It wasn't so much that he was paranoid about being victimized, but it was what happened with knives during the day that told him in his gut, it definitely wasn't over yet. And after he killed those 7 or 8 people during the day, he saw a familiar figure by the window of Building 1. Chapter 11, Night Attack. This figure was no other than his supervisor before the end of the world, John Liu. Lu Jinjie thought that he had hidden himself well, but unbeknownst to him, after being strengthened by the system potion, Mengde's eyesight had long been many times better than the average person. If he was not mistaken, that person was none other than his supervisor before the end times came. He did know where he lived and how he shared a room with the sisters. As a precautionary measure, Mengde was prepared to go to Building 1 tomorrow and search it to eliminate any future problems. But tonight, it's better to stay on guard, lest you get caught in the gutter. In the post-apocalyptic world, no amount of caution is too much. Any carelessness is irresponsible. Looking at the time, it was 2 in the morning. At this time of the day, when normal people were most sleepy. At this moment, Mengde did not have the slightest sleepiness, but was unusually awake and active. Originally, he was out exploring for a day, and then came back in the afternoon after a battle, but at the moment he was not the slightest bit tired, but unusually energetic. According to his estimation, the reason for this, on the one hand, should be the reason why he had awakened his supernatural ability, and his physical quality had long been beyond the reach of ordinary people. On the other hand, it was due to the effect of the newly acquired Starry Night Walker skill, doubling the resilience as soon as night came. Of course, that's not to say that he doesn't need to sleep anymore, but that he now stays up for a night or two and still gets up the next day as usual, kind of like an automatic deep sleep effect once the night is over. So at this moment, the energy consumed by the afternoon battle with Jai has almost recovered. Even at this moment he had a feeling that he could eat another woman at this point. Oh, no, I'll take 10. Just thinking about it, Mengde felt a gang blocking in his body. But just then, he had just opened his eyes to see a woman in a cool pink halter nightgown, revealing her sexy and charming shoulders, walking towards him. In the light of the candles, her figure was as animated as a spirit in the night. The woman's lacy nightgown just covered the tantalizing tunic, revealing a pair of long and well-proportioned jade legs. It's very tempting. One word, however, halted his partnership. Brother-in-law? The one dressed in these pajamas was no other than Chen Jiayao, his nominal sister-in-law. It's Yo-Yo. Chen Jiao's figure was already extremely good, and now that she was dressed in pajamas, her slim and perfect figure was even more on display. Brother-in-law, why are you still up? This girl's voice is really quite nice. Cocking his head with a puzzled look on his face was also oddly adorable. Mengde hadn't been prepared to tell the sisters, lest the sisters be afraid, and it would be good for them to settle it themselves in secret. But since she was found out and this nymphette asked about it, Mengde told her about what happened during the day and his guesses. This niece's first reaction was actually not to be afraid, but to look at herself with some emotion. So, brother-in-law, you stayed up this late and stood guard here to protect me and my sister, right? I guess it's okay to say that. Before he could react, this niece actually cried, and the next second she even directly jumped into her arms. Woo-woo, brother-in-law, you're too good to our sisters too. Chen Jiao's eyeballs flowed out without any money, quickly wetting a piece of Mengde's clothes. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Chen Jiao's favorability towards the host is plus 10, currently 45 favorability. But that wasn't the most crucial thing. The most crucial thing was that this nymphette cried even as her body trembled for a while. You know, it's in his arms. It's killing him. The guys who had just rested a moment ago, all of a sudden popped up again, and it's getting hotter and hotter. The gaze towards Yao Yao gradually changed. He turned around and directly pressed the woman in his arms onto the sofa. The camisole also slipped because of the action, revealing white skin as delicate and smooth as sheep's fat white jade. He grabbed the ice silk nightgown and was about to tear it apart. But unexpectedly, at that moment, he keenly heard the hissing of a zombie from downstairs. It was like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, sobering him up immediately. His hunch was not wrong. Someone was really coming. Mengde reacted quickly and immediately made a gesture towards Yao Yao in his arms. And at this moment, Yao Yao didn't know if she had read it or not, but her little face was getting redder and redder anyway. Just when he was curious about what was going on with Yao Yao, he heard this nymphette's voice as thin as a mosquito fly. Brother-in-law, the one you. As she spoke, this ninny even used her slender jade finger to point. Men jerked back, before reacting to what was going on. Awkward. Mengde's old face flushed. No argument there. It's so indisputable. But he didn't have time to explain too much when he thought that someone was coming towards him downstairs, and he quickly explained. Yo-yo, someone's coming. Don't you say a word and stay inside your room with the door locked. Don't open the door until I call you. Understand? A word immediately made Yao Yao understand what was going on, and she couldn't care about the scarlet color on her face and the beautiful scenery exposed, and immediately said, brother-in-law, be careful. My sister and I will be at home waiting for you to come back. This nymphette's words were filled with worry, and finally hesitated for a moment, adding a sentence with a red face. If something happens to you, then Yo-Yo won't live. When she said this, Yao Yao's worried face was filled with determination. It made men look a little funny. This ninny was so silly and cute that she couldn't help but touch her hair. Don't worry, trust me. Your brother-in-law is fine. After saying that, Mengde quickly came to the window to take a look downstairs, and sure enough, he saw a group of dark and pressurized figures. With his Starry Night Walker skill, he was not affected by the darkness of the night in the slightest. There were about a dozen of them, and at this moment, they had already passed through the herd of zombies and entered the building he was in. Building 5. After thinking for a moment, Mengde did not choose to move the furniture blocking the doorway, but looked downstairs. The height of the 15th floor to say that he was not afraid would be a lie. 1 foot in the air. Then he's straight out of the game. Still, he took a deep breath and directly disappeared into Yao Yao's eyes in the next second. The scene was also so frightening to watch that Yao Yao almost screamed out, but luckily she immediately leaned over the window to take a look. Just seeing that her brother-in-law had peacefully entered one of the homes downstairs, this nymphette was greatly relieved. And downstairs, Knife's group of henchmen, being led by Knife's own brother, Wang Xiaohu, were rapidly attacking towards the upper floors. The leader, no one else, was none other than Mengde's previous supervisor, John Liu. Chapter 12. This wave. The advantage must be mine. In Building 5, Wang Xiaohu's group had just run all the way to and had arrived at the second floor. The group had flashlights in their hands. The sound-activated lights between the stairs in Building 5 happened to be out when the end times came and were being serviced. John Liu, are you sure whoever you're talking about lives here? You mother asterisk her didn't lie to me, did you? Since this journey was a run over, plus in order to resist the zombies, this group of people were also tired and out of breath, coupled with the fact that several brothers were bitten to death by the zombies in the middle of the journey. More than 20 brothers were now left with more than 10. So now Wang Xiaohu, who was leading the charge, also had a belly full of fire with nowhere to vent it. When Lu Junjie, who was leading the way, was yelled at like this, he didn't dare to retort and said in a hurry, No, absolutely not, Tiger. I was that kid's supervisor before and came to his house a couple times. There's absolutely no mistaking it. His family lives in this building in room 1501. At this time, Lu Junjie was in a sorry state, completely unable to see that bit of arrogance before the end of the world. Not only was his face bruised and swollen, but his body was also covered in bruises and blood. In the afternoon, just as he reported the news to Blade, in a fit of rage, Blade directly had him brutally beaten. Especially later, Blade learned that the neighborhood supermarket, which he regarded as his private coffers, had been emptied by Mend, and almost had him beaten to death in a violent rage, if his wife hadn't run to the rescue in time. In conjunction with the two Knife brothers live streaming in Island Drama, it made Brother Blade's anger subside by a large margin. Otherwise this little life of his would have been finished long ago, but he is better off. His wife is worse off. The two Knife brothers aren't human at all. Like two cows. His wife almost didn't slow down. Screw this. Faced with John Liu's begging words, Tiger went up and kicked him. The old man asked about the sisters. Who the told you to talk about that kid? Mud, do you boys have a death wish? As he spoke, Tiger kicked some more hard. Kill Mend and bring back the sisters. That's what Blade ordered them to do. And that's what they're here for tonight. If I go up there and don't see the sisters you mentioned, and can't go to the fire, you kid wait for death you just. Tiger scolded nonchalantly, and the minions following behind him looked on with teasing faces. How can this loser stand on their heads and in piss? Just a loser who got to the top by virtue of his wife. You should know that Tiger was a special forces veteran, with strong force, and had several lives on his hands before the end of the world. As for them, the ones who followed Tiger here tonight were either security guards from the previous neighborhood or outlaws who had followed him since before the end of the world. After all these days of Armageddon, these men had more or less 1 or 2 lives on their hands. Only this loser, who got to the top by his own wife, and foxing around all day. They've been looking at this punk for a long time. Soon, under Tiger's leadership, a group of people came to the stairway on the 10th floor in a great hurry. Brothers, when we kill the room, that Mengde kid will be chopped up for me. I'll feed him to the dogs. As for that pair of sisters, bring them all back to me. When the knife runs out, the brothers have a chance. Come one by one in line, ha. The stairwell was filled with Tiger's arrogant voice. With so many of them attacking one person at night, it's still a piece of cake. This wave, it has to be advantageous to me. Yes, big brother. The minions were also confident that the sisterhood was something they hadn't played with yet. It's exciting to think about. A few juniors could not wait to rush forward, only to see a figure sitting on the stairs of the 11th floor as soon as they hit the lights. It was eerie in this darkened hallway room. Asterisk. Who the hell are you? Not sleeping in the middle of the night put here to scare who? But he was not destined to hear an answer. I'm the one you're looking for. As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw a blade flash in the darkness, like lightning in the middle of the night. It instantly illuminated the staircase and shone a light on the angular, chilly face of the figure. At this time, Lu Junjie, who had managed to squeeze his way to the front, immediately called out, Tiger, he's Mengde, the boy who killed your men. On the stairs leading to the 11th floor, Mengde stood with a sword, like a god of war in the darkness. His face was cold, and an elusive ghostly light flowed in his deep to dark eyes, making people shiver. Good boy. How dare you wait for me here? Brothers, give it to me. Chop him up. Tiger screamed. And the minions who received the order grimaced and rushed forward. Kid, you're unlucky to meet us. Die for me. But the next second, it was accompanied by the sound of various metals colliding. These juniors let out screams as Mengde's slash directly cut off all of their arms, immediately followed by another flash of blade light. The heads of these few juniors fell off with a clatter, blood spraying out like a fountain. Mend had not the slightest fear, because he understands that this is the cruel end times. There are no legal constraints. There are no moral constraints. Any human ugliness will explode. If he's not ruthless, he'll be the only one who dies. Doomsday kills the Madonna first. That's what it's all about. Along with the spray of blood, the sizzling blood went down the stairway, and in no time at all, it was all over the floor. Everyone threw their flashlights at Mend on the stairs. Whoever steps into this place, dies. Mengde's cold voice spread across the stairwell, and these juniors of Tiger subconsciously took a step back. Lu Junjie, who was screaming about Mengde just a moment ago, was even more frightened and in a cold sweat. It's only been a few days. Why is this kid Mend like a different person, killing people without mercy? For a moment, Lu Junjie was scared into a cold sweat, as if, I've bullied him before. He shouldn't remember. Not to mention him, even Tiger was shocked. It was the first time he had encountered such a ruthless person after so many years in the underworld. Met and killed a couple of his men straight away. He realized that it was a hard slag encounter, but there's no way to return it now. So Tiger gritted his teeth and growled, all of you. Whoever kills him will be rewarded with a box of instant noodles and 2 women. In the post-apocalyptic world, women had become commodities they exchanged, even less precious than food sometimes. As the saying goes, there will be courage in the face of heavy rewards. These minions of Tigers moved, plus their big brothers, even more so, had all taken their long knives and led the charge. So these minions have followed. Kid, die for me. Chapter 13, Counterattack. Facing so many people from Tiger, swinging over knives and sticks, Mendel wasn't the least bit flustered, because the hallway is that wide. There's room for 2 people at most. He was facing up to 2 attacks at once. It's still condescending. Secondly, his physical qualities had long since reached the human limit, the alien level. It has long been beyond the reach of these ordinary people. And on top of that, he has the biggest outlier of all, a starry night walker. You can get an increase as soon as the night is over. Tiger and these people still have to hold a flashlight to see him clearly, but in his eyes all the movements of these people, it is like a hole in the ground, as if it were daytime. So Mend had no trouble killing it. One cut a brain, one cut a little old man. Mend quacks and kills, and his little brother AHS and AHS. For a while, accompanied by the shadows of swords and sticks, row after row of Tiger's minions fell one after another. Whether they were previously vicious outlaw minions or ex-soldiers before they became neighborhood security guards, none of them can escape his knife. The only one who was somewhat resistant is his Tiger. Before he was discharged from the army, I heard that he was the king of soldiers in a certain army. The body is in good hands. He was at least half responsible for Blade being able to do evil in this neighborhood for so many years and still be safe and sound. However, in front of Mengde, there was still no resistance, and with just a single slash, the terrifying force shook the knife out of his hand. Mud. This kid is so strong. Even I, the king of soldiers, can't deal with him. No way. The point is solid. We have to pull out. He didn't feel a thing as his minions died horribly one after another around him. If these people die, they die. As long as he's okay. Anyway, it's the end of the world. There's a shortage of everything, and it's all about people not being in short supply. He's still afraid he won't be able to find his little brother, so he didn't care about the minions who were still rushing forward. These people just happened to be stalling for him, and he himself hurriedly rolled and crawled downstairs, and at the top, Mengdi noticed the scene and couldn't help but sneer twice. Oh, you come to sneak up on me in the middle of the night and want to run away when you fail? A knife resolved the last little brother, and on the 10th floor's hallway, the corpses of Tiger's little brothers had already collapsed all over the place. Watching Tiger already run to the 8th floor, Mengde took a few big strides and directly leapt down from the floor, just landing in front of Tiger. Tiger was startled by the sudden appearance of Mend. Subconsciously, he stepped back, muttering under his breath, You can't kill me. You kill me. My brother won't let you go. My brother, he has a gun in his hand. I wanted to use his big brother's name to scare him a bit, but I didn't expect to get a light sentence from Mengdi. Oh, I see. The villain dies from talking too much, and Mend understands that. Mengdi didn't talk nonsense, and directly sent Tiger down to meet the king of hell with a knife. But it's not over yet. There's another one. On the 2nd floor, Lu Junjie was as tired as a dog crawling, but he did not dare to have the slightest stop. Just a moment ago, when he saw Mengde slaying the four directions, he realized that the situation was not good and hurriedly slipped away. Mud. Mengde, this kid is afraid he's taken some kind of strong medicine, becoming so powerful. So many people are no match for him. No, I have to report it to Brother Blade quickly. He was just about to arrive at the main entrance of Building 5, but he ended up seeing a figure that looked like it had been waiting for him for quite a while. There was still blood dripping slowly from a tanged sword. Snap. Lu Junjie snapped, directly kneeled on the ground. Mend, Lu Junjie still wanted to beg for mercy, but Mengde didn't give him another chance to speak. The reason he came after them was to put an end to it. He didn't want to get his old home stolen later when he was doing exercises in the middle of the night. A knife went down and directly karma John Lu. To this point, nearly 24 men who came tonight all died at the hands of Mend. Building 5. Room number 1501. Chen Jiayao sat moodily on the sofa with a fruit knife on the table. At this moment in time she doesn't know how it will turn out. She also didn't choose to wake up her sister because Mendel wanted her to trust her. Besides, waking up my sister wouldn't help. It's just one more person to worry about. In that case, it was better not to let her know. Just as she was walking around anxiously, she saw a figure appear by the window. She had a flash of light. Yes, the visitor was none other than Mengde. With the previous experience of climbing down through the window, this coming up was a breeze. After a soft cry, Yao Yao excitedly pounced towards Mengde. Luckily, Mengde stood firmly, or else he would have to be pounced on by this nymphette. She was so thrilled to see Mend emerge peacefully again, so much so that he practically hung his entire body on Mend, like a hanging kangaroo. In Mend's wide arms, it looked extremely petite. Perhaps it was because she had been apprehensive for so long. As soon as this nymphette saw Mengde, her teardrops fell out downwards. It seemed to take out all the worry and aggravation from earlier. In the time that Mend hadn't returned, she'd thought of a lot of bad scenarios. At one point, he was even ready to die. But thankfully, Mend came back safe and sound. Mengde also gently patted this nymphette's showy back. She stroked her hair and comforted her gently. He knew that the ninny had never experienced anything like this before and must have been terrified. He came to the couch and hugged the ninny, letting her vent her emotions. It was only after a while that this niece slowly slowed down and her emotions gradually stabilized. Mengde looked at this sweet schoolgirl crying in front of his face and couldn't help but scrape this niece's little arched nose. What a big girl. Still not moving to cry. Seeing the fruit knife sitting on the table, he already had a few guesses in his mind. It was also with the intention of teasing the little ninny in front of her and diverting her attention. Otherwise you won't get a good night's sleep tonight. Just cry. You're not allowed to laugh at me, or Yo-Yo will ignore you. This girl also proudly toot her horn. If before the end of the world, whoever looked at this, would think that this is a big school flower. This adorable look, coupled with the already non-threatening words, instantly made Mengde laugh. And you're laughing at me. This girl seems to be to revenge general, in his body for a while to make trouble. Yet this ninny didn't notice that the sling on her body slipped off because of the movement. Yo-Yo, At this point, there was no need for Mengde to say anything more, and Yao Yao's little face became hot, because she had already had one before. She immediately understood that Mend was, but unlike before at all, she had no thoughts of stopping at this time, only narrowing her eyes slightly. Is there a show? Mend did a roll over and, Chapter 14, Black Holes in Space. On the sofa in the living room, Chen Jiaya narrowed her eyes slightly, allowing the man in front of her to fiddle. This niece is worthy of practicing dance. This body is a few points better than her sister. Again, still dressed in the same pink ice silk nightgown he was wearing before he left. The difference was that because of her farcical movements, so much so that the garter slipped off her fragrant shoulders early on. Lying on the sofa, her deep breaths represented her unsettledness at the moment, and emphasized her delicate collarbone and graceful neckline even more. And underneath the lace nightgown was a pair of long, white, snow-like legs, as straight and slender as if they were carved out of sheep's fat white jade. It seemed to glow faintly in the faint candlelight. With just a light touch, you can feel the silky smoothness. The beautiful scenery is also hidden under the skirt, adding a few more points of mystery and temptation. Just as Mend was about to make his next move, a pair of small hands stopped him. Wait. This ninny's blushing face and unsettled breathing had said it all. What? We can't do this. No, I'm like this. You're saying no to me? Mend was speechless. This ninny is really, unexpectedly, at that moment, he heard this nymphette whispering with her head lowered. That. Here it comes. Lean. Mendel realized it all at once. This niece looked at herself with a face that knew she was wrong, and with her scallion fingers resting there in a circle. He couldn't blame her for anything. Right. I'm sorry, I just remembered. Men also had to stop the movement of his hand. Now that I've learned about it, I'm sure it can't go on. 2. Why don't you go find my sister? This niece really scares people to death when she talks. Men doesn't know whether to thank her for knowing what she's doing or for her little wit. He's got a headache. The online solution to the screen in front of the handsome guy's never mind. I'll go take a shower. You hurry up and get some sleep. After saying that, Meng De hurriedly left, or else he had to be killed by this little goblin. And in the back on the sofa, this ninny looked at Meng De's wretched figure and giggled. My brother-in-law is so good to me. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The goddess Qin Jiao's favorability towards the host is plus 10. Currently 55 favorability. Hey, this night hadn't been in vain. At least 20 points of Chen Jiao's favorability had been harvested. One more effort and you'll get another wave of the system's rewards. Meng De was looking forward to lighting up Qin Jiao's goddess Atlas soon. In a good mood, he went straight to sleep. Just enough to make up for the exertion of last night's counterattack. The next day, before he woke up, he smelled an ethereal scent coming from his nose. Very familiar flavor. Suddenly he felt a tickling sensation and opened his eyes. As a result, he saw Chen Jia lying in his arms and was tickling his nose with her hair. This woman doesn't know which big handsome guy she's learned from. It's me. It's me. It's me. You're awake. Chen Jia smiled faintly and laughed heartily, clearly pleased with her prank. Today she is wearing delicate makeup. A white bustier on top that shows off her attractive collarbone, with a small A-line gray pleated skirt on the bottom and a pair of high heels on her feet. When lying in his arms, a pair of slender legs were casually placed, and from time to time, they even shook a few times, so the infinite scenery under the short skirt was hidden. This woman dared to provoke herself early in the morning, afraid that she hadn't forgotten the lesson of losing her armor yesterday? Doesn't she know that early morning is a man's best time? To make this woman recall memories of an unforgettable yesterday, and to get back at her for her pranks, Mend rolled over and switched places with her directly, starting with the tantalizing neck. It quickly made the woman blush. Just when she was about to return the Waterloo that her sister suffered last night to her as her sister, she unexpectedly heard an extremely familiar sentence. Here comes my one. Lean. Meng De instantly sobered up and subconsciously muttered. Why are you here too? Chen Jia froze. What did you say? Men's eyes glanced up and almost revealed themselves. If Jia knew that her sister was almost XX'd by herself last night, I wonder how angry I'll be with myself. The woman cares most about her sister. It's better to give the sister some time. You have to think long and hard about eating a sandwich. Nothing. Yo-Yo's not awake yet? Meng De used the method of topic great diversion and quickly diverted Chen Jia's attention. Well, not until now. Glanced at the hard face of the man before him and explained. I've always come around the same time as Yo-Yo before. This time it's because of that with you. Chen Jia paused when she said this, and her face turned slightly red. That's why it's late. I just found out this morning too. Mend understood in seconds. It's not bad for a sisterhood. All come at about the same time. Now that I've come to that one, I'm sure I can't XX it. Seeing that Meng De didn't say anything, Chen Jia thought that Meng De was angry and bit her lip, saying softly, how about, I'll use my hands. Meng De instantly stared with wide eyes. He couldn't believe that these words actually came from the mouth of Chen Jia. A goddess? He also didn't expect that this woman actually, she knows how to play the piano. But, I didn't get it. Don't you say I. After finishing a sentence, Chen Jia's face was on fire. She didn't know how she had said this. Perhaps it was just out of a desire to repay the man in front of her. Mend is a little intent. The hand of the goddess. But when he thought of today's business, he had to endure the pain and cut off the idea of using his hands to XX in his heart. Shaking his head, Mend got up and said, forget it. I have things to do today. Why don't you go wake up Yo-Yo? I'll make dinner. I have to go out later. Seeing her doubt, Meng De told her about yesterday's incident with Brother Knife and last night's sneak attack. Of course, it must have automatically omitted the unspeakable stories that happened between him and Chen Jia. After listening to Meng De's words, Chen Jia then realized that the man in front of her had silently tried to protect her and her sister, and had bloodied the incoming enemies alone. She was touched that this man was like that, silently hiding his love for her and silently just doing everything. Never let yourself know. Never let yourself worry. In a moment of excitement, he took the initiative to embrace Meng De's arms. Mendel, thank you for everything you've done for me. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The goddess Qin Jiao's favorability towards the host is plus 10. Currently 90 favorability. Ding. Detected that the goddess Qin Jiao's favorability towards the host has increased to 90. Randomly rewarding the host with automatic comprehension of the spatial ability, spatial black hole. Spatial abilities, spatial black holes? Chapter 15, though a mortal body. It has the quality to go against the heavens and kill immortals. Spatial abilities, spatial black holes? Unico. The usual rules. Explain. Space black hole. Space ability. Space black hole is one of the abilities belonging to the SSS grade ability Space King. The host doesn't need to comprehend it or develop it on his own. He can use it directly. Oh, Mendel understands. He had previously obtained the SSS grade spatial ability, King of Space, though, but really, he just had the ability to master space, or the prerequisite for being able to use SSS ranked spatial powers. However, exactly how to use it would need to be developed and tapped into by Mang De himself. The advantage of this was that there was no limit to the number of psychic abilities that Mend could develop. If he had awakened not the SSS grade space ability, King of Space, but instead awakened a normal space ability, then he might only have a single ability. Space cutting, for example, only has the singular effect of cutting through space. Then there's space blocking, which is only a skill to block off a piece of space. However, with his SSS rank spatial ability, he could develop his ability without any limitations on the number. Kind of like a certain red-headed monster whose later years are unknown. Even though it was a mortal body, it had the quality of fighting against the heavens to destroy the immortals. In short, unlimited potential. And this ability can only be perfected in his hands. If this psychic ability fell into the hands of an ordinary person, the amount of psychic ability that could be awakened and used would be absolutely limited. After all, psychic ability comprehension and development also required time. But he's different. He's got master unity. Unico, fickle man. With the system reward in place, he was still afraid of Menden was gorgeous. Spatial black hole. Within the spatial range at the host's disposal, the host can automatically transfer an object, including and not limited to another place. Mengde, who heard the words, immediately brightened up and immediately pursued the question. Oh, so other people's attacks can be deflected too? It's okay. Asterisk. Master Unity is awesome. Getting a positive reply from Master Unity, the excited Mengde almost screamed. But the indisputable brother is also getting excited. This caused Chen Jiayi in his arms to blush instantly. This man really did consider her body before refusing just now. The mouth says no, but the body is honest. Put. Still thinking about doing bad things. Chen Jiayi hesitated for a moment, but a pair of jade hands still slid over the man's abdomen to feel downwards. Mend was oblivious to this, and was too absorbed in his own world to get out of it. Now that he had developed the spatial black hole ability, it was equivalent to having an absolute defense for himself, or the kind that can deflect attacks. Even if the transfer has to be within the confines of the space you control to be useful, that's pretty impressive. And according to his estimation, the range of space he could now control had reached 5 meters. That is to say, any attack that others hit him with could be diverted by him using a spatial black hole. The transfer is only 5 meters square though. It's not far, but it's a good way to make sure you're not in danger. And still, the range of this diversionary attack varies with the range of space he can control. Of course, it wasn't invincible. At least the attacks had to be within the range that his spatial black hole could withstand. Otherwise he'll still get hurt. Thinking about it put him in a great mood, and even his body was much more comfortable. Wait a minute. Feeling better? Mengde jerked downward and saw that the woman who had just jumped into his arms was now kneeling in front of him. Jiayi, you! In Men's shocked gaze, Jiayi's red face was on the verge of dripping blood. Well, it's my first time. Don't blame me if I don't do it right. Mengde was filled with emotion. What else could he say? He could only squint his eyes and let the woman in front of him speed up on her own. At noon, the three men sat down to eat. Yao Yao looked at her sister strangely holding the chopsticks in a weird position. Sis, what happened to your hand? Hearing Yao Yao's words, Mend let out a giggle. This question was asked. Chen Jiayi directly gave him a blank stare. It was the man's fault that her hands were now sore. Mend hemmed and hawed, explaining for her. It's okay, I probably didn't sleep well last night. What does not sleeping well have to do with sore hands? Yoyo cocked her head with a puzzled look on her face. Thinking through her little brain, it was probably impossible to think that this was a question about physiology. After the meal, it was too late for men to take a nap with Jiayi. After briefly packing up, he was ready to kill directly to the first building. I will not allow others to snore on the side of the couch. It's better to address this pitfall before it's too late. At the door, the two sisters were giving Mengde a goodbye, their stunning faces filled with worry. Especially her sister Jiayi, Mengde's woman, whose favorability had also reached 90, had reached a level of near total dependence on Mengde. By the way, be careful, they have guns. After hearing Mengde talk about knife, Jiayi also naturally knew about knife having a gun. But to this question, Men smiled faintly. If there had been some scruples before, but now there was no need to care at all. With the absolute defense of a spatial black hole by his side, he was still afraid of nothing. Do you have hair? What? Unfortunately, I haven't awakened my powers, or I could still help you. Mend looked at the helplessness on the woman's face and comforted her. It's okay, you had your chance too. Jai just took it as Mengde comforting herself and didn't take it seriously. Unbeknownst to her, in Mengde's eyes, she had already seen that her progress in awakening her powers had reached 92% at this point. It wasn't far from awakening her powers. Note, when the goddess favorability reaches 100, and the charging reaches a certain number of times before awakening the supernormal ability. Yo-yo, her sister-in-law, also looked at her brother-in-law worriedly. Brother-in-law, be careful. Men stroked the ninny's hair. Be good at home and wait for your brother-in-law to come back. After another admonition to not just open the door, Men set off. As a result, just as she stepped out the door to her landlady Bekje's room across the hall opened. The short sleeves on top and tight jeans on the bottom showed off her voluptuous and shapely figure perfectly. Between the knitted brows and the movement, it shows the unique charm of the young woman. Mendel, you're going out? Mend nodded. Every time I see this woman, I can't help but get my eyes sucked into this woman's lantern. Have you thought about what happened yesterday? As he spoke, his eyes scanned the woman with abandon. Anyway, it's more blood money if you don't see it. No meat for a while, so let's get through it. Baijia didn't expect that Mengde would actually ask himself so dryly, and his face suddenly turned red. I haven't thought about it yet. Can you're? Seeing her look of hesitation, Mengde knew that this woman hadn't thought about it yet, and even wanted to borrow food from him. Not letting me eat meat and trying to whore me out for nothing? Where's the good in that? So he just opened his mouth to interrupt. He didn't care that much. Excuse me, but my food comes with a price. That offer I made yesterday is valid anytime. Whenever you're ready, contact me. I have things to do, so I'll go first. This woman, who still wants to whore him out once for nothing, wants to go and eat it. Looking at Mengde's dry back, Baijia's idea of borrowing food again was completely defeated. On the other side of the room, inside building 1, Knives was having a fit. What did you say? My brother is dead? Chapter 16 Not Knife. I didn't say anything. Building 1, room number 902. Blade, who had just extracted himself from between the two women, was frantically venting his anger as he looked at his brother, who was only half consumed by the zombies on the ground. Yes, Tiger and the others stayed out all night last night. The bodies were only found this morning. The little brother shuddered. Mud. My brother didn't come home all night. You didn't tell me. You want to hurt my brother, don't you? Blade cursed as he frantically kicked the minions who came to report. This little brother of the report also had a hard time. Last night Knife flipped off 2 women and started up again in the morning. He hadn't had a chance to report until this moment of stopping. Seeing that the little brother was about to be kicked to death, Blade also still didn't stop. In these last days, human life is the least valuable. The people on the side who saw this scene were silenced and didn't dare to squeak. After kicking his little brother alive, the tired and sweaty Blade then took a tissue from a woman's hand. Blade, don't be too sad. The woman tried to comfort Blade, but the next moment, I'm sad my ass. This ING asshole owes me 2 more women. Now who am I going to get it from when people are dead? Asterisk 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 asterisk. With that, Tiger grabbed a handful of the woman's hair. I'm on fire right now. Ground shaking 30 seconds later. Knife's heart is content. Get it straight. Who's so bold as to touch my brothers in arms? Blade. Brother Knife. You had Tiger bring someone to rob that pair of sisters last night and sneak up on that kid in building 5. Guess that kid did it. One of the minions said boldly. Mad. Yesterday, I robbed my supplies and killed my brother. I haven't even settled with him yet. And now he even dares to kill my own brother. Everyone gather. Immediately go with me to kill that kid and avenge my brother's death. I've never opened a sister in my entire life. Ha ha ha. Blade was openly about to get up. But the next second, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. A man walked in, holding a tanged sword, which was still dripping blood, drop by drop. There's no need to gather. All the minions you put on guard outside are dead. The people inside the room hadn't reacted yet, when a junior outside suddenly rushed in to report. Blade, someone's killing their way in. Before the words were finished, a blade flashed, and the little brother's neck slipped right off his neck. Pust, blood sprayed out, splattering the only remaining junior inside the room. The minions inside the room were so shocked that they couldn't help but take a few steps backward. Oh, and I missed one. The light sentence instantly caused Blade to blacken his face. Mud, I saw it all. You reported chicken hair, but it also gave him an idea of who was coming. You're the kid who killed my brother. Although the dozen or so minions outside had been killed off, Blade wasn't the least bit flustered. The thing around his waist is his backbone. You're talking about that Tiger guy from last night, right? Oh, I killed him. Mengde thought that Blade was going to put some harsh words, and thought of cooperating, but in the end, he saw that Blade who had a calm face just now, was suddenly furious. Mud, do you realize that this son of a is my beloved family friend and brother in arms? Treadmill still ing owes me 20 women. Mend. It was the first time he'd heard his own brother described that way. It's really just an upcharge, isn't it? A sidekick subconsciously picked up. Brother Blade, aren't there two? The next second, boom, a shot. This little brother directly by the knife brother to Karma. Nima. Who told you to talk? I said 20 is 20. Blade sat on the bed in a domineering manner, grabbed a woman and held her down, playing with the gun in his hand, looking at Mengde, who came in with interest. Even when he was beaten at the door, with a gun in his hand, he didn't panic at all, as if he was winning. So what if your martial arts skills are high? You still have to be afraid of the gun in your hand. He got this gun from the nearest police station. It was also fortunate that with this gun in place, he was able to deter these men and solidify his position in the end times. He'd shot more than 10 people with that gun since the end of days. Boy, you see how this account works? The one who robbed me of my supplies and killed my brother yesterday. Why don't you call me master, and send me that pair of sisters to play with? How about I spare your life when I'm having fun? Ha ha ha. Blade's hideous laughter spread throughout the room. When Mengde heard this, he also put away the playfulness on his face, and a cold light immediately flashed through his deep pupils. The eyes that looked at Blade were as if they were looking at a dead man. The tanged sword in his hand also stood up. Hey kid, don't move, or don't blame me if this gun of mine goes off. Blade wanted to make some threats, but he saw that Mengde didn't pay the slightest attention and walked towards him step by step. It's a pretty big room that was originally supposed to be a living room. As a result, it was now set up by knife with a large bed in the center. On either side stood his minions, knives and clubs in hand, staring intently at Mengde. Seeing that Mengde was unmoved, a hint of viciousness flashed in Blade's eyes and he shot Mengde in the head. Kid, go to hell. As soon as the words fell, a bullet flew towards Mengde, eyes facing his bullets. The men in front of him didn't dodge. This kid's stupid, right? Blade had a scowl on his face. He thought he could see the guy in front of him with his head blown off as a knife, but the next scene directly made him doubt his life, only to see that the moment the bullet was shot at Mengde, a deep, bottomless black hole that flowed with mysterious power suddenly blocked in front of Mengde. The bullets fired were directly swallowed by this black hole, and Mengde behind the black hole is still unharmed and even heading towards him, smiled. The grimace on Tiger's face as he watched this scene instantly came to a screeching halt. What the hell is this? Bullet vanishing technique? But what shocked him was yet to come. The bullet he had just disappeared with appeared on the forehead of one of his minions. Boom! One of his minions was directly karma'd by a bullet he shot himself. The little brother was still in a daze when he died. There was also confusion in those wide open eyes. It's not knife. I didn't say anything. When the other juniors saw this, they also looked at Blade in confusion. Brother, we didn't even say anything. Why are you hitting us? You're hitting it on the wrong side. And being looked at like this by his little brother, Blade's face couldn't hang on. Mud just hit it crooked. Little brother. Again. The gun went off. The same scene happened. The same bullet shot to Men's face and disappeared straight away. Next. Boom. Another minion has been karma'd. Now Blade was all confused. No. When did you become such a bad shot? Could it be because I've been coming too much lately? Knife is a bit skeptical. Chapter 17. The woman with 99 plus charge times is horrible. Mengde, who saw this scene, however, was happy in his heart. It was really the same as what Master Unity said. Absolute defense. His SSS rank spatial ability, spatial black hole, could really divert attacks. Just now, at the moment when Blade fired, he immediately opened the spatial black hole. One end was pointed at Blade, and the other had him pointed directly at one of Blade's minions. After the bullet was swallowed by the black hole in front of Blade, it was directly transferred by him to Blade's minions. That's why it's happening. Knowing that Knife's gun can't do any harm to him, Mend also begins to transform into the Zwan keyboard warrior. Final vent. Final vent. Yo, Blade, you can't shoot like that. Can't even hit it this close. Couldn't have gotten into it too much last night? If you can't, get high. 1 bottle to refresh your mind. 2 to never get tired. 3 to live forever. Hearing Mengde's teasing voice, Blade was completely anxious. Mud, how did this kid know the secret of being high? Fart. Brat, what kind of sorcery are you doing? Die for me, The disbelieving Blade kicked the woman beneath him. Standing up, he pulled the trigger frantically at Mend, and a succession of shots rang out. Boom. Bullets disappear. Tonga. Boom. Bullets disappear. Tonga. Boom. Bullets disappear. Tonga. Boom boom boom. Eliminate eliminate eliminate. Kaga kaga. Eventually the bullets were running out. And it turned out that all of them still hit their little brother without incident. The sidekicks who were lucky enough to still be standing fell to their knees. Brother Knife, you aim your gun. The little brothers are going to die out. Boom! With the last gunshot, the last minion was karma'd by Knives. Knife is completely skeptical. By the end of the fight, it was even numb. Looking at Mengda, who had already stood in front of him, the pistol fell straight to the ground. You didn't believe me when I told you that you were weak, but do you believe me now? Mengda Tang knife had already been placed on Blade's neck. The icy blade sent a shiver down Blade's spine. Snap! Knives fell heavily to his knees. Master, you're right. I'm just deflated. What kind of demon is this? Not a single shot was fired by myself. It ended up hitting against his forehead and hitting his little brother? Just ing outrageous ing open the door to outrageous. Outrageous to the core. Mud. It's still not human? This can't even be beaten. Nima's not even that tough. Is she? On my knees. Kneeling. Kowtowing to the big man. Oh, just recognize it. Ready for the road. Etc. Saying that, Mengda slashed his knife across Blade's throat, not giving him a chance to beg for mercy with any more nonsense. Since the moment he had misbehaved with the two Chinjiai sisters, Mengda had no intention of keeping him. After settling him, Mend put away the pistol on the ground as well. Although this thing was of no use to him, it was still fine to go back and take it to the sisters for defense. Almost everyone inside the room was taken out by Knives. The only one left alive is a woman. It's one because the other woman is dead. I wonder how many little blue pills this knife guy took last night. This is too fierce. Live to give a. At that moment, Mengda suddenly felt. Looking down, it was the same woman who had been held down by Blade earlier to remove the fire. The woman was okay looking, her body was fuller, and she was winking at him as she gave herself constant comfort. Can people be your ex-slaves and you can take them? Whips, candles, chains, cucumbers. I can do everything. Women speak in clip sounds everywhere. And the words are seductive. The system automatically pops up the woman's message. Goddess, Jiang Min. Overall rating, -90. Favorability, 10, nodding acquaintance. Number of times charged, 99 plus, countless men. Preliminary estimation, at least 100 men have had sex. System description, innate lack of love, lack of X, sacred body. The host's former supervisor, Lu Junjie's wife, had hooked up with more than 20 men behind her husband's back before the end of the world. And all of them were under her skirt. From the 60s to the youngsters. After the end of the world, she took the initiative to hook up with Wang Dalong's brother, and is a Y woman who can be married to anyone. If the host is forced to accept it, the system will automatically reward the host with a high-quality and fashionable hat. Warning, does not meet system requirements. Please stay away from the host as soon as possible. Warning, does not meet system requirements. Please stay away from the host as soon as possible. Warning, does not meet system requirements. Please stay away from the host as soon as possible. Asterisk. This was the first time the system had issued such a serious warning. Overall rating -90. Number of charges, 99 plus. Nima. This doesn't even need a system prompt. The moment he saw that the woman had X disease, Mend immediately ducked away. I said, how did a good mobster end up on drugs? That's a dare to get sucked dry. Originally, I thought it would be a king bomb, but now it seems that if you get a little bit of your own footsteps, you will have to explode. Run. Hurry up and run. Mend ran off without looking back. Looking at Jiang Min, he was dumbfounded. She had clearly sensed that the man had moved under his own seduction just now. Ah, how did it suddenly? Ouch, what are you doing? What are you running for? People, I'm not eating you. Upon hearing this, Mengda ran even faster. Min Zhang, even the supplies on the knife's side were not collected. There's not really much left, or you wouldn't have people picking them up at the grocery store. Inside a couple of the rooms next door were some of the surviving women held captive by Blade, which he'd seen when he'd tackled Blade's men. Many of the women had traces of being rubbed and twisted on their bodies, and were probably just RBQs for Knife's men to vent their desires before. Now that he'd killed Knife, these women were relieved, and it was out of his hands as to where they went from there. He's not a saint, and he can't take everyone. After coming out of Building 1, Mend didn't even go to a few nearby buildings, because he knew that Building 234, which was close to Building 1, had long been raided by Knife's gang. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many survivors. Blade was supposed to have planned to search the neighborhood all over, and if Mend hadn't shown up, the next step would have been Building 5, where he was. In that case, with Chen Jiai's nature of that rigid woman, it was estimated that both sisters would have to perish in a blaze of glory. In that sense, he had sort of saved the sisters' lives in disguise. Check out Building 6. He remembered seeing the distress sheet with SOS written on it yesterday. I don't know if this woman fits the system's inclusion requirements. Mend decided to check it out. There might be a surprise knot. What he didn't realize, however, was that there was a real surprise waiting for him in Building 6 at this time. Chapter 18, Facts Aside. Aren't you wrong? Building 6 is at the very back of the Fairview Homes neighborhood, and it's more than 100 meters from Building 1. The good thing is that this is not a thing for men right now. The woman should be in room 1302. He had estimated it before he came. Kicking open the door to Building 6, the zombies inside immediately surrounded the building when they heard the sound. Nowadays, as long as he didn't appear to be a zombie who had awakened his powers, he was not a threat to him. It was just that what surprised him a little was that the number of zombies that appeared was too much. It was almost catching up with the number of zombies in a building. He killed one batch and another, looking upward as far as he could see. And there were a number of bodies on the floor that had been disfigured by the fire, and many marks on the walls that had been blackened by the fire. Although he was immune to the virus, if he was surrounded by a mass of zombies, getting bitten would be a nuisance. So he decisively pulled out his Desert Eagle pistol with a silencer, took advantage of the favorable terrain, and began to calmly point and shoot. And at that moment, just inside room 1302 on the 13th floor, a woman holding a fruit knife is confronting several strong men who broke into her room. The woman was very pretty, her hair slightly disheveled but exuding a wintry allure. Although she was slightly haggard, it didn't affect her stunning appearance at all. Images are from the internet. Please contact for copyright infringement. The woman's name was Cheng Ying, a female live streamer with tens of millions of fans across the internet. Because of the outstanding value of the face, a simple professional dress is even more famous. Directly fire the whole network, attracting a crowd of horny, ah shucks it's the hikikomas. Survival in full swing. Overnight fan base of 10 million. However, at this moment, Cheng Ying was filled with panic. Just a few days ago, she had just gotten a marriage license from her husband. Just think about finding a quiet place to create a cozy and quiet little home for their wedding room. It turned out that the end times came just as it was being set up. For help, she hung out the white sheet, but unexpectedly, before they could wait for help, a group of survivors led by Wang Kuan, like robbers, broke in first and snatched all their food. She even had to be made to sleep with her. Her husband was also killed by this group to protect her, and she was given a 3-day ultimatum by Wang Kuan, the leader of the group. And today is the last day of the ultimatum. These people who broke in were none other than Wang Kuan's men, and they came over today to force her to give in by force. Cheng Ying, where else are you going to run? The 3-day period has come and gone, so you have to agree today even if you don't. Brother Kuan said that as long as you agree to be his woman, he'll keep you safe and secure, with nothing to eat or drink. If you don't know what's good for you, we'll have to come on strong. If we hurt you, don't blame us. Jia. The lustful gazes of several burly men scanned Cheng Ying's body with impunity. This woman is superb. If Gon hadn't asked for it by name, he would have had to pretend to be a hypocrite and let this woman climb into his bed willingly. A couple of the men really wanted to just put the woman in her place. Growing up they hadn't seen such a flavorful woman. When Quinn runs out, they'll have to enjoy themselves too. No, it's impossible. I, Cheng Ying, will not agree to him even if I die. Wang Kuan, he killed my husband. The police won't let you go. When she said this, Cheng Ying's eyes were filled with hatred. She could never forget the miserable way her husband had died in front of her. She would have gone along with her husband if she hadn't still had a glimmer of hope. Ying, you'd better follow Kuan honestly. It's the end of the world now, and you can live a good life with Kuan. So what else do you have to think about? Your husband is dead. Why don't you think more for your own sake? The one who opened her mouth was the only woman among the group of people who broke in, and was also once her Cheng Ying's good best friend. But compared to Cheng Ying's beauty, this woman called Wang Dan was far worse. A plasticized Netflix cone face that looked snarky and mean. This time she had also come over to persuade Cheng Ying on Kuan's orders. If Cheng Ying didn't agree, he himself wouldn't be able to eat. Wang Dan, it's all you. If you hadn't colluded with Wang Kuan and the others, my husband wouldn't have died. And you have the nerve to talk to me. Cheng Ying angrily rebuked. In the beginning it was her good girlfriend who secretly opened the door of the room and let Wang Kuan and the others in. Humph, why didn't I? Facts aside, aren't you wrong? Isn't it wrong that you're prettier than me? I'm just trying to stay alive. In this post-apocalyptic world, we can only survive if we follow Brother Arigato, and I'm your good best friend. Even if you don't do it for yourself, consider it a sacrifice for me as your good best friend. What's wrong with accompanying Quinn for one night? Wang Dan said without a care in the world. Back before the end of the world, she used to go to the hotel with Big Brother Punwan to make games. After the end times came, there were even more people she had done games with then. And sometimes it's not unheard of for multiple people. She had long since stopped caring. It was good to be alive in this post-apocalyptic world. It's also just Cheng Ying, a silly woman. It's stupid to have to guard a dead man. Besides, they're both women. One is a game. The other two are games. What's the difference? No. Hearing Wang Dan's words, Chang Ying was incredulous and stared at her beautiful eyes. She never thought that her good best friend, whom she had known for so long, would actually say this version of the contrary fairy T0 speak. He was frozen on the spot with anger. Wang Dan does not care. One more woman to join can also relieve her pressure is not. So she ordered directly to a couple of strong men. You guys hurry up and take this away, so as not to make Koan wait impatient. After so long in the last world, she has long regarded herself as Quin's wife. But the next moment, a pop shattered her fantasy. Asterisk 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 that. How dare a rotten that everyone can ride order me around. Get out. A burly man unceremoniously slapped Wang Dan, hitting him so hard that he didn't dare to squeak, and then looking towards Chang Ying. A few burly men were filled with lecherous smiles. Chang Ying, do you think we should do it or you should do it yourself? We brothers don't do it lightly, haha. Speaking to the Chang Ying grabbed the hand. Cannot wait to experience some of this woman's taste. Chang Ying retreated again and again, all the way back to the window. The distress sheet hanging by the window was visible. Chang Ying revealed a miserable smile. Can't you get your revenge after all? Chapter 19 I'm just a passing knight of the right path. Seeing that she had been forced into a desperate situation, Chang Ying was already full of despair at this point. The only idea is suicide. She would rather die than let the man who killed her husband defile her. Looking at the salty pig's hand that grabbed over, Chang Ying's heart was hard, and the fruit knife in her hand was sent straight forward. She was going to die anyway, and she wasn't going to make it easy on these people. A strong man couldn't dodge and was directly stabbed to death. Blood sprayed out at once, scaring Chang Ying so much that she subconsciously stepped back. The few remaining burly men were pissed off. Mad bitch. You don't listen to me. You have to make me do it, don't you? The big man wasn't polite anymore. One of his hands slapped hard directly towards Chang Ying's face. The terrifying wind was so frightening that Chang Ying couldn't help but scream. Don't you come over here. Her body even fell straight backward, and it was the window behind her. Chang Ying subconsciously closed her eyes. She could feel the cold wind scraping at her ears. Alas, it's better to die. Death is a relief. Only regret is not seeing those assholes die. Just when Chang Ying thought she was bound to die, a strong arm directly wrapped around her waist and carried her straight back from the window. Full of manliness even more. Didn't you hear her tell you not to come over? There was a slap on the face of a strong man. Another hard kick, and the two strong men flew straight out. The visitor was very fast. So fast that it wasn't until he saw that both of the strong men had fallen to the ground, that the people in the house reacted, and they immediately showed a fierce light. Who are you, boy? Dare to meddle in our affairs? Surrounded by several strong men armed with swords and clubs, the visitor was not the least bit flustered. Me? Who am I? I'm just a righteous knight passing through. Men smiled slightly and borrowed a classic quote from Brother Kodomine. Just moments ago, he finally took care of the huge group of zombies downstairs. Finding that the downstairs rooms had been scavenged for supplies, he headed straight for this place. What I didn't expect was that this number 1302 actually did live with an extreme goddess. The point is that this goddess, he still knows. Ying Chang. This is one of the few female anchors that made the original owner, who was a nerd who was not interested in women, silently clicked on her attention. It's also the woman who once upon a time gave solace to the original owner's heart. But I guess beating the original owner to death wouldn't have thought that the goddess he had been thinking about day and night was living across the street from him. So when he saw this woman, Mengde also had a kindred spirit from the bottom of his heart. Don't get me wrong, he doesn't have too many nasty ideas. He's just simply trying to light up the goddess Atlas like so many hikikomori. Really? He swore. Luckily, he came in time, or else the goddess would have really died. Hearing Mengde's reply, in his arms, Chang Ying, who had just survived a desperate battle, couldn't help but be amused. There's something about this little man. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Chang Ying's favorability towards the host +5. Currently favorability 5. But to the ears of a few burly men, it was an instant feeling that Mengde was insulting their intelligence. Since the end of the world, anyone who dared to talk to them like that is dead. Brat! You seek death. In a violent rage, he took the knife and slashed towards Mengde, frightening Chang Ying in his arms. Her hands even more deadlocked Mengde's bare waist. Subconsciously screamed, "Ah! Look out!" But the next second, the big man directly knelt, because a pistol was already dead center in his head. What did you just say? I didn't hear you. Say that again. Being held up against the huge desert eagle, the big man had been scared into a cold sweat. He never expected that the kid who suddenly rushed out would actually have a gun. You know, guns were contraband before the end times. In their entire neighborhood security team, only their captain, Kuan, had a gun. This guy's coming. Boom. Sorry, I don't want to hear it. Mengde put one arm around Cheng Ying's small waist. This woman's waist is really thin. When he wrapped his arms around her, he could feel the woman's diminutive figure squeezing tightly against him. Seeing that the visitor didn't hesitate to shoot, the strong man who still survived realized something was wrong and tried to run away. Those of them with knives and clubs can't do much to an armed man. However, in the next second, a voice rang out. "Stop, did I tell you to leave?" A couple of burly men had just stopped, before they could turn around. Mengde guffawed. "Hey, you stop when I tell you to stop. You guys are really not afraid to die. Sorry then, I don't eat beef." Bounce. After a few gunshots, several strong men who had just tried to escape fell under his gun. A big man stood firm, pointing at Mengde with a stifled face. "Oh, you want more peanuts, do you? Understand. Boom. The last burly man to break into the room was dead in the water. Looking at the sudden appearance of this person shooting so crisply, the only still alive Wang Dan. Scared people are stupid. The ground directly wet. This woman is not only a reverse fairy, but also a water wa. But it's not. Mengde had heard all of this woman's anticlimactic speech just now. For this kind of rebellious little fairy, Mengde has always had zero tolerance. So without saying a word, he was about to pull the trigger. But unexpectedly at this time, Cheng Ying in his arms stopped his hand that was ready to shoot. "Wait." "Oh." Mengde looked quizzically at the woman in her arms. Wang Dan, who had thought that he was bound to die, also looked at Cheng Ying with the last shred of hope as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. "Ing, I'm your good sister. Think about all the years we've been together. Think about all the help I've given you. I was the one who brought you into this industry in the first place." Wang Dan seized the opportunity to frantically output all the good he had done to Cheng Ying before. Mengde watched with interest to see what choice Cheng Ying would make. He had heard their conversation just now from outside the door. It's kind of a good idea to get a general idea of what's going on. If Cheng Ying could even spare one her good best friend this, then even if she was a superb goddess, Mengde wouldn't keep her. End times killed a virgin first. He still knows. Good thing this Cheng Ying didn't let him down. "No, her, I want to kill myself." When she said this, Cheng Ying's eyes were filled with hatred. It was because of this best friend of hers that her husband died a horrible death. How could she let her go? Mengde nodded and handed the pistol to Cheng Ying. Accepting the gun in Mengde's hand, Cheng Ying's body trembled a little as she aimed the gun at her former best friend. Seeing this, Mengde went forward to hold her small waist, smelling the woman's fragrance, so that it can also ease the recoil of the gun. Shouting, "Don't think about your wedding or I helped you organize it." Being pointed at by Cheng Ying's blackened gun, Wang Dan began to speak out of turn. It was fine if she didn't say this, but once she said it, she directly and completely ignited Cheng Ying's anger. Ah. Boom. A gunshot rang out and Wang Dan was completely silent, and Cheng Ying stood dumbfounded, seemingly unresponsive. Within a few days in a row, she suffered the tragic death of her husband and the betrayal of her best friend. And today, he killed his once best BFF with his own hands. This series of blows finally let the woman cannot hold up, paralyzed in the arms of Mengde, let loose crying. Chapter 20 Requests from the Survivor. Mengde knew that the most important thing for Cheng Ying right now was companionship and comfort, so he didn't say anything and just let Cheng Ying is letting out her voice. It was only after an hour that Cheng Ying slowly slowed down. "Thank you for saving me." Cheng Ying, who had just finished crying, had reddened eyes, and her eyes were still glittering with tears, as if the stars had fallen into the lake, with a slightly messy and broken feeling. "So it was really a pity for me." "You're welcome, Sister Cheng Ying." "Oh, you know me?" Cheng Ying looked puzzled. He thought Mengde was from some rescue team, but now it seems clear that it isn't. "Well, yes. I prefer to be called Auntie Cheng than Sister Cheng Ying." Cheng Ying froze. "You've seen me live?" Because that's what only her fans call her. Yeah. Been following it before. I live inside this neighborhood." Cheng Ying understood why the man in front of her had appeared in time to save herself. "I think I saw the distress sheet I put up and that's why I came. Couldn't help but drop a few guards as well. At least it can show that this man has no ill will towards himself. Right? Ding. Congratulations to the host. The goddess Cheng Ying's favoritism towards the host is +5. Currently favoritism is 10. Mengde took a look at the room, which was decorated in a very festive way, with the word on the wall and some red decorations around it. "This was supposed to be the matrimonial home of my husband and I, but he's dead now." This matter Mengde had heard a generalization before, and he had already anticipated what Cheng Ying wanted to say next. "Sure enough. Can you do me a favor?" The experiences of the past few days had made her realize that help wouldn't be able to come for a while, and she could only rely on herself for revenge now. "The assholes who killed your husband?" Yes. The man in front of her, with his dry tactics just now, was still fresh in her mind. Now her only recourse was the man in front of her. "I beg you to help me. I will make them pay for what they have done. With a pop, Chang'ing knelt in front of Mengde. I just can't help it. Woohoo! Looking at Changying's kneeling down and crying in pain, a trace of intolerance flashed through Mengde's heart as well. Ding! Scanning for the innate undead sacred body. Goddess, Changying. Overall rating, 97. Favorability, 10, nodding acquaintance. Reach 60 to light up the goddess atlas. Number of charges, 0, no personnel. System introduction, 27 years old. Congenital undead saint body. She just got a marriage license and her husband died in the end of the world. She is a famous anchor with over 10 million fans. A sexy goddess. Charming and charming. Meets the system requirements. Please light up the goddess exclusive atlas as soon as possible. Mengde was not surprised by this system score. After all, no matter the face or body, Chang'ing was not inferior to the two sisters, but the temperament of this piece of absolutely pinched dead, sweet and dynamic, sexy and not loose charming, a professional black silk uniform robe, absolutely can be called the goddess of pure desire ceiling. Even the system had scanned it, so it seemed like a favor that he couldn't afford not to do himself. Therefore, he gently picked up Chang'ing who was kneeling on the ground. Sister Chang'ing, don't worry, that's a favor I'll do, and I originally came from rushing them. For Mend, it was actually smooth sailing. After all, inside this neighborhood, such a force existed, and in the future, in case he went out, he might also pose a threat to the sisters. Therefore, it is better to cut them off before it is too late. Hearing Mengde's words, Chang'ing was pleasantly surprised. Really? Mengde smiled and nodded, and in the next second Chang'ing excitedly jumped into his arms. Thank you, Mengde. I will definitely repay you. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Changying's favoritism towards the host is plus 10. Currently favoritism is 20. Mend guffawed. When that laborious koan is settled, I guess the goodwill will be able to explode another wave. What I have to say is that this woman has a really good body, paired with her status as a survivor. Immediately brings Mend back to dreaming of certain learning scenarios. If it wasn't the wrong time, he would have wanted to take pity on him right away. But in his heart, he also knew very well that this was definitely not the time to take it down completely. This was because Changying's favorability towards herself was not yet up to the condition of lighting up the goddess atlas. Even if you eat it, you're still unwilling to get the system rewards. It is said that passive can only drive once, but active can drive countless times automatically. Then hey, with one drive and countless others, he naturally knew how to choose. Tell me, what's the deal with that Quinn? Kuan's men had all let themselves be killed, and now they could only let Chang'ing speak. Good thing Chang'ing had known some before, and immediately said what he knew. With Mengde, through process Ying's telling, Mengde quickly learned about the situation upstairs. There are a dozen other survivors upstairs, all armed. The leader, Kuan, was the previous head of security in the neighborhood and had a pistol. These were not a big threat to him, but another situation that processing talked about caught his attention. A guy who breathes fire? Chang'ing nodded. Aha, yeah, I saw that guy turn into flames out of thin air and burn the walkers. Hearing Chang'ing say this, and then associating it with the traces of fire found along the way, Mengde already had a guess in his heart. Looks like a fire alien has appeared here. Ever since Mengde himself had awakened his psychic abilities, he had been prepared to face psychics at any time, but with the absolute defense of a spatial black hole in place, he wasn't afraid. Instead, they were looking forward to it. Go, I'll take you to revenge. Mengde took the initiative to hold Changying's hand. Goddess hands, soft he. Quinn's group is on the topmost floor of Building 6, the 19th floor. The zombies on the middle floor have long since been driven downstairs by Quinn's group. That's why Mengde came in surrounded by zombies. Perhaps it had been too long a time to be comfortable, and the group hadn't even posted a guard. Not even close to the guarded vigilance of Building 1 knife. The two Mendes entered the 19th floor without any problems. Once you enter the 19th floor, you can see men and women XXing everywhere. Various gasps from men and women filled both floors. Even both saw several live broadcasts. It's still a multiplayer melee kind of thing. Chang'ing, who was still a complete woman for the time being, couldn't help but blush. She and her husband had a marriage license, but before they could do anything like that, her husband died. It couldn't have come as a shock to her, but what men had to admit was that the group was living in even more style than before the end of the world. Even when the two Mendes came in, it was still unresponsive, and the melee continued. In response to this disrespectful behavior, men smiled maliciously and silently removed the silencer. Then, boom! As a deafening gunshot rang out, it was as if the world had gone quiet for a moment. Chapter 21, My son Wang Yan has the ability to save the world. These days were definitely the most comfortable period of time Wang Koan had ever lived. Before that he was a Thai security chief who the residents of this neighborhood wouldn't even look at. But after the world changed, he became the ruler of Building 1 directly with a gun in his hand. The beautiful neighbors' wives who used to look down on him were kneeling before him. Today, for example, he was accompanied by 2 young women from his downstairs. The thought that there would be another netizen joining in later. Wang Kuan was overjoyed, under a burst of excitement, directly to the final stage. But the result was never expected. In this critical final moment, there will actually be people indiscriminately shooting. Ah. ********** Ah. Who the hell is stepping on the horse? Wang Kuan was going to blow a gasket. With a grim face, the 2 young women's faces went white with fear. Still going on. Wang Kuan's face is green. It is all like this, but also come to a hair. Ah. It's a question of whether or not I'll be able to come back in the future. As soon as he pushed the 2 women out of the way, he pulled out his pistol and walked out with a murderous look on his face. At this point, everyone on the 19th floor walked out under men's shot. However, none of them were in a good mood. With a murderous DM look. Yes, how could any other man who suffered such a thing tolerate this? As soon as they came out they saw a man and a woman sitting on a couch. The men are handsome and the women are charming. Wang Kuan immediately recognized it. The woman is that internet celebrity Chang Ying. The woman he's already decided on. As for the man, ***********, it's you Mend. You're a courier. Come to my place and shoot to death. Are a neighborhood. Because Meng did delivery. No less than Wang Kuan this group of security guards difficult. Naturally Mend had no kind words for him. Yo, isn't this Kuan? How come you're so pulled up after not seeing him for a few days? Even surrounded by the crowd, Mengde remained relaxed. His left hand played with the Desert Eagle, and with his right hand, he pulled Lu Ying and made her sit in his arms. Don't get me wrong. It's mainly because this woman is a little scared when she sees a bunch of poor, vicious men. This in turn made her settle down a bit. Chang Ying, in response, did not refuse. Leaning into this man's arms did make her less afraid. Strangely enough, even though the 2 had only just met, this man always gave her a sense of security that she couldn't help but indulge in. Being teased by Mengda like this, Kuan's face became even more gloomy. Since the end of the world, all those who dared to disrespect themselves are dead. Not to mention the fact that Chang Ying, who had long been regarded as her woman, was still relying on another man's arms. Martyr, Mend the brat. If he hadn't been afraid of that gun in Mend's hand, he would have shot it. Say, what do you boys want? Who expected Mengda not to answer at all, but said cheerfully, it's all coming out, isn't it? That'll do. Which people are your husband's murderers? Point them out. So bossy. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The goddess Chun Ying's favoritism towards the host is +5. Currently favoritism 25. And as Mengda opened his mouth, the atmosphere in the arena immediately changed. It was because quite a few people in the field had almost broken into Chun Ying's house. You here to stand up for this? Wang Kuan finally realized something was wrong. No wonder it took him so long to send someone down to get a woman who was probably already dead. But Mengda didn't care about him. Chun Ying just lifted his finger to point out the first one. Boom! A gunshot rang out, and one of the minions went straight down. Wang Kuan never expected that. Being so close, Mengda still dared to shoot. Does he really think he's the only one with a gun? He's just not afraid to die. Just when he wanted to curse. Boom! Another gunshot rang out, and a bullet directly grazed Wang Kuan's ear, hitting one of the juniors beside him. Wang Kuan didn't care anymore and let out a roar. Brothers, cut him down for me. At this point there was no need for him to open his mouth. His little brother had already rushed up, and he himself immediately pulled out his gun. Grimacing, go to hell, brat. A gunshot rang out and a bullet flew directly towards Mengda. Mengda hadn't reacted much yet. Chang Ying in his arms subconsciously closed her eyes, not knowing what to think. His body also subconsciously blocked in front of Mengda. Look out! Seeing this, Mengda smiled slightly and gently patted her shoulder. It's okay. Chang Ying had thought that he was dead, but when he opened his eyes, he saw that he was unharmed. And instead, one of the juniors who had rushed to the front was directly killed. What's going on here? Chang Ying was puzzled. Could the bullet turn? Wang Kuan, who had just fired a shot from the opposite side, was also confused. He was obviously aiming that gun at Mengda's kid. So how come he hit one of his own people? Unbelieving. He fired a few more shots, and unsurprisingly, the minions who rushed out were all taken out by himself. It's so messed up that the minions can barely resist cutting him. These big brother what bird shot ah? Big brother, aim your gun at that kid and hit him. What do you keep hitting our brothers for? Wang Kuan was completely confused and furious. He yelled out, Mengda, what kind of sorcery did you kid use? Mend laughed but didn't answer. Just kidding. If you guys can still hit me with the absolute defense of a spatial black hole, then I'm not defending for nothing? Seeing that Mengde was still there shooting recklessly, Wang Kuan, who couldn't understand the situation, didn't dare to shoot again and hurriedly asked someone to go and call his son out. His son suddenly awakened a strange ability a few days ago. Out of thin air, he was able to conjure flames, and he took most of the credit for them being able to drive the walkers down the last few days. It's just that the kid is a little less than brainy, a little middle-aged, and spends his days dreaming of saving the world. Save the world. Save the world. Save your ing world. So Wang Kuan had a headache as soon as he thought of this brainwashed son, and usually didn't let his son come out to humiliate him, but now it didn't stop him from using it to scare Mengde. Mend, if you leave now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, when my son comes out, you'll be finished. I am not afraid to tell you that my son, Wang Yan, has the talent to save the world. When he strikes, you're done for. What? Mendel always felt like he'd heard that somewhere before. Nice guy. It seems like the last one to be spoken of like that was still a great emperor, right? No. It's otherworldly, and it's still tainted with the karma of red-haired monsters? Just outrageous. Amused, Mendel went boom boom with a couple of shots. A few more minions were taken out. Wang Kuan's face was green, for which he could only watch. This kind of have a gun cannot be opened. A open small brother die feeling really hard in no time at all. His own minions were completely and utterly dead. He couldn't hold back any longer. This is finally time to shoot, isn't it? Ah. With a furious roar, Kuan stood up and immediately wanted to pull the trigger madly towards Mengde. However, at that moment, a ball of flame flew straight towards him. Dad, I'm coming. Are you dead yet? Mend. Wang Kuan, ******, the great filial son. Mend. Chapter 22, How did the magic fail? Accompanied by Wang Kuan's roar, a fireball smashed straight into his head, and the next second the flames were so big that it directly burned Wang Kuan clean. I believe that Wang Kuan to death did not expect that he would die in the hands of his good oldest son. Mend was also a bit speechless. Just now, in the face of the sudden flame ball attack, he subconsciously aimed the transfer direction of the spatial black hole at Wang Kuan. So Wang Kuan, who was so hard to get up, was once again miserable. Before it was always afraid to shoot and hit their own people. As a result, now you can shoot, and just shot yourself karma. It would have been better not to shoot all the time. Luckily, Mengde had kept the spatial black hole open, and the aftermath of the explosion was absorbed by the black hole. He and Chang'ing are safe and sound, but the woman is also still a little confused right now. That's the end of the assholes you want to kill? How does it feel full of drama? In the middle of Mengde's gaze, a small fat man of almost 300 pounds appeared. Mengde took a look. A familiar face. He remembers that the little fat man is in his 20s and doesn't go out to work, nibbling at his old age at home. The reason why men knew him was still because the bastard always stole his courier. He all but offered up a lawyer's letter warning to no avail. Instead, the little fat man was crazy bad reviews. 10 delivery froze 11 bad reviews. Once even falsely accused him Mengde of stealing his karma brand god dog. If not for checking the surveillance, Mengde he had to go in and step on the sewing machine for a few days. Ding! Alien approach detected. Alien, Wang DM. Awakened ability, small fireball, grade D. Level, early first order. Alien ability level, SSS. SS. S. A. B. C. D. E. F. Alien level, first to ninth order. Mengde hadn't thought that this one could still awaken her powers. Wang DM, who rushed out, took a look at his dad, who was left with only crumbs, and came in a very droll manner. What's wrong with the magic? I have to say, this Wang DM's appearance is very comedic. That one line almost made men laugh. However, when he looked at Mengde, this little fatty was showing a fierce face, and a murderous aura. It was you, who killed my father. Saying that 2 balls of fire were directly pinched out by him, and in the next second they were directly thrown at Mengde. Look at my divine red lotus karma flame. Red your ass. Yo! A little fireball actually insulted me so much water bean? Too much bullying. Uncle can tolerate it, and can't. Men saw this and didn't even try to hide, while aiming the transfer direction of the spatial black hole at Wang Yan. It's not a big living room, just 5 meters across, right in his transfer range. Plus this Wang DM's awakened psychic ability was not high. It was only D rank. It couldn't be easier to transfer. The other side directly pulled out the Desert Eagle and pulled the trigger at Wang DM. Wang Yan, who was still yelling, saw his fireball directly disappear in the next second. Before he could think about it, countless bullets flew at him. Asterisk. With so many bullets, Wang DM couldn't dodge at all. Not to mention that while he was dodging, a black hole slowly emerged behind him, and the ball of flame that he had just disappeared from slammed directly into his body. The two clusters exploded straight away. The whole room was blown right flat. Even the woman inside the room was blown up. Luckily, Mengde's quick reflexes, coupled with the nightfall, directly doubled his reaction speed. Immediately holding Chang'ing in his arms, he flashed out. Otherwise, even with the protection of the spatial black hole, he would inevitably be injured. In room 1302, Chang'ing, who had his revenge avenged, cried in Mengde's arms for a long time again. Mend also had to accompany her, and then help the woman clean up her room again. He had wanted the woman to go back with him, but Chang'ing was clearly not ready, but didn't object. Just said it would take some time to get used to it. He had no choice but to leave some living supplies before he left. As she opened the door, the woman hesitated for a moment or so. Mendel, thank you. I will repay you. Mend looked at the woman's red face, changed into a black wraparound dress. She is more seductive, and then thought of her undead identity. He couldn't hold back any longer. With one hand, he pressed it against the wall. I'll take some interest first. After some verbal sparring, Mengde was satisfied and left the door. Although I didn't take it down completely, I had a shallow taste of the undead. Even the favorability has been raised to 50, just one step away from the 60 intimate favorability that is required to take the reward. We the people are really happy tonight. Mundo whistles in excitement. And upstairs, looking at Mengde's departing back from afar, Chang'ing blushed. One touch somewhere and it's all already poetic. This little man actually almost got himself. However, when he thought about it, this man first saved himself from danger, and then helped him avenge himself despite the danger. Chang'ing has nothing but gratitude for Mengde, and it seems that the only thing one can do to repay him is to give him his complete self. Over here, it was almost 10 p.m. when Mend returned to Building 5. When Mend entered the room, both sisters jumped into his arms. Chen Jiayi was a bit stronger, but her sister Yao Yao was crying her eyes out. Mend knew that the sisters were worried about him, and properly comforted them both. The sisters pulled Mend to sit at the table again. Just as he was confused, his sister Jiayi brought out a bowl of noodles. It took my sister all afternoon to make this, so you can't say it's not good, brother-in-law. Yo-Yo explained from the sidelines. Mengde knew that this was definitely Chen Jiayi's first time cooking. In the past, these two sisters were both 10-fingered masters. This woman, have a heart. I have to say that Mendel was quite moved. Of course, it's not as exaggerated as saying that it's the first time you feel at home with a bowl of congee like someone like Sue. But he did take care of the sisters as part of his responsibility long ago. Soon the day passed, both days due to the fact that both sisters were visiting relatives. It made him want to mooch off of him. I can't just let Jiayi put me in manual gear like before. Now his physical qualities had long since been beyond the reach of ordinary people. So along with that, his staying power and endurance were also very human. If you keep putting it in manual, Jiayi's hand will be ruined. It was another sleepless night, and Mend lay alone in bed. I have to say, it really hurts to have meat and not be able to eat it. Mend, who had planned to rest on this, saw his cell phone light up in the next second. After so many days in the post-apocalyptic world, the cell phone network is long gone. The only thing is that it can still send text messages, but the signal isn't very stable either. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not. I guess when the power goes out in a few more days as well, I guess the phone will really be scrapped. He opened his cell phone to take a look. Mend, can you come over here? Signed by none other than Baekjae. Mend guffawed. This woman finally can't help herself. Chapter 23, The Young Woman's Last Stubbornness. It's past 12 o'clock at night, and the young woman by Jia is draped in a thin red nightgown, supporting herself on the sofa with one hand, showing off her marvelous figure to no end. If it had been before the end of the world, she would have been asleep by this time, but tonight she was having an extraordinarily hard time sleeping. It wasn't that she couldn't sleep, but she hadn't had a proper meal in days. The hunger, like the bitter waters of the sea, kept churning in her stomach without the slightest intention of stopping. This intense hunger tormented her to the point that it made it almost impossible for her to sleep. If it hadn't been for the man across the street who gave himself 2 loaves of bread 2 days ago, he might not have lasted yesterday. In fact, these days she had been waiting for news from her husband, Wang Shen. But since that day her husband hadn't been back since he'd gone out the night before to play cards. She had stayed home that day because she was just off work, and that's how she got away with it. To this day, she has a premonition in her heart that her cheap husband, who is no good, is afraid that he has long been in trouble. The reason why she said that wasn't that she was heartless, but there really wasn't much affection between the two of them. She and Wang Shen were married when she was 27 years old, after being introduced by people in the village. At that time, she happened to be due to her mother's accident, in urgent need of a large sum of money for medical expenses. She had no choice but to marry Wang Shen in a hurry. But it wasn't until after the two got married that she realized that this young handsome man in the mouth of the village elders actually didn't even have a proper job inside this big city. The whole day idle, gambling cards for a living, full of some unrealistic ideas, always thinking of a step to heaven. So both are counting on her small teacher's salary to get by. Even the two houses were bought by herself by virtue of her ability to assess awards and save money. Otherwise the two wouldn't even have a place to stay. And that wasn't even the reason why she had no feelings for Wang Shen. The main reason is still that the two have never done anything with a man or a woman. It is said that the white channel is the gateway to a woman's heart. But after all these years, the two have always slept in separate beds. Not even the two slept in the same bed on their wedding night. Because Wang Shen, he's incompetent. He is crippled. It's simply a goatweed man. Upon her questioning, this led to the realization that Wang Shen had lolled so much in his younger days that he couldn't hold it together any longer due to a lack of afterburners. Couldn't even do that kind of thing. Not to mention any heirs. As a result, she has not been criticized by the village people. She was cursed as a mourner, and it was a misfortune for the family to marry her. Has anyone ever thought about the aggravation in her heart? However, on account of Wang Shen's help, she simply could not tell the public the truth about all this. One can only suffer in silence, because she knew in her heart that the only reason why Wang Shen married himself was because he needed a shield. So imagine, it's been 5 whole years, and you know how she's been? Thinking of this, Bai Jia looked at her straight and tightly closed jade legs through the reflection of the window, and a hint of resentment could not help but flash through her eyes. It was her sadness as a woman. If it was before the end of the world, she could have not thought about all this, and focused on trying to make money to support her family, taking care of Wang Shen, and trying to repay Wang Shen's kindness to her. Though it's also been repaid long ago after all these years. But after the end of the world, so many days of hunger plus torture, and every now and then there was the hissing sound of those horrible monsters. For so many days, she'd barely gotten a good night's sleep. If the physical torture was still bearable, the mental torture was bringing her close to breaking down. The fear of the unknown, the confusion of the future. How could this be borne by a weak woman like her? So after 2 days of thinking, and her last stubbornness as a woman, she knew she had to think for herself. It so happened that the lad from Mend appeared right in front of himself. The nice sharp face, the explosive muscles, the strong body fascinated her and made her feel a sense of security that she hadn't felt in a long time. Now that the end times were over, if she had to choose someone, maybe that Mend was her best bet. Just a thought. The words of that day. She blushed a little. Put, how can anyone be so direct in their speech? She blushes at the thought. Just then, there were 2 soft knocks on the door, which instantly aroused her vigilance. Who? It's me. Oh, it's that man. Baekjae sighed in relief. Opening the door, he saw a familiar figure standing in the doorway. The visitor was none other than the man she had just thought of. Mend. Receiving Baekjae's text message, he was immediately a fish out of water, and his entire body was hyperactive. Luckily, the sisters were sound asleep and he made little noise going out. You are here. Listening to Bai Jia's shy voice, he nodded his head and then entered the door on his own, with the young woman Bai Jia following behind somewhat nervously. He sat down on the couch and surveyed the young woman in front of him, with delicate features and hair that fell over her shoulders. She could tell that she had also just put on makeup. It was slightly haggard, but it didn't detract from her beauty in any way. A pair of lanterns are plump as spheres and can be choppy. A red halter nightgown was extremely short, barely covering the tantalizing tunic. The pair of jade legs below were long and round, white and pink. The dainty little feet were covered in pale pink toenail polish. In the dim light, it looked extremely seductive and moist. Mangde, who saw this scene, appeared to be calm on the surface, but in fact, his heart had long been pounding inside. He hadn't had a meat dinner in 2 whole days, and as soon as he entered, he heard a system alert. It had only been 2 days since he had seen her, and the woman in front of him had actually seen her favoritism towards herself soar from -90, directly to 30, a big leap of goodwill straight away. This means there's a show tonight. But well, he still forcefully suppressed his inner excitement and said in a calm tone, Sister Bai, what did you call me over for this late at night? Not afraid your husband will get the wrong idea? Although his heart had long been clear about the woman's purpose for calling herself over so late in the evening, that didn't stop him from letting the woman recognize her position first. He wants to have a good side tower in front of this proud young woman. As expected, seeing that Mangde, who had been called by himself, was not as happy as he thought he would be, Baekjae looked a little lost. She had thought that the man in front of her wanted her badly, but now it seemed that she had overthought it. For a moment I didn't know what to say. When Mangde saw this, he was all anxious for her, and said in an impatient tone, Sister White, just say whatever you have to say. I'll definitely help if I can write. Being said that, Baekjae's eyes reddened and she almost wanted to say forget it's fine, but the hunger coming from her body was hard enough to stop her. With a clench of her teeth, she closed her eyes. I just want to ask you if what you said 2 days ago still counts. Mend guffawed, an inexplicable smile flashing at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 24 Ma'am, it pays to eat my food. In room 1502, building 5. I just want to ask you if what you said 2 days ago still counts. Mang de Guiner, finally still say it out well. Oh, what's the word? It's been too long to remember much. Mendel knew what the woman was talking about, but still, he couldn't help but want to squeeze the woman. It's what you said the other day. Baekjae blushed and snapped her fingers in a hurry. What? Mend continued to feign ignorance. The young woman's pouty look was just too cute. Oops, it's what you said, as long as I'm willing to be your woman. You'll. Baekjae hadn't finished a sentence yet, and at this point, her face was even redder. She was stamping her feet in her haste. How does this man not remember that? Mend felt a little funny, but also know that stretching should be measured, or it is easy to break. It's possible to tame a high-spirited little wildebeest and make her bow her regal head, but you can't overplay your hand. You know, the little broncos can swing for the fences too. So Mend pretended to look like he suddenly remembered. Oh, remember. It's been too long. Sister White, you should have said so. At those words, Sister Bai's pink cheeks became hot as well. Oops, how do you get me to say that? At this point she reacted and knew that Mend was teasing her. Really? What's with this little guy? That's bad. Of course it counts. My word stands at all times. Mend smiled, under Baijie's shocked gaze. With a wave of his big hand, a table of sumptuous meals appeared on the table in the next second. 10-course meal. This was something he had prepared before and had kept inside his carry-on space. After his use these days, he had discovered that this carry-on space had the effect of preserving freshness. Anything you put in there stays in its initial state, the equivalent of a natural freezer. Among them was a plate of dumplings. Frozen of course, but it's not over yet. Since he decided to show his hand, Mend is determined to give this woman a surprise. With another wave of his hand, countless amounts of food and snacks littered the room. These 2 handfuls of godly maneuvers were undoubtedly extremely impactful for Baekjae. One red lip was spread into an O shape, but the next moment, a couple of ill-timed coups made her wonder why. Can I have some food first? I haven't eaten in days. Baekjae blushed uncontrollably, and the rumbling of her stomach made her feel a little ashamed. But even if the goddess is embarrassed, her beauty is still killer. Of course, these are yours. With Mend's permission, Baekjae couldn't wait to sit on the couch. Thank you, Mendel. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The goddess Baekjae's favorability towards the host is +10. Currently 40 favorability. There was no gulping as Mendel had imagined. Still eating and drinking with extreme style. The movement is graceful. A young woman is a young woman, and this temperament is taken to death. Mend wasn't polite either, and smoothly wrapped his arm around the woman's showy shoulders next to him. It was delicate and smooth in the hand, just like freshly solidified sheep's fat white jade, emitting a warm luster. Where it touches, it seems to leave fingerprints with the slightest pressure. Baekjae stiffened, but didn't stop and continued to take small bites. Mendel was satisfied with the woman's reaction, all but saving him the effort of doing mental construction. It's so good, isn't it? Eat more. Only when you're full will you have the strength to work. Mengde smiled as he looked at the woman in his arms. What a special thing on earth. Stroking her hair, the woman was as well behaved as one of his pets. He couldn't help but take a whiff of the charming body odor with a unique young woman's flavor. Half an hour later, a satiated Baekjae burped in satisfaction. It was the best and most filling meal she'd had since the end of days. Completely swept away fatigue. Be yourself. The whole person as if new. No longer before the haggard look. Looking around, less than a tenth of the food on the table had been eaten. It's just too much to give. It's just too much to eat. This woman is still a little embarrassed. Wriggling face red like a red apple. Tantalizing people cannot wait to take a bite. That. Can you give me all the rest of the food? Don't waste it. After seeing the cruelty of the end times, she understood the preciousness of food even more. But unexpectedly, in the next second, Mengde directly waved his big hand and laughed. Don't worry. All this food is yours. Not only that, but all the food inside this room is yours too. No one is robbing you. Hearing Mengde's words, Baekjae was happy. But what made her happier was yet to come. And I have another rule here. My women must eat and use the best. So don't have any of these. It's all garbage. It was estimated that in the entire end times, only Mengde dared to have the courage to say this. With the carry-on space in place, he didn't have to worry about food spoilage at all. Don't worry. I never treat my women badly. A domineering sentence made by Jia, a young woman, excited and look at Mengde with stars in her eyes. It was a cult. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Baekjae's favorability towards the host is +10. Currently 50 favorability. Mend guffawed, for he knew that the woman was close to being taken down herself. That's when he noticed the plate of dumplings on the table, which had been eaten by the woman. But well, at this time, Mengde had a sudden change of words. Looking at the woman in his arms, her breathing was tense, and he did not try to hang her appetite again. Sister bye, don't forget that we have an agreement between us. You're full. I'm not full yet. He purposely increased his tone on the word well-fed, and his gaze even traveled around Baekjae's body as he spoke. As a 32-year-old young woman, Baekjae naturally understood what he meant. Especially the masculine aura of the man in front of her was overwhelming. It made her even more nervous. What to do? First time in 32 years I've been this close to a man. She has absolutely no idea what to do. Good thing Mend was quick to tell her the answer. Ma'am, there is a price to pay for eating my food. So, I've decided. Let you have another sausage. Must give me. Eat it all on your knees. Oh. Again, it was all a big handful, but looking at what came out, Baekjae knew she couldn't say no. If one has not seen the light, one can naturally tolerate the darkness. Then, having seen the light, would you think of going back to endure the darkness? The current Baekjae was in such a state, and having been fed easily for once, she was naturally unwilling to give up such a good living condition, and indeed they had a word. So, immediately, as Mengde instructed, he knelt down, and then moved a little closer to, and above. Watching the scene, Mengde's eyes filled with laughter. Chapter 25, the family mission passed down from generation to generation of the Meng family. According to Baekjae, she didn't talk to anyone before she got married. Mendel is convinced, because it's no good not believing. This woman, not to mention being 32 years old, is clearly infantile in some way. A complete novice. Mengde also understood. After all, at that moment her mother was sick. As a filial daughter she probably didn't have time to think about this. And because of that, what can a woman do in this big city? You can imagine the helplessness and heartache she felt when she married that dead pig Wangshan at that time. That's the waning of Baekjae, the flower of the goddess. So Mend was very understanding and willing to preach to her a bit. It doesn't matter if he can't. He knows. He had been educated by Sakura's teachers for many years, and had long been a knowledgeable schoolmaster. Having learned his lesson, he had been looking forward to practicing it for a long time. Soon under his tutelage, Baekjae mastered the basics. I have to say, this teacher who teaches foreign languages is a fast learner with great expertise. And while she was busy with her endeavors, Mengde did not forget to ask about all her previous doubts. Well, even though Baekjae was busy, he patiently explained with a red face. It was then that Men realized why the woman was still in one piece. When he thought about it, he had to thank the dead fat pig Wangshan. He never expected that Wangshan had actually left such a heavenly gift for himself. If not for the conditions, he would have to send a banner of the century good man. He really needed to thank Wangshan properly, thanks to his years of guardianship, allowing himself the opportunity to be able to obtain such a beautiful person. All previous resentment towards him was also completely gone. At this moment, he only wanted to say to Wangshan, next door, Lao Wang Ah, you are really a great person. This happiness doesn't matter. It directly makes Baekjae's hard work for half a day go to waste. However, it was worth mentioning that Baekjae's favorability towards him had not only not decreased. On the contrary, because of this full meal, the favorability has increased. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Baekjae's favorability towards the host is +10. Currently 60 favorability. Mengde didn't expect Baekjae's favorability to rise so quickly. It seems that his own appearance not only fulfills this woman's material needs, but can also fulfill this woman's spiritual needs at the same time. A smirk appeared at the corner of Mengde's mouth. If I eat this woman again, I'll have a chance to get another reward. Although he had been neighbors with Baekjae and his wife for many years, Mend had actually hardly ever come into his cheap landlord's room. So with Baekjae guiding him, he quickly made his way to the bedroom of the two. It was said that these two, Wangshan and Baekjae, slept separately, and he wanted to see if it was true. And just to see it more clearly, he went straight to the point. But seeing the woman's face, he naturally knew what the woman's concerns were. With just one sentence, she was completely disarmed. Wangshan actually turned into a zombie as early as 10 days ago before I finished him off. As soon as these words were uttered, Baekjae loosened her intercepting jade hand and closed her eyes. So, well, since then, Mend has had a smooth ride ahead of him. Ding! Detected that Goddess Baekjae's favorability towards the host has reached 60. Goddess Baekjae has reached the condition of lighting up the goddess exclusive atlas. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully lighting up the goddess Baekjae's exclusive atlas. Amidst the sound of Mengde's indulgence, The system's prompting sound also rang out. The exclusive goddess atlas of Baekje also floated in front of him. At the top remains a picture of Baekje's goddess. Inside the photo, Baekje's features were exquisite, and her pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to be hiding a pool of autumn water. Dressed in a long, slim blue dress, she perfectly showed off her chiseled figure. The depression in the center perfectly accentuates the two lanterns, adding to their majesty and grandeur. The bottom hemline, lace pattern and embroidered edges reveal sexiness and flirtation. A pair of jade legs was even more round and slender. Goddess, Baekje, innate young woman's sacred body. Status, foreign language teacher. Age, 32. Height and weight, 166 to 52. Base parameters, 1025994, the absolute murderer. Overall rating, 97. Favorability, 65. Number of charges, 1, first glimpse. Ability level, awakening pending, current progress, 64%. Note, when the goodwill reaches 100, and the charge reaches a certain number of times before the awakening of supernormal ability. Specific details, a body of great beauty, comes with the world's most ferocious weapon, married for 5 years, the end of the world before the University of East China Sea extremely good teacher. Men's first glance was aimed directly at the base parameters. It's not because of anything else, but mainly because the numbers for this base parameter are horrendous. Jai is like a calf meeting a bull compared to her. That's really not a blind statement about bringing your own navigation. The lanterns have excellent lighting. The point is he can't cover it. And so on. Suddenly men realized that Baekje's overall rating was even higher than before. What's going on with the system? How come it still automatically adds points? You're playing hard to get, aren't you? Goddess Baekje's previous comprehensive rating was lower, only 95 points, due to the fact that she hadn't fully awakened her innate holy body before. Now that the innate sacred body has been completely awakened with the host's special help, it is only natural that the overall rating, 97 points, should be increased. He understands. Baekje's innate sacred body wasn't quite the same as other goddesses' sacred bodies. It can only be fully awakened with his special help. He had wondered how Baekje's system introduction had been followed by the phrase, not yet fully awakened. The reason for this is actually here. But when you think about it, there's really nothing wrong with it. How can a woman who is all still intact be described as a young woman? Not a young woman. How can she bear the title of this innate holy body? But there's one thing that's really not wrong with what's being said. A 20-year-old girl is a flower. A 30-year-old young woman is a top. The older you get, the more flavorful you become. Never can only be seen in a young woman like Baekje. This was proven by his ancestor, Prime Minister Chao. Thinking of this, Mengde couldn't help but even happier. Geez, what are you doing? Still coming? Mengde, who was blanked by Baekje, just hemmed and hawed. Nothing much. Just remembering the family mission that has been passed down from generation to generation in our Meng family. So please do help me take the first step. Men looked so serious that Baekje froze. Can I help? Yes. You're the only one who can help. Beat, you're getting serious. What family mission was that? Inherit the legacy of Wei. Carry forward the bones of Jianan. Baekje? Next. Bummer. So that's what you're talking about. Chapter 26. What does what Mencius said have to do with me? Mengda? It had to be said that a young woman was a young woman. And compared to Qin Jiai's kind of woman who had never been in love, it was a completely different experience. I can't say who was higher or lower. I can only say that it is the flavor of the young woman. Only after experiencing it, you will understand. Envy and jealousy at haha. Especially Baekje. This woman and other women are not the same. She is the accumulation of 5 years of fat Once you start plowing today, the charge count is straight +3. The point is it's not over. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully establishing a goddess bond with the goddess Baekje. Note, after the goddess bond is opened, for every 10 increase in the goddess Baekje's favoritism towards the host, you can randomly receive system rewards. At the same time, it will also help the other party to awaken their powers and raise their power level, and it is related to the goodwill of both parties and the number of times they have been charged. Note, currently, the goddess Baekje's ability has awakened, 64%. System, open my attribute panel. While trying to plow through, Mengde began to check the system rewards for lighting up the goddess Baekje's exclusive atlas. Host, Mengde. Age, 24. Alien power level, 2nd order. Awakened abilities, SSS level King of Space, 10,000 cubic meters of portable space. Spatial black holes, SSS level Nihongo perception of 100 meters. Illuminated goddesses, Qin Jai, 96% of her powers awakened. Baekje, 64% of her powers awakened. Equipment, Desert Eagle Pistol *1, unlimited bullets. Tang Knife *1, mastery. Skills, virus immunity, up to 1 level higher than the host's zombie virus. Goddess bonding. Starry Night Walker. This time it was quite rewarding. The first thing that happened was that the level of his psychic ability was raised to the second stage, and the crystal in his mind changed from the size of a grain of rice to the size of a soybean. As a result, the range of space he can touch has changed from 5 meters to 10 meters. That meant that the transfer range of his spatial black hole had now expanded to 10 meters as well. This, of course, refers to the range of transfers that would ideally be unobstructed. On top of that, the awakened psychic ability is one more, SSS-ranked numinous power. It was a psychic ability that had been awakened by the development of his mental powers. It's simply the preferred choice for hazardous planning. Seeing this ability, Mangda was overjoyed. Subconsciously, he increased the force on his legs. Baek Jae, who was suddenly given such a blow, couldn't help but stifle a grunt. This man is too good. That's a couple times now. I can't believe I haven't exhausted myself yet. It's horrible as hell. Mangda, on the other hand, was oblivious to the fact that he was still scrutinizing the perception range of the subpower of numinous perception. It's also only 100 meters at the moment. The range of perception was not large, but the benefit was that within the range of perception, even if it was separated by an obstacle, there was no way to escape his perception. Now, for example, although he is on Baekjae's side, he can still clearly see the sisters in the opposite room. TSK. I said why Xiaoyao likes to hang on to me so much. So it's genetic. Under Mengda's perception, it was as if he was inside the sister's room, seeing that very clearly. At this moment, Xiaoyao was hanging onto her sister like a wombat. A cherry mouth even almost bit on her sister's 80-second peak. Hey, this niece actually sneaks behind my back as a brother-in-law to do this bad thing. No way. I must eat back from her some other day. Just as men snickered, the sisters, who were still sleeping, suddenly woke up. Due to the sudden movement, the nightgown halter hanging on Xiu's shoulders also slipped down, exposing a large part of the beautiful scenery. Sis, did you feel someone spying on us? Who's peeking? Come out. The sisters are pretty alert, especially her sister Jiai, who subconsciously hugged her whole body tightly. With the progress of her alien ability awakening reaching 96%, she could strongly feel as if someone in the underworld was looking them over. But the sisters who turned on the light and scrutinized it found nothing and had to sleep hastily. Wait till I ask your brother-in-law tomorrow. Listening to the sisters' conversation, Mengda smiled slightly, and he didn't peek for long. After all, he didn't have any particular peeping Tom fetish. Besides, he'd already studied the physiology of these two a long time ago alright. Yo-Yo may be one step short, but Jiai that was really penetrating. And the most important thing is, just now opened the Nien Force perception that moment. He felt the body's alien energy is slowly losing. After figuring that out, it felt like a bigger gang. Can't bear 5 years of fertilizer wasted. Mengde played the diligent spirit of Wei. Charge count +4 again. The next morning, after making a loving breakfast, Men sneaked back to his room. He hadn't figured out what to say to the sisters yet. He didn't want to pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. Both the young woman and the sisters are too good to pass up. What? You can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. Fart. What does what Mencius said have to do with me? Mend? My ancestor's last name was Chao. Mengde had just returned to his room in the front foot, and the woman Jia came in the back foot. He felt a dark pang of gratitude. Strange? Why did it still feel like there was a secret burst of darkness? Today's Jai had a mint and milk salt sheath camisole top and a pair of little light blue hot pants underneath. Two sexy, long, slender jade legs were brightly waving around in front of him. These legs, really chopped up. He fell in at once, but looking at it, Mengde suddenly felt the face of an odd color. As soon as he pulled Jai into his arms, the woman's tantalizing jade dolphin was really fleshy. But this time, instead of following the plot as imagined by the hikikomori in front of the screen, Mend came out of nowhere. Jai, do you have a feeling that something isn't quite right somewhere? At those words, Jai froze and blushed slightly in the next second. Put, this man is really something too. What's not quite right? You did it yourself and you don't know it? You're asking me a rhetorical question? Looking at the cheeks of Jai in her arms, her eyes are even sneaking a glance at the following. Ahem. Mend coughed twice in embarrassment. Except for that place. Oh, and besides your hand. Is there anything else out of the ordinary? Think about it. Seeing Mengde's serious look, Jia also stopped joking. It feels as if I've been more sleepy in the last 2 days than I was before. I went back to sleep yesterday after you left. Otherwise I felt a little groggy in the head. Listening to the truthful words of the woman in his arms, Mengde however smiled. That's right, Jia. Your psychic ability is about to awaken as well. In his gaze, a white ball of light the size of a grain of rice was slowly taking shape in Jia's mind. Chapter 27, Prefabricated Life? It's not too much to ask for a pre-made skill, right? Really? I can awaken powers like you? Inside Men's room, watching Jai jump with excitement, Men smiled and nodded. Just now, Men looked at Jai's slender legs, white and shaking, out of a man's instincts. Subconsciously, he turned on his numinous perception. The result is to see the woman in his arms and the brain, is breeding A and his alien crystal of the same thing. Not as big as him though, just the size of a grain of rice. Still a ball of light, obviously not yet formed. Then he thought that Jai's alien ability awakening progress had reached 96%. And although he didn't know what alien ability would be awakened, it was clearly a precursor to awakening. If he hadn't awakened his psychic ability, he might not have been able to discover this phenomenon. So it seems that with nimble perception, one's own eyes will be just like having perspective eyes in the future. One can see certain things that the average person cannot. It's still very useful. For example, to explore the wonderful scenery under certain small fabrics, directly all save the effort of taking off. The main one is dry and fast. Of course, this kind of perception of his, if the other party had a vigilant mind, it was still possible to find out like the two Jai sisters last night. At the moment, he didn't stop Jai's excited move, because he knew in his heart, for a female elite and good sister who grew up independent and took care of her own sister, the kind of helplessness and sadness she felt when facing monsters after the end came. At the same time, he knew very well in his heart the woman in front of him, that strong desire for power. The power and motivation of guarding is terrifying. As for the question of whether or not to worry about whether or not Chen Jai would betray herself after awakening her psychic abilities, Mendel had no such qualms at all, because the system gave the answer a long time ago. When a woman whose favoritism reaches 100 to herself, she will be dead loyal to herself and will never betray. Mengde then used his Nianli perception to check all over Jiayi's body. Under his Nianli perception, he could clearly see any structure within Jiayi's body. Even every blood vessel was clearly visible. Of course, that was if Jai didn't resist and was willing to cooperate. Otherwise it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. And it became clear to Jai where the voyeuristic feeling had come from. Last night, Mend explained that it was one of his newly awakened powers, being watched by her own man. What can she say? We've done what we had to do anyway. However, what Mengdi did not expect was that after some examination, Jia Yi's face was getting redder and redder. Why does this inspection feel so strange? Just ventured such a thought. Jai Yi fell directly into his arms in the next second. What? Men swore in the name of his ancestors, he really didn't do anything. However, when they ate together at noon, Xiaoyao cocked her little head and asked that death question again. Sis, what happened to your hand? Jia Yi went red with deadly embarrassment. It's a good thing we've had experience before. Nothing, probably didn't sleep well last night. Jia Yi also gave herself credit for her resourcefulness. Xiaoyao, why didn't you sleep well again? Sis? Mend hadn't gone out in the past few days, and there was enough food to go around. Plus all the external problems inside the neighborhood were taken care of by him. Don't worry about getting your home stolen for a while. So for the past few days, he familiarized himself with his powers and used them during the day. And as soon as it was dark, Mend immediately slipped across. As it turns out, his hard work paid off. Baekjae's favorability towards him directly increased from 60 to 82. Compared to Jia Yi and the others, Baekjae's favorability increase was like a plug-in. Definitely considered the fastest. Speaking of which, it is quite similar to her innate saintly body. If it doesn't awaken, it will be awakened. I'm sorry, I'll suffer from old age. As such, he had sort of discovered the trick to boost Baekjae's favorability towards himself. In short, that's 10 words, don't be lazy, put your head down and work hard. The good Lord doesn't treat anyone who works hard badly. You reap what you sow. If you don't get anything, congratulations on winning the lottery. Because you will be Li Boss alone 8, there are times to look for their own reasons. So many years the wages rose did not rise? There is no serious work? Obviously, Mendel knows that you get what you pay for. No, his hard work had been rewarded with an increase in favorability. And the increase in favorability had earned him 2 sets of rewards once again, 2 subpowers of SSS ranked nihilism. The first is a sub-ability of SSS ranked nihility, nihility power, nihility control, controlling the movement of objects through nihility abilities. And controlling weapons from a distance for long-range sniping. That's something he understands. Galaxy Lord's Peak. The beginning is not rely on this plugin to take off. Later on, he even became the first psychic reader of the planet Kepler. Therefore, this wave of Mengde can directly prefabricated skills. All prefabricated lives? It's not too much for me to prefab a skill. And after the past few days of proficiency, he had gone from only being able to maneuver 1 fruit knife at the beginning to being able to maneuver up to 10 fruit knives at the same time. Of course, the greater the number of fruit knives he manipulated at the same time, the greater the drain on his alien energy. But he truly looks forward to the day when he will be able to say sword to come and reproduce the 10,000 swords return to the sect. That's a real-life version of imperial swordplay. In his previous life, he had read about a slow-handed blogger who cast 10,000 swords and replicated the scene of the return of the 10,000 swords one by one. Watching it made his heart pound. Even if it's just 50 cents worth of special effects, that's just downright cool hot. Unfortunately, he didn't get a sword in the end to fulfill his dream of walking through the world with a sword. But now there's a chance. The most crucial thing was that this nimble power sub-allomancy could also be used in combination with his SSS rank spatial allomancy. One governs the collection, while the other can be used for attacks. The second SSS rank psychic subpower is psychic transformation. It is possible to coalesce thoughts into different shapes, such as knives, swords, axes, hammers, and so on. After coalescing into different shapes, then it can make precise cuts and attacks. And it should be noted that this attack is invisible, destroyed directly from a soul perspective. To summarize the two powers, one is an external attack and the other is an internal attack. But if he had to say, that is more powerful, more insidious, he certainly preferred the thoughts into shape. After all, the first one is still visible for defense, but the second one is really indefensible. So all in all, he'd had a pretty dashing few days. Only the dashing didn't last long. Day 15 of Endgame, which happens to be Smoked Chicken Madness 4, the era of water, power and gas outages has finally come to an end. This would mean that a cell phone that was previously capable of texting would be completely obsolete, and they will be completely out of touch with the outside world. This O. Henry-esque sudden change adds another frost to these brutal end times. The whole world will also be in a complete frenzy. P.S. Previously, a Hikario ******Omo questioned the use of cell phones. So here's kind of a restatement. The cell phone's communication function is completely lost. It will also no longer be usable. Chapter 28. I've experienced your sister many times. To be honest, to last so long before the blackout, only my great country can do. Do you think Made in China is messing with you? This operation just asked you. Who else? Gang substitutes himself. Since it was a sudden power outage, both sisters were more than a little panicked. Luckily, Mend was prepared and immediately took out the generator he had moved from the supermarket earlier and hooked it up. And it's still silent, or you won't be able to stop for a night. It's okay that the water is out. He moved a lot of bottled water from the supermarket earlier. It's enough for bathing and drinking. But the only problem now is that diesel as an energy source for power generation won't last much longer. 2 or 3 days at the most. And then it's time to rest. It's okay, I'm planning on going out tomorrow. Go to a nearby gas station and get a little diesel back. In the faint light, Mend held his sister Jai in one arm and rubbed her arched dolphin. With one hand, he hugged his younger sister Yoyo and touched her shapely hair. That was all he could do to comfort the sisters these days. The sudden darkness can scare both sisters, but because of the sisters' relatives, it's no longer possible to have a heart-to-heart, in-depth conversation, either. When I awaken my powers, I'll be able to help you later. Jai in her arms said firmly. According to Mengda's observation, the progress of her alien ability awakening had reached 98%, and she would be completely awakened in the next 2 days. Settling the sisters back into their room, Mend immediately came across the room again. Baekjae was already waiting for him inside the living room. As soon as he entered, Baekjae's hands naturally wrapped around his neck and then naturally sat on top of him. I've gotten used to sitting on it over the past few days. Did you get some rest last night? That place, does it still hurt? Mend hemmed and hawed. This woman, after a few days of his diligent reclamation, had more of a young woman's flavor all over her body, and was also more hydrated than before. And you still say that? You just know how to fool around, and you don't know to feel sorry for people. Baekjae gave him a blank look, but there was not the slightest bit of blame in his eyes. Instead, they were filled with full of love. Mengda naturally didn't believe what this woman said. I think the woman worked harder than I did when I plowed. Oh yeah, I'm going to go out to a nearby gas station tomorrow. Don't go out if you're not feeling well. If you're scared, go across the street, okay? After flirting with her for a while, Mend got down to business. Thought I'd go out tomorrow and explain it to her before I left. Ha? Then you must be careful out there. After these few days of negative distance contact, Bai Jia, an extremely talented young woman, had already taken the little man in front of her as her only dependence in this post-apocalyptic world. Looking at the worry in the eyes of the woman in his arms, Mengda heatedly smiled. If you're so worried about me, why don't you make a strong case for me before you leave? Upon hearing this, Bai Jia was soft as water. Her onion fingers crossed Mengda's face, and the warm fragrance exhaled from her red lips hit Mengda's ears one after another. Oh, how do you want me to help you? This young woman has a delicate and seductive voice. What a great thing. Men looked the woman in her arms up and down. The enchanting body moved. The red nightgown reveals long, slender, jade legs, paired with freshly applied red toenail polish on her toenails. It's not too much of a stretch to say it's a natural beauty. How about, I'll skip the water tonight. Let me try it the dry way. Men jumped at the chance. Baekjae understood in a second. The young woman's cheeks flushed red, but looking into Mengda's eyes, the affection was so thick that it could pull out silk. Well then, be careful. I haven't let anyone walk by that way yet. Ha 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 ha, don't worry. With a wave of Men's hand and the flickering of candlelight, a tumultuous and sleepless night began. The next day, after a night of recuperation, Men set out. Upstairs, looking at her man's departing back, Chen Jiayi was out of her mind in bursts. The younger sister Xiaoyao on the side thought that her sister was worried about her brother-in-law, and hurriedly comforted her. Sis, my brother-in-law is so powerful. It's fine. Now when this ninny talked about her brother-in-law, her eyes were full of stars and adoring eyes. Jiayi stroked her sister's hair somewhat favorably. Well, my sister doesn't know that your brother-in-law is the best. Your sister and I have experienced this many times. Of course, the last sentence was said by Jiayi silently in her heart, thinking of just now that man actually in front of Xiaoyao, actually secretly touching himself there. Instantly his face turned red. What's there to worry about? Xiaoyao smiled optimistically. After so many days together, unconsciously, she for that halfway appear man already have a different emotion. And it's emotions you shouldn't have as a sister-in-law. That man is the one who almost gave himself to. So, she who said she wasn't worried actually had worry in her eyes. Jiayi looked away, but suddenly changed the subject. Xiaoyao, do you think our family? Another sister to take care of you, do you think it's good? Jiayi's eyes twinkled a little as she said this, but Xiaoyao, who was still immersed inside those bad things her brother-in-law did to her, didn't notice her sister's abnormality at all, and nodded her head dully. Yeah, but will brother-in-law agree? Silly girl, your brother-in-law is so nice, I'm sure he will. Hearing her sister's words, Jiayi looked like she was relieved, while looking up at the opposite room. At the same time, the young woman by Jia, who was cleaning up last night's battlefield in the room, also raised her head in a heartfelt manner. At the moment, these two women's eyes met in the air. Mend, who came out of Building 5, didn't go to the gas station right away. Instead, I went to Building 6 first. It's been a few days now, and I don't know how Chang'ing, the undead, is doing. Building 6, room number 1302 entrance. Knock knock. Immediately there was movement inside the door, and through his nimbus perception, he saw inside the door, a woman with a fruit knife on alert. Auntie Chang, it's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Chang'ing was relieved and opened the door. It's you, little devil. It's been days since you've come to see me. I thought you'd forgotten about me. Chang'ing's speech was sour and his words were full of aggression. She was truly regretting it, and ever since that day when this man had left, she had felt especially lonely, especially since the power went out last night, and if it wasn't for the candles that the man in front of her had prepared for herself in advance, she really would have been a bit overwhelmed. Yo, what's wrong with our Auntie Chang? It's only been a few days and you miss me so much? Mengda heatedly smiled and smoothly wrapped his arms around this woman's slender little waist. This woman is in a black uniform today with black silk and a bandana on her head to tie her hair. It's also black, proper undead dressed up, but still so immodest. Being wrapped in Mengda's arms, Chang'ing subconsciously struggled a few times. Seeing that he couldn't struggle away, he had to blush. Immodest? Hey Auntie Chang, the immodesty is still to come. The words were just a few moments old, and men couldn't wait to savor the taste of the undead once again. Well, chapter 29. The end of the sky is my love. Having once again savored the undead, men was in a pleasant mood. Compared to the last tasting, this time Chang'ing was obviously a bit more proactive than last time. Mend is also not polite. The mooching that should be done is not at all. It was almost as if he had wandered all over Chang'ing's body, and incidentally, it also harvested a wave of Chang'ing's favorability. It's just a shame that it hasn't been taken down completely yet, so even if you reach 60 favorability, you can't get a reward. When we get back from the gas station, it's time to get started. He was no longer satisfied with just tasting the surface of his undead, but wanted to taste it more deeply. Just as he came out of Building 6, a few ungrateful zombies rushed at him. A man and a woman, an old man and a young man. It still looks like a family. He didn't even pull out his Tommy knife this time. With a thought, a fruit knife directly shot out in the next second. It went straight through the pajama-clad male walker. Then it made another graceful arc in the air, passing through the heads of the remaining zombies one after another. Wherever they passed, the family fell one after another. A family should be neat and tidy. He nodded in satisfaction. That's what's so great about Nemesis power. It's fast. It was fired almost before the zombie could hiss, so it didn't startle the surrounding walkers. If you were to use a desert eagle, even in silence, you would be a little behind in speed. In fact, with his current strength, taking care of the zombies inside the neighborhood wasn't particularly troublesome. After all, these zombies hadn't even evolved yet. They weren't even first-order zombies, while he was already a second-order alien. He had already swept through it with his Nien-sense before. There are hundreds of walkers inside the neighborhood, but considering these women of his, he didn't do that. As far as he was concerned, the walkers were still somewhat useful. He had previously set up a large number of barriers in buildings 5 and 6, and the walkers downstairs couldn't get up there. So to him, the only value of these walkers is just enough to keep an eye on the house for him. Otherwise the walkers were all cleaned up by him, and it wouldn't be good if someone came and stole the house while he was out. It's free labor anyway, so why not use it? 996 before the end. 007 after the end makes sense, right? I'm bittersweet about the social animal. It's a lot of work for those who can do it. Slipping into the garage, he quickly locked on to a bunker-busting Rice Su-999. As a qualified Rice fan, June still owes him a Rice car. This car just makes up for it. What? You can't open it without the key? That's impossible. The only reason he locked on so quickly was because he saw the car with its lights on, and the bodywork is still rocking. Walk in and see. Well, he admits that he was not a good student, only to see a woman inside the car lying on the man's body, naked, like doing something indescribable. Take a closer look. The man's entire nose has been bitten off. Listening to the hissing inside the car, men watched in fascination. TSK, TSK, TSK. How much love must this be? Blood was streaking inside the car, and it looked like it wasn't going to work. Good thing he was prepared for this. Silently pulling out the keys to an SUV. It was something he'd collected earlier when he'd been scouring the floors. It's coming in handy right now. As for his driving skills, well, he was the god of the Akira Mountains before. The SUV flew out of the garage with a kick of the gas. Next, boo! With a strong crash, a zombie wearing a security uniform was directly knocked away. You're so brave. You see your buddy's car coming and you don't duck? You really believe in your buddy's driving skills that much, don't you? And you had to test it on your head? There you go. Gut drops. Brain flies, right? He shook his head helplessly. You're not slapping Coach 1 in the face. Dude just got his driver's license off. But apparently, the security brothers weren't the only ones who didn't believe. Boom boom boom. Zombie after zombie flies up. By the time he drove peacefully to the entrance of the neighborhood, Mend was a little touched. Good buddy. So honed our dude's car skills that he's not afraid to headbutt the car. Okay. Dude, I'll remember you guys. In the future, on every New Year's Eve, I will burn trillions of Zimbabwean dollars down to immortalize you forever. Zombie eating exhaust behind the SUV. Ho ho ho. It's all because of this asshole hitting us. Brothers, charge me. Mend was even more moved. Hey, you guys really don't have to drop me off. Just drop me off here. Mendel's Fairview home is a neighborhood that is older than half of Flower West. To put it nicely, it's called quiet, away from the hustle and bustle of the city and the world, but to put it bluntly, it's just an old, broken down building that can't get any older. They're all nifty senior citizens and still slogging away. Exiting the neighborhood is a T-shaped intersection. The east-west direction is a through street. That middle road is the direction of the bus and subway station. The subway is quite famous, and a story is said to circulate. A story about a couple. Many couples who were once dying to be together have parted here and then gone south and north, never to be seen again. That's why it's also known as a breakup place for couples. At the same time, it was also close to the center of Donghai City, with the busiest place in Donghai City, Financial Street. His Target gas station this time was not on the downtown side, but had to go east, the area where he used to make deliveries. This side of the Fairview home is kinda remote, with merchants on both sides and zombies roaming the streets like ghosts. He drove through the streets, hardly any walkers stopping him, as all were too trusting of his driving skills, and then, they were all sent flying by him. The only ones that were more tenacious and held onto the buggy for dear life ended up getting kaboomed by him with a fruit knife. So all the way down the street, he's kind of the hottest kid on the whole street. He's so relaxed because he has the strength. Doesn't mean everyone isn't afraid of these walkers like he is. Now and then, as he drove along, he could see a few sporadic dare to face up to life's bleakness warriors wandering the streets with packages of supplies. Then, aha, we are brothers. I'm not. Swallow, don't you chase me, I can live without you. Honey, I'll never let you eat my brother again. Just leave me alone. Woo woo. The more these people screamed, the more walkers they attracted instead. Listening to the screams of these people, Mengde couldn't help but feel a word of emotion. The genius is really courageous. There was even a red-haired woman, wearing ghost face makeup, tapping on his car window for help. A look at the number of charges. Naya, another black continent woman with 99 plus charge counts. So the kind-hearted men had to take on the persona of Brother Baoxian. What are you talking about? I've heard that it's better to consciously substitute the fourth voice. I can't hear you clearly. Red-headed woman? You're spitting in my face and you're telling me you can't hear me? Just asking you. Are you polite? But the answer is, the pale ends of the earth are my love. The flowers are blooming at the foot of the green hills. What kind of rhythm is the yippiest and the most swinging? What kind of singing is the most cheerful? If we're going to sing, we're going to sing the most joyful. Listening to the song coming from the car, the red-haired woman was dumbfounded, froze in place on the spot. Next. Oh, there is no next second. A group of zombies swarmed around her and directly surrounded her with a crunchy bite. Ho ho ho! This woman is delicious. Brothers, vote on the number and see what you can see. Chapter 30, First Order Zombies Appear. Listening to the sound of the woman's screams outside the car fading away, Mengde skimmed his lips. He really thinks he's a big good guy all day long, O Mithraea Buddha? It's the end time, sis. He didn't want to take in someone who was worthless to him. Such a person could only be a liability to him to slow him down. It might as well be a saintly mother, saint, and one day he or she will be killed. So you want to whore yourself out? Gross. What's wrong with you? What? The gas station that Mendel was going to was about 10 kilometers from the neighborhood. If it were before the end of days, 1 foot on the gas and you'd be there in 10 minutes. But now the end of the world. All the way to the front of the car running, behind the zombies flying over. So just getting to the gas station took over half an hour. It took a little longer than it should have. But at least it landed in. A hem was safe to arrive. The SUV, however, kind of completely killed it inside his travel script for the day. There are 3 levels of gas stations, depending on the amount of fuel stored. They say you have to make a big pile of poop so the splash is big. Therefore it was not easy to come out for a trip. That Mengde naturally went straight to the nearest and largest first-class gas station in the vicinity, Huagua Petroleum. The oil storage capacity is said to be 120 to 180 cubic meters. Before getting out of the car, Mengde first scanned the area with his numinous perception. Although the perception range is only 100 meters, the farthest you can see is the convenience store situation in front of the gas station. Still, he had a little more certainty in his mind. There weren't many walkers inside the convenience store, just 7 or 8, and 2 of them were probably still gas station workers. Just in case, he still took out his tang sword. For now, the tang blade was still his best weapon for melee combat. As the end times came, it started at night. This has resulted in a number of cars blocking the entrance to the gas station at the moment. From Mengde's perspective, many of the people inside the cars had turned into zombies, losing their minds and forgetting how to open the doors. Trapped in the car at the moment, it was hissing at him. In response, Mend was unfazed and made an international gesture. You, come out, consciously substituting for Tang's sense of empathy. I don't know if I understood his gestures or not, but many of the zombies were even more angry than before. Cut. He didn't have the energy to bother with them. If you don't come out, you don't come out. So you guys just stay put. He headed inside the convenience store. Oil storage tanks are placed underneath convenience stores, and there's no hiding from this convenience mart. As soon as he stepped in, the zombies that heard the commotion rushed towards him. Having not seen their prey for a long time, they seemed as mad as wild dogs seeing poop. Wait, why does something feel wrong? The ruthless Mengde, who had no time to think about it, took out his tang sword and went up and hit him hard a few times. It hadn't been used in days, but the tang was still sharp. Killing zombies is an indulgent and silky experience. In no time at all, the 7 or 8 zombies were all taken care of for him. In the spirit of thievery. Ah shucks. It's the principle of taking a sheep by the hand. Mengde also didn't forget to take this small convenience store. A mosquito is still meat. You'll never know the cost of firewood until you're in charge. A box of passion fruit gum and some special toys were also found. For example, a pink wire with a switch attached to one end and a pink oval object the length of your middle finger on the other. What? No. How can this gas station still sell this? The car is refueled. You also refueled. The car runs fast. You also enjoy the fly up. You can do both, right? Mend, a decent man, expressed his contempt, turned around and left. The box disappeared. Continuing down the road, the supermarket has a back door that leads to an underground storage tank storage area. But the door was deadbolt, and the giant lock made of alloy was destroyed when Mend's tang blade swung out. An ordinary tang sword was definitely indestructible, but his tang sword was systematically strengthened. It's not a lie to say that iron is like clay. It's not that he's stupid and doesn't know how to shoot. But, Nima, this is a gas station, bro. There's hundreds of cubic meters of oil storage in the back. In case this shot is fired, it may be possible to directly open the whole village. Oh wait, now the whole village isn't going to be able to get everyone together yet presumably. After sweeping around in advance with his Nianli and realizing that there were no problems, he then went in. Basements do have emergency lights in case of accidents. He walked in and it lit up. Instead, what comes into view are 3 large oil storage tanks. The tank is marked 50 cubic meters. 2 of the tanks were gasoline and 1 was diesel. Total 150 cubic meters. Based on the fact that 1 cubic meter equals 1,000 liters, a rough estimate here would be 150,000 liters of liquid oil. That oil alone could easily fill up to 500 cars with 60-liter tanks. There's nothing to say that men can't stop smiling. Collections. Collect them all for me. Now for a short time, there's no need to worry about running out of liquid petroleum. Of course, if it wasn't too far away to be cost-effective, he would have wanted to pocket all the oil in Donghai City. Oil. That's a scarce resource in the end times. A little used up is a little less, but that's okay. Just because you don't have a chance now doesn't mean you won't have a chance later. As his alien ability level increased, I believe his carry-on space would also expand. It's not too late to collect them all. You can't run away anyway. After some self-congratulation, men came out from inside the gas station. Next door to the gas station, there is also a Nada chicken restaurant. The fast food restaurant, which was listed as being open 24 hours a day, is now completely closed as well. No sooner had he walked in, though, than a waitress walker in Nod chicken coveralls rushed forward. This is a female waitress, with a clear face and fair skin. Only up to the thighs of the overalls under the beautiful legs are still wrapped in black silk. Sexy and seductive. Can you keep your mouth shut? Your bloodied teeth disgust me. Ho ho ho. Finally, we see the living. Smells good. And, no, sister, although the customer is God, but it's the end of the world. Is it appropriate for you to greet me so warmly? Ho ho ho. At last I get to eat God's meat. Mend. In return for her enthusiasm, Mend backhandedly sent her on an early ascent to the western paradise of ultimate bliss. As for the other waitress, it was a big mom with thick thighs that were almost as thick as his waist. Slightly, considering the taste of the women at home, one day-by-day big fish and meat is also tired of. Do not want to eat, so Mend decided to bring back these fried chicken instruments as well. If you're craving fried chicken, it's a nice change of pace. After all, eating fish all the time isn't healthy for your body's development, either. Isn't that You smashed me with votes. I, Mangda, would rather bend than break. It's also worth noting that, and I'm not sure if it's the time of doom, this Nod chicken restaurant is getting ready to update its equipment. So it just so happens that the storage room in the back also holds a brand new set of fried chicken equipment. You're up. This is perfect. Most people have a liking for the new and the old. But Mend is an exception. He doesn't just like the new ones. He likes the intact ones. The ones with a pink film on them. It would be nice if they also knew some tech stuff. With a large hand, the new device was included in the carry-on space. Turning around, he was just about to walk out of Nada Chicken, but unexpectedly the next moment he saw through the window that a group of zombies had gathered at some point at the entrance of the gas station. The number was densely packed, and as far as the eye could see, it was estimated that there had to be hundreds of heads, and all these zombies have their eyes on this Nibbled Chicken restaurant. Apparently, he had become the target of the group of walkers. However, what made him strange was that although the group of zombies had revealed a devouring look in their gray eyes, they did not immediately rush up to attack him. Something's not right. Completely out of character. Just as Mengda was puzzled, the next second the system gave an answer. Ding! Attention host, the appearance of a first-order zombie has been detected. A first-rate zombie? Chapter 31, if there is a hole, drill it. If you see a stitch, put a needle in it. It is well known that once a person is infected with the virus, he will lose his mind and turn into a zombie monster that only knows how to feed. So as soon as they see a living person, they can't wait to rush up and tear them apart. It's completely become their instinctive reaction. But now, Mendel saw something completely different. These hundreds of zombies, although the instinctive reaction of feeding was still maintained inside their eyes, were able to forcefully control their desires. Stand still as if you've received an order. Well, when he was puzzled, the system gave a hint. First-order zombies appear. Hearing the system's prompt, he wasn't actually surprised. It's been almost half a month, and even Wang Yen, that dead nerd who saved the world, has awakened his powers. Then it's not impossible for zombies that have fed on a large number of survivors to evolve one after another. The appearance of a first-order zombie with awakened powers now is just the beginning. After all, zombies, like survivors, have a certain chance of being able to awaken their powers. And as more time passes, the more walkers feed, the number of zombies awakening their powers will also increase, and those that have already awakened will evolve to become more and more powerful. So it was conceivable that if the survivors didn't hurry to awaken their powers and improve themselves, they might not even have the strength to fight against the zombies in the future. Then the final result awaiting mankind will be complete extinction. At this time, Mengde, who was surrounded by a dense number of zombies and blocked the entrance of the gas station, was not panicked. It was just that this first-order zombie was obviously well hidden, and even he didn't realize where this zombie was for a moment. Ho! And that's when a sudden zombie hiss sounded. This hissing sound was different from the hissing of ordinary zombies, appearing more shrill and piercing. Men sniffed and looked. Found it. Under his chanting perception, he only saw an inconspicuous corner of a concrete pillar at the back of the zombie group. A small, fat, horizontally growing zombie appeared in his field of vision. This zombie, less than a meter tall, weighed at least 200 pounds upwards. The round body looked extremely bloated, and from a distance, it looked like a pile of dead fat piled up there. The clothes on his body had long been torn and stained with dried blood and unidentified stains that reeked of a foul odor. Above the thigh-thick neck, black blood was still dripping from around. Disgustingly wrinkled face like a pig's intestine. Zombie, low-level manipulator. Rank, peak first order. Awakened ability, corpse flesh anti-shock, grade C. Psychic ability category, reinforcement psychic ability to develop and reinforce body functions in human form. Mengde understood in seconds. In simple terms, the strengthening system ability was the meat shield or berserker he used to play the game before, instead of awakening the basic elemental abilities such as gold, wood, water, fire and earth. He tapped more into his own potential. Strengthen your own qualities. Note, low-level manipulators, generally zombies with alien ability levels of 1 to 3, are able to manipulate other zombies for their own use, making them their minions. Oh, no wonder you can gather so many walkers. So there is a master. As the little fat zombie hissed, the zombies at the door rushed towards him like a switch had been activated. Ho ho ho. Even if they weren't fast, with a twist and a turn, hundreds of heads looked like they were coming on strong. Mengde was not afraid in the slightest, holding a tang sword and rushing out like an arrow off a string. The tang sword in his hand swung quickly, and the fastest zombies directly landed on their heads. Between another spinning jump, more than a dozen zombies were chopped in half, with broken limbs falling all over the place. But these zombies are the killers of Mordor's feelings. Even if he quickly killed dozens of them, there are still zombies behind him to make up for it. In no time, he was surrounded by these zombies 3 times inside and 3 times outside. And unlike the walkers he'd killed before, these ones were also much more organized in their tearing attacks. If there's a hole, you drill it, and if you see a seam, you stick a needle in it. This should have something to do with the little fat walker not far away, hissing from time to time. Manipulating zombies? Men thought quickly. Although he believed in his own strength and that these zombies were no match for him, he decided to tackle the thief in order to save the day. Let's take care of that little fat walker first. Once the little fat walker is dead, these walkers will be fine. And on top of that, there's no point in killing these walkers. It's a complete waste of time doing useless work. With this time, he might as well save it to go back and explore the mysteries of the undead with Chenging piece by piece. Thinking of this, his mind moved. Nimble power. Go you! 10 fruit knives quickly flew out, taking the shape of an arrow and violently flying in one direction. Wherever they passed, the besieging zombies fell with a crash. Outside, the little fat man who saw this scene immediately became anxious and let out a sharp ho-ho-ho hiss. But it was too late. But in a matter of seconds, men rushed out of the zombie horde. The blade was pointed straight at the little fat zombie. Seeing the situation is not good, this little fat zombie actually knew to escape. Mouth is even issued a rapid ho-ho-ho sound. And it wasn't slow. The 200-plus pound body moved a bit faster than a normal walker. Sure enough, it was a zombie that had awakened its psychic abilities, which had improved its intelligence, as well as its physical coordination. It just doesn't compare to men at all. In the blink of an eye, Mengde caught up with the little fat zombie. The tang knife slashed viciously at the neck of the little fat zombie. Madaka! What Mengde didn't expect was that his invincible tang blade didn't actually cut off this zombie's head with a single slash. Instead, there was a harsh crash. A deep bloody scar was left at the thigh-thick neck of the little fat zombie. Instead, he himself was shocked by a force that reverberated back to him, and he almost dislodged his tang sword. Kind of interesting. That fat didn't grow for nothing. He remembered the system's introduction of the little fat zombie's special ability, corporeal recoil. It seems that the zombie's awakened psychic ability has a rebound effect on the damage that hits its body. The defense is not bad, but it's ugly. Physical attacks won't work. So try this magic attack move of mine. Chanting into shape, he pinched his thoughts into the shape of a sword. Sword of thought. seemingly realizing the danger of death. The little fat zombie screamed more urgently. But in the next second, the sword of Nianli plunged straight into its head that was bigger than 3 watermelons. The terrifying power instantly destroyed what little spiritual intelligence it had, causing its escape to come to a screeching halt. With a loud bang, the little 300-pound chubby zombie fell to the ground. A gush of black blood slowly flowed out from its obese body. At the same time, a white transparent crystal fell to the ground and emitted a dazzling light, instantly attracting Mengde's attention. It's a zombie core? Chapter 32, Innate Imperial Sister Holy Body, Big Mimi. Without the interference of the little fat zombie, Mengde cleared the zombies much faster. In a few minutes, the group of zombies were all cleaned up. It was just a pity that none of the zombies had awakened their powers. So, none of them dropped the same zombie crystals as the little fat zombie. He surveyed the quail egg-sized zombie core in his hand. Holding it in his hand, there was also a faint energy slowly flowing into his body and being absorbed by himself. A very comfortable feeling. Under the nourishment of this energy, not only did the alien energy he had just consumed in battle completely recover, but his alien energy level directly broke through the middle stage. This crystal core can help level up? Yes, host. Both humans and zombies have a certain chance of awakening their psychic abilities, and their crystal cores can be absorbed to enhance their own psychic ability level. Mengde's heart was delighted. Well, one more way to boost your powers. During this time he could only make desperate efforts from Jiayi and Baekji as a way to level up. As a man who had inherited the mission of his family, it was too degrading, cool, to live like this, fly. Ha. Now that we know the function of this zombie crystal core, later on, when Jiayi awakens her psychic abilities, we can still bring her out to fight in the wild. It's a good thing that this crystal core can be absorbed when you hold it in your hand. If you have to eat it, it would really be clean and hygienic. After silently spitting out a sentence, he put this zombie crystal core away. Before the end of the world, he often delivered in this area and was familiar with it. If memory serves, the largest shopping mall in Donghai City, Balong Plaza, is in this neighborhood. If I don't go searching for a wave of supplies, I'll be sorry for my 10,000 cubic meters of carry-on space. Since it's been a good trip out, it's natural to stuff it hard, but the buggy that came in has been retired. It's a good thing there's not much else here at the gas station, just a lot of cars. Soon, he was back looking for another Ask the World M999 that the Hikikomori had been working on. This vehicle is claimed to be the toughest SUV on land, with the most hardcore basalt body and the most extreme crush resistance. The ability to create flying walkers is absolutely awesome. Balong Plaza was not far from the gas station, and Mengde finally arrived after creating flying dozens of ungrateful zombies. Fortunately, when the end of the world broke out, this Balong Plaza had not officially opened, or else the battery car alone could have blocked his Ask World car. But even so, there were still a lot of zombies roaming around this square. In order to save time, he directly channeled his power to open up the road and quickly killed his way out of the zombie horde. The doors to the mall had been vandalized, all but saving him the effort of prying them open. Inside the mall, the zombies weren't much less than outside. It's also just as well that he's immune to the virus and doesn't have to worry about infection in the slightest. Anyone else, you can't even get the mom's insurance guy to do it. The first floor of Balong Plaza sells gold and silver jewelry. Bright jewels were casually displayed, but at the moment they were simply unattended. This is also the end times, if it were before the end of the world, so that a certain century to get money realist Ho saw, probably already looking for a few big circle boys to start the action. Mend, who was clear that all the Hikari richest people could not look at this trash, went straight to the second floor of the mall. The second floor was full of cosmetics. He couldn't use them, but his women could. With a wave of his hand, he pocketed them all. Continuing up the stairs, he finally came to the third floor that he had his heart set on. The third floor was the clothing section, and he headed straight for his target this time. 8 away from the world's family, just stepped in. All kinds of styles of stockings that is called a complete. Black silk, white silk, flesh silk, fishing net stockings, oilskin stockings, knee-high stockings, garter stockings, pleated skirts, mini skirts, wrap skirts. The Hachikari family, no less, is a decelerating home for men. Not only that, but there are little fabrics of various colors on the side, all with lace too. Mend couldn't stop smiling. That's enough for him now. During this time, he had almost finished tossing Jiayi's stock of black silk, as well as Bai Jie, the young woman's flesh, causing the two women to give him as a helpless blank stare. As a last resort, Jiayi was all but forced to wear her sister's white silk. When you've collected enough stockings, you can't run away from the matching dressmaking clothes. Stewardess uniforms, nurse uniforms, college style, secretary outfits, maid outfits, receive, take it all. These things can be used to add bow tie in a pinch. Not a single piece can be left behind. So with a wave of his large hand, soon the third floor was directly emptied. I have to say, this $0 purchase of White John's feels really great. The fourth floor is dining, and Mendel doesn't even look at it. The fifth floor is for entertainment, with various game consoles everywhere. Considering the usual free time, it's okay to be entertained. Otherwise, if you keep tossing the speed bumps and slowing it down again, it's easy to break down. Especially since he's now physically improved again. If she hadn't slipped across the room every now and then to get Baekjae's help, or else Jai's hand wouldn't have gotten sore twice. Just like that, under his sweep, the entire mall was as clean as a locust transit. Oh yeah, there's another place. Mengde's eyes looked towards the underground living supermarket area. That's where the day's highlights are. However, just as he was about to go down, a sense of crisis instantly enveloped him. A ball of flames condensed and was flying straight towards him. No good. He subconsciously dodged, and the flames smashed into the wall, instantly exploding and sending countless sparks flying. The surfaces of the metal-reinforced walls also began to turn scorched. Mengde turned his head to look, and behind the stairs, a zombie with flames burning all over its body was staring straight at him. Ho! Like a hunter seeing his prey, this flame zombie's eerie eyes were still flickering with excitement. Its skin turned dry and charred under the burning flames, like dried bark. Zombie, flaming zombie. Rank, late first order. Awakened ability, fiery sphere, grade E. Category, elemental. One of the most common elemental, including the 9 basic elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light and darkness, equivalent to a mage. Another first-order zombie with awakened psychic abilities. Mengde he also because he had just received a large amount of supplies, so much so that in his joy, he didn't take a closer look. Otherwise the walker, when he came in, would have been karma. Asterisk. You're a good old 6. How dare you sneak up on me without any martial virtues? Die for me. In his anger, Mengde directly opened the black hole in space, and pulled out his Desert Eagle with a silencer to fire wildly. 5 minutes later, the flaming zombie was directly beaten into a sieve and fell to the ground. Even its zombie crystals fell out of. It was a red crystal core. It was about the same size as the one he had before. Mud almost flipped the car. Now Mengde didn't dare to be careless, and opened his nimble sense all the way down. Soon came the -1st floor, but before he could land, he heard the rampant sounds of a group of men coming from the underground supermarket. Asterisk. You call it. You won't get any attention even if you scream your head off. Your husband has agreed to sell you to us. Ha ha ha, come on. It was accompanied by a woman's scream. Ah, no way, don't you guys come over here. Woman's voice is familiar. A sexy woman appeared in his field of vision through his psychic senses. Yet when he looked at the screaming woman, he froze on the spot. Asterisk. Big Mimi. Ding. Scanned into the innate Imperial Sister holy body. Meets the system conditions. Please host as soon as possible to include. Chapter 33 Sister Honey. I, Mengde, have a price for saving people. P.S. Since I finished writing yesterday and didn't feel too happy with it, I pushed it all off and rewrote 2 chapters. So I didn't update on time. The 2 newly written chapters may be slightly different from the end of chapter 32. Interested hikikomori can read chapter 32 again. Without reading the impact is not too big. I'm sorry. The author Fungus says sorry and begs for forgiveness on his knees from the hikikomori righteous fathers. Mengde never expected that he would meet Big Mimi, who was on fire halfway across China. Here, he's an old honey fan. One more thought about the system's prompting sound just now. Innate Imperial Sacred Body. And he got even more excited. So with an excited heart and trembling hands, he knocked on the supermarket door. There's someone in there. At this moment, on the other side of the gate, Mengde's chanting perception was not wrong. The woman across the door, who was holding a fruit knife, was no one else. It's none other than the big star Yeonmi. That said, she was fortunate and unfortunate during this time. Luckily, she's still alive. When the end came, she was invited by Baolong Plaza to do a commercial show here. I thought it was just a matter of going through the motions, but I never expected the world to suddenly change dramatically the day before the commercial show even started. So many people suddenly turn into zombie monsters and go around eating people. She watched, with her own eyes, the assistant who had been with her for many years, being crazily gnawed by a group of zombies, and in the end, only a skeleton was left. That scene gives her the creeps now just thinking about it. In the face of this sudden change, if it wasn't for her bodyguards accompanying her, desperately trying to fend off the zombies' attack, it allowed her to escape into this underground supermarket, and I'm afraid she's not going to be able to escape death. And unfortunately, She's the only one alive right now, and it's still trapped. In fact, the people who fled with her to the underground supermarket earlier were her manager and 2 bodyguards. They sent a distress message as soon as they were chased here by the terrifying walkers. Relying on the living supplies inside the supermarket, the 4 people spent 2 days in fear, looking forward to help coming soon. However, help was not yet forthcoming. But a bombshell was read on the internet. Global humans infected with unknown virus. Horrific zombie outbreaks. Apocalypse coming. Even the state sends out alerts to wait for help. The 4 of them thought it was a rumor at first, so they ventured outside to take a look, only to see that the streets were now full of grim-faced zombies. The plaza where they were located, Ballon Square, had become a zombie hit area because of the commercial show. Scary zombies are all over the place. They were forced to retreat back to the underground supermarket. But more misfortune was yet to come, as the 4 were on their way back to the underground supermarket when they were spotted by a zombie monster covered in flames. Her agent and 2 bodyguards died trying to protect her, since that's the only exit from the underground supermarket, and as a result, she was completely trapped inside this underground supermarket. These days, she also relied on the underground supermarket's living supplies to survive until now. Although she was eating and drinking, the only pain was that she was the only one. It was so lonely. So after half a month of intervals without hearing anyone speak, Yangmi suddenly heard a movement outside. Firstly, her heart was happy. Could it be that the distress message I sent earlier worked? But soon she reacted. Nope. If it was a real rescue, why would it take the better part of a month to come? She frowned slightly on her pretty brows, and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled in her heart. So, who will this visitor be? Her experiences since the end of the day had kept a wary heart, not daring to open the door so easily, so simply remained silent. Men saw that there was no sound inside. He had already seen it with his mind. Big Mimi was alone inside. Hearing his voice without immediately opening the door naturally made it clear what she was thinking. In fact, if he wasn't afraid of scaring the Big Mimi inside, he would have just violently broken down the door. It wasn't a hard thing for him to do. Yanmi, I know you're in there, and if you don't open the door, I'm leaving. Mendel must have been scaring Big Mimi. Are you kidding me? You're a cutie if you don't eat meat. Well, not to mention the meat of a big star. He mustn't try it for the hikikomori, and as a qualified heir, he really couldn't bear to have such a goddess displaced. Sure enough, his plan to get the best out of him worked. As soon as the Big Mimi inside heard that the person outside could accurately call her name, she immediately subconsciously screamed out, "Don't go. I'll open the door. There's really no shortage of living goods here, but there's a fatal problem, too. That is, this underground supermarket is running out of energy to generate electricity. The electricity in this underground supermarket had been cut off a long time ago, and now it was mainly relying on emergency generators to regenerate electricity. However, the lights had been flickering on and off for the past 2 days, and by her estimation it wouldn't be long before the power went out completely as well. How she would survive then was a question. Besides, how long could she endure loneliness alone? Men smiled slightly and stood still, waiting slowly. Moments later, the supermarket door was opened from the inside. The first thing that caught his eye was Big Mimi's seductive, foxy face. Perhaps his face was a little pale from spending so much time in the basement, but it didn't affect her delicate face in the least. Dark hair cascaded down her shoulders, glistening like black satin, each strand exuding a tantalizing scent. A black wraparound short dress, more exposed skin white and delicate. The black belt in the center was like a mysterious bond, tightly wrapping around the waist that was so slim that it seemed unmanageable. It was just the right amount to separate those high peaks from those seductive buttocks, distributed one above the other. It creates a fascinating line of demarcation. The jade legs under the short skirt were tightly wrapped in black silk, appearing long and round. Her jade feet were even on a pair of high heels, showing off her tall figure perfectly. Just standing there, the tantalizing scent hits you. Sexy and flirty. What a natural, the ultimate goddess. Are you here specifically to save me? Big Mimi sized up the man in front of her that she had never seen before. Though Mend isn't very handsome, and is just about as good as the hikikomori in front of the screen, but he hadn't been working out for so many days for nothing. His nice sharpened face, healthy bronze color and thick, powerful limbs perfectly accentuate his masculinity. Invisibly, it also made Big Mimi feel a bit more hard and solid and reliable towards Mengde. Couldn't help but lower his guard a few notches. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Yangmi's favorability towards the host +5. Currently favorability 5. Sure enough, the world was kind to handsome guys like him whenever they could. Mend was oblivious to the fruit knife hidden behind Big Mimi's back. Instead, there was more than a little appreciation for the guardedness that the great Mimi always maintained. No, but in a way, I can indeed get you out. Seeing Big Meanie's puzzled face, Mengde smiled but did not answer. Just his eyes crossed Big Meanie's stunning features, delicate collarbone, majestic peaks, black silk legs, all the way down. Because I, Mend, have a price for saving people. Chapter 34, Tailoring a Goddess Raider Program for Sister Honey. Being gawked at so recklessly by Mengde, Mimi was a bit uncomfortable. What price? Big Mimi had a vague premonition, and the fruit knife in her hand couldn't help but grip it tighter. It was like she knew what the man in front of her wanted to do. Men saw this, but did not continue. As a loyal Mimi fan, he knew that Big Mimi had never accepted any subterfuge in all the years of her career. It's not realistic to come up here and force her hand. If you're in a hurry to eat meat again, you have to boil a frog in warm water. So take your time. Gotta give a person a glimmer of hope to live first, don't you? In a few breaths of effort, he had already conceptualized a perfect goddess strategy plan in his mind. Before that, you'll have to talk to me about your situation here. Seeing that Mengde didn't force his way in, Big Mimi was secretly relieved and told all about her situation. 10 minutes later, Mengde, who had finished listening to Big Mimi's lecture, couldn't help but let out an awe of emotion. It's really better to come early than coincidentally. If this comes a few days later, Big Mimi, the goddess, will have to perish. You don't have to worry. I've already killed the zombie that was covered in fire. After hearing Mengde's words, Big Mimi's nerves, which had been tightly tensed, instantly relaxed. The huge peaks rose and fell violently with it. Mend, sing, dance, rap. Big Mimi was excited to learn of the death of the flaming zombie. For a moment neither noticed Men's lapse. So, you're here for? Before Big Mimi could finish, Mend said directly, search for supplies. Big Mimi? After Mend replied, he didn't care about her and directly entered the underground supermarket. The next step is to pretend. Ah shucks, it's time to witness a miracle. This underground supermarket, and only Big Mimi had lived here for a while, had most of its supplies still in fairly good condition. Even the inside of the freezer's meat products were still fresh thanks to the generator. He walked up to a snack aisle and suddenly stood still. The Big Mimi who was following behind was a bit puzzled. You don't even carry a backpack when you search for supplies? Not noticing Men's sudden stop in front of him, the whole thing crashed straight through. I flick away the crow's feet. Just that momentary squeeze. Mengde can be sure. Big honey that majestic peaks absolutely changed shape. Big Mimi's face turned slightly red. Although she has not had much contact with male actors before, it is the first time that she has taken the initiative to let someone attack her breasts. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Yang Mi's favoritism towards the host is +5. Currently favoritism is 10. Mengde touched his nose. Big Mimi, you can't really blame me for this. The two silently skipped that just now. Then, under Big Mimi's puzzled gaze, Mengde waved his hand, and the entire row, along with the shelves, all disappeared. Even though Big Mimi has seen more, she was shocked by this scene and opened her red lips wide enough to stuff a cucumber thick. Mend didn't say anything, just smiled slightly. The fish is hooked. Without saying a word, he walked over to the second row of shelves and proceeded to pocket the row with a big hand. Back-to-back successive operations. A large supermarket directly emptied half. Big Mimi finally couldn't help herself. Her eyes filled with curiosity and more shock than before. 2 cucumbers are not a problem. How did you do that? Mend enjoyed the feeling of pretending. If life wasn't about pretending, it would be meaningless, especially in front of his former goddess. This kind of pretending feels even better. Oh, you mean this? It's my awakened psychic ability. Has the effect of being able to organize things. You can interpret that as superpowers. The more Mengde said plainly, the more Mimi felt extraordinary. More subconsciously came. So, can I do the same? She thought simply that if she had that strength, she wouldn't have to be afraid of those walkers outside. There's no need to cower inside this tiny underground supermarket. Men stopped collecting supplies and turned to look Dami up and down with a smirk. As well, but I'm afraid you won't want to, because there's a price I pay for helping people. At what cost? Seeing that Big Mimi was very serious, Mengde didn't say anything and suddenly stepped forward to directly take Big Mimi into his arms. This woman's tiny waist is so thin. Big Mimi's tantalizing scent is mesmerizing. And with this sudden collision, he could feel his brother's excitement. Big Mimi was all confused by this suddenness. Being my woman, that's the price. It wasn't until Men's haunting words that she woke up from her dream. Big Mimi felt offended and a few pouty moments flashed across her face. She struggled desperately, and Men released her in response. It seems you don't want to. After saying that, Mengde turned around and left. It appeared to be a dry walk, but in fact, his eyes had been staring at the system panel inside. Big Mimi's favorability towards himself. It was a relief to find that it had not been lowered. As he walked, he collected, and wherever he passed, all supplies were emptied, until he came to a corner. He stopped again, because up ahead, two little pieces of fabric are flying in the wind. There's also a basin on the floor, illuminated by the overhead light, sparkling. Big Mimi's face turned completely red at the sight. Oops, did you forget about the one you just replaced? Just as he was about to step forward, he saw that Mend had already turned and walked away. She breathed a huge sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Yangmi's favorability towards the host is +5. Currently 15 favorability. Mend guffawed. I can't believe Big Mimi likes to wear black lace. He. As Mengde finished walking in a circle, the entire underground supermarket was moved into his carry-on space. Until this moment, watching Mengde move all the stuff away, Big Mimi suddenly realized a serious problem. You've moved all your stuff. What about me? The man collects real clean. The whole underground supermarket is as good as licked. That's not leaving anything for yourself at all. Oh, I almost forgot about you, honey. Why don't I leave you some bread? Mend put on a look like he was just reacting. Anyway, the stuff is already taken by me. It's impossible to take it out again. Big Mimi sees this too, but she was clueless. I seem to have led the wolf into the house myself. It was only at this moment that Mend broke into a wolfish grandmotherly grin. Ahem, honey, look, the stuff has been put away by me, so I can't take much for you, and it's not safe for you to take it yourself. Besides, you're a woman. You can't guarantee your own safety in this post-apocalyptic world, right? Do you want to follow me back first? I Mengde can definitely guarantee your safety. Don't worry, I absolutely promise not to do anything to you. While knowing that this man is PUAing himself like crazy, but also in his heart, he also knew very well that what Mengde said he could not refute at all. Staying here and waiting for help is out of the question. Besides, it's been so long, the rescue didn't even come, and it's a matter of whether it will come in the future or not. The bottom line is that the cell phone is also out of signal. It's impossible to ask for help, but it was simply impossible for him to face those terrifying zombies outside on his own. Big Mimi thought about it and didn't come up with any way to do it other than what the man in front of her said. But once you follow them back, then I'm afraid you'll have to. Just as Big Mimi was getting tangled up, Men smiled and continued to admire the goddess's marvelous figure. There was no hurry at all, as if he had it all figured out. There was even some regret in my heart. It would be nice to have a villain NPC at this point so that one can. Just as the thought bubbled up, a voice rang out. Janmi, I finally found you. Go back with me and be my woman. Ha ha ha. Mengda sniffed and looked, only to see a fat man in a suit weighing at least 200 pounds or more was excitedly running this way, eyes filled with lust for Janome. He was followed by a group of men with swords and clubs. Big Nini see this face but all of a sudden ugly up. Chapter 35, successfully capturing a Big Nini alive. Listening to the arrogant voice of the big fat man at the head, Mengda was speechless for a while. Brother, I'm afraid you joined the National Army in 49. It's so old. Why can't we change the words of this villain's appearance? Honey, you know? He asked when he saw that Dami Mimi was looking a little hard. Well, his name is Yuendu, and this Bao Long Plaza is owned by his family. It's been bothering me since before the end times. Speaking of which, Big Mimi didn't need to say too much. Mend understood. Mixing showbiz. Which star has not encountered subterfuge? It's just a matter of sticking to the bottom line. Actually, harassment from rich kids like this is kind of light. If we were next door to a kimchi country, we'd be in a real fight. Or the kind that bleeds from the gun. Don't worry, I'm here. Mengde directly wrapped his arms around Big Nini's slender little waist. He could feel Big Nini's body trembling again, being held in the arms of a man even smaller than herself. Mimi subconsciously tried to resist, but rational thought, nevertheless, overcame the instinctive physical reaction. The man's broad chest made her feel a sense of security she hadn't felt in a long time. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Yangmi's favoritism towards the host is +5. Currently favoritism is 20. You have to be careful. I've heard that this Yu Deshao has always had some special fetishes. Big Nini said blushing. Mendel? Just when Mengda was still puzzled, Yu Deshao had already dragged his fat body to Mengda's duo. Yu Deshao was at the mall when the end times came, as was Big Nini, but he was lucky, and under the protection of his bodyguards, he rushed straight out of the zombies' encirclement, and found his family mall, a large warehouse in the neighborhood. And during this time, with the supplies on hand, he had also gathered quite a few survivors to work for him. I was going to come over today and move his underground supermarket. I didn't expect to find an unexpected surprise. Ha ha, Yang Mi. I said how come I couldn't find you? So you came here hiding. Now that it's the end of the world, there's no one to restrain this young man from screwing you, ha. Yu Dishao came up and scanned Yang Ni's body with a lustful gaze. Unscrupulously. A proper image of a rich loser. As for Meng De, he had long been ignored. It's just a dead man. Brothers, as before, kill the men, keep the women. The thing Yu Wendu, dislike most is wasting things, and I tend to eat every single grain of rice in the bowl. All line up for me. One by one, ha ha ha. Listening to Yu Dishao's reckless voice, Meng De raised his eyebrows. He finally realized what Big Nini meant by fetish. A rich second generation. I can't believe he likes to play multiplayer sports with his men. I have to say, he's lived a long time too. The Big Nini in his arms, whose delicate body trembled at these words, subconsciously squeezed into Meng De's arms. What a pity for those big white rabbits. Squeezed and squeezed again. He would have wanted to give it a massage if the timing hadn't been so bad. Looking at Yu Dishao's men had already pulled out their guns and aimed them at themselves. Big Nini couldn't help but let out a squeal. However, Meng De was not the least bit flustered and directly opened the spatial black hole. The next second in Big Nini's shocked gaze. The next second all the bullets shot by these people disappeared. I told you I'd protect you. Meng De smiled faintly. If you want to conquer a woman, you first have to conquer her heart. What? Capture a woman's stomach? Fart. That's what licking dogs do. Even if he were to die of dryness, exhaustion, or die on a woman, he would never lick her. In the end times, strength reigns supreme. You're not convinced? Then we'll do it until you're convinced. Showing his strength to Big Nini was also an important step in his strategy to capture the goddess. And now apparently the initial results are pretty good. This hand directly shocked Big Nini to the core, making bullets disappear. How does this man do it? She was ready to die just now, but the next second it's straight up hijacked? Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Yang Ni's favorability towards the host is +10. Currently 30 favorability. The Yu Dishao's men on the opposite side were also confused. No. Where are the bullets I shot? Looking at the man across the street, he was still flirting with Yang Ni, and even one of his hands was already covering Yang Ni's tantalizing tunic. Aha! This is a woman he considers off limits. Yu Dishao was furious. What kind of guns do you guys have? Get out of here and let me do it. A kick kicked the henchman away and grabbed the gun from his hand. He was a shooting club champion in Rice before. It's less than 10 meters away. It's still a handful? Boom boom boom. Go to hell. In the middle of Yu Dishao's hideous laughter, the magical scene happened again. The bullet disappeared again, and disappeared right in front of him. Now Yu Dishao was also confused. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where are my bullets? Hearing this, Meng De then stopped his kneading hands. Smile. Want peanuts? Ha? Understand. You want it, then I'll give it all back to you. Meng De directly aimed the exit of the spatial black hole at Yu Dishao's men. The next second all the bullets these men shot returned on themselves. One after another of his men fell. That's when Yu Dishao realized something was wrong. You've awakened your powers too? Hey! Meng De hadn't thought that this rich second generation still knew about this thing called psychic ability, but that didn't stop him from getting on with it. And at that moment, in front of Yu Dishao, two heavily armed strong men appeared. The system sent out a prompt at the first opportunity. A wind attribute adept and an earth attribute adept. But it's all just first order. Yu Dishao was anxious. These two Xenos were specially arranged by his father to come here and protect him closely. He was able to act as a bully for so long, and it was all because of the protection of these two aliens. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wang, kill him for me. It's Yu Shao. The two exalts who received the order immediately used their exalted abilities. A wind blade, an earth energy bomb, all D-rated powers. It looked like it was coming on strong, but Meng De set it right with a spatial black hole. Incidentally, with a thought, 10 fruit knives emerged. It's not polite to come and go. Eat my flying dagger. As soon as the words fell, the fruit knife flew out at a rapid pace, dodging the two alien. The first battle is a duel. 10 fruit knife. One does not fall all in the two people's head. 2 alien crystals drop. Another flash of knives followed, and all of Yu Dishao's men were sent to meet the king of hell by him. Meng De a burst of operation fierce as a tiger, directly to Yu Dishao dry into a light pole commander. He's stupid. It wasn't until his own vulnerable throat, racked with a sharp blade, that he reacted. You can't. Listening to Yu Dishao's trembling words, Meng De directly opened his mouth to interrupt. Stop. I know you're good, but I don't want to hear it. How about if you just tell me where the supply warehouse is located in your family's mall and I'll let you go? As the largest shopping mall in Donghai City, Baolong Plaza undoubtedly stored the most supplies. He certainly couldn't let go of such a large amount of supplies. Yu Wendu was overjoyed. Really? Meng nodded with a smile and a charitable look, like a wolf grandmother. Big Nini, in her arms, was familiar with the scene. Half an hour ago, This man had set himself up to be fooled in this very way. Okay, I'll tell you what. The next Yu Dishao vomited that clean, almost shaking out what color his mother's underwear were. Can I go now? Looking at Yu Dishao's eyes full of expectation, Meng De's smile grew even wider. Of course. Then, a gun was raised. What? The clueless Yu Dishao was in a hurry. You don't speak of martial virtues. You just said you'd let me go. Looking at this landlord's stupid son, Meng De shook his head. I did say I'd let you go, but didn't say if it was a living you or a dead you. And, it's the end of the world and you're still talking about voodoo? I am voodoo. After saying that, Meng De directly pulled the trigger. Chapter 36 Sister Bai. Why are you here? Looking at the ground as Yu Dishao died with a face full of suffocation, Meng De was speechless. It's the end of the world. Why is this stupid kid still so innocent? I don't know, the last days must kill the Virgin Mary. Revenge can't be overnight. Now that you've been offended, you're definitely going to have to be cut down to size. You want to leave alive? You want to eat? Witnessing the whole thing, the man's killer maneuvers left a very deep impression on Big Mimi. At the moment she had a little look of adoration in her eyes. This little man is capable of so much more. To my own little heart, the dryness was too much to bear. There was a bit of a tussle earlier. A tussle about whether to follow him or not. But after this experience, Big Mimi knew that she had to find a strong person to cling to. Otherwise one is a sheep of doom, only to be slaughtered. This is just the beginning for Yu Wendu, who has a special fetish, and Mend is the best choice for himself. Even if you might have to be bullied by him, it's still better than being bullied by a bunch of people lining up. Big Mimi, who thought about it, at the man's small movements on her buttocks. Not only did they not stop it, but they're enjoying it a bit. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Yang Mi's favorability towards the host is plus 20, currently 50 favorability. Mend guffawed. He knew that his plan to raid the goddess was almost complete. At 50 favorability, it's already at the level of intimacy. Further up, it's all about intimacy. As for how intimate, hey, that would be, ha. In a moment of joy, he increased the movement of his hands. You lighten up. There are 4 warehouse locations that have been culled from Yu Wenda's mouth. One of the warehouses is inside the nearby suburb of this Bolong Plaza. According to him, the supplies in this warehouse are worth at least several $billion. Originally, Meng De thought that this Yu Dishao was blowing off his power, but when he really saw it he still couldn't help but sigh. The world of the rich is really unimaginable. It's a giant warehouse. The size of the area is at least comparable to a soccer field. The warehouse was originally guarded by a number of other people. There aren't any psychics, but there are still a lot of guns and weapons, which is more than enough to suppress a party. But it was no threat to him at all. So under the influence of his soldier of truth, these men were moved to action. They have been begging him on their knees for a chance to get in line to see their boss. Yu Dishao report. LOL, I'm such a big helper and a good person. After settling the men, he began a frenzy of collecting supplies. It's also worth noting that there are more than a dozen generators in here that provide constant power. Freezer refrigeration facilities are readily available, leaving most of the supplies inside this warehouse with little damage or corruption. Even many of the meat products were kept fresh. Come to think of it, after all, it's going to supply the entire Boden Plaza. As the largest shopping mall in Donghai City, the quality of the goods in Powerlong Plaza is definitely the highest requirement. And now, all of this is cheaper for him. With a wave of his hand, he easily collected dozens of small goals for all the hikikomori. Vote first, there's something for everyone, haha. When Mend finished collecting all the supplies, he looked at the time and saw that it was almost 6 o'clock. The sun is slowly setting. Seeing this, Mend had no choice but to hurry and drive back with Big Mimi. Once it was completely dark, then the road would not be easy to walk by then. You know, zombie sensitivity is stronger at night than during the day. The good thing is that on the way back, there were no daytime face the tragic life of the fierce. So after creating countless zombies along the way, Meng De finally brought Big Mimi, without any danger, back to the Fairview home neighborhood. It was dark, so Men didn't take Big Mimi straight back to Building 5. Instead, he took Big Mimi to Building 6 first. He planned to let Big Mimi stay here with Chang'ing temporarily first. It can't be helped. It's always easier to convince a woman than a pair of sisters, isn't it? Besides, if you can't, you'll have to come on strong. He was already all ready to give Chang'ing, the undead, a special stick education. But what was never expected was that before he was introduced, this Big Mimi and Chang'ing actually hugged each other in excitement. You know each other? Yes. Mimi and I were originally in college together. And we were best friends in the same dorm in college. Nice guy. I'm a clown on this wave. Due to last night's power outage, the candles he had prepared earlier were still being used inside Chang'ing's room now. He spent some time putting a generator on Chang Ying's place. The moment the room lights went on, it was as if it also lit up the hope in the hearts of the two girlfriends, Big Mimi and Chang Ying. The excitement was overwhelming as they embraced each other, and Mend was beautifully enjoying the great scenery in front of him. He was also thrilled beyond words at the thought of the two girlfriends. There's no way around it. It's just too tempting. Chang Ying is 27 years old, the most famous top-stream netizen in the whole network before the end of the world. After the end of the world, his undead wife had system-rated innate undead holy body, a black halter nightgown that reeked of the undead. As for Big Mimi, she is 28 years old, a little older than Chang Ying, a superstar of China before the end of the world. After the end times, manga, is the internalized goddess, system-rated innate imperial sister holy body, a wraparound skirt with black silk, sexy and charming, so people cannot help but want to explore some beautiful legs under the scenery. These two stayed together and watched Men's mouth go dry. It feels like the air is getting parched. Seemingly realizing Mengda's abnormality, Mimi hurriedly went to the bathroom under the pretext of taking a shower. She really hadn't gotten any rest during her time in the underground supermarket. Listening to the sound of clattering water coming out of the bathroom, Big Mimi's delicate body is hidden. Mengda directly pulled Chang Ying into his arms. Little devil, you couldn't wait long enough, could you? Feeling the fragrant body odor of the woman in her arms, the halter of the nightgown slipped right off the shoulders of the beauty. The black nightgown could barely cover the tantalizing dolphin, revealing long, slender and white legs. The toes are grainy and look like pearls in the light, plus the delicate makeup on this woman's face. Mud. This woman is dressed like this on purpose tonight. As for the purpose, he can't even think about it. He went straight to work. Auntie Chang, I think we need to explore the mystery of the undead a little further. Well, nasty. Half an hour later, Mengda walked out from inside Building 6 with satisfaction. Since Big Mimi was present, he definitely couldn't do it too thoroughly. Just under the excitement, directly let Chang Ying's black nightgown, turned into cloth just. Thinking back to Chang Ying's petulant appearance just now, Mengda's mood was quite good, but to his surprise, he had just returned home and was filled with consternation as he looked at the voluptuous woman coming out of the kitchen. Sister Bai, why are you here? Chapter 37, Colored Flags Flying Outside. At night, inside Mendel's room, after finishing his meal, he couldn't wait to get on the horn. It took 7 or 8 days to finally get this sister's relatives to say bye-bye. Aha! Don't! I'm Funin. Mend, who had finished charging, wrapped his arms around the woman in his arms, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He doesn't usually smoke, but after this period of practice and digging, he found that the matter of a cigarette really can be better than the living God. And today is even more extraordinary. Not only physical pleasure, but also the added benefit of spiritual pleasure. Because it was only after he returned that he learned from Xiaoyao's mouth that it was her sister who had specially invited Bai Jie to come over and live together. This naive and silly girl even asked him if he agreed. As her brother-in-law, Mengda had to say with a clear conscience, Xiaoyao, as long as you are happy, it's okay for me to make a small sacrifice. And in that moment, it immediately dawned on him. It's true, women are really far more sensitive than men in one way or another. The matter between him and Bai Jie was not hidden from Jia, an attentive woman. After all, Jia, thank you for understanding. If you were an ordinary person, to learn that his man has done outside the colorful flag flying, the red flag does not fall at home, this kind of thing, probably would have fallen out. And until now, Jia has been very calm. Oh, no, still a little excited about charging. No, it is I who should thank you. Jia, who had just finished charging, gasped for air, sweat dampening her hair and sticking to her white forehead. Barely bracing himself from his arms, he looked up at Mend with seriousness in his eyes. As she opened her mouth with every word, the scent of her mesmerizing body hit her. If it weren't for you, Xiaoyao and I might not have survived this long ago. You're out there hard at work searching for supplies. That's all I can do for you. And the addition of Sister White really does make us better as a family, and it also helps me relieve stress. Of course, the last sentence was left unsaid by Jia. This man is too strong. If she didn't find someone else, she was afraid that she was going to fall apart on her own. Just thinking about this, Jia couldn't help but blush even more. And hearing Jia's words, it had to be said that Mengda was still touched. Even though he was a man, he could think of how hard it was for Jia to make this decision. After all, what woman wants to share her man with another woman? Don't worry, I'll take good care of you and Xiaoyao in the future. Extreme girl control is extreme girl control. Menti always liked to get right to the point. Prefer to get to the point. Preferably still the big, white kind. It is said that behind every successful man, there is a woman who understands him. However, the truth is, It's easy to have a woman behind you. The hard part is that this woman understands you 100%. A man's pleasure is, in fact, quite simple. It's just that I want to be a king who doesn't go to court in the morning. What's wrong with us, Hikari? Speaking from the heart of all of you, don't thank me, he. So actually, men had thought about coming clean with Jai before. It's not a good idea to keep flying the colorful flag all the time. Now with Baekjae's previous example, figuring out the woman's attitude that would be good, he came right out and confessed and gave a full and painful account, including the Chang Ying and Big Nini thing. Ha, did you get jammy too? Jia, who had been moved to tears by Mengda's assurance to the sisters, was suddenly filled with shock. Even if she was already mentally prepared to have a few more sisters in the future, it didn't matter. But never in a million years would I have thought that this man of mine would just go out and abduct a big star straight back. This, just outrageous. This man is too good. The elite female of the workplace didn't know what to say. Mend also froze. No, sis, is Big Star the point? Shouldn't the point be too? Sometimes Mengda really couldn't understand the magical brain circuits of women's, but it looks like it turned out well. Jai didn't get angry or make it clear that she refused either. So that was a good start. This means that he can open the path of the goddess and the door to wide elections in the future. So in a moment of joy, Mengdi took advantage of the woman in his arms being frozen and staged a sneak attack. Ah, why are you here again? Charge count +5. This night, Mendel had gone through a lot of trouble to convince her completely, until I finally heard Jai's Don't get me wrong. It was meant to represent consent before he struck his leg. The result of this is that Jai is now completely clawed out. He gently closed the door. And inside the dining room, Baekjae had already made breakfast and was waiting for them. That's what's so great about young women. Gentle and considerate, knows how to wait on people and works well. Eggs, milk and porridge for breakfast. With Sister White on board, it all saved him the effort of making breakfast. Brother-in-law, where's my sister? Xiaoyao cocked her head and asked curiously. Ahem. Your sister, she slept late last night and is still awake. She needs to get some rest now. Just leave her some breakfast. Oh, Xiaoyao nodded her head obediently. Ever since the last time she saw her sister and brother-in-law doing something bad in the bathroom, this ninny wasn't pure anymore. As soon as men said it, she understood it in seconds and asked no more questions. On the contrary, Bai Jia, who was on the side, gave him a direct blank stare when she heard his words. How could she, who had experienced the man's abilities in depth, not understand? What do you mean? Sleep late? Obviously. You haven't slept all night, right? She's a pioneer herself. Today's Baekjae was wearing a gray dress that showed off her plump figure. The pair of thunders in particular were crying out for attention. Images from the internet. Please contact for infringement. Mengda's heart aches for this woman who carries weight every day. If it hadn't been bad timing, he'd have had to step up and help prop it up a bit. After dinner and a brief explanation of the two, he headed out the door. Now that it's all showdown, he's ready to bring back the two girlfriends from Building 6. Long distance hurts your feelings. Living close by makes it a lot easier to hang out at night. Coming downstairs, he turned on his nimble sense. As usual, a casual glance at the neighborhood is keenly aware that today's neighborhood is a bit unusual. He didn't notice when he came back late yesterday, but a closer look today showed that there were clearly several times more walkers than yesterday. There were at least 500 to 600 zombies roaming around the entire neighborhood. And the most crucial thing was that there were more than a dozen first-order zombies with awakened psychic abilities inside this zombie horde. Something's not right. He's in no hurry to get to Building 6 either. Went to the underground garage and got a random car and started wandering around the neighborhood. Nimble power manipulation of the fruit knife. Around the construction of a protective wall, any zombies close to him were strangled. First-order zombies are no exception. Nimble sense had been on as well, and soon he realized what the problem was. Only the gate to the neighborhood, which was fine last night, has been forcibly destroyed. Across the neighborhood, on the road leading to the bus and subway station, swarm after swarm of zombies were making their way towards his neighborhood one step at a time. At a glance, they were all far from being able to see the head. There were so many of them that even he, a second-order alien, was a little bit numb. If you force yourself to drive there, you won't go more than 10 meters before you get stuck in a traffic jam. Then, it's still possible for an ant to bite an elephant. He already had a bad feeling in his heart. Not good. The subway station has completely fallen. Chapter 38, 5 women sitting together. Mengde, eat a cucumber to cool down. It wasn't for nothing that Mend had thought of the metro station falling. As far as he knew, the Fairview Homes neighborhood was the most crowded near the subway station. 2. It's also the most crowded place during the week. It was work time when the Doomsday broke out. As long as half of the subway, oh no, a third of the people in the subway are infected with the zombie virus and turn into zombies. What's left? The survivors of that train can barely run away either. And now, with so many walkers coming towards the neighborhood, it's clear that there are no survivors left in the subway station. That's why the zombies there are already starting to spread outward. A sense of crisis welled up at the thought. The Fairview Homes neighborhood, which is clearly not a good place to be anymore, looks like it's time to move out. He'd had the idea before, and now it was time to put it on the agenda. Otherwise, if he really waited until the zombies in the subway station completely broke out, his Fairview home neighborhood would be the first place to fall. With his strength, he could guarantee that he would be safe. But the same can't be said for those women of his. After refencing the neighborhood gate, he drove to Building 6. Let's get Big Mimi, the two best girlfriends, to Building 5 first. Knock knock. It was Big Mimi who opened the door. After a good night's rest, Big Mimi's face was looking much better than yesterday. A semi-transparent t-shirt, white nightgown on top, with black lace lingerie hidden inside. The huge thunderbolt was not at all covered by this area of pajamas. Underneath was a pair of small shorts that were just the same length as the pajamas on top, perfectly revealing her long, slender, pale, big, beautiful legs, hair casually draped over the shoulders, presumably just woke up. The whole person stood in the doorway, just through a kind of lazy sexy beauty. Very tempting. Men nonchalantly swept her into his arms as soon as he could. The mesmerizing scent of his body hit his face, and he couldn't help but get lost in it. Hands were even more self-consciously placed on that familiar spot from yesterday and kneaded it nonchalantly. Honey, did you sleep well last night? Being so upset, Big Mimi sobered up completely. Oops, what are you doing? Let go of me. It won't be good if Ing sees it. Big Mimi struggled in his arms for a moment. Friction, friction, friction. Good as the devil's pace. The ghostly melody echoed in his head, almost awakening the demon in him straight away. The reason it was close was because a woman showed up. Phew, it's early in the morning to start tossing my Mimi around. Got a new love and totally left me. The old love behind, didn't you? Changing acidly leaned against the bedroom door, her hands clasping her chest as she looked at Meng Da's side with a teasing expression. Today she was wearing the black halter nightgown, the kind with lace. That man had changed her into last night. The undead would have to wear black to be superb. It's also the most flavorful. The difference was that a pair of big beautiful legs were wrapped in a layer of translucent black silk. There was more than a hint of seduction in the flavor of the undead. Hey, how could I? Whoever I forget. I can't forget our Aunt Chang. Men smiled playfully and went over to her and wrapped her in a hug. Even though Chang Ying was still a year younger than Damimi, he still hadn't changed his title. It was his preference to be called Aunt Chang instead of Sister Chang. Maybe it's a kind of joy that only men understand. It's also a preference for no plus groceries. Facing this man's moving hands, Chang Ying was helpless. The two of them hadn't completed the final step, but they had done what they needed to do. There are even some places where more than the average couple crosses the line. Even the nightgown he was wearing was pretty much torn up. The man now had his arm around her best friend on his left and was sitting on the couch with his right arm around her again. She wasn't really upset about it. They're all good girlfriends. It's not impossible to share a man, is it? Most of all, Chang Ying was also aware of the fact that she was only relying on her own abilities. Surely this man could not be kept in these terrible end times. Instead of that, get your best gal pal on board. There's strength in numbers, isn't there? After briefly making out, Meng Da harvested another wave of goodwill from the two goddesses. He then told the purpose of his visit. Going home with you? Yeah. Just simply clean up. Anything you don't want can be thrown away. I've got all new ones here to change into. Mendel's voice was undeniable. Both Chang Ying and Big Mimi had no objections to this. Chang Ying was trying to follow Meng Da back yesterday. It's so lonely living alone these days. For her part, Big Mimi was fine with following this man anyway. Soon the two women were packed. Well, it's mostly Chang Ying's, although he has said that the simple packing. Chang Ying, this woman still packed out a few boxes. He thought it was a bunch of messy stuff, but Chang Ying's words completely changed his mind. This one here, but it has your favorite black silk professional uniform. There are also nightgowns in various colors, all with lace. Oh, ahem. He swore that it was definitely not because of what was inside the box that he changed his mind. Rather, who is this woman looking down on? He can't pick up just a few boxes? So, more. A comment that made the two women laugh. For a moment the scenery appeared and the whole living room warmed up a few. By the time the three returned to Building 5, it was 1 p.m. It was good that he had explained Baekjae before, so they had already prepared a meal and were waiting for them. I also wonder if it's due to the natural climbing spirit among women. Sister Jai changed into her black silk professional uniform, a workplace female elite dress. Her younger sister Xiao Yao, on the other hand, was wearing a JK uniform. Her slender jade legs were still wrapped in white silk, and the whole person revealed an air of innocence and beauty. There was also the young woman Beck J, still dressed in a gray dress, but that pair of lanterns was enough to kill everything. Plus Chung-ing, the undead, has that Netflix professional uniform robe, and big Nini's long, slender, big legs. For a while, Mangde, who was sitting in the main seat, looked straight in the eyes. Spring colors can't be shut out. Can't watch it. It's really hard to look over. The night has given me black eyes, but I use them to appreciate the goddess. God, give me another pair of eyes. 5 women sit together in a hall. All are 95 points or more goddesses. Cannot say who is higher or lower, can only say that they have their own specialties, and that's when the fruits of his hard work all night yesterday came out. Apparently, Jai had greeted her sister before they returned, so the 5 women had no hard feelings even if they had just met. It's a well-known fact that women always have much more to talk about with each other than they do with men. When women are together, they can talk about makeup, shoes and bags, and with men, hey, it's all about he. Soon the 5 women were fighting and buzzing, and had moved right on to the battlefield, not even eating. He was the only one left, alone at the table looking a bit forlorn. Alas, it turns out I'm the redundant one. And that's when a pair of chopsticks reached into his bowl. The smile was sweet and warm, like a light, green with his hair. Ahem, wrong. Brother-in-law, here, have a piece of cold cucumber. Xiao Yao, you're so nice. I knew there was someone else who remembered your brother-in-law. Looking at the cucumber that this nymphette clamped over, Mengde's heart was warm and touched. Ha, this niece didn't hurt for nothing. Don't worry, brother-in-law will repay you. Just about to pull her over and love her, but the next second, Xiao Yao, quick, come here and try on this pink nightgown of your sister-ing. Only heard her sister a call. This niece immediately hid without turning back and ran. Men's hand is still frozen in the air. This moment, he only felt Yuan Hua possessed. Eating a cucumber is so cool. Originally, Mengde had planned to go out and look around after dinner in the afternoon to see if there was a suitable place to live. But before he could set out, an unexpected event disrupted his plans. Jia, finally awakening the powers. Chapter 39, The Awakening of the Goddess. Just now, Mengde was about to go out when he suddenly heard a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Qinjiai's favoritism towards the host has reached 100, and her powers are awakening. Jiai is going to awaken her powers? He hurriedly hugged the rolling Jiai and went back inside his room. The woman seemed to have had a premonition, but kept her brow tightly knit so as not to worry him. No wonder he had been holding his tongue when he was about to leave earlier. Brother-in-law, is she okay, my sister? At the entrance of Mengde's room, Xiao Yao, who had encountered this kind of thing for the first time, was a bit worried about her sister. On the side were a few women, Changing, who also had worried faces. Don't worry, your sister is going to awaken her powers. And that's a good thing for your sister, since Jai was the first one to awaken within her own women. Just in case, Mengde decided to keep an eye on it himself. At the same time, let the other few women stay inside the living room to avoid accidents. Returning to the bed, Jai sat a little nervously on the edge of the bed, a little at a loss for words. Her face was flushed, her body was even a little hot, and fine beads of sweat spread all over her forehead. Mengde smiled faintly and gently pressed her jade shoulders. Trust me, it's okay. Well, I believe you. The smile of her own man in front of her gave her great encouragement. He gently removed the high heels from Jiai's jade feet. Big hands traced over her black silk legs, delicate and smooth, unwrapping her black uniform. This woman really has a lot of capital. In order to make it easier to observe, he directly made Jiai lie down on the bed, and then he turned on his Nianli perception. Couldn't care less about appreciating it. Under his Nianli perception, he could clearly see that Jiai's body was littered with fiery red energy particles. At this moment, these energy particles, as if summoned, were gathering upwards. In the end, they were all absorbed by the fiery red light mass deep within Jiai's mind. As more and more energy particles were absorbed, but strangely enough, the light mass did not expand, but instead became smaller and smaller, like a concentrated essence, until a blinding, fiery flash of light. It made Mengde subconsciously close his eyes. Jiai, who was lying on the bed, could not help but scream out as she only felt her body being embraced by flames. Aha! An invisible wave of fiery red heat swept across the room. Luckily, Mengde kept the spatial black hole open, and the heat wave was absorbed by him before it completely dispersed. When he opened his eyes again, he saw Jai on the bed completely confessing to him about meeting him. The body flushed red, as if flames were welling up inside. Even the black silk on her jade legs was burned away. The delicate face was flushed with the remnants of a flush, and was frowning tightly, as if she were suffering from some kind of pain. The next second, even more directly embraced his neck. The red lips lightly opened, and the blazing wind hit his face. Phaseolus. The words just fell in Mengda's dumbfounded gaze, like a beauty snake winding up. Congratulations to the host. The goddess Chenjiai has successfully awakened the fire ability Phoenix Divine Flame. Inside the living room, Changying's few women were still waiting anxiously. But wait and wait. Suddenly a strange sound rang out. The soundproofing in this room is really not that great. The first ones to react were still the two young women, Baekjae and Damini. After all, they're all married and naturally have faster reflexes. The two women looked at each other and both blushed a little. Put, didn't you say awakening powers? Why are you doing bad things again? And then there was Yo-Yo, who was already a little less innocent. She still reacted so quickly because she listens to it a lot these days. She is familiar with it. Bad guy, bullying my sister again. That said, there was a bit of anticipation in the innocent eyes. It was finally Changying, a woman who had never done it in the first place and was unfamiliar with it, who fell off the wagon after all. Oof, I knew it. This little devil will do something bad for sure. The four women looked at each other with embarrassment written on their faces. The two inside the room do. The four women outside the house listen. What a strange feeling. I thought it would be over soon, but I didn't realize it's been all afternoon. No one came out. Instead, these four women, one after the other, clenched their legs and lined up for the bathroom. It's all blushing. Not sure what went into it either. The meal was warmed up several times until it was completely dark. A man just walked out with a smile on his face. Have you eaten? At that, the four women sitting at the table all looked at him with sultry eyes. That's pretty self-explanatory. What do you say? It's a good thing that Mengda's skin is thicker than the city walls. Without a care in the world, he sat down. A look at the table. There are only 5 pairs of cutlery. 6 people. Looking at the dishes again. Hey, it's all great tonic goodness. Sister, bye. It's still you who understands me. To show his appreciation, Men touched a familiar part for a rub. After the meal, Mendel sat on the couch in the living room. I have to say, having a few more women in the house really makes all the difference. Baekjae went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Changying, on the other hand, went to pack her own luggage. Xiao Yao, on the other hand, rushed inside the room and went to see her sister. Another afternoon. Sis must be exhausted. It was a good thing that Mengda was not the one to pull off the ruthlessness. Surely he would not let his woman starve. Plus, Jia Yi was also awakened to her psychic abilities, and her physical quality was better than before. Not as good as him, but at least he didn't pass out this time. It's called progress. As for Big Mimi, hey, the woman had wanted to run away, but he was quick on his feet and swept her into his arms. Hands consciously turn on positioning mode. The target, on the other hand, big beautiful legs wrapped tightly in fishing nets. The woman had changed into a black wraparound dolphin dress for the afternoon, the length of which barely covered the tantalizing dolphin. The chest revealed a large area of snow white, and the scenery inside was hidden and very attractive. He recalled a saying that of the 4 top stream flower girls in China, Big Mimi might not be the best looking, but definitely the sexiest and flirtatious. It's a natural beauty, and you can't get tired of it. As he played with it, he also listened to the constant alert sounds coming from the system. Ding! Detected that the goddess Chenjiai's favorability towards the host has increased to 100. The goddess bond is updated as follows. 1. Goddess Chenjiai will be completely loyal to the host from today onwards and will never betray. 2. Alien energy sharing and complementarity. The host can share the goddess's awakened alien energy and receive alien energy replenishment from the goddess. Note, the more times both sides charge, the faster the level of both sides' abilities will increase, and reaching a certain number of times will have a chance to awaken the second ability, which the host can share. 3. Viral immunity. When a goddess awakens her powers, she can automatically gain the same viral immunity as her host, up to 1 level higher in the immunity level. 4. Under the goddess tie, the host can communicate with the goddess Chenjiai in a heart-to-heart barrier-free manner, with both parties reaching 100% tacit understanding value. System note, the above update will only take effect for goddesses with a favorability of 100. Another, goddess Chenjiai's favoritism towards the host has reached 100. The reward has been issued to the system space. Please check it by the host. Chapter 40 Goddess Bound Update. On the couch, Mend was playing with the big white rabbit while laughing his ass off. He didn't expect that the goddess favorability had reached 100 and the goddess bond had been updated along with it. Point 1. Loyalty was nothing to sneeze at. He was sure that even without that, Jia Yi wouldn't betray herself. He was confident in his abilities in that area. This one can only be considered a means of prevention. Point 2. Alien sharing and complementary would be awesome. First of all, ability sharing means that he can have whatever ability the goddess has, even if you don't awaken. It doesn't matter. It can also be shared for use. The point is that there is no limit to the number of these powers. Yet, the goddess had awakened her second psychic ability, and he could share the use of it. In other words, Jiaoyi's fire ability, Phoenix Divine Flame, was not only something he could use, but it was also stronger. After all, his rank was to be higher than Jiaoyi's. And the alien complementary is that he can get his aliens replenished from a goddess with a good sense of 100 when his aliens are depleted. Could greatly expand the amount of his powers available to him. Conversely, when Jiaoyi's powers ran out, she could get a refill from him. Anyway, it's interoperable. As for the note about the number of charges, even without the second alien bonus, that number of charges is only going to increase. The only thing that needs to be considered now is that his own alien ability level has increased. I'm afraid that in the future, a woman is afraid that she won't be able to invoke him. Gotta develop other goddesses in a hurry for your own future sexual well-being. Chang'ing and Big Mimi's favoritism towards him had actually reached the point where they could eat it long ago. It's time to get on with the new number. He's doing this to ease the pressure on Jiaoyi too. Virus immunity goes without saying, and directly adds a layer of security for Jiaoyi. As for point 4, the barrier-free communication between heart and mind was still very useful for him and Jiaoyi to fight together. The two of them are perfectly in sync and perfectly matched. The point is that this fit can be not only under the bed, but also in the bed. With this tie-in, it's just the right time to use all that you've learned before with Sakurakuni-sensei. Suddenly, a clip sound with a point came on. Can you play somewhere else? What? Look down and feel slippery. Big Mimi actually cooks. Hastily letting go of her hand, Big Mimi took the opportunity to run into the room with a red face. Is this woman so sensitive? It also smells weird. System, open my attribute panel. Host, Mengde. Age, 24. Alien power level, middle third order. Awakened powers are as follows. SSS level King of Space, 1,000,000 cubic meters of carry-on space. Space black hole, transfer range 20 meters. Space instantaneous. SSS grade pneumatic power, pneumatic perception 200 meters. Pneumatic power. Pneumatic. Shareable ability, Phoenix Divine Flame, Shenjiai. Illuminated Goddesses, Shenjiai, Alien Energy Level 1. By Jia, Alien Energy Awakening 94%. Unlit Goddesses, Shenjiao, Chang'ing, Yang-Mi. Equipment, Desert Eagle Pistol *1, Unlimited Bullets. Tang Knife *1, Knife Mastery. Doomsday RV Bulletproof Edition. Skills, Virus Immunity, up to 1 level higher than the host's zombie virus. Goddess Bonding. Starry Night Walker. Nice guy. The rewards for reaching 100 favorability this time cannot be overstated. The level of the alien ability was directly raised to the third order. SSS ranked spatial powers directly add a subpower, spatial instantaneous movement. Can move freely within 20 meters? The key is to move less than 1 second. There was also sharing Jiaoyi's SS ranked fire ability. He couldn't wait to get some practice in. The accompanying space has also expanded to 1 million cubic meters, which is equivalent to the size of more than 100 soccer fields. And it's still the kind with a height of 100 meters. So it's not too much of a stretch to call the space infinite. Numinous perception 200 meters. He instantly unfolded, and the entire neighborhood was immediately under his perception. There were 6 buildings in all, and several of them were dark except for his building. No, 5, which had lights. By his estimation, there were probably none left alive. The only thing left is probably just a bunch of walkers with a bunch of them. Speaking of walkers, men couldn't wait to get to the window. After activating the Starry Night Walker skill, the sensitivity of his 5 senses was also greatly improved. In conjunction with his numinous perception, he suddenly realized that inside the zombie group downstairs, he had only solved a group of zombies that had awakened their powers during the day. Only less than a day had passed, and there were alien zombies downstairs again. And not just first-order ones, there was even a second-order one. That's a growth rate, and it's not growing too fast. If this continued, the appearance of third-order zombies wouldn't be far away. A horrible haze hung over him. He had planned, for the next 2 days, to go out and look around for a place suitable for moving. But now it seems clear that time is running out. Just as he was thinking about it, a woman wrapped her arms around him from behind, broad-minded, so much so that across his back he could feel a sense of oppression. Turning around, it was Jiaoyi, wearing a nightgown that shows off her long, slender thighs. Just standing there is also sexy and alluring. It's true that awakened powers are different, and this recovery ability has been strengthened. If it were before, if this woman could claw her way up, then he would be considered to have lost. Recovered? Seeing that the man was about to make another move on her, Jiaoyi hastened to stop it. Don't. Just kidding. Although the awakening of the supernatural ability is more than the previous warp build, but it is not possible to recover so quickly. She's still got a dull ache somewhere. Ha ha ha. Just kidding you. If your own woman doesn't hurt, who does? Sitting on the sofa with Jai in his arms. Before Mend could speak, Jai in his arms spoke first. What's wrong? See you looking sad? Jai realized that after she awakened her psychic abilities, she seemed to have established an invisible connection with this man. One could vaguely sense that something seemed to be bothering the man at the moment. In fact, there was no need for Mengde to say more. Jia, who had awakened her psychic abilities, would be able to find out as soon as she woke up tomorrow, so he simply told her about the zombie mutation downstairs. What he didn't expect was that the woman had provided him with a thought in one sentence when he hadn't thought about it. I think you should look for Sister Changing for this matter of finding a place. What? Seeing Mengde's doubt, Jia stretched out her scallion finger again and tapped his forehead to remind him. Have you forgotten that Sister Changing was a real estate salesgirl before the end of the world? A word to the wise. Professionals have to do what professionals do. Changing, the undead, was in real estate sales before she transformed into an internet star. Looking for a place to move. Directly to Changing, this real estate sales Changing aunt is not finished. And then there's Big Mimi. This top stream flower girl of China is a veritable little rich girl. There must be real estate all over the country. Take out any set and you can make a transition use of it. Mendel was also busy and confused. I can't believe I left out something so important. Soon the six were gathered together. The two girlfriends, Changing and Big Mimi, were unanimous in offering a place that was perfect for moving. Dragon Island. Chapter 41, The Smell of the Sea. I know. According to Changing and Big Mimi, Royal Dragon Island was a spot located between Donghai City and the city next door. It's in the suburbs now, surrounded by water on three sides and backed by the Royal Dragon Mountain. There is only one bridge to the island. The place wasn't too far away, just out of town in his part of the West End. The government finished planning that area just before the end came. A piece of the economic zone has been created with Mikado Island as its center, and a large area of villas were built on the island for the rich. Even Big Mimi bought a villa on the island to use for financial management. The island is well equipped with separate seawater filtration units and a complete power generation system. There is no need to worry about water or electricity at all. What's more, it's much less densely populated there than downtown, as construction has just been completed. Fewer people, which means fewer zombies infected with the virus, and to be relatively safe. It's only the rich who pay attention to news like this. Perfect for his comfort and safety. A pre-apocalyptic, yellow-robed social animal like him had never known anything but that life was the wilderness, and that's where the cows and horses should be. Definitely wouldn't know about these insiders. And according to some insider information revealed by Big Mimi, this villa is exactly what President Wang sold his own Cheetah Plaza to develop. Principal Wang himself has spent a fortune on the island, getting a villa for his pleasure. Before that, a certain big star, who is rare to see in thousands of years, was invited to the island for a party. But I didn't realize that President Wang, didn't have enough face to be rejected outright. This was a pretty big deal afterward. It was on the hot search. Even Meng De heard about it. It was just that what he didn't expect was that the island was the Royal Dragon Island. So, Auntie Chang, have you and Big Mimi been there yet? Meng De's sudden bad joke caused Changing and Big Mimi to burst into a fit of rage. Asterisk 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 you. Mimi and I wouldn't go to a place like that. It was once rumored that President Wang had some special fetishes. It's all in the name of partying and doing the big bowl of lasagna, brother who's already gone in to step on the tailor. Really? I don't believe you. Let me check. Meng De hammed and hawed and rushed into the room with Changing and Big Mimi in his arms. Ah, don't. Little bad boy. Can't you stop for a second? Well, Xiao Yao blushed. She knew her brother-in-law meant every word. Put, bad brother-in-law. It's not enough to bully my sister, but you're bullying Honey and the others. Jia Yi and the young woman by Jia helplessly laughed in the back. This man is always up for a sneak attack, and they've long since gotten used to it. But knowing where they were going tomorrow, the two women were also much more relaxed. The next day, Meng De walked out from inside the young woman by Jia's room in a refreshed state. The reason why I came out from Sister Bai's room was still because it was not advisable to see blood, considering that I had to travel far today. Well, there is also another reason why Cheng Ying and the other two girls are afraid that they won't be able to get up today once he has done his work. By Jia, this young woman will not matter. Just 2 words, durable. The work is fine. Inside the living room, Jia Yi's few girls had all been ready long ago. Good morning, ladies. Jia Yi gave him a blank look, turned around and went into his room. Sister White screamed all night last night. I guess he tossed her around. An hour later, the 6 ate briefly. Lean congee with skin and eggs, with men's eggs and milk. This breakfast is also nutritionally balanced. Meng De then waved his big hand and directly put all of his luggage of these women into his carry-on space. Though he has no shortage of it. Clothing used by goddesses. After all, the flavor is different. He. After going downstairs, Meng Did directly brought the 5 women to the underground garage. Chang'ing was the first to speak. I've got a DOQ5 here that I specialized in groceries before. I've never driven it before. Do you want to drive mine? See? That's human talk. The world is too hostile to me. A poor man. Exasperated. Men swept her into her arms. A slap in the face of a tantalizingly shapely dolphin. Ah! Crisp sounds filled the underground garage. Looking down on your man, aren't you? Am I, Mangda, the kind of person who eats soft food? I'm looking for a rich woman to adopt me. With that he backhanded it. A 4-wheel drive off-road heavy truck caravan with a length of 6 meters, a width of 2.8 meters and a height of 4 meters appeared in front of the women. The caravan is all black, and from a distance it looks like a steel beast that is not angry. Big Mimi was considered tall within a few goddesses, almost 5 feet 7 inches, but in front of this RV, the giant tires had come close to pushing up against her huge, big whites. Wow! So you were prepared for this, brother-in-law. Xiaoyao was all thumbs up and delight. A few of the other women also surrounded the RV in a flurry of admiration. I haven't even been inside yet, but I already have a sense of how extraordinary it is. Mend guffawed, enjoying his woman's praise. This RV is exactly what the system rewarded yesterday. Doomsday Edition RV. It's also bulletproof. Ordinary bullets won't even leave a mark on it. The entire caravan is dual-driven by electricity and fuel, and there is a solar charging panel on the roof to continuously power the caravan. Don't worry about the RV's energy issues at all. Mend gave it a ringing name, the Goddess. It means that only system-rated goddesses are worthy of boarding this caravan. Please, ladies. This RV has a separate RV system that has been tied to his system. He can execute any of his commands with a single thought. But that's not the best part of this RV. The best part is inside the RV. With men leading the way. Several women entered the inside of the car. That's when I realized that this car actually has something inside. It's true that there's something inside. The interior of the modest caravan is decorated with gold and amenities not to mention. And there are all kinds of bedrooms, living rooms, kitchens, bathrooms and toilets. Even the toilet seat is fully automatic. The space is not large. And it's only about 100 square meters. But it's kind of like a ring space that holds everything. Honey, it's... Jia Yi was so shocked by the interior of the caravan that her jade hands covered her red lips. They all call their husbands by name. Even a well-informed little rich girl like Big Mimi was shocked beyond words. A house built in a turtle's shell is all she's ever heard of. I've never seen a small caravan inside. Can also build a large palace? Xiao Yao and young woman by Jia, that's even more so. One by one, they opened their red lips so wide they could have bitten off a cucumber. As for Chang'ing, hey, this woman was already flushed with shock, weakness in the legs. Hubby, I know it's wrong. I really can't take it anymore. Listening to the pleading voice of the woman in his arms, Mengda then nodded with satisfaction. How dare you underestimate your husband? Pull out your hand. Hey, the smell of the sea again. I know, and Big Mimi's. Not quite the same thing indeed. Chapter 42 Mendel, I'm a pure boy. A few of the women saw the hunt and couldn't wait to visit, and he came to the cockpit. You think he wants to show off on women again with his driving skills? No, it can't be. He is a pure boy. Really can't drive. He didn't really need to drive. The motorhome came with its own navigation system and driverless mode. As soon as the target location is set, the caravan system automatically selects the optimal route to travel. AI-chan. Little Love is the name of this RV system, which can be understood as the system wizard of the RV. Master, I am initiating unmanned mode. Target, Dragon Island. Yes, Master. The optimal route has been planned for you. Upon starting, the doomed RV pulled out of the garage like an awakened beast. When it came to the outside of the neighborhood, despite having long ago taken precautions, a few women watching still subconsciously held their breath, only to see the streets of the neighborhood. Countless zombies are hissing towards the outgoing RV. Ho ho ho. The caravans all have screens inside for a 360-degree view of the outside. What he sees, his women naturally see. Seeing a zombie population of this magnitude for the first time took a few of the women out of the tour. I'll help you. Jiai looked unusually serious. She, who had already awakened her powers, still had a few moments of anticipation in her eyes. Men knew that the woman had long wanted to cooperate with him in a fight under the bed. Serious fight. A few women, Chang'ing, in the back, also walked over somewhat nervously. They had only heard from men last night about the sudden change in the zombie horde downstairs, but now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's a different story. It was the first time they had seen so many zombies. The women, all of them, couldn't help but admire their husband's foresight. Otherwise, in a few days, they would have fallen into the mouths of the zombies. Take it easy, guys. It's fine. Just look at work. A little zombie, Easy to take. Meng smiled slightly. He was very confident in his caravan and his strength. Staring at the group of zombies hissing and rushing in front of him, the number was at least 30 to 40. He went straight into RV rampage mode. AI. Bump me. In the face of absolute strength, even more zombies were scum. This RV is a system. The system produces a good product. The quality is absolutely nothing to write home about. And this has been prevented for a long time. At the front of the caravan, a big nose has been fitted. Similar to the steel frame of a caravan. Even if the zombie's body was strengthened, the moment of collision, there are also only two outcomes. Either they were knocked off their feet or they were all run under the car in droves. Ho ho ho! Ouch! Some walkers are still trying to struggle, but it didn't work. With the unstoppable rush of the RV, there was hardly a zombie that could resist. Everywhere it passes, it's a scummy glory. You're a brother, so you're going to hit me? No, it's a brother who just crashed and burned. The only thing that could withstand one or two, I'm afraid, is the second-order zombie that Meng De found last night. This zombie was also an enhanced zombie. The strength is more than 10 times greater than a normal adult. Surprisingly, he carried several impacts without being knocked off his feet. Yo, pretty tenacious. Then try this. In addition to its incredible defense, this RV has a strong, fly-by-night firepower system. AI. Activate fire coverage mode. At his command, the front of the RV revealed 5 Gatling machine guns, aimed directly at the second-stage walker. In the next second, only countless bullets shot out, raging like fiery snakes. This second-order zombie was directly beaten into a sieve. Second-order crystal cores were also in the bag. Smoothly, he broke right out of the walker circle, leaving a trail of zombies hissing impotently. Watching his own man settle the fight so crisply, several of the women felt at once as if they had greatly underestimated their man's strength. This man seems to be capable of anything. Wherever it was powerful beyond their imagination. With this man around, they have nothing to fear. And what they saw next on the road made them even more glad they had met this man. The direction of the Dragon Island is out of the west end. So when you get out of the neighborhood, take a straight left and head all the way west. Driving down the street with the steel behemoth-like body of this RV is a crushing experience wherever it goes. An unknowing zombie stood in the middle of the road, hissing towards him. Ho! Are you kidding? Dozens of zombies old man have crushed over. You a single zombie dare to block? Look at my heavy artillery. All die for the master. So it was a pretty smooth ride, but it was the women who had a bit of a hard time. It's not motion sickness either. This car comes with a shock and depressurization effect. Staying inside the RV was like walking on water. Even if you do something shy in the car, you won't be able to budge this behemoth one bit. But that's not a good thing for Mend. After all, one of a man's pleasures is about to be lost. But soon it got harder for him. This is not along the way to see the cruel scene of the end of the world. Really let these few women, a time difficult to accept. Jia-e, the women, were better, just a little pale. On the contrary, it was this little ninny, Xiao Yao, who literally threw up every time she looked at it. In the end, there's no way around it. It all has to be comforted by him. This niece lying in his arms, JK uniform with white silk legs, crying that called a pair with rain. Pity, that's nothing. It was just that this cry, even the body shook. He just felt like he was caught in some kind of chasm. He saw the nymphet's face turn hot, obviously realizing the dead memories are starting to attack. It's a good thing that this ninny knows what she's doing, too. Didn't just point it out like last time. Otherwise he'd be disgraced. The screens around this RV can actually be turned off, but he didn't do that. A flower that has been raised in a greenhouse cannot withstand any wind or rain. These women had his protection, but he still wanted them to at least be able to defend themselves. And the most comforting thing to him was that there was no such thing as a rotten saintly mother's heart in these women. Even later in the day, the women were able to chat naturally. It's not that they're cruel, but that's just the way it is in the end times. If they hadn't met Mend, it would only have been worse. In the post-apocalyptic world, any single out of beauty and strength will not become a king bomb. You can only be a man's plaything. So quietly, the girls became more grateful to Mend. Meng De secretly, again, harvested a wave of these women's favor. The fruit is ripe. To the villa area. It's time to eat. I thought it would be a smooth drive all the way to the Royal Dragon Island, but I didn't expect something to happen when I passed an intersection. Hit a roadblock. Listen people in the car. You are surrounded. Come out and surrender. Meng De was full of black lines. Where did the big stupid Chun come from? Chapter 43, Don't put yourself on top of me. Listen people in the car. You are surrounded. Come out and surrender. The opening wasn't Big Silly Spring, but it was close. In front of the goddess caravan, a yellow hare was standing alone in the middle of the road. There was also a palm outstretched, a dangling only hand at the RV. Yellow hair is called Gao Chang. Before the end came, it was the leader of the gangsters in this neighborhood. After the end came, he took his minions and occupied this nearby neighborhood. Not only did they rob the neighborhood of supplies not to mention, but they also took over the fact that this was one of the streets that they had to pass through to get out of the city, plus the fact that the street was lined with merchants, so he has blocked the front path with obstacles, blatantly charging a toll, passing through, that is, robbing the survivors of their supplies. After looting the supplies, the men are killed outright and the women are left behind. Just in the past half a month, with this road, he could have robbed a lot of good things, while most of the previous robberies have been on foot. It's not like the driving ones haven't been robbed as well. Now look at the stance of this car. I guess it's another big fat goat. That's a great RV, too. Mend was all happy to see this. Dude, you're so brave. Even heavy trucks and RVs have the guts to stop them. It wasn't as if he hadn't encountered roadblocks along the way. After all, there are quite a few eyeballs on such a large RV with a great performance. The zombie brothers are not to be confused with the guy who robbed Shell with his head. There were a number of survivors, but most of them were on the side of the road reaching out to stop cars. It's the first time I've seen one like this standing directly in the middle of the road. He made a sweep with his Nianli perception, which revealed the second floors of the merchants on both sides of the street. Dozens of survivors had already copied their guns and aimed them at his RV. Looks like that's the bottom line for this yellow hair. However, he realized through his Nianli senses that there were no alter egos among these people. Even this yellow hair is an ordinary person. Mend guffawed. Who gave you the courage to stop my car? Sister Liang. If you don't hit this yellow hair, you'll be sorry for this heavy truck caravan of mine. So he gave a direct order. AI, bump me up. Across the street, Gao Chang was still waiting comfortably for the RV to pull up, expecting it to be the same as before. Humph. As soon as this owner gets out of the car, my men will swarm all over it, and this RV will be my own. At the thought of this, Gao Chang was in a good mood. He was about to stretch his back in a cozy manner when the next thing he saw was that the RV had crashed directly into him with unabated speed. It looks like it's going to run him right into the ground. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gao Chang subconsciously lunged to the side. The RV whistled by like a gust of wind, causing him to shiver. If he hadn't dodged it, he would have been at least half mutilated. He climbed up in a huff. The little brother rushed over in a hurry as well. Shoot them all. Shoot him. The minions who heard the order rushed to shoot. Boom boom boom. A bullet was fired at the RV, but the next second they were confused. Brother, this car is bulletproof. Can't get a hit through. Gao Chang was also confused. No, what kind of car is this? What a way to be bulletproof. And at this moment, inside the caravan, Mengde was wrapping his arms around Xiaoyao and doing, "Ah shucks," is comforting Xiaoyao. For everything that was happening outside the RV, he had a clear view through the screens around him. Although the caravan was stopped by an obstacle in front of him, he didn't panic at all. Faced with the worry in the eyes of several women, Mengde instead comforted these women. Don't worry, it's fine. I'll get out of the car and tell them to move it. Putting Xiaoyao aside, this ninny's body is really good. His brother was in the middle of that chasm and almost didn't want to come out. Now it was messing with his head. So before he left, he pulled over the young woman by Jia and gently hammed and hawed in her ear. Help me when I get back. This young woman had been professionally skilled long ago after his Sakura-esque tutelage. Now that men said it, she understood. It's another way to get yourself professionally aligned. A touch of shyness flashed across the young woman's face, but she didn't refuse. I'll wait for you. Mend hammed and hawed in satisfaction. Opening the door of the RV, he was about to get out of the car when Jai, on the side, reached out and grabbed him. I'll go with you. Mend didn't refuse, backhanded her slender waist and got out of the car. This woman has awakened her powers and needs some training. Otherwise it wouldn't work if it was flowery. Just in time to practice now. When he got out of the car, he saw that Gao Chang on the ground had already climbed up. The guy also had a moment of dark joy when he saw Mend come over. There's not much I can do if I'm hiding inside a bulletproof car. Dare to get off? Then don't blame me for being rude. He was about to give the order for the junior to shoot, when he saw the junior say hastily, Kung, wait, you see that woman? Doesn't it meet Master Nyo's requirements? Hearing his little brother's reminder, this Gao Chang only noticed that the young man who got off the bus was followed by a woman. The moment he saw the woman, Gao Chang's eyes widened. So pretty. If it was a normal woman, it would be fine. Wouldn't it be a shame to kill such a beautiful woman? And most importantly, this woman definitely meets Master Nyo's requirements. Master Nyo is the head of a so-and-so martial arts school nearby. Before the end of the world, it was just a matter of recruiting apprentices by plying their trade, and spending all day eating and drinking. It's less than the life that this other big jerk has had. But who knew that after the end came, suddenly awakened a magical ability, the ability to release lightning. A casual strike killed a zombie monster. It can be scary as hell. He's able to make a fool of himself here because he's got Master Neo behind him. And the only thing this Master Ox wants is a woman to serve him every day. Recently, because not many people have come over, Cao Cheng he can't even find a suitable woman. Both offered up their wives yesterday. It is important for a great man to be able to give and take. And to live in these last days, a woman is like a dress. When she's Ed, she's Ed. Just as long as he's alive. There's nothing left when people die. But the thought of using this beautiful woman to go to his yellow-faced wife, he then felt a pang of flesh. This woman is ing hot. Mud. All the good women were given to an old man. Gao Chang cursed. Since this woman is there, you definitely can't shoot her. With a big wave of his hand, he had his minions surround him with swords and clubs. Brothers, chop up the men and leave the women for me. Unbeknownst to him, Mendel didn't want to run either. Seeing this group of people aggressively approaching, he silently retreated behind Jiai. Jiai, don't be afraid. I'm here. None of the group had awakened their powers, so it was just time for Jiai to practice. Aha! Feeling her man behind her, Jiai didn't panic in the slightest. A full masculine aura enveloped her, warming, but at that moment, Jiai suddenly realized something was wrong. Honey, don't hold the gun on me. Ha! Meng De's old face reddened. Embarrassing. Chapter 44, Master Neo, young people don't speak of martial virtue. Engage in sneak attacks. Hearing Jiai's words, Meng De was a bit embarrassed. He'd almost forgotten he'd just been in the RV, anxious to start a fire with his brother, but now they had all retreated silently behind Jiai. It's neither in nor out anymore. It just feels warm. Jiai blushed too. She and Mend had traveled the waterway many times, but the dry road from the back had never been traveled. Adjusted his stance, but unexpectedly fell deeper. Today's Jiai was still dressed in that superb OL uniform. The jade legs were tightly wrapped in black silk. The whole person looked extremely tall. But on the contrary, Mend is also 6 feet 8 inches. Out of this. Cough. Jiai don't care about these details. Focus. The woman's figure wasn't as good as her sister's though, but it's also bumpy. Mud. What a leprechaun. Feel the foreign energy in your body, then gather it in your hands. Mend spoke softly, his spatial black hole having opened long ago. This time it was just a matter of getting Jiai acclimated to the feeling of fighting someone else. Hearing Meng De's words, Jiai couldn't care less about the gun behind her. Hurry up and do as Mend instructed. It didn't take a moment people, but Jiai's hands lit up with fire. And it's getting bigger. Honey, I can't control it anymore. Jiai's hands were trembling with anxiety. Just as Mend saw that the people on the other side of the room had gathered around, he said hastily, aim at those guys and throw them out. Almost as a subconscious reaction, the fireball in Jiai's hand had already come out of her hand. Ah, the same fireball, but completely different from the previous salvation posture of Wang Yen. Jiai's fireball was thrown with a slight phoenix chirp. Gao Chang, on the opposite side of the table, had thought that Meng De had tied his hands, and the corner of his mouth couldn't suppress his smugness. He was thinking about whether or not he should enjoy this superb woman himself before handing her over to Master Ox, but it turned out that in the next second, a head-sized ball of fire flew towards him and instantly bloomed in front of him. Asterisk. Gao Chang subconsciously lunged to the side. Boo! A huge explosion rang out, and the minions, who had been hideous just a moment ago, were directly dumbfounded by the sudden explosion. A huge shockwave swept across the entire field. Meng De two people opened the space black hole is naturally fine, but these juniors can be miserable. The ones hiding on the far side of the room were better off and got blown away. The ones in the middle can be miserable. The lighter ones are seriously injured, and the heavier ones died directly on the spot. Various screams rang out. Ah! These minions fell to the ground in droves, all too busy looking for their meaty crumbs. Jiai, who saw the scene, was shocked by herself. Did I hit this? Incredulous, she looked at her hands and couldn't believe that this was the attack that had been struck. And she wasn't the only one who couldn't believe it. Inside the caravan at the back, Changying's few women watched clearly through the screen. Is Jiai that good? They never thought that the weak girl they usually chatted with would actually have such terrifying strength. No, we're all flat on our backs. And you played overtaking? Soon, the intelligent girls thought of the supernatural ability that Jiai had awakened that day. No way. At night it was necessary to have men help him awaken his powers as well. If you have the strength, what is there to be afraid of? After seeing such a powerful psychic ability, who in these women's hearts wouldn't be moved? These women are already secretly wondering in their minds what to wear at night. Uniform stocking bar. That men love nothing more than to rip their stockings. Not to mention them, even their own sister Xiao Yao was confused. If you're so powerful, Am I a burden to you? Looking at her brother-in-law over there who had his arm around her sister, this nymphette silently made a resolution. Brother-in-law loves to play with Xiaoyao's long legs. Right. Mendel had no idea of the rich inner workings of the women in the back. He wasn't the least bit surprised. After all, this was the Phoenix Divine Flame of the SS-class supernatural ability. The power is naturally extraordinary. Wang Yan's Water Being Divine Fire is not comparable, but if he calmed down and thought about it, it was Gao Chang's group that had no defense. Otherwise it couldn't have done so much damage. Jia didn't think so much about it, and in her excitement, she hugged the man behind her tightly with excitement. Thank you, husband. She knew that she finally had a glimmer of hope to protect her sister. Excited, she rubbed herself against Mend for a while, let Mend feel her vast bosom. Mengde only felt that this bosom was truly amazing. At the same time, the ghostly friction melody sounded again, makes him even more fired up. On the ground, the dumbfounded Gao Chang, who had been blown up, was a bit confused. I'm alive? Well yes, you're alive, but also dying. With those words came a knife. The icy cold blade sent a chill down his neck. With a snap, he fell to his knees in front of Mend. Dare to stop me? You've got a lot of guts, said Mend with a flick of his wrist, ready to karate him. However, at that moment, Gao Chang hurriedly said, it was all Master Ox's idea. We were all forced to do it by him. Death to the poor is not death to the friend. It was dying, so where did Gao Chang care? Like pouring beans, he told all about Master Cao. After hearing Gao Chang's description, Mengde had an odd look on his face. This, Master Ox, kind of looks like an Iron Eye celebrity he remembers. Seeing that Mengde had some intentions, Gao Chang thought that his argument had worked. Shall I have someone get him here now? Mengde didn't object. He also wanted to see who this Master Nyo who really is. How dare you so discredit my Tai Chi master? Taking advantage of the little brother running into the neighborhood to call for someone, Mengde also asked about any recent movements at the West City Gate. This is the closest thing to a suburb outside the West City Gates. This is definitely the fastest place to learn what's going on. Movement? Seems like it's just the zombie monsters getting more numerous and some of them are running in. From Gao Chang's mouth, I learned that the reason they put so many obstacles here, it's partly to collect tolls and partly to keep the zombie monsters in the suburbs at bay. Of course, Mendel knew it in his heart. Those zombies didn't just come from outside the city, but some of them erupted from the subway station. Just as Mengde was thinking about it, an old man in martial arts clothes with an immortal look came out from the distant neighborhood, a lewd look on his face, smiling like a chrysanthemum. Which one of you told the old man to come here? Nyo Baogwa squinted his eyes, not yet realizing the scene was different, but when Mengde took a look, his eyes widened. Well, someone really dares to impersonate me, Master Ma, without knowing what to do, right? Big guts. You already have a way to get killed. Eat me. Nyo Baogwa had his hands behind his back and was still putting on his master's airs, but the next second, he saw a sandbag-sized fist toward his right eye. Ah. Young people don't talk about martial arts and engage in sneak attacks. Chapter 45, he's slandering me. Slandering me. Come up here and sneak up on my 60-year-old comrade. Old me I was careless and didn't flash. On the ground, the immortalized Master Ox covered his eyes, tears streaming down his face. One could imagine how much damage Mengde had caused with that spatial instant just now. But even so, the old guy still didn't cry out in pain. Mend was speechless. This is a parallel time and space. Master Ma, your tough-talking character still hasn't changed. On the side, Jia was a bit intolerant. No, honey, you know him? Why does it feel like you and him, like you hate each other? Listening to the questions of the woman in his arms, Mengde was a bit embarrassed and didn't know how to answer for the best. Should I say young man rat-tail juice? Good thing he reacted quickly. Ahem, Jia in this post-apocalyptic world. It's not just the loss of monsters you have to watch out for, it's also the survivors. Face them with double caution. It's best if you can make the first move. When he said this, he didn't have the slightest bit of shame for sneaking up on the 60-year-old man. He's being honest, too, thinking about how many protagonists were reborn from a sneak attack when he read eggplant novels before. It's all a bloody lesson. Mend explained with a righteousness that made Jai think, hubby really knows more than he does. And it's not just that. Thinking about it, a blush suddenly rose on her absolutely beautiful face. Like right now, Jai glanced at the hand that was sneaking around her arse. The fight between you and me is still different. Mengde hemmed and hawed, and turned his gaze to Master Ox, who was still lying on the ground with a stiff upper lip. The system message automatically just popped up. Alien, Nyo Bogwa. Awakened ability, Lightning 5 Thunder Whip, Grade B. Rank, Mid-Second Order. Lightning Whip? I expected it, but I couldn't help but smile when I saw it. It's him, it's him, it's him. This Olden is really AB class. At this point, Master Ox also figured out what was going on at the scene. Pointing at Gao Chang on the ground, he immediately screamed, "He's slandering me! Slandering me! The old man has told them all that he doesn't like wonderful girls, only widows." Still stepping outside, corrupting the old man's reputation. Right. Grass. Niu Bagua cursed and kicked at Gao Chang a few times. Gao Chang had just survived the explosion of Jiayi's fireball, but he was only seriously injured. Ended up dry spitting blood from those kicks. Well, mostly pissed off. Even if he killed Gao Chang, he didn't know that this Master Ox liked this kind of woman. All this time, he'd been looking for women in accordance with normal manly thinking, trying to find young and pretty ones. It wasn't until recently that there were just no more women left that he offered up his wife. Mad. If he had known that this old dang only likes old widows, he would not have bothered to stop the road. Which one of these women he's been ing under these days isn't like that? When he thought of the wonderful young girls who had been spoiled by this old den during this period of time, Gao Chang was furious. Hearing Master Ox's words, Mengde also had an odd expression on his face. This old man, he's got such a unique fetish. Don't like to bang young, just like to get on the older ones? Jiayi also had a strange look on her face, afraid that Mengde two people do not believe. Niu Bagua hurriedly let people bring those women of his over. He sort of saw the situation on the ground. This pair is not to be messed with. A fireball actually had so much power. Those few whips of his own would be enough. You can't fight anymore, so it's better to be honest. Not a moment later, a dozen or so women lined up under the leadership of a junior. Men took a look at the good guy. Most of them are older women of a certain age. One of the youngest of these older women was in her 40s, the biggest mouthful of big yellow teeth. I don't know how the old man got off on it. As soon as he came over, he leaned self-consciously into the old man's arms. The relationship speaks for itself. Younger women are not unheard of, but they are rare. As for seeing if the bag has been opened, Mendel said he knew best. Just look at Jiayi. A woman who has been moisturized is visibly rosier. The younger ones, on the other hand, were obviously a little paler. An old hand like Mengden naturally saw the difference at a glance. And just look at the intimacy between these women and that cowboy country. Now do you believe what I'm saying, little comrade? Gao Chang and the others did this. I really don't know. Old me. This old guy had a look of resignation on his face, looking at Mengde as if pleasing. The folds of his face wrinkled up like a chrysanthemum. It was clear to Mend that this was a plea for mercy with himself, but Mend hadn't been thinking of killing him in the first place. After all, it is well known that Mr. Nyo has 3 masterpieces: resistant to punches, tough talking, no blackmail. There is absolutely nothing to say about the character, but this Gao Chang can't be spared, not to mention anything else, just this thinking about his woman. There was no way he was going to let him off the hook, but before he could strike, he saw Gao Chang twitch. In the end, when he looked at Niu Bagua, this old man's eyes were full of anger. It's a living suffocation to death. It's been a wasted lick for the last 10 days or so. The leader, Gao Chang, is dead, and Mengde is not interested in pursuing the rest of the minions. Mostly, he still had to get on the road, and with all that stuff in front of him someone had to move it. With free labor, why not use it? Taking advantage of these people's efforts to move things, Mengde asked about this Master Ox's awakening of his supernormal abilities. Knowing that his own little life is still clutched in Mengde's hands, the old guy was also honest enough to say whatever he was asked. I don't know. Not long after the end came, one day I grabbed something to eat with a strong man, got beaten up, and came back awakened. Mend is completely speechless. This old man is afraid that he has activated the attribute of carrying a punch. Soon the path of passage was cleared. Before they left, the old man had the good sense to take out most of the supplies they had recently collected. Say it's a reparation to Mend. He still doesn't understand what this old guy means. It's surrendering to him. There was no reason not to take the supplies that were delivered to the door. So Mengde took them all. By the way, tell the old guy to stop piling into that group of widows every day and gather more supplies. He was going to use Niu Bagua here as a material collection point now. If you have anything to do in the future, come over and cut a wave of leaks. Elated, get back in the car and set off. The target is still the Royal Dragon Island. Due to this RV, the routes chosen are on less traveled streets. The next step is smooth. There are zombies to intercept and not afraid. I'll let Jia out of the way. Think of it as practice. As for him, hey, as soon as he pulled Sister Bai into the room. Sister Bai, I'm on fire right now. It didn't take long to get out of the west side. Half an hour later, the appearance of an island was visible in the distance. Dragon Island. It's finally here. Chapter 46, whose general is this? If it wasn't for the zombies, where would Mengde have needed half an hour to arrive? The economic development zone where the island is located is called Yulong Economic Development Zone, as a joint development project between the city of East Ocean and the city next door. The Dragon Economic Development Zone has a complete infrastructure, and the city center of Donghai City has everything that should be here. It could totally be considered a small downtown. The only difference is that it really isn't as densely populated as downtown. Again, the number of wandering walkers is relatively low. Sure enough, it was just like what the two women, Big Mimi and Chang Ying, had said. A straight avenue lined with merchants. There is no shortage of large shopping malls. It had been emptied out long ago, but it was obvious that it should have still been bustling before the end of the world. There were also residential buildings, and Mengde's Nianli perception swept through them, and he could see a number of survivors. Eyes on Mend the RV. It's also true that this RV of Men's is so eye-catching. It was hard to see inside the RV, but the steel behemoth of a body was unusual to look at, especially when traveling across the street, almost flat out. A zombie? What's that? It's all been crushed to a cinder alright. That's awesome. It could make the group look envious, but when they saw the direction in which the caravan was traveling, they were taken aback. There was even a gloating expression on his face. They're going to Royal Dragon Vacation Island here? Looking for death. Isn't that Mr. Wang's turf? I guess we'll see this gang get half beaten to death by Wang Xiao and thrown out again tomorrow. There's a good show going on, haha. Mengde, who had just finished letting Sister Bai give herself a professional counterpart, used his Nianli perception to see all of this clearly. Mr. Wang Siming? Mend guffawed. He had also heard a lot about this Principal Wang. Since the soundproofing in this RV was so good, it was way better than even the house that Mendel had lived in before. Xiao Yao, the nerdy girl, hadn't yet understood what Sister Bai and the two of them had suddenly gone in to do. Just saw out from the bedroom. Just professional counterpart finished White Sister. Face with a little flushed. Subconsciously came the words, Sister White, is that milk on your face? Before Deng Bai Jia could react, this niece reached out and dipped her hand with her scallion finger. Jia wasn't even there to stop it. Don't. I saw my sister Xiaoyao get it to her nose and sniff it. Strange. Why does this milk have a fishy odor in it? Puff. Looking at Xiaoyao's adorable appearance, the two experienced women on the side, Cheng Ying and Big Mimi, both smiled wistfully. Ah yes, that's milk. Your Meng's exclusive milk. Try it. Even if Xiaoyao was more simple, she understood. Who would have thought that brother-in-law would do that in an RV? Bad brother-in-law, said the little face, immediately ran into the bathroom with a red Mend in the back. Hammed and hawed. Dragon Island wasn't much farther than the end of this street. What comes into view is a bridge. The bridge wasn't much farther, just a few dozen meters. Beneath the bridge is the sparkling Gulf of Imperial Dragon, glistening in the sunlight. From afar on the golden sandy beach, an island stood there in silence. On the island, villas of different styles are scattered in a staggered manner. There is also a large mountain shaped like the shape of a crouching dragon standing up behind it. It can be described as facing the sea, backed by green mountains, with beautiful scenery, like a paradise, which makes the heart yearn for it. Not bad for a pre-apocalyptic 5A attraction. Changing several women were a bit impatient. Honey, hurry up. Men's nimble sense was always on. Before going to the island, he saw a security booth on the road to the left and right. There are also 4 dead zombies in security uniforms inside. As for the stop bar that stopped the car, Mend directly let AI crash into it. The RV moved along and soon traveled to a stop in the middle of the bridge. It wasn't that he wanted to stop. Instead, in front of the RV, 5 or 6 security guards in security uniforms were fighting the walkers with weapons. Jai, you guys wait in the car. I'll get out and take a look. After entertaining a few of the women with a word, Mend got out of the car. After getting out of the car, he realized that the security guards were also poorly armed. Not to mention a pistol. Not even a knife. They're all just iron bars. Instead, there were over 30 zombies. Under the siege of the zombies, these security guards were about to lose their grip. However, seeing Mengde's appearance, one of the security guards even shouted anxiously towards Mengde. Stay back. Run. There are zombie monsters here. Men smiled slightly. There's something about this security guard. Seeing that Mengde was still walking towards his side unhurriedly, the security guard who shouted just now was still anxious. It's dangerous here. Go. A slip of the tongue and a near zombie attack. Although he dodged it, he was also in the predicament of being surrounded by 5 or 6 zombies at the same time, tearing them apart. Ho ho ho! Zhao Tieju's heart thumped. Done. Just as he was despairing, the next second he saw the young man walking towards him make an instantaneous move and directly pull him out of the pile of zombies. Before he could react, he saw more than a dozen knives whistling out. It made a beautiful arc in the air, and then back and forth inside the pile of zombies. He didn't even see the flight path of the knife. In a matter of half a minute before and after, the zombie monsters that he and the 5 battles had fought tooth and nail to hold off fell. The heads of the zombies on their heads also fell off. Hiss. Zhao Taiju was stunned. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Awesome. With his level of literacy, the only thing he could think of in his mind was this. Not only him, but a few other security guards were shocked to the core. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I thought my squad leader Lubu was already invincible, but I didn't realize there was someone even braver than him. Why do I feel that he's even more powerful than Thor, the instructor of the special forces before we retired? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Thor is also a rookie in front of him, alright. You fart. Thor is the god of war of our Red Cell special forces. This group of security guards who had just come back from the dead didn't think to take a break and rest. I can't believe they almost got into a fight over it. It made Meng De, who was trying to play a handsome game in the distance, speechless throughout. What an odd bunch of security guards to escape from somewhere. How it looks like a bit of brain development. Hey. Walked over to the group of security guards and had a hard time talking them out of it. It was then that men realized the identity of the group of security guards. It turned out to be the security guard of the villa area of the Royal Dragon Island. As for why it appeared in after hearing the reason, Mendel was a bit shocked. So, you were kicked out by Mr. Wang? These security guards nodded helplessly. Chapter 47 Flying Daggers Again. The motorhome traveled the roads of the island with villas on both sides. When Meng De's Nianli perception swept past, he could see a number of survivors, but perhaps fearing the walkers on the streets, none dared approach the RV. There are a total of 100 villas on Dragon Island. According to Big Mimi, the further forward the number, the better the natural infrastructure and location of the villa must be. Big Mimi's villa is Villa 95. Don't see that number on the very back burner, but it's impossible to take it down without a small target. Big Mimi had thought she was going to her 95th cottage and was overjoyed. But who would have guessed that the man with his arm around him suddenly smiled mysteriously? No, we're going to Villa 1. Villa 1? Isn't that Wang Ximing's villa? Is the husband he wants? Before Big Mimi could figure it out, she saw that the man who had just put his arm around her had gotten out of the car. You guys stay in the RV and don't come down. Outside the caravan, hearing Meng De's order to protect the caravan, Zhao Tieju's security guards were also confused. What's so protective about an RV? And, what are the Mend brothers up to? On the rooftop of a building not far from Men's RV, a man was surreptitiously watching the action on the RV side. His name is Zhang Chang. Before the end of the world came, it had been the bodyguard of President Wang Ximing Wang. After the end of the world came, he followed Principal Wang to the Royal Dragon Island in a death-defying way. Then, it was set up as a special stakeout for the landing. There are 2 stalkers. As for the other one who is trying to live. Yes, scorned butterfly. Listening to the living Tsubaki Palace staged around him, Zhang Chang was tickled for a while. What an indebted little. The woman was the one he and another stakeout had gotten from the villa area to use to relieve their boredom. Seems like a high-class noblewoman before the end times, but now it's just a plaything for their crotch. The 2 usually take turns when they have nothing to do. It's cheap anyway, and 1 packet of instant noodles a day is enough. And he didn't care in the slightest about the presence of the RV. Just a sneer. Oh, another supply delivery. It's not as if there hasn't been a lot of people boarding the island in the past 2 days. It all ends in one thing. Death. As for why not just block the road? Of course it's for sneak attack convenience. After all, what if the survivors who boarded the island were scared off by a direct roadblock? Right? Kill the men. Keep the women. Collect the supplies. For this set of business processes, Zhang Chang was already very skillful. With a light hand, he picked up a walkie-talkie and began to notify the bodyguards responsible for the strike inside the next few buildings to prepare for action. In his opinion, there was no difference between this visit and the previous ones, but after 2 successive calls, there was not the slightest movement. Mud. These doggies couldn't have just gotten laid. Sage time. Zhang Chang cursed. He didn't say that for no reason. After all, in the past few days on the island, the only entertainment they had besides food and drink was women. These women on the island. They're all little rich girls. The maintenance is that good. The skin is delicate and they are all prodigal water waifs. A few more shouts into the intercom still got no response. Zhang Chang had to say, without raising his head, to the other bodyguard on the side who was staking out the area. Hey, don't do it a couple of times. Hurry downstairs and check it out. The island outsiders are here. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard the little Thai noblewoman he was talking about suddenly scream. Ah. Zhang Chang subconsciously looked away. That's when he realized that the one he was staking out with had a knife stuck in his neck at some point. Blood is clattering and spraying out. It didn't take long to fall at his feet. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zhang Chang subconsciously backed up and took the walkie-talkie in his hand to call someone. But the next second, a youth appeared in front of him with a smile. The most crucial thing was that this youth was still holding a walkie-talkie in his hand, and his Zhang Chang's voice kept coming out of it. Hey, are you looking for this? He said and played with the walkie-talkie in his hand. The youth's smile was cozy, but in Zhang Chang's eyes it only felt cold all over his body. Just like the devil's smile. How did this youth, whom he had never seen before, appear? Are you? Didn't you just look at me through binoculars? Now that I'm here, you don't recognize me? Watching the youth skimming his lips in disdain, Zhang Chang only wanted to curse his mother. Your RV has a single mirror that doesn't let in light. I can't see a thing. It was good that he reacted quickly enough to at least know who the visitor was. You're the owner of that RV. Zhang Chang came to this conclusion with a horrified look on his face. He clearly saw that the RV hadn't been moving. How did this youth come over so fast? And can get the intercom. That means the bodyguards from the villas next door are dead. Taking care of so many bodyguards in such a short time. Even he couldn't do it. Congratulations on your correct answer. That's right. The visitor was none other than Mengda. Now that you've discovered someone spying on you, you definitely can't let it go. As for the reason is simple. Voyeurism signifies malice. With malice, could threaten his safety and that of his women? In fact, he hadn't guessed wrong. This group of people were really planning to do something to themselves. Luckily, I got ahead of myself. Both threatened the safety of his own people, and that was his enemy. Then treat the enemy. He has always had only one thing to say. Grant you death. As his voice fell, a flying knife shot out, aiming straight at Zhang Chang's head. However, what made Mengda somewhat unexpected was that this Zhang Chang actually dodged it. Or a gold alien. Mendel was a little surprised. He clearly saw that his flying dagger had shifted a little bit when it was shot in front of Zhang Chang. It's a pity that it's just a first-ranked aberration. It's good enough to block one of my slashes. Men shook his head and threw out another flying dagger. Flying dagger again. Over here, Zhang Chang had just utilized his supernatural ability to avoid the first flying dagger. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw the next flying dagger follow. The speed was so fast that Zhang Chang could not react in time. The most important thing is, all the psychic powers he just had were used up in that one moment. You think the flying daggers of a third-order alien are that easy to block? Not to mention forcing a flying knife to deflect. Zhang Chang's heart thumped. Done. As expected, the second flying dagger was directly inserted into his brain. Boo! Zhang Chang collapsed heavily, and his only thought before dying was, Wang Xiao is in danger. Looking at the corpse of Zhang Chang that had collapsed on the ground, he also didn't care about the woman on the side who had been stunned. Though the woman does have quite a bit of substance. Mend put away the walkie-talkie in his hand. He would use it again later. Then looking up in one direction, the place was packed with people. It's none other than Villa 1. Since they had all moved to Imperial Dragon Island to live, they definitely wanted to live in the best. What's more, even if he didn't do it himself, Principal Wang and these people were afraid that they wouldn't let him go. These women of his, which one of them is not a superb one? Sooner or later, he'll be in Principal Wang's thoughts. Then in that case, I'm sure it's a good idea to make the first move. There are only 1,000 days to be a thief, and there is no such thing as 1,000 days to prevent a thief. Principal Wang? I've heard a lot about you. Chapter 48, The Unpretentious Wang Dishao. The other side of Villa 1. Inside an erotic room that has been decorated with the utmost luxury, Principal Wang, who was in the middle of his indulgence, suddenly sneezed. Mud. I wonder which little thing is thinking about Benjamin again. Did you miss me? Principal Wang cursed. This gallivanting Netflix ex-girlfriend just subconsciously screamed out. Ah, Wang Xiao you foul point ah. People are going to beast up. I don't know if this webcam is really happy, or if it's a fake happy. Anyway, the smile on his face was raw. It's like it's senseless, but to Principal Wang, it sounded very smug. Ha ha ha, you know I'm sharp. To the side, a youth who was also galloping disdainfully skimmed his lips. He is still not clear about Wang Ximing's strength in that area. So many years of friends, all so much fun together. Come here, but he really wasn't in a good position to point it out right now. After all, we have to rely on this great young man now. Only came against his will. Wang Xiao is awesome. Wang Xiao is mighty. If Mend and Big Nini were here, they would have known that the youth who had attached himself was no one else. It's none other than Principal Wang's best friend, Lin Dirt. Speaking of which, Lin Dirt and Principal Wang were also lucky. The day the end came, they just happened to charter a night of fun from inside one of the top clubs in Donghai City. The next day they woke up in a big bed with just the two of them stripped naked big men. And I don't know what happened last night when I got high. Anyway, it got away with it because there were no other women around. And just in time, Principal Wang gets another call from his richest dad, knowing that the world is coming to an end and there is a zombie outbreak. So Wen immediately brought his bodyguard men and blocked off the entire clubhouse. Threw everyone right out. In the words of President Wang, "Mud, I don't care if people die. I'm not dead anyway." If the supplies around that clubhouse hadn't been eaten up in the end, Principal Wang could have dashed around in there until he died. Later on, there was really no way out. And Principal Wang remembered that he still had such a villa on Royal Dragon Island, so it was given to this group of bodyguards, with the encouragement of doubling their pay again and again. It was only a couple days ago that he had his bodyguard moved here under protection. Of course, this and he shifted over together. There are several netizen ex-girlfriends, Club Miss, as well as the Sakura Nation girlfriend that he spent $10 million just before the end of the world to chase after. If it weren't for that, there wouldn't be so many women for him to dally with. Plus the bodyguards under his command were all retired special forces, strong and well-equipped. 5 or 6 of the bodyguards had even awakened their psychic abilities and become psychics. The captain of the bodyguard team, Long Feng, had also broken through into a second-order alien. This is where he can capitalize on living as dashingly as he did before the end of the world. After all, security is gone as far as supplies are concerned. That's even easier. Just kick out all the residents of the Dragon Resort Island and rob them of their supplies. Doomsday is so cruel. No one is going to give you supplies out of pity. All things are to be earned, robbed, by one's own hard, robbed, struggle, robbed, to be able to get it. President Wang thinks he sees through the nature of the end times, and often uses the same phrase to admonish his online girlfriends. These internet celebrities and ladies also know their stuff and know that once they leave Wang Deshao, they won't be able to survive. Now as soon as he heard the words praising Mr. Wang, he immediately echoed the words. Wang Shao is awesome. Wang Shao is mighty. Hearing the words of these Netflix ex-girlfriends, Wang Deshao laughed happily. In the heat of the moment, he opened a box, and threw it into the air. Don't get me wrong. It's all red. It's just instant noodles. Yes, our President Wang is so. Simplicity. Real. None. Hua. But even that turned these women on. It's the end of the world. Where is the Chinese currency more important than a pack of instant noodles? The latter saves lives. What does the former do? They use it these days to wipe unidentified liquid from the battle. Ha 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 ha. Do it again. This young man is going to be Xiao 11 Lang tonight. Not dead. Listening to the commotion coming from inside the room, the 2 bodyguards who were on duty at the entrance side, their eyes helpless, because these 2 bodyguards were no one else but Lang Feng, the captain of President Wang's bodyguard team. The other was the vice-captain, Song Yan. Compared to the dullness of Captain Lang Feng, this vice-captain Song Yan was much more active. Captain, should we continue? As the strongest second-order alien on the team, Lang Feng naturally knew exactly what Song Yan meant. Ever since the end came, they hadn't listened to Wang Shao and had done many things that went against their own morals. And that doesn't even include grabbing supplies or anything like that. Although none of them wanted to do it, they had to do it out of professionalism to their employers. These days, they had a pretty torrid time. But it can't be helped. After all, so many brothers need to eat and drink. However, Lang Feng was clear that Song Yan meant more than just this. Rather, it's out of concern for the future of his bodyguard brothers. Following such an incompetent, all day long only know women Wang Deshao, they can't see any hope for the future at all. Brother Feng, why don't we just? Song Yan said this and scratched his neck, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. That's pretty self-explanatory. Instead of listening to this Mr. Wang, why don't we brothers develop on our own? It's the end of days anyway. All those paychecks and stuff don't matter. There's no way he's going to tie us up with these. Coldwind also had some intentions. These days he, Wang Deshao, only cares about his own dashing and pleasure, and has not cared at all about the life and death of these bodyguard brothers of his. You have to know that when the end had just come, the entire bodyguard team had more than 100 people, but now the mutations are mutating, and the dead are dying and the wounded are injured, plus the previous firefight with the Villa Area security team at the request of Mr. Wang. By now it's down to about 20 people. If this keeps up, I'm afraid not many of the bodyguard brothers will survive. It doesn't matter if he, Long Feng, dies, but he can't watch his brother die a horrible death. Just as he was hesitating, suddenly there was a clamor from outside the door. It was also accompanied by a burst of intense gunfire. He stepped outside to see a blacked-out RV crashing towards the front door of their Villa 1. Bullet shots hit the top of the RV and immediately bounced off. Couldn't hit it through at all. With his special forces eyesight, he could naturally see that it was a bulletproof RV. Boo! Accompanied by a violent crash, the door of Villa No. 1 was viciously slammed open. The smoke cleared and a young man walked down. Chapter 49, Wang Deshao. You're a townie. Villa 1. The two cold winds, who heard the crash, had just rushed to the door with their men when they realized that the gunfire had stopped. The bodyguard who was guarding the gate before had collapsed to the ground in agony and was clutching his abdomen and screaming in agony. Before they could react, several flying daggers were directly above their heads. Coldwind had no doubt. If they dared to make any slightest move, this flying dagger would definitely be able to take their lives. Even if he was a second-order wind-type adept, he was no exception. Is Principal Wang here? Mend, have come to him for a debt. Looking at the youth who came down from the car, Longfeng and Song Yan, who had just come out, were dumbfounded. A debt? What debt do you want? And, it's the end of days. You're here to collect a debt? The point is, this youth called Mengde, they don't know him either. Lang Feng was about to open his mouth, but he realized that there was a group of people following behind the youth. At the head was none other than his old acquaintance, Zhao Taiju, it's you guys? At this time the cold wind only reacted. This debt collection is what happened. Cold wind, get out of the way. We're not here for you. We're here to find Wang Ximing. It was his order that killed my brother. Zhao Taiju, a few strong men said as he spoke, while also marveling at the terrifying strength of the Mengde brothers. Just a moment ago, after Mengde resolved the group of bodyguards at the mouth of the upper island, he directly led Zhao Taiju and the others to rush up to Villa 1. Those bodyguards guarding the entrance just now were the ones who took care of it. All of them were from the special forces, so a sneak attack to solve a few bodyguards was still possible. And, those few aliens, Mengde didn't even let them do it. A flying knife made them immobile. The speed was so fast that they exclaimed, "Brother Mengde, truly a man of God. All right, hurry up and let our Mr. Wang come out." Seeing that it was almost dark, Mengde didn't want to waste time. At those words, Longfeng and Song Yan exchanged glances. The duo, who knew they had escaped, were relieved and at the same time a little embarrassed. Mengde frowned and made a sweep with his numinous perception. Nice guy, although before arriving, I had a feeling that I would see some juvenile multiplayer sports footage, but when you really see it, you still can't help but feel a sigh of relief. President Wang, you are the city will play The soundproofing in this Villa 1 is too good. You didn't even hear such a violent crash? I've hit you right in the eye, and I'm still riding the horse. You're really not afraid to die. There is no need to consider whether to eat beef or not. Directly let Taiju immediately lead the people to break in. It didn't take long for the sound of a scream to accompany it. One man and woman after another were then yanked out, and the leader is no other than our Principal Wang. Principal Wang came out still cursing. Mud, who are you guys? Who let you in? Where are my young man's bodyguards? Long Feng, you punk, why don't you come over and protect this young master? I've spent so much money in the East Sea for so many years, raising you losers for nothing. Mend heard Principal Wang's voice from a long distance away. It didn't matter to him, it was Coldwind's group of bodyguards that had some ugly faces. You know, when Mengde's flying dagger was on their necks just now, none of these bodyguards had changed their faces, but now one by one, it's hard to watch, especially Lang Feng, this second-order alien powerhouse. Doesn't the strongest man have no dignity? Taiju, who was in the back, couldn't hear anymore, shining a vicious kick at Wanda's back, straight up at our Principal Wang in the ass. That's what quieted Principal Wang a little. Men sat in his chair, looking down condescendingly at Wang Daoxiao, who was kneeling in front of him. This was the first time he'd seen Mr. Wang offline. It used to be news you saw online, like President Wang and some internet star breaking out in another relationship. Or maybe he spent $2 million on his cat and bought a cat necklace. Blah 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 this. Not to mention, it's still the naked body of our President Wang that we're seeing now. Ahem. For the record, he has absolutely no special hobbies. Mainly, Principal Wang at this moment was also too wretched. It may be that when Taiju and the others went in, it was the critical moment for Principal Wang and their party to sprint, so being yanked out is almost always naked. The most fabric on his body was 2 pieces of fabric wrapped in passing when he was caught out. It's just barely blocking some important parts. Our Principal Wang, I guess he was also busy sprinting. His hands and feet slowed down a beat, and he didn't even get a piece of fabric. Now kneeling in front of Mend, he kept reaching out to block his poor little creep. Yo, isn't this Mr. Wang? You've gotten so spammy after a few days? The corners of Mengde's mouth lifted in a tease. Asterisk. Who the are you? Dare to touch me? Wang Ximing, do you know who I am? How dare you treat me like this? I'll kill your whole family. Seeing the playful smile on Mengde's face, Wang Daxue felt a wave of humiliation. Immediately, he couldn't wait to start cursing again. He, Mr. Wang, only drinks milk from CD calcium milk. When have I ever been humiliated like this? but the next second a gun was aimed directly at him. Principal Wang, you're very brave. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Say it again. Being pointed at his head with a gun. Where did Principal Wang dare to speak? His big face was directly whitened with fear. One can only come with a constant shivering of the body. You can't kill me. My father is the richest man in China. Tell you what, I'll pay you. 1 billion. 1 billion. I'll give you as much as you want, as long as you spare me. Men pulled out his ears impatiently and scanned the circle of others who had been brought out. 7 women and 1 man, playing with enough flowers. Forget about the female. Everyone knows that Wang Dishao's favorite is Netflix. All over, it's a processed finished product of technology and hard work. There is an unnatural feeling through it. It was only when he saw the male that meant was brightened up. Lin Dirt. At this time, Lin Dirt was no better compared to Principal Wang. At most, it's an extra piece of fabric all over. The body is quite nice. So I guess it is the first choice of many wireball rich women. Now that he was so named by Meng De, Lin Diao could only raise his head in embarrassment. Crybaby, probably scared like a dead man's face. Think of who this guy was before the end times came. Big Nini would probably recognize. But seeing how these people looked now, Meng De thought better of it. It's hot. Just in case it affects the quality of Big Nini's evening service. In that case, there was no more need for him to continue playing. Wanda, do you have anything else to say? If not, it's time for me to collect my debt from you for letting people come to the island to kill me. Men turned the safety on, scaring Wanda and shaking his head desperately. No, you can't kill me. As long as you don't kill me. Wanda's brain was desperately thinking. I'll give you my Villa 1. Kill you and this place will still be mine. Men shook his head. Then I'll give you my Netflix ex-girlfriends. They're good workers, they'll definitely satisfy you. Men still shook his head. No, kill you and they're mine. Seeing that, Mend was about to pull the trigger. Wang Daoxiao suddenly screamed. Then I'll trade you my girlfriend, Sheena Miho, as long as you spare my life. Men's hand, which had been pulling the trigger, jerked to a halt. Sheena Miho? That island girlfriend you got for $10 million? Chapter 50. You're a real criminal. For the island girlfriend that cost $10 million to get just before President Wang's doom came. Meng De is a man who has long been heard of. Sheena Miho. As soon as he saw the name, his eyes could float in front of his eyes the appearance of a young girl with short hair, pure and lovely. The reason why it is so impressive is partly out of a perspective other than mere appreciation. On the other hand, it is because all men in China have a great dream, that is, want to go hard to the island to start a righteous carry day action. Whip the women of Sakura Nation up a storm. I remember when I used to study, my only wish was to make a trip to Sakura country one day, one of the only male vernacular volunteers in his life. Unfortunately, it's been up until the crossover, not to mention the flogging. It is the door of the country have not stepped out of a step, let alone personally taste a bit of island women. And now, with this opportunity right in front of him, how could he not be excited? When he saw Meng De stop, Principal Wang quickly sighed in relief. A feeling of coming back from the dead instantly surged through his heart. Okay. Fortunately, there's one thing that can make this guy's heart skip a beat, even if that's your own girlfriend. Women are like clothes. Without this one there is the next one. Your own little life is what matters. Don't worry, my girlfriend is still an original. Men know best. Wang Dazhou, who had been in love for many years, knew a truth very well in his heart. That's, every guy who does that kind of thing with his girlfriend for the first time says he doesn't care if the woman is complete or not. But once you learn that your woman is incomplete, even if you don't say so at the time, there will be a lump in your heart afterward. Avoiding the guy in front of him from anger to hatred, in a fit of rage, to karma himself, Principal Wang added hastily. But who would have guessed? Don't you dare lie to me. Men can't believe that Principal Wang, a young man with a special fetish, could be cruel enough not to go on. He had been prepared to be incomplete when he learned that President Wan was here. Now when he said that it is a complete body, this is to take him as a fool. Really, it's true. My father won't let me touch her. And our Wang family is planning to invest in a piece of real estate in Sakura country. We're only together to build momentum for a business partnership. 2. For the sake of his little life, President Wang is also desperate to break the news. And it's not like our laws in China don't allow it. After Principal Wang's reminder, Meng De then remembered. It seems that Sheena Miho is only 18 years old this year. To be precise, it turned 18 after the end came. Nice guy. Meng called out the good guys straight away. It's a coincidence. This is a chance to be jailed but not imprisoned. Meng De's mouth couldn't help but show a smirk. Criminal. You're so criminal. Young Mr. Wang, if it weren't for the coming of the end of days, I would see that this little life you're living is becoming more and more judgmental. even though he heard the flirtatious meaning in Mengde's words. Wanda, who had a big gun pressed against her head, didn't dare to say anything more. At least the guy in front of me was happy, so maybe he'd let himself go. As long as I escape this, I'll go back and bring my men back to sweep the place, wash away the shame of this place. Sure enough, he wasn't wrong. After hearing his words, the guy in front of him withdrew his gun in satisfaction. Don't worry, since you said it all in good faith, I'll be merciful and let you off the hook. Upon hearing this, Principal Wang was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, this kid is still too young. Don't you know that Doomsday must kill the Virgin Mary? And the grass must be cut to the roots. Wait for me. I'll be back for revenge. Wanda hid the madness and hatred within her heart. A gesture of gratitude was put on his face. Thank you. Thank you. Don't worry. When I get back, I'll have my dad send a ton of supplies to thank you for saving my life. Men flashed a grinning smile, watching quietly as Mr. Wang's superb performance. Oh, President Wang your acting skills do not go to get an Oscar movie star. Pity. If Big Nini were here, she'd understand in seconds. The man is trying to punk people again. But a few of the uninformed Taiju on the side were anxious. Brother Mengde. No way. He ordered the killing of several of my brothers. And I promised to avenge them. Wang Daxiao is also a little witty. A look at the back of a few big men anxious eyes. Immediately said, can I go now? Mengde is still grinning like a wolf grandmother's grin. Sure, Mengde, am as good as my word. I'll let you off this time. But not next time Having received Mengde's assurance, Principal Wang was greatly relieved. It was even more dismissive of Mengde's reminder. Mud. Next time? Next time. You'll be dead you. I'll kill you sooner or later. Lean. Principal Wang thought viciously. Covering his little creep, he immediately moved on, focusing only on his own escape. He didn't even care about his good friend. Lin Dirt. Wang Siming, ungrateful. I'm stepping on a horse, but I'm even giving you the back. Furious, Lin Diao cursed at him, bursting out with fierce information that stunned even Mengde. Rich people are townies. It's unisex. But Principal Wang didn't care. Lousy horse even let his own woman. Lin scale count a few and subconsciously, he sped up his movements. Looking at the villa gates close at hand, never heard the shots ring out. This was a huge relief to him. It seems like that guy is really trying to let himself go. After a few dozen more steps, the villa intersection was in sight. By this point, it was well beyond the firing range of a handgun. He is completely safe. Principal Wang was ecstatic in his heart, but uneasily he looked back again. The guy with the gun. He's gone. It's okay, too. No one is better off with a gun to their head. Principal Wang has relaxed and can take it in stride next. But just as he turned around, he saw a man looking at him with a smile on his face. With a kind face. However, in the eyes of Wang Daxiao, this moment in kind smile is like the devil's smile. Hey! Surprise! 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 Mr. Wang, we meet again. A familiar desert eagle was aimed at his head again. Familiar scenes return again. I thought you said you'd leave me alone. Wanda regretted it. Mud. I have nothing to turn around for. Mr. Wang, this is your fault. I just said I'd let you off the hook, so I'm letting you off the hook. This is the second time we've met. Principal Wang was dumbfounded. A chill instantly rushing from his feet all the way to his head. You never thought of letting me go. Reacting. Principal Wang was furious. The body was shaking with anger. Ice dog. Congratulations on your correct answer. Do you really think lousy let you go and then come back to get back at me? Men shook his head and ended the game as well. I have to say, the feeling of tuning up top stream's youngest. It's still pretty good. It's time for Wanda to hit the road. The calm sentence was like a death knell ringing out, starting a countdown to young Wang's life. No. Boom. Accompanied by a gunshot. Just wanted to turn to escape. Wang Daxiao fell heavily to the ground. Inside the courtyard of the villa, after watching the entire process of Mengde teasing Wang Daxiao, the crowd shuddered. One guy even pissed himself straight away. Chapter 51, gone. Whoever uses it isn't using it right. With the smell of urine spreading, the 7 female netizens who were dragged out from the erotic room all subconsciously stepped back. Taking a closer look, Lin Dirt was actually scared to pee. Put. Useless man. The faces of these female netizens were beaming with contempt. Thought this big star was something, but it turned out to be a silver lining. It doesn't work at all. Mengde was also not expecting Lin Dirt, the guy who was known as a steel tough guy, being so intimidated by myself. I went straight for it. Sure enough, nothing the internet advertises is reliable. The fresh meat of the entertainment industry. Alas, it's a long story. Men almost let out a pig squeal. Tell Taiju to throw this guy out of Villa 1. He doesn't want to leave this punk here to waste food. turning his head to the few pieces of fabric wrapped around him. Wang Dajia's internet ex-girlfriends. Have to say, play is play. Fool around. Don't make fun of Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang's vision is still quite good. At that moment, the women were looking at him with a pleading gaze. There was fear in his eyes, and even as he knelt there was still a hint of seduction in his eyes. These women are literally 7 styles. There are innocent, there are flirty, there are mature, there are infantile, playing with real flowers. It's just that Mend has a higher vision now, and he's too dirty. If he had been a different person before, he would probably have been transformed into a LSP. These Koan. Aw shucks, it's the women who still have some use for them. At least it can be left for Taiju and the others to use. You can't have a busy night and get nothing out of it, can you? It's all gone. Whoever uses it isn't using it. Right. Only for men to speak out about the arrangement. Only to hear. No, brother Mengda. My mother said that men can't learn to be bad. I have a favorite. I liked Suehua from my village. Saying that, the bastard even secretly took the picture and showed it to Mengde, as if he was afraid someone would find out. But Mengde took a look. Nima, a giant of over 200 pounds, appeared in front of Mengde. It's nice to look at. Looking at the naive smile on Taiju's face, Mengde was instantly defeated by him. I also wonder if this guy is stupid for being a security guard. Good thing the few remaining guards were normal men. As soon as he heard about Men's arrangement, he immediately couldn't wait to pounce. After arranging where these women would go, only Coldwind's group of security guards were left, about a dozen of them, still being held up by Mengde's flying dagger. He didn't dare to make the slightest move. Seeing Mengde's gaze over, Coldwind's group of security guards instantly became nervous. They knew that next, a single word from the man in front of them could decide whether they lived or died. Oh no! No need for a word. A thought is enough. Resistance? Coldwind and the others gave up without even thinking about it. You don't think you're going to die fast enough, do you? Especially after what happened to Wang Daoxiao just now. They were even more afraid to move. Before Mengde could say anything, Taiju suddenly ran over on the side. Brother Mengde, can you spare them? It was Coldwind who deliberately let us go before. Otherwise none of us will be able to escape Villa Island. They also work on the orders of that Winsome. Seeing Taiju, a naive batch, pleading for mercy, Mengde obediently nodded with a slight smile. Sure. In fact, he hadn't thought of killing Ling Feng and the others. After all, throughout the entire battle, Ling Feng and the others didn't have time to resist, did they? Will you be willing to follow me? As the captain of the bodyguard team, Ling Feng was a second-order alien, and his combat power was still good. Inside the remaining bodyguards, there were also a few first-order psychics. After the collection of the guard, no, one villa is also good. Also save everything to labor him hands. As for worrying about whether Lang Feng and the others would dare to rebel, as long as one's strength is on the line, one doesn't have to worry about that. He believed that his out of this world conditioning Wang Daoxiao's methods just now had greatly shocked them. Sure enough, as soon as his words left his mouth, he saw the bodyguard team all let out a huge sigh of relief. The leader, Long Feng, even said immediately, yes, they're all bodyguards. They're not with anyone, at least they have professional ethics. The rest of the bodyguards were fine with it. Rather, they were all a bit happy. A glimmer of hope was also rekindled in Vice Captain Son Yen and Coldwind. Following the Mengde in front of him was better than following the dude young man who only knew how to screw women all day long. That works. Your job is the same as before. Just guard this Villa 1. In the future, in this post-apocalyptic world, if there is a bite of food for me, Mengde, there will be a bite of food for you. A satisfied smile also appeared on Mengde's face. At this time, it was already dark. Fortunately, Lang Feng and the others had cleaned up the zombies around Villa 1 before. Otherwise such a big commotion would have to attract some walkers. Lang Feng and the others had been used to the life of a bodyguard for so many years. They were not living in Villa 1, which was located halfway up the mountain. This is what Mendel asked for. Strong strength in the evening. He is also not President Wang. He preferred to want a more private space. Inside this villa, apart from him, only his women could come in and out. So he let Ling Feng and the others liven the 2 or 3 villas in the neighborhood. Villa 2 or 3, originally occupied, but before Mend arrived, he had been sent away by Principal Wang. It's just empty now. For his use, he arranged it this way also because the location of these 2 or 3 villas was particularly good, located just on either side of the road. It perfectly guards this only passage up the mountain. At the first sign of trouble they know immediately and are out in time. It has just the right effect of providing a safeguard. There were also 2 security booths outside the gate of Villa 1. Mend let Taiju and the others stay there temporarily. For now, he still trusted Taiju and the others. After a simple dinner, Taiju and the others started to clean up the ruins inside Villa 1. It was a good thing that men hadn't killed the bodyguards inside Villa 1 before, so it didn't cause too many casualties by the time. It just needs a simple bandage. The medical supplies needed can be found in Villa 1. Speaking of supplies, we have to mention this top-notch villa of President Wang. Mend put his arm around a couple of women and took a brief tour. According to Big Mimi, a circle member, this villa is spent on President Wang. Dozens of small goals to build. The entryway is a huge living room. Just this one large living room alone was more than 100 square meters according to Mengda's estimation. The living room is about as big as the Hikikomori's house in front of the screen. The interiors are understatedly luxurious and visceral. With the warm orange light overhead, it looked extremely warm and cozy. There was also a large 4-star 200-inch Ultra HD TV on one wall. Cast screen to watch movies. Learning is absolutely immersive. Sofas do not even need to sit. Just look at the reflection. You know that all are 99 into rare high-grade things. There is also a bar to the left of the entrance. There are a number of valuable wines in the collection. The 82 Fira doesn't even deserve to be included. To the right is an open Japanese. Ah shucks, it's an island kitchen. It also comes with a living room. The young woman Beck J was pleased to see this kitchen. Since being Men's woman, she was the one who did all the logistical work like cooking. Mendel was looking forward to the scene of the young woman, with her lace apron, cooking in the kitchen. After all, this kitchen has a pretty high cooktop. Good for him to be behind. Hard-working. Ha. Come to the second floor, which is all recreation rooms. Like what game hall? Ah. What a love room with all kinds of weird and wonderful toys. Petting zoo. There is also a waterbed room with a huge pool and more. Inside, the level of luxury is so luxurious that it's not even an exaggeration to say it's trenchant. Not to mention anything else, the configuration inside a game hall alone was definitely beyond his Mengda's imagination. Inside anything he could think of could be found inside computers, games, etc. There's even a wall of tens of millions of hand-me-downs. Men's eyes can't take it in. One can only say that poverty limits his imagination. So are these women. Even Big Mimi, a famous female rich woman in China, was in awe. Rich people are really good at this. Before he could continue his tour, however, while visiting a burgundy-lit erotic room, Jia Yi's few women looked at each other. None of them went in, but instead revealed a mysterious smile. Mend, who was walking in front, hadn't reacted yet. His big hands directly lost their control over Baekjae's pair of big ferocious weapons. What? Just when he was in a daze, a woman suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck. Cheng Ying's charming body scent came to her face, and her seductive words were as gentle and pleasant as dewdrops falling to the ground. Honey, don't you want to try the undead again? Tonight, I'm yours. Oh. Men's breath caught in his throat. Chapter 52, Anchang. Inside the erotic room on the second floor. Honey, tonight, I'm yours. Oh. Chang Ying's charming body fragrance gently hit Mengda's face. A smiling face is truly charming. Mend hemmed and hawed and couldn't wait to take action. Watching Men's quick movements, the door to the room was gently brought up by a couple of Jia Yi's women. It was something they had discussed during the day. It was also requested by Chang Ying, the undead. It was really Jia Yi's supernatural ability during the day that envied them. They desperately wanted to be like Jia Yi and have powerful psychic powers now. The eyes of the big Mimi on the side are full of envy, because she didn't rob her best gal pal in the RV during the day. Mengda didn't know what Jia Yi and these women were thinking. At this moment, he was desperately wanting to explore the mysteries of the undead with Chang Ying. The undead. It's been explored many times before though, but every time it's shallow. Not a chance in hell. In-depth discussion. And now, here's your chance. After a simple bath, Mengda held the woman in his arms and directly shifted places. Chang Ying is very charming tonight. Chang Ying, who had finished bathing, did not change into a black halter nightgown. Instead, at Mengda's strong request, he changed into Chang Ying's gray professional black silk robe that was hot all over the internet. Her hair was pulled tightly behind her head by a black hairband. Her features were exquisite, and her small palm-sized face was a bit dexterous. A silk scarf hung around her neck, and her black blouse on top highlighted her tantalizing bosoms perfectly. The gray wraparound dolphin dress underneath barely covered the tantalizing dolphin. The following pair of jade legs were tightly wrapped in black silk, and with the high heels on top of the jade feet, they looked round and slender. Standing in front of Mengde, she looked extremely tall and alluring. The whole person even exuded a flirtatious yet cool aura. In the dim light, the eyes looked like stars falling into a lake, and they were a source of pity. Again, all dressed up in professional uniforms of sales ladies, worn on Chang Ying, an undead person. It exuded an undead smell. Mend couldn't wait to take the blushing woman into his arms. Aunt Shang, I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. As soon as the words are out of his mouth, Mend begins to unravel, bit by bit, the profound mysteries of the undead. Ah, ding. detected that the undead Chang'ing has completely become the host's woman and her favorability has exceeded 60. The condition of lighting up the goddess's exclusive catalog has been reached. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully lighting up the goddess Chen Jiayi's exclusive atlas. As with the 2 times before when Jiayi and Sister Bai were lit up, the system's prompting sound came as expected. However, the difference was that Meng De had fully charged Chang'ing, the undead, and had initially obtained the mysteries of the undead before going to check the system information. Located at the top was still Chang'ing's goddess photo. The look was not unlike her now. Meant he was seeing it now. Exclusive catalog photos of goddesses aren't picked at random, either. Instead, the goddess photo that best shows the goddess side is placed on top. For example, Jiayi's is a professional black silk OL photo representing the urbanites. Baek Jae, on the other hand, had a red nightgown, and this best represented her unique young woman flavor. Continue to view system information. Goddess, Chang'ing, innate undead sacred body. Identity, Miss Extreme Sales. Age, 27. Height and weight, 168 to 50. Base parameters, 84-58-84. Overall rating, 97. Favorability, 100. Awakened powers. Number of charges, 3. Enrollment. Alien power level, mid-first order. Awakened ability, Thunder Goddess, SS grade Thunder ability. Specific details, innate undead saint body. Just got a marriage license. Her husband unfortunately died at the beginning of the end of the world. Shaking hands with the famous anchor. The whole network has more than 10 million fans. Sexy goddess. Charming and attractive. Chang'ing's goddess attribute panel was similar to Jiayi's. Well, the main point is that these 2 women are about the same size. If he really wanted to make a serious comparison, the woman underneath him at the moment had a slightly better figure. Plus her undead status adds to the mix, which is why the overall rating is 1 point higher than Jiayi's. But unlike Jiayi, due to the fact that the good sense had reached 100 long ago, so now it directly awakened the supernatural ability of controlling thunder and lightning. And due to the experience of helping Jiayi awaken her powers last time, Meng De didn't even need to stop moving his legs. Straight up one mind. Turning on her Nianli perception, she directly began to scan Chang'ing's petite body, observing the entire process of awakening her supernatural abilities. In this process, due to the special effect that nimble perception comes with, the number of times Chang'ing's was charged increased again and again. Goddess bound is the same as Jiayi awakening abilities. Goodwill reached 100 and was similarly updated. In order to avoid people scolding me for water word count, the goddess bond is put in the author's words at the end. The righteous fathers check it out by themselves, and ditto in the future. From this moment on, Chang'ing will also be completely loyal to him, Meng De, and there will never be any betrayal. Along with that, there was an increase in the level of the alien ability. Exactly how much of a boost? Anyway, when it finally ended, Meng De received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations host. Your one-night charge with Goddess Chang'ing breaks through 10 times. Reward Goddess Chang'ing's supernatural ability level is raised to the peak of the first order. Nice guy. No wonder the system's goddess binding kept suggesting that the more times it was recharged, the faster the level of both parties' powers would increase. Now finally we are seeing substantial results. Hey, looks like Jiayi and Sister Bai side. I still have to work hard myself. Of course such a boost doesn't come without a price. The consequence of this overnight boost is, the next day Chang'ing, the undead, almost did. Undead. That's not just a statement. Because, the woman was unresponsive by the time he left the room. When they came downstairs, a couple of the women had woken up early. All cleaned up the entire Villa 1 while he was still trying to explore the mysteries of the undead in the early morning. Made breakfast at the table, waiting for him. What you have to admit is that living in this kind of big villa is indeed more comfortable than what you lived before. A glimpse of several women's wonderful scenery can be taken in. Good morning, ladies. Several women were in a good mood. There was a flurry of greetings to him. Men sat directly on the side of Xiao Yao. Cuddle. Oh no. It was an affectionate greeting to his sister-in-law. Yo, did you sleep well last night? Xiao Yao, who was cradled in her arms, nodded with a red face. Villa 1 is so soundproof. It was the quietest sleep she'd had in so long since Doomsday. Ha ha ha. Taking advantage of eating breakfast, Meng De began to check the system rewards he obtained last night. I was so busy charging last night that I didn't even have time to check. However, when he saw the first reward, he was puzzled. Seeds of Consciousness? What the hell is this? Chapter 53 Discovering the Goddess, Shina Miho. Seed of Consciousness, also known as Seed of Numinous Power. One of the SSS grade Numinous Power's subordinate subpowers. The host can plant the Seed of Consciousness on any of his men whose ability level does not exceed that of the host and who are willing to follow him. After it is planted, it will be completely loyal to the host and will never betray. After reading the system's introduction, Mengda smiled slightly. This seed of consciousness has come at the right time. Although he had taken in Coldwind's group last night, I believe that with his own methods yesterday, he had already deterred them. But after all, people's hearts are in the right place, and interests move people's hearts. A short time is fine, but a long time is not guaranteed. To be on the safe side, it would be better to put them all on Coldwind. In addition to the seed of consciousness, last night's hard work had also allowed him to awaken the SSS grade Thunder System ability, Thunder God. The attached Thunder Electro Exotic Bundle, Thor's Hammer, Thor's Hand, and Sea of Thunder. It was also issued to the system space long ago. He couldn't wait to test the power of these powers. He was in a good mood for the harvest. Along with that, the big hands wandered faster. It didn't take long to make the little ninny in his arms blush. Both let out a slight gasp. Brother-in-law, don't. If it wasn't for Xiaoyao's stop at the end, Mengda would have been attacking the city next. Stealing a glance at Jiai's face was no different. Mendel sighed in relief. It's still nice to sneak under the table and make games with your sister-in-law. After breakfast, a couple of women went to clean up the dishes. Instead, Jiai pulled him into the living room. Inside the living room at that moment, a girl was sitting on her knees. The girl had short hair, and just by looking at her back, she gave him a feeling of an innocent young girl. Ding! Scandin Island's finest goddess that meets the system's criteria. Goddess, Shina Miho. Overall rating, 98. Favorability, 40, friendly. Reach 60 to light up the goddess atlas. Number of charges, 0, no personnel. System introduction, 18-year-old beauty girl. Innate innocence, short hair, saint body. The hottest female actress in the island. Known as the girl that men in the island want to date the most. The girlfriend that President Wang spends millions of dollars to date as well. Pure and flawless. Charming and pitiful. Meets system requirements. Please light up the goddess atlas as soon as possible. Host. Seeing the system's prompt, Mengda instantly reacted. Shina Miho. Mend looked at Jiai with a stunned expression. He suddenly remembered that he hadn't seen her then among the bunch of Netflix girlfriends yesterday. Where did you find her? He was also busy last night, exploring the mysteries of Chang'ing, the undead. So much so that they've overlooked this island girlfriend of President Wang's. It's just inside one of the bedrooms on the 3rd floor. We saw it this morning when we were cleaning. Jiai said as such. And up early in the morning. Sitting here waiting for you. Wait for me? Mend walked over to Mibwa with some confusion. Watching it so closely gave him a better sense of the gold content of this island Yenba. However, what Mend didn't expect was that he hadn't even spoken yet. This island beauty girl just glanced at him, and in the next second she directly jumped into his arms. Oni Ai-chan. What? Mend was flabbergasted. No? When did dude get so charming? It's all to the point where teenage girls are throwing themselves at it? This teenage girl isn't just any teenage girl. This is the Shina Miho that has driven countless teenage boys crazy. Jiai in the back was also puzzled. For Shina Mibwa, she, Chen Jiai, a woman who didn't follow stars, hadn't heard of her much. This man himself, when did he hook up with her again? When Mengda saw Jiai's strange gaze, he knew that this woman was thinking wrong. No, Jiai, let me explain. But he couldn't move if he wanted to. Miho was petite and delicate, but her bosom was amazing. A pair of small hands even hugged his male waist to death. That's a lot of strength for a ninny. Through several layers of clothing, Mengde could feel her overflowing enthusiasm and excitement. Unico, what's going on here? As confident as he wasn't blindly confident. He's just a billion times more handsome. The body is so billion dots better. Altered powers are so a billion points more. Charisma is that billion points stronger. Otherwise it's pretty ordinary. Of course, it's even less comparable to the Hikikomori in front of the screen. He is such a mediocre man. But he can make the island's famous face bully directly for nothing. He couldn't think of any other reason other than Unity Sons. Ding! This is due to the Charming Aura, a reward the host received last night. Charming Aura, under the shroud of the Charming Aura. It can greatly accelerate the rate of increase of the goddess's favorability towards the host. So it is. I said how old man got so popular. If I had done this earlier, why would I be single for so many years? Just go straight to the island and lay flat. Wait for a good time and be done with it. Teacher after teacher of Ivy shall not come in line. Ha ha ha. Friendly reminder, the host is overthinking it. Only the goddesses rated by this system will multiply their favorability at the first sight of the host. And there are other personal reasons why the Shina Mimpo in front of the host is treating the host like this. Other reasons? Men frowned and thought. And that's when Miho finally let go of the small hand she was holding. Lifting her head, she looked at him with pearly eyes. The skin was delicate and fair, and the delicate features were as perfect as God's perfect masterpiece. A Japanese JK black and white uniform. Youthful vitality at the same time, also a few student atmosphere. The slender jade legs were wrapped in black knee-high tube socks, and there was a pair of small black leather shoes on the jade feet. This choo-choo lovely appearance. Who looks at who does not move? Ah, it's just adorable, alright. The author is really limited. Please forgive me. I really can't draw the charm of Miho. At this moment, Mend admitted, he absolutely did not have the slightest distraction for the beautiful maiden in front of him. Aside from simply wanting to hold her in my arms and pamper her. Mendel wanted to open his mouth and ask how Mabel knew herself. But all I could think about was what my teacher had taught me, which was yayoi butterfly and so on. The genus has suffered a wave of uneducation. After half a day of comparing, it was Jia-e, a workplace elite, who translated. As for asking why she knows island language, oh, I took the time to learn it in college. And I forgot to mention that I'm fluent in 8 languages. Hey, oh, the world of a school bully really wasn't something that a scum like him could understand. But what he didn't expect was what was yet to come to satiate him. Oni-chan, Maipo understands Mandarin. Oh. Nibwa smiled sweetly, and Mend felt the entire living room warm up a few degrees. Convinced, he's really stuck in it. But when Maipo talks about why he hugged him when they met, he freezes in place. Chapter 54, Life is so unpredictable. Big intestines and small intestines. In the living room, after an exchange with Mabel, Mend then realized that he really hadn't hooked up with Nibwa before. Well, there was no chance. Or else. I've only seen pictures of her online before. But Miho says it's not the first time she's seen him. Yes, it's such a contradiction. As a beggar, he had never seen her. But as a famous island actress, she had seen him long ago. To be precise, it was last night when Men came to Villa 1 that he was seen by this island beauty. After being strengthened by the system potion, his body had long surpassed normal human limits. The appearance and figure have changed a lot without realizing it. So last night had made an initial better impression on Mabel, coupled with today's glamour aura, so that the first time they met, they jumped into their own arms. Of course, Mendel felt that another part of the reason was then, island women are born with the mentality that they are strong. As for what the system said, Miho's personal reason was because she had a request for herself. Oni-chan, will you take Maipo home? Maipo was so worried about Udasan-agasan, mom and dad. Oh, that's what makes Maipo so favorable to him. It was just that what gave him a bit of a headache was that this ninny couldn't move without crying and jumping into his arms. Due to her open-mindedness, Mend is also painfully happy. This island beauty is not only a facehugger, she's also a boob. Almost. His brother was about to stand up and salute. Good thing Jiayi relieved her. Inside the open island kitchen, a few women from the young woman, Sister White, also came over, comforting the youngest sister. Then the comfort of a man can only be reflected in the intensity. The comforting effect of a woman is more in the breadth of comfort. Not only can you comfort men in your own unique way, but you can comfort women as well, with much better results. It didn't take long for Miho to smile as she was comforted by the women, Jiai, and also introduced myself, and why I was here. My name is Shina Miho. I'm from Kyoto, Island. Miho wasn't fluent in Mandarin yet, but she could roughly understand her. According to Mibwe, she said, when the end times came, she happened to come to China with Wang Daoxiao to do publicity. This is what led to her survival as a young girl alone in this foreign land. As for Principal Wang, he doesn't even have any feelings for him. What is advertised online is what their family demands. This was evident to Mend by the number of times she was charged. Still a full body. When he heard that, Mengda had to thank the great dedication of our principal, Mr. Wang, the stunning beauty of the island's generation of divine faces. The small, delicate body, Boba's body, slender legs. Hey, Principal Wang, go in peace. I'll take care of you for you. This island girlfriend who cost $10 million to bring back. Maipo sauce, don't worry, I'll take you home sometime. Hearing Mengda's assurance, Nibwa was touched. She did believe that the Oni-chan, brother, in front of her, had the strength to do so. Thank you Oni-chan, Maipo will thank Oni-chan properly, said Mend, letting her feel her excitement some more. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The island goddess Shina Miho's favorability towards the host is plus 20, currently 60 favorability. Reaching the condition of lighting up the goddess Atlas so soon? This niece is too simple. He sort of saw it. Why is it that in island action movies, teachers are always rated or raped, girl dash asterisk 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 ed? Because it's too good to be true. All you have to do is stand outside the door and trick the two doors into opening. But Men still had a few moments of conscience, and would still send Mibwa back when he had the chance. After all, he wanted to go and fulfill his unfulfilled wish from his previous life. 2. While Jiayi was chatting within the living room, Mengda also walked out of the villa. Last night, due to the lateness of the hour, coupled with the eagerness to delve deeper into the wonders of Chun Ying's undead, So much so that I didn't finish visiting Villa 1 properly. Villa 1. With an overall bulletproof glass design that transmits light from one side. Extremely light-filled. There are 5 floors, with 3 above ground. First floor living quarters. Second floor recreation area. Third floor bedroom. The roof also has a rooftop and huge pool to swim in. As for things like storage rooms, equipment rooms, and workout rooms, it's 2 floors below ground. First, he came to the underground storage room and turned around. Nice guy. Piles of supplies came into view, worth at least $1 billion or more. No wonder Principal Wang isn't panicking at all. There are so many supplies, enough women for him to bang for years. Men shook his head. There were still a number of random cans of lunch meat thrown on the floor. I guess Principal Wang got tired of eating it. 2. There are also tons of weapons in the workout room, both hot and cold weapons. Cold warriors aside, like hot weapons like pistols and AKs everywhere, even sniper rifles. The tactics of the top-stream young man of China were truly divine. $600 million as pocket money. Mr. Wang really isn't messing with you. Mend guffawed. These will be his from now on. I guess killing Wang Daoshao didn't expect that all these he had worked so hard to collect would end up being cheaper for him. It's a real life. A big bow movement. Leave the basement and come into the courtyard of Villa 1. This is where he raided Principal Wang yesterday. Letting go of his numinous perception, he realized that this villa was not normally large. With his current range of perception, he could only cover the main building part of the villa. This Villa No. 1 was more of an estate than a villa. It's not just any manor yet. It has to be at least Doomsday level. It was surrounded by high walls with electrical grids. He just saw the hydroelectric generator in the basement. Presumably that's where the energy comes from. The property is filled with plants and fountains and is extremely eye-catching. Walking out of the gate of the villa, there were 2 security booths at the entrance. A few of them were on duty by now. Tai Zhu. Guns and stuff are equipped. Once he saw Meng De come out, he even greeted Meng De warmly. Good morning, brother Meng De. Phew, you guys on duty this early? It's only 9 a.m. It's not too early to say. Aha, we promised you yesterday. Just make it happen. Tai Zhu had a naive smile on his face and determination in his eyes. So did a couple of the other security brothers. But look at a couple of the other security guards red hot. I guess those cons of Principal Wang's last night didn't contribute much. Men smiled slightly. This Tai Zhu was naive, but it did make him feel reliable. In front of him, a panel of iron pillars alien attributes also surfaced. Alien, Zhao Taizhu. Awakened ability, flesh strengthening, greater strengthening system. Level, early second order. Favorability, 82. Note, 0 to 30, stranger, 31 to 60, friendly, 61 to 90, loyal, 91 to 100, diehard. Below 0 favorability. Means malice. Oh, so it is. Meng De realized that his goodwill system had been upgraded. Previously, you could only see the goddess's favorability, and now it's possible to see other aliens. There is a slight difference in the division of favor with the goddess, but after this, it's clear who your enemies are. Just as he was checking it out, Song Yen came running anxiously. It's no good, brother Meng De. Someone's fighting up here. Chapter 55, Milk Tea Sisters Who Like Tea. Flame, what's going on? Meng De looked suspiciously at Song Yen, who was running in a hurry. As the vice captain of the bodyguard team, he recognized it. It's the other residents of the villa area. Song Flame was panting. With his lecture, men sort of understood what was going on. There are a total of 100 villas on Dragon Island. There are 20 buildings up the hill and 80 buildings down the hill. The villa residents who live here are at least bosses who are worth a dozen small goals. Villa 1 is the one located halfway up the Royal Dragon Mountain. It turned out to be Principal Wang before. Relying on the fact that there were people with guns in their hands, planning to overrun the entire Villa Island and rob the Villa Island owner of his supplies. It's just like what Iron Pillar and the others said earlier. Before he came, President Wang had already asked Lung Feng, his group of bodyguards, to clean out the 20 villas on the hill, with all the bosses inside. Those who didn't listen were all killed directly by Wang Dishao. I had planned to continue evicting the occupants down the hill today, but he didn't expect to evict the villa owner down the hill before he had a chance to do so. He himself was killed by Mend. According to Mendel's guess, it was probably last night's commotion. Let those bosses at the bottom of the hill hear about the death of Mr. Wang. That's why they dared to attack in the name of rational distribution of superstore materials and revenge for the dead boss. Hearing this, Meng De glanced at Song Yen in front of him. So I'll take the blame for the sins you've created? Song Flame scratched his head in some embarrassment. But Mend understood. They are also following orders. If the boss says something, the men must do it. And it's the end of days. They just looted the supplies. And it's okay if they didn't do any killing. The killings are said to have been carried out by Mr. Wang himself. This President Wang not only enjoys multisporting, but is also in love with a sadistic fetish. But Mendel was still a little upset. Before, when Principal Wang was still alive, these people didn't dare to let out a single fart. Who dares to talk about revenge when it's too late to hide? Now that Mr. Wang has just been killed by him, this gang is coming after him. This is looking at him as a bully. What kind of revenge is that? They're all cats crying for fake mercy. People have been dead for days. What kind of revenge is that? If I wanted to take revenge, I would have done so long ago. He didn't believe these people were here for revenge. The former is the real purpose. What kind of boss isn't savvy? Would you do a deal that you know you'll lose money on? By the way, what are they saying about the superstore supplies? Speaking of this, Song Yan was even more embarrassed. Turns out there's a big superstore on Villa Island. But when Mr. Wang brought us here, he immediately told us to grab it. And let's move the entire superstore. All of it, inside the underground storage room of Villa 1. Mendel reacted instantly. Some of that mountain of supplies he had seen earlier had been looted from the superstore. The moment was even more breathless. So, this is another sin you've created. Songflame nodded awkwardly. Meant he's sort of figured it out now. With the death of Principal Wang at his hands. Now the group. That's where all the anger is directed at him. No? You think I'm so easy to bully? Do you really think that I'm the old Buddha who was always in love with the Buddha? As he spoke, he had already rushed to the foot of the mountain with Taiju and the others. As far as the eye could see, there was a black mass of people. It's got to be a couple hundred people, I guess. Far more than the number of survivors on the hill before. After all, not every villa is occupied. Nor did every villa owner survive the half-month of the apocalyptic outbreak. It's good enough to have that amount. Men sneered. This is an attempt to beat the old man in the fall. He couldn't believe that there weren't any of them trying to fish in troubled waters. With a sweep of his mind perception, the situation at the bottom of the mountain was in full view. At the foot of the mountain at this time, a large group of people blocked the intersection. Many of them had weapons in their hands, and the opposite side of Long Feng. These bodyguards had formed a confrontation. They are all owners of money in China, and it's not hard to get some firearms on hand. Most importantly, there were a few awakened psychics in the group. Plus there were many people. Otherwise Coldwind's group of bodyguards would have already made their move. At the head of the group was an elegant man wearing glasses. If it isn't Brother Banana Boss Shin Fengshin. Mengda's mouth couldn't help but show a touch of teasing. That's an old acquaintance. Of course, this old acquaintance is not an old acquaintance. A little social animal before his end times. If and these villa boss is very familiar with. Still use the daytime legs a stirrup yellow robe. Night keyboard popcode farmer body It took off long ago. Okay. Before a certain fish seller became a gangster. He started out by climbing up the ladder and achieving a 3-stage jump in status within a year. Brother Mend, you recognize? On the side, Taiju asked about it. And Mengda nodded his head. The reason he recognized it was that this Shin Fengshin boss was still too hot. Before the end times even hit. It took half a small gold to buy an overpriced banana, and it was given a mouthful in front of the press, and finished with a come on, Emma, that smells good. That's why they are nicknamed the Big Injustice Banana Brother and Banana Boss. Of course, if there wasn't any secret money laundering in this, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. In addition to Boss Shin, Mengda also vaguely saw a few acquaintances. All of them are the kind of bosses who are constantly active in front of the screen. For example, Django of a certain Kyoto. I also wonder if his tea-loving milk tea sister is still alive. That's a superb one too. It's the end of the world. I'm sure I'll have to try it sometime. Ha ha ha. The situation in the field is somewhat grim. Long Feng, a captain of bodyguards, was already somewhat overwhelmed by the siege of many bosses. Long Feng, hurry up and bring out all the supplies. Or don't blame us for not being polite. That's right. Wang Siming he stored so many supplies inside the villa before. Plus he robbed so many supplies before. What's wrong with taking out a little and distributing it to everyone now? Don't worry, we're definitely not going to loot all the supplies, and we'll more or less leave some for you Thai bodyguards haha. Quite a few of the bosses have a word for you and a word for me. The words were so nice, but the expression on their faces was one that had long betrayed them. In the crowd, Shinfeng and a certain Beijing's Changzi two people looked at the face of this group of bodyguards who blocked the road, even more full of disdain and cold smile. Yes, they planned this operation. Last night, the bodyguards under their command caught Lin Dirt coming down from the mountain. The news that Wang Siming was dead was what they had asked from Lin Dirt's mouth. In their opinion, the only boss, whose status is equal to theirs. The dude's son is dead. The rest are just a bunch of bodyguards. Like a ferocious wolf pack without a wolf king. They can only be slaughtered. Besides, they're all bodyguards. It's not like they're ing anyone. Besides, if it weren't for the fear of this Principal Wang's richest father. They did it a long time ago. As for the kid who killed it last night, he was directly ignored by them. A bastard who popped out of nowhere dared to compare himself with their group of Chinese bosses worth hundreds of billions of dollars? Ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. When we take Villa 1 completely, these bodyguards will wait for death. If you've offended so many bosses, do you still want to have a life? Seeing Longfeng's delay, many of the bosses became impatient. Longfeng, I advise you not to be insensitive and behave yourself. Get out of the way or we'll shoot. Longfeng was sweating coldly, and many of his bodyguard brothers were at a loss for words. Quite a few people had their guns trained on them. They're holding their own bodies at gunpoint. Right now, one careless gun goes off, and it's all over. Ha! It was a good thing that he had asked Son Yen to inform the Mengde brothers before. As a professional bodyguard, Langfeng's professionalism kept him going. He also always remembered what he had promised Brother Mend yesterday. More importantly, in his opinion, only by following a strong man like the Mengde brothers would he be able to survive in the end times. Since the Mengde brothers are still not here now, there is only one way left. Brothers, prepare to fight. Swear to defend Villa 1 to the death. Lungfeng clenched his teeth and roared. All of the bodyguard brothers had their guns loaded, as did the opposite side. Shinfeng and Chang Zi's faces also darkened all of a sudden. It looked like a fight was inevitable. However, at that moment, a voice rang out. Don't know any better? Good for you? I'd like to see you guys make us rat tail juice. Ah shucks, well, is that self-serving? Hearing this voice ring out, Lungfeng was greatly relieved. He knows the man who can fix this is coming. Chapter 56, Why should I give back what I robbed with my skills? I'd like to see how you're going to make us look good? As the voice fell, a figure slowly walked over from an intersection up the mountain. Lungfeng was thrilled to see the appearance of the visitor. There were still a few apologies in his eyes. Until this moment, he was also clear about the reason why these people were besieging up. Brother Mengde. Mengde smiled, still satisfied with the performance of Lang Feng's group of bodyguards just now. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Get back up to the front of the crowd. Even in the face of so many gun muzzles, Mengde didn't panic at all. His aura of being in danger is still contagious. So now, even in the face of a multitude of bosses far exceeding the number on their side, but with his infection, the overall aura on his side was no weaker. Cold wind, these people, also like instantly off the bone. One by one can stand straight. Broken has an air of being at home with death. It was a considerable deterrent to the bodyguards across the street. And Boshin and Keiko had no expression when they saw Mengde's appearance. They recalled carefully, as if there was no existence of this number of bosses within the circle of money in the country of China. That means it's not someone inside their upper circle. Plus, Mend looked younger than Wang Ximing, so he was even more contemptuous. You're the kid who killed Wang Ximing. Mend nodded. These bosses are not stupid. All of them have their bodyguard henchmen in front of them with guns. Then there are bosses with lower status and money power. Standing at the very back were Shinfeng and Chang Zi from a certain capital. Surrounding them were also a number of exalted. But after looking around, the highest level of alien energy was seen to be a second-order alien. There wasn't even a third rank that could fight. You're here just in time. Hurry up and tell your men to return the supplies to us. We want the supplies from the original superstore on the island. And we want the supplies from Wang Ximing. Or we'll shoot. Boshin spoke viciously. This guy came out so far and didn't dare to put a word in edgewise. Probably just a centerfold. In his opinion, the guy who came out was lucky to have killed Wang Ximing. Besides, with so many bosses around, how dare this kid say no? If it were before the end of the world, they'd move their toes, and you'd be done in minutes. So, with a little more heavy lifting of your own, the kid would surely just hand over all his supplies. And his words were echoed by the bosses in the arena. That's right, bring out all the supplies. Not a single bit of it will be left behind. These people of ours are all pre-apocalyptic social elites, pillars of the country, and famous big bosses in China. If you starve us, you're done for. I'm a big taxpayer in China, and you dare to rob my supplies. Just wait for the disaster to end and be liquidated. That's right, these bodyguard security trash can't be compared to us. I'm much more valuable than they are. After these words, not to mention Coldwind Taiju and the others, it was the men of these bosses who had angry faces. Mud, the bouncer has invited you to mess with you. What the? Or did you relay your daughter-in-law? Not a word about the bodyguard. It's over, isn't it? Taiju, the security guard who had previously been bent on protecting the owners, also had a look of displeasure on his face. He didn't think that anyone could be so shameless. Your lives are lives. Our lives aren't lives, are they? Good thing someone soon took the heat for him. Still, men sneered. Originally, before he came, if these bosses hadn't been so big-headed. Speak properly. Don't open your ing mouth and shut up about the boss. He might even come up with some food out of it. After all, these bosses have some value. They are in possession of some important resource news in Donghai City and even in China. With this information, it's much faster to get resources than it is to look for them blindly. Other than that, it's not like their women's daughters can't do it. In the end times, women are a precious resource, too, especially the good-looking ones. Can a rich man's wife be ugly? The money abilities are well maintained with the action of the good bar, so as long as the woman is willing to take responsibility for lying down, I believe there are still women, who are not short of supplies and are willing to come to the exchange. In a sense, it's easier for a woman to survive in a post-apocalyptic world than a man. As for men, there's a use for it. There are some specialties, and they'll look at it with admiration. Why should I give it back if I robbed it with my skill? If you've got it in you, come and grab it. What's the big deal about this? And it's not like I robbed it. Who ordered the robbery? Who are you going to find? What's it to do with me? Mangda? Mangda, do not share the same fate as Sin. In the middle of the field, the moment Mengda's words came out, Boshin and Chang Zi directly froze in place. Those bosses across the street were also confused. Seems to make sense. Yeah, if you've got something to do, go ahead and rob it. What's the point of talking here? Not to mention them, even Lang Feng and the others were shocked. First time I've seen such a justified grab for supplies. The bottom line is that they, the ones grabbing the supplies, can't even refute it. Yeah, it's not like we ordered the robbery. What's that got to do with us? It doesn't matter. At this moment, Mengda's image in the hearts of Lang Feng and these people was instantly taller. It's like, the Mend brothers were glowing. The back is even covered by a circle of light. Looking at Mengda's eyes is also becoming more and more obedient. Unbeknownst to him, Mengda was already laughing as he looked at the rapidly soaring favorability inside the system. Just now, when he spoke, he incidentally directly planted the seed of consciousness on Lang Feng and Taizhu. Both of them. Just this moment's effort, their favoritism towards him had directly reached the point of loyalty. Mengda's side was happy, but Boshin and these people were not stupid and quickly reacted. Looking for supplies from the people who ordered them? Nima, you've got Principal Wang all worked up. I'm going to Hades in the middle of the night for supplies. Bastard, you dare to fool me. Seek death. Shoot me. Boshin was also pissed off. Subconsciously, I let someone shoot, yet he forgot that they were in a confrontation. With such a close distance, this is the rhythm of everyone going down together. Brother Chang Zi was so angry with this piggyback teammate that his eyes glazed over. But it's too late. Boom! With the first shot, both sides pulled their triggers. But to everyone's surprise, the bodyguards of the bosses on the opposite side fell one after another. On the contrary, on Mengda's side, he had long ago secretly opened the spatial black hole. So even though the distance was in close proximity, Lang Feng and the others remained unharmed. Though cold wind, they didn't understand what was going on, but they could probably guess that it probably had something to do with the man who stood at the forefront of their minds at the critical moment. Brother Mend, awesome. With security, cold wind and the others were even more brazen in their shooting. In a burst of strafing efforts, the bodyguards and bosses who were in front of Boshin and Keiko and were responsible for the shooting were all dead. The bodies lay directly on the ground. Mengda waved his hand, making cold wind and the others stop. Brother Kung can't die. He was counting on it, to get something out of Brother Johnny's mouth. For example, his certain East Logistics warehouse. There's a lot of supplies there. Another example, that milk tea sister who is good at tea. Hey. A teenage girl doesn't smell as good as a young woman. He is a Mend. Chapter 57 Nutritional Additions Before Dinner. Until Mengda told people to stop shooting. Boss Shin, the banana brother on the opposite side, hadn't reacted yet either. Totally had been dumbfounded by the gunshots. Brother Johnny responded instead, but scanning the circle, less than a tenth of the people were still standing. In other words, in that burst of counterfire just now, more than 100 people died directly under the gun's indiscriminate fire. Even the few Xenos, with the exception of a second-order Xeno who had awakened to body enhancement. The rest were unfortunate enough to be hit in the head and also karma, but not before he was happy. The man across the room suddenly smiled slightly, slowly opening his hand toward him. One hand of God. In an instant's effort, black clouds pressed down on the city, and countless lightning bolts traveled through them like thunder snakes. Hand of Thor. With Mengda's soft drink from across the room, the thunder and lightning in the sky seemed to be tugged as if they were directly converged in his hands. Then in the air, it changed into the shape of a large hand. In the next second, he directly pinched the second-order alien XXX beside him directly into crumbs of ash. Is truly one of God's hands. Keiko, a big man who had been in the mall for many years, directly froze. Not to mention him, Coldwind and the others were the same. Boss Mend, Awesome blast. At this point they felt a moment of gratitude. It's a good thing the Mend brothers didn't kill him last night, or they'd all be finished. Suppression with only one hand is no joke. Under the strong suppression of Mengde's Thunder God's hand, there was no resistance from the opposite side. Lang Feng led the men to easily control the remaining bosses. It's estimated to be just over a dozen. It was still a matter of hiding behind the crowd and surviving. The battle appeared to be a gunfight, but Lang Feng and these people knew it in their hearts. Without Mengde's final hand of Thor weapon, I'm afraid it wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Lang Feng and the others were in awe of Mengde. Plus, a large part of what happened today was also due to them. But in the end, it was again Mend who gave the solution. Coldwind's group of people always had a few apologies in their hearts for Mengde. Again, out of gratitude, their favorability level directly exceeded 90, reaching the point from loyalty to diehard. Even the name for Mend was changed. Boss, what about these people? Listening to the change in tone in Lang Feng's and their words, Mengde smiled slightly. He knew that he had completely taken in the group. In the future, there will be no need to worry about these people betraying themselves because of their interests. Take these men to your villa and lock them up. Coldwind, you guys have learned torture before, right? Coldwind walked over and nodded. Before we were bodyguards, we were all special forces and trained for this. There's still no problem torturing these bosses. Mend nodded in satisfaction. That's fine. Drain me of any value from these bosses, any supply warehouses they have under them or anything like that. Ask me all the questions and get a map to identify them all. These are all our resources now. In the future when you have time you will be in charge of bringing people and moving all the supplies all the way back to me. There was no need for Mengde to say more about the importance of supplies in the end of days. Coldwind and the others understood. And because of these people, the die-hard favoritism towards themselves, Mengde didn't have to worry at all, either, that these people would secretly hide some supplies or something. That's the beauty of the seed of consciousness. Mengde thought for a moment, looking at the wretched brother Chang Zi, and suddenly remembered something. He smile, an instantaneous transfer to bring the strong brother to the side of a villa. A minute later, Mend walked out contentedly, and Coldwind and these people, still looking at Mengde with a shocked face. Apparently before he could react, he saw that Mend had finished. That's too fast. Our boss is a second man? Well, what actually surprised them was Mengde's instantaneous speed, but Mend was oblivious to the nastiness on their group's faces. At this point, a number of the zombie hordes that had heard the gunshots and rushed over waved their hands casually. Coldwind, over to you. He had just swept through with his numinous perception, and within this group of zombies, the highest level of psychic ability was just a few first-order ones. It was just right to give it to Lang Feng and Taizhu to practice on them. With their strength, with their guns, it was more than enough to take care of this group of zombies. He can't just leave everything to one boss. Hearing Mengde's words, Lang Feng directly performed a military salute, promised to finish the job. Then with a gesture, he led the men straight into action. Hey, it's kinda serious. The sun was setting at the moment, but Mend, sitting in his chair, was in a very good mood. While staring at Lang Feng's group of people killing zombies, the flying daggers flew every now and then to save his men who were in danger. On the other hand, he kept recalling the information that he had just pulled out of brother Chang Zi's mouth. Hey, finally, I have news of the young lady milkmaid's laugh. It's exciting to think about. His name is Mend and he cares about the homeless young woman. It's very rivery, isn't it? But knowing that Milk Tea's sister was safe for the time being, he was in no hurry. Let's take care of a few women at home. First, half an hour later, Coldwind's group had completed their mission with flying colors, and not a single casualty. He also looked, in passing, at his group of men. 2 second-order alien, Coldwind and Iron Pillar. Iron Pillar was just broken through last night, an A-ranked reinforcement. As for Coldwind, it was of the elemental wind system and was also A-ranked. There are still 8 first-order aliens left. It's all elemental. 2 of them had still just broken through, and they were all Iron Pillar's men. Hey, how's this all awakened after following yourself? It made men think for a moment that he, for one moment, had picked up some kind of good luck streak. Friendly reminder, the host should not be narcissistic. It's all because of this tutor. After the host planted the seed of consciousness in his own men, all of the host's men greatly increased the probability of awakening their supernormal abilities. Oh, so that's it. That's just like your own woman. Right now, though, it seems to be that his own women are just a little behind in awakening their powers. Gotta go back and work on that. Continue to leave Coldwind and the others in charge of the guards. Mengde, on the other hand, went straight back to Villa 1. As soon as they returned to the villa, they saw Xiao Yao and Big Mimi with Meibua, happily playing games in the living room. The young woman, Sister Bai, the undead Aunt Chang, and Jia Yi were in the kitchen cooking. Because of the heat, They wore little hot pants. Or little skirts. Looking around, it's full of long white legs. Tempting in the extreme. It's almost like it's going to light up his 24-karat gold eyes. As the old saying goes, one day is as good as another. Mend, who had just entered, was looking for a good target straight away. An instantaneous movement directly to the kitchen. Two hands directly wrapped around the two women's small waist. Due to Mengde's surprise attack, Sister Bai and Aunt Chung hadn't reacted yet. Subconsciously, he tried to break free. A few moments of shame and anger already on his face. But when they turned their heads, it was their man. So obediently, he fell straight into Men's arms. Oops. Scared people. Why are you thinking of doing bad things as soon as you get back? Mend hemmed and hawed. Who made you such a charming little goblin? Auntie Chang pampered herself in Mengde's arms, smiling like a flower. What a superb woman. It's both flirty and soulful. Both styles are reflected in her without the slightest hint of contradiction. Sister Bai, on the other hand, has always been gentle and understanding. Whenever you can just let Mend have his way. Even now that the dolphin is being attacked by a large hand, he can still enjoy himself. Dinner's still early, right? Why don't I add a nutritious meal for you too? Don't. Chapter 58, Chang Ying and Big Mimi's Plastic Sisterhood. In the end, Mengde only succeeded in taking away the young woman. Sister Bai. There's no way around it. If it wasn't for Jai pleading on the side, otherwise Aunt Chang, the undead, would definitely not be able to run away. Inside the kitchen, Aunt Chang looked at Jai with some gratitude. Jai, thank you so much. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat dinner if I'm tossed around by that man. Aunt Chang beamed very cutely. Last night was a close call. She was still reeling when she thought about the horrors of men last night. And as Mendel's first woman, Jai was very vocal about her man's awesomeness. It's okay, someone will help you tonight. Jai smiled mysteriously, instantly arousing Aunt Chang's curiosity. No way, no way. Jai, are you going to join me? Aunt Chang squeezed her eyebrows and teased Jai to death. You. Not at all. The two women joked, and the knit of their brows was enough to move the heart. Oh, not you. Then I know who it is. Aunt Chang looked up at her best friend inside the living room. I have to let this woman experience what I experienced yesterday at night. Aunt Chang had a bad smile on the corner of her mouth, and looking at Jai made her a little flustered. Sister Chang-ying, take it easy. Got it. Aunt Chang waved her hand with unconcern, her eyes filled with the excitement of a plot about to succeed. Seeing this, Jai shook her head. It's like a plastic sisterhood. Mimi, be careful at night, or you'll be in for a rude awakening. Big Mimi in the living room, only to feel a chill on her back. Strange, why does it feel like someone is thinking about me? This time Men didn't make it particularly long. Just an hour. 2. He then led Sister White back to the living room. Just as soon as he came downstairs, little Mabel pounced with excitement. Oni-chan, brother, where were you this afternoon? Maipo misses you. Miho hung onto Men's body like a wombat. Once again, Mendel felt her big heart. She and Men hadn't seen each other all afternoon. I think, however, the dependence on Mengde is not reduced at all, but more and more dependent. What man would say no to a cute and cuddly girl who takes the initiative and throws herself at him? Well, Oni-chan missed you too. A comment that instantly made Maipo smile happily. Of course, Mengde didn't forget Xiao Yao. Nonchalantly wrapping her arms around Xiao Yao's small waist, she sat down at the table, and Aunt Cheng looked at Sister Bai, who had just returned, and smiled wistfully. Sister White, does that stuff taste good? The young woman, Sister Bai, blushed and secretly whispered in her ear. Just try it and you'll see. I won't try. Leave it all for Big Nini to try. Several women joked with each other. Soon the dinner was over in a fit of merriment. At night, Men stood alone by the window. Villa 1, located halfway up the mountain, is the highest villa on Villa Island. Standing here, you have a great view of all the villas down the hill. It's a great location. Under the starry night walker, he was not affected by the night in any way. He could clearly see the iron pillar outside the gate, and they were eating fondue. There were a couple of women with him, but it's no longer those cons of President Wang, because he was at Coldwinds and saw the women. Hey, that's pretty good. Looking further down the hill, inside the villas, only 1 or 2 villas were vaguely lit with a few lights, although Villa Island has a dedicated generator. Most of them are oil-fired. Supplying so many villas is actually still a bit much. It's a good thing President Wang didn't spend a dozen small goals earlier for nothing. A whole set of water generators specifically for Villa 1, completely free from fuel constraints. Otherwise he'll suffer too. Then again, most survivors won't choose to turn on their lights at night when the end comes, because as soon as you turn on the lights, it's too obvious at night. That's a clear message to everyone. There are survivors where the lights are on, so come and attack. this is very taboo. So apart from the powerful ones like Mend, those who turn on the lights are almost always flash-in-the-pan warriors. It's called the flash-in-the-pan warrior because it's hard to tell if you'll see the next day's sunshine or not. Mend didn't care, and smoothed the over Jia-yi into his arms, smelling the fragrance of this woman's hair and charming body odor. Mengde had a heart attack. Hubby, I heard gunshots this afternoon. Is someone hitting up? The soundproofing in Villa 1 is still very good. If it hadn't been for Jai, I would have seen Men's sudden and anxious departure this afternoon. Doubtful in her mind, she chased them out of the villa as well, perhaps unable to even hear them. Well, it's okay, don't worry about it. Mendel related the events of the afternoon. Jai was thoughtful. So what hubby wants next is for the sisters inside this villa, all awakened powerful psychic abilities like you. Ha! Mend nodded appreciatively. In his heart, Jai always had a special place. It wasn't because he favored any woman inside the villa. He is very fraternal. It's just because Chen Xie is the first woman for him, Mangda, and unlike other women, this one knows how to share for him. Sometimes the things that are on Men's mind can be well confided in her and venting. Yes, the longer Doomsday falls, the more brutal it will become. And I want you all to be able to defend yourselves. Now I have a way for you all to awaken your powers. I'm just worried that you won't want to. Jai has a first-hand experience, and a woman who had also witnessed the means by which the man in front of her had awakened her powers. Naturally, she understood what her husband meant, also more aware of the benefits of awakening psychic abilities. Take her for example. In the past few days she had managed to break through to the second stage with the zombie crystals given by her husband. She could feel that there were more and more psychic abilities that she could utilize within her body. I haven't tested it yet, but it's certainly more powerful than before. So the benefits of awakening psychic abilities go without saying. But the only problem is, hubby his way of helping awakening is all to do with them. That way, there were a total of 6 women inside the villa. She, Jiai, and Chang'ing have all awakened. Of the remaining women who have not yet awakened, the other women were fine. Big Mimi and Sister White, they were probably fine with it. Even the one I just met during the day today, Island Goddess Miho is no problem. With hubby's ability, I'm sure he won't let go. So, the only problem is, one's own sister now. The thought of having your sister and your man like that. Jiai's face went red. Chapter 59 Cowardice before battle is a big taboo on the battlefield. At night, by the window in the villa, Jia is still thinking about her sister Xiaoyao, awakening her psychic abilities. The thought of having your sister and your man, doing that kind of thing. And she blushed. Once you've done that, wouldn't that mean that both of them would have to serve the same man from now on? How is this going to make the sisters get along in the future? Okay, Jay, don't get carried away. There's no rush on this. With your man's skills, he'll have no problem protecting you guys. Men smiled and comforted the woman in her arms. As much as he wanted to try the sisterhood together, he knew better than to rush this. It can only be done slowly. But what he didn't expect was for Jai to shake her head. His face was red, but his tone was very firm. Honey, thank you for understanding. But I'll talk to Yo-Yo, as long as she agrees. Jai didn't want her sister, who was on the path of awakening her powers, to fall behind. And with the awakened powers, there's no need to be afraid of those scary zombies. Can protect my sister better. This is Jai's truest thought. Upon hearing this, Mengde was ecstatic inside, but his face did not move. He knew that the whole sisterhood thing was in play. Ask your sister? If you knew your sister, I'd have been eaten almost clean by your man. What would one think? Ha. Jai had presumably just finished showering, and her hair was still wet with a charming body odor. With a short white silk dress, revealing her bare white legs, it shimmered in the light. In a moment of joy, Mengde's big hand directly began to wander wildly. Jai, we haven't had that in a few days, right? Mengde looked down at the woman in his arms, a wry smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Hearing this, Jai could still not understand, especially that, the familiar touch. This man, here we go again. Don't, it won't work. Sister Chang'ing is still inside the room, waiting for you to go over. And, Big Mimi is also on O. Aunt Chang's tantalizing breath hit Mengde's face, making Mengde's heart flutter. Yeah, Big Mimi too? That's better. I'll let you go first, before you go to the two of them. Seeing that her man had said so, Jai knew she couldn't escape, immediately closed his eyes. Let you pick them up. Tonight is destined to be a tumultuous and sleepless night. While Mend is still with Jai, reliving that unforgettable time between the two of them, in the room next to his, a round bed big enough for 3 people to sleep on, Chang'ing is snubbing her best friend. You didn't lie to me, did you? Is that guy really average? Big Mimi looked at her best friend sitting beside her with a suspicious look on her face. That guy looks pretty strong. Is it possible that it's all just a bunch of bells and whistles? Big Mimi was a bit skeptical. Her showing up here tonight was something that had been scheduled for a long time. As a famous big star before the end of the world, Big Mimi has an enterprising heart. 2. She wants to awaken her powers too. Ever since learning from Jai's mouth that his man had a way to awaken his powers, and she was looking forward to it. It's even a bit of a can't wait. The experiences of these days since the end of the world had made her deeply appreciate the importance of awakening her powers. It was also just last night that Ing stole the show. Otherwise it would have been her who had awakened her powers by now. But it didn't matter. She and Ing were best friends for 4 years in college. The feelings are genuine and sisterly. The order of awakening also has little effect. Just asking now. Just to get a head start on acclimatizing. Really, that guy doesn't even work. Last night I was one person short of billions of dots and it took care of him, Aunt Chang said seriously. But it was the bad smile at the corner of her mouth that betrayed her long ago. She looked Big Mimi up and down. With a body like that, the dolphin section is so tantalizing. It should be very durable. Girlfriends don't lie to girlfriends. And besides, I'm still here with you. Mimi, it's not that I'm lying to you. I'm doing this for your own good. Cowardice before battle is a taboo on the battlefield. Well, thank you, Ing, you're very kind. Being thanked so much by the unknowing Big Mimi, Auntie Chang was a bit vain. She couldn't be more clear about her man's awesomeness. So in order not to repeat last night's lesson, Auntie Chang had to snub Big Mimi no matter what she said. And she was self-congratulatory. Sooner or later, Big Mimi was going to fall into her man's clutches anyway, so it was better to join in sooner rather than later. We're all on our own now, and I'm still sharing for her, aren't we? So, I'm still a good BFF, I guess. So, with this further mental construction, Aunt Chun quickly adjusted. A best friend never betrays, unless it's too much to bear. So there it was, the two women just chatting away. It was almost 11 o'clock and no one was coming. Aunt Chang subconsciously muttered, that guy wouldn't be so caught up in Jai's tenderness that he's not coming over tonight, would he? No way. It was hard to lull Big Mimi into facing it with her. She couldn't pass up an opportunity like this. Well, mainly because she really didn't want to, again, face that horrible man alone. One more night and she, the undead, would really be died. So no matter what, she pulled to get the man. Mimi, wait here. I'll go next door. With that, he stood up and just walked to the door. The result was to see the door to the room pushed open. A man walked in. It was extremely cozy to see the inside of the room being dressed up. The neon lights overhead added a bit more ambiguity inside the room. He hemmed and hawed and went up and wrapped his arms around Aunt Chang. Dead beat. What took you so long? I thought you were spending the night over at Jay's. Not so lightly hammered Mendel's chest, but it was like hammering on Mendel's heart. How? Auntie Chang. I know you're waiting for me, so I came right over. This woman is a real piece of work. In his arms, it was like a siren. Sexy and flirty. The ghostly melody of rub 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 kept echoing in his head. Changing didn't care about her man's bull asterisk either. She knew all too well how her man's tongue worked, sneaking a look at her best friend behind her, while then whispering in Men's ear. I had a hard time fooling Mimi. You can be nice to Mimi. Mend brightened up and glanced at Dami, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, a little nervous. He'd always thought it was Jai who'd convinced Big Mimi. Only now did I realize that not only did Jai contribute tonight, but Aunt Chang did as well. Yeah, Auntie Ching is still looking for help. Understand. Don't worry, I'll be nice to you too. That place, does it still hurt? Chapter 60 Goddess of Flame Big Mimi. Tonight's Aunt Chang, though not wearing the professional gray robe from last night, looked even more seductive. Underneath the delicate features was a black halter nightgown, or the kind with lace, perfectly revealing the delicate collarbone, and the white jade shoulders. The skin is delicate and smooth, and lo and behold, hey, still vacuumed. Underneath, a pair of big, slender legs were revealed. The pearl-like toes were also painted with sexy red toenail polish. One can't help but want to explore the scenery of this woman's legs, sandwiched between black and red. That place, does it still hurt? Mend hemmed and hawed, meaning it. Auntie Ching, who had already been explored the mysteries of the undead, understood in seconds. You tell me. Having already become a shifter, she was actually pretty much recovered after another day of rest, and the face is more flushed compared to last night. The undead added a little more of the young woman's flavor. It's also much more fascinating. Still, I couldn't help but give the man a blank stare. This guy just knows how to do bad things. He doesn't know how to be compassionate at all. Putting his arm around Aunt Chang, he came to the bedside. Big Mimi was also very tempting tonight. Again, A slimming red bustier nightgown. The woman of the bustier is also with lace. The nightgown was extremely short, just wrapping around the tantalizing dolphin. Underneath was a pair of big beautiful legs wrapped tightly in black silk. The translucent shiny black silk allowed men to see the fingerbone jade feet. It's very heartwarming to look at. These beautiful legs were definitely the most slender and the best looking among Mengde's several women. Even his sister-in-law, who was a dance student, was a few steps behind. The legs, they just grew on him. Although Big Mimi's legs have the reputation of being big-footed, but it had to be admitted that the legs were indeed slender, and paired with that mesmerizing foxy face. For a lot of men, it's a jinx, and Mende even more so. You know, he has certain special favorites for stocking legs. Favoritism. Honey, the once unattainable star is now easily in his arms and will later. The excitement has been overwhelming. Listening to Big Mimi's milky voice in the pale, pink, blown up, yet close at hand melon face. Immediately his heart rippled, and he was about to roll onto his horse. The next moment, however, Big Mimi stopped him in his tracks. Wait. Men subconsciously picked up. Wait for what? Waiting for hubby? It's a very famous online stunt, and it has something to do with Big Mimi. He's a Big Mimi fan now. There have been countless lonely nights spent on Big Mimi's photo albums. Sometimes when I'm really sad, I go online and study. That's how I found out about the Big Mimi story. Put. Mimi spat softly, gently scolding her. Why have you even seen that video? Judging by the scarlet on Dami's face, it was obvious that she was in the know. Reacting, Mengde immediately laughed badly. Which video? Big Mimi pouted and gently smacked Mende. Why are you teasing me when you know better? That's bad. Ha ha ha. I have to say, the drama that Big Mimi made was heavily criticized though. However, Mimi is well versed in seducing men. Between the knitted brows and the smile, the words were hooks, as if they could tickle his heart. Seeing that Mende had long been intent on doing so, Big Mimi gave a backhanded shove. Mende was caught off guard and pushed right back. Honey, it's getting late. Let's rest. As soon as the words left her mouth, she climbed up like a seductive vixen. On the side, Aunt Chun watched this with a smile. Instead of stopping it, she was delighted to be upstaged by her best friend. Hey, I finally got Mimi on board. I'm always better tonight than I was last night. However, it turns out she was overthinking it. Oh no, it's that aspect of being a man to your own man. Think less. Once again, she was almost as good as her name. Literally died. The night was sleepless, and the dispatches came in at 3 o'clock. Mengde woke up quietly, and the two daughters in his arms were still asleep. Beads of sweat were still on top of his forehead. He hammed and hawed and didn't wake them up, because he knows, these two women have really worked hard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully lighting up the goddess Yang Mi's exclusive atlas. Goddess, Yang Mi, innate imperial sister holy body. Identity, entertainment industry superstar. Age, 28. Height and weight, 170 to 50. Base parameters, 86-58-86. Overall rating, 97. Favorability, 100. Awakened powers. Number of charges, 10. Enrollment. Ability level, late first order. Awakened ability, Goddess of Flame, SS grade fire ability. Specific details, one of the 4 top streaming young flowers in China. A superstar. Debut that is the peak. The first drama directly fire the whole network. The first drama was a direct hit on the internet, followed by successive blooms on the big screen, taking the major film and television awards to a grand slam. Divorced just before the end of the world. With young woman attributes added. With a foxy melon face and sexy body. Excellent black silk legs. Loved by many male comrades in China. And also the object of late-night YY of many male comrades. I haven't had a chance to check the Goddess Atlas information for Big Mimi because I've been charging the two girls in turn. Now that I look at it, it's similar to Aunt Cheng's, the undead one. The two women are no less than good girlfriends. Right down to the ratings. A goddess of fire and a goddess of thunder. It's a good match for their personalities and bodies. Seeing how many times Big Mimi had been charged, Mende wasn't surprised. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Vigo, I, Mengde, am truly grateful to you, so that I can get such a full big honeymoon. Yes, Big Mimi is still intact, relatively complete, to be precise. The reason why I say so, or last night Mendel saw the snowflake reason. He was also confused at the time. After all, he knew about Big Mimi's marriage. How can there still be snowflakes? It wasn't until he heard Big Mimi's explanation that he realized some of the hidden things about Big Mimi. It turns out that Big Mimi and her ex-husband, Will, barely recharged their batteries while the two were married. They married over the theater. Yet they also divorced over the theater, because the very next day after they were married, Will had an accident. Then I couldn't charge Big Mimi anymore. According to Big Mimi, the last time it was charged was last time. Can hardly remember when it was. Add to that certain rumors and peachy news that came out of I later on. 2 newlyweds, who had been married for less than a few months, were pronounced divorced. That's why Big Mimi charges so few times. Denge charged 10 times, 9 of which were contributed by him. Mend. It made him not want to thank Wei even if he didn't want to. Brother Wei, don't worry. I'll take good care of Big Mimi. Ha ha ha. Chapter 61, Lin Diao. So tragic a male. Mendel never expected that Big Mimi would still be intact. Relatively complete. To be precise. Because just when he was charging Big Mimi last night, he actually saw snowflakes. He was confused. He knew about Big Mimi's marriage. It wasn't until he heard Big Mimi's explanation that he realized that some of Big Mimi's secrets were unknown to him. It turns out that she and Will had just gotten married the day after something happened to Will. It's been impossible to charge Big Mimi ever since. According to Big Mimi, the last time she recharged was last time. That's why there are only 10 charges left. Because 9 of those times, it was men who contributed. There is such a superb goddess around and nothing can be done about it. One can only imagine the pain Will is in. But no harm done. Now we have him mend. Brother Wei, let me, Mangde, make up for your regrets in the future. Hey. It was already the third pole of the relay, so there was no pulling the 2 women to do morning exercises. After he left, the 2 women woke up quite literally. Looking at Mengde's figure as he opened the door to his room and left, they all breathed a huge sigh of relief. Mimi, how did you feel last night? It was fine if Aunt Cheng didn't say this. As soon as she did, Mimi directly gave her a blank look without any goodwill. And you have the nerve to say it. Didn't you say that hubby's strength is just average? Auntie Cheng pretended to be clueless. Yeah, when I was alone, I came within billion points to get him. You see I'm not in the least bit of trouble now. Big Mimi was speechless. This good girlfriend of his own said almost. It's that billion ... Last night she was relaxed. Because last night most of the pressure was put on myself. It's a wonder anything ever happens. Thinking about last night's wild storm, Mimi's heart is still pounding. Not at all comparable to your own useless ex-husband. Mend, who picked up 3 kills in one night, was refreshed, especially since one of them was also a former Big Mimi of the moment. He accomplished so much more. When they went downstairs, Sister Bai and Jai were both making lunch. Today, Jai is wearing a tight white short sleeve on top with little hot pants on the bottom. Cool and sexy. Looking at the man who suddenly flashed behind him, a familiar feeling. Here we go again. Honey, I'm cooking. Haven't you had enough of Honey and the girls last night? Mend hemmed and hawed. Who made you guys so charming? On the side, Sister White, wearing a long gray dress, was also stolen. But just a gentle smile. Got used to a man's big hands a long time ago. At that moment Jai came to his ear and said softly, I talked to Yo-Yo last night, and she's already agreed. It will take a bit of getting used to though. You're not allowed to force it. Despite anticipating it, I was happy to hear it. Don't worry. Not sure about your husband. Me. Seeing Mend hem and haw, Jai was a bit helpless. There's something she didn't say, it's just that she's not sure about you. At lunchtime, Big Mimi and Aunt Chang, who had successfully awakened their powers, were already able to claw their way up. Other than the fact that Big Mimi walks a little oddly, it's not a big deal. After the meal, he dragged Aunt Cheng to familiarize herself with the lightning powers. The woman had been paddling around last night. It has to be taught a hard lesson. Honey, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Mend, who had gotten a satisfactory answer, let her go. With nothing to do in the afternoon, he came to Villa 2. This Villa 2 is not as big as Villa 1. It's only about 400 square meters, so I guess it's about as big as the closet in the Hikikomori's house. The exteriors are all black and white and nicely decorated. The rooftop was also guarded by 2 men with guns, so that they could find out what was going on down the hill in time. Under Coldwind's arrangement, a 2-shift duty strategy had been introduced. It is guarded at night and during the day to ensure that it is safe and secure. When he entered, Coldwind and the others had been waiting for him to come over. Those bosses said it all, didn't they? Upon hearing this, Langfeng immediately took out a map with the locations of some warehouses marked on it. They are still very efficient. Plus these bosses are used to being pampered. Hardly any torture was needed, and it all came out painfully. Most of them are in the downtown area of Donghai City, and there are also some in this Yulong Economic Development Zone. There's time to get the cold winds started. But right now, Langfeng and the others still have to guard Villa 1. Only these diehard loyalists are the only ones he is comfortable with. It's just so understaffed. Gotta recruit more henchmen for that. He remembered the lit-up villa he had seen last night. There should be survivors inside the villa at the bottom of the hill. The entire island of villas, although not every villa is occupied, but 2 or 3,000 are still there. After all, rich people like to keep some maids and so on, so it's not surprising that there is this number. It's just that excluding the ones that have been turned into zombies, there are at least 300 to 400 survivors. The group he killed yesterday should only be part of it. That means there are still 100 or 200 people alive. At the thought, Mangda brightened up. Been here for 2 days now and haven't had a proper trip to the villa to have a look around inside. There's just time for that now. Had Coldwind find a car and headed down the mountain with a couple of guys. All the way down the mountain road. The 20 villas on the hill were deserted. It's kind of cold and silent. Still need to get more people. It's lively. There were still quite a few walkers that rushed over when they heard the car go off down the hill. Now that they all had henchmen, naturally he didn't have to do anything. Wait. Coldwind led the men out of the car and gave them a sweeping shot, and the zombies were all taken care of by him. The cottages at the bottom of the hill are a little smaller than the ones on the hill, but they win in numbers. Starting from Villa 21, Mangda had Song Yan and the others search over one by one. Survivors were not found, but supplies were found in abundance. There is also some meat stored inside the freezer that is well preserved. Mangda couldn't see these supplies, but Coldwind and the others were still quite happy to see them. Finally, a meal of fresh meat. They spent the last few days eating instant noodles. Inside the villa of Mr. Wang, there were quite a lot of supplies, but most of them were some pre-made dishes, canned food and instant noodles or something. There was meat too, but it was all eaten by Wanda alone. Like Long Fong and the others, they could only eat some instant noodles and at most some canned food or something. Even the pre-made dishes are rare. It's convenient to eat, but if you eat too much, you really want to vomit. Who doesn't know that the pre-made dishes that Papa Ma is working on are processed with technology and hard work? And Mengda looked at Lung Fang's and their excited looks and tapped his head. Asterisk. Forgot about Coldwind and the others. Fresh vegetables, which Wanda doesn't have in her underground pantry, but he doesn't lack. Go back and set them up for Coldwind. As one of his men, it's only natural that the treatment can't be worse. Keep scouring ahead. Inside Villa 30, Mendel finally saw the first survivor. That's a ball of a woman. Mid-40s, but at least 300 upwards. Standing at less than 1 meter 6. Thick in the middle and pointed at both ends. It looked like a gyroscope. The face was even more miserable. It was pitted, and a couple of pustules had burst open. It's retaining pus. It's disgusting as hell. And scarier than a zombie would even look. The woman hadn't even realized it when Mend led the men in. It's still squirming. Yes, just squirming. And strange noises came out of his mouth. At first, a few of Mengda's people didn't react, but when Mengda looked down, only a male, with his limbs tied to the bed in a death grip. Upon seeing what he looked like, Mengda was instantly surprised, because it's an old acquaintance. Lin Dirt, Chapter 62, If I had known that rich women are expensive, who would have shed tears in their youth? It's just that this woman is too big. So much so that when Mengda's men entered the room, they didn't even notice at first that there was another person inside the room besides the woman. A man. Lin Dirt. Maybe it's getting into shape. Mend, a few of them, all but dry breaking the door of the room with one foot. These two are still going at it recklessly. If it wasn't for Mengda calling out Lin Diao's name, the woman probably wouldn't have reacted. Boo! With a heavy landing sound, Mengda's few people only felt as if the ground had quaked. Don't come over here, you guys, don't eat me, I'm covered in fat, it's not good. The woman fell hard to the floor, blocking herself while crawling under the bed like a dead fat pig. The scene made Mengda frown straight away. Shut up, we're people, not zombies, the woman sniffed, which stopped her shouting. And Mengda really didn't want to look at that face anymore. Turning his head to look at Lin Diao on the bed, the Lin Dirt at this moment was miserable. The face was pale, the eyes were black, the eyeballs were sunken into them, and the lips were dry. What had been a fairly stocky figure was now thin and bony. The body was also covered in bruises, some scratches and very much more bite marks. There was also the slightest hint of blood coming out, which was hideous. When he saw Mengda looking over, tears instantly spurted out of that still handsome fresh face. Those were tears of hope and momentary excitement. The right hand, which was bound, was also slightly raised towards Mengda. Help me. Mendel wondered what this guy had gone through to become like this, but also knew that it no longer meant much to save or not to save, because this guy is already only breathing in, not out. Are you two the only ones in this house? And the woman who had just dropped to the floor came back to her senses when she heard this. Seeing that Mengda's few people were indeed not zombies, he immediately sighed in relief, and also hardened the fat on his face to squeeze out an ugly smile. Yes, everyone else is dead. Sister's name is Song Lingling. What's your name, brother? When Song Lingling spoke, Her gaze was still sweeping over the time of Mengde's several robust bodies. All of them couldn't help but have a swishy look on their faces. Especially when he looked at Mengde, he was looking at his eyes. Mengde's few people all had their scalps tingling and goosebumps rising all over their bodies as they were looked at. Not even interested in answering her question, he asked directly, "What's with this guy? You mean this useless guy?" Seeing Mengde ask about Lin Dirt, a trace of disdain flashed across Song Lingling's fat pig-like face. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, and ignoring his exposed body, he began to smoke it in front of a few of men's men. A mouthful of big yellow teeth showed up with it. 2 days ago, Deadbeat knelt at my door, begging for a bite to eat. Say anything and everything. Sister, I was so kind. I took him in, but I didn't expect this guy to be a silver bullet. Sister, it's only been 2 days and he's become like this. I can't blame my sister for that. Enduring his nausea, he heard Song Lingling's words here. Mengde also held a compassionate gaze as he looked at Lin Diao on the bed. He didn't even have to listen to the words that followed. Being staked out for 2 whole days by a 300-pound deadweight, even the most robust body can't live long. And look at the scars on this Lin Dirt's body, as well as certain special toys hanging on the wall inside this room. Examples include wire balls, mountains of flame, candles. I knew that this Song Lingling still had some special fetishes. For Lin Dirt to survive until now, his vitality was really quite tenacious. After hearing Song Lingling's words, not to mention Mengde, it was Cold Wind Song Flame and the others, who also had chills rising up in their bodies. This woman is horrible too. And at that moment, Song Lingling, who had finished speaking, stood up. The fat on his body was like pork, trembling as he walked towards Mengde and the others. So, you're here to save your sister? Sis is a noblewoman. All kinds of work. You will be satisfied. If you can't, you can all go together too. Sister's house happens to have a broken pipe. Many people have no problem with the package line of "Oh, lean." A few of Mengde's faces darkened. Nima, it's the end of the world. You can't fix the plumbing. You stand there and stay away. Coldwind's few people fearfully pulled out their guns straight away. Mud. This is being watched. It is said that young people do not know the goodness of rich women, and mistakenly regard young girls as a treasure. If I had known that rich women are expensive, who would have shed tears of youth? But you let the one who said that try. Had to give you a taste of what it means to be a really rich woman. Non-membership you. Frost death is not allowed. Being pointed at by a gun. Song Lingling was unperturbed, still walking towards Mengde's people. The room wasn't large, and in a few steps it was in front of a few of men's men. Cut. Coming to scare your sister with a fake gun, are you? You really think that my sister has never seen a real gun? Don't you? It's not like I'm intimidated, Song Lingling said, while also sticking out her huge tongue and licking her lips. A few of men's men were about to puke as they watched, but the next second, Mengde saw the Song Lingling suddenly reveal a bad smile at the corner of her mouth. The hand that had been hidden behind his back also suddenly reached out. It was a bottle of pink spray. Before the end of the world, she had relied on this spray to conquer a lot of fresh meat who were unwilling to submit to her. Hey, all lie down and be your sister's little male favorites. Sister will spoil you all. Song Lingling's fat face instantly transformed into a hideous wave of laughter. No good. A few people on the side of Coldwind were still gagging, and Mengde instantly reacted, directly opening a spatial black hole. The pink unidentified liquid that was sprayed over was directly collected by him. I don't know what it is, but it's certainly no good. This sudden turn of events caused the prodigal smile on Song Lingling's face to come to an abrupt end as well, especially since Mend was looking at her coldly. Song Lingling panicked all of a sudden. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That punk Lin scale works. Unbelieving. She spewed out a few more, but they were all collected by the black hole in space. The Lungfeng several people on the side also immediately understood when they heard this. Lin Dirt wasn't even kindly taken in by this woman. Instead, she was kidnapped by this woman using such tactics. Seeing the situation, Song Lingling still wanted to run. No. The angry Coldwind few pulled the trigger directly. Boom boom boom. A few shots went down, and Song Lingling directly fell heavily to the ground. Unexasperated, Langfeng's men fired again and again until they ran out of bullets inside their guns, and only then did they give up. Mud. Almost fell for that. Chapter 63. It's not that buddies can't afford to play, but rich women are too good at it. Inside Villa 31, Mend picked up the pink spray that had fallen to the floor and looked at it. As expected, the pink spray had an aphrodisiac effect. All it takes is being sprayed a little bit, and it's a sow in front of you. And you can do it. Not to mention Song Lingling, a rich woman who is just a little like a sow. That's a good one at least. And the thought of almost being reduced to a rich woman's toy. Lung Feng and the few others were a bit scared. It's not that dude can't afford to play. It's that rich women are so good at it. Just look at Lin Dirt on the bed and you'll see what happens. Lin Dirt was also agitated as he looked at Song Lingling's corpse. Thanks. The words were not yet finished, and as a result, a breath was not taken, and directly karma. Amount. That's a relief. What's so great about a rich woman? You know what's great about a rich woman. Lin Dio. So it's not a loss. As for Chu Qiao, don't look inside the frozen lake. Your master is dead. Shaking his head, he told Cold Wind and the others to gather the supplies inside the villa. The supplies are actually gone, because when he got to the kitchen, there were 2 incomplete male bodies lying on the floor. Flies were everywhere, and there were remnants of meat cooking in the pot. Nice guy. Meng, did they finally know how this Song Lingling live until now? Rush out from inside the villa for a change of fresh air. Truly disgusted. The Villa Island plan is still great. An avenue up to the island divides the villa area into east and west. The villas in the villa district are arranged like the spines of a fishbone. Instead, the island was surrounded by an electrified fence high up in the air. Mengda's few people searched all the way over and did find quite a few survivors. Mostly women. As for their men, all have died in yesterday's clash with Mend. When they saw Mengda and these people appear, many of the women had a fierce look on their faces, still trying to take revenge without thinking about it. No words, just serve a peanut. What? Compassion? Just kidding. These women Mengda wouldn't dare to let Cold Wind take them. What if the woman sleeping next to you suddenly storms out in the middle of the night and wipes your neck with a knife? In the end times, betrayal at the sight of profit is a common occurrence, not to mention the hatred on both sides. Cold Wind and they are also afraid that the desire for momentary sexual happiness will cut off the hope of being a man completely. So there's no comment on any of that. And all the way through the search, Mengda's few people were also stunned by the unique hobbies of these rich bosses, dropping their jaws. Things like a collection of fine wines, cigarettes, bags and the like in the villa are considered good. Oddball is what it is. Mend actually found a layer of cash inside a villa. It's spread out under the bed and inside the refrigerator. There is also gold stored inside the basement, worth at least a dozen small goals. A proper treasure trove now. If Mend had found out before the end of time, he would have been flying high with joy. It's an overnight success. But now, rubbing leather swallows are too hard. As for the owner of the villa, Mengdi and the others probably guessed it. On the wall of the staircase going up, there is still a calligraphy master in China who gave the inscription, Farmer's Son. Ha! Still a big tiger. But these villa owners' hobbies don't stop there. There are those who have human dolls all over the inside of their villas. Men saw a number of teachers in it. The walls are covered with special toys. Inside the closet were all kinds of uniforms and maid costumes. A total paradise for the rich. There are also collections of firearms and cold weapons. It was estimated that before, Boss Shin and brother Chang Zi, their weapons came from here. The strangest thing is that Mengda also found a vegetable garden in the westernmost corner of the villa. It's full of vegetables and has a lot of chickens, ducks, fish, geese, etc. It's alive and well now. It looks like it was taken care of before the end. Not to mention that the dog has a kennel made of gold. Truly a golden nest is better than one's own doghouse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These rich people have too much money to spend. Songflame couldn't help but sputter. Mend was also speechless. Mud. Before the end of the world he a social animal saw. All just want to shed tears. He's living a life that's really not as good as a dog. In his grief, he waved his hand and told Cold Wind that they should just load the car. Tonight's big dish, dog stew with potatoes. Dog meat is very flavorful. However, at that moment, the system sent out a prompt. Ding! Mutant dog found. Ha! Hearing the system's prompt, Mengda then noticed the dog that had been staying inside the golden nest. It was a black and white husky. The back is covered with black hair, while the limbs are pure white. The face shows 3 patterns depending on the color of the hairs. The almond-shaped eyes were blue in color and had a listless look. The body is very skinny, much smaller than the average dog. A little malnourished. Not at all as vicious as the average husky looks. If you say it's a wild dog, Mendel will believe it. But in the next second, the husky, who saw Mengdi approaching, immediately stood up alertly. Woof! With this roar, the husky changed its appearance from earlier. He instantly transformed into a vicious dog, and his fur turned dark black, like steel needles standing up. Lightning flickered on each one. The terrifying force pierced through the golden nest. The body has also increased in size many times over. Tibetan Mastiffs are little brothers in front of it. Mutant animal, mutant husky, alien power level, peak second order. Awakened ability, Thunderbolt Dharma King, SS grade elemental lightning. Favorability, -10. Looking at the information tip that popped out from the Unity, Mengdi came to be interested. Kind of funny. Waving his hand, he told Cold Wind and the others who wanted to come over to protect him to exit the villa, so as not to be misplaced. He could see that the husky was all in disguise just now. Now the look of an attacking form with the wildness of a wolf is the original face of this husky. He smiled slightly and hooked his hand. You, come here. The provoked husky let out an angry woof. A thunderball jetted out directly from its mouth and flew towards Mengde. Seeing this, Mengde instantly moved and dodged the thunderball attack. Instead, it punched a hole in the stone granite rock wall behind him. Nice power. Come on, go on. The husky was very spiritual and seemed to understand what he was saying, because above the dog's face, it was obvious that he was angrier than he was a moment ago. Another thunderball spewed out. Men dodged it all the same, and the wall that was hit turned black with the power of the lightning. The husky became even angrier. A few lightning attacks were struck in succession, and Mengde was unharmed, but it was the other fowls on the side that were killed. Seeing this, Mengde also withdrew his mind from continuing the experiment. Forget it, I'm not going to play along with you any longer. Facing the thunderballs that hit him, Mengde didn't dodge or avoid them. The spatial black hole opened and the thunderball was directly swallowed. The husky also froze straight away, and the next moment he saw a large hand of lightning flying towards him. Hand of Thor. The husky was directly held down, unable to move at all. Woof! All that could be done was a feeble bark. Was going to stew you for dog meat. A few moments of fear showed in the dog's eyes, very spiritually. Sure enough, the husky understood him. Mengde was also pleased, and love of talent. But now, I'll give you two choices. One is with me, the second is to recognize me as your master. Husky? Chapter 64, Black Emperor, a horny dog. Well, silence means acquiescence. Husky, very well, from this moment on you are my man. Ah shucks, it's my dog. Men spoke to himself. In the next second, a seed of consciousness that emitted a mysterious light was directly driven into the dog's brain. The recognition ceremony is complete. As Mengde's voice fell, the husky fainted. When he woke up again, he had regained the skinny look he had started with. The fierceness inside his eyes was no longer the same as it was a moment ago. Woof, master. Affectionately, he stuck out his tongue and licked Mendel's pant leg. That's being gracious to the owner. Check the favorability and it's also straight up to 100 diehard. Mend nodded in satisfaction. He knew that he had reclaimed the husky for good. Since they're all my dogs now, it's only natural that there's no shortage of loud names. Mend rubbed his chin and thought. The husky's doggy eyes were also full of anticipation. And then, let's call you the Black Emperor. This is the name of a titular dog emperor. You're picking up the slack. What pharaohs? They're all trash. In Mengde's eyes, the image of a black dog who has a life of debauchery and love of freedom also appeared. Husky, why do I feel that His Holiness is a better name? Having collected the Black Emperor, Mengde was satisfied. The sun is setting, the afterglow is spilling over the earth, and the darkness is gradually eroding the last of the light. A quick look at the time and it's almost 6 o'clock. Cold wind. I'll leave the rest of the villa to you. The place he was in at the moment was Villa 85. Supplies have been collected in several large trucks full. The survivors found killed some of them, and there were 50 or 60 more willing to follow. Mengde also let Ling Feng and the others arrange to go inside the villa on the mountain. There is almost no reluctance. They couldn't be happier to have someone to protect them. Of course, men's protection was not without conditions. You want a free ride? Then you'll have to lie down completely. Men and women are the same. The only difference is that a woman will still be more comfortable when she lies down. There are still a dozen villas left to search. He figured it would still be manageable before it got completely dark. Yes, Coldwind gave another standard military salute. Even though he had long ago told Coldwind to be casual with him as his boss. But Coldwind still couldn't change this habit of moving to stand at attention. With a big wave of his hand, he took out a car from inside the space. Ride my beloved scooter. It never gets stuck in traffic. With a twist of the throttle, Mendel flew straight up. As for the Black Emperor, follow behind. Having already awakened its psychic abilities, it ran at a speed that was not slow at all. Even encountered a zombie attack with awakened powers on the way. At Mengde's command, the Black Emperor was also able to rush to the front and a few lightning balls took care of it. Easily harvest a few zombie crystals. Back at the villa, Jai and the girls had already made dinner. When they saw him enter, the 6 women immediately greeted him. Welcome home, hubby. The 6 women, led by Jai, acted as if they had discussed the situation. Standing in a line, they bowed in unison and their voices were in unison. There is also a little surprise in store. The clear color of the one-piece small short dress, 12 pairs of slender white big beautiful legs, bright and shiny. It was simply going to light up his 24-karat gold god's eyes, especially when bowing. Mend could see 14 different spherical snow-white peaks that were rippling. For a while, it was a sight to behold. Not to mention Mengde, even the Black Emperor who was following behind was looking at the dog's eyes. Mud, I've got a colorful dog back. Mangde, who saw this scene, had a black face. He directly kicked over, and the Black Emperor was directly sent flying several meters away. Woof! The Black Emperor's miserable screams managed to attract the attention of these women, especially Jia Yao and Xiao Meibua. The two young girls' eyes were glowing. Something called love is proliferating. Wow! What a cute kitten! Brother-in-law, where did you pick that up from? Mend. When the Black Emperor doesn't turn into the Lord of Thunder and Lightning, a small, docile look can be very disorienting. The afternoon but almost all fooled him. Mend. It was even more so for simple beauty girls like Jia Yao and Kamabo, and the two of them lit, kill and injure to the fullest extent. But seeing his sister-in-law so flooded with love, and then thinking of the Black Emperor's performance just now, he felt he had a strong need to keep the Black Emperor at a distance from him and the women. So he deliberately opened his teeth and claws to scare the two young girls. This isn't a kitten. He's a very scary wolfhound. Huskies are a hybrid between a wolf and a dog. Is it okay for him to say that? Ah, Oni-chan, I'm afraid. As expected by him being so scared, Xiao Yao and Xiao Meibua immediately hid to his side in fear, eyes no longer daring to look at the Black Emperor. Meanwhile, the four spheres have deformed the object under constant squeezing. Mend was overjoyed, but the Black Emperor was not. Woof woof woof. Ruin this dog's good deed, right? See if this dog won't bite you to death. The Black Emperor keeps biting with his own dog teeth. Oh no, it's grinding on Mend's pant leg, however without changing its body. The dog's teeth are also childish. Another kick from Mend. It's a pet dog I found from inside the other cottage, specially brought back to see the gate. It was Jai and the girl's turn to be surprised. No, husband. It's such a tiny little thing to look at the gate. Is that appropriate? An Cheng couldn't help but vocalize her question. This was not only a question in her mind, but also in the minds of several other women. But the next moment, she had no doubts at all, only to see Meng Did directly take her into his arms. For popping sound. A couple slaps at the warped dolphin. Dare to question your husband's abilities? Wasn't hubby's lesson at noon enough? An Cheng was directly hit and blushed to the point of redness. She's wearing a little skirt now. Without looking, she knew that her arched dolphin was definitely red. An Cheng's undead body, though not as voluptuous as that of the young woman. Sister by, but where there should be meat, that's not missing at all. So it hits with a great feel too. He couldn't even let go. After the beating, a few light rubs for comfort makes sense, right? Seeing the man in front of her rubbing more and more, Jai responded immediately. If she didn't speak up, then they, the women, would have to add more nutrients to this dinner they were eating. Glancing at the husky still rolling on the ground. Honey, since this husky was able to be brought back by you, is there something special about it that we didn't realize? At those words, Mengda's hand movements did not stop and he gave Jia Yi an appreciative glance. This woman is so smart. That's right. This dog is a mutated dog that has awakened its psychic abilities. And it can also transform. At the words, all six women gasped. Dogs can still transform. Chapter 65 Xiaoyao, brother-in-law. I want to get better too. This isn't a kitten. He's a very scary wolfhound. Men's intimidating words were paired with open-mouthed movements, but it scared the two girls. Ah, Oni-chan, I'm afraid. Being so intimidated by him, Xiao Yao and Xiao Meibua immediately hid to his side in fear, eyes no longer daring to look at the Black Emperor. Meanwhile, the four spheres have physically deformed under the constant squeezing. Mend was overjoyed, but the Black Emperor was not. Woof woof woof. Ruin this dog's good deed, right? See if this dog won't bite you to death. The Black Emperor kept biting with his own dog teeth. Oh no. It's rubbing against Mendel's pant leg, however without changing its body. The dog's teeth are also childish. Another kick from Mend. This is a pet dog I found from inside the other cottage, specially brought back to see the gate. It was Jai and the girl's turn to be surprised. No, husband. It's such a tiny little thing to look at the gate. Is that appropriate? An Cheng couldn't help but vocalize her question. It was a question not only in her mind, but in the minds of several other women as well. But the next moment, she had no doubts at all, only to see Meng Did directly take her into his arms. For popping sound. A couple of slaps at the warped dolphin. Dare to question your husband's abilities? Wasn't hubby's lesson at noon enough? An Cheng was directly hit and blushed to the point of redness. She's wearing a little skirt now. Without looking, she knew that her arched dolphin was definitely red. An Cheng's undead body, though not as voluptuous as that of the young woman. Sister by, but where there should be meat, that's not missing at all. So it hits with a great feel as well. He couldn't even let go. After the beating, a few light rubs for comfort makes sense, right? Seeing the man in front of her rubbing more and more, Jai responded immediately. If she didn't speak up, then they women. The dinner you eat will need to be topped off with this man-only nutrient. glancing at the husky still rolling on the ground. Honey, since this husky can be brought back by you, is there some special place we haven't found? At those words, Mengde's hand movements did not stop and he gave Jia Yi an appreciative glance. This woman is so smart. That's right. This dog is a mutated dog that has awakened its psychic abilities. And it can also transform. The words just fell. True to his expectations, all 6 women let out a gasp of surprise just as he did. Dogs can still transform? Faced with the exclamations of surprise emanating from several women, Mend bristled, pretending to be a man who has been there before. He said, even sows get up trees these days. What's so strange about a puppy transforming? In order to pretend in front of his own woman more feeling, he even directly dragged on the Black Emperor, this crowd actor. Black Emperor? Show time. Show and tell. Hearing Mengde's order, the Black Emperor made a fish out of water. It moves very quickly. Woof, the Black Emperor called out, and in the next second, he completed his transformation in front of the shocked gazes of the women, completing the metamorphosis from a puppy less than calf height to bigger than even a Tibetan Mastiff. The aura of thunder and lightning emanating from his body was terrifying. A few women never thought that a cute puppy could turn into such a scary monster, letting out screams of fright, especially from the 2 beautiful girls behind him. The 4 spheres were squeezed and had completely lost the shape it should have. You have nothing to fear. Don't worry, it doesn't bite. Right, Black Emperor? The Black Emperor, who had completed his transformation, was just tall enough to reach Mengde's abdominal position, just in time to pet the Black Emperor's big doggy head. Due to succumbing to someone's lustful authority, the Black Emperor nodded his head that positively. Woof, woof, woof. Ah, yes, yes, yes. Well, confirmation is complete. This is indeed a very spirited dog. The Black Emperor? If you don't think of the puppy dog look just now, this tall and majestic stance now still matches. But now, I'm not sure what to think of these women, but I have to say, hubby's ability to come up with names is just as strong as his ability in one area or another. After a bit of banter, the atmosphere was much more lively. He was pleased with the 6 women, who had prepared a special surprise for him. After seeing today's dinner, he was more than satisfied. It's scrumptious. There are steamed lamb, roasted duck, roasted chick, roasted goose, brined pig, brined duck, soy sauce chicken, bacon, drying meat, sausage Jared pheasant, Jared quail, brined shish kebabs, brined geese, grouse, dried rabbit, vegetable python, silverfish, steamed hashish, braised shredded waste, braised duck strips, steamed duck shredder. There are more than 20 different kinds of forests. It even contains a number of great tonic substances. When I asked, I realized that it was Sister White's idea. Hey, while he didn't really need it, he had to give the young woman credit for being thoughtful. So to reward her, Mendel held her down on his lap, while enjoying a hand-fed meal. His large hands kept roaming. Sister White, the best young woman, faced with the up and down the siege of the scene, but also still at ease. It was enough to prove that this superb young woman had been completely rubbed by Mengdi into the shape he wanted. Of course, the reason why he dared to play so blatantly was because of the conversation with Jai last night. Now inside the 5 women, basically all of them have clearly defined their goals. That is to try to get your husband to help you awaken, especially Men's sister-in-law. Hey, although Mengde had yet to seek her out, Xiaoyao had silently accepted what her sister had said to her last night. She wants to get ahead, too. You can't hold your own sister back. Besides, brother-in-law isn't an outsider. Better one of your own than an outsider. As for little Mabel, this girl only has eyes for her Oniai-chan. In her heart, Oniai-chan was always right no matter what she said or what she did. Even if Oniai-chan is going to do something to Maipo, it's still an older brother doting on his younger sister. I have to say, Japanese girls are just a little easier to PUA. So for Mend, the only good thing about having confessed is that the play is anytime, anywhere, and no need to hide. At the dinner table, Mend and a couple of women were hot and heavy, and not far away, a little dog is watching in fascination. No, master, aren't you forgetting something? Or else, think about it. For fear of scaring a few women, the Black Emperor took on the form of a puppy again. The Black Emperor wondered if he was too small in stature. So much so, that owners overlooked the fact that I was such a small and cute pet dog. Unable to bear the temptation of food, it gave a pitiful cry. Woof. Chapter 66. This dog is too hard to serve. Jiai, who heard the dog barking, turned around. It just occurred to me that I had neglected my husband's pet dog. Hurriedly, he picked out some good large meat, paired with rice out, and placed it in front of the Black Emperor. Eat up, Black Emperor. Eating the food handed over by his host mother, the Black Emperor shed tears of excitement. Woof woof woof, my lord mother. You are too beautiful. Makes me a dog person. All doggy. If Mengde were to know the inner mental activities of the Black Emperor, definitely going to be pissed off and jump right up. Mud. Why is this dog still a deadbeat? Still eating? And eat a few Get out of the way for the master. It was still a quick meal. More than 20 dishes were dazzled, and not even a bite of soup was left. Well, mostly because a certain dog can eat too much. One dog can be a meal for 7 people. Simply a rice bucket. Mendel, so, I'm not as good as a dog anymore, am I? But the Black Emperor said, this is definitely the best meal it has had since the end of time. After all this time in Doomsday, he had survived by eating the poultry and growing vegetables inside that villa. But raw food doesn't smell as good as cooked food. It's almost as good as the kind of meals that were served before the end of time. The stomachs of the black royal dogs that had finished eating became bulging, laying on all fours. It was so comfortable. Mendel was a little offended. Mud, why do you feel that I have invited an ancestor back? After eating so much food from my old man, go to the gate at night at your own risk and find a spot to keep an eye on some people. Don't sleep too much. If someone sneaks in, I'll stew you with potatoes for dog meat. Under Mengde's intimidation plus threats, with Black Emperor's skinny dog body, he looked extremely pitiful. By the way, wash your own dog bowl first. You're old enough to learn to take care of yourself. Mengde didn't care about the pitiful expression on the Black Emperor's face. As far as he was concerned, the best thing this dog knew how to do, besides being horny, was to disguise himself. Brother-in-law, can you not be so difficult for Blackie? Blackie, it's very well behaved. Xiao He was Xiao Yao's nickname for the Black Emperor in his unchanged state. Listening to Xiao Yao's words, inside the Black Emperor's doggy eyes, they immediately matched the tears. A couple of the other women couldn't stand it anymore. Honey, you're not making it hard for the dog. How can a pet dog wash the dog bowl? Yeah, just leave it there and I'll wash it later. A few women, one after the other, gave the Black Emperor a good word. The Black Emperor also pretended to make an aggrieved sound. Woof. Mendu's eyes widened. Mud, this dog is too good at pretending. Well. You're forcing me to use the Emperor's soldier, aren't you, Black Emperor? A bone. Clean your own plate. I had expected the Black Emperor to be good and go immediately, but it was clear that he had underestimated the already well-fed era. A bone, apparently, won't satisfy this dog's appetite anymore. 2. Mend raised the price, but the Black Emperor still didn't move. But how accurate was Mend's eye? A quick glance shows that this one has been in the mind for a long time. The eyeballs inside the dog's eyes, which were lying on the ground, were spinning. A few hints of cunning came through. The reason why he hasn't moved yet is that he's waiting for him to raise the price again. Mud, when did a dog learn how to add money to a resident? 3 at most. Love it or leave it. Not again. And not tomorrow. Men threw out 3 bones without a fight. This dog is so hard to serve. Output is all about bone temptation. A couple of women on the sidelines couldn't look away. Honey, aren't you insulting Blackie? Is Blackie not the kind of dog that would give in for a few bones? To that, Mendel just wants to say, it's just fine, right? If you had seen this dog, fawning over a bone, there would be absolutely no such thing. Seeing that a few women wanted to say something else, Mengde directly raised his hand in a gesture, only to be met with the shocked gazes of several women. The Black Emperor stretched and stood up slowly, with the dog bowl in his mouth. He took a graceful step toward the kitchen. It didn't take long to clean his rice bowl. Mengde guffawed. He knew this dog still couldn't change his ways. And then he threw out the gold nest he brought back from the vegetable garden villa. Grab yourself out. This will be your kennel from now on. Asterisk ting and pissing and stuff. Find yourself a hole and bury it. Don't smoke me, or I'll even take you for dog stew. The Black Emperor, who got 3 bones, fawned and licked Mengde's pants leg. Then very consciously, he dragged the kennel to the inside of the yard of Villa 1. As he passed by a few of the main mothers, the Black Emperor looked at the stunned expressions on their faces. The dog's face was full of disdain. Lesser seen. Women. What a hairy creature. Is this Lord of the Law not comparable to ordinary creatures? Looking at the Black Emperor's back as he took a condescending step and left step by step, a few women just felt like their 3 views were shattered. Puppies will guard the house even if. But wouldn't it be too spiritual for a dog to wash dishes and move? And it was then that men said slowly, I forgot to mention. This dog it's humane. In the evening, Mendel was in no hurry to open the big gift packages for the 2 remaining women. Instead, he continued to toss Big Mimi. It's just that those legs are so fascinating. In stockings, he can carry it for a year. Short version, the year of leg play. Without stockings, you can enjoy a top-notch experience straight from the face, row, to the face, row. So no matter how you play it, Big Star has you covered. In the process, of course, Aunt Shang, the undead, also naturally could not run away. He's not some plucked off, heartless negative. And for the two big meanie BFFs, it's a disaster. Taking turns, they all ended up losing anyway. In the end it was all too scary. The touching image of "you push me to give way" between plastic sisters is back. Ing. You do it, it's your turn. No, 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 meanie, just hang on a little longer. I can't. And Men was watching the one night stand with his arms resting on his head and a smile on his face. What? Good girlfriends never betray? That's because they haven't met a powerful and invincible divine dragon. The next day was another day of dispatches, patting the tantalizingly arched dolphins of the two women in his arms. Come on, don't pretend to be asleep. Get up and clean up your room. Last night he didn't get off on a dead leg, so naturally he knew the physical condition of the two women. But the room was kind of messy enough. The floor was covered with shredded pajama fabric, strips of black silk that had been torn. Letting the two women dress themselves, Men went out of the room first. After so many days of hard work, it's time to harvest. It's time to take stock of the harvest. In addition, Sister by a young woman. It's time to awaken her powers. Chapter 67 Baekjae awakens, preparing for the trip to the island. When Mengde went downstairs, he happened to see several women sitting on the sofa in the living room, teasing the Black Emperor. Oh no! In Yo-Yo's eyes, this is Blackie. Despite having witnessed Blackie selling his doggy pride for a bone last night, the results nonetheless did not affect these women's opinion of Black. Instead, I liked it even more, for no other reason than the fact that this humane dog is so delightful, especially if it doesn't turn invisible. Skinny, ready to cuddle and play within your arms. The joy of jerking a dog is not here. The point is that this dog is enjoying himself too. Mengde saw this dog from afar, lying comfortably in Xiao Yao's arms. The dog's torso still arches every now and then. The dog's paws aren't at all honest. Mud. This colorful dead dog. This early in the morning. Men darkened his face and walked over to Xiao Yao's side, picked up the Black Emperor and tossed him aside. Woof! The Black Emperor, who was enjoying himself, subconsciously screamed out in anger. But when he saw the visitor, he immediately got weak. Master, I don't think you saw my little gesture. Men ignored it as well, backhanding Xiao Yao in his arms. The dog is enjoying himself. Can he, the dog owner, not enjoy himself a little? Today's Xiao Yao is especially innocent. A collegiate look with a white shirt on top and a pleated skirt underneath. The slim, slender legs were still wearing stacked socks. There was also a pair of small leather shoes on her jade feet. It's a proper gunslinger's outfit. As soon as Men came over he covered those exposed legs with his big hands. Skin is soft and smooth. This ninny's legs are just fun to play with. Brother-in-law. Being so uptight by her brother-in-law, Xiao Yao's face immediately turned red. She was still a little uncomfortable, and her sister was still on the sidelines. There was nothing on Jiai's face, though it was a little weird mentally to watch your man and your sister being this intimate. I'll go wake up Honey and the girls. No sooner had Men sat down than little Mabel threw herself happily into the embrace. Oni-ai-chan, this beauty girl is a real looker with short hair. The smile is sweet too. To top it off, this woman is still dressed in an island kimono. That is, I just finished charging the big Honey 2 girls in the morning. Otherwise, you have to experience some kimono beauty. But it was playing with vigor now, holding little Mabel in her left arm and Yo-Yo in her right. While playing with his long legs and teasing the two young girls, he was checking his attribute panel. Host, Mengde. Age, 24. Alien power level, peak of the 4th order. Awakened powers are as follows. SSS level King of Space, 1,000,000 cubic meters of carry-on space. Space black hole, transfer range 20 meters. Space instantaneous. SSS grade pneumatic power, pneumatic perception 200 meters. Pneumatic power, pneumatic. SSS class Thor, Thor's hammer. Thor's hand, thunder. SSS ranked fire mastery, flame field. Inferno blast, fire dragon. Shareable abilities, Phoenix divine flame, Shenjai. Chang'ing, goddess of thunder. Yangmi, goddess of flame. Illuminated goddesses, Shenjai, 2nd level of psychic ability. Baijia, 100% awakening of psychic ability. Chang'ing, 1st level of psychic ability. Yangmi, 1st level of psychic ability. Unlit goddesses, Chun Chiayao. Shina Mipa. Equipment, Desert Eagle Pistol *1, unlimited bullets. Tang Knife *1, knife mastery. Doomsday RV Bulletproof Edition. Skills, virus immunity, up to 1 level higher than the host's zombie virus. Goddess bonding. Starry Night Walker. After taking down Big Meanie and Aunt Chang, he obtained the SSS ranked Fire Lord and SSS ranked Thunder God, respectively. The alien ability level was also raised to the peak of the 4th order. Correspondingly, other psychic abilities have been made powerful. It's currently fully charged and lit up inside the goddess. Only Sister Bai, the goddess who had taken it early, hadn't awakened her powers. It just so happens that I have nothing to do in the afternoon, so let's help Sister Bai, the young woman, awaken first. After lunch, Sister White was about to do the dishes, but he was stopped by Mend. Come with me for a minute. Today's Sister Bai was wearing a long white sari weave dress. It brings out the fullness of the voluptuous body completely. Sister White thought her husband was wanting it. That said, hubby hasn't recharged her in days. She's kind of feeling it, too. So in the ambiguous eyes of the other women, red-faced, she followed Mend's back into the room. After entering the room, it was even more self-conscious pouting arched dolphin. Honey, you do it, I'm ready. What? Mend was flabbergasted. For what? After waiting for no response, he turned his head. Hubby was still sitting on the edge of the bed, not even taking his clothes off. The experienced woman understood immediately. Oh, hubby here wants her to get some nutrients again. Knowing her place, she resumed kneeling before her husband and reached for the man's waist. Just as he was about to make his next move, Mangda, who had been puzzled a moment ago, instantly understood. Wait. No, Sister White. You're mistaken. I let you in to awaken your powers. What do you want to be? Baekjae's face instantly became hot. Oh, I thought you wanted to do that. Mangda laughed more than bitterly, rubbing his nose in some embarrassment. Can't you do anything else when I'm looking for Sister Bai? Just as I finished, I realized myself that something was wrong. One seems to be looking for Sister White, except for that matter. Half an hour later, after some maneuvering, Sister White successfully awakened the wood system ability, the Tree of Life, a healing and restorative psychic ability. In a sense, it's similar to a therapist. It has no offensive ability, but it is essential. The alien ability level, 2, had smoothly come to the peak of the first rank. Just as he was thinking about it, he looked down. Then he saw Sister Bai, who had just awakened her powers, was currently kneeling in front of him. Well, honey, you've worked hard. Just relax. Seeing how hard Sister Bai was working, Mangda obediently closed his eyes. He never knew how to say no to this unique form of thanks. Stroking the hair of the woman beneath her, charging silently +3. A few days have passed, and it's been almost a month since the end came. Mendel is planning to go out in a few days, to ensure that several women have some ability to defend themselves. That's why before he left, he had been trying to find ways to raise the alien ability levels of all the women. As for how it helped, eventually, under his tireless efforts, with the exception of Xiao Yao and Xiao Meibua, a few of the other women's alien ability levels were raised to the second order. With an increased level of psychic ability, it was only natural that there would be fewer actual battles. Inside the Villa Island, there are still quite a few roaming zombies. It's just as well that he's using it for wasteful purposes. With him, no surprises, finally managed to clear the island of walkers. A lot of zombie crystals were also harvested. First, second and even third order. Enough for a couple of women. They are besides the normal way of lifting anyway. There are other unorthodox paths he could have taken. Alien levels are definitely not falling off. Jia Yi, who was the first to awaken, was on the verge of breaking through the third rank. It was worth mentioning that the dog, Black Emperor, had also broken through the fourth rank. Yes, it's catching up to him, but mentioning it made him want to curse. Mud. This dog is a real dog, killing walkers while keeping a close eye on his side. He had just killed that third-order zombie in 1 foot, and then this dog had swallowed the zombie crystals in the next. At that moment, it was as if he saw a certain dog emperor possessed. That's good. I'll stay and watch the house. With a fourth-order Black Emperor, there was nothing unexpected about Villa 1. Lord Thunderbolt isn't messing with you. When everything was ready, Men started his first trip to the island. Chapter 68, Leaving the Island. Men traveled briefly on this trip to the island. Even Coldwind and the others didn't bring them along. The reason is simple. Villa 1 is just too flashy. It's not unlikely that some old six came to steal the house after he left. With Iron Pillar and Coldwind and the others, Villa 1 was also a bit safer. They have long since reached a point of die-hard loyalty to themselves. No worries about betrayal at all. Of course, the thing that gave him the most confidence was the Black Emperor, who had already broken through the 4th rank. Even if it encountered an adept of the same rank, it would never be a match for it. The SS-class supernatural power Thunder King is no joke. But at this moment, one look at the dog made him gnash his teeth in anger. The gateway to Villa 1. Several of the women had sad faces. Only this dog, seeing that he was leaving, could not wait to climb into Xiaoyao's arms. The dog had that look of enjoyment on his face. Mud. If he didn't still have to use it, he'd want to stew it for dog meat right now. The thought of the dog must have spread out and played while he was gone. And he got upset. But he quickly came up with an idea. He beckoned Xiaoyao over. What's wrong with my brother-in-law? Xiao Yao was still puzzled, but in the next second, she was swept into Mengde's arms. The man's masculine scent hit his own ears, one at a time. Ah, it won't work here, brother-in-law. Let's change places. Feeling the familiar touch against her, Xiao Yao immediately blushed. As soon as Mengde heard this, he knew that this niece had thought wrongly. Thinking about what? Gently knocked the nymphet's head, while then explained a few words in her ear. Oh, brother-in-law, you say that. I thought you wanted me to. Breathless, Mengde patted her cocked dolphin and sent her back. Finally, he pulled Auntie Chang to his side again. Try to stay out of the villa while we're gone. If there is something, let Coldwind and Taiju and the others do it. As for why, it's not an account of Jai, because this woman will follow herself out in one piece. His original intention was to go out alone, but in the end it was just too much for the woman's pleading. Last night, this woman tried to get him to agree. It's also using all of its strengths. Finally, her other two pink lips, all a piece of persuasion on the battlefield. LOL. This woman has gone to great lengths to help herself. Upon hearing this, Aunt Chang nodded. This undead person's face filled with worry. Honey, you guys have to come back safely. Big Mimi and I have prepared maid outfits. Men's eyes lit up. Good. He was pleased with this send-off. Be a good boy and wait for me to come back. Listening to the words left by my own husband and watching the RV disappear a little bit, several of the women had concern in their eyes. Only the Black Emperor, the dog, has no heart. Instead of being sad, it was exciting. Woof woof woof. Finally gone. Finally no one cares about this law lord, haha. A few women thought that Little Black was unable to give up his master. There was a sigh of relief that the Black Emperor was truly a good dog that was loyal to his master. Even when he saw the Black Emperor trying to climb into Xiao Yao's arms, it was also just assumed that the Black Emperor was sad and wanted to seek their comfort. If it were usual, Xiao Yao would definitely be in for a hug. This time, however, Xiao Yao was serious. Blackie, this isn't going to work. Oh, my brother-in-law said that until he gets back, you're to be a good boy and keep house and not let me jerk you around. Speaking of which, Yo-Yo still has a drop of sadness. My brother-in-law also said, Blackie, you've grown up to be a good dog who knows what he's doing, and you need to learn to comfort yourself. The Black Emperor froze. Comforting yourself? I'm a dog and a horse. Hearing this, the Black Emperor's excitement from earlier instantly turned into tears as he chased after them. Woof woof woof. You come back. I'll bite you to death. Woof. Hey, Blackie, don't cry. Achoo. Asterisk. It must be the dead dog Black Emperor cursing me. Mengde inside the RV was filled with displeasure. Being chased and scolded by a dog. Being a master to his level. There is no one else. Inside the security booth at the gate of Villa 1, Iron Pillar and the others were dutifully holding down the fort. Driving further on was the wall of guards that Coldwind and the others had built. Mengde had explained it all to them before. It was just that what he didn't expect was that this Lang Feng directly gave himself a military order. Will defend Villa 1 to the death. A sentence directly entire Mengde was helpless. That's about 20 men he could use right now. It's still pretty dangerous if you meet a massive siege of people. So he had left the island this time, partly to gather supplies. So many people needed to eat and drink it. As for the other side of the coin, it's about getting as many survivors back as possible. Only with a larger population base will there be more people awakening their powers. He's only going to get stronger with this Villa 1. He, on the other hand, will be able to stay in the villa more comfortably. Actually, if you were in a pre-apocalyptic world, it would be pretty good. Straight to the social animal market, where a great deal of talent is waiting for him to pick up. But now it's not so good. You can't just hang a sign on the door and wait for the willing. He might be able to do that in the future if he made a name for himself with this Villa 1. Inside the villas on either side, it was quiet, because it's all gone. Now the island, except for the individual survivors who have moved to the mountains, can be said to be empty. That was why he was anxious to find some survivors. Otherwise it's just a few of them. They'll be doing a couple of things all day long in the end times. The motorhome drove through the avenues of Villa Island and headed straight for the island. Inside the caravan, Jia Yi, who was sitting on the sofa, was however a bit distracted. Mengde knew in his heart that she must be worried about her sister. After all, this was the first time since the end of the world that she had left her sister. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried. He had to sit down beside her to comfort her. Justy, I don't worry about it. It's fine. With that dead dog, the Black Emperor, the average person will try to get into our villa. Besides, there's still Coldwind, Iron Pillar and the others on guard. Seeing Jai, the woman, her brows were still furrowed. He knew then that words of comfort weren't enough. It must be supplemented by physical comfort to be effective. So hey, Jai, is the mouth still fine? Men said, his eyes going directly to a certain place. Today's Jai didn't have her professional OL uniform battle robe in order to facilitate traveling. Instead, it's a black short-sleeve top with a small leather jacket and small leather pants with black silk on the bottom half. There was a pair of boots on top of the jade feet. Although it did not reveal the slightest bit of snow-white skin, it brought out the perfect hot body, even more. Standing there, front and center, simply admiring it, he was in high spirits. And as a woman who had only last night been developed on other paths, Jai naturally understood. The man in front of me is trying to try it again. The absolutely beautiful face became hot. There was still something strange there. But still, her hand slowly reached for the waist of the man in front of her. Honey, don't tear it up. It's all I have. Ah, don't worry. And then, with a tearing sound, Mengde's eyes lit up as if he had entered a new world. AI. Go. Target. Bye. Yun. Speedy. Chapter 69 I'm Bulletproof Class. Hey. The place that Mend is going to today is Beacon Logistics. The company changed its name. Beyun became Beacon. Becom Logistics is the company where Mendel used to work. To be precise, he wasn't considered an official employee of this company. It can only be described as supernumerary. Still a triple no with no social security, no benefits, and no vacation. It's outrageous to think about. Before the end landed, Garlic could have threatened an empire. How is it that the treatment of a social animal like him hasn't been brought up yet? But none of that matters now. It's the end of the world. So I don't care what kind of status and treatment you get. Even if you're a big star with a high profile, a big internet star with millions of followers, or an enviable female elite in the workplace. To put it bluntly, they are now nothing more than his women. The only value of these noble identities is that they have the effect of adding groceries at certain times. Other than that, it serves no other purpose. Just like he was at this moment, stroking the hair of the woman beneath him. Jai, you said the president and the girls are still alive? The president he spoke of was called Lin Aoshue. She is the female president of a publicly traded company, the Bicon Group. This logistics company located in the Economic Development Zone is just one of the branches. Lin Aoshue was a famous iceberg goddess in East Ocean City. Mend, a bottom-feeding social animal, has heard it all before. Of course, he, Mend, was not a guy full of yellow rice worms. Definitely not at her. If it wasn't for the fact that Beacon Logistics happened to be near the warehouse he was going to. It's him, Mangda, who doesn't go. What the joy of an iceberg president. He, a proper man, didn't understand at all. Just kidding. Walking on the street, he Mengda saw a beautiful woman. Not even with a glance. Well, Jai's mouth kept moving. When the end first came before, Ao Xuan the girls had sent me a message before. Said they were trapped inside the Royal Dragon Economic Development Zone. This side of the logistics branch. Honey, you have to save them. They're all my best girlfriends. Mend nodded. It seems the message was not wrong. Don't worry. I'll have to check it out even for you. The logistics company should also have a warehouse of supplies, so it wouldn't hurt to check it out. Jai, sit tight. I'm going to speed up. Half an hour later, Mangde, who had galloped all the way over, appeared near a patch of buildings. The building covers a huge area and is also very tall, even compared to the warehouse he had already gotten his hands on. In the West End, it was a bit bigger, because nestled here are two large warehouses, a storehouse, neatly arranged. At the back, there is a very large housing building. The surrounding area is surrounded by a high fence. It's like a survivor base. The main entrance of the Baolong base is also the same as the warehouse in the West End. Hurricane placed a Baolong Group warehouse. Do not disturb the idle sign. Seeing this, Mend was not at all surprised. Because here, it was exactly where Mengde had previously come from the mouth of Yuwinda Yudishao. Shed light on the location of two of the four major warehouses in his family's Boron Group. Earlier, Yudishao had wanted to promote the spirit of not wasting rice on Big Mimi. The result was that it was directly countered by him. But the difference is this. The guards of this survivor base that appeared in front of Mengde at the moment were obviously much more numerous. There were 50 or 60 guards alone that Mend could see. At least half of them had firearms in their hands. The rest were also thugs with knives and axes in their hands. Just the guards alone are so tight. It was conceivable that the number of people inside this Baolong base must not be small. And the sudden appearance of Mengde's caravan had drawn the attention of the base guards. Actually, it's also the case that Mend didn't try to hide. Seeing a couple of little karamis with guns, standing in the middle of the road, and trying to stop the road. Stop the car. Mend smiled slightly. AI. Crash it. He has never been used to this kind of warrior who was not afraid to live a miserable life. And so it was that instead of slowing down, the RV accelerated as several of the guards looked on in shock. The few guards guarding the door were all directly created to fly. The main entrance, which also had some stacked barriers, was supposed to be used to fend off walkers. But for the goddess, the steel monster, it's no big deal. Unity crush. The gate was also slammed open hard. Dozens of guards who had heard the commotion were already shooting towards the RV with their guns. Ha! At this point men couldn't help but remember a certain scene of movie and television fame from show. I'm bulletproof glass, hey, said he. Also stopped by to see if the RV was locked up. It's embarrassing when it's not locked. On the side, Jia-e, who had just wiped away the unknown liquid from the corner of her mouth, saw this scene and also gave a giggle. How come I didn't realize before that the man in front of me also comes with humor cells? Honey, what to do? She reshuffled into a short, slim-fitting dress with a black silk kind of thing. The leather jacket that I had set out in earlier was too wet to wear again, although it has just experienced an unusual battle. But the woman didn't see the slightest bit of fatigue. Instead she was excited. Kind of can't wait to get out of the car and abuse it. Hey, I can't see that this woman has a violent gene hidden in her bones. There's no rush. Let's draw people out first. How troublesome to find them one by one. Mend caressed Jai's big white leg. This woman's legs. They're so slippery. He would have wanted to carry it if it wasn't the wrong time. Oh, and how do you draw people out? Jai cocked her head, and the next moment she saw the man smile mysteriously. Then, of course, the soldiers of truth will be deployed. I'm the one who likes to be reasonable. AI. Activate fire coverage mode. Sweep the circle first. Outside the caravan, a group of guards were shooting wildly toward the dark guy who had suddenly appeared. Since the glass in this caravan of men's is all single-sided, you can see out from the inside, but the outside can't see in. So these guards thought some large monster had appeared. But the next moment, the black guy's skin saw the black muzzle of a gun sticking out. Ta-da-da-da. Countless bullets poured out like tongues of fire. The guards, who had come over out of curiosity, were beaten straight into a sieve. Ah-ha-ha-ha. Accompanied by countless screams, these individual guards gradually reacted. Enemy attack. Quickly report to Ho. Someone is sneaking up on us. Mend was speechless. How many years has it been since 9 years of compulsory education was universalized throughout the country? How is it that there are still people with questionable intelligence? Watch out. This isn't a sneak attack. I came here to rob you. In his anger, Meng Did directly turned on the loudspeaker and externalized the words directly. The guards who came over when they heard the commotion were dumbfounded. No, man, you're taking the robbery for granted. Chapter 70, Covet my woman? There is already a way to take death. It's worth noting that the Mend RV crashed in on both sides, which happened to correspond to the doors of the warehouse, and the RV is another 360-degree shot. So a number of the guards, who had just wisely revealed a small brain from inside the warehouse, and then there's no more. All of you, die for me. Men turned on the RV's fire coverage mode while he drove the RV sideways, cleaning up the minions that got away with it. In a short time, all the guards who came out without a single one left were all karma. And that's when a group of people from the rearmost residential building arrived late with their pants on. Stop. The group was about 30 to 40 people. All of them were shifters. At the head of the group were two men. One was a bald, burly man. As soon as he came out, he unleashed his powers, only to see the soil around Mengda's caravan immediately change. A high wall of soil stood up like a barrier in front of the RV. Men's strong caravan was trapped for a while. Land barriers. B-ranked earth-based psychic ability. The other was a man with glasses. Compared to the bald, burly man of the one just now, this man was obviously quite a bit thinner and weaker. But as soon as they struck, several flying daggers that shimmered with metallic luster flew towards Mengda's caravan. Gold alien. Flying dagger manipulation. The flying daggers are coming on strong. Actually left a couple scratches on the RV. Ha, that's a nice knife. Men's eyes lit up. The scratches weren't deep, but they were enough to surprise him. You know, it's a caravan from the system. The system produces a good product. Being able to leave scratches is good enough. Unbeknownst to him, in his surprise, the skinny man who appeared on the opposite side of the room, a group of alien power users, had been shocked. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what kind of car is this? It actually managed to block my flying dagger. As a flying dagger manipulator, his previous flying dagger was unbeatable. It is also with this hand of stunts that he can sit steadily in the fourth chair of Balong Besa. But now it's asterisk 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 asterisk, what the kind of box is this? Ha 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 ho. You didn't just come too much on a woman just now and don't have the strength. The burly bald old man on the side directly turned on mocking mode. Ho blushed as he listened. The whole base. Who doesn't know he's a second shot guy? Soon enough, though, when the dust cleared, the faces of both men were immediately covered in anger. Only the ground was filled with the bodies of their men. You don't even have to count them to know that the dead are almost as good as dead. Their entire base was stationed, but there were more than 200 of them. It's all over in just a little while? If Lung, who hadn't returned from his trip, found out about this, they'd all be finished. Just as they were getting angry, the RV was opened. A man and a woman walked down. The men are handsome and the women are stunningly beautiful. To top it all off, the male got out of the car with a particularly big smile, and greeted them warmly. Hey guys, did you make this? Men smiled and nodded. Great, you're the first person to just hit up our Balong base since Doomsday, and killed so many of our brothers. I won't even be able to get rid of you even if I cut you alive. The two stout old men, Lao San and Ho, were already full of scorn when they said this. Hearing this, Mangda bristled with disdain. It's all better said than sung. He'd seen it all just now, when the two guys were talking. Eyes staring straight at Jiayi next to him. Not only was it this bald and burly duo, but the group of henchmen behind them were the same. It's true, a woman's red face is a curse, but he likes it, and more is better. Brothers, do it. Kill the men for me, and leave the women behind for the brothers to enjoy in turn. Ha ha ha, give me death. At the order of the bald, burly man, the dozens of Xenos behind him, eyes filled with lust for women, both couldn't wait to strike their powers towards the men duo. Fireball, the golden light shines. Frozen bullets. To this, Mangda was not afraid in the least. The tallest of these people standing up was the two third-ranked Xenos at the head of the group. The others are some second and first order. The level of the awakened psychic ability is also not high. The highest is just AB grade. But, dare to covet my woman. I see that you, among others, have already taken the way to death. After opening the spatial black hole, he directly opened his big move. Fire Dragon Roar. A peak 4th ranked psychic ability level, combined with SSS ranked fire psychic ability. A fiery red fire dragon with flames burning all over its body was summoned. The next moment, accompanied by a dragon roar, the fire dragon whistled past. Growling, he flew towards the opposite side. It clashed with a multitude of alien powers. Boom! In front of the huge fire dragon, these people's psychic abilities were trash. All of them are just dirt and dogs. Unbeatable. On the opposite side, the scowls on the faces of the bald old man and these burly men also instantly came to an abrupt end. No way. Don't you come over here. The leader, Ho, and the bald old man even brought along some of the fastest rushing minions on the side. It was too late to dodge, let alone activate his defensive powers, and he was directly hit by the fire dragon, burned by the flames and burned right down to slag ash. The rest are no better. Anyone who was tainted with a bit of flame was screaming in agony. Terrible flames that were burning their bodies madly. Not far from death. And after the fire dragon broke through the men, it crashed into the residential building behind it with no loss of power. The residential building was directly blasted out with a big hole that was too deep to see the bottom. The wall instantly fell apart in pieces. The power is as terrifying as it is. The guard on the site had just gotten out from inside the warehouse and had managed to escape the impact of the RV. Seeing this scene, it directly froze. Asterisk. Awesome. At this point they just wanted to be thankful that their parents were born with slower legs. Otherwise, they have to chirp too. But just as they were secretly breathing a sigh of relief, they didn't expect the terrifying man to suddenly look at them. Oh yeah, and you guys, Hand of Thor. A large hand filled with thunder and lightning materialized, then crushed the remaining guards, one after the other. On the side, Jai watched her husband operate like a tiger at one time, all frozen. This man of his own, still so powerful, both in and out of bed. The only thing that annoyed her a little was, I was promised I'd be allowed to come this time, but I ended up taking care of it myself. How keen was Men's hearing? Ha ha ha, laughing out loud. He wrapped her directly in his arms, the dimpled figure, a squeeze in his arms, squeezed the woman's little arched dolphin. Never mind the details. What's the difference between you making a move and me making a move? Next time I get a chance I'll make sure you do. Under Mendel's unique pressure, Jai almost went. How can you be bothered with that? Come on, let's go check out our loot. When the duo arrived inside the warehouse, they were instantly dazzled by the wide array of things inside the warehouse. Just looking at it, Jai's face reddened. Honey, don't get it here. Chapter 71 Precious falls in love with Come on a Night with Stars. 2 hours later, Mengda finally finished collecting the 2 large warehouses. But it's been a month since the end times hit. Plus the warehouse refrigeration facility is in disrepair. Some meat products, after all, spoil. The good thing is that most of it is still well preserved. So his carry-on space, again, was stuffed hard with a wave. Of course, it's only a small percentage. With the increase in his alien ability level, his carry-on space had expanded by an unknown number of times. It can be considered an infinite space altogether. In the process of collecting supplies, he incidentally let Jai in the clothing inventory area. A new outfit. Wet again. This made Jai spit out. Her husband is too capable of folding. Less than 3 hours and 3 changes of clothes is no one's fault. So much so that when she came out from inside the warehouse, Jai's mouth was slightly swollen. The good thing was that this was only a slight blemish for Jai, the ultimate goddess. It was just that for a moment this made Jai think. Hubby said the next time you let yourself come to the battle. Is it referring to this battle? So now Jai wouldn't dare let her husband touch it. In case some more things that go wrong, that would suck. Come to the residential building in the back. What he saw was pretty much what he expected. Inside the room, there were scantily clad women everywhere. The posture was not as good as that of a goddess like Jai though. But the system ratings, they're all like 70 or 80 points too. Just looking all the way over. None of these women looked numb and their eyes were dark. There was no longer an ounce of poise that a beautiful woman should have. Even saw Mend, the man, come in. Subconsciously, he lay down and spread his thighs. It's almost become a physical instinct. It doesn't take much thought to realize what was experienced before. Jai saw this and was deeply sympathetic and at the same time grateful for these women. Luckily for the sisters, they met their husbands early. Otherwise, I'm afraid that's what's going to happen to them sooner or later. A woman's beauty at the end of the day can only be a disaster if she doesn't have the corresponding strength. Jai secretly made a resolution to make sure Xiaoyao awakens as soon as possible after returning. Especially this next scene in the basement. It reinforced that determination for Jai. Mendel and Jai had wandered around upstairs and had thought to leave there. On his way out, he had been opening up his nimble senses, but he found a basement. When he walked to the basement door, Mend but sneered, have Jai hide behind herself. Jai was uncertain at first, but soon she understood. Only Mend was visible, and he was shooting at the basement door. Along with the basement door being smashed into a sieve, there was a scream from inside. She instantly grimaced. Someone inside is trying to sneak up on them. Don't be nervous. It should be the remnant guards of the Baolong base. Mend laughed, not caring in the slightest. He had already discovered it just now through his Nianli perception. Pushing open the door to the basement, he was greeted by the bodies of several guards with guns. Further inside, the basement was large and simply furnished. For within the entire basement, aside from a few simple beds, there was only one iron cage after another. Yes, it's one of those steel cages for dogs, but it's not the dog that's being held inside at the moment. Instead, it is a living, breathing human being. The cage is not big enough for a person to sit in it. Standing up is impossible. A quick glance over and there were about 300 or 400 of them. There were not many men among them. Most of them were women. The faces were uniformly haggard, and many of the women bore the marks of having been rubbed and wrung. Seeing Mengde's duo come in, instead of excitement, many people's faces showed fear. None of them dared to speak. They just looked straight over. Mend frowned and walked over to a man leaning against the door. This man was one of the few people that Mend had found within so many people who had a steely look in their eyes. It was one of resignation, and there was no fear written on his face. On top of that, it was a shifter. You were in the military before? He saw the shadow of Iron Pillar, Cold Wind and the others in this man. A very familiar feeling. That's only if you've been in the military. Aha! The man's hands were tied with death. The steel cage is also much smaller than the other cages. Thus the body was also lying in a strange position. But the man never uttered a single howl of pain throughout. The tone of voice when interacting with him was also calm. You are? My name is Mend. You're not with them? Mend gave a shrug. He knew exactly who the they in front of him were. That one's obvious, right? I'm a survivor from the neighborhood who came over here to search for supplies. All the people from the Baolong base outside were killed by me. Despite the man's deep concealment, Mend saw a hint of hatred in the man's eyes. If he'd guessed correctly. Sure enough, just as he finished speaking, the man who had been so calm a moment ago suddenly burst into tears. Precious, you can rest in peace. Those guys are finally dead. At the sound of the man's cries, Mend also had a rough idea of what was going on. The man's name is Lei Chang, a retired special forces soldier. Precious is his wife. When the end came, Kung went out to look for food. It turns out that on a night with stars, Precious is captured. Kung, who had gotten the news, came over to look for it. The result was to see Precious being rubbed and twisted to death by this group of people from the Polung base. And it was no one else who killed Precious. It was the bald old man who had already died at the hands of Mengde. So Kung, in a fit of rage, wanted revenge. But he was only a second-order alien. How could he possibly beat so many alienists from Baolong base? And finally it was arrested. This group of people from Baolong base, instead of killing him immediately, thought of torturing him. This, Mend could see from the scars on his body. Although the love story is doggone, what you have to admit is that it's really a tough one. Whether it was the courage to dare to take revenge, or the willpower to always persevere after being tortured for so long. All worthy of Mendel giving him credit. Without saying anything, Mengde directly opened the cage and released him. What I just didn't expect was that as soon as Chang came out, he directly knelt in front of Mengde. You avenged my death, and from now on my life will be yours. That's not a false statement. What men saw in his eyes was full of gratitude and determination for him. Also, the system's favorability alerts are visible. In just a moment's time, Lei Chang's favorability towards him had already reached the point of die-hard loyalty. That's the point where he's willing to die. Mendel was happy in his heart. Harvest a fierce general. As a precautionary measure, Mengde directly arranged for him to have the seed of consciousness, to ensure Lei Chang's loyalty to himself. After planting it, Lei Chang looked at him with even more fervor in his eyes. Right, John, all the people here, are they like you? After Lei Chang's confirmation, it was straightforward for men to make sure. This basement is a place where survivors are imprisoned in the Baolong base. All the survivors here, they were captured. In that case, Mengde directly asked him to release everyone. He hadn't said a word as he looked at the crowded basement. The system's prompting voice, then, sounded first. Ding! Discovering the ultimate goddess, innate mature mistress saint body. Men's eyes lit up. Chapter 72, Man at the End of Days. Fishing for mature mothers and daughters, thanks to the Emperor's ultimate heavenly spirit at Purple Illusion Dreamcloud's righteous father's reward. Ding! Discovering the ultimate goddess, innate mature mistress saint body. Inside the basement, there were about 300 survivors who were let out, sitting directly in the entire basement. However, Mengde, who heard the sound of the system prompt, still found the target person directly. It was an extremely ugly-looking woman with a great body. The reason for the excellent. That's because the size of this woman is pretty amazing. Jai was all calves to her. Even when compared to Sister Bai, an extremely talented young woman, she was not even close. Oh no. If you look at that tantalizing dolphin, that's simply more exaggerated than Sister White. Absolutely superb gun racks for branching out. The bottom line is, the woman was holding a little girl behind her. Mature woman. Absolutely ripe for the picking. The girl wasn't big. She was probably 4 or 5 years old. His face was scrubbed with dust, like a naughty girl who had just come home after a fun day out. But even so, it's hard to hide her naturally lovely looks. It stands to reason that if the daughter is so beautiful, it's unlikely that the mother would be so ugly. Dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. The basic laws of heredity are still learned by men. Combined with the system's hints, a woman who could afford the system's goddess rating could really be like Auntie Joe. No way. Absolutely not. So he quickly realized why. This mature woman is quite smart. Knows to hide himself. A smirk appeared at the corner of Mengde's mouth. And at that moment, Jiai, who was on the side, saw that her husband had been silent, as if he had frozen in place. Then he reached out and pulled him. Honey, what are you looking at? Mengde came back to his senses. Nothing. At this moment, the survivors who were released were all very nervous as they looked at Mengde in front of them. Ahem. No need to be nervous, everyone. My name is Mengde, and I'm a survivor of the neighborhood like everyone else. I set up a survivor base. This time out is about searching for supplies and finding survivors. Gah! Mengde didn't expect that after he finished speaking, there was actually no half reaction on the stage. This is embarrassing. But he also knew in his heart that these people had just been rescued and were still very wary. Wanting them to follow them back immediately was probably unlikely. So he gave a wink to Lei Chang who was on the side. Lei Chang immediately understood and followed Mengde out. Just as the crowd was wondering, Lei Chang walked back and carrying a huge box. From within Lei Chang's words just now, Mengde knew that these people had a hard time during their time in the basement. Not to even mention the physical and mental torture. The problem of food and clothing alone is agonizing. One person a day. Half a bun is enough. Even for water. He had to rely on handouts from the guards who stood in the basement. So when Mengde took out a box of food, these people's eyes lit up. Many were on the verge of pressing their excited little hands. Everyone's hungry. Let's eat first. Men smiled slightly, playing with the desert eagle in his hand. The meaning is self-evident. It was a good thing that the crowd, despite their hunger, had at least not lost their sanity. Very conscientious about lining up. After about 10 minutes of back and forth, everyone received a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Couldn't wait to open and nibble on it. Not even the crumbs of bread that fell on the floor. Mengde played with the gun in his hand, his eyes silent. If someone, at this moment, dared to rob someone else's food, he or she would not hesitate to send him or her to meet the king of hell. It's the same for both men and women. But the good news is that it didn't. Your grandfather is your grandfather after all. A soldier of truth is still a soldier of truth. The deterrent is still there. And there was a reason why he only gave a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Fluffy bread can make a hungry person feel full very quickly, but it doesn't quite quench their hunger. It was their state. Half-fed and still hungry. That Mend wanted. How else would he put on the good show he'd arranged? Not long after, while the survivors were still eating, Lei Chang had then led several people over. There are men and women among them. Boss, they want to join our survivor base, but there are some questions they want to come over and ask you. Mend nodded and smiled in greeting. Lei Chang had been very conscious of calling Meng De boss after he had reached a die-hard favorability level with him, and also treated himself as one of Meng De's men. So it's okay to call ourselves our survivor base. That, I meant to ask you, where's the survivor base you were talking about? What do we need to do? The speaker was a middle-aged simpleton, probably a cropper from inside a nearby village. There was some nervous stoneness as he spoke. The eyes were even, from time to time, looking at the gun in Men's hand, fearful that he had angered Meng De. Big brother, you don't have to be afraid. You know about Royal Dragon Island, right? That's where I set up the survivor base. They were all villagers from the neighborhood, and it was only natural that they knew about such a famous place as the Royal Dragon Villa area. And not only do they know it's been converted into a villa area. At the thought of going over to live in the villa area, this simple cropper's fleshly eyes can see the joy. The same goes for the people who came with him. As for what you're asked to do, it's pretty simple, just something about growing food. You can all do it. The men were relieved to hear this. Luckily, they weren't asked to do anything to kill or set fire to anything. Growing food. Something they've done all their lives. It has long been too familiar to be true. After 2 questions, these people's favorability towards Meng De was raised from unfamiliar to friendly. 0 to 30, unfamiliar, 31 to 60, friendly, 61 to 90, loyal, 91 to 100, diehard. Below 0 favorability means malice. We have another problem. When he saw the middle-aged cropper open his mouth again, Meng De thought he had some big problem, so he signaled him to open his mouth. But I didn't expect that when this crook opened his mouth, he directly gave Meng De a defeat. You won't take us over there and abuse us like the people here. Meng De was all depressed. This big brother was also naive enough. It wasn't even necessary for him to open his mouth. Lei Chang on the side directly acted as a mouth substitute. No, big brother, if my boss wanted to abuse you guys, he would still need to talk to you guys so patiently. Directly here, all for you to raid not finished. What's the point of bringing it back? Lei Chang's words were also wordy. The results are also really good. Do you have any questions? No more, no more. We're coming with you. Men chuckled at the sight, directly signaling for Lei Chang, who had stepped aside, to give another person a loaf of bread. As long as you follow me well, I can at least make sure you're all fed. The smiles on these people's faces have grown even wider under the effect of money power. Favorability has also gone straight to the point of loyalty. A world that will not betray is reached, and the basement would have echoed. Plus, a few of Meng De's people spoke without deliberately suppressing their voices, so the conversation between Meng De and a few people was clearly audible to everyone in the basement. Hearing that Meng De was treated so well here, everyone pressed on. Have come forward. I'm in. Take me one. I specialize in selling excavators in Dongshan Lanshan. I can do anything. I can eat chinkara. With that, Jiayi was in charge of registering names and such information, and Lei Chang was in charge of order on the scene. During this process, Meng De's afterglow, on the other hand, kept staring at the mother and daughter. There was no way he could let go of the goddess of system tips. Kasumi had never eaten a mature woman before. It's the next best thing. Really, he, Meng De, is a decent man. The last thing I like to say in my life is ma'am. You don't want a XXX either or something like that. Most importantly, it's all for nothing. The rewards as I watched, fewer and fewer survivors stayed in place. The mature woman who had been frowning and in a tangle also finally came forward with the little girl on the side. Men smiled the crooked-lipped Dragon King version of a smile. The fish is hooked. People in Armageddon. Fishing for mature mothers and daughters. Chapter 73, Innate Right Virgin Saint Body, Suju Enru. Suju Enru. Inside the basement, Men looked at the mature woman at the end of the line and wrote down her name. The rest of the information was simple. Just that one could cook, but it was good that he had a hint from the system. Goddess, Suju Enru. Overall rating, 98. Favorability, 10, nodding acquaintance. Reach 60 to light up the goddess atlas. Number of charges, 12, skillful. Deep-rooted resentment. System description, 36 years old. Innate mature female saint body. Mature and full-bodied. Noble and elegant temperament. Comes with a world-class weapon. Many children and many blessings of the best gun rack. Married for 18 years. A high-class noblewoman and celebrity before the end of the world. With a rich husband who is rarely seen once a year. With a daughter. A good wife and a good mother. A good mother, after the end of the world was abandoned by her heartless and cowardly husband. Comprehensive evaluation by the system, highly skilled. A rare and superb mature woman. Meets the system requirements. Please light up the goddess Atlas as soon as possible. Host. Nice guy. Mendel was a little incredulous. He did not expect. In front of the eyes of this wearing a mess of thick makeup, general people see a bit scary ugly woman. I can't believe it's rated so high on the system. He remembered that the last time the system rated 98, it was still the island's face bully, Shina Miho. You know that the same extreme young woman, Sister Bai's rating is 1 point lower than hers. It's hard to imagine what kind of face this woman has under her ugly disguise. The bottom line was that the woman's disguise didn't stop there, wearing extremely wide clothes. From a distance, it also looks extremely bloated. The average man would never be able to muster up any interest when he saw it. It was also that Meng De was observing carefully, coupled with the fact that the size of this right woman was truly amazing. Otherwise, Meng De would have to question whether the system's evaluation was reasonable. But soon, he also experienced firsthand what it means to have a rippling chest. Since there were too many people in the basement, Mend let Lei Chang take the survivors who had already filled out their information out. There weren't many people left anyway, so it was up to him to hand out this pre-apocalyptic group buy package worth $498 in bread and water. This food was not even a hair on the head of the vast amount of supplies inside his huge carry-on space. He was not the least bit distressed. But for Su Juan-ru, it was like grasping a life-saving straw before the end of the world. As an upper-class noblewoman, she didn't think food was precious. After all, there is no worry about the quality of life. But it's been a month of misery since the end came, especially in the days since he was caught here. Not to mention basic sustenance. The physical and mental torture nearly broke her. If she hadn't reacted quickly and deliberately made a fool of herself early on, I'm afraid I, myself, am like many of the women here, by the guards here, wantonly tortured, played with, reduced to a man's crotch plaything, and the bread and water she got today was the best and cleanest food she had gotten in a long time. Thanks. Thank you. Unable to help herself, she made a polite bow towards Mend. Seeing this, Meng De secretly nodded. TSK, TSK, TSK. A noblewoman is a noblewoman. The movements were noble and graceful. Even though hunger filled his body, he did not forget the proper etiquette. Just, this mature woman probably forgot what she was wearing at the moment. At this movement of hers, the wide dress fell downwards. It was a bargain, and there was a flash of light. White, really white. The snow white landscape directly covered his big 24K gold eyes. As the saying goes, one white color covers all the ugliness. At this moment, even if he didn't look at his face, just by looking at this huge thunderbolt, he knew that this woman was definitely worth including. Mark Twain had this to say, a thunderbolt is too big to hold in one hand. This would be a really happy child to be a mom. Guess what? It's not a problem to feed 5 or 6 babies. If I were her man, I'd be able to drink my fill with just a little bit of light. Hey, hey, hey. At this time, Su Juan-ru hadn't realized the exposed spring light. Perhaps it had been too many days since he'd had enough to eat, and Mend hadn't even had time to speak. When this mature woman straightened up, she didn't stand still for a moment. She crashed into the arms of Mendel, who was about to come forward to admire her up close. Mendel, who was trying to get up to admire her. At this sudden impact, Meng De's eyes directly widened. A full force of oppression weighed heavily on his chest, almost keeping him from catching his breath. If it wasn't for his strong waist and abdominal strength from working out day and night, he would have been bounced out. It's really that little black lace fabric, totally unstoppable. What a jump out at dare. If you ask Meng De how he feels at this moment, it is definitely painful and happy. Why does it hurt? Crap. Getting hit in the chest by a watermelon-sized sphere doesn't hurt you. And to hold the mature woman in her arms, Meng De subconsciously put his hand on that dolphin. I really can't blame him for that. Though, all this hard work on the goddess had caused him to develop muscle memory. I believe Sister Bai knows this best, but at the moment Men's hand sank right in. It's also true. The only thing that was a bit of a shame was that it was forced to take it out after a while. Su Juan-ru, who realized that she had lost her temper, had hastily taken a few steps backwards. Jia Yi, who was on the side, also helped Meng De up. Honey, are you okay? It happened so suddenly that she didn't even react to see her husband get hit. It just struck her as odd. Not only was my own husband not angry when he got up, but he was smiling. Nothing. It looks like you're enjoying yourself. What kind of operation is this? Jia Yi is a bit confused, but if Meng De knew what she was thinking at the moment, I'm sure I'll give her a good laugh and let her relive the joy of ringing the bell from Hounslow. Mend was fine, but it could have scared the mature woman across the street to death. Sorry. I didn't mean to. The mature woman nervously apologized. So much so that the white neck was red to the naked eye. The man in front of me just came in. That shooting spree was still fresh in her mind. She knew that the man in front of her was no great benefactor. She had just offended him again. So at the moment Soo-Jun-Roo's heart was apprehensive. Taking the little girl beside him straight into his arms, he then knelt straight down. I've done something wrong, please punish me severely. Just wish you'd leave my kids alone. SS. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. Can you imagine a day when a noble, mature woman, humbly kneels before you, and then asks you to punish me severely? That's what happened to Mend at the moment. If he hadn't considered the timing inappropriate, he would have wanted to remove the disguise from the mature woman's face, and then punish them severely. He walked over to the mother and daughter. Instead of looking at Soo-Jun-Roo, a mature woman, he looked towards the little girl in her arms. This little girl with big flashing Kaziran eyes, 4 or 5 years old, was very petite and cute. Being looked at like that by Mengde, he wasn't scared at all. What's your name? Big brother. My name is Linger. Oh, no wonder it's so spiritual. With just one glance, Mengde came to be interested in this little girl. So under Soo-Jun-Roo's nervous gaze, Mengde backhandedly pulled out an object. Linger is so good. Come, eat this from Big Brother. See what Big Brother came up with. Linger's eyes instantly lit up and she immediately bit over. Then, Mommy, Big Brother's milk is so good. Chapter 74 Jai, hubby, your days are getting more and more judgmental. Mengde was not surprised by Linger's reaction, because he took it out. But it's a bleeping Ankim. It is well known that this Ancham milk is very good, and of course it's very sticky. This is not the time for little spirit to drink. A slip of the tongue stained the corners of his mouth with some milky white liquid. Soo-Jun-Roo was relieved to see this, because she knew that the man in front of her, who could dominate her life and death, had no desire to hold her accountable for her faults. You know, in these end times when food and clothing are not even guaranteed, getting Linger to drink a bottle of Angsim was something that would be nearly impossible if she, Soo-Jun-Roo, were to rely solely on her. Oh no, let alone drinking it. There is little hope of seeing it. But now, not only do you see it, you drink it. That says it all. Just, Mommy, Big Brother's milk is so good. When she heard what Spirit said, she was the one whose face turned even redder. Although it's clear that it's childish talk, why does it sound weird? Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Soo-Jun-Roo's favorability towards the host is plus 10. Currently 30 favorability. The favorability of a goddess rated by the system is not the same as that of others, so lifting is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass as well. In the beginning, the two of them, he and Soo-Jun-Roo, were in the same shape. If it wasn't for him, he would have saved this woman from the hell that is Baolong base. The latter was followed by the distribution of food to her, plus the subconscious effect of his system rewarded charisma aura. Otherwise it starts without even that 20 good feelings. But trouble is trouble. It was a good thing that Mengde, he, had long ago grasped the code to brush up his favor from Jai, the pair of sisters. Extreme sister control? Then start with the sister. Extreme sis control? Then conquer the sister and be done with it. As for the best mom ever. Hey. Naturally, it's going to be a two-pronged approach. Does Linger like it? Linger nodded her head repeatedly with wide Kaziran eyes. Her eyes filled with joy inside. Mengde smiled faintly and, like a trick, pulled out another bottle from inside his carry-on space. Big Brother here has more. He's got milk and stuff that women like Jai and Bai don't want to drink. It's hard to tell how much you've been drinking all this time in Doomsday. I'm tired of drinking it all. So he's still pretty well stocked. Wow, Big Brother is awesome. Linger was overjoyed, and her little pink hand extended a thumbs up towards Mengde. At the same time the small eyes were staring straight at the Ancham milk in Men's hand. And what a little wit. Men smiled and took out a small bag, filling it with some milk, candy, and other snacks. It was placed in front of Soo-Jun-Roo, a mature woman. This girl, Linger, is quite well behaved. I quite like it. These are for Linger to eat. Sister Roo, you take them. At this time, the mature woman Soo-Jun-Roo, still surprised at the man in front of him just now. That god's mysterious means of changing things. It wasn't until the pouch was handed to him that he reacted. I thank you for Linger. Seeing Mengde treating Linger so well, Soo-Jun-Roo immediately softened a few points in her gaze towards Mengde. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Soo-Jun-Roo's favorability towards the host is plus 20. Currently 50 favorability. Mengde guffawed. He just knew that for a good mom, her daughter was the most important thing, helping Soo-Jun-Roo up from the ground. This mature woman was a mature woman, and a ripe scent of a mature woman came over her as she approached. one drilled into his nostrils. It's fascinating. Sister Rue, you guys stay here and don't run around. Later, I'll have you well protected. The goodwill has already reached 50, and it's just a matter of kicking it. It's almost like it's already a reward delivered to your mouth. He sure as hell couldn't let the woman get away. If he hadn't just met, he would have wanted to take it straight away. What a wonderful woman. Any man would want to have a little kashu. But his words, in the years of Suju and Ru and Jai, had a completely different meaning. First up is Suju and Ru. This mature woman did not understand at all why this man in front of her was so kind to their mother and daughter. It was clear that he had offended him, but not only did he not punish himself severely, he was instead so kind to Linger. Now there is a special account for people, to protect themselves. You know, you have an ugly face. Before, she was as ugly as she needed to be to protect herself. So much so that no one, male or female, has dared to get close to themselves since the end of time. And now this man, who didn't dislike himself in the slightest, enough to see that this is a great man with a good heart, regardless of his looks. So at this moment, Suju and Ru, a mature woman, had greatly changed her impression of Mengde. At the same time her heart was somewhat touched to the core. There was also a softer look in his gaze towards Mengde. Well, thank you, Mendel. You're a good man. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The goddess Suju and Ru's favorability towards the host is +10. Currently 60 favorability. Please ask the host to take the goddess Suju and Ru as soon as possible and light up the goddess Atlas. Ha? No? What happened? That's the 60th percentile of goodwill that you can eat? Mend was flabbergasted. And what the hell is sending me a nice guy card when it's the end of the world? Not being able to figure it out. He had to personally send Suju and Ru's mother and daughter out first. Lei Chang does things in a thunderous manner. At this time, all the survivors had been arranged in the only residential building in Baolong Base. Seeing the man his boss personally brought here, and the boss's order to focus on protection, he didn't understand it, but he was determined to carry it out. Don't worry, boss. As long as I'm here, the two of them will be fine. Men nodded and took out some guns and handed them to him. It was still early in the day, and he was definitely going to continue exploring a bit further. Become logistics. There is still an iceberg female president waiting for him to be included there. This place will have to be left to Lei Chang's protection for the time being. Since we have to protect, we can't do it without firearms. The good thing is that these survivors, after the previous bred banknote power plus, many had long ago reached a good level of loyalty to him. To him, it's not a problem to give some guns. Jiai, who was on the side, had been watching her husband busy himself for the sake of Suju and Ru's mother and daughter. There was also a puzzled look on his face. I couldn't help but issue a question, but I heard my husband say cheerfully, "It's fine. I just saw them as a poor mother and daughter and couldn't help but lend a helping hand." Nope, there's something wrong with this man. She often plays games with her husband. Already, I can tell all about my husband's sensitivity from his reactions. Husband, for example, when breathing heavily, it means he's going to do something bad to her, and she's about to get ready for the storm. At the moment hubby says it's fine, then it must be fine. Jai's eyes, instantly alert. She tried to think in her husband's shoes. The ugly Ru was simply ignored. It wasn't that she despised Ru or anything. Rather, she knew that her husband was surrounded by so many women. Which one of them was not a superb goddess? It's a wonder that a woman with average posture can be in her husband's eyes. So Ru's suspicion can be ruled out. Instead, Sister Ru's daughter, Linger, caught her eye. The little girl is quite well behaved and cute. So, hubby wouldn't be because of spirit. Thinking of this, Jai's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. No way. That girl's not even 5 years old. Torture. Honey, you're so criminal. Your days are getting more and more judgmental too. When Mend looked at the woman, she looked at herself differently. It was only when he asked that he got this idea out of the woman's mouth that his face darkened. Without saying a word, the woman was picked up and rushed straight into the RV. Anum. Hiss. There was a ripping sound. Mend shines a light on the tantalizing dolphin. He had to correct this woman's dangerous ideas. Hubby, I'm sorry, I can't do it. And just as he was, feverishly cleaning up, on the other side of the room, inside Beacon Logistics, Iceberg President Lin Aoshue, but is in the middle of a crisis. Lin Aoshue, where else are you going to run away? Behave yourself, hahaha. Chapter 75 Extreme Iceberg Goddess Lin Aoshue, the Imperial Dragon Economic Development Zone, as the pre-apocalyptic Donghai City, the key planning area. Due to the good policies, it has attracted many famous company groups in China to invest here. The Beacon Group, which is worth over $1 trillion, is one of them. At this time, inside the top floor of the building of Beacon Logistics, a branch established by the Beacon Group, There was a group of beauties in professional OL uniforms who were protecting the door is banging. Interspersed with it, a number of incoming men's voices. Lin Aoshue, where else are you going to run away? Be a good boy and open the door. Grandpas, promise you'll be pampered. Ha ha ha. Listening to these lewd words, the women inside the top floor room looked very tense as well. The fear on his face was unmistakable. Many of the beauties couldn't help but let out agonizing screams. Ah, don't. I can't. I really can't top it. Mr. Lin, think of something. I don't want to die. Ooh-hoo. The group of beauties who let out the screams were probably all women under 30 years old. Very young and pretty. Especially the one they call Mr. Lin. That was even more of a rare and superb goddess with a stunningly beautiful face and excellent body. Just look a little high and cold. A kind of uninviting look. But if the two of them, Mengdet and Jiai, were here, they would have recognized them immediately. This Mr. Lin was no other than the executive president of the aircraft carrier, the Becom Group. It was also the most famous and claimed never-to-be-conquered iceberg goddess of Donghai City, Lin Aoshue. At this moment, Lin Aoshue, listening to the crashing sound outside the door one after another, also could not help but knit her brows. She never thought that she had brought the backbone of the group a month ago and came out to take a look at this newly established branch. That's what happened as a result. Just arrived at the company. Even before getting out of the car, first encountered a zombie attack. With it came the desperate news that the world was coming to an end. If it wasn't for the group of bodyguards she accompanied, protecting her to the death, they, the women, would have died long ago at the claws of the dreaded walkers. But even so, the only ones who survived now were just them, the beauties who were still in the car. Most of the other bodyguards who had gotten out of the car early were unfortunately infected and became horrible zombies. The rest of them were all eaten up by walkers for protecting them. The original expedition team of several hundred people has been sharply reduced in number as a result. The only thing she was thankful for was that she hadn't been in Armageddon for long. Just like some of the sisters inside the group, they awakened their powers and blocked wave after wave of zombie attacks. Plus beacon logistics. The supplies inside this branch's underground warehouse. That's what got us through the most chaotic part of the early stages of the apocalypse. During that time, she also thought about escaping. But with so many women in the group, she was forced to return each time before she got very far. The company was forced to use this branch of Beacon Logistics as a temporary base of operations, and as each day passed, the expected rescue never came. Instead, the supplies in the underground warehouse dwindled. Little by little, it completely wore off more than 10 days ago. It was a good thing that she didn't pin all her hopes on the slim hope of a rescue. Early in the morning, she took these beauties from her group and went out to gather supplies. Relying on his awakened S-rank ice ability, the beginning of the collection went well. Successfully collected all the supplies. Inside the nearby building, the zombies she encountered were also killed outright. The zombie crystals she obtained also allowed her to directly break through to a second-stage alien. That's all it took to eke out a month. If it's not an accident, still an accident. Yesterday afternoon, while out gathering supplies with her team, she had the misfortune of running into a team of survivors. Surrounded them as soon as they came up. That means it's self-evident that it's looking at them. It wasn't like she hadn't encountered this before. Thugs who coveted their beauty. But none of them died under her powerful alien powers. But this time, the alien he encountered was different. The strength is extremely powerful. The alien ability level was also one step higher than her. Even she, the president, was just barely able to fight it off, let alone the others. Sacrificed 2 sisters, which was a lucky escape. It also exposed the location of the company's base as a result. It was approached this morning. More than 100 men, half of them shifters. The remaining half were thugs with guns. And they're just a couple dozen women. Can't fight it. Can't beat that at all. In less than an hour, it had been forced to retreat all the way back here. Sisters around me, too, unfortunately died by the dozen. At this moment, she was even more agonized as she heard the cries of pain from her sisters around her. Faced with such a situation, she, the former president of the $1 trillion group, could do nothing about it. If it had been any other time before the end came, she would have had someone come to the rescue with a single phone call. But now, it's been so long, the odds are that help won't come. A brutal apocalypse that broke down order and law. Even if they came, it wasn't necessarily to save them. More than likely, they were just trying to get their hands on their bodies, like the man at the door. It's just a way to make them their cocksuckers. If that was true, she, Lin Aoshue, would rather die, and they won't be allowed to get away with it. She clenched her teeth at the thought. There is no escape for us. Instead of being tortured by the men out there, I'd rather fight them. No matter before or after the end came, Lin Aoshue was the only thing these group subordinates relied on. So when she said that, she immediately got the agreement of almost all the women in the room. Mr. Lin, I'm with you. Fight them. Old me. This pure body of mine would rather be cheap to the dogs than to them. That's right. Just in time to avenge the dead sisters in our company. I have to say, these women at Become are still very cohesive. In addition, they are the elite women in the workplace. Independent and self-reliant is the best interpretation of them. There was also the brutal experience since the end of the world, which had caused some changes in their minds. As weak women, some of the less courageous women, infected by this atmosphere, also finally took out the attitude of looking at death. Seeing this, Lin Aoshue didn't talk nonsense and directly let the sisters who were against the door hide under the desk together. The room they were in happened to be an open office room with a number of desks. After hiding them, some of the guns and weapons that had been captured earlier were distributed. These beauties, who were certain of certain death, were quite relieved at this last moment. They even all started making jokes at each other's expense. Unfortunately, I haven't had a boyfriend yet. Sister, I even still have my first kiss. Ah, if someone comes to save us now, sister, I'll be his woman and be calmed to death by him. Chang Feier, you're really a little huos. Che, Shuairuyun, you think I don't know you want it too. You press yourself on the azure every night. Don't you think I don't see it? Die you. What are you talking about? A couple of women were talking about it, with all sorts of snappy stuff coming out of them. Every word is a tiger's word. Lin Aoshue, the iceberg president, was all black lines when she heard it. What a bunch of subordinates I've recruited. There was also a secret resolve that if I could escape this, must find a man for all these women who can suck dirt like a wolf. And just as they spoke, the jammed gate finally collapsed. Dozens of lewd men, rushing in with impatience. The inside of his eyes were filled with a lustful gaze that scanned the office room with abandon. Babes, the old man's coming in. Come out and serve the old man. Ha ha ha. However, in the midst of their lewd laughter, what greeted them was a bullet. Sisters, fight them. Fierce gunfire erupts as a battle is fought once again. And at the same time, an RV traveled downstairs. Chapter 76. You want to die? Have you asked your husband? As the beauties on Lin Aoshue's side were suddenly stopping their movements of topping the door, the group of ex-bugged men thought that the women inside the room were giving up their resistance. So come in with no attention to defense. Lin Aoshue's group of female generals were caught off guard. More than a dozen guys whose minds were full of women were instantly beaten into a sieve. Having been following behind, the boss of the group of men, Lung, also cursed when he saw this. Mad. How dare these ES shoot? Brothers, all fight back. Yes, brother Lung. As the minions outside the door began to fight back, the beauties on Lin Aoshue's side immediately couldn't carry it. On the one hand, they're all women, and they're definitely less bold. No matter how decisive it was said before, I guess, but when it came to the actual moment of shooting, inner fear prevailed. Under such circumstances, the accuracy of the shot is naturally not guaranteed. On the other hand, these women generals have very limited firearms at their disposal. Many of the beauties were still holding cold weapons like knives and clubs, useless for a long-range gunfight at the moment. The beauties who got the guns had a very limited share of bullets in their hands. After all, they were the ones who had been sneaked up on downstairs earlier. It's too late to run for your life, not to mention having to pick up a firearm while running away. The last ones left were some beauties who had awakened their powers. There weren't many beauties in this section either. Less than 10. Except for Lin Aoshue, the president, who was a second-order psychic. The other beauties were almost all first-order low-level psychics. The powers that can be used are very limited, and the range of power is all over the place. After using it a few times in succession, fine beads of sweat then slid down his forehead, and his face turned pale as hell. This was clearly a sign of exhausting the alien energy in his body. So this gunfight was destined to end with the defeat of this group of beauties from the Beacon group. That's when Lung, who had been hiding outside the door and talking, spoke up again. These ES are out of ammo. All of you, get them alive for me. I'll take them to the fire. Ha ha ha. But because of the lessons learned earlier, the minions who came in this time were much more careful. Not only were they walking slowly, but they were constantly shooting or ready to release their powers. As soon as you see any exposed body parts, shoot them immediately. Anyway, for them, as long as the women's 3-spot homo is still intact and can make them XXX, the other parts just don't matter. So a lot of beautiful people have been misplaced physically. Even a beauty, because when she couldn't dodge, she was directly hit in the chest, died on the spot. Many of the beauties covered their lips, their eyes filled with tears. The experience of surviving the apocalypse for so many days had made them not sisters, but better than sisters. Seeing the fallen sister, it was as if they saw what would happen to them. Desperation gripped them. Almost all of the beauties, gave up resisting, just waiting for the minions outside to come over time and die together. Lin Ao Shui, the president of the group, saw all this scene in her eyes, and was also anxious in her heart. If there is the slightest chance of survival, she wouldn't let the group of sisters who had followed her and stayed with her die, either. But there was nothing she could do about it. That's right, she's high-strung, but that doesn't mean she doesn't have any feelings. She just doesn't want to be wishy-washy with those hypocritical men. These men can't really get into her heart at all. And talk about feelings. At this moment, Lin Ao Shui, who has always advocated atheism, can only pray for a godlike miracle to happen. Otherwise, she would have to take her group of good sisters and subordinates with her to die. Anyway, it's not going to be cheap for this group anyway. This open-plan office room is a 9-panel spread. The group of beauties just blocked the door near the lower left corner of the grid. And they, the women, return the favor in the upper right corner of the 9 square. Looking at the group of step by step toward the upper right corner of the search. Already all the guns were pointed at where they were. Lin Ao Shui clenched her pink fist. Are there really no more miracles? Lung, found the ES. Ha ha ha, very good. All captured alive for me. Brothers, this batch of women are in good shape. When I've had enough, you'll all have a chance when you line up. Hearing the big brothers hand-waving words behind them, this group of little brothers immediately became even more excited. Dragon is mighty. However, in the ears of this group of beauties, these words were like a declaration of hell. Hell is empty and the devil is on earth. This group of even want to will X them. And for a moment, the faces of these beauties became even more desperate. Many of the beauties' gazes went to the window behind them. If you jumped straight down, it shouldn't hurt as much. And Lin Ao Shui took in the movements of the sisters beside her, listening to the footsteps that were getting closer and closer. Lin Ao Shui also became more and more desperate. She knows, miracles don't happen anymore after all. Perhaps a moment ago, she had wondered if a miracle had actually happened. Even if it comes at some cost to yourself, even if, was to be herself, she is also in for it. And yet, and no, at this moment, Lin Ao Shui's heart had complete despair. So utterly desperate was she that she made a move that took everyone by surprise. She was seen looking at her sisters beside her one last time, and then stood up with determination as everyone looked on in shock. It's going to die anyway. Let me, Lin Ao Shui, be the first woman to die, lest you end up being spoiled by this gang in turn for good. The only regret, perhaps, is that in the end, I didn't see my best friend Jai, and I wonder where that woman is now, alive yet. Mr. Lin, no. The beauties beside him subconsciously exclaimed at the sight. The body stood up with it. You have to know that Lung's minions on the other side of the street are all holding their guns. The group of beauties were all exposed to gunfire when they moved like that. Moreover, the group of Dragon's minions had been wary of the asterisk as they call her. They didn't expect an asterisk to suddenly stand up under their noses. So a dozen or so minions, all subconsciously pulled the trigger. Bullets were fired as if they didn't matter. Boom, 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 boom. It's impossible to miss at such a close range. That was the thought of everyone in the room. But for Lin Ao Shui and these women, at this moment, listening to the sound of gunshots constantly ringing out, they knew that they were bound to die. Coconut Crisp came and couldn't save it. The only one who can save them is God. But that's impossible. All the women's faces were at the moment facing it with a smile on their faces, the look of relief. However, right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared from the air and directly embraced the iceberg president, who was not close to men in his arms. You want to die? Did you ask your husband? Space Black Hole, Chapter 77, Silver Snake? A mere Yakuza's supernatural ability, and he dares to show off his skills. Space Black Hole. With that resounding sound, all of the bullets that were fired towards these Bikram beauties instantly disappeared in place. Lin Ao Shui, who had just been so desperate that she had closed her eyes. I waited for a while and didn't feel the pain of being shot by a bullet. Instead, it was so full of masculine energy that she couldn't help but be mesmerized. Unable to do so, he opened his eyes, and what met his eyes was a man's face like a knife. Lin Ao Shui, who has traveled across the shopping mall, doesn't know how many young fresh meat that is said to be rare in 1,000 years have been seen, or how many seafaring elite PhDs. It never moved her in the slightest. It was always impassive. But now, just from the first moment of seeing this man, she admits that she, the iceberg goddess, moved. Especially when wrapped in this man's arms, she could feel the explosive power in the man's toned muscles. It gave her a great sense of security. Is this God? Hearing the woman's murmur, Mengde couldn't help but smile. A nice iceberg CEO. He's not scared out of his wits. Isn't it God? Don't you know if you feel it with your hands? With that, Mengde grabbed the jade hand of this iceberg goddess. nonverbal grunt as interjection. That's. She had never eaten pork, so she had at least seen a pig run. Lin Aoshue instantly understood. Hastily, he let go of his jade hand. At this moment, Lin Aoshue's face was red in red. That's something that never showed on her iceberg goddess face. Seeing this expression on Lin Aoshue's face, Meng De heatedly smiled. This iceberg goddess is also weirdly fun. Yes, I'm not God, but I can make you canso. A divine experience. At the same time he was lamenting that he was lucky to have come in time. He had just driven the RV and arrived downstairs when he saw the scene with his nimble sense. It was too late to talk to Jai, so he flew up first himself. Yes, fly up. This was the supernatural ability, nimble flight, that he had received from Sister Bai after helping her awaken and reaching 100 favorability earlier. Numinous flight. Through the awakened numinous power ability, one can realize air levitation, mid-air walking in short flight, and move to any place quickly. Although with his current level of psychic ability, he couldn't fly too far in the air. But the good thing is that this Become Logistics branch is not that tall. It's only 5 floors, just about as far as he could fly. That's why he was able to get under the gun and save these beacon beauties in time. Back in the field, due to Meng De's sudden appearance, when the field reacted, Meng De and Lin Aoshue, the iceberg president, had completed between the two unspeakable secret contact. But I have to say, this iceberg goddess has a great body, although it is not as oppressive as Suju and Ru, that mature woman, but it is also a huge dolphin with a wasp waist, tantalizing to the extreme. With just this brief contact, he knew that this woman, too, was a practical weapon. It was only the next words of a junior across the street that directly put an end to this iceberg goddess VIP experience card. Kid, who are you? How dare you come and spoil our fun? The voice of his little brother instantly made the iceberg president, who was intoxicated in Meng De's arms, react. The delicate body also broke away from Meng De's arms. It's just strange, despite being molested. But she did not have the slightest feeling of disgust. Instead, there was a trace of little woman's little joy in her heart. And not only Lin Aoshue, the gazes of everyone present looked towards this man who had suddenly appeared. These beauties of the Become group, while puzzled, were more naturally elated. It was obvious that the man had come to their rescue, otherwise it wouldn't have taken all the bullets for them. But for this group of dragon's minions, they could really only be confused. No, where are our bullets? The only image they had just seen was this. The man suddenly appeared and the bullet disappeared. Didn't see what was happening at all. Losing the dimpled warmth of the woman in his arms was also a bit upsetting to Mend. Who am I? I am what I am. A different kind of firework. When these words came out, these beauties behind Meng De couldn't help but giggle. Not only is this man handsome, he talks with such humor. But San, the blue-haired minion who had just opened his mouth, was furious. Kid, you dare fool me. Seek death. Silver serpent entwine. As he spoke, the blue-haired junior brother, San, unleashed his powers with a fierce thrust of his hands forward. A pillar of energy that shone with a silver-colored light twined out like a nimble silver snake. The many beauties couldn't help but tense up at the sight. Lin Aoshue was even more directly shocked. Look out! She was more than familiar with this psychic ability. Many sisters, today, have died under this psychic ability. That's a third-order alien. However, a scene that she didn't expect happened. All she saw was the man in front of her, smiling with direct disdain. He had just read the system prompt, and it was one of the lowest-level psychic abilities. If it wasn't for the higher level, it would be a piece of trash. A mere little yakuza with alien powers. How dare you show off? Behold my great mighty heavenly dragon. The Dala Dharma spell. A fire dragon roared out, emitting endless flames, accompanied by a powerful aura. It roared with open teeth and claws as it rushed towards the little silver snake. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be deformed by its fiery red-hot flames burning madly. That mountainous aura seemed to burn everything in its path. The little silver snake did not have the slightest resistance under the fire dragon. With just a collision effort, it directly collapsed away. But it wasn't over yet. The fire dragon charged towards the blue-haired San again. What? No. The blue-haired San shook his head frantically, still trying to reach out and block. But it was destined to be futile. The fire dragon slammed hard on top of his chest. The flames were completely unleashed, engulfing the minions centered around him. The ground above also instantly became scorched and charred. All the beauties who saw the scene were stunned. What a terrifying flame ability. If it was used on them, even if they were on it piece by piece, they wouldn't be able to fight it at all. At this moment, these beautiful beauties were flooded with little stars. This man who appeared out of nowhere seems a little strong. I just don't know who this man is. Men smiled slightly. You need not fear. I have been asked to save you. What? These beauties, even more puzzled, Could it be the previous rescue? Just as they were puzzled, Mengde was directly raising his hand in a gesture. A superb OL woman who happened to rush right through the door. Jie. Lin Aoshue was pleasantly surprised. Chapter 78, The Four Beauties of Pekong. Lin Aoshue didn't think that she would actually be here. Seeing her good girlfriend Jie, intelligent as she was, she reacted immediately. The one who could come to his rescue at this point in time, and who knew his location. I'm afraid it's just my own best friend. It was the first time the two girlfriends had met since the end of the world, so both were excited. And not only them, but Wen Changfei and Lu Ruyun, the beauties of Pekong. When they saw who was coming, they also immediately embraced each other to the ground in excitement. Tears of excitement were beginning to glisten in his eyes. Before Mend, though, and these women were also in the same company. But he, a social animal, certainly wouldn't have the chance to get to know these high-class urban white-collar elites. The reason why he was able to recognize a Lin Aoshue, the president, or her name of Iceberg Beauty, was too famous. But Jie is different. Everyone here used to be her co-worker and best friend. So Mend, quite literally, could understand the feelings of these beauties. At the same time, he also had to sigh with emotion. Pekong Group, worthy of being a famous beauty group in East China Sea City. When he glanced over now, he didn't see a face value lower than 85 points. Ao Shui, Fei Air, Ru Yun, are you all alright? It's okay, he saved us all. All of these beauties turned their attention to Mend. This man who had just saved them from themselves. Jie, he is? Oh, his name is Mend. Used to be an employee of Beacon too. But now, Jie, who said this, blushed slightly, but still graciously admitted it. He's my husband. At this statement, these beauties were stunned. It was even more surprising than Mengde's appearance just now. They couldn't be more clear about whether Jie had a date before the end of the world. As soon as the end comes, it's a straight step to having a husband? However, once they thought about it, the strength that Mengde had just displayed, they could understand. It's the end of days, after all. Strength is what counts. And looking at Jie's clean and tidy appearance, I guess she could have lived much more comfortably than them since the end of the day. Just thinking about this, the hearts of these beauties were both happy and envious. Aha! How come I didn't let me, in advance, meet a man of such strength? These beauties, who were already very favorable to Mengde, were even more favorable at this moment. And just as they were talking, Mendel saw a group of abnormally bald, strong men. Furious, chased in. That's why it's called abnormal baldness. That's because the hair on the tops of the heads of these burly men was as bare as if it had been burned by fire. There is still a hint of barbecue flavor in the air. His face was dark, as if he had just climbed out of a fire pit. Seeing this, not to mention Mengde, many of the beauties of Pekong couldn't help but laugh. Mud. Ing. As soon as the group of burly men came in, they directly looked at Jie beside Mengde. Anger was all over his face. Men smiled slightly and stepped in front of Jie. Naturally, he was well aware of the reason for the group of burly men's anger. Because of his numinous perception, it was always on. Jie had clashed with the group when she rushed up just now. As for the result, the abnormal baldness of this group of strong men is the work of Jie's supernatural power. Phoenix Flame. Behind him, the Beacon beauties, who had learned the reason why, were giving Jie kudos. Great job, Jie. And Lin Aoshue also recognized the person in charge. Yu Hualong. So the Lung those people are talking about is you. You're also the one who killed so many of our sisters in Baikon. At this moment, Lin Aoshue, the president, realized who the person who had been targeting their sisters was. The cold face was filled with hateful killing intent. And upon hearing that name, Mendel saw a number of Baikon's beauties with angry faces. Jie leaned over to his ear, her charming body odor hitting him in the face one at a time. Yu Hualong, the boss behind the Baolong Group. Baolong Plaza is owned by him. It's also one of our top competitors in the mall. Before the end of the world. For Become. Not a lot of nasty things have been done against us over the years. The woman's face was a bit of a misfit as well, but by her explanation, Mend understood. There's a new grudge and an old one added to the mix. He looked at the boss named Yu Hualong. It was a lewd man who was almost 60 and had a face full of creases when he smiled. Extremely ugly. Shy with a beer belly. Not too tall. I guess it must be small 200 weight. A little bit of lateral development there. On him, however, Mengde could feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It's like I've seen it somewhere before. Yu Hualong didn't seem to have been attacked by Jie's Phoenix Divine Flame, so it's not as lousy as the henchman. At this moment, when he heard being questioned by Lin Ao Shui like this, he even sneered. Humph, it's all doom and gloom. If I kill, I kill. Have someone come and get me if you can. Ha ha ha. Inside the large room was Yu Huarong, his arrogant voice. It is said that no boss has a history of making a fortune that is absolutely clean. As the boss of the Balong group, don't look at him as a small man, but he didn't do a lot of things that rubbed him the wrong way, especially after learning that it was Armageddon that had gathered a group of henchmen. Having established the Balong base, we are waiting to make it bigger and stronger and create another success. Lin Aoshue, Chen Jiai, Chang Feier, and Lu Ruyun, the most famous Bekong 4 beauties in East China Sea City, have finally been assembled. Mard, today I'll take you ES for my son. Brothers, now you're all blessed, haha. Yu Huarong's colorful little eyes kept hovering over these beauties from Bekang. In particular, the 4 beauties of Bekong that he had just mentioned had become the target of his attention. The group of men following him also instantly turned their anger into desire because of his words. Who doesn't know that the Beacon group is a famous beauty group? The women in there, they're all superb, definitely more comfortable than the women they've been banging since the end of time. At the thought of this, a number of strong men were dumbfounded. Being scanned so recklessly, many of the beauties couldn't help but show a look of fear on their faces. They were aware of the terrifying nature of Yu Hualong's group. Lin Aoshue, Chang Feier and Lu Ruyun, the leading women, also couldn't help but frown tightly. But it was good that Jiai kept comforting them. It's okay, we have Mend. He can handle it. Upon hearing this, these beauties of Bekong put all their hopes on the man who had been standing at the front. Yu Huarong naturally noticed this action and immediately sneered. Do you really think he can protect you? Haha, you guys are ridiculous. Although Yu Huarong hadn't figured out what this young man had just used to make so many bullets disappear until now, but he also understood that this young man had extraordinary strength. But even that, so what? With so many of his own men, he can't be afraid of him. And at that moment, Meng De, who had been thinking, suddenly said, don't think about your son. Your son is dead. I killed him. Chapter 79. I am the peak of the 4th rank. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? It's okay. I've got my husband. He can handle it. Hubby, he is omnipotent. It was Jiai who opened the door. With her favorability already at 100, she had a honeyed confidence in her husband. In her opinion, at all times, her husband was immensely powerful, and the confidence in the words infected the group of Beacon beauties in peril. At this moment, they could only put all their hopes on the man who had been standing at the front. Being looked at by all the beauties of Bekong, Meng De said, so many beautiful beauties? Brother, I've got a lot of pairs. Yu Huarong naturally noticed this action and immediately sneered. You guys don't really think he's going to keep protecting you after he saved you once before, do you? We've got over 50 shifters here. One person trying to beat over 50 of us? A fool's dream, haha. The men behind him, too, laughed out loud, although they hadn't figured out until now what this young man, just now, had used to make so many bullets disappear. But so what? What about the fact that so many of their men are shifters? Can't be afraid of him. So Yu Hualong gave a direct order. Go, leave the woman to go to the fire, and kill this man for me straight away. Oh no, the men keep it for me. I'm going to make him watch his own woman being played with by us in turn. This is the price for killing my men, haha. The Yu Hualong minions who had received the order were grimacing, and they were ready to surround towards Meng De and the others. They can't wait to enjoy the flavor of these women from Beacon. Lin Ao Shui, the beauties at the back, were also prepared to fight to the death. They were certainly not going to watch, as the man in front of them fought alone. However, right at this moment, Meng De, who hadn't not spoken, finally spoke, and said something that baffled everyone in the room. Wait, Yu Wendu is your son, right? Just now, Meng De he finally remembered that the last time he saw the same lateral development with this Yu Hualong. It is not the human machine NPC Yu Deshao, who helped himself to get the return of the beauty of Big Mimi last time. These two are worthy of being father and son. It's almost as if they are one and the same. The unknown Yu Hualong subconsciously also nodded his head. What? You know my son and you want to climb up the ladder and beg for mercy? The sneer on this boss Yu's face increased. It seemed to him that the young man was just scared and wimpy. I'll tell you straight out. It's late. Today these women, lousy, will play with them. When I'm done playing with your women, you'll have to die too. Especially Lin Aoshua that dares to reject my son in public and embarrass my son. I'm going to capture it today and accompany us father and son for a good time, ha ha. Hearing Yu Hualong's arrogant voice, the killing intent on Lin Aoshua's face increased. In response, however, Meng De smiled mysteriously. No, 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 you've got it all wrong. I just wanted to tell you that you can't wait for your son, Yu Hualong, because your son is dead. I killed it. After saying that, Meng De grinned. His breath no longer concealed and instantly revealed itself. Fourth order, peak. Along with it were countless flaming thunderbolts that enveloped him. It was like the god of fire descending and the god of thunder dominating. majestic and kingly. I am the peak of the 4th rank. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? At this moment, the entire room fell silent. Everyone looked dumbfounded. These beauties of Beacon looked at Mengde's back, stars shining inside their eyes. This man is so handsome too. Love it, ah. But he's Jiai's husband. What should we do? It's a tangle. Jiai, who had done many sports with her husband, kind of knew this husband of hers by heart, but now it's still lost in thought as I look at it. So bossy. Even Lin Ao Shui, the iceberg goddess, couldn't help it. Her body trembled a little. The strong men under Yu Hualong on the opposite side also looked dumbfounded, although they didn't know what kind of supernatural ability this young man in front of them had awakened, but surely from that aura, it directly killed them. So for a moment, it was all shocking. On the contrary, Yu Huarong, the boss, had more anger on his face despite some shock. No wonder he had been sending people to look for him lately, and how he couldn't find his son. Turns out it was killed a long time ago. Understanding, his body shook with anger. Mud, you bunch of losers, what are you still standing still for? All of you, get this kid. I will take his head and sacrifice it to my son's heavenly soul. Being yelled at so angrily, his men then reacted. However, at this time, Mengde let out a cold laugh. Late, he checked the system alerts before. Yu Hualong's group of henchmen were indeed all Xenos who had awakened their powers, but the highest few were only of the 3rd order. Not a single 4th order that can fight. He took a step forward and directly unleashed the fire-type supernatural ability that had been prepared long ago. Flame field, an invisible area of flame unfolded, instantly enveloping the group of burly men. The group of burly men immediately felt as if they had entered a scorching hot furnace. They were surrounded by burning flames of death. The flames throbbed and twisted as if they were alive, emitting a powerful pressure and heat wave. In front of this powerful flame power, they all looked so small and fragile. As the flames began to burn their bodies, that terrifying temperature, moreover, directly caused them to let out miserable screams in pain. Ah. At this moment, they don't even talk about coming over to attack Mengde, too busy to run away. For the flames are destined to be relentless. Even as much as they screamed, they were never able to stop the flames from burning. Their ability levels were neither as high as Mengde's, and the ones they had awakened were trash abilities. The only result that awaits them is destined to burn to death. Even the 3rd order is no exception. The only ones who had awakened the speed aspect of their psychic abilities had faster reaction times. Realizing that it was bad, he took advantage of his speed early on and fled to the door. This distance exceeded the coverage area of Mengde's flame field, but before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a fire dragon roared and charged towards them, and it's extremely fast. Fire dragon roar. They didn't even have time to react before they were one by one passed through the chest by the fire dragon, died on the spot. And these people who were still in the flame field finally realized that they couldn't extinguish the flames on their bodies. One by one, while their faces showed despair, they began to make a dying struggle. Want to burn us? Then we'll die with you. A dozen or so of the aliens, all holding on to their last breath to unleash their powers, or snap the gun they had on them to charge toward Mend. Many of the beauties were breathing heavily at the sight. Look out! Chapter 80,000 Footghouls. Inside the office room, watching this last group of burly men, madly burned by the flames, rushing towards their side with the same death. Many of the beauties couldn't help but let out a scream. There's no way they can't be scared. It's full of 3rd and 2nd order psychics. One of them was still the 3rd order alien who had led the siege against them yesterday. Even Mr. Lin is no match. However, Mengde, who saw this scene, laughed coldly. He's dying, and he's still trying to struggle for his life before he dies. It's ridiculous. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mend raised his hand and shook it. Inferno Blast. This was another fire ability he had awakened, able to directly erupt a powerful flame, causing the object being attacked to explode in place. Now when he unleashed it, he directly made the group of burly men's idea of dying with him fall completely flat, because they hadn't completely rushed over. The Inferno explosion spell matched the flames on them. The power was multiplied, and it directly made them explode in place one by themselves. The limbs were blown apart and the death was extremely miserable. Mengde, on the other hand, had opened his spatial black hole defense a long time ago, so whether it was the limbs that flew over, or the psychic powers that the burly men unleashed before they died, it all ended up being shifted right out of his hands. He and the group of beauties behind him were, naturally, safe and sound. In the middle of the field, his alien flame field continued to be unleashed, but these burly men in the field, seeing what happened to those who were still trying to die with them before, instantly despaired, and no more resistance. They knew full well that if they went on like this, they would at least be able to stay alive. But if you resist, there won't be a single corpse left. Others thought about surrendering. but Mend rejected it outright. Just kidding. This is a group of people he wouldn't dare use. No chance of backstabbing yourself one day. And what's the need for treatment when you've been burned like this? Better to be all honest and all go queue up in hell. After making up his mind, he increased the activation of his flame ability. After a few minutes, the minions, who had just let out screams of agony, fell down one after another next. Seeing this, Mengde was also relieved. It had to be said that the flame field, a group attack ability, was really more than appropriate to use in this kind of crowded occasion. The only downside is that it takes time to launch, and it's a process that has to be undetectable. Because of the range of the flame field, there was a limit. With his current level of psychic ability, he was not yet able to unfold a large-scale flame field. That's why he kept quiet just now. Otherwise, even if he was a peak 4th-ranked exalt, it wouldn't be easy to take down so many exalts easily. What's more, he had to protect these become beauties in the back. His brother would be blessed to have these beauties to take back with him. Some of the women in the back couldn't help but be on the verge of throwing up because the room was so gruesome. Seeing this, Mengde then let these beauties leave the room in a hurry. Luckily this top floor is pretty big. There were quite a few rooms. Before Lin Aoshue and the girls were staying on the top floor. While all the beauties went out, Men closed the door of this office room with his backhand. Honey, what's wrong? Jiai, who had already gone out, turned her head to look at Mend, who was still inside the office room. Instead, she saw her husband, looking at the area where the field of flames had just been. There are piles and piles of charred bodies all over the place at the moment, and said something that surprised her and all the beacon beauties. Stop pretending and hurry up and come out. What? What do you mean? Is there someone still alive? While they, the beauties, were still wondering, Mend was seen unleashing his supernatural ability, Thunder Hand, and slapping it hard at the charred pile of corpses. That pile of corpses exploded straight away. A black monster with 2 rows of legs growing densely on both sides of its body appeared in their field of vision. The monster kind of looks like a millipede, but extremely ugly looking, with a hideous face and terrible fangs. There was still blood clattering down the fangs. The body was unfolded, estimated to be 3 meters long, shiny and black, with various white pustules growing under the belly. On the black skin, it looked extremely conspicuous and disgusting to look at. Jai tensed up all of a sudden. Honey, not only her, even Lin Aoshue, a woman, was nervous and wanted to rush in, but it was stopped straight away by Mend. Don't you come in here. His face was a little grave, because in front of him, at this moment, the monster's information had already been displayed. Alien, Yu Hualong. Awakened ability, 1000-footed ghoul, Class A beast specialization. Ability level, early 4th order. Favorability, -95. Please note to the host, the 1000-foot ghoul is a monster that has awakened its psychic abilities, moves fast, uses corpses as the source of evolution, is not afraid of flames, can burst into flame attacks, and has amazing gnawing power. Nice guy. This guy is Yu Hualong? He was completely out of sight at all. A figure of less than 1 meter 6. After transforming into a 1000-foot ghoul, it was actually nearly 3 meters. He had thought that Yu Hualong was a waste that only women. I didn't realize this guy had a big surprise in store for himself. If it hadn't been for the nimble sense that he had kept on just before he left, saw a strange movement under the charred body and it really got past the guy. It was precisely because of this that he let Jai and the girls go out first. A 4th order bestialized alien was no joke. However, according to Mengde's estimation, Yu Huarong was probably just lying under piles of corpses before he broke through. This was because he had roughly read the system hints before, and it was that he hadn't found the existence of a 4th order alien. This was good. The zombie crystals of a 4th order alien could be much more useful than those of a 3rd order. Just as he was thinking, the 1000-footed ghoul transformed by Yu Hualong had opened its disgusting mouth. It made an ear-piercing squeak sound at Mend. The insect's body also tightened, a prelude to an attack. Sure enough, in the next second, this 1000-foot ghoul insect charged directly towards Mengde's side. It's extremely fast, and at least some of the second shot guys are completely incomparable to it. But fortunately, Mengde's reaction speed was quick, and he directly dodged away with a spatial instant. The 1000-legged ghoul, which had failed to capture its target, slammed headlong into the wall above. A large hole appeared directly. This made the millipede ghouls even angrier. Squeak, I'm gonna eat you. The eyes of the 1000-legged ghoul were filled with cannibalistic lust. Mend could see that this guy had completely lost his rationality as a human being. Eating has become this guy's only physical instinct. As he rushed towards him again, his mouth suddenly snapped open and a ball of black flame flew directly towards him. The flames were flying so fast that he couldn't even dodge in time. Mud. This still has it. The scene took the breath away from the beauties standing outside the door. Jia in particular couldn't help but exclaim. Husband, Chapter 81. Jia, when did you change your body wash? Looking at the flames that suddenly flew towards him, and again at Jiai's nervous gaze. Mud. This still has it. Mengde cursed. Since he couldn't hide anymore, then the only option is to fight it hard. He forcefully held up the spatial black hole defense. The flames that flew were directly absorbed by him, and he backhanded the exit, aiming it at the 1,000-foot ghouls that were still trying to continue to ride on the chase. The 1,000-foot ghoul never expected that the attack he had struck would return to him. It was a direct hit. Even though the 1,000-foot ghoul insect was no longer afraid of flames, it flew out viciously under these head-on blows, and Mengde also looked a little pale. Forcibly receiving this flame attack of the same rank was also a burden for him. One must know that the previous him had already first forcefully received the bullets that were shot at Lin Ao Shue's group of beauties. Then there was the backlash from the previous group of burly men on their deathbed. Not to mention the spatial black hole. All the alien energy in his body was depleted. Can't. Gotta settle the fight quickly. Definitely can't let this millipede ghoul go. This 1,000-legged ghoul relies on gnawing on corpses as a source of evolution. If we let it go, I'm afraid it will feed heavily and evolve to a terrifying level. What a threat to him and these women of his. On top of that, he couldn't end it now if he wanted to. Don't look at this head as a 1,000-legged ghoul that was changed from a human, but it had long since lost its rationality. No different than a head of. It's not even close to the Black Emperor. Mengde looked at the 1,000-legged ghoul that was not far away, struck by the returning flames and stood up unharmed. At this moment, he was again facing Mengde with a ferocious look on his face. Squeak, eat you, like it's really immune to flames. Since the flames are useless to you, then eat my palm strike from the sky. Hand of Thor. As Mengde gently drank, a large hand illuminated by lightning appeared above the head of the 1,000-foot ghoul. The 1,000-foot ghoul, who had already suffered a loss once, immediately tried to use its speed advantage to dodge. Squeak! Damn it! But could Mengde not have failed to guard against it this way? Another alien release. Thor's hammer. The sledgehammer, filled with lightning, smashed directly into its head. With these heavy blows, the 1,000-footed ghoul no longer had any room for resistance. After all, brains are getting knocked out. Men took the opportunity to read the power to launch. A flying dagger that flashed with golden light made a beautiful arc in the air. It was inserted straight inside the head of the millipede ghoul. Not long after, a transparent crystal core was pulled out. It just didn't occur to Mengde. The 1,000-foot ghoul that had lost its source of alien energy crystal core had actually turned back into a humanoid Yu Hualong. But at this time, Yu Huarong was not in a good place. The mouth kept spitting out unwanted blood. Not far from death. Seeing this, Mengde was also very kind to walk up and give him a ride. Stop staring at me. I forgot to tell you. It's not just that I killed your son. I stole your old home too. Seeing that he didn't believe him, Mengde directly took out the golden light flying sword. This was the trophy he had obtained from the Baolong base. Ho! Yu Huarong naturally knows him. Isn't this the weapon of his own men? The oldest five? He never expected that he would be out playing the field, only to turn around and realize that his family's crystal tower had been stolen. Also bigger and better and more brilliant? The house has been stolen, but still create a few Yu Huarong didn't take a breath and directly died of anger. Judging from his dying eyes, which were wide open, he was probably dying in peace. Alas, this truth tells us, travel with caution and prevention of theft is number one. After silently sighing, Mengde, whose face was pale, also felt a wave of dizziness. After using several major powers one after another, the powers in his body were sort of exhausted. Unable to hold on any longer, his eyes narrowed and his head fell back. Grand finale. Ah shucks. Wrong set. He didn't fall to the hard ground, because before he fainted, he vaguely saw Jiai rushing up. Husband. Then, a woman then took him in her arms. Soft, very big, very comfortable. Body odor is fascinating but strange. It made him mutter subconsciously. Jiai, when did you change your body wash? Come on, let hubby have a good meal. However, what he doesn't know is, the woman he talks about, Jiai, is beside him. Her face was already red. I can't take it anymore. I can't stand the strange looks from my sisters at the sight of Beacon, especially Lu Ruyun and Cheng Feier, the two women known as the four beauties of Beacon. The corners of their mouths revealed a touch of teasing. Jiai, you guys are good at this. Looks like this man hasn't eaten a lot of your tofu. Ugh, our Jiai is definitely played out. Oh, ha ha ha. Listening to the molesting voices coming from the women around her, Jiai's face flamed. The only thing I'm thankful for is that there is a woman who hugged her husband one step ahead of her. Blush with her. Ao Shui, your shower gel hubby. He loves it. Listening to the whispers coming from her ears, Lin Aoshue, the iceberg president, directly couldn't help but blush, because at this moment, the woman holding Mengde was none other than her. Jiai, Don't talk nonsense. Where was the usual high spirits on the face of this iceberg president at this moment? I felt like I was holding a hot potato. Seeing this, Jai blushed while also having fun. I didn't realize that my best friend could be so shy. What about the one sentence that made her unable to stand it? After carefully checking her husband's physical condition and confirming that there were no injuries, Jai was also relieved. As Men's powers ran out, he fainted again. Coupled with the fact that it was already dark, Jai took it upon herself not to rush back to the villa immediately. Without Men's protection, the women, not to mention the large number of them, could not be completely sure that they would arrive home safely. So with the help of a few women, Mend was carried inside another room, and in the midst of a crowd of envious beacon beauties, Jai gave the task of looking after Mengde to her best friend, Ao Shui. Her reasoning for this arrangement was this: honey, he's already adapted to Ao Shui's your bosom. He'll be uncomfortable with a different woman. Ao Shui, you don't want him to be woken up either. It was just that Mend was still passed out, or else if he heard this, he would have come high and low to give Jai a little reward. This woman simply got a few points of his Mengde's essence. The iceberg president thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. Mod question. Jai, being her best friend, it always makes sense to arrange things this way. Besides, this man has been protecting them since the moment he appeared. As the president of the group, it was only right for her to contribute. However, Jai's words before she left were the words that made her suddenly feel bad. Ao Shui, hubby, he likes to do sudden sneak attacks. You have to be careful at night. And she soon paid a terrible price for it. Chapter 82, A Beautiful Misunderstanding with the Iceberg President. It was a good night's sleep for Mendel. After fighting all day, he finally had a full meal. In his dream, he was eating the tender and smooth tofu. Cold. With Joy's, it's a completely different flavor. When he was about to take the next step, the sudden sensation of pain coming from his back, however, made him instantly awake. The woman he saw as soon as he opened his eyes, directly made him confused. Ao Shui, why you? He had been under the impression that it was Jai who was hugging him before. That's why it's a big deal to eat. But the result was not expected. Surprisingly, it was the iceberg goddess Lin Ao Shui. At this moment, Lin Ao Shui was still forcibly pretending to be calm. She kind of knew what that Jai woman meant before she left. This woman didn't even talk to herself and almost got herself eaten clean. I just don't know why. But even though she was about to be eaten clean, she was still just shy and angry. Doesn't seem to be as angry as he thinks he is. There are even some xiangsho. Jai asked me to come by and check on you. Seeing Meng to wake up, she secretly sighed in relief and immediately resumed her high-flying image. The woman clearly cares about Mend, but she just won't say it. Just the face of shame and anger, as well as the autumn water in the eyebrows and eyes. But it shows that she is not calm at this moment. She turned her attention to the salty hand that was still making small movements. How long are you going to hold me? At those words, Mengde subconsciously let go of his hand, then looked down. I'll go. This woman is close to being ate like by her own hand. Lin Ao Shui got up, pretended to be calm and put on her OL uniform, black boots. Thank you for saving us today. I'll repay you sometime, but I'm not available today. Very coolly, he left such a comment and walked out of the room. Mengde looked at the woman's back and had completely understood. It seems like he and this iceberg president had some beautiful misunderstanding before. He rubbed his nose, but he wasn't the least bit embarrassed, nor did he get angry at Lin Ao Shui's cold words. Instead, they were very proud of themselves. This is the iceberg beauty known in the East Sea. Almost got myself. Today, ha ha ha. Isn't that something to be proud of when you say it? And by the sound of her, there is drama to follow. Savoring the taste of the flavor of the iceberg goddess just now. Iceberg goddess. She's really cold. But, that's how you get a fishing net for conquest, isn't it? Mend gave a bad smile. Today was not a wasted day after all. Rested for 2 hours. The alien energy in Mengde's body was pretty much restored. This was thanks to the Starry Night Walker he had previously acquired, which had greatly increased his recovery power. Walking out of the room, it was completely dark by now. The hall outside the room was still lit up with various cell phone lights. Quite a few of the beauties from Beacon are struggling to bandage their wounds. He waved his big hand and a generator appeared directly in front of him, connecting the power supply. The entire inside of the hall instantly brightened up. Inside the hall, the gazes of many of the beauties who were hitting the lights instantly gathered on him. This is the man who saved them during the day today. So at this moment, seeing their savior, they were all grateful. Jai, who hadn't been hurt much and was helping with the bandages, also came over immediately. Honey, why don't you get some more rest? The woman's eyes were full of heartache. Hubby had traveled so far to run and save her, the Bicon sisters, just for her words. Even at the end of the day, he was exhausted and weak himself. Well, Let's see if you guys want to help. Men took a general look. Inside the entire hall, there were about 30 more beauties that still survived. However, since it was a surprise attack by Yu Hualong and the others before, many of the beauties from Bikang were injured. There were even 2 beauties who had both died because their wounds were infected. Now as soon as I heard my husband say that, I just couldn't hold back the tears. Honey, save them. These are her sisters from Beacon. Mend was also well aware of the deep affection that these beauties, Jai and Bikong, had, so patted her arched dolphin reassuringly. I'll do it. Luckily, he had helped Sister White awaken before. Through the goddess bond, he can indirectly use her supernatural power, the goddess of life. It'll come in handy right now. He walked over to a beauty. This beauty was shot in the arm by a bullet. Blood was spilling out of the wound. At the moment it is constantly hurting and streaming with tears. Alas, before the end of the world are senior female white-collar workers. Where to see this kind of scene? It's a good thing I've lasted this long without a big cry. Seeing Meng De come over, this beauty was both excited and nervous. God Meng, ever since Meng De saved them in the daytime, these beauties regarded Meng De as the god who saved them. The eyes that looked at Meng De were filled with little stars. Don't be afraid, just breathe normally in your body. Meng De smiled faintly and explained this beauty twice. He then squeezed the bullets out as he unleashed his nimble powers, while urging the use of Sister White's goddess of life healing. In no time at all, a bullet was squeezed out just as the beauty looked on in shock. Also the wound healed instantly. It's exactly the same as it was before the injury, and no more pain. This magical operation made this beauty called Arigato excited. Mon God, I love you. You're so good at this. You wrong. In a moment of excitement, directly held Meng De's head in his arms to death. Oh, expression of agreement or surprise? Although this beauty's appearance was a bit inferior to goddesses like Jia Yi and the others, it was not small in scale, totally worthy of her Arigato name. Almost bored him to death. Inside the hall, the other beauties were also keeping an eye on the movements on Meng De's side. It wasn't as if there weren't any healing powers awakened among them. However, due to the low level of the awakened ability, it had been tried before and none of the healing effects were very good. But once Meng Shen made his move, he managed to completely heal it. It got all the beauties excited. There were pleas for men to treat them. After all, beautiful women have a heart for beauty. It's hard to see such a big injury scar on such a visible part of your arm, even in the injured area. On the beautiful legs of the beauty is no exception. And with the success of treating the first beauty, Mendel felt more and more comfortable. A few minutes to get a beauty. The word fast is the main theme. Of course, the process of healing this meant he should be mooching at all. Thus a strange phenomenon was created. Meant every time he healed one, there was a beauty blushing to the point of redness. You should know that Meng, someone, is obsessed with certain slender parts. Soon under the operation of Meng De's marvelous hands, only one woman was left of the injured beauties in the hall. An extremely well-endowed woman. The injury is also a bit special. Actually on the pair of murder weapon. Chapter 83, Bikang's many beauties. The 4 beauties are the most beautiful. Inside the room where Mend woke up, looking at the pair of injuries on the bed gave him a bit of a headache. Just now, Mend healed almost all the beauties. Just one more woman. A woman with an amazing weapon. Although the scale is not comparable to Suju and Ru, sister by that kind of absolute murder weapon level. But it's at least one level beyond the likes of Jay and Big Mimi. Most importantly, this woman has a very voluptuous figure. Although it hadn't really been put on yet, it was full of flesh that couldn't be hidden in any way. The most crucial thing was that this woman also exuded a mature imperial aura. Just sitting there, left leg resting on the right, the flesh of his thigh pressed hard into contortion. It was very seductive and exuded a tantalizing smell between the knitted brows and smiles. This was completely different from Aunt Chang's flirtatiousness and Big Mimi's sexiness. This woman was like a natural formation, born with it from the bone. From her, Mengda saw the figure of a certain Bizici version of Xiao Meinyang. This woman was no other than Jiayi's best friend, Lu Ruyun. Of the 30 or so women, she was the most unlucky. The other beauties of Beacon only hurt their limbs. She was the only one who happened to get grazed on the murder weapon. That's a lot of luck. 2. Men took a deep breath. Sister Yun, are you ready? I'm going to get it on. You can't do that without adjusting your breathing, because it's another system-rated goddess. Goddess, Ryu Ruyun. Overall rating, 96. Favorability, 40, nodding acquaintance. Reach 60 to light up the goddess atlas. Number of charges, 0, untried, but skilled and all-knowing. System introduction, 30 years old. Innate seductive holy body. Attractive features, fox charming and demonic. Mature and plump body. Born with a seductive aura. Manager of the marketing department of the Bicon Group. The top direct leader of the host's logistics company. who has traveled among men for many years but has always remained innocent, and is said to be the woman who understands men the most. Comprehensive evaluation of the system, a big sister with a heart of gold, an unrivaled mature imperial sister, meets the system requirements. Please light up the goddess atlas as soon as possible. Host, innate charming sacred body? This woman is not a leprechaun. I'm afraid. Well, you do it. Mangde, it's been a pleasure. Lu Ruyun nodded shyly. Sister Yun, bear with me, I'll be quick. With Yun's permission, Mangde immediately started the healing operation. Hands also reached out to the sinful pair. This one has to be unbound. Otherwise, the effectiveness of the treatment will be greatly affected. Mend, who was healing with his heart, was unsettled inside, but so was Lu Ruyun. In 30 years, this was the first time a man had seen his petite body. Lu Ruyun would be lying if she said she wasn't nervous, though as the marketing manager, she didn't usually have to deal with men. Looks like a bad woman who seduces men too, but she's actually very traditional at heart. If another man had touched her, she would have blown up, because there was never a man who could really get into her heart. But the strange thing was, today she didn't resist the man in front of her touching her. Is it because the man in front of me saved his life, or maybe out of a woman's love of beauty? Don't want to leave some unattractive scars on your weapon? Lu Ruyun didn't think it through. All she knows is that she's a bit of a kusu at the moment. Mend heals quickly. Still, 3 minutes later, Mengde finished treating Sister Yun. After the treatment, the results were remarkable. Fully restored to pre-injury form. From a certain point of view, this woman is really quite lucky too. That was close. This woman is about to have her dick blown off. Luckily, he was only looking at it, or else if he missed such a beautiful view, he would really have to call out heaven helps you but not chow. But at this point, he was also sweating profusely. It's not class, but it's really forced. You think the murder weapon treatment is that good? This is an innate evil weapon that charms the holy body. Not to mention that he had, before, treated the jade legs of those beauties outside. It would have been fine if this had been said by some ancient gentleman who did not pass the examination. After all, they're not even on the lift anymore. They don't even need it in that area. But for him, a physically healthy person with 3 correct views and a special hobby, it can be a problem. I'm sure Big Mimi has the most to say about the special hobby bit. After all, he and Big Mimi's jade feet hadn't missed much that night. Ahem. Far from the topic, but he was certainly in trouble now. It's good to have a woman around. Sister Yun. One word was the perfect solution to all his troubles. If you don't mind, Sister Yun can help you. Not bad for the woman who claims to know the most about men. A glance at his predicament. Well, it's actually him somewhere. It's so obvious. The attentive Ruyun Lu. At a glance, she put her jade hand out slowly. My first time getting. It's not good. Don't be mad. Aha! Sister Yun is troubling you. Mengde nodded repeatedly. Looking at Lu Ruyun's seductive face, he only felt that the trouble was even greater. Oh, the next day, Mend, whose troubles were solved, was in a good mood. It's just a pity that the good girl is long gone by his side early in the morning. Last night though, I didn't completely light up the goddess atlas and get the system reward, but what needs to be done, and what shouldn't be done, is done. Favorability is also directly plus 20, just one step away from intimacy. The only problem, it's that Yun is still a little shy. Last night, he even made a point of asking him not to let Jai know. You can't betray a good best friend. As soon as he went out, he saw Beacon's many beauties, who had been waiting for him inside the hall for a long time. At a glance, it's all black silk and long legs. It didn't take much thought to realize that it must have been Jai's idea. After all, the woman knew him best. Goddess group, dressed like this, it's just pleasing to the eye, isn't it? Otherwise, he'd be wearing black silk. It's not like we're tempting him to commit a crime. And as soon as he appeared, this group of Beacon beauties were all starry-eyed. Mang Shen, the group of beauties had been favorably disposed towards him for a long time and had reached the point of loyalty. Women are muy strong. It's the same whether you're on or off the hierarchy. The strength shown by Mengde yesterday had completely conquered them, so there was no objection to men's proposal to take them away. In fact, they can't leave without it. The neighborhood is full of company buildings, and the supplies were eaten up by them long ago. If you don't move yet, you'll have to wait for death. Plus the persuasion of Jai, a good best friend, Mend managed to capture a number of goddesses. As for the vehicle to go back, Mengde had it inside his carry-on space. A bunch of old female drivers driving the road. It's scary to think about. Honey, can we go back now? Inside the RV, Jai and 3 other girlfriends had just gotten in. The reason why only the 4 of them could come up was that it couldn't be helped. Who made it so that they were the only 4 women that met the conditions of his goddess number? Beck and Zumi, the 4 beauties are the most beautiful. No. Let's go somewhere first. What place? Boss use last layer. Chapter 84 To the husband. The whole audience cheered. The principle of sending a good man to the end of the line and sending the Buddha to the west. Since the crystal towers in Boss Yu's old house were all pushed through by him, that last of the 4 major warehouses is certainly not to be spared. Along the way, men's caravan opened the way, assisted by flying daggers. The zombies that blocked the road were all violently taken care of by him. A bunch of zombie crystals were harvested along the way. The many beauties at Beacon looked on in awe. It wasn't like they hadn't been out searching for supplies before, but what time wasn't it careful? Afraid of being spotted by walkers? Like this blatant and zombie hard to fight. They really big girl on the sedan chair, the first time to see. All of them girls felt really brutal when they saw it. Inside the caravan, Lin Aoshue, the president and executives of these once trillion-dollar companies, were also looking dumbfounded at the moment. The difference, though, was that they were stunned because they saw the luxurious interior of the goddess RV. They've seen the world, but they're still being opened up for once now. Led by Jiai, can't wait to visit. Rather like a kind of Lulu into the Grand View Garden. At first Lin Ao Shui had worried about the safety issue, but she saw Meng De dryly solving the zombies. It's also just as easy to choose to lie flat. An hour later, Mendel's RV was above a street near the warehouse. Both sides of the street are residential buildings. The grade is not low. I guess it is a well-off people can afford to live in the place. This also caused the zombies on this street to be a bit denser than some of the usual streets. He was about to turn on the RV's violent crushing mode as before, only to find that there was a group of survivors inside the group of zombies. About 5 or 6 of them. At the moment it's trapped in a BMW that doesn't want money. There was another burly man outside the car who was holding the door in a deadly grip. One punch is like a small halloumi. Grabbing a zombie is a crazy pounding. That boxing stance. The Northwest Hammer King would have to bow down when he saw it. Mend was immediately interested. He could tell that the guy outside the car should be a shifter. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to stop the attack of so many zombies. Well, no explanation. In fact, what really interested him were the words shouted by the 5 or 6 men in the car. KO. Come on. Them up. Brother Jinfo? Could it be the punching warrior who punches the east and kicks the west? Or is it the absolute slugger who KOs you with one punch? No matter what kind of contrary fairy you are. Meng De's face showed a touch of eccentricity. Not to mention the cheering scene in front of us. It's really kind of like the hikikomoris in their previous life. Favorite saying. Due to the sheer number of zombies, he couldn't see the silhouettes for a while. Since he found survivors, Men decided it was best to step in and save the day. He was going over there himself anyway. Most importantly, he had read it ahead of time. Within this group of zombies, no mutated zombies above the 3rd stage had been found. Not much of a threat to him then. Unleashing his nimble power ability, the 36 golden flying daggers cut through the air in a golden light, flying towards the herd of zombies in front of them. At this moment in the group of zombies, a stout man was desperately swinging his fists. Just as he was doing his best, he suddenly vaguely saw countless golden rays of light flashing by. In the next second, the herd of zombies that had just madly rushed up to tear him apart, suddenly they all fell to the ground as if they had pressed the pause button. The zombie head also slipped off its head, dropping out the zombie crystals inside. This sudden turn of events made the elongated man forget to take a big breath and just look dumbfounded. Asterisk. Which big shot is this? He didn't hear the shots. Obviously, this was the result of the alien power. To be able to take a walker that he had wasted half a day's worth of effort on, and take care of it so easily. Definitely a bigot, no doubt. Just as he was wondering, he saw a youth come down from a caravan not far away. Youth he didn't recognize. Looked much younger than him, but he didn't dare to be the slightest bit contemptuous. Hello, my name is Mend. Big. Hello big brother. I'm Yu Jingfu. Oh well, one-eye ding true. Indeed, it was not the Jinfo brother he knew. In the middle of Meng De's line of sight, the system's prompt also popped up. Alien, Yu Jingfu. Awakened ability, Fist of Madness, S-rank offensive strengthening system. Crazy fighter. After awakening this ability, it can greatly enhance the awakened person's fighting ability. Fighting to the peak. Can open the crazy mode. 6 relatives. Mother-in-law and daughter-in-law according to the fight. Alien power level, peak 2nd order. Favorability, 40. Note, 0 to 30, stranger, 31 to 60, friendly, 61 to 90, loyal, 91 to 100, diehard. Below 0 favorability. Means malice. Mendel probably knew that now. 2. Strengthening faculties can be roughly divided into 2 types, offensive and defensive. Like Iron Pillar is in the latter category. And the Yu Jingfu before him now belonged to the former. And a very good strength enhancement alien. He was instantly in love with his talent. S-class. Under his command, there was only that dead dog. the Black Emperor. Now, you don't have to be nervous, I mean you no harm. Looking at the big man, who was even bigger than himself, being so confined in front of him, he was a little amused. Seeing this, Yu Jingfu was relieved. After all, really, if they wanted to turn on them, just now it was straight up them. That's your companions in the car, isn't it? Let's save them first. I guess it was a rollover trying to avoid the walkers earlier. The door side of the car was crushed right to death. At Mengde's reminder, Yu Jingfu hastily stepped in to straighten the car out. Enhanced alien, that's what's so good about it. Powerful. Soon 6 strong men of about the same stature as Yu Jingfu came down from Trigger Zhang's car, a naive look on his face. Learning that it was Mengde who had saved them, they were close to giving him a direct kowtow on their knees. Mend was speechless. What? How can a naive batch like Taiju be a wholesale one? And Mend learned the identity of the group in the midst of the exchange. These 6 men, plus Yu Jingfu, were all pre-apocalyptic boxers. Yu Jingfu, in particular, had just won the latest Boxing Star Challenge, a veritable contemporary boxer. Directly after the end of the world, the powers were awakened. With a few boxers, another 100 or so survivors were gathered. A survivor base has been established here in the Economic Development Zone, struggling to make ends meet. However, 2 days ago, someone took advantage of the fact that he was out collecting supplies with his team, wiped out the survivor base they worked so hard to build. The collected supplies were looted, not to mention all the survivors were taken, but there are still their families in it. After confirmation, this led to the murderer. The killer was no other than the last warehouse he was going to today. After listening to them, Mengde subconsciously asked a rhetorical question. Ko, is that island woman of yours in there too? In the next second, Yu Jingfu was seen looking surprised, as if he had found a fellow traveler. Brother Mengde, do you also like? Chapter 85, Ko, do you also like island women? Ko, that island wife of yours got in too? Mendel swore that he had really asked the question back subconsciously, but never thought that this guy, Yu Jingfu, was actually so excited that he was clenching his fists. Nice guy. Even after traveling through the other world, Kifo's violent gene still hasn't changed, right? Brother Mend, I'm not married. I don't have a wife. How do you know, though, that I'll want an island woman for a wife in the future? Do you like island women too? Seeing that the guy was still a little surprised, he had a lewd smile on his face. It's like finding a fellow traveler. The corner of Mengde's mouth twitched hard. Ask me how I know. Who in front of the screen doesn't know the name of Ko? Punching the East? Pretty good. Keep it up. From now on it's island women. Island women. Toss them around all you want. Just in time to carry the dispatches. Mengde was really embarrassed to blow this guy's self-confidence. Had to change it to something a little nicer. And will definitely find a chance to bang an island woman. Who let the island countries not live their own little lives and dare to ponder on us? China. Every day. I'll get it back from their women. Whack them island women hard. The guy was talking and getting excited. It's almost like discovering a new continent. Mend was speechless. Half an hour later, Yu Jingfu was leading the way. Mend drove the RV to the entrance of a large warehouse, followed by those beauties from Beacon. Without Mend around, any random group of zombies in this group of beauties would be a disaster. It's better to follow him honestly. At the entrance of the warehouse, although it still said Bao Long Warehouse, the guards were far from Yu Hualong's lair. The warehouse takes on a rectangular shape. Yu Jingfu and the others had people secretly scouting before. Inside the warehouse, there were probably 100 or so other guards. The highest level of psychic ability was just a third-order psychic. There weren't a lot of guns, just 24 or so. It was similar to what Men saw with his nimble sense. Brother Mengde, what should we do? Although Mengde was younger than him, Yu Jingfu was very conscious of using honorifics in front of Mengde. Plus, in his opinion, this matter of saving people had nothing to do with Mengde in the first place, but followed them over anyway. So there was even more respect for Mengde. Goodwill is also just a little short of loyalty. What to do? Cool it. Give me a direct hit. It had been out for 2 days, and his brother was missing Big Mimi's big, beautiful legs a little. The dry words made Yu Jingfu's men's blood boil. It was a direct hit against the gate. Due to the suddenness of the incident, none of the guards inside the door had time to react. Straight out of the car through and through. A few of Yu Jingfu's men also immediately stepped forward to make up for it. Pick up the guns on the floor, by the way. The warehouse is lined with shelves as far as the eye can see. The shelves are full of supplies. Behind the shelves on either side, a number of guards rushed out when they heard the noise, just in time to be bludgeoned head-on by the likes of Yu Jingfu. Shot all kills. Meanwhile, the guards inside began to take advantage of the favorable terrain and began to fight back. Yu Jingfu's group of people were small and were immediately overwhelmed. But Mengde wasn't afraid to open the black hole in space. The golden light flashed and the harvest began immediately. With a scream, the shelves on either side never moved again. Continuing inside. At the end of the warehouse are 5 storage rooms. The two most two-sided storerooms were filled with a single imprisoned survivor. As far as his chanting senses could tell, the 3 storage rooms in the very center are the last guards of this warehouse. Yu Jingfu stepped forward and tried to kick the door open, but luckily Meng De was at the side and immediately pulled him in. In the next second, the guards of the 3 storehouses all rushed out. Many also had guns, knives, axes and other weapons in their hands. Tofugu was thankful that he hadn't been able to do this without Mundra, and he probably would have almost karmed it, even if he was a shifter. Because the leader of the group of people who rushed out was precisely that third-order alien. Probably just got on top of a woman, doing some kind of juvenile exercise to it. So much so that it didn't even zip her up when it came out. Mud, who are you guys? Looking for death. Do you know what this place is? This is the warehouse of the Baolong base. There are 5 captains under Yu Huarong. All of them are third-order alien beings. 4 of the captains plus Yu Hualong were all killed by Meng De, leaving only one first captain. That is, the scarred man in front of him. We're from the Tag Club. The Tag Club, the location where the survivor base established by a few of Yu Jingfu's men was located. Yesterday your people killed our men and robbed us of our supplies. We're here today to collect a debt. Despite being outnumbered, Kifu was not intimidated by Scar's words. Mend nodded darkly. At least the guy is terse and violent, but really not a cowardly punk. When Scar heard that, he immediately understood what was going on. Yesterday his men, indeed, brought back a group of men. He also looked around and quite a few of the women were in pretty good shape. I just haven't had a chance to enjoy it yet. But Scar's eyes rolled back in a grimace. Brat, you're late. Those women can't help it. They've just been played to death by me and these brothers. All watery women. Ha ha ha. Scar's arrogant voice spread throughout the warehouse. Tofugu and the others were immediately thrilled. Especially the brothers. Brother Kifu, were already filled with grief. There's their wives and daughters in there. These mother asterisk heirs. These burly men were in a hurry. In a moment of excitement, these few bean batches wanted to rush forward, and Scar's men on the opposite side of the street were immediately ready, just waiting to deal a fatal blow to a few of them. Only Mend had long ago realized that something was wrong and stopped them straight away. Wait, he lied to you guys. Your wives and children were just brought back yesterday. Not so fast. If you don't believe me, you'll find out later when you look inside the 2 rooms on the far side. When Meng De said this, several strong men froze. Really? Really? There was no need for Meng De to say anything more. The face of the uncovered Scar, directly gloomy. His original intention had been to take the gun away from him first while he was angry. In his mind, the biggest threat to him was a couple of guns. Brat, you seek death. Do it. Kill that kid. At his command, his minions unleashed their psychic powers and snapped the guns in their hands. Instantly countless attacks flew towards Meng De's side. Meng De sneered. He had long been guarding against this hand of theirs. The black hole in space also stays open. In the twinkling of an eye, all the attacks that hit him were absorbed by him. The scowl on Scar's face instantly came to a screeching halt when he saw this. Even Brother Jingfu's few people were shocked. Awesome. I thought Brother Kifu was already invincible, but I didn't realize there were even braver ones than him. Men didn't bother with their trippy bragging. A backhanded Thor's hand was struck. Just now, inside the workshop, it's all shelves. These are his supplies. It was inconvenient for him to unleash his powers, but now that so many people were gathered directly in one place, it was just convenient for him to do it. Looking at the palm that fell from the sky, this person who was claimed to be the strongest fierce general under Yu Hualong was directly dumbfounded. It couldn't be blocked at all and was slapped to death on the spot. As for his men, Meng De directly launched the Sea of Thunder, a group attack ability. A few minutes and it's all sorted out too. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Yu Jingfu's few people had been too shocked to speak. And don't go see your women and children. It was only at Men's prompting that this was followed by a flurry of running into the 2 rooms on the far sides of the room. And Mend followed. Just as he entered, he saw a familiar figure. Yo, if it isn't Brother Taizi, who is known as the strongest soccer coach in the prison and has been coaching for an extraordinarily long period of 30 years. In the corner, a man with long hair slowly raised his head and subconsciously blew his hair out. Chapter 86, Bringing the Goddesses Home. The location of the last warehouse is not far from the Baolong base. Soon, Meng De picked up Lei Chang's group of survivors from the Baolong base. His caravan, too, expanded all at once. If I hadn't found a couple of buses, it wouldn't have been easy to bring them all back. At the front of the caravan, Brother Kifu and Lei Chang led a dozen strong men to open the way. I have to say, it's still pretty cool to have minions. At least you don't have to do everything yourself. The zombies were also taken care of by them straight away. if you find any mini-mart. Neither of the two men needed him to ask, and were very self-conscious about taking people in to move supplies. Obstacles in the way of the road were also moved out of the way in advance by the two of them, already treating himself completely like a henchman. It's kind of dutiful along the way. As for why Brother Kifu had followed him here, it had also long been expected by Mangde. After a display of his strength, these few people from Brother Kifu had already deeply realized the power of Mengde's strength, plus their base has long since been overwritten. As soon as they heard that Mengde was recruiting survivors again, they took the initiative to ask to be taken in before Mengde even invited them. Mengde also planted the seed of consciousness on them, and successfully recovered this group of powerful aliens, especially Brother Kifu, the fierce general who had awakened his S-class powers, and with them out of the way, getting back was a lot faster. It hadn't even been 3 hours before Mangde and the others returned to the Imperial Dragon Villa area on the island. With him, the caravan, in the lead, the convoy headed straight for the Royal Dragon hillside. Looking from afar, he saw that Lang Feng and the others had long been ready to greet him. As soon as they saw Mangde get off the bus, they came over. Boss, everyone, led by Lang Feng, had happy faces. Aha! Mengde greeted them with a smile, then pointing to the dozen or so passenger cars behind him, he said, I've got a group of survivors back from somewhere else, so make arrangements to check in. Yes. He also called the group of Lei Chang and Kifu Bro over and introduced them to each other. It's much easier to get along when you're both men. After listening to Mengde's introduction of their powers, Lang Feng and the others admired Mengde that much more. The boss deserves to be the boss, to casually go out and bring back so many powerful people. This is great. The strength of our Imperial Dragon base has increased again, especially when the beacon beauties, who were in the bus behind them, got out of the bus. Lang Feng, Brother Kifu, and the others even straightened their eyes. There's absolutely nothing to say about the face value of these become beauties. It's all about youth and beauty. This was killing Coldwind's group of peonies, mother fetus singles with one flower. Boss is awesome. Boss is mighty. In a sound of praise, the admiration for Mangde, that has even more directly reached the peak. Even Ko, who has always claimed to carry the dispatches, is no exception. Can't wait to rush over there. The ambition of not marrying a woman from an island country has gone straight to the back of my mind. Seeing this scene, Mengde knew that he didn't have to worry at all about the placement of this group of beauties. The attitude of rushing over to offer their attentions was so exaggerated that it made the group of Beacom's beauties dream back to the time when they had just started their freshman year of college. It seems like that's how the seniors greeted them. Of course, the upright men must have despised this. A bunch of guys who see color and forget it. Just don't know how to learn from your boss me. How to resist the temptation of beauty. Jokes are jokes. Men also knew that the stoic Coldwind would surely put these people in their place. He wouldn't have to worry about it. So in the RV, he headed straight for his Villa number 1. At the entrance of Villa 1, Taiju and the others were still holding their positions. Mendel was pleased. The caravan had just driven into Villa No. 1, and the 5 women inside the villa, who had heard the commotion, immediately rushed out. The fastest runner was still his sister-in-law. Brother-in-law, Xiao Yao, dressed in a college style, directly jumped into his arms. That brother-in-law call was enough to see how much he was missed. A little slower than her was the island Yenba Kamimbo. A pair of small pink hands directly embraced his neck, and affectionately sent her little kisses. Bo, Oni-ai-chan, Maipo misses you. Very cute. Luckily, he had a steady waistplate, even if he was holding a tantalizing little arched dolphin in one hand. Otherwise they would all have to be washed down by these two enthusiastic ninjas. On the side, Sister Bai, Aunt Shang, and Big Mimi were watching the fun. Yo yo yo, if it isn't our Mr. Meng. Finally, you've had enough of being out there and you're willing to come back, aren't you? Ugh, it looks like it's tired of playing us all and can't see us anymore. With eyes only for his sister-in-law, the two women, Big Mimi and Aunt Chang, flirted with each other. The voluptuous Sister Bai was on the sidelines and couldn't help but laugh. It made even Xiao Yao blush. Men saw this with some amusement. These two women are getting fat with guts. All dared to flirt with him. Immediately, he put down his sister-in-law and Mabel in his arms. As soon as he did, he pulled Auntie Chang and Big Mimi into his arms, shining the light on the two women's tantalizing dolphins was a slap in the face. Snap! As the slap went down, the two women immediately blushed. The eyes that looked into his eyes were full of autumn water and love. Ah, you little devil. You're softer. Break it and watch out, you won't be able to use it again. That's just it. Mend hemmed and hawed. Then I must test it later. But don't break it. Even though Aunt Chang's body almost went limp from that slap, she wasn't afraid in the slightest. You do it. The maid's outfit for me and Big Mimi has been ready for a long time. And your favorite black silk, oh. Good good good. What Mengde liked most was this playfulness of Aunt Chang. This woman has gotten more and more flirtatious since he developed her. 2. After some initial relief from the acrimony, several women stepped out of the car. Jai was introduced on the sidelines. I'd like to introduce you to them. They're all my best girlfriends. Lin Aoshue, Chang Feier, Lu Ruyun. Though the big Mimi girls, they had been prepared for it for a long time. One's husband, surely, would not be satisfied with just women like them. But seeing these 3 women whose beauty and figure were not inferior to his own appeared in front of him, still can't help but be a little surprised either. Hubby's talent for finding women is really getting better and better. They knew very well in their hearts that they said they were Jai's good girlfriends, but sooner or later they had to end up being her husband's women. In that case, they'll all be sisters in the same bed from now on. They were quite quick to accept it. While they were exchanging words, men also brought down the last woman. It was a mature woman holding a little girl. Hello guys, I'm Suju and Ru. Chapter 87, Sisterhood delivered to the door. Yes, it's Suju and Ru. This mature woman was so good to him that she had reached the point where she could eat it. Wouldn't it be a shame to let her escape? That's why when he was at the Baolong base, he intentionally hugged little Linger and got into the RV. The uninformed mature woman in the back, naturally, could only follow and get into the caravan. It's only when you're in the same place that you can fall in love. It's only when you do it with deep feelings that the water will flow. It was just that at this time, Suju and Ru had not yet removed her disguise. The ugly appearance when they first came down was also a shock to these women. Realizing that something was wrong, Suju and Ru hurriedly put on an apologetic face. Excuse me for a moment. A few minutes later, when Suju and Ru came out from inside the caravan again, the women were all dumbfounded by Suju and Ru's appearance at this moment. The features are delicate and soft, and the skin is fair and delicate. Not a hint of aging with age. Instead, because of her extremely voluptuous figure and exaggerated size, Suju and Ru once became the most eye-catching presence among these women. Just standing where she was, she could feel full of maturity. The point is that this woman doesn't even know it. A bewildered face touched his face. What's wrong? You haven't cleaned your face yet? I could tell that the woman was still quite nervous. Reacting, Jai said in a hurry. No. It's Sister Ru, you're so beautiful. We froze watching. Aunt Chang and the girls were at the side, nodding their heads. At this time they have only one sentence in mind: you can doubt your husband's character, but you really can't doubt your husband's aesthetic. From the iceberg president to the current mature mother and daughter, the husband's tricks are getting more and more. Jai also fully realized it. The reason why my husband is so good to Ru's mother and daughter is not because he has a crush on Xiaolinger, but because he has a crush on Ru's mother and daughter. Yes, definitely. Jai became more and more certain of what was in her mind. If Mengde had learned what was in this woman's mind, he would have had to be black-faced. This woman, I'm afraid she wants to change her clothes again. The beautiful Sister Ru was naturally welcomed by all the women in the villa. Coupled with the cute little Linger, it instantly captured the hearts of all the women. Little Linger's childish laughter spread throughout the entire living room. Inside the living room, being hugged around by several women in turn, it's all about the little girl. On the ground, the Black Emperor's eyes were filled with despair. Master and mistress, no love left, said I was the only one who liked me. Mengde watched this scene, and the corner of his mouth lifted up in a smile. Dead dog, let you have it. You can't even get away with it from now on, can you? However, Mengde was not a heartless master, and directly threw it a big pig bone. Here, Black Emperor, reward you. Mengde had heard Taiju say earlier that the dog had done its duty after he left. A group of small furry thieves who didn't know where they came from were directly sent flying by one of its dog paws. Iron Pillar's group of naive critics have a lot of respect for this dog. The Jianghu people give the nickname, Master Dog. Looking at the bones thrown over, the Black Emperor was almost moved to tears. Woof woof woof, it's still Master who's good to me. But I didn't expect this sudden barking dog to scare little Spirit. And then, off. Dead dog, scare little Spirit again, and you'll be stewed for dog meat. Hearing Mengde's angry rebuke, the Black Emperor, who was elated in the last second, was dumbfounded. Master, love will disappear, right? It was almost dinner time, and neither of the J-girls needed any help today. Ru then volunteered to go to the kitchen. With Ru on board, buy cooks a lot faster. The two women worked well together despite it being the first day they met. It's obvious that all of them are a good hand at being in charge. In less than 3 hours, the two women had made a good table. Boiled meatballs, epine pork, cherry pork, horse's tooth pork, stewed pork, altar pork, grilled elbow, roasted lamb, simmered lamb, shabu shabu, braised silver fillet, simmered white mince, shark's fin, live carp, duck, chicken. In all, there were over 20 dishes, and they were scrumptious. Wow. Sister Bai, you and Sister Ru's craftsmanship is too good. And yes, simply beautiful cooks. I'm going to eat your cooking every day from now on. Even Lin Ao Shui, a few of the upper class, who had eaten mountains of food long before the end of the day, couldn't help but nod their heads. It was the first hot meal they'd had since the end of their days, and one of the best meals ever. It was very plain, but it was a life that Lin Aoshue's 3 women had never thought of since the end came. Here, they no longer have to worry about their safety, and all this was given to them by the man sitting in the main seat. Thinking about this, their gratitude to Mengde was overflowing. Had to consciously, they have a different kind of idea about this best friend's husband. Likewise for Su Juanru, the reason she removed her disguise as soon as she came in today, it was because she felt that here, she no longer had to worry about anyone coveting her beauty. She could feel a long-lost sense of home, especially when she saw the happy smile on her daughter Little Linger's face. As a mother, she was satisfied. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the goddesses Lin Aoshue, Chang Feier, Lu Ruyun, and Su Juanru have plus 20 favorability towards the host. The conditions for lighting up the goddess atlas with a favorability of 60 have been reached. Please include the host as soon as possible. Mend guffawed. He knew that these 4 women were the meat of his mouth. Find the right moment to get on the legs. In a moment of joy, he picked up his glass of wine from the table and looked at the 10 women on either side of the table. Come on, let's welcome Ao Shui, Fei Er, Sister Yun and Sister Ru to the team. Cheers, cheers. Accompanied by a sound of handing over cups, the 4 women, Lin Aoshue, officially joined the big family of Villa 1. The meal was enjoyed by all. Mend, who had finished eating, was about to drag Big Mimi and Auntie Chang to check out both of their maid outfits. Explore Victoria's Secret by the way, but it was Jai's words that made Meng to change his mind. Xiaoyao asked me to tell you that she learned to dance in the past 2 days and wants you, her brother-in-law, to savor it. I wonder if you have time this evening? Dance tasting? No, I'm a delivery guy. Let me taste the dance. This is reasonable. But when he saw Xiaoyao's shy face not far away, her small eyes sneaking glances at him here from time to time, obviously watching for something, and in front of her Joey's somewhat evasive eyes, beside her reddened face, he understood instantly. Well, the sisters are packing it in. He has been looking forward to this homemade rice bowl of the sisters for a long time. He, Mengde, would not be able to refuse. Of course. Men smiled broadly. Tonight, I'll be waiting for you 2 sisters inside the room. Oh. Jai nodded slightly, her stunning face red. Chapter 88 Innate White Silk Sacred Body. The night is falling. Mengde, who had finished his bath long ago, put his hands behind his head and was taking stock of the harvest of the past 2 days. Survivors brought back from outside, plus the original number of survivors on the island. Currently, there were over 1,000 survivors at his Imperial Dragon base. Most of the survivors, for the most part, have reached the point of loyalty in his favor. The main thing in terms of the number of aliens under his command. Awaken A-rank reinforcement meet shield tank Iron Pillar, currently in the middle of the 2nd stage of the foreign energy level. Awakening the A-rank elemental system. Cold Wind is currently in the late 2nd stage of the alien ability level. Lei Chang, who has awakened the A-rank elemental system, is currently at the peak of the 2nd rank of his alien ability level. And Qi Fu, the king of fighters, who has awakened his S-rank enhancement system, is currently at the peak of the 2nd level of his psychic ability. Although all 4 of these people only had 2nd-order alien ability levels, it was good that they had all reached the point of die-hard loyalty to him. The level of the awakened psychic ability is high, and the future is promising. In addition to these 4 major 2nd-order alien henchmen, there were more than 20 1st-order alien henchmen. Although the number was small, but he still had a large number of firearms in his hand, and he was perfectly capable of equipping them all, to make up for the lack of alter egos. Of course, these firearms can only be used to deal with ordinary low-level psychics, 1st to 3rd level. It was important to realize that as the level of the psychic ability increased, the psychic's physical qualities were also being strengthened. All of the 4th-order or higher psychics have had their bodies transformed by psychic powers an unknown number of times. That's why firearms are not useful for 4th-order or higher aliens unless they are shot in the head. Otherwise it's already not much of a threat. But it doesn't matter. Those above are just his apparent powers. Don't forget he has a bunch of women, as well as Black Emperor's dead dog that had reached the 4th rank. It's definitely a great battle as well. When in a pinch, you can put the Black Emperor at the muzzle. Ahem. Anyway, with the amount of supplies, survivors, and aliens he has now, combined with this Dragon Island, the best place for survivors to move to with the mountains and the water, there is no need to worry about power sources. as the island has its own independent power generation system. It could be said that his Imperial Dragon base had already met the prerequisites for building a base, so his next plan was to do his best to develop this base. On the one hand, people are allowed to grow food and develop agriculture vigorously, though the supplies he had on hand, even if he did nothing, were enough to feed the people on the island for decades. Still, the step of growing food is not to be missed. The only way to gather people is to have enough supplies on hand. On top of that, he's no less miserable Buddha, an outsider trying to whore out his hard-gathered supplies? Wanted to fart eat it, unless one can be his woman. On the other hand, people were organized and continued to go outside the island to collect limited supplies. It was time to put the warehouse addresses he'd gotten out of the major bosses earlier to good use. Well, next, let Cold Wind and the others take turns leading the team. Having thought about the two-step strategy, Mengda's heart felt much more at ease. Knock knock. Just then, the door slammed. Men smiled like a dragon king. Brothers, you're destined to have a hard time tonight. When I opened the door, it was really the sisterly pair of Jiayi and Xiao Yao. Of course, the star of the night was definitely Xiao Yao's. Mend reckons the reason why Jiayi followed through. I'm mainly afraid that he's going to hit too hard and doesn't know what's important. Sister-in-law. Well, come on in. Xiao Yao is extraordinarily beautiful tonight. Underneath the stunning face was a delicate collarbone, a cool halter nightgown with tantalizingly bare jade shoulders. The murder weapon was not large, but it was delicate and small, just the kind of size that men could hold in one hand. The lacy nightgown barely covered the tantalizing little dolphin, a pair of long and well-proportioned legs that were extremely alluring. The jade legs were still wrapped in a pair of white stockings, vaguely visible. The tiny pink feet had been coated with the pink toenail polish that represents a teenage girl. The scent of a teenage girl came to the forefront, perfectly bringing out the pure schoolgirl side of her. Sister Jiayi on the sidelines wasn't far behind, dressed in a black nightgown. Her murder weapon was slightly larger than her sister's, although not as well built as her sister who was a dance student. Her jade legs were equally slender. Most importantly, this woman's jade legs were still wrapped in his Mengda's favorite black silk. After Mendel's successive development, the woman was obviously sexier as well. All over her body, she exudes the flavor of a young woman. Mengda lay on the bed, quietly admiring these two superb sisters. Sister sexy, young woman. The sister is innocent and girly. It's all superb. And tonight, it will all be his men's women, too. Xiao Yao. Let's start with a 1-2. He could tell that even with his sister on the sidelines, the ninny was still a little nervous. With Xiao Yao nodding her head gently, the delicate dancing began and the atmosphere in the air heated up. The burgundy light, too, gradually blurred the passage of time, leaving the bedroom with just 3 figures and a tangle of voices. The nights are long and the dreams are short. The night's charge is over. Mengda successfully lit up Xiao Yao's goddess Atlas. Located at the top of the system is Xiao Yao in her prettiest state. A JK uniform with white silk wrapped around her slender jade legs. The features are delicate and sweet, standing their innocent girl atmosphere directly full. Below that is the specific goddess information for Xiao Yao. Goddess, Chen Jiao, innate white silk sacred body. Identity, schoolgirl of Donghai Academy of Arts. Age, 21. Height and weight, 168 to 46. Base parameters, 78-50-80. Overall rating, 95. Favorability, 100. Awakened powers. Number of charges, 7. Enrollment. Alien power level, peak first order. Awakened ability, water goddess, SS grade water ability. Specific details, one of the 4 major school flowers of the East China Sea College of the Arts. Pure school flowers, with the most healing sweet smile of the whole network. The most beautiful first girlfriend. The best sister control. Dance department art students. Excellent grades. Delicate features. Delicate figure. Soft waist. Able to make all kinds of difficult movements. Comprehensive evaluation of the system. It is a rare and extremely pure school flower. The specific advantages please host more development. Seeing the last sentence, Mend bristled with disdain. Being the first schoolgirl that Men took, or the dance department of the Academy of Fine Arts. Even if the system didn't remind him, he would have developed it properly. After all, the screen in front of the Hikari can be billion father. I've long been familiar with the major schoolgirls, and I can't be more familiar with them. How is it possible not to know that the face value of the dance department's schoolgirls dare not be said? But the piece of body flexibility is definitely second to other schoolgirls. The many wonders of the schoolgirl have probably been experienced one way or another for a long time. It's also just Mend, a yellow-robed internet pouncer, or a social animal who doesn't know anything about anything. On that note, still a bit of a munchkin. But well, newbies are newbies. This Xiao Yao's body is really made of water. Ha ha ha. Chapter 89, Doomsday Alien Food. Mengde had planned to arrange a big show like this to rally the hearts and minds of the base, but I never thought it would turn into a chorus of doom. Boss is invincible. Swear to defend the Imperial Dragon base to the death. Amount. At this moment, he was somewhat speechless as he looked at Cold Wind, who was screaming the loudest. No dude. This isn't like the script we agreed on before. You're really getting into it, aren't you? And that line is so middle of the road. Makes it look like I'm messing with CX. It's not as good as the Orientalists' 1,000 Autumns and 10,000 Generations. One unified wanderer. Men spat silently, but I have to say, it was pretty cool to watch from the air the wild eyes of everyone looking up to him and worshipping him, especially with all those women of his in the middle of his vision. That look of adoration made him really cool. General Mike, a 5-star general, once said, conquering your enemies is far less pleasurable than conquering your women and letting your women take pleasure at your crotch. That was something he, Mend, agreed with. Ahem. Most importantly, of course, the results are great. After this, almost all of the survivors have raised their favorability towards him by a notch. It's basically die-hard ground. Die-hard loyalty means, equip them all with guns and don't have to worry about a shot in the back to you. This is important. If a base is free of dissent, that means cohesion is strong. And the greater the cohesion, the greater the hope that this base will survive the apocalypse. As the atmosphere slowly cooled, Mengde spoke a few more points about the base code before letting the crowd disperse. They're going to start growing food. Previously, after subjugating the survivors of the villa area, Mengde had already arranged for them to reclaim the empty land on the villa island. Over. This Imperial Dragon Island is huge, and the area that has been developed into a villa district is only part of it. There is still quite a bit of open space in the undeveloped areas. The greenery and courtyards inside the villa area are not to mention. There is still a large area of open space all around the villa area centered on the villa alone. Reclaimed, it will all be good land. And right on the island, water irrigation will not be a problem. These are planted full of grain, and when the harvest is plentiful, they will be sufficient to satisfy the food needs of thousands or even tens of thousands of people. And filling all the open spaces on the island with food is just his first step. Don't forget, behind Villa 1, where he is a big mountain. Step by step, he developed the Imperial Dragon Mountain behind him, which was his important food base. As for the seeds, the 4 types of grain seeds he obtained from inside the system were directly used. It wasn't as if he hadn't had people planting in the past few days, but none of the plantings had worked out well. Apparently, not only did humans and animals mutate after Armageddon, but even plants mutated. The soil structure has also changed. That's what caused the food that was planted earlier to never germinate. Now with these 4 seeds, all previous problems will be solved. And as the crowd dispersed, a large part of the entrance to Villa 2 emptied out. Of course not everyone has dispersed. There were 2 other groups of people who didn't leave and were taken by him inside Villa 2. One set of people was Coldwind and the others. At this moment, he was looking at Long Foam, Lei Chang and Brother Kifu in front of him. He had already asked Coldwind and the others to pick out 200 strong and sturdy men before. A base needs to work and farm. And naturally, there's no shortage of guards. Although this part of the guards didn't need to work, they were the ones who had to go out and risk their lives to gather supplies. That was the purpose of men leaving them behind. Men planned to have Lei Chang and Kifu take some of the guards and go out to collect the supplies on the map. Coldwind led the men in charge of the day-to-day guarding of the base. Tai Zhu. This idiot can just guard the gate of Villa 1. There's a reason why it's organized this way. On the one hand, it was Lei Chang and Brother Kifu who were the highest ranked and strongest within his 4 men. On the other hand, it was because of Brother Kifu and Lei Chang, both of whom had experience in searching for supplies. He was much more familiar with this piece of the economic development zone than Lung Feng and the others. Yes, boss. Hearing Mengde's order, these 3 men, along with the men behind them, directly gave him a military salute. The sound was so loud that it almost deafened Mengde's ears. It was obvious that the aftermath of the angry roar earlier had not yet dissipated. The eyes of these people looking at him now were filled with fervor. Mend was speechless. At this point he, too, reacted. The reason why this is the case is in addition to their goodwill towards their own diehards. It was also due to the subtle influence of the charisma aura that Mend had previously acquired. That's what caused this to happen. So there's no getting rid of this frenzy. At least not anytime soon. Alas, so be it. Who made this young man so damn charming that he couldn't even block it? Waving his hand, he told Lei Chang and the others to go down and get ready to depart and search the island for supplies, and then walked into a room next door. Inside the room, on the bed, was sitting another wave of people who hadn't dispersed yet. The group was no other than the bureaucrats from Beacon. It's too bad that all these pretty beauties with a combined system score of 85 or more are so spoiled to go down to the ground. If all of them were put to work, The righteous fathers in front of the screen would have to scold him for not knowing how to be compassionate. So his idea was to let this group of beauties manage the big and small things of this Imperial Dragon base. It just so happened that this group of beacon beauties were all high-level white-collar workers before the end of the world. The elite personnel of the beacon group. Managing the Imperial Dragon base is a handful, so to speak. Just what he didn't expect was that he had just finished talking about his arrangement. This group of beauties, surprisingly, had a few disappointing looks on their unified faces. Ha, that's what you're talking about. Ha, we thought you wanted us. Yeah, what's the point of calling us into the room alone when we're talking properly? Ha, oh, looking at these more than 30 tall beauties in black silk uniforms and high heels in front of him, and the shyness on their delicate faces, Mend understood instantly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a bad smile. This group of beauties, they actually want his little brother. According to the information he learned from chatting with Jai last night, most of these 30 or so beauties were still virgins. Hey, if we come together. Aha. Well, it's kind of scary. He's probably going to be sucked dry. 1 versus 30 plus? It's scary to think about. Ahem. No way. You beauties all came together. You don't all want to give yourselves to me, do you? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Mengde joked, but I didn't expect the beauties to take it seriously, especially the one in the lead. Arigato, the first big beauty he had saved before. The woman actually took the initiative to walk up and pick his chin, her charming breath hitting his ear. You're so handsome, and you saved our lives, and now you're treating us so well. It's not impossible to be all in love. I'm available whenever you want. Oh, as Arigato said that, his body was already pressed against his body, and the black silk legs lifted. The many beacon beauties in the back saw this and walked over. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside surrounded him. The eyes were filled with devouring desire. Mengde subconsciously swallowed his saliva as he looked at the more than 30 beautiful women near him. You, what do you want? Of course, eat you. It's over. I'm surrounded by beautiful women. Chapter 90 Boss Invincible. Swear to defend the Imperial Dragon base to the death. Mengde had planned to arrange a big show like this to rally the hearts and minds of the base, but I never thought it would turn into a chorus of doom. Boss is invincible. Swear to defend the Imperial Dragon base to the death. Amount. At this moment, he was somewhat speechless as he looked at Cold Wind, who was screaming the loudest. No dude, this isn't like the script we agreed on before. You're really getting into it, aren't you? And that line is so middle of the road. Makes it look like I'm messing with CX. It's not as good as the Orientalists' 1,000 Autumns and 10,000 Generations. One unified wanderer. Men spat silently, but I have to say, it was pretty cool to watch from the air the wild eyes of everyone looking up to him and worshipping him, especially with all those women of his in the middle of his vision. That look of adoration made him really cool. General Mike, a 5-star general, once said, conquering your enemies is far less pleasurable than conquering your women and letting your women take pleasure at your crotch. That was something he, Mend, agreed with. Ahem. Most importantly, of course, the results are great. After this hand, almost all of the survivors' favorability towards him has gone up a notch. It's basically die-hard ground. Die-hard loyalty means, equip them all with guns and don't have to worry about a shot in the back to you. This is important. If a base is free of dissent, that means cohesion is strong. And the greater the cohesion, the greater the hope that this base will survive the apocalypse. As the atmosphere slowly cooled, Mengde spoke a few more points about the base code before letting the crowd disperse. They're going to start growing food. Previously, after subjugating the survivors of the villa area, Mengde had already arranged for them to reclaim the empty land on the villa island. Over. This Imperial Dragon Island is huge, and the area that has been developed into a villa district is only part of it. There is still quite a bit of open space in the undeveloped areas. The greenery and courtyards inside the villa area are not to mention. There is still a large area of open space all around the villa area centered on the villa alone. Reclaimed, it will all be good land. And right on the island, water irrigation will not be a problem. These are planted full of grain, and when the harvest is plentiful, they will be sufficient to satisfy the food needs of thousands or even tens of thousands of people. And filling all the open spaces on the island with food is just his first step. Don't forget, behind Villa 1, where he is a big mountain. Step by step, he developed the Imperial Dragon Mountain behind him, which was his important food base. As for the seeds, the 4 types of grain seeds he obtained from inside the system were directly used. It wasn't as if he hadn't had people planting in the past few days, but none of the plantings had worked out well. Apparently, not only did humans and animals mutate after Armageddon, but even plants mutated. The soil structure has also changed. That's what caused the food that was planted earlier to never germinate. Now with these 4 seeds, all previous problems will be solved. and as the crowd dispersed, a large area of the entrance to Villa 2 emptied out. Of course not everyone has dispersed. There were two other groups of people who didn't leave and were taken by him inside Villa 2. One set of people was Coldwind and the others. At this moment, he was looking at Long Foam, Lei Chang and Brother Kifu in front of him. He had already asked Coldwind and the others to pick out 200 strong and sturdy men before. A base needs to work and farm, and naturally, there's no shortage of guards. Although this part of the guards didn't need to work, they were the ones who had to go out and risk their lives to gather supplies. That was the purpose of men leaving them behind. Men planned to have Lei Chang and Kifu take some of the guards and go out to collect the supplies on the map. Coldwind led the men in charge of the day-to-day guarding of the base. Tai Zhu, this idiot can just guard the gate of Villa 1. There's a reason why it's organized this way. On the one hand, it was Lei Chang and Brother Kifu who were the highest ranked and strongest within his 4 men. On the other hand, it was because of Brother Kifu and Lei Chang, both of whom had experience in searching for supplies. He was much more familiar with this piece of the economic development zone than Lung Feng and the others. Yes, boss. Hearing Mengde's order, these 3 men, along with the men behind them, directly gave him a military salute. The sound was so loud that it almost deafened Mengde's ears. It was obvious that the aftermath of the angry roar earlier had not yet dissipated. The eyes of these people looking at him now were filled with fervor. Meng was speechless. At this point he, too, reacted. The reason why this is the case is in addition to their goodwill towards their own diehards. It was also due to the subtle influence of the charisma aura that Meng had previously acquired. That's what caused this to happen. So there's no getting rid of this frenzy. At least not anytime soon. Alas, so be it. Who made this young man so damn charming that he couldn't even block it? Waving his hand, he told Lei Chang and the others to go down and get ready to depart and search the island for supplies, and then walked into a room next door. Inside the room, on the bed, was sitting another wave of people who hadn't dispersed yet. The group was no other than the beauties from Beacon. It's too bad that all these pretty beauties with a combined system score of 85 or more are so spoiled to go down to the ground. If all of them were put to work, the righteous fathers in front of the screen would have to scold him for not knowing how to be compassionate. So his idea was to let this group of beauties manage the big and small things of this Imperial Dragon base. It just so happened that this group of Beacon beauties were all high-level white-collar workers before the end of the world. The elite personnel of the Beacon group. Managing the Imperial Dragon base is a handful, so to speak. Just what he didn't expect was that he had just finished talking about his arrangement. This group of beauties, surprisingly, had a few disappointing looks on their unified faces. Ha, that's what you're talking about. Ha, we thought you wanted us. Yeah, what's the point of calling us into the room alone when we're talking properly? Ha, oh, looking at these more than 30 tall beauties in black silk uniforms and high heels in front of him, and the shyness on their delicate faces, Meng understood instantly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a bad smile. This group of beauties, they actually want his little brother. According to the information he learned from chatting with Jai last night, most of these 30 or so beauties were still virgins. Hey, if we come together. Aha. Well, it's kind of scary. He's probably going to be sucked dry. 1 versus 30 plus? It's scary to think about. Ahem. No way. You beauties all came together. You don't all want to give yourselves to me, do you? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Mengde joked, but I didn't expect the beauties to take it seriously, especially the one in the lead. Arigato, the first big beauty he had saved before. The woman actually took the initiative to walk up and pick his chin, her charming breath hitting his ear. You're so handsome, and you saved our lives, and now you're treating us so well. It's not impossible to be all in love. I'm available whenever you want. Oh, as Arigato said that, his body was already pressed against his body, and the black silk legs lifted. The many Beacon beauties in the back saw this and walked over. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside surrounded him. The eyes were filled with devouring desire. Mengde subconsciously swallowed his saliva as he looked at the more than 30 beautiful women near him. You, what do you want? Of course, eat you. It's over. I'm surrounded by beautiful women. Chapter 91 done for. I'm surrounded by beautiful women. Mengde had planned to arrange a big show like this to rally the hearts and minds of the base. But I never thought it would turn into a chorus of doom. Boss is invincible. Swear to defend the Imperial Dragon base to the death. Amount. At this moment, he was somewhat speechless as he looked at Coldwind, who was screaming the loudest. No dude. This isn't like the script we agreed on before. You're really getting into it, aren't you? And, that line is so middle of the road. Makes it look like I'm messing with CX. It's not as good as the Orientalists' 1,000 Autumns and 10,000 Generations. One unified wanderer. Men spat silently. But I have to say, it was pretty cool to watch from the air the wild eyes of everyone looking up to him and worshipping him. especially with all those women of his in the middle of his vision. That look of adoration made him really cool. General Mike, a 5-star general, once said, "Conquering your enemies is far less pleasurable than conquering your women and letting your women take pleasure at your crotch." This was something he, Mend, agreed with. Ahem. Most importantly, of course, the results are great. After this hand, almost all of the survivors' favorability towards him has gone up a notch. It's basically die-hard ground. Die-hard loyalty means, equip them all with guns and don't have to worry about a shot in the back to you. This is important. If a base is free of dissent, that means cohesion is strong. And the greater the cohesion, the greater the hope that this base will survive the apocalypse. As the atmosphere slowly cooled, Mengde spoke a few more points about the base code before letting the crowd disperse. They're going to start growing food. Previously, after subjugating the survivors of the villa area, Mengde had already arranged for them to reclaim the empty land on the villa island. Over. This Imperial Dragon Island is huge, and the area that has been developed into a villa district is only part of it. There is still quite a bit of open space in the undeveloped areas. The greenery and courtyards inside the villa area are not to mention. There is still a large expanse of open space all around the villa area centered on the villa alone. Reclaimed, it will all be good land. And right on the island, water irrigation will not be a problem. These are planted full of grain, and when the harvest is plentiful, they will be sufficient to satisfy the food needs of thousands or even tens of thousands of people. And filling all the open spaces on the island with food is just his first step. Don't forget, behind Villa 1, where he is a big mountain. Step by step, he developed the Imperial Dragon Mountain behind him, which was his important food base. As for the seeds, the 4 types of grain seeds he obtained from inside the system were directly used. It wasn't as if he hadn't had people planting in the past few days, but none of the plantings had worked out well. Apparently, not only did humans and animals mutate after Armageddon, but even plants mutated. The soil structure has also changed. That's what caused the food that was planted earlier to never germinate. Now with these 4 seeds, all previous problems will be solved. And as the crowd dispersed, a large area of the entrance to Villa 2 emptied out. Of course not everyone has dispersed. There were 2 other groups of people who didn't leave and were taken by him inside Villa 2. One set of people was Coldwind and the others. At this moment, he was looking at Longfeng, Lei Chang and brother Kifu in front of him. He had already asked Coldwind and the others to pick out 200 strong and sturdy men before. A base needs to work and farm, and naturally, there's no shortage of guards. Although this part of the guards didn't need to work, they were the ones who had to go out and risk their lives to gather supplies. That was the purpose of men leaving them behind. Men planned to have Lei Chang and Kifu take some of the guards and go out to collect the supplies on the map. Coldwind led the men in charge of the day-to-day guarding of the base. Tai Zhu. This idiot can just guard the gate of Villa 1. There's a reason why it's organized this way. On the one hand, it was Lei Chang and brother Kifu who were the highest ranked and strongest within his 4 men. On the other hand, it was because of brother Kifu and Lei Chang, both of whom had experience in searching for supplies. He was much more familiar with this piece of the economic development zone than Lung Feng and the others. Yes, boss. Hearing Mengde's order, these 3 men, along with the men behind them, directly gave him a military salute. The sound was so loud that it almost deafened Mengde's ears. It was obvious that the aftermath of the angry roar earlier had not yet dissipated. The eyes of these people looking at him now were filled with fervor. Mengde was speechless. At this point he, too, reacted. The reason why this is the case is in addition to their goodwill towards their own diehards. It was also due to the subtle influence of the charisma aura that Mengde had previously acquired. That's what caused this to happen. So there's no getting rid of this frenzy. At least not anytime soon. Alas, so be it. Who made this young man so damn charming that he couldn't even block it? Waving his hand, he told Lei Chang and the others to go down and get ready to depart and search the island for supplies, and then walked into a room next door. Inside the room, on the bed, was sitting another wave of people who hadn't dispersed yet. The group was no other than the beauties from Beacon. It's too bad that all these pretty beauties with a combined system score of 85 or more are so spoiled to go down to the ground. If all of them were put to work, the righteous fathers in front of the screen would have to scold him for not knowing how to be compassionate. So his idea was to let this group of beauties manage the big and small things of this Imperial Dragon base. It just so happened that this group of Beacon's beauties were all senior white-collar workers before the end of the world. The elite personnel of the Beacon group. Managing the Imperial Dragon base is a handful, so to speak. Just what he didn't expect was that he had just finished talking about his arrangement. This group of beauties, surprisingly, had a few disappointing looks on their unified faces. Ha, that's what you're talking about. Ha, we thought you wanted us. Yeah, what's the point of calling us into the room alone when we're talking properly? Ha, oh, looking at these more than 30, Tall beauties in black silk uniforms and high heels in front of him, and the shyness on their delicate faces. Mend understood instantly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but show a bad smile. This group of beauties, they actually want his little brother. According to the information he learned from chatting with Jai last night, most of these 30 or so beauties were still virgins. Hey, if we come together. Aha. Well, it's a little scary. He's probably going to be sucked dry. 1 versus 30 plus? It's scary to think about. Ahem. No way. You beauties all came together. You don't all want to give yourselves to me, do you? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Mengde joked. But I didn't expect the beauties to take it seriously. Especially the one in the lead. Arigato. The first big beauty he had saved before. The woman actually took the initiative to walk up and pick his chin. Her charming breath hitting his ear. You're so handsome. And you saved our lives. And now you're treating us so well. It's not impossible to be all in love. I'm available whenever you want. Oh. As Arigato said that, his body was already pressed against his body, and the black silk legs lifted. The many beacon beauties in the back saw this and walked over. 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside surrounded him. The eyes were filled with devouring desire. Mengde subconsciously swallowed his saliva as he looked at the more than 30 beautiful women near him. You, what do you want? Of course, eat you. It's over. I'm surrounded by beautiful women. Chapter 92, If you're handsome, it's called giving your body to me. Righteous fathers here. Can you imagine being surrounded by more than 30 beautiful women? Okay, Mend, I'll do it for you. I saw it. You're so handsome. And you saved our lives. And now you're treating us so well. It's not impossible to be all in love. For this statement, Mendel remembers that there was a rational explanation for it on the internet earlier. Handsome. That's called giving your body in marriage. If you're ugly, then you'll be an ox in the next life. It's a good thing that in this world, there's still goodwill towards handsome guys like Mend. I'm available whenever you want. Oh. Arigato. This beauty's ferocious weapon was still trembling when she spoke. And it was indeed as big as her name. Nice body too. And with the black silk it's a takedown too. Especially the black silk legs. Now straddling Mend, who had been backed up against the wall. He could smell the breath of Arigato. The beauty, hitting him in the face. The distance between the two bodies is almost to negative distance as well. Lean. I was actually walloped. It was obvious that Arigato, this beauty, was doing it on purpose, aiming to force him to eat meat, including the other women who surrounded him. It was the same. It's just a shame that the beauty system composite score is only 89. It's a 1-point difference. Then you'll be able to fulfill the goddess condition required by the system. The rest of the beacon beauties, the same thing. All goddesses with scores of 85 to 89, not reaching above 90. However, if you don't eat the meat that's right in front of your mouth, is that not saying that I am incapable? 1 PK 30 plus? Mud. Spell it out. Lit. Die under the peony flower. Be a ghost and also have a fling. This group of beauties would have been at least the class flower, department flower or even school flower level before the end of the day. It's not a loss. Just as Mend was about to push against these beauties, the door to the room behind him was pushed open. The 4 women, Jai and Aoshue, walked in. They had intended to come over to see the Sisters of Beacon, but they didn't expect to see such a scene as soon as they came in. Arigato, what are you guys doing? Arigato. This group of beauties really wanted to give themselves to the man in front of them who saved them. Their already favorable opinion of Mend was at its peak, coupled with such a treacherous environment as Doomsday. Finding a man to rely on becomes their best option, but they've been caught by the main man. They can't just pull down their pants and wall it up. Geez. No. Nothing. Yao Yung's group of beauties backed up and distanced themselves from Mengde. His face was also on fire with embarrassment. Although the one who opened her mouth just now was Ao Shui, the gaze of Jai, who then followed her in, still instantly landed on her husband. And the way she had just moved, she instantly understood what was going on. Jai was all but helpless. Hubby, you're so energetic. Inside Villa 1, there were several women who hadn't eaten yet, so they ran out to molest other women. The point is, it's also all my sisters. Jai had a bit of a headache, but Mend hemmed and hawed at the sight. You guys talk. There's a gas leak in the house. I'll take a look. All women, could it be any more perfunctory? Do you want to say you grew up eating gas? But Mend couldn't care less about the speechlessness on their faces. With an instantaneous movement, he directly disappeared in front of the women. These Bicon beauties had caused such a big fire for himself. He had to find a woman to remove the fire. Back in Villa 1, Sister White, several women were playing in the living room. Little Linger was happy to see Mengde's appearance. Big brother, hug. If it were usual, seeing such a tender little spirit child begging for a hug, he had to get one high or low. But at the moment, Mengde was genuinely unable to lay his hands on him. Ahem. You play with mommy first. Big brother has things to do. He took a quick glance around and immediately locked on to his target. Sister White, come up here with me. Instead of wearing a dress today, Sister White was in casual attire. White short sleeves on top with skinny jeans on the bottom. It accentuates the body perfectly. It's very needy. What's wrong? In such a hurry? Sister White hadn't understood what was going on. It can't be fast enough. It's all on fire this. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was carried by Mend and ran up to the third floor. The speed was so fast that Anchang and also Big Mimi in the living room blushed. This man, he wants to do something bad in the middle of the day. Little Spirit in the back was a bit lost. Mommy, does Big Brother he not like Little Spirit anymore? Listening to her own daughter's words, Su Juan-ru, a mature woman, didn't know how to answer. With her sharp eyes, she seemed to see something not quite normal protruding from somewhere in the man. Having been through the personnel, she naturally understood what was going on. Trigger said, it's been a while since she's had that. An abnormal red color appeared on this mature woman's face, looking at the man's back as he went upstairs for a long time. It wasn't until it was almost dinner time that men came out from inside the room, followed by a flushed white sister. When Aunt Chang's few women saw this, they all revealed meaningful looks. Sister Bai, you're really hardy. Jai and Ao Shui, the girls, had long since returned from the second villa. They were relieved to see that the Beacon sisters were well housed, and they also learned a message from the mouths of their sisters. Men didn't let them, the sisters, farm like everyone else. Instead, the sisters were given some very easy management work. This made them grateful to Mend. Oh, you guys talk about that. Facing the excitement of the four women, Jia and Ao Shui, Mengde was teasing Little Spirit while he was doing so. He had gotten this little girl into trouble himself in the afternoon, eating one of his oversized lollipops. That's what calmed him down. One side said again without a care in the world. It's a matter of passing by. Such a big Imperial Dragon base. It must be the management. Arigato and the girls, before the end of the day, were also the elites of your Become group. Now it's just the right time to continue their professional role. Although they said that, Jia and the girls knew it very well in their hearts. Mengde must have arranged this in large part because it was because of the four women that they did this. So instead, it made them even more grateful to Mengde. M. Mendel. But thank you. This iceberg president, although high and cold, is also someone who knows how to be grateful. Especially after witnessing the scene in the afternoon when her 30-odd sisters mobbed a man named Mengde. Lin Aoshui already had a hint in her heart for Mengde, her best friend's husband. Thoughts that shouldn't be there. Simply put, this iceberg president she. Heartwarming. The two women beside him, Lu Ruyun and Chang Feier, were the same. They were very inspired by Yukio's "Giving Your Life for Me" comment this afternoon. It was all they could think of. The only way to repay this man. But before that, they need to talk to Jai. After all, BFFs can't betray their BFFs. Chapter 93. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. After Men's mobilization meeting, the whole base began to grow in a feverish manner. The level of excitement is almost on par with a certain period of how bold people are, how productive the land is. Out of die-hard favoritism for Mend, plus the base treatment, it also guarantees the safety of these people. So these survivors, who have no more worries, work with great enthusiasm. Those beauties from the Become group were also arranged to start managing the grassroots affairs of the base. They have fully utilized their professional initiative to manage the whole base in a well-organized manner. It is worth mentioning that Jai and the four beauties of Become have also joined the base management. Before the end of the world, these four women were the executives of the Become group, once controlling the rice bowls of tens of thousands of people. Managing a small base couldn't be easier. Unlike the 30 or so beauties at the previous Bicon, the four of them are the equivalent of being Mend. In a way, orders are given in terms of the highest administrator of the base. That was possible because everyone knew that this was the woman of the supreme one of the base. There is Men's silent support behind him day and night, together with the guards of Coldwind and these henchmen. A top-down tower structure of the base was formed. Mend, the four beauties, the four main henchmen led by Coldwind, external. Beacon's 30-plus beauties, internal, survivor. Once formed, Mend was completely liberated. Basically all the business. Someone else is doing it. Lei Chang and brother Kifu, the two men leading separate teams out to gather supplies, also went well. Drove a couple of vans and hauled back a big load of supplies every day. According to two people, they've already emptied 3 mapped warehouses. It's quite a harvest. It's just unfortunate that the guards who followed them out of the island also died 8 times in the process. It's unavoidable. After all, according to what Mengde had seen so far, the number of zombies still far outnumbered humans. If it weren't for the limited intelligence and mobility of the zombies, there would have been few human survivors. So every time they go out there are unfortunate survivors who die. And Jai and the girls do what Mend wants. Giving large quantities of supplies to the families of dead guards is a sort of death benefit in disguise. With this incentive, the number of collectors who joined the gathering of supplies out of the island not only did not decrease. Instead, the number of people requesting to join is increasing. You know, every time you go out to the island to collect supplies, those who make it back safely are allotted some extra supplies. It's kind of a reward for risking their lives out on the island. Also not available to those survivors who grow food on the island. In the words of a certain fish seller, I'm afraid of high winds and waves. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. The higher the risk you carry, the more rewards you will naturally receive. This was undoubtedly a great encouragement to this group of people whose favorability towards Mengde had already reached die-hard loyalty. An apocalyptic order of give and take is gradually being restored. Unlike the way those presses are made, it seemed to Mend that the way of the press worked for a while. If you squeeze for too long, it'll trigger a backlash. It's not impossible to shoot you in the head. It's the end of days, and you'd be naive to think that you can still do the 996 and 007 capitalist thing. You can't really be like some internet celebrity, eating the dividends of the times while mocking the fact that you can't find a job after XX. And in order to make up for the number of people the base had lost, Mengde told Lei Chang to recruit some survivors when they left the island. With the benefits of Mengde's base, casually mentioning it, I believe there are still quite a few survivors who are moved. And as far as the facts go, it does seem so. In those 5 days alone, dozens of survivors have been retrieved. So the whole base planted the planting, collected the collection, managed the management. In general terms, the whole thing is kind of steadily growing. The only thing that bothered Mengde a bit was that he didn't know if he was influenced by Jia and their 4 beauties. The other women in Villa 1, 2, were idle. Sister White and Sister Ru, the culinary role and logistics of Villa 1. Aunt Chang and Big Mimi, who were constantly familiarizing themselves with their powers, absorbing the crystal cores, and raising their power levels, had both been raised to the 3rd stage at the moment. Probably the only ones who are touching the fish are Jiayao and Maipo. These 2 nieces, from time to time, in the name of learning about food, mixed in the kitchen, or just went to find Ao Shui and the others, learning to manage the base. Anyway, every woman has her own thing to do. This was a good point. But men still hadn't instructed the girls that they should still focus on improving their powers and strength as the main thing. Doomsday. The most important thing to look at is survivability. What's the key to survival? It's all about strength. Meant he didn't need these women and walkers to fight for their lives though. But every woman still needs a minimum of self-preservation. So Mengde's main job every day is teaching these women to practice Changfa, Ahem, serious Chang, unorthodox Chang. That's a dedicated practice only at night. These days, it's probably just Xiao Yao practicing harder. After all, it's just Triple X. He's not a heartless guy. Naturally, it is inevitable to spend more grains. And it's still double grain. As an older sister, to lighten my sister's load, half of the grains. That makes sense. Only this happy day didn't last 2 days. Because their relatives came over. Things like stabbing Dao to see a rainbow are not to be done after all. So the pressure is still on Auntie Chang, Big Mimi and Sister Bai. It's on these 3 women who have already broken through 0 distance ever. Because of the few women left inside. The 3 women. Ao Shui, the iceberg president. Not to mention, this woman is so high-strung that she usually lets at most hold hands and smooch or something. Shang Feier and Lu Ruyun, on the contrary, were better. Though it's also edible. And usually no less mooching. But somehow, always just holding the last step. Ru's sister is because of the little Ling heir. This daughter is too pestering mommy. So that he did not find the opportunity to under the leg. As for Maipo Jr., the island face buster. I remember a handsome righteous father said to him before, island women don't have to be polite. Stand up and stomp hard. But this girl is so innocent when she calls him Oniai-chan, suddenly moving her legs. Isn't it too raw? So the progress of lighting up the goddess is stuck for now. But it's good to know that Ment isn't clueless. Under the tireless efforts of these days, Lu Ruyun, the soulful big sister and Cheng Feier, the superb secretary, are almost about to be attacked by him. In a day or 2 at the most, you can eat fresh meat. I just don't know which 2 flaps of meat I'll eat first. And just as he was still in a hurry to eat his meat, a group of uninvited guests came from outside the island, still rushing to occupy Villa Island. Chapter 94 Emperor of Tianhai City, the Qin Beast. For someone to come to his door wanting to occupy his royal dragon island, this situation Mengde had long been mentally prepared for. It had also been expected for a long time. After all, the Royal Dragon Island was in such good condition. Not only is it situated on a hill, but there are also large villas, It's simply the perfect place to move to for the end of days. It's not unusual for a survivor to eyeball it. What he didn't expect was that the one who came this time was actually a familiar face. Meng De considered the cultivation industry on the island, which had spread throughout the Royal Dragon Island. And since the Royal Dragon Island was so big, so many people spread out, it must be far away. That's why Meng had long ago equipped several people in management with walkie-talkies, so that they could always report unusual situations. It was also because of this that he was able to receive the news from Cold Wind, who was in charge of the guards. It didn't take long to immediately take the people and rush to the upper island entrance of Royal Dragon Island. Here stands a building similar to the Arc de Triomphe. Cold Wind had worked as a bodyguard before and knew how to rationalize the guards. For the key location of the entrance to the island, there must be guards arranged. But when Meng De arrived here, the Cold Wind he had personally arranged for the guards. The 3 or 4 first-order psychics and the ordinary survivors with more than a dozen heavily armed men had all fallen to the ground. Blood flowed all over the place. And when Lung Fone looked at it, his face instantly became gloomy. "Boss, it's all dead." Mend nodded. Before he could speak, an arrogant and domineering voice then came from the opposite side. "Ha ha ha, a bunch of no-gooders with no eyes at all. Dare to stop my honorable Qin Daoshao's path. Isn't this purely looking for death?" Meng De sniffed and looked. The voice came from a young man. The young man had an airplane haircut, a pointed chin, and an air of arrogance between his eyebrows. Doesn't seem like a nice person to talk to. Behind him, there were a dozen other cars followed by over 100 people. There weren't many with guns, only a handful of dozen or so, still carrying a police gun, presumably from inside some general police station. The rest of the men were armed with a few swords and axes. There was still blood on these swords and axes. Apparently, the men Meng De had arranged to guard the entrance to the island were killed by these swords and axes. It was assumed that the one who gave the order was this so-called Qin Dashao. Young Qin? Men read the words. It looked familiar to him, but it didn't come to mind for a moment. At this time, A.O. Shui, who had followed him over, suddenly spoke up. "It's him, the Qin Beast." "What? Animal? What the hell kind of name grabber came up with that? So nice. Ao Shui, you recognize? Well, Tianhai City's famous rich second generation. His father is the owner of a certain underground casino in Tianhai City, and a big shot on China's rich list. A.O. Shui was worthy of being the president of China's trillion-dollar conglomerate, Bikong, and knew all about this kind of upper-level insider knowledge. And after A.O. Shui reminded him of this, Meng De instantly remembered this rich second generation. This is not that racing car crash $10 million worth of sports car. But still calmly in his side of the cell phone playing Ruthless It, he remembered that this rich second generation had another loud nickname in Tianhai City, right? The so-called Emperor of Tianhai City, or simply Emperor of Heaven, Qin Beast. No wonder he's so familiar. So it's him. Ment had swiped through Shakeology videos before, about this Qin Dashao crashing his sports car. This matter has also been on the hot search. This rich second generation is so rich that even Principal Wang is just a younger brother in front of him. However, what impressed Meng De the most is the touching love story between him and a netizen in the sky and the sea. The internet star is said to have been talking to him for months. As a result, after the breakup, it is hard to mother by child, relying on a child from his hands to set away more than a dozen small goals. From there it's straight to the top of the heap. That's why some people on the internet say he is a lover who loves the mountains and rivers more than the beautiful people. Of course, the specifics were unknown to Mend. He's just a fan of eating. But speaking of which, that webcam looks quite a bit like the woman next to him. Da me. The only difference between the two is that one is all natural and the other has technology and ruthless living microto all over his face. Seeing that Mend didn't say anything, the beast was playing with the Nija of the woman next to him while still blah blah blah. Alright, hurry up and have your Wang Daoshao come out to greet me. Mard, it's the end of the world. And this young man has risked his life and traveled thousands of miles to come here to find him. He didn't even come out to greet me for a moment and had people stop me. Isn't that too much of a disrespect to this young man? This young man is angry now, and the consequences are serious. As a compensatory price, this young man will play depth charges, Russian carousel, and 3 holes in one a few more times on his girlfriend in the future. Ha ha ha, TSK, TSK, TSK. These rich kids have some pretty fancy play. What a second brain I have. The field was filled with the loud laughter of the Qin beasts, which could be heard from 100 meters away. But in response to him, only quiet. Still quiet. Because at this moment, everyone was looking at him with the gaze of a retard. I don't know what this heavenly emperor is thinking. Wearing a pair of black sunglasses in broad daylight. A look at the grade is not low. It is estimated that the novel must also have a few 100,000. It was really hot today, which would be understandable if it were any other day. Just buddy. It's the end of days. with this thing. You're not afraid of being attacked by zombies. Also, maybe it was because the quality of the sunglasses was so good that the bastard never realized something was wrong. He laughed for a while until this impatiently removed his sunglasses. But it doesn't matter what it looks like. Almost looked at him with his eyes falling out. I'll go. Isn't this the iceberg CEO Lin Aoshue, the first of the 4 beauties of Bekong? And Big Mimi, the undead Cheng-Ying? Wait, looking so much alike. These are sisters, right? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Ximing is good enough. Where did you find so many superb women? And you didn't inform this young man. You want to eat alone, don't you? Mud. The more Qin Beast talked, the more excited he became. And he was on the verge of jumping in place. No, I'm going to go high and low tonight. Extremely good. It's all superb. When Qin Beast spoke, the eyes inside the eyes that looked at the several women around Mengde were filled with women's desires. Even the corners of his mouth were dripping with saliva. Mengde had planned to come alone, but these women who had awakened their powers were not at ease, had to tag along to check it out. Mengde also agreed. Just let them experience real battle. But I guess they didn't expect to see such a disgusting scene. These women around him had all frowned in succession, especially Xiao Yao, who was shrinking into his arms as she watched. Brother-in-law. I'm scared. Chapter 95 Unblocking the Best Secretaries, 2-in-1. Brother-in-law. I'm scared. It hadn't been long since this ninny had just awakened her powers, and since the end of the world, she had always been under his protection. It's understandable to be afraid now that you've seen such a scene. Don't be afraid. You have your brother-in-law, Mendel said, wrapping her tightly in his arms. Give her warmth with his rigid body and the heat of a man's body. And this scene happened to be seen by young Qin, who was in the midst of excitement. There was an outburst of anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who are you, stepping horse kid? Dare to touch my woman. Looking for death. At that, men didn't have much of a reaction yet. The faces of these few women around him went straight to cold, especially Ao Shui. The woman's face was already full of killing intent. Frost was beginning to gather in his palms. Seeing this, Mend patted her on the shoulder. Wait. Ao Shui looked up, a little puzzled. He cursed you. Well, it was Mend who misunderstood. He thought that this woman was angry because of young Qin's words, insulting them women, but never thought that it was actually because of him. Mengda. I have to say that Mengda at this moment was a bit touched. Although this woman was a high-strung batch, she never said anything about her concern for him. I'll take care of it. Men took her in his arms in a domineering manner to express the mood of the moment. This sudden movement not only made Ao Shui blush, at the same time, it also made the opposite party, Qin Daoxiao, even angrier. Mother asterisk 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 her, you kid is deaf. That is my woman. Move my woman. Do you believe that this young man will tenderize you to death in a minute? Asterisk 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 your whole family. This Qin Daoxiao cursed, but in the next second a large hand of lightning directly descended from the sky. With one hand, he grabbed him by the neck. I'm sorry, I have to correct you on one thing. These aren't your goody two-shoes women. They are all my women. Mengda's domineering voice rang out in the field. Like an official declaration, he swore his sovereignty to all, or the announcement of so many women at once. It made these individual women around him, such as Demini and Xiao Yao. They both blushed and reveled in his dominance. Even Iceberg President Lin Ao Shui was the same, currently looking up at the sight of the man who had his arms wrapped tightly around her. The iceberg beauty had a shy look on her face. This man, so bossy, but I like it so much. What to do? This moment, this iceberg president, fell, but for young Qin, it was unbelievable. This man in front of him actually dared to touch him. Reacting, he gasped. Mud, how dare you touch me? Do you know who I am? I'm the Heavenly Emperor of Tianhai City, and your ING master, Wenceslas's big brother, Qin Daoxiao, as Principal Wang's good friend. The night the end came, both of them happened to be in Donghai City, hanging out inside a club. They're in a multiplayer campaign. It's only later that he, Qin Daoxiao, tired of ING. That's why he went back to the hotel early. I found a nearby university schoolgirl, experienced some formal 988 yuan of the supreme VIP deflowering service. Sort of a simple relaxation. It was precisely because of this that he did not come over to the Imperial Dragon Villa area with Principal Wang, but he did know that Principal Wang had a villa here. I've also heard that Principal Wang is doing quite well here. That's when he came out from inside the hotel. Far away. It was all thought out. Since it all came over, it must be a piece of flipping the end of the world with his good friend. However, he did not expect to meet a rash under Wang Ximing. That's right. Until now, he thought it was a grip on his neck, a henchman of his best friend. You son of a. Hurry up and step on the horse to call Wang Siming out. If you touch me again, believe it or not, I'll let Wang Siming cut you alive. Ah! Just as the Qin beast made one threat, an ice arrow directly hit his leg, causing him to let out a scream of pain. Mengde lowered his head and looked at the iceberg goddess in his arms. He called you names again. When she said this, Ao Shui had an expressionless, innocent face, but Mend was feeling an inexplicable sense of amusement. How come I didn't realize that this iceberg president was so cute before? If it wasn't the wrong time, he'd really want to spoil it right away. Being hit by Ashua's S-rank alien energy, or at such a close range, Qin Beast's leg immediately became drenched in blood. The stinging sensation seemed to ignite his anger. Stinking ES. You wanna BS. Mud. You're dead. I want you all dead. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ah! But the next second, he couldn't curse at all, because Mengde's Thunder God's hand violently increased its strength. Did you not hear me clearly just now? This is my woman. Not half as good as your goody-goody. And, one more reminder. Your best friend is long dead. I killed it. Mengde's cold words were like a thunderbolt exploding in young Qin's ears. WH. What? It was only at this point that young Qin reacted as an afterthought. This man wasn't one of Wang Siming's men at all. These guards aren't Winsome's people either. These women are much less the playthings that Winsome was. Thinking about all of this, young Qin was completely flustered. This man even dared to kill Wang Siming, so it was not impossible to move himself. Zhang Lang, you bunch of losers, what are you waiting for? Get over here and save the old man. Zhang Lang is his personal bodyguard. After the end of the day, it was more of a direct awakening of psychic abilities. After all these days of fighting with zombies in Armageddon, he had long since become a strong third-order alien. As strong as this man was, he was just showing off in front of him, an ordinary man. It was absolutely impossible to be Zhang Lang's opponent. However, after he shouted for half a day, not a single person came over, and what he saw instead was a mocking smile on Mengde's face. Asterisk 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 asterisk. There was also a sneer from the woman he had just screamed at to toy with. Face puzzled, he forced his head to turn and look back. Only then did he see that Zhang Lang, the number one general under his command, had long since been separated from his corpse at an unknown time. Of the remaining men, the ones with guns that still posed a threat were also killed. Only some first-order alien was left, and he was staring at the man holding his throat with a look of fear. They were being held up against a golden flying sword in their head, not daring to make the slightest move at all. Young Qin was dumbfounded. He finally understood the man in front of him, why he called him these men of his own. When were they killed? Himself, being the boss, didn't even know, isn't it? You dare to kill my men. Irritated, he held his tongue for half a day only to come up with this sentence, and the words weren't even finished, but it was an unceremonious slap from Mend. Snap, asterisk 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 asterisk. It's come to this, how dare you threaten me? In fact, back when Meng Dehe made the hand of the god of thunder, just already saw those henchmen of this one, trying to make a move, but he'd seen it through the system a long time ago. The highest these people could be was a third-order alien. The only ones left are the dozen or so with guns, which are still just a bit of a threat, so he just grabbed the knife first. It was still without this young Qin being aware of it. Do you know what happens to women who dare to insult me? Listening to Mengde's cold words, this Qin De Xiao suddenly felt bad. A chill instantly surged through his heart. You, what do you want? I'm a Qin beast. In the face of young Qin's unthreatening words, Mengde directly revealed a sneer. You're called an animal. And you have a point, don't you? If this Qin De Xiao just insulted him, he would at most let this die, but if he dares to insult his woman, then sorry, he will make this Qin De Xiao worse than death. The one who said that directly unleashed his thunder ability. The electrified Qin De Xiao twitched and screamed miserably. Ah! No! Mengde's supernatural energy was controlled in a very measured manner, so it didn't electrocute this Qin De Xiao at once. However, as he increased his thunder and lightning supernatural energy, this young Qin's body was directly electrified and flooded with white smoke. Then his eyes rolled back in his head, and it went straight to hell. Mend froze. This one is probably hollowed out by booze and sex. He's only just started to power up, and this one just can't hold up. It had the feeling of a punch in the cotton, but skimmed, smoothly tossing the body aside. He doesn't have a fetish for flogging people's corpses, but despite this, Qin De Xiao's men who still survived were silenced by the sight of this scene. The body couldn't help but tremble even more. But on the contrary, Lang Feng and these men of his were extremely relieved. Good job, boss. Mud, let you have it. The women around Mengde did the same, and Xiao Yao also exhaled greatly. Thumbs up to her wonderful brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, awesome. Upon hearing this, Mengde smiled slightly and stroked her hair somewhat favorably. And then he turned his gaze to the group of young Qin's men who were still alive. The group had been brought to their knees in fear. Mercy, we're willing to follow you, big brother. Yes, I've long since looked at that trash Qin beast in a bad light. These people were sensible, upholding the principle of joining in if you can't beat them, trying to escape. However, all that greeted them was Meng Da's cold word, kill. If these people hadn't killed his men, maybe he would have agreed, but now it's absolutely impossible. Boss. Getting the boss's order, Cold Wind and these people who had been impatient for a long time immediately pounced on them. These henchmen of Qin Deshao had long ago been scared out of their wits by Meng Da's methods, and how could they be a match for Lung Feng and the others? Not to mention the fact that later on, when Meng Da saw that the big picture had been settled, he was relieved to let these women around him join in and try their hand at it. So it didn't take long for the group to be killed. These women of his are still a bit unfulfilled, and while Cold Wind and the others were cleaning up the battlefield, Mend also stood still, thinking. To be honest, the group of Qin Beast's henchmen who invaded today were not very strong. The highest was only the third-order alien named Zhang Lang that young Master Qin had spoken of. Awakening is still a C-rank crap psychic ability. Most of the rest are first order. There were only 3 or 4 of them in the second order as well. But with this strength in the district, it's going to take him, the boss, to make a move in the end. To be honest, Mend was a bit helpless, but there's really no way around it. Lung Feng and Taizhu for these 5 days. It was already working hard to absorb the crystal cores, and the alien ability level had been raised to the peak of the second stage. It was only 1 step away from the third order as well, but that strength, it's still not enough. Without the strength of the third rank, he was still a bit weak as the captain of the guards. If Lang Feng was a third-order alien today, there would be no need for him to make a move at all. It seems like it's about time, too, for Lei Chang and Brother Kifu, the 2 third-order Ultrans who just broke through, took Cold Wind and Iron Post and went out to gather some supplies. People can only explode into greater potential when faced with a crisis. And this upper island entrance, it's going to have to be beefed up a little bit. Mend looked up and surveyed the location of this upper island entrance. The security building is on the left and the property hall is on the right. In the center is a triumphal arch structure. Usually it was the mechanism in the security building that controlled the raising and lowering of the barricade. Such precautions, if placed before the end of time, would have been just fine, but put it in the present, and it won't work. It would be nice if I could awaken my earth powers and connect the 2 buildings together to create a sturdy castle. It wasn't that there weren't any awakened earth-type psychic abilities under his command, but the level of the psychic ability was too low. It's all just first order. I guess the castle that was built wasn't strong enough. A random second-order powerhouse wouldn't be enough. It seems like it's just a matter of me trying my best. Mendel was squinting in thought. A convoy is coming this way on the bridge up to the island. He took a look and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Because the one sitting in the front of the car, it was no one else but Kifugo and Lei Chang. They were out collecting supplies with a team today and actually came back together. As for Brother Kifu and Lei Chang, the 2 of them were not expecting that the boss would actually greet them at the door. Immediately and excitedly, he jumped down from the car and ran towards Mengda's side, the speed that was running one over the other. Boss, why you even came out to greet me yourself? The first to run over was Lei Chang, a retired special forces soldier. The one who arrived slower was Brother Kifu. This violent brother is still a little disgruntled. Bah, the boss obviously came out to get me. You fart. Why don't we compare? Come on. Scared of you. Looking at these 2 comedians, they actually argued over this matter. Mend was speechless. However, it could be seen that although the 2 of them had only known each other for a few days, their feelings had grown quite quickly. After some jokes, Mengda also gave them all the arrangements that he had just thought of. Lei Chang and Brother Kifu both had no problem with it and agreed straight away. No problem. From now on, we'll both take turns going out. On the side of the Cold Wind, the Han Yu was a little embarrassed. Boss, am I dragging my feet? Men smiled reassuringly. It's okay, just take your time. After finalizing this, Mend went back with a few women. He still had to catch a break. Think of a way to get Faye, a superb secretary, or Sister Yun, the big sister in the know. These 2 women gave a rush to unblock Ah. If it had been left there, he'd have been tickled to death, not to mention. Most importantly, it's time to take it down with these 2 women's rewards. What he didn't expect, however, was the very night he had just returned. Faye, in her black silk uniform, just barged right into his room and knelt in front of him. Her face was peachy red, and her body was tall and extremely seductive. One red lip was even aimed directly at his. Mengda, I heard Jia Yi say, you have a way to make people awaken their powers? I want to beg you to help me. Mend guffawed. It looks like he'll have to unblock first tonight. A superb secretary now. Chapter 96, Faye's Path to the Awakening of Her Abilities. At night, inside Mendel's master bedroom, to be honest, he was a bit surprised to see the appearance of Jiayi's best friend, Faye, because it seemed to him that Raider Yun, the know-it-all big sister, might even be faster. But I didn't expect that the one who was the first to press on would actually be Ao Shui, the Iceberg President's extremely talented secretary. Within Jiayi's 3 girlfriends, apart from Ao Shui, who had awakened her ice ability by virtue of her own ability, Faye and Sister Yun, both of whom had not awakened their psychic abilities. So at this moment, facing Faye's kneeling request, Mengde was not surprised. And it's still tender meat that comes to the door of your own accord. There's no reason not to eat it. Mengde narrowed his eyes and stroked the hair of this extreme OL uniformed beauty kneeling in front of him. Her features were extremely delicate and her skin was fair. There was still a tantalizing blush on her cheeks. Warmth between breaths. Getting him somewhere. Itchy. Faye's slender jade hands were clasped in death. Looking a little nervous. From the top down, the woman's delicate clavicle and ditch crane were clearly visible. The chest is not small either. It's comparable to Jiayi's. I have to say, that's what's so great about young women. They're so elastic and so high. Much better looking than those half-aged creases. Faye, there's a price I pay for helping women awaken. Are you ready? Men smirked. His index finger tickling the woman's delicate chin. Eyes ran over the woman's delicate face. A bad smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Being pinched by her chin like this, instead of breaking free, Faye revealed a knowing and seductive expression. Put. It's just like Jiayi said. You're a cesium embryo. You're thinking of doing bad things as soon as I'm here. No wonder you're such a bad little bastard. You didn't even spare Jiayi's sister. Ahem. Mengde, who had been nailed for his black history, was a bit embarrassed. When Faye saw this, she was smiling. Don't worry. I'm mentally prepared since I'm here. In the days since the end of the world, she had also come to appreciate the importance of her powers, especially when you see a Jime dying in front of you and you are powerless to do anything about it. That feeling was really getting to her. That's why they were so excited when they learned that Jiayi's sister had suddenly awakened her psychic abilities. Sneakily pulling Jiayi into the room was going to know the inside story of this. Just didn't realize it needed to be dry. That's all. It's just amongst the hesitation these days. After all, this is Jiayi's husband. It's a good thing Jiayi is their best friend and open-minded. Tonight was the opportunity she had created for herself. She's going to, no matter what. Bevo lived. Besides, you haven't been sneaking up on me much these days. You've been hitting on me. It's not like it's been a day or two. As Faye said this, she directly blanked the man in front of her. Over the past few days, the man had approached himself under various names, especially in the name of letting each of them to familiarize themselves with the Chang method, but not a lot of mooching her oil. She was almost ready to be eaten clean by him. Mendhammed and Hod. It was also true that a lot of effort had been spent in the past few days to obtain the system rewards. After all, this was a goddess with a good sense of 100. There was no way a walking reward wouldn't make his eyes water. But he did understand Jiayi's odd behavior tonight. No wonder Jiayi was dead set on not letting him touch Sister Bai and Big Mimi and the girls tonight. So it was waiting here. Well, not bad for his first woman. That's for him to consider on. I'll have to fly gun it later. At that moment, Faye suddenly stood up and leaned over to whisper in his ear. I heard from Jiayi that you cesium embryo like black silk. Don't you want to give it a try? The red lips were extremely tantalizing as they were licked over by the tongue. Charming breath, hitting him in the face one at a time. Having been hinted at to this point, Mengde he still can't not understand. Immediately, his hands covered it. You want to awaken your powers? Then let hubby give you a good helping hand. Ha. With the voice falling, it officially started the road of awakening of this extremely talented secretary's supernatural ability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully lighting up the Goddess Chung Fair's exclusive atlas. Located at the top is still a goddess picture of Faye. Goddess, Chang Fair, innate secretary sacred body. Identity, personal secretary to the president of Become Group. Age, 27. Height and weight, 170 to 53. Base parameters, 84-58-84. Overall rating, 97. Favorability, 100. Awakened powers. Number of charges, 7. Enrollment. Ability level, early third order. Awakened ability, Golden Flame Goddess, SS grade gold ability. Specific details, one of the 4 beauties of Bekong, the goddess of beauty and secrets, has a stunningly beautiful face, extremely tall figure, black silk wrapped legs are extremely long and beautiful, extremely seductive, with the most beautiful jade legs recognized by many bosses and bigwigs in East China Sea City. A bigwig once wrote a $10 million insurance policy for his legs. And also the black silk legs that many rich second-generation people can only look at from afar but cannot play with profanely. At the same time and claim to be the most beautiful secretary in East China's Sea City. Mannerisms are tempting. Is the most beautiful goddess in the hearts of many licking dogs? But also many bosses and big brothers want to get a personal secretary. Doing things ably, acting like the wind. I believe that absolutely can meet any needs of the host. Comprehensive evaluation of the system. It is a rare and excellent seduction secretary. The specific advantages please host more development. The most beautiful secretary? This one is not seen yet. This kind of still needs to be done specifically to give feedback. At this moment, he has experienced nothing but. This woman was indeed tempting. There was something about it that kept him wanting to recharge. Especially these black silk legs. It definitely accounts for most of the reasons in it. No wonder so many bigots. Ensure this woman's legs. If you don't wear black silk it's not a big deal. But if one is paired with black silk, it's definitely the ultimate killer. Even compared to Big Nini's beautiful legs. And it's still two completely different styles from Big Nini's legs. The large honeys are round and well proportioned, and are extremely fleshy to play with. But Faye's was a completely different story. And the woman's legs dominated a slender one, and it's still trim without being fleshy. The feeling he was given reminded him for a moment of a certain actress named Kinchin. He was very impressed by the dancing and the tall figure. Did you take dance lessons before? After reading the system's introduction, Mengde held a cigarette in his mouth and also paused to charge it. As soon as this woman awakened her psychic ability level directly reached the early third stage. Physical fitness has also bowed though a lot. So even though it was still chew before tonight, it held up with the added benefit of the powers. It didn't go straight to meat like with Xiao Yao. I have to say, this woman does taste good. Those legs, too tempting for him. Chapter 97, Faye. Why is your voice muffled? Hearing Mengde's words, Faye laid in his arms and took a large breath. Yeah, you, how did you know? Faye's speech was broken. It's really just been charged more. Even though she had been hinted at by Jiayi before, she had still far underestimated the man. The only thing she was thankful for was a wonderful energy that thankfully supported her midway through. Otherwise, he must be cursed to SI must not. If she was right, it would be her awakened psychic ability. She even regretted it a little now. Would have dragged Jiayi along tonight. Beacon's best friend. It's like being a sister on the battlefield. I studied finance in college, but that was just a suggestion from my family. Actually, my favorite thing is still dancing. That's why when you step into the workforce, you dedicate a certain amount of time each day to exercise. My body flexibility is only better than some dance students. After listening to Faye's explanation, Mengde's mouth twitched. So that's how it was. No wonder it took just a moment. This woman almost cut off his moon. Although he had experienced Xiao Yao, the schoolgirl of the dance major, before, but that ninny was so skinny, like a flatboat in a storm. Xiao Yao's legs are also very slim. He had inexplicably thought of MS Arima when he had charged her earlier. How can some lickspittles live when they look as handsome as Hikaru in front of the screen and are so knowledgeable? So it really was a different feeling compared to the Faye in front of her. Specifically, one that holds and charges. The other, hey, it's the that works. Oh, so that's it. It's pretty good. It actually made me almost 1/10 of my strength. Mend opened his mouth with a grin. He definitely meant what he said, and that much was clear from what had happened to the women he charged before. However, it made Faye a little uncomfortable. Even though they were all charged up and physically convinced, their mouths were still unconvinced. Look down on who? Only 1/10? Humph. I don't believe it. She sat up straight, her nose humming lightly, and threw a seductive look directly at Mend. Here's a new twist for you. Want to give it a try? What? Just when Mengde was puzzled, he only saw the woman stick out her tongue and lick her red lips. Mend got it instantly. You still know this? Humph. I know a lot of things. Musical instruments are just one of them. Oh, hey, this woman is quite arrogant. But soon enough, Faye proved her words with her actions. And Mend, on the other hand, he looked up at the ceiling and let out a long breath. Indeed, a literary and military superb secretary. Day 2. Faye, who had successfully awakened her powers, walked out of the room with Mengde's assistance. Despite walking in a somewhat strange position, I guess, but still tenaciously from within the third floor room, came out not. It made Faye proud. Mend had been charging through the night and he kind of figured it out. This superb secretary is not only seductive, but also a defiant woman. Of course, this disobedience is not disobedience. To put it simply, both vegetable and fun-loving. Tough talker. But the point is that this woman also knows a lot. A lot of tricks. Don't even need him to teach them. Totally uninstructed. This makes him both angry and recharged. Now the moment he walked down the stairs and saw the women, he immediately pushed Mend away. What? Good. Use up the old man and throw it away. Right? Waiting. I won't let you call me daddy at night. I wouldn't be your Mend dad. Jiai, who knew how powerful her husband was, immediately stepped forward. Faye, are you okay? Including Aoshue and Sister Yun as well. They're the ones who went and did what Faye did last night. As good girlfriends, a little concern is natural, but the next scene directly caused them all to show odd expressions. Che, what can I do? I've even awakened my powers. You guys come with me and I'll show you. Faye was delighted and said all about to show off her powers, completely oblivious to the fact that he was speaking in an off-key voice. It wasn't until they were several steps away that they realized Jai and the girls were still standing in the same spot, and each one was watching her movements with great eccentricity. Jai, what's wrong with you guys? Why are you all looking at me? Faye spoke up suspiciously. You guys are coming with me. I need metal for my powers to work. It even beckoned to Jai and the girls, but what he heard was a sentence filled with doubt from Jai. Faye, your voice, why is it muffled? Reminded of this, Faye didn't believe it at first and pointed to her mouth. My voice is muffled? Ao Shui and the girls nodded their heads in succession. In the midst of their ears, they heard Faye's words, which were broken. The sound was also high and low at times. Faye was seen there with her mouth open, making a silent sound. Seeing this, Faye reacted. Ah. A scream, stuck in the middle of her throat, but she couldn't get it out. Anxious, she stomped in place. I. When Mengde saw this, but he directly couldn't help but puff and laugh. Ha. I'll let you have your way. Now you're convinced. Hearing Mend laugh, Faye completely understood. She jumped right on top of Mend with a toss. All. It's all your fault. Throwing up a shy little pink fist. It's a whack. In return, however, Mend laughed even louder. This was completely too much for Faye, and she ran into the bathroom in a state of disarray. I'm going to brush my teeth. Looking at Faye's wretched back, these women also knew what was going on. Jia, in particular, gave her own husband a helpless blank look. Honey, it's only Faye's first time. Why did you let her give you that? Mend hemmed and hawed, showing an extremely innocent expression. It's not my fault. She asked for it. Sister Bai and Sister Ru, a young woman who often needs to brush her teeth, and a mature woman who has seen it all. When they heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. The meaning was unmistakable between the glances. Young people these days, I'm afraid the only ones in the field who might still be blinded are Xiao Yao and Xiao Meibua. These two ninnies are naive yet. Sister, what are you talking about? Why I don't get it at all. A question that made her sister Jai's face blush. Seems like certain juvenile scenes come to mind. She does understand, after all, to give her husband that over. As for her sister, she's not there yet. Nothing, you don't need to know. What? But that made Yo-Yo even more puzzled. Little Mibwa's dumbfounded look seemed to say, Sister, what are you talking about? Why doesn't Mabel understand anything? Seeing this, Aunt Chang was not afraid of things. It's okay, you'll find out tonight when you go to your brother-in-law. Saying that, he also squeezed his eyes with deep meaning, rather like a wolf grandmother abetting a white rabbit to commit a crime. Chapter 98 Hubby, Faye knows she's wrong. It's okay, you'll find out tonight when you go to your brother-in-law. In the living room, after listening to Sister Chun Ying's words with guidance, it was only after a while that Xiao Yao reacted as an afterthought. Put, I don't want it. Sister Ying, you guys just know how to bully me. As this nymphette said, her little face had turned red. The image of being ravaged by her brother-in-law's Force 8 Gale the other night couldn't help but come to mind as well. It's atrocious. Seeing this, Aunt Shang, Sister Bai, a few women who often drink Nutrient Express, could not help but laugh. That's a funny one. This ninny, Big Mimi also got up the idea of teasing this innocent schoolgirl. Yo. I heard that Xiao Yao was happy when she was bullied by your brother-in-law. Xiao Yao couldn't take it anymore. That little face was blood red, straight into her sister's arms. Honey, you bully me too. Jia Yi laughed helplessly. Sister Ying, Sister Honey, you guys let Xiao Yao go. She's still thin-skinned. Since Armageddon, under men's protection, these women have not been affected by Armageddon in the slightest. The quality of life is only good and not bad, even compared to before the end. Usually stayed together and bonded a lot better. They were all men's women, and it was not uncommon for them to joke with each other. Of course, relatively speaking, Yo-Yo also just opened Bao not long ago. Compared to women like Mimi and Auntie Chang, who are always open up and down, they are naturally much worse. It's even more incomparable to a penetrating young woman like Sister Bai or Sister Ru. If we keep talking, Xiao Yao's blush would be a light one, and she would probably have to go and change her clothes, just like her sister. But when it comes to bullying his sister-in-law, Mendel definitely disapproves. A brother-in-law caring for his sister-in-law. That makes sense, doesn't it? And just as they were chatting, Faye, who had fled into the bathroom in disarray, finally came out after brushing her teeth several times. Just figured I was having too much fun last night. In the heat of the moment, he was pumped full of nutrients by Mend. So now, no matter how much I brush it, I still have a weird milky taste in my mouth. Including a couple of the women, who looked at Faye with strange eyes. So did Jai and the girls. Looking at this out of the good girlfriends, they just want to say, let you awakened powers. Did not let you take the initiative to find abuse. Faye, come to hubby. Mengda didn't say anything, but the moment he did, he directly ignited Faye Air's anger. Aha, die Mengda, bad husband, it's all your fault. Biting her lip, Faye jumped on top of Mendel and tossed him around for a while. The goddess still has a great body. Friction's ghostly melody. Once again, Faye, hubby, I advise you to behave yourself or hubby is going to be rude. Cut. You come I'll bite you to death. As if she wanted to vent, Faye was also competing with Mengde. Open your own red lips. And then, you're really biting. Aunt Chang and these women, watching the fun from the sidelines, couldn't stop laughing. After lunch, led by Mengde, the women arrived at the gym on the 3rd floor, being a villa built by Principal Wang with a lot of money. This gym is also well equipped with fitness equipment, treadmills, dumbbells, barbells, hummers, gantries, everything. There are even ranges in such places to practice shooting. It was here that Meng De had previously taken the women to practice formal marksmanship. Of course, I'm practicing at the back. It's not easy to tell when two people become one. And now, with the crowd looking on, Faye stepped forward. After a hard night's work last night, the woman had to be shown the rewards. He still wanted to experience the red lips of this superb secretary. Phil, showtime. Phil, showtime. Faye, who stood in the middle of the crowd at Men's gesture, was still a little nervous. A deep breath was taken before a hand was extended to a short distance away, as she unleashed her own psychic abilities that she had just awakened last night. The treadmill, along with the equipment on the side, was easily lifted into the air by her. Of course, this lifting is not the other lifting. It is a space, so instead of lifting, it makes more sense to say manipulating. But this scene directly stunned the women. Hiss. You know, all these equipment added together are less than 300 to 400 kilograms. But as far as they knew, the world record before the end of the world was only a little over 400. That's still the men's world record. As for the women's world record, long ago, I don't know where I've been dumped by this hand of Phil's. If Faye were to compete in the Olympics, she'd be a power girl champion. And looking at Faye, I guess she hadn't given her full strength yet. This metal manipulation ability of Faye's, it's not bad. Men smiled slightly. Naturally, Faye was happy to be praised by her husband. She also looked at her hands incredulously. It's amazing that my own self, who was brittle yesterday, is so powerful. After a while, adapting, the look on her face was one of suppressed excitement. Ha, if those zombies dare to bite me again in the future, I'll smash them to death. The woman gave a very ungraceful pinch. She's supposed to be ladylike, but now she's acting like a violent maniac. Mengde couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This woman, she's also looking down too much on her own awakened psychic abilities. How can a mere smash summarize this SS grade gold system ability? So just as she was happy, with a sudden movement of his mind, Mengde suspended a head-sized discus in the air not far away. His numinous powers, although the main one is speed and godlike, but it's not impossible to lift some heavier objects. It's just that the amount of nimbus consumed, it's going to be a bit more. Faye, be careful. Try this. As soon as the words fell, this discus flew directly towards Faye. Faye was still basking in the delight she had just experienced. Looking at the bullets flying towards him, he subconsciously closed his eyes. At the same time, her jade hand subconsciously slashed forward. Golden blade storm. A whirlwind of golden light in which sharp golden blades were interspersed flashed by. This discus was struck directly in the face, and then blasted into slag. Seeing this scene, the other women were even more surprised. Although they didn't know what that golden whirlwind was, the power of this attack, however, was laid bare. It's scary. At least they wanted to blast that discus like this. There weren't many women present within these women who had awakened their powers who could do it. If the metal manipulation just now was just a small test, but now it is really a big show. And not feeling the pain she had imagined, Faye opened her eyes as an afterthought. I'm fine. Clueless Faye was a little confused, looking up and down at his still intact self. The moment he did, he became even more complacent. See how good I am. Let's see who dares to bully me in the future. Ha. Saying that, the woman didn't forget to give Meng Di a provocative glance. This guy got himself in trouble last night. and I'm going to get it back tonight. Heck, I'm going to be on top. I don't know. In her husband's dictionary, there's no such thing as it's never too late to take revenge. He believes in revenge never sleeps. Hey, this woman. She's too crazy. With an instantaneous movement, Meng De arrived directly beside Faye, wrapping his arms around her body before she could react. With a few rhythmic crisp sounds, Faye called out, "Hubby." Faye knows she's wrong. Chapter 99, Bullying the Few with the Many. Big guts. You are already on your way to death. Faye, know you're wrong? Inside the gym, Faye didn't realize that she had been thinking 1 second that she was going to bet her husband to death for the rest of the night. As a result, the next second, he was held down on the couch. "Hubby, stop hitting." Faye really knows she's wrong. Hearing Faye's sincere confession, Meng De was satisfied. Due to Faye's regular workouts, her dolphin was much more erect than the average woman. If there weren't other women inside the gym watching, he wouldn't want to leave. The highs and lows have to be broadcast live. Mend got up, but Faye, who had been freed of her hands, couldn't even get up. Ahem. I know I'm wrong, so I'll let you go. The ladies looked at the scene in front of them, and all of them blushed. Hubby and Faye, actually playing this game in front of them. Auntie Chang and Mimi have the most say in this kind of game. They didn't have to look to know that Faye's dolphin was definitely red from her husband's beating. After all, hubby seems to be particularly fond of that part of them. With such an interlude, this demonstration of psychic abilities could only end like this. But even so, it made the other women feel the power of Faye's awakened powers, especially after their husband's explanations. Faye has awakened the SS grade gold system psychic ability Golden Flame Goddess, with the ability to manipulate all metals and unleash golden attacks. According to the division of psychic abilities, it should be the same as the psychic abilities you have awakened. They all belong to the SS class. Plus she's now a third-ranked alien again, and the gold system is an extremely powerful attacking alien category. That's why it looks so awesome. Of the 4 beasts of heaven and earth, the white tiger is of gold. Extremely killer. Of course, your awakened psychic abilities won't be bad either. Especially Jai, Dami and Aunt Chang. The ones you have awakened are on the attack side of your psychic abilities. In the future, you'll all know when you're familiar with using it. This is not something he, Mend, is making up. After all, the ones that were awakened were SS rank psychic abilities, so how bad could it be? Now if you put aside combat experience, Mend believed in these women of his who had already reached the third order of the alter ego. In terms of strength, it was definitely only stronger than Lang Feng and Lei Chang, who had only awakened their A-ranked psychic abilities. Even brother Kifu, who had awakened his S-class powers, was no exception. Kifu's strongest is melee combat, but Jia Yi and the others are mages. But if you really face danger, these women of his were definitely inferior to Lang Feng and the others in terms of vigor and reaction. Otherwise, Lang Feng and the others wouldn't have risked their lives and gone out to collect supplies for nothing. And they were convinced of their own husband's claims. Jia Yi, just from cleaning up the walkers these days, they can feel it. As the saying goes, no comparison hurts. For the same zombie, Lang Feng and the others needed 3 or 4 strikes to kill it. Jia Yi and the girls, on the other hand, only needed 1 hit. This was the difference in the level of awakened psychic ability. And all this, in turn, was bestowed upon them by this man. This made Jia Yi and the other women who had been awakened glad that they had met this man. Otherwise they would have died under the claws of the zombies. Not to mention awakening such powerful psychic abilities. As for the remaining Lu Ruyun and Su Juanru who had not yet awakened, they could only do nothing but envy. As for Miho and Ao Yuki, Ao Shui has awakened. Nibo needs Mengda to give her special favor from China's Onichan. Let her experience it. The majesty of Chinese men. The demonstration of the powers was over. Then it was time for the daily must-dos. While all the women, still looking at him gratefully, he hemmed and hawed. Beauties, do you think it's time for us to practicing today's Chan technique? At these words, all the women immediately changed a face. This man said Chang method, that is included 2 Chang method They are barely able to get out of this gym door after every practice I remembered that I hadn't gotten to the base today. The first to flee was Ao Shui. Then came Jai. I'm going to go help Ao Shui. Little spirit hasn't breastfed yet. I'll go check. Meibua, come on. I'll teach you Chinese. Even Faye, who had just been lying on the couch and couldn't get up, immediately braced herself. You guys wait for me. In no time at all 10 women were going to run out. Men's face went black. No, I'm not that scary, but it was good to know that he didn't want all the women to stay. After all, he doesn't have enough Chang. Aunt Chang, are you and Big Mimi both okay? So, hey, the evil salty hands reached out to the 2 women. No, we have things to do. Yeah, let's go see if Blackie's eaten. Aunt Chang and Big Mimi, who were suddenly named, immediately tried to slip away. Unfortunately, I can't outrun Mengde after all. It's okay, the Black Emperor can't starve for one meal. Come on, let's refresh our skills from yesterday. There's only one Chang here, so you guys talk about who goes first. Hey hey hey. Looking at the man's evil bad smile, the two women felt bad. It's over. It's time to test the sisterhood again. Mimi, you carry it, I'll follow. Big Mimi, I. An hour later, Mend left a trail of stocking fabric, walked out of the gym. The reason why it was over so quickly was because there was something else he hadn't done today. The problem of insufficient base defense that he thought of yesterday, he could finally solve today. Just as he stepped out of Villa 1, a junior rushed up. Mend recognized the brother as Strong, one of several brothers under Brother Kifu. Boss, it's not good. Brother Kifu got into a fight with a group of people. Due to the urgency of the matter, Strong's car didn't even stop, almost fell out of the car. Mend went straight up to help Strong, not even having to ask what had happened, and he had realized what was going on. It must be the off-islanders coming for us again. The treasure land of the Dragon Villa is now coveted by more and more people, and things were exactly as he expected. Before he even reached the gate of the base, he saw 3 unrecognizable third-order aliens frantically attacking Brother Kifu. However, with his awakened S-ranked psychic ability, Brother Kifu was not at all disadvantaged. There is even a hidden trend of counterattack, but when Mengde saw this, he was not relieved. Instead, there was an angry roar. Mud, making a sneak attack. Ha, big guts. You already have a way to die. Give me death. Xuanwu defense. Chapter 100, it's the end of the world. And you're talking to me about a bodyguard's moral bottom line? Mud, making a sneak attack. Ha, big guts. You already have a way to die. The reason why Mengde was so angry was because he could see from a distance that Brother Kifu was being surrounded by 3 strong men. If that's all that matters. I can't believe that behind them, there are people who put black guns. That made him intolerable. Xuanwu defense. This was the Earth-type psychic ability bonus he had obtained last night. From Fire, energy capable of exerting extreme Earth-type powers with unrivaled defense. Most importantly, if the spatial black hole could only be used by itself to defend itself, then Basilisk defense. So you can remotely give someone defense on it, as he was now. For example, a dozen meters away, Mend was able to lasso Kifu's brother directly. Boom! With a crisp sound, a bullet was fired directly at Brother Kifu. The 3 besieging burly men couldn't hide the sinister smiles on their faces when they heard the gunshot. Go to hell! Ha ha ha! The figure also showed despair, awakening the offensive strengthening department. He was still no match for Iron Pillar in terms of physical defense. Trying to stop this bullet is almost impossible. However, at that moment, a layer of earth-colored barrier suddenly surfaced in front of him. This earth-colored barrier was amazing. The exterior was flowing with a dazzling luster, and there were some mysterious runes on it. It was very much like the tortoise shell of a divine beast Xuanwu, but it was exceptionally sturdy and defensive. Its appearance not only blocked the bullets in time, but also incidentally blocked the alien attacks of the 3 people who surrounded him. It also directly made these 3 people freeze in place. But Brother Kifu reacted quickly and immediately returned the favor. 1 punch, 1 small karate, and all 3 of the sneaky burly men were knocked out. By the time their remaining men were still trying to shoot, it was too late, because Mend arrived in time. With one hand, he opened a spatial black hole and blocked all the bullets. In the other hand, the hand of the God of Thunder descended, supplemented by a sea of thunder. He also came down hard, without the slightest bit of politeness. With his 5th-order alien strength that he had just broken through last night, in Fire, it couldn't be easier to deal with these guys. Soon this group of henchmen, like a small shrimp, one after another were slapped to death on the spot by Mengde. This operation directly took everyone present and left them dumbfounded. The boss is awesome. The only 3 people who were still alive, Wang Yong, could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. This man is too brutal. There's no need to even do it. There's certainly no match. At this moment, they only wanted to curse. Had I known that the Royal Dragon Base had such a big brother in it, they're still taking orders from the hair. With this kind of strength, even if their boss came, he wouldn't be a match, especially the leader Wang Yong. The last time he came, he was directly slapped by a dog. Exasperated. This time he purposely even dragged in 2 third-order Ultrans who were just like him. It turned out that 3 people couldn't beat the janitor. Wang Yang was also suffocating in his heart right now, but surely Mend would not let them go. He just heard from his men. This group of people were the ones who had trespassed on his Royal Dragon Base last time. Having beaten the door twice, Mend was determined to kill. Tell me, who sent you? Where is the survivor base? As he spoke, His Nianli flying dagger was already aimed at the three men's heads. If these three people made any slightest move, he could take the lives of these three people at any time. Ask about the lair. Naturally, for decapitation purposes. It was just that what he didn't expect was that these three were hardened. One by one, they straightened their necks and held their heads up, rather like they were going to die heroically. Do it, we'll die before we betray our boss. Right, we can all be professional bodyguards. Not betraying your employer, that's the bottom line in our line of work. Hey, Mend was all amused. It's the end of the world, and you're talking to me about the moral fiber of a bodyguard? That's pure bull asterisk 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 asterisk. You really think I haven't seen the world, don't you? Watching these three constantly gulp backwards, he understood what was going on. Alright then, I'll put it another way. How about if one of you says it? I'll move this knife away from your head? Mend grinned and said with the smile of a wolf grandfather. The big Mimi couldn't have known better about the kind smile. This man hadn't used that smile a lot, latching onto her jade legs, doing bad things. You only get one chance, on the count of 3. 1. Needless to say, Mengde's words were still very tempting. The three Wang Yongs looked at me and I looked at you. While they were still hesitating, the countdown to death went off. 3. The flying dagger plunged straight into a man's head. Blood splattered onto the faces of the two Wang Yongs on the side. The two people who were still alive, Wang Yong, were instantly confused. What about 2? Oh, 2 was eaten by me. Mengde still had that same smile, but the two Wang Yongs looked like they had seen the devil. Being so intimidated, the two men didn't dare to mention anything about the professionalism of bodyguards. Said it that fast. It's like spitting beans, afraid that another person will say more than you, and right in the middle of their talk. Mend also realized what was going on. The group were bouncers inside a bar called 0 Point in the Warp Zone. The Zero Bar was robbed by their so-called owner right after Doomsday. Occupy for your own turf. And the purpose of their coming over was similar to what Mengde thought. They were sent over by their boss to rob the Royal Dragon Base. Only very unluckily, the first time he encountered the Black Emperor, he was almost killed by a dog's paw. The second time was even more unlucky. I met him, the god of killers. Can you leave us alone now? We've said everything. That's true. Mend had just seen these two almost both fighting over this. Sure. With a movement of his thoughts, the flying dagger directly disappeared. Seeing that the flying dagger that dominated their life and death was gone, both Wang Yong sighed in relief. Can we go now? Under the expectant gazes of the two Wang Yongs, Mengde shook his head. That's no good. I'm the one who keeps his promises. What's said is spilled. As soon as Wang Yong heard this, he became anxious. But you just said you'd leave us alone. Men still shook his head. You misheard me. What I said was, when you guys talk, I'll just move the knife. After saying that, Mengde also lost interest and directly signaled Brother Jingfu to make their move. Brat, you dare to lie to us? I'll fight you. Wang Yong, who learns that he won't survive, is completely desperate, yet all that awaits them is a bullet. The bullets they tried to sneak up and shoot just now are now returned to their own bodies. Boss, what's next? After taking care of the two men, Kifu came over and asked. Next? Oh, naturally, it's uprooting. P.S. The book group has been opened, 101-941-3379. Welcome Righteous Fathers into the group to chat and discuss the plot. There will be Righteous Father's favorite goddess Atlas. Chapter 101, a fat boss who doesn't know how to play football. Since he had made up his mind to cut off the roots, Mengde was ready to go. It was just as well that Lei Chang and the others had returned, and now the base had enough guards. Mend let Brother Kifu and Coldwind follow along. He's at least a big brother now. It's not like him to not have a little brother following him around. What I just didn't expect was a woman to arrive before the trip. I'm going with you. The visitor was Ao Shui. The woman was dressed in a black leather wraparound skirt, and she seemed to have been ready for this for a long time. But this wraparound dress is on her, but it showed off her perfect body, looking so bumpy and hot and tantalizing, coupled with that condescending to the core, cold face. It made his heart full of desire to conquer. That's not true. Once you're in the RV, Ao Shui was then cornered by this beast. Looking at the man in front of them staring straight at themselves, they all let out a ha-ha-ha-ha laugh. Ao Shui felt bad at once. Hands couldn't help but hug themselves, and his body couldn't help but fall back a few steps. The thump, thump, thump of high heels against the floor of the RV. You want, what? Ao Shui, I'm in a bit of trouble. An hour later, the RV pulled up. Men stretched comfortably. Standing in front of him was the red-faced Ao Shui. This iceberg goddess rubbed her sore hand. No talking to Jiayi about what just happened. Very high and mighty after dropping a line. Just rushed into the bathroom. Hey, this woman. Wait, sooner or later I'm going to clean you up. He yawned as he watched the woman's tantalizing dolphin that swayed with her body. Last night has been a riot so far. Didn't even take a nap. Then he was busy, slapping Wang Yong's wave to death in a few slaps. It made his head, well, a little dizzy. However, after Ao Shui, the iceberg beauty's massage just now, the head is much clearer. In fact, he is a decent man who does not care to do so, but there's no help. He learned from Ashua's mouth that the reason she came was still after Jiayi's arrangement. Smart as he was, he immediately understood Jiayi's intentions. This was creating an opportunity for him and Ao Shui. Figuring all this out, Mend must have had no problem getting on with it. He guessed that at this moment, the woman Ashue was busy, off to change stockings. According to the information Meng De had extracted from the two Wang Yongs, 0-point bar, which is not far from the Imperial Dragon base. It's located on a famous entertainment street in the EDC. If it had been before Armageddon, it would have been there in 10 minutes. There were a lot of walkers encountered along the way. There are zombies that have awakened their powers, from the first to the third order. Luckily he brought Kifu and the others with him, otherwise it all interferes with his work. Mendel got out of the car with Ao Shui. At this moment, they had reached that entertainment street. As far as the eye can see on both sides, there are various entertainment venues, various KTVs, bars, footbath clubs and leisure baths abound. At the end of the street, a bar called 0-point bar stood out. But just look at the level of decoration and you can tell that no one without a little money before the end of the day would dare to come here and dash around. Of course, in front of all the billionaire fathers in front of the screen. It must be a small amount of money. At that moment, Kifu ran over to report, "Boss, someone is blocking the road ahead." Meng De sniffed and looked, only to see that the front had been blocked by various obstacles. Behind the various obstacles, there was another group of people staring at them intently. There were about a dozen of them, holding all these cold weapons such as knives and axes. "Who are you? This is ground zero bar base territory. Be sensible and stay away." Meng De wasn't interested in listening to their nonsense and directly sneered. "Signal Kifu to do it. Give me the flat A over. I've been beaten at the door twice now, so I can't stand it anymore. It's his turn for revenge." Holler. Receiving Meng De's order, Kifu immediately rushed up with his men in excitement. It didn't take long for a scream to come through. Led by Kifu, a boxer, the fight went all the way straight to the front door of the Zero Bar. At the gate of Bar Zero, dozens of guards from Bar Zero's base had already gathered upon hearing the commotion. The one in the lead was still a third-order psychic, a grimace and a scar on his face. It doesn't look like it's going to be a good one either. "Mud, who the hell are you? Dare to kill someone from my base at Bar Zero?" But for Mend, those words don't do much good. Ignoring the words of this villainous NPC, Meng De directly made his move. The third-order alien was still cursing when suddenly his eyes widened. Unbelievably, he looked at the golden flying dagger that flew to his chest at an unknown time. The body then slowly collapsed. Mend gave a big wave of his hand. "Kill!" Tofugu and Coldwind took the brunt of the fight and caught their opponent off guard. Soon the knuckleheads were losing ground. Mend and the others were also advancing quickly towards the interior of the bar. During this process, the iceberg goddess Ao Shui, who was on the side, had been following Meng De's side, listening to the domineering words of the man beside her. Her eyes couldn't help but be flooded with little stars inside. This man is also too handsome. And just as she froze, suddenly she was slapped hard on the dolphin. The body was pulled into the arms of the man in front of her. The man's helpless voice was still coming from overhead. "I say sis, even if you're obsessed with brother, can you change the time? It's a fight now." As he spoke, Meng De threw out a fire dragon roar. An alien guard who tried to sneak attack was directly killed in seconds. And upon hearing Meng De's reminder, Ao Shui, who had been revealed to have a small mind, instantly became fiery on her stunningly beautiful face, but it brought her back to her senses, and she immediately unleashed her S-rank ice powers to rejoin the fight. As the icy blue light bloomed, the air became a few degrees colder. The Zero Bar base guards were killed before they could rush to her. This woman is still a good fighter. Mend nodded darkly. With Ao Shui joining them, Meng De's speed of their advancement was that much faster. It didn't take long to hit the top floor of this bar directly. Here, Mendel sees a fat boss who doesn't know how to play. The point is that he still knows. Liang Pan Lin, Chapter 102. Then I'm sorry. I like honesty. I don't know if it's the soundproofing in this ground zero bar that's so good, or is this group on the top floor of the bar playing too much? Anyway, when Meng De rushed up with his men, these people actually didn't react at all. It's not ignoring my buddies like that. I'm just asking, are you guys being polite? But when Meng De saw the scene in front of him, he didn't feel unsurprised, only to see that the top floor of the base of the 0-point bar at this time, it was a lively one. Dozens of pairs of men and women were dancing in a group inside the ballroom. Triple X and things like that are everywhere. Big landscapes, pairs of thunderbolts, coupled with a variety of enchanting dance moves. It's as if it's become the best stimulant for men under the neon lights of this red light. It stimulates, at all times, the nerves of every man. Beer and wine were scattered wildly and indiscriminately as if they didn't want money. Certain of my friends who get high on a regular basis must be well aware of the state these people are in at the moment. It was absolutely mesmerizing, dreamlike, and X in X. Nima, everyone got high. How can anyone even notice what's going on downstairs? In the center of the top floor, there is also a table similar to that used to fight underground boxing rings. It was enclosed by an iron fence in the form of a soccer field. The place was small, less than a third the size of a normal soccer field. The light from the incandescent lamp overhead was unusually bright. It allowed Mend and the others to get a good look at the scene inside. Inside a soccer field surrounded by iron fences, more than 10 men were having a fierce confrontation. Of course, the confrontation was a proper one. Really, it is definitely not a Chang to Chang, a physical hedge against a needle. The soccer ball under their feet is the best proof. There's a reason why it's a soccer in double quotes. That too. At first Mend didn't realize something was wrong, but then A.O. Shui, who had been following him, suddenly pulled him. Mend looked in the direction of her finger. He was unable to stop himself from sucking in a breath of cold air, because the soccer ball that was rolling under the feet of a dozen men was actually a living human head. The head was obviously a man's, cut off alive from above the neck. Then it was used as a soccer ball. At this moment, this human head, in the midst of your kicks and my kicks, was still continuously oozing blood. The soccer field was dyed blood red. Blood is dripping. The glaring eyes on the human head seemed to speak of resignation and injustice. Yet in the eyes of everyone on the top floor, it was not the least bit uncomfortable. Pairs of men and women in the ballroom, while exercising, watching the confrontation in the soccer field. An excited cheer went up. Even not far from the soccer field, inside a top box, the fat boss who doesn't know how to play Liang Panlu that men saw earlier. Boss Liang is enjoying the intense soccer game with a glass of champagne. As if admiring art, he praised it twice now and then. There was no longer any humanity in his face. This scene was seen by him, Mang De, through his Nianli perception. He considered himself to have seen the cruelty of the end times, but this is the first time I've seen such a flogging after killing A.O. Shui, Kifu Bro and these people on the side had all become disheartened. It's not that they have any kind of holy motherly heart, but it's just the nature of man. What's that saying? Man's nature is good, Mark Twain. At this moment, there was no need for Meng De him to do any pre-war mobilization. This group of his men can't wait to rush up and kill the group immediately. But Men stopped them. He has a better way. Seeing so many active soldiers of truth on the scene, he couldn't help but pull out his soldiers of truth. A desert eagle with the muffler off. These days, he had not only deeply experienced the killing power of this soldier of truth. What impressed me the most was that the soldier of truth voice was really nifty. But for the ongoing hardware softening project, it usually has a surprising effect. On the sidelines, Brother Kifu started to be stopped by Mend, who was full of doubts. But after seeing the soldier of truth that his boss pulled out, he immediately gave a thumbs up. The boss is the boss. He's so witty. But just by looking at the boss's familiar operation, he always felt that it was not a first offense. Even A.O. Shui, an iceberg beauty with a red face, couldn't help but quip, "This man, he's so bad." So after the men, led by Mang De, looked at each other, they all let out lewd smiles. The soldier of truth rings out with a loud ha 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 ha. Boom 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 boom. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet. 1 second. 2 seconds. After 10 seconds of silence, a thunderous applause instantly rang out. Ah! Asterisk 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 ah. Who the hell is stepping on a horse? Who the hell is spamming the soldiers of truth? Mad. Grass mud horse ah. I X you immortal board yo. The old man stepping horse is about to sprint. Who's confiscated the soldier of truth? I'll plant you 8 generations of plants. And to the chorus of praises, Mend was in awe. At the same time, the ghostly song of the purple Slurpee was ringing in my ears. Click here for more information. Click here for more information. Click here for more information. Look at it all. We've made another contribution to air pollution. It's well known that humans do some kind of indescribable exercise. It's all going to release some sort of flowery flavor. So, Meng De's wave. It kind of cleansed the air. But the price to pay is also huge. With Tafugu and the others shooting out the bullets inside the soldier of truth. Many of the soldiers of truth that were in motion have been silenced. Yet while the masters of these mute soldiers of truth were still emitting impotent rage, the next moment it was a complete scream. Tafugu led the charge right in. A handful of the Soldier of Truth aimed directly at their heads. This group of guards from Bar Zero, who had been swarming just a moment ago, numbered about 50 or 60. He didn't even have a chance to pull out his regular Soldier of Truth. Still blinded and letting out impotent rage, he became a direct captive of Men's men. And up to the moment when the lights on the top floor were all turned on by Mendel's men, it took those 50 or 60 people to realize they were stolen from their home. Mend was playing with the Desert Eagle in his hand, while watching with interest. A burly man held down dead at his feet. I'm the one who released all those Soldier of Truth sounds just now. I hear you're having a problem with that. Ha! Mend saw it most clearly. Just now it was this kid who screamed the loudest and the most excited one. The truth is that it is causing a huge amount of sound pollution. It's too much. No, I'm fine with it. Being held by the huge Desert Eagle on his head, Yang Wal gulped frantically. Sweat was constantly running down from above his head. Even though the moment the Soldier of Truth rang was the most crucial moment of his sprint, but he didn't dare to have the slightest anger or opinion at the moment. Well, very knowledgeable. You've got a lot of promise, young man. Mend grinned. In fact, Yang Wal, who was held down at his feet, was at least 30 or 40 years old, definitely older than him. But being addressed with such contempt, instead of holding back in his heart, Yang Wal was overjoyed. It looked like he had answered correctly. This person wouldn't be able to kill himself, right? And yet, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, next, the Soldier of Truth rang. His eyes were wide with disbelief. The last words I heard before dying were, "Sorry then, I like honesty." Chapter 103, No Snowflake is Innocent in an Avalanche. Yes, Mend he likes honest people. Lying drops. Pass don't drop work. You're interrupting a man's favorite thing, and you're telling me you don't have a problem with it? You really think you're stupid, don't you? Since you lied, you can die for your master. Looking at the body of the beaten to death Yang Wal, the group of bar guards who were held down by death were dumbfounded. We've all been scared to death of the Soldiers of Truth, and now it's wrong to answer no comment? But before they could react, they saw Mengda walking towards another person. It's a young man, with a head of blonde hair. He stood out among the group. But again, this young man was at the time when Mend and the others opened the Soldiers of Truth, being suddenly interrupted in the middle of a sprinting spellcasting phase. What's your name? Yi Bu Fan. Oh, do you have a problem with that? Mengda was smiling, but in Yi Bu Fan's eyes, it looked like a numb scalp, especially the Soldier of Truth on top of his head, as if it was constantly reminding him that Yi Bu Fan needed to be careful with his words. So for a moment, it didn't dare to speak freely. After all, the last person who opened his mouth, his body was still hot, but Mend wasn't about to let him off the hook. For such a pretentious guy, it's all a great danger to his apocalyptic existence. One must know that the one who dared to be called Bu Fan, again, had the same surname as Yi Tiandi. That's a tremendous amount of karma. The hell knows if this Yi Bu Fan, in the future, will fall off a cliff and meet an old grandpa or something like that. So it's better to eradicate it ahead of time just in case. Never let go. Silence? So that's a no? The tone of Mengda who said this became stern all of a sudden. Frightened, Yi Bu Fan trembled and said subconsciously, No, I have an opinion. It was said as loudly and urgently as if there were wolves chasing after him, but what he didn't expect was to be rewarded with Mengda's evil smile. Well, I like people who have their own ideas. And then, the safety on the Soldier of Truth, which was on top of his head, was turned right on. What? Yi Bu Fan was confused. No, you've complimented me on my ideas, and you're going to use the Soldier of Truth? Just as he was wondering, he finally heard the answer. Dude, the Soldier of Truth is on your head, and you have the nerve to say you have a problem with that? You are truly brave. Men shook his head and pulled the trigger straight away. Boom! With the sound of the Soldier of Truth, the self-appointed extraordinary Yi Bu Fan could no longer be extraordinary. The other bar guards who saw the scene were completely dumbfounded. If Yang Wal's death just now was doubtful, then Yi Bu Fan's death is a real ripoff. No. Why don't you follow the rules? Saying no comment is dead. Say you have an opinion, or die. After all, you just want us dead. Some of the bar guards who reacted immediately tried to resist, but before they could act, the death knell to hell had sounded. Kill them all. It's a waste of air to keep it anyway. There is nothing humane about being able to cut off a person's head and play soccer. These people Munda wouldn't dare to take. And the people who can use all this as a stimulant for the sport. Men and women are no different than the people up there who kick dead people in the head like it's a ball. In that case, why don't we physically override it together? In a word, no snowflake is innocent in an avalanche. Hearing Mengda's order, Kifu and the others naturally had no problem with it. After all, They were already furious when they saw the scene of kicking a dead man's head on the soccer field. For these people, even if Meng De didn't say anything, they would have killed them. And just as they were about to unleash the soldiers of truth, the door to the top box, which had been enjoying the soccer rivalry game, was opened. More than a dozen people rushed out. At the head was a fat man with a beer belly. That's right. This was no one else but the fat boss who didn't know how to play the game that Meng De had seen with his Nianli perception earlier, Liang Potlin, also known as Boss Liang. As soon as he came out, he shouted in an urgent voice, "Stop!" Meng De smiled, finally willing to come out well. "Live you paralyzed. Get out." Without getting an order from Meng De to stop, Qifu and the others naturally all pulled their triggers. In just 3 seconds, the guards on the top floor, including the woman, were all dead. Boss Liang, who had come out, was naturally furious. "Mud, bastard, are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to stop." As a bigwig on the side of the entertainment industry, no one had ever dared to disobey his words of Liang Potlin. This was true before the end, and it is even more true after the end. All those who dared to disobey him, the men killed directly. Women, on the other hand, either XXX first and then kill, or just XXX to death, like the original owner of this Ground Zero bar. It was the one who disagreed with him, Liang Panlin, occupying this place, and as a result, he was directly hacked to pieces. His wife and daughter were also XXX'd by his men, in turn. So one could imagine the anger in Boss Liang's heart at this moment, but men smiled disdainfully at this. "Ha, that's funny. If you talk, I'm going to listen. I really thought you were still the so-called big shot in the entertainment industry." One word, a direct block, forcing a Chinese superstar into hiding? The reason he said that, he must have known Liang Panlam, because what this asshole did, it was so ed up. Can you imagine a good business owner and sports amateur running to the playing field and directing blindly? It resulted in a straight-up loss in a must-win ballgame. You say it's ridiculous. He was also awarded that honorary title of fat boss who doesn't know anything about football. And what makes men think even more that this guy is an asshole is, this guy actually pushed back one of his very favorite actresses. Well, with a bit of a personal vendetta though. But the reason this one forced out that actress is bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe it's because the subterfuge didn't work and it got stormed out. There's a picture and a chat. Straight up nail-biting. Whack-a-mole facts. But just when everyone in the world, including Mend, was feeling indignant for that actress, this asshole actually has the nerve to backpedal and slander the actress for actively seducing him. Purchase of a water army that caused the actress to die of outright depression and autism. This is also Meng De, an intention in his heart. It's so hard to come across it now in the end times. How could he even talk to this guy in a nice way? Not to mention the fact that this guy sent people to attack his Imperial Dragon base. This was the information he had extracted from the 2 Wan Yongs who had attacked his base. Chapter 104, he really is. Bung Bu lives. 2 in 1. The top floor at the base of Bar Zero. Hearing Meng De's words, Liang Potlin was furious. Stretching out his fat fingers, he pointed at Meng De and said, "Good boy. It's been a long time since someone dared to talk to me, Liang Potlin, like this." At that, Meng De became even more disdainful. "You've got people hitting up my Imperial Dragon Villa base, and you expect me to talk to you nicely? Are you still awake and talking in your sleep? Do you not know how to play ball? Or is the head just a ball? Still can't talk to you like that? Oh, shelf is not small. Can really give their own face paste gold, not afraid to paste more fall down to smash feet." A very nuclear goodness reminder. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're in over your head. I can spoil anyone, but I can't spoil stupid X. Meng De had some verbal output, and Qifu and the others immediately laughed out loud at what they heard. Boss is awesome. Boss is mighty. I have to say, it's just comfortable to have a little brother to do things with. Other than that, at least the atmosphere group was in place. Even Ao Shui couldn't help but chuckle. Not only does this man know how to rip black silk with his hands, but his mouth. It's pretty awesome too. Being taunted like this, it gave the uninitiated Boss Liang an explosion of anger. But he kind of understood where Meng De's group was coming from. Couldn't help but curse Wang Yong's group. What a bunch of losers. Took so many people to the Royal Dragon Villa and it's still not done. And have people beating down the door. Mud. Still laughing, huh? Okay. Later, old me. I'll make sure you see your men with your own eyes. One by one. Die in front of you. Cut off the heads of all of them and kick them for me. And this beautiful woman. When I've had enough. And also we'll make these brothers of mine take turns to come up and love some, ha ha ha. Such a superb woman is not often seen in these last days. Speaking of which, Liang Potlin was greasy as he sized up Ao Shui. This aggressive gaze caused Ao Shui's face to instantly go cold. Just because she could be looked at that way by the man beside her didn't mean other men could. Your life, I want it. Hey, this iceberg president is an iceberg president. Speaking can be really dry, but obviously, it didn't scare Boss Liang across the street. Even though there were fewer people at the moment and his men were all dead, he wasn't the least bit panicked. Instead, he clapped his hands. Wang Mang, come out. As soon as the words left his mouth, a 2-meter-tall thug in a suit walked out. The size is about the same as Iron Pillar. To put it mildly, unlike the simplicity on Taiju, Wang Mang's face had a scar from his forehead to his chin. Like a centipede, it made him look extremely terrifying. It's not good at first glance. In front of Mangde, this Wang Mang's information also surfaced. Alien, Wang Mang. Ability level, early 4th order. Awakened ability, Iron Wall, grade B strengthening ability. It seems that this Wang Mang, who had reached the 4th level of Alien, was his Liang Potlan's greatest base. Men didn't have much of a reaction yet, including the men on his side. After all, they were well aware of their boss Mengde's strength. On the contrary, those people around Boss Liang were afraid of Wang Mang's appearance and quietly moved a few steps to the side. Mengde noticed that these people's fear of Wang Mang didn't seem to be just because of his strength reasons. Does this Wang Mang have any special hobbies? Mengde had just ventured such a thought when he heard Liang Potlan, that sorrowful voice. Wang Mang smash them to death for me. I'll fulfill all your fetishes, old man. However, in the face of Boss Liang's order, Wang Mang didn't even bother to pay attention to it. You're the ones who killed Wang Yong? Seeing Mengde nodding his head, Wang Mang, who was calm a moment ago, suddenly roared with murderous anger. Mud, do you guys realize that's my beloved family and friends? Brothers in arms. A blood brother who grew up sleeping under the same blanket. After not seeing Wang Yang and the others return for so many days, Wang Mang had already guessed the end of his brother. What? Well, brothers again, right? Men's face shows an odd expression. The next sentence isn't going to be a raise, is it? What he didn't expect was that this time it didn't follow his script, because this Wang Mang suddenly turned his weird gaze towards him. No, more accurately, it was scanning his body up and down. The eyes are full with aggression, and the tongue is still licking the lips very disgustingly. It made even men shudder. This guy can't be a pervert. It's only logical that I should avenge my brother's death when you killed him. But, well, you're so thin and soft, I wonder how you work. If you can take my own brother's place, I'll let you. Wang Mang didn't even finish his sentence. Mengde immediately blackened his face. He had gotten the message. Nima, this Wang Mang actually has a dragon's love. Mud, that look in his eyes just now. It was obvious that he was fixated on him. After all, after the system's strengthening of his body, the strength was increasing at the same time. His appearance and temperament changed quite a bit with it. I can't say I can compare it to the hikikomori in front of the screen, but at least it's a manly one. Otherwise, they would not have conquered so many goddesses by virtue of their own strength, right? If it was a superb goddess looking at him like this at the moment, Mengde definitely wouldn't mind. Would even be happy to have an in-depth conversation. But Nima is a man. Then get the hell out of here for the little man. He remembered Wang Yong's skinny appearance and then looked at this Wang Mang's tall body. He's really a brother who grew up under the same roof, isn't he? This wave, Mend was really disgusted. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Kifu-chan, go! Asterisk. Oh no. I'm gonna kill him. Getting an order from Mengde. Kifu couldn't wait to pounce. He had long ago been unable to tolerate this staggering Wang Mang, because he had just been one of the targets swept by Wang Mang. Muscle Man vs. Slugger. Seems like a straight up bad taste pull full. Dumbass. Congratulations on successfully grossing me out. Die for me. Facing the pouncing Kifu brother, Wang Mang was not afraid. Humph. A mere 3rd order alien. How dare you make a move in front of me? Seek death. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, he greeted them as well. The two men crossed paths right here in the middle of the penthouse ballroom. Originally, Wang Mang thought that with his strength as a 4th order alien, he would beat up a tiny 3rd order alien. It's still a handful, but when he actually fought brother Kifu, his face immediately changed. The man in front of him, although his stature was not as stout as his, and his alien ability level was below his strength was not weak at all. Both of them, moreover, were also offensively oriented strengthening exalts. It made him, a 4th-rank alien, have to take out 100% of his strength to deal with it. As they exchanged blows, a burst of clang sound of metal clashing also rang out. The level of intensity is not at all comparable to Master Ma, the kind of one-punch KO match. Seeing that the two people hadn't been able to distinguish between them for a while, Boss Liang also became a bit nervous. All of his current backbone came from Wang Mang, a 4th-rank alien. If Wang Mang can't win, then he's dead. Mind you, He only had about a dozen guards with him now. There was absolutely no chance of winning against the group of people from the Imperial Dragon base on the opposite side. Marred. This Wang Mang is also a waste. Fighting a third-ranked alien and taking so long. This Wang Mang was originally his personal bodyguard. After the Doomsday came, it was even a direct awakening of psychic abilities. Became the #1 warrior under his hand. A bit of a peculiar fetish, I guess, but it's helped him out a lot in the meantime. Each thunderous solution also gave him honeyed confidence in Wang Mang. But now this honeyed confidence is crumbling a little. Tothiko's power was something he hadn't expected in any way. Not only him, but even these people around him, couldn't lighten up anymore. On the contrary, on Men's side, it was a completely different scene. One by one, they're all easy as pie. With the boss, there are no surprises. Unconsciously, Mengde had become the faith of these people in Royal Dragon Base. Ao Shui was also looking at the duo who were exchanging blows in the field, but looking at it, it just didn't feel right. Looking down, the hand of the man beside her was at her waist. What about some of the little moves that keep coming? This iceberg beauty blushed at once. It was the first time she had ever been sneak attacked in front of so many people. No wonder Jai always said that this man is the best at sneak attacks, but she still had to hold it back, or it would be bad to make a noise. Mengde looked at the iceberg goddess who was suffering, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift up a bad smile. This woman, she's quite tolerant. Of all the people in the field, I am afraid that he is the only one who is still in the mood for such a pill. But the reason he put Kifu on was also to sharpen Kifu's skills, because he knew very well the strength of Kifu's brother. Although it was a little bit worse in terms of alien ability level, only the peak of the third order, but with the awakened S-rank psychic ability, it could completely make up for this gap in rank. Fighting Wang Mang into a stalemate was not a problem at all. The only problem is that Wang Mang's Iron Wall ability is a bit of a problem. This Iron Wall ability, in addition to the increase in force, Wang Mang is more of a body defense enhancement. It made Kifu, who was good at melee combat, unable to break through for a while. Taking a Tang sword and chopping on it, he actually only managed to leave a shallow bloodstain. Seeing this, Wang Mang was naturally proud of himself. Ha ha ha, brat, you box well, but there's no way you'll be able to break through my Iron Wall for an energy defense. My Iron Wall ability is capable of absolute defense and invulnerability. However, just as he was gleefully recounting how awesome his powers were, there was a sudden scream of pain. Asterisk 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 You stepping horse, how indiscriminately cut my brother. Wang Meng's entire body also collapsed on the ground, covering a certain place underneath his body in death. A drop of blood that keeps flowing out from underneath. He has made other men bleed, and now finally confiscated the tools of the trade. And the culprit, Brother Kifu, is dumbfounded. He really is. Seeing that he couldn't beat Wang Meng to death, in a moment of desperation, he casually made such a cut. Who knew it would just happen to cut there? When Mengde took a look, he was also speechless. Nice guy. It is estimated that killing this Wang Mang, also never thought that the face will come so fast. Last second awesome blew so loud. I really thought you were the reincarnation of Lao AI. As a result, that's it? It's really an absolute defense. So it's a chicken if it's flawless, isn't it? This drama-filled slash was also considered an early end to the battle. With the knife in Brother Kifu's hand, it was on Wang Meng's neck. His end was sealed. Don't let me go. Listening to his chicken talk, Mengde lost interest, and directly asked Jingfu brother to wipe his neck with a knife. The end of his life of not willing to be lonely and going forward and backward. This guy has a special fetish for never entering his Imperial Dragon base. It's all a potential hidden danger to Doomsday survival for him. And as Wang Mang died, Boss Liang, who was still clamoring just a moment ago, completely shut his mouth, and his entire body directly knelt on the ground. His face was pale and white, and the sweat that continuously flowed above his forehead was enough to illustrate the fear within him at this moment. The dozen or so guards beside him were about the same. Wang Mang is no match for them. How can they? The rookies? Don't be funny, okay? A dozen people kneeled that neatly, but even so, Mend won't let them go. The woman who insulted him and still wants to live? It's impossible. He waved his hand, letting Coldwind and the others take care of it. No, you can't kill me, or my big brother won't let you go. Mengde didn't expect that this guy would dare to intimidate him even now, and immediately sneered. Threaten me? Being stared at by this deathly gaze of Mengde, Liang Podlin sweated coldly. No, this way. I know the location of a wholesale market nearby. As long as you tell me, I'll take you there. There are tons of supplies in there. It's definitely going to work for you. Liang Podlin spoke frantically in an attempt to pique Mengde's interest, and men did light up before his eyes. Oh, is there another wholesale market nearby? This one can be had. Seeing that Meng De came to be interested, Liang Panlin wanted to say something else. I'm not sure. Meng De waved his hand directly. Well, thank you for telling me such an important piece of news. And in return, I'll reward you with death. After that, before he could do anything, A.O. Shui, who was on the sidelines, made the first move. I told you, I'll take your life. A frozen arrow pierced directly through Liang Wanlin's head. In this day and age, offend no one but women. Once Liang Panlin died, there was nothing left for the rest of them to say. Uniformly shoot down drops to work. After that was settled, the supplies for this zero-bar base were certainly not to be spared. Judging from the level of dashing of these people from Liang Panlin, the supplies they controlled were definitely not small. And it was just as he expected. Coldwind and the others soon found a few large warehouses. The amount of supplies stored was not in any way less than the 4 warehouses of Yu Huarongs that he had harvested before combined. I can't imagine that this Liang Panlin is still a big moneymaker. Seeing the supplies pile up inside the carry-on space that had been stowed away, Meng De was excited. And just as he was overjoyed, Brother Kifu rushed over excitedly. Boss, I found an island woman. Now I can finally start carrying the dispatches. Haha. Mendel? P.S. Thanks to Shadow Warrior Soul AC for the reward. Happy New Year's Day to all the righteous fathers. Chapter 105. Big brother to come on. Eat a peach good cold. Boss, I found an island woman. Now I can finally start storming. Haha. To be honest, hearing Brother Kifu's words, Meng De was really a bit confused. Playing with stems is playing with stems. He really didn't think that he could really find an island woman here. Before he crossed over, he was still single until his death. Not to mention island women. Even Chinese girls haven't touched a few. At most, I've been intimate with the teacher inside my cell phone, late at night. After all, who doesn't know that in life? He, Mend, is a super shy and innocent big boy. What young women are the most moist? Sisters fly together, mothers and daughters. He really doesn't know anything about it. Really, this is evidenced by the ancestral motto that has always been passed down from our ancestors. Not to mention island women. The island Yenba Shina Mibwa, who got it in the villa area, also got lucky. If it weren't for Principal Wang, who was so generous, he wouldn't have been able to come across it. Now that he said it, Meng De was immediately interested. Go on, check it out. Led by Brother Kifu, Mend and the others arrived inside a house next door to the bar. The house was small, with only 2 floors. On the upper level, Mendel saw a room full of survivors. Most of them are women, very few men, but without exception, they are all somewhat facetious looking. Brother Toph had asked all about it before he arrived. These survivors, they are all waitresses or escorts on this entertainment street. Ever since the 0-point bar was occupied by Liang Panlin, they were captured and imprisoned. The purpose of imprisonment, Meng De think also know. Women can use it to remove fire. Men, probably reserved for Wang Meng's use. The reaction of the eyes of those guards on the top floor looking at Wang Mang before was enough to explain everything. Men came to the island woman that Kifu had mentioned. It's a little dirty to look at. Keeping his head down all the time, Meng De was only able to see it clearly through his Nianli perception. An island kimono outfit, pale skin, pretty face, and a petite, cute kind of body. Everything seems to fit the island woman's outfit. But when Meng De finished reading the system information of this woman, he couldn't help but look odd. Is this the island woman you were talking about? Right. Not bad. I'm taking it back tonight to carry the dispatches hard. Kifu's face was all suppressed excitement. Hands are even more all over the place. I can't wait to pounce on it. When Meng De saw this, he really couldn't bear to break this kid's beautiful fantasy. Only to pat Kifu's shoulder. You need to stop taking a good look. Look closer this time. After saying that, Meng De didn't care about him and walked out by himself, leaving Brother Kifu standing in the room full of confusion. Cold Wind followed suit. This guy is not interested in island women. These days, men kind of knew the guy's hobbies. If you don't like young girls, you like older mature women. Simply put, a stuffy plus straight guy. At this moment, following Meng De to the outside of the room, seeing the mysterious smile hanging out of the corner of Meng De's mouth, he still couldn't help but ask, Boss, is something wrong? Meng De smiled mysteriously and whispered a few words in his ear. It instantly made Coldwind startled. Ah, boss, you said it was a guy. Mend nodded. According to the information from the system, the so-called island woman was dressed like that on purpose. Mend guessed it was to satisfy some people's special hobby. Don't believe me? Then we'll see later. Inside the room, Brother Kifu was filled with doubt, but eventually decided to turn his lust into action. Well, practice makes perfect. The boss said for me to look closer. So take off the damn kimono. Makes sense, doesn't it? This island, you scorn butterfly. Don't you be afraid. Ayu Jingfu will be very gentle. Oh, Tofiko hemmed and hawed and got on with it. It didn't matter that this was on. As soon as I molded it, I realized something was wrong. Why is this one of yours so big? A second look. Asterisk. Ah. You stepped on a horse and are a pseudo-mother asterisk. Kifu's near collapse came from inside the room then. Men and women are the same. People are good at what they do. Big brother, come on. Eat a peach good cool. Roll. All of you. Not long after, Kifu rushed out with a black face. As soon as he came out, he saw that outside the house, Mengde and Cold Wind had long been bent over in laughter. Ha. Cold Wind, who was always calm and collected, even joked. Brother Kifu, how is it? Is it good? Toastmaster's face, darker to the naked eye. Don't talk to me. Leave me alone for a while. Then, Brother Kifu was heard roaring towards the sky. Mad. Where's the promised basic sincerity between people? The men duo laughed even louder. With his previous experience, Mendel didn't have to work very hard. Then he managed to convince, and all the survivors followed him back to the base. In fact, there's nowhere else for them to go. If they don't follow Mengde, what awaits them is a death. Over 100 survivors, squeezed into a couple cars, and from the mouths of these survivors, Mengde also learned the location of that nearby wholesale market. With that, a group of people drove towards the wholesale market a kilometer away. It took less than 10 minutes to get there. Unfortunately, however, Mengde and the others were too late. He had just gotten off the bus, and from afar, he saw a dozen cars parked at the entrance of the wholesale market. There are still bodies of killed walkers on the ground. Inside the wholesale market, there were also the constant sounds of killing and screaming. Obviously, someone here has already gotten a head start. At that moment, Kifu's report from the convoy pioneer was also heard on the intercom. Boss, I just went in and looked around, and there's a group of people in there who got in first before us. What now? Mendel thought about it. Let's go in first and take a look around. After saying that, he asked Cold Wind and the others to guard the caravan. He let Ao Shui inside. It says it's a wholesale market, but it's really just about the same as a food market. Once inside, there are merchants on both sides. The merchant's door had been vandalized, and from a distance, you could see the various goods still on the counter. For example, fruits, vegetables, meat products and the like. But Armageddon has been coming for so long that it's basically rotting away. It's a good thing that Mend isn't rushing these things either. He's targeting the warehouse behind the wholesale market. It's a relatively well-preserved facility, and things certainly don't spoil as quickly. There were still a lot of corpses on the ground where the blood hadn't coagulated, so it was probably done by the previous group. Under Brother Kifu's guidance, the two of them, Mengde, soon arrived at the end of this wholesale market. A huge warehouse that came into view. Countless zombies, chasing after dozens of people, were pouring out of it like crazy. A prompt from the system, 2, popped up. Ding! Attention host, 4th Order zombies have appeared. P.S. Book Club number 101-941-3379. There's a goddess in the group for you. Chapter 106, the 4th Order zombies have appeared. I'm only at the 5th Order. It's too dangerous. A 4th-rate zombie? Hearing the system's prompt, Mengde froze. To be honest, now the lower-rank zombies, 1st to 3rd rank, were no longer a threat to him. 4th Order zombies are still powerful. At least it was that much more of a threat than the low-level walkers were to him. So he didn't have the slightest fear in the face of the zombie horde that was pouring out at the moment. Still standing calmly in place, he directly opened his Nianli perception. Soon enough, behind the zombie group, he found the 4th Order zombie that the system had suggested. It was actually quite easy to find, as this 4th Order zombie was clearly a block larger than the average zombie. The face was grimacing, and the arms were still able to make some simple movements. By the looks of it, the physical agility and coordination were not something that those low-rank zombies could compare to. What's more is that this 4th Order zombie, it seems to have a little bit of threat-sensing ability. The moment he was swept by Mengde's Nianli perception, he actually had a slight physical reaction. In the next second, there was even a sharp hissing sound directly. Ho! Hearing this hissing sound, the zombie group that had just surged out from inside the wholesale market immediately stopped in their tracks, and little by little, like a tidal wave, it began to return inside the warehouse. The few people who had just cried out for help escaped in the process. However, in Mengde's Nianli perception, the 4th-rank zombie was still eyeing him intently. The gray eyes were filled with scorn. Seeing this, Mengde came to be interested. Hey, that's kind of funny. This 4th Order zombie seems to be in existence similar to the Zombie King, able to order the lower-ranked walkers under his command. It's a phenomenon that Mendel hasn't seen much of in his time. High-ranking zombies have some control over zombies that are below their zombie level. And still, As the zombie level increases, the more zombies that can be commanded will increase. It's actually quite understandable. The spiritual intelligence of a low-level zombie is equivalent to that of a high-level zombie. Just like the difference between a child and an adult. You've seen adults with children. You've never seen children leading adults. So if Mengde was right, a hierarchical pyramid structure also existed in the zombie population. This fourth-order zombie would never be the first fourth-order zombie, nor would it be the last fourth-order zombie. As the apocalypse goes on longer, the zombies will get stronger. Sooner or later, zombies beyond the fourth order will also appear. Menti has always been in a state of peace and a sense of crisis. Looks like going back. Gotta speed up the pace of obtaining system rewards. Fourth order zombies have appeared, and I'm only fifth order, so it's just too dangerous. That's not good. The alien ability level gap has to be widened for that to happen. Just as he was thinking to himself, Ao Shui on the side suddenly moved. Stop. Those who approach. Death. As she opened her mouth coldly, the icy blue light blossomed. The ground beneath his feet was also covered in frost with the naked eye. Brother Kifu, who had come in early, also rushed up with a dozen or so of his minions. Pulling out his weapon, he directly blocked in front of Mengde's duo. If there was any danger found, they would definitely use their own bodies to help Mengde and the others fend it off. And Mengde, who had heard the commotion, immediately came back to his senses. Seeing that the few Hanyu who had just managed to escape from inside the warehouse were gasping for air and coming towards him, and seeing that he had been warned, a round-faced youth at the head of the group immediately stopped in his tracks. A goofy smile appeared. Take it easy, we're not coming over. We just wanted to come over and thank you for saving us. The few youths that followed behind them also nodded their heads in a rush of agreeable concurrence. Even when they looked at the guns in Kifu's hands, there was a hint of fear in their eyes along with a hint of envy. My name is Runtu, and I'm from the nearby village of Zhou. You're survivors from the neighborhood too, right? Upon hearing this familiar name, Mengde's eyes immediately appeared in front of him as a stabber boy. An odd look could not help but appear on his face as well. Subconsciously, he picked up. Just your name is Leapfrog? Why don't you call Cho Shuren? Mendel swore that he really reacted subconsciously, but to his surprise, the Runtu in front of him actually jumped up in excitement all of a sudden. Ha! You know us, my old man. His name is Joe Shuren. A mount. The corner of Men's mouth twitched. Embarrassing. The fear of being dominated by a certain text also instantly enveloped him. A full golden moon hangs in the deep blue sky, and below it is the sandy beach. In between was a young boy of 11 or 12. Yes, I recognize. Not only do I know, but also ask the entire Chinese elementary school students, which do not know your big name Leaper Tha. You guys are so famous, we don't even want to get to know each other. What? When these words came out, Brother Kifu and the others immediately cast a puzzled look at Mengde. It was as if to say, Boss, we don't know each other and we don't know. Don't be our mouthpiece. We don't recognize it. Even Ao Shui had a strange look in her eyes. When did you meet? How come I don't know? You should know that these days, they were trying to understand the inside story of men's help for women to awaken their supernatural powers. Couldn't help but ask Jai about this man. Not only do they know that this man is an employee of her company, and it also gives a detailed understanding of his family situation and life story. As their best friend, Jai didn't hold back on them. It was even made plain to them that this man, most of all, liked to tear stockings. Otherwise, Fair wouldn't have intentionally gone to this man's room late at night wearing a black silk uniform. It's a naked attempt to seduce this man into committing a crime. But for this one called Runtu, she's a real mother hen. Well, it seems there's still not enough to know. Gonna have to go back and dig a little deeper. Ahem. Being looked at by Brother Kifu and the others like this, Mengde was also a bit clammed up. Don't even know how to explain it. But he could understand that, after all, the world he had traveled over was still different from his original world. A lot of famous people weren't here in the world before he crossed over, including his favorite teacher Mikami also disappeared. This is something that he, thrice, had confirmed with Ojimbo. He remembered that Kamabo's exact words were, "Is this Mr. Mikami famous? Maipo doesn't recognize O. But I have a good girlfriend named Yama ********. I'll introduce you to Oni-chan sometime. I'm sure Oni-chan will love her as much as she loves Maipo. She's a girl group trainee just like Mibwa." Pulling back his thoughts, Runta became even more excited to hear Mengde say that. Really? I didn't even know that we were so famous. Haha, I knew it. My grandfather wasn't wrong. I'll really be a big star in the future. Mend. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch up completely. Chapter 107, Mengde's smile. Life and death. Boss, what happened to your mouth? Noticing the change in Men's face, Brother Kifu asked. It's okay. Men shook his head. he kind of realized that this kid Runtu was a simpleton. It's still a pretty good setup for this kind of simpleton. Soon, Mend learned from his mouth where he came from. Like he said, this runny earth is from the nearby village of Zhou. After the end came, the survivors inside several nearby villages were united to form a survivor base. A group of people rely on the awakened supernormal ability, hard with the hands of kitchen knives, axes, harpoons and other cold weapons, survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Then the neighborhood ran out of supplies, which forced them to come out in search of food. Who knew that as soon as he came out, he would encounter the fourth order zombie from earlier? Dozens of people had gone into the warehouse, and as a result, only 5 of them were left alive now. To be honest, with so many zombies, it was still possible to come out alive. Strength-wise, Runtu was a third-ranked S-ranked Earth Exalt. The other 4 were all second-order psychics. Humanity isn't bad, at least what Mendel saw just now. If it wasn't for Runtu's desperation at the end, the others would have died inside the zombie horde. Hearing this, Mengde had already developed a love for talent. It's a pity that head we can't fight, can't avenge those brothers in my village. I can see that Runtu and the others are quite affectionate. For in saying this, the naive faces of these men of Runtu were full of hatred. Revenge is very much on his mind. Mengde's mind moved. This is not the opportunity to solicit. Not come. Of course this is something that men certainly can't say explicitly. How dare you take on this porcelain job without showing some strength? By the way, Brother Mengde, you guys are also here to gather supplies? Mend nodded. After talking for so long, it was time to tackle that fourth order zombie inside. We'll go with you. As Runtu opened his mouth, several people behind him nodded their heads. No, you guys just watch. I'm fast. Mendel waved his hand in refusal. A mere fourth order zombie. He didn't put it in his eyes yet. If he let Runtu and the others follow him in, he guessed he'd have to put in some effort to save them. Looking at Mengde, 2 people, resolutely towards the warehouse inside, Runtu immediately a little anxious eyes. Brother Mengde, be careful. That zombie monster is very powerful. Dozens of us are no match. Runtu was about to say something, but was stopped directly by Kifu. Don't worry, boss, he's invincible. No one is a match for the boss. It's over when you wait and see. Kifu is confident, and he's not making this up. In all the time since the end of the world, he hadn't seen a single person or zombie that had gone through 3 moves under the boss. It's all crushed all the way through. Even he, the peak of the third order, was no exception. And just as they were talking, Mengde and Ao Shui had already walked to the door of the warehouse. The inside of the warehouse was pitch black, like an abyss that swallowed everyone who entered. Mend wrapped his arms around the waist of the woman next to him. Ao Shui's stunningly beautiful face immediately flashed a flash of scarlet. Subconsciously, he tries to struggle, but Mend stops him. Don't move. I'm trying to locate that walker. He hadn't wanted the woman to follow him in, either, but this woman just wanted to come in and see. There's no way. He couldn't say no, but what he didn't expect was that upon hearing his voice, Ao Shui beside him struggled even more instead. No, you touched me on that. Mend's nimble sense was always on. It doesn't matter what you see. After reading it he exclaimed, good man. His hands. He's been wandering around the mysterious forbidden area of this iceberg beauty. Embarrassing. Ahem. Get used to it. Ao Shui's face turned even redder. No wonder Jai always said that this man is the best at sneak attacks. That sneak attack really did put her on the defensive, but she still had to hold it back, or it would be bad to make a noise. Mengde looked at the iceberg goddess who was suffering, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift up a bad smile. This woman, she's quite tolerant. As they went deeper, the inside of the warehouse brightened. What came into view were mountains of supplies, and hundreds of walkers. At the moment, it was eyeing them, the outsiders, intently, and at the end of them, the fourth order zombies stood upright. Finally, Mend smiled. Life and death. Even though it was separated by hundreds of zombies, that fourth order zombie immediately sensed the danger coming. Ho! As it screamed, hundreds of zombies swept in like a tidal wave. First to third orders abound, but Mend wasn't the least bit intimidated. So did Ao Shui, and when she leaned on this man, she didn't have to be afraid at all. Meng did directly put on the Xianwu defense, an excellent defensive weapon, to her side. With this to protect her, even if she encountered that fourth order zombie, she wouldn't have to be afraid. Of course, Mengde wouldn't give these zombies a chance to get close to them. Swamp of Earth. This was the second Earth ability he had acquired from Faye that night. This ability is simple and serves one purpose. Siege, which slows the movement of the person or walker hit, or even engulfed by the power of the swamp. And a group siege alien. Now as he let out a soft cry, an earth-colored light ball had coalesced in his hand. Looking at the group of zombies rushing towards him, he threw his backhand. Throw you ram. A bright yellow light instantly blossomed in the zombie group. In the next second, even more so, a swamp with mysterious devouring power was formed under the feet of these zombies, and gurgling black bubbles. It was extremely scary to watch. The effect is also extremely remarkable. These zombies that were just now flailing, now immediately trapped. It's like their feet just disappeared for a second. All that could be done was to keep struggling in place. But it's a swamp. The more you struggle, the faster you sink in instead. So their zombie bodies, too, little by little, began to sink. And that's when it was Ao Shue's woman's turn to appear. Do it! Use your ice powers. Since he had taken advantage of this woman a little, he had to give her a little chance to show off. You have to give up in order to get something, right? Hearing Mengde's words, Ao Shue nodded, clamping down on the hand that was acting up. She red-faced and extended her jade hand. An icy blue light began to bloom. The ground was immediately covered in frost, and a little bit towards the zombies caught inside the swamp. There was already water inside the swamp, and it was a perfect match for Ao Shue's ice-based psychic ability. It quickly froze the zombies right in place, like a work of art. It is highly ornamental. Chapter 108. There's a little bit of wisdom, but it's still a big stupid spring. I have to say, the goddess is just extraordinary when she strikes. Not to mention extremely good looking. It came out so beautifully. How can he, a man who can only move his arms and legs, be embarrassed? But the good thing is that this woman is his. As a loud ringing finger rang out from Ao Shue, the group of zombies that had just been frozen into works of art immediately shattered into pieces. The whole thing was valiant and beautiful. It's full of spectacle. In a moment of joy, Mend increased the movement of his hands. With this sudden movement, Ao Shue almost became unsteady on her feet. Don't. Ha. This woman. Her mouth says no, but her body is still honest. Returning to the warehouse, he watched his zombie minions die in front of him. The fourth order zombie was outright furious. Ho! The limbs swung, and more so, as they rushed toward him with a twist and a turn. The mouth was even directly open, and a ball of flame was directly ejected from its mouth. Men saw this and shook his head. A little bit of wisdom, but still a big stupid spring. It's time to end it. As soon as the words left his mouth, a fire dragon covered in burning flames emerged from his hands. Each scale shimmered with a metallic sheen. The huge dragon wings unfolded, covering the sky and bringing up gusts of wind. The next second roared towards the fourth order zombie. Ow dash! Wherever the fire dragon went, the floor of the warehouse was instantly scorched, sending out rolling smoke. The hard rock underneath the ground also melted under the heat and turned into hot lava, like a torrent of destruction. It cut a deep furrow in the ground. The fourth order zombie let out a sharp hiss under this power. Ho ho ho! Like a final plea for mercy before facing death. But no matter how much they hissed, they could not ultimately escape being destroyed. Stop screaming. Be good and be overtaken by this young man. With the crystal core falling to the ground, the zombie didn't even last a second and burned to ashes. The whole process was simply more crisp and clean compared to Ao Shue's movements. It made Ao Shue look dumbfounded. Even though she had expected it, even she, facing this fourth order zombie was still a bit troublesome too. But in front of this man, it was as simple as crushing an ant. And the whole process, the exploration of her mysterious forbidden land by her big hands did not stop for a moment. It made her all emotional for a moment. Ah. This man is also too strong. Men sniffed and guffawed. Hey, the smell of the sea again. Outside the warehouse, Brother Kifu and his dozen or so men were chatting calmly. They even all started discussing which beauty they would find to have a good chat about their life aspirations when they returned to the base. Share the energy of the trip out. The only ones who were still walking around worried were the simpletons. Run to. How long has this been going on, Brother Mengde? Why haven't you come out yet? But I'm in a hurry. Mend, who had just come out, was still a little touched when he heard this. This Runtu was still quite worried about his future boss. But when he heard the next words, he instantly blackened his face. If anything happens and my grandfather finds out, I'll have to beat me to death if I let my savior die in there, the guy said, and scratched his head nervously. That's a pretty naive lot to look at. Mengde shook his head. If he didn't know Runtu's nature of saying whatever he wanted. Otherwise it's really up there to show the majesty of the boss. What are you doing? Men's words woke them up. Tafiko and the others were not surprised, all with welcoming smiles. But Runtu and the others could be thrilled. Great. Brother Mend, I'm glad you're alright, said and looked back and forth. Hey, where's that zombie monster? Mengde was sort of defeated by this one's intelligence. In a way, it's in there. Go in and see for yourself. Hearing Men's words, Runtu stepped inside. Within moments, the sound of them crying and screaming was heard. Xiao Chang, you can rest in peace. After coming out, Runtu, who had gotten that the fourth order zombie was dead, directly knelt in front of Mengde. Brother Meng, thank you for helping us take revenge. From now on, my life is yours, Rundle said with conviction, along with a few of his brothers behind him. It was a bit naive, I guess, but the determined look on his face was not fooling anyone. Mend helped them up. It's okay, we'll all be brothers from now on. What is your business is naturally our business. It doesn't matter if it's life or not. Mend also just blurted it out. After all, his purpose was to recruit this group of people inside his base, but who knew that Runtu, the bastard, was quite serious. No, my grandpa said that one should know how to repay a favor. You helped me, and I'm going to repay you. Alas, Mendel seemed to shiver. He knew then that a pathetic barrier had come between them. He can't speak either. Although he was a bit helpless with Runtu and the others, he was able to take in the group without any problems. According to Runtu, they have other survivors in Choja village, so Mengde led Cold Wind and Kifu brothers, and they followed Runtu back to pick up the people. Before leaving, this one heard that he was going to a big villa. Immediately ouch on the car. The whole group was thrilled. Boss, you guys wait for me, we'll be right back. Watching Runtu wave his arms excitedly toward himself in the far-off car, Mend waved back. He had just planted the seed of consciousness on them, so he didn't have to worry about their loyalty. Speaking of which, this one's nature is comparable to Taiju's, probably very chatty. Now he doesn't have to be bored. Taiju. An hour later, Mengde and the others successfully returned to the Royal Dragon base. All the survivors that were brought back were handed over to Yao Yang, a group of beauties from Baikon, to arrange. They now do all the logistics and day-to-day management of the entire base. These days, it's all done well, with few problems. It was also explained to them that there was another group of survivors to follow, so that they should be prepared in advance. Don't worry, what are you worried about with us? This group of beacon beauties agreed to that with a vengeance. Mend was relieved to see this. He was about to leave when he realized that Arigato was getting closer to him. He had been cornered in a villa. You, what do you want? One of the woman's black silk legs had been raised to his shoulder. Lean, walloped by this woman again. It's nothing, it's just that this leg has been a bit uncomfortable for the past 2 days. Wanted to ask you, can you press it for me? Hearing the words, second by second, Mend instantly understood. This woman is wanting it. Chapter 109, The Little Demon. Take your life. Arigato's charming breath hit Mend's face one by one. The red lips close at hand exuded a captivating allure. The distance between the two was so close that it almost broke through zero. Can you help people press it? People here. It's really uncomfortable, being walloped like this by Arigato, and these seductive words. Mend gulped frantically. Unconsciously, the hands turned on the upward autopilot system. We are about to touch the mysterious Forbidden Land. Arigato, however, violently pushed him away, and her big slender legs withdrew, and with a smile on his face, Jai-san was right. You're just a big shyster. I can't let you eat me so easily. Otherwise you're so womanly, I'll have to stay alone for less. After saying that, the high heels stomped and ran away. The speed was so fast that it dazzled Mend. It wasn't until a few moments later that he responded. I'm being molested. Played with the eagle for 2 months. Finally froze and let the eagle peck off. And, you started the fire. What am I supposed to do when you're gone? A manual fire extinguisher? This woman owes to be cleaned up. He's really just a big helpless guy. Shaking his head, he headed towards Villa 1. Ao Shui went back a long time ago, or else she wouldn't have let Arigato catch a chance off. It was dark when they returned to Villa 1. Just as she walked into the villa, Sister Bai happened to come over from within the villa. Back just in time. Dinner is ready and waiting for you to eat. Go wash your hands first. Aha! Today's Sister Bai is wearing a white sari. It accentuated the voluptuous figure perfectly. Big Thunder is so amazingly large that you can vaguely see some deep grooves in the scenery. The exposed jade legs were smooth and tender. Standing inside the bathroom door, she was like a grieving woman looking for her husband. It's very tempting. Just a moment's effort made that flame and Mengde's heart burn even brighter. The body, quite consciously, went behind this young woman. Gently, he gathered her into his arms. Sister White, full of young women. The unique fragrance of a young woman lingered between his nostrils. Oops, little scoundrel, you can't do bad things here. Jai and the girls are still waiting for us to eat. Sister White was red-faced. He said no, but he already understood his man's intentions. The petite body was even slowly kneeling down. At the table, Jai, the women, were ready to eat, but every woman knows her stuff. The only man in the house wasn't at the table, and that one didn't move his chopsticks. 20 minutes had passed since they saw Sister Bai follow Mend into the bathroom. The two haven't come out until now. In the arms of Suju and Ru, a mature woman, came the sound of little Linger's little belly protesting. Mommy, why isn't Big Brother back yet? The little spirits are hungry. Little Spirit beamed. It was so cute, yo. Just wait. Your big brother is quick. Oh. Sister Ru was still comforting, but Jiayi was the one who spoke up. Why don't you guys eat, and I'll go check it out. After that, he headed toward the bathroom. Experienced as she was, she already had some sort of guess in her mind. Hubby probably dragged Sister White to do something bad. After all, doing bad things in the bathroom. She's a precedent. Sure enough, just came to the bathroom door. Through the hidden doorway, two figures were seen. Kneeling Sister White and sitting husband. Hubby closed his eyes and stroked Sister White's hair. The words were still softly mumbled. Sister Bai, you're so nice. Put. Jiai's face instantly reddened, hesitated for a moment, not entering to interrupt. I heard about that kind of thing that was abruptly interrupted. That's going to have an effect on the future. Jiai, who returned empty-handed, was naturally questioned by Aunt Chang and Mimi. Where's Hubby and Sister White and the others? Jiai forced herself to stay calm. No need to wait. Sister White is probably full by now. Hubby, I guess it's almost time. As she spoke, Jiai's face was red. It's the first time she said this kind of springtime statement. But the good thing is that all these women here have basically never been slimed by men. Half of the women's goddess atlases are lit up. With this unspoken statement from Jiai, it was only natural that these women understood. After all this time, a man and a woman in the bathroom can't be doing anything good. Humph, what a little scoundrel. Here we are waiting for them to eat, but they are just eating their own. He's going to have to pay for it tonight. Faye swore with conviction, a bad smile already appearing at the corner of her mouth. And I don't know what came to mind. On the side, the undead Auntie Chang picked up the conversation unkindly. Oh, with what? Is it that mouth of yours up there again? But don't play with flowers. Your voice will be muffled again in the morning. These women couldn't help but laugh at this statement. They all knew about Faye last night. It's natural to banter with each other. Ouch. Sister Inger, you're here again. I've been talking to you guys all day. Let the little woman go. Big deal about the night. I'll let you have the bad man. Faye made a plea for mercy. Put. I don't want it. That bad guy. What's good about him? In the end, it's not you who gets tossed around. Aunt Chang made a face of disdain. But alas, this disguise was directly demolished by Big Mimi. But don't pretend. I heard you call him names last night in bed. And talk about wanting to want it. And I wonder what you want. Looking at her good best friend with a bad smile on her face, Aunt Chang's face instantly couldn't hang on. Yeah, staying up in the middle of the night, eavesdropping on me, isn't it? You're a bad woman yet. After saying that, Aunt Chang also stopped eating. Rushing at Big Mimi, he lunged. Goblin, take your life. It's a well-known fact that fights between women are very colorful. What with the tearing of clothes and stockings being a minor scene, not to mention still 3 women. 3 women? Oh, because Faye chimed in. Oh, so Sister Inger is like this. As a result, it was pulled into a 3-girl mess. Jia Yi, Ao Shui and a few other women were bent over in laughter. One by one, they're all out of the mood to eat. It's all about watching this 3-girl battle. Mend, who came out of the bathroom after washing his hands, let Sister Bai brush her teeth. He happened to see the scene inside. You're not eating properly, are you? Let's have the great 8 wins tonight. So at night Men's room was filled with the figures of 3 more women. P.S. There's a group link inside the synopsis, so feel free to enter the group to discuss goddesses. Chapter 110, what more can a man ask for when he has such a woman? Another night of 3 polls on the dispatches. 30,000 words omitted here. Anyway, by the time Men woke up ghostly, it was already 9 o'clock the next morning. When he opened his eyes, there were 3 delicate bodies lying beside him. Extreme Secretary Phil, the surviving Auntie Ching, as well as Chinese superstar Big Mimi. Auntie Ching and Big Mimi are on the left and right. As for Faye, hey, gently kissed Faye in his arms. Then gently, he drew away from the 3 women. The 3 women had a completely crazy time last night under a major gale force 8 wind. You know, these 3 women had an old grudge at dinner last night. Plus women are all over each other in terms of comparison. The crisis between the good sisters instantly erupted when this unyielding strength came up. They're all women. I can't be compared to you guys. Especially Faye. This woman is just as desperate. And that's how the 3 women ended up. On the floor, the torn strips of black silk that were only stretched were the best proof. Walk out of the room and downstairs. In front of your eyes are several pairs of black panda eyes. Brother-in-law, keep your voices down at night. I was next door and I could hear Sister Faye and the girls screaming. The first to speak up was Xiao Yao. The sultry look embarrassed Mend, and her words were immediately met with unanimous nods from the other women. Even Jai, who knew him best, cast a helpless gaze. Mendel rubbed his nose. Ahem, Next time for sure, next time for sure. LOL. Being exposed by his sister-in-law. He, as a brother-in-law, is also very ashamed of it. Okay, the two of them, Sister Rue and Sister Bai, had made breakfast a long time ago. Faye and the three of them, for sure, couldn't get up to eat. I had to ask Sister Bai to save some for the three of them, and to make up for not sleeping well last night. Yo. For this breakfast, Men specifically ate it with this ninny pressed in his arms. Today's breakfast, too, is strictly in accordance with the recommendations of certain experts. 1 grilled sausage, 2 eggs, and a glass of nutritious milk per woman. Yes, these days of doom are lived so plainly, simply and joyfully. Only after eating, Xiaoyao the ninny couldn't wait to go back to her room. You're right. Like her sister, rushed off to change. Looking at this nymphet's twisted figure, Mengde smashed his mouth. Seems like overcompensating a bit. After the meal, these women also went off to do their own thing. As Mengde's first woman, Jiayi went straight upstairs after the meal to visit Fair and the 3 women who had come. By the way, she also helped the 3 women clean up the mess in the room. Look at that. This is the virtuous woman. Not only do they not mind their husbands flying flags outside, and it also helps the husband and calms down these women in the house. What more could a man ask for in a woman like that? After Men silently lamented a bit, he also walked out of the villa. It's a nice day for work. It just so happens that yesterday's reinforcement of the villa hasn't been done yet. But before that, there's one more person to call. At the entrance of Villa 2, Long Feng, Lei Chang, and Brother Kifu were chatting and farting. Since he came back so late last night, Men didn't let Brother Kifu and the others go out. That's why the 5 major third-order alien slugger generals under him were all present. Runta's figure was clearly among them. Even though he had just joined last night, he could tell that this simpleton got along well with Coldwind and the others. If he hadn't walked over to them, the men would still be so engrossed in a free-flowing conversation that they wouldn't have realized it yet. And as soon as they saw Mengde's appearance, these few people were immediately happy and called out straight to their boss. Mend nodded and asked casually, "Hey, what are you guys talking about this early in the morning?" Before Long Feng, Lei Chang and the others could speak, Runta couldn't wait to come out and snatch the answer. "Didn't talk about much, just that John and the guys are going to take me to do something that guys like to do." "Oh, what is it?" "Going to play with my sister. Kun said I have a brother whose favorite is my sister." Runta spoke loudly, with a look of excitement, as if he was going to do something earth-shattering. It left Men speechless for a moment. He'd bet the righteous fathers in front of the screen. Let's keep the stakes small. Just bet the righteous fathers. Reading the book will make a small goal of rewarding themselves with a vote. Run to. This idiot surely doesn't even know what sister means here. Otherwise it wouldn't have been said so loudly and looked so idiotic. He looked directly at Lei Chang, Kifu bro and the others. "Is that what you are going to take this simpleton is going to do?" Tofuku and the others looked at each other awkwardly and were at a loss as to what to reply. They'd been talking since last night, too. It's always been such a lively conversation. They feel that the runners know what they're doing, because Runta had always nodded at whatever they said in front of them. But now it seems, it was they who thought too much. They seriously overestimated the intelligence of this freshly minted Runtu. Seeing this, Mengde didn't give them a hard time. He had checked the system's introduction of Runtu, but he knew that this product was really a wild child who grew up in the mountains. Kind of like a certain desolate heavenly emperor who just came out of the great desolate. The flavor of not knowing what a Nije is and going to grab it blindly with your hands. As for the sisters that Kifu and the others were talking about, Mengde also knew the inside story. As he builds up the Imperial Dragon base, the number of survivors he saves is increasing. But many of the survivors who have come here have been able to feel the benefits of the place. Not only is it safe, you don't have to suffer through zombie attacks, and there's food to eat. They can't starve. It's easy to pay for it. 2. Plant the land and be done with it. So now these people at the Royal Dragon base are content. Worked during the day and did that too. At night, physically exhausted, they returned to their lodgings with nothing to do, so they would find something to do, like playing cards or something. Anyway, these days, there is a slow resurgence of some of the common forms of entertainment that existed before the end of time. And beyond that, there are those who seek a higher spiritual world. Other bases he doesn't know about. But take the Royal Dragon base, the couple that was able to carry through the zombie attack at the beginning of the apocalypse together, and the probability that both would still be able to get here safely was almost nil. In this context, some over-energetic single men, out and about, met some women who couldn't stand the loneliness. There's been some dry humping going on. It's only natural. Of course, that doesn't exclude some of them who were out doing just that before the end. Take yesterday, the group of survivors he brought back from Bar Zero. There are definitely a lot of women among them who have had experience going to sea. Well, maybe there's even a presser. Don't underestimate the noble pursuits of our men. Find a rich woman and go straight to the top of your life, okay? The author would like to. I'm begging for votes. Chapter 111 Eating a big bowl of lasagna in the evening? That's a real punishment. For this kind of human nature. You enjoy and I also enjoy the matter. Aoshua and the girls have long reported to Meng to him, but he didn't stop it. The reason is simple. On the one hand, this is supposed to be a biological need that everyone has and is perfectly normal. He can't kill you with a stick if you're willing to do it. On the other hand, the reason is even simpler. There is strength in numbers. With only one base with more people, the probability of awakened aliens can also increase. The hope of getting through Armageddon peacefully at the end of the day is greater. And now it's only been a short time since Armageddon, and an unknown number of people have died. How is new life still being born when it is now forbidden for this to happen? How can a new human beings come down? Really rely on asexual reproduction as suggested by some experts. That's bull ********. Besides, these survivors of his royal dragon base, if they all had children of their own, like the day before the end, both started their families, their sense of responsibility and mission to the base will also be greatly enhanced. In the future, when faced with a large-scale zombie crisis, they would also fight tooth and nail to guard the royal dragon base. This is something that Mendel is confident in. And let's not forget that he had a system bonus, the seat of consciousness. He's not afraid of betrayal with this as a guarantee. By the way, to explain, I meant now so many women, but also for human reproduction to contribute never for the pleasure of sisters flying together, the moistest enjoyment of a young woman, the beautiful legs of a big star serving or whatever. After some jokes, Mend got down to business as well. Lei Chang, you guys shouldn't go out in the next few days. Strengthen the guards first. I'm going to beef up our base a bit. Lei Chang and the others knew his plan, so they all nodded as well. Seeing this, Meng De took Runtu and ran directly to the entrance of the base. He had already asked Lung Feng and the others before to gather all the Earth-type psychics inside the base, combined with one of the Earth-type supernatural abilities he had previously obtained from Fair, the Wall of Xuanwu. Reinforcing the base perimeter is enough. It was important to know that the sturdiness of his Earth-type supernatural ability that had reached the 5th rank was already completely above some castles that had cement and granite as their raw materials. But it's not enough. His goal is to make the base an impregnable steel castle. But it's definitely going to take a process. With an area as large as Dragon Island, even if it was just the periphery, it couldn't be taken care of in a day or two. So he planned, for now, to get the defense of the base's main entrance in order, and then extend it out to the sides. It was a good thing that the villa already had a 2-meter-high steel and iron fence. It's still a lot easier to build a base with that as a foundation. I believe that if you get the base gate entrance first, at least you won't be able to rush in with a rush of random people like before, right? To the left of the base entrance is the security building and to the right is the operations hall. It was still easy to build a 5-meter-high defensive wall. So when he came here, Mend gave a direct order. Begin! As soon as the words left his mouth, he was already firing out pillars of earth-yellow alien energy light from his hands. The first day of the base building mission went pretty well. By nightfall, a 5-meter-high fence had been added to the base's main entrance. This height is enough to withstand a normal zombie horde siege. No alien below the 4th rank would be able to break through by brute force. Mend was satisfied and waved his hand. Tonight, all of you add a meal of meat. Good. Boss is mighty. Boss is invincible. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Mend also turned to leave. The ensuing aftermath was left to the beauties of Yao Yung. At the mention of this, a pang of irritation ran through him. Today, while he was unleashing his powers, the group of beauties hadn't missed out on mooching off of him. That's right. You heard right. It's not him mooching. It's this group of beauties mooching off of him. This group of beautiful women in the name of supervision. That a black silk legs in front of him are hard to shake. Restless little hands. That's what it's called. From top to bottom, it was almost a hands-on mojo by this group of beauties. With a mouth full of emotion. This man is in great shape. Sister Jai and the girls are so happy. I don't know if Faye and the others can stand it or something like that. He had nowhere to vent his anger when he heard it. These old shysters. The old man's innocence. Back at the cottage, the island kitchen was pretty busy tonight. Not only were Sister Ru and Sister Bai in there, but even Xiao Yao and Xiao Meibua were mixed in. Kneading for kneading, stuffing for stuffing. When I asked, I realized that the women actually wanted to make handmade large bowls of lasagna. Nice guy. It can be a real torture, but it was a sight for sore eyes to see. Because this group of women, I don't know if it's because they've just finished bathing as a group. One was dressed in that coolness. 10 pairs of large white legs, which looked especially bright in the light. The upturned dolphin exudes a fascinating allure. Especially Sister Ru and Sister Bai. Two young women with extremely exaggerated figures and sizes. It's all wobbly when you walk, like two pairs of bouncing elves. This is not clearly letting him commit a crime. His restless, salty hands immediately became restless. A touch here, a play there. Ha, Xiao Yao, your calf is dirty. Brother-in-law will wipe it for you. Xiao Yao, brother-in-law, I've got that one coming. Oh, forgot. Fei look at your red lip, makeup is all blown out. Come, let hubby give you a treat. Phil, I'm not wearing any makeup. Mimi, look at your legs. So white. Big Mimi, your hands are dirty. Mend. The group of women, all of them, had been roamed by his big hands. It ended up behind Sister White and stopped. Geez, you bad boy, don't move. I'm down here. I'll give you some down there later. Sister White wore a small white gauzy skirt with an apron. It's a proper beautiful cook, but that still doesn't quite cover the tantalizing dolphin either. From a distance, he could faintly see certain jungle landscapes. Not to mention, at this moment, he had all but already stood behind this young woman. The location is different, and the feel and look are naturally quite different. Hey, what down there? Aren't you allowed to eat up there? Men's words made Sister Bai shy away. To Men, who has also been driving a manual for so long now. And naturally, I got it in seconds. Honey, don't do that. The sisters are still here. Sister Ru on the side. See most clearly, this man is about to invade Bai Jia's forbidden land. Those wandering hands made her, a mature woman, feel like she was there. It was as if those big hands were on her at the moment. The heart itches. And the one who felt the same way as her was Lu Ruyun on the other side. This knowing big sister is the most seductive between her knitted brows and her smile. Strange. Why do I want it too? P.S. There is a link to a book group inside the synopsis. Welcome to join the group to discuss the plot. There are goddesses to give away. Chapter 112, Gee, you don't want to lose your job either. These women in the kitchen didn't know what was going on inside this woman, Lu Ruyun, but they know that with the tireless efforts of their husband's hands, they are going to be tossed. The pasta that could have been laid in an hour ended up taking 2 hours to finish. In the end, it took several women, all of whom tasted seafood, for the man to give up. But even then, while Mengde was feasting, he didn't forget his lonely brother-in-law. My hands are sore. Soon. After eating several large bowls of the noodles that several women had laid down, only then did men get comfortable and take a shower. The women at the table, seeing the man's departing back, were greatly relieved. This man, he's too good at this. And the same. It's going to be another sleepless night of 3 girls and a guy. The next day, Mengde took Runtu and the others to continue to strengthen the base's walls. With yesterday's experience at the gate of the base, they were getting more and more skillful. Progress is also getting faster. The main reason why it went so well was that the Imperial Dragon base, for the time being, hadn't been attacked in any way. The reinforcement of the base has been done with little interference. So this, in turn, temporarily liberated Mengde. After reinforcing the walls every day, there was still plenty of time to practice formal marksmanship with the women. Familiarize yourself with their awakened psychic abilities and level them up. That's not something he's making up, but there are facts to prove it. These days, at night, he was dragging all the women to practice their marksmanship. Now not only is his marksmanship, it's getting better. It's almost like you're pointing where you're hitting. That's what it's called. And with this effort, the number of times the goddesses who have already lit up the goddess atlas are charging is increasing. Jia Yi and An Chang, the ones who had awakened their psychic abilities earlier, were on the verge of breaking through the 4th rank in their psychic ability level. It wasn't uncommon to go out and clean up walkers under Mendel's leadership, utilizing various supernatural abilities. He was also becoming more and more skilled. Even Feier, a woman who had just awakened her psychic abilities within a few days, had broken through to the peak of the 3rd rank. This made many women who hadn't awakened their powers envious, especially Lu Ruyun, this extreme knowing big sister, the innate charming saint body. You can pull out the love in your eyes when you look at him these days. No, Mend had just finished the work of fortifying the base on his own hands. Inside the walkie-talkie, there came this woman's voice. Mendel, come to building 4. There's something urgent for you. Ever since Mengde let go of the base to this group of beacon beauties to manage. This group of beauties and a whole office building in a fuss, divided into several divisions. What with warehousing, operations, communications, logistics, and so on. Quite a few things they usually dealt with here. Men didn't know how to manage it anyway, so he just let them get it. What's that saying? It's a brother who holds you up, and the one who can hold you up a few times. It's just your woman. With such a group of wise men, he could be happy without it. Besides, there are specialties in the arts, and Mengde is too lazy to intervene. He just needs to take a general direction and be done with it. It's even easier for him that way. Stretching, he called Runtu over. I'll leave you guys to it next. You pay more attention. Runtu patted his chest in assurance. Boss, don't worry about it. I have no problem with that. Even though the bastard was a bit naive, I guess, he was really reliable in doing things after observing him for the past few days. It put him at ease. Mend nodded and headed toward Building 4. The road was lined with busy survivors. The eyes of these people looking at him were filled with fervor. LOL. Don't envy brother. Brother is just a legend. When he came to the main entrance of Building 4, Nai De Yurong, who was dressed in professional attire, just happened to come out from inside. Black silk heels, stomping that kind of recreates the pre-apocalyptic urban white-collar woman. Maybe he was in a hurry for something and didn't see Mend when he came out, but Meng didn't intend to, so easily let go of this woman who hadn't teased him much these days. Snap! Mend went up and slapped him. Hey, excellent hand feel. Ah! Arigato looked up in shame and anger, just to see who had the audacity to hit her warped dolphin. But look, it's this man. It was a momentary loss of temper. Humph, you bullied me. I'll tell Sister Ao Shui later. After saying that, immediately with a flushed face, he hurriedly slipped away. If she didn't slip away, this man would probably bully her even more. Cut. What's the use of telling? I'll even bully you all together. Mend even had a nourishing sniff. Nice. Smells good. Walking into Villa 4, Mend headed straight for the storage department. As one of his women, Lu Ruyun was none other than the manager of the base's storage department. Aside from her, I heard that Jiayi and Fei also held a leadership position inside Building 4. As for the staff, naturally, they are the beauties of Beacon. Surely this must be a big deal. But these women, however, are doing it with pleasure. They all greeted him warmly when he entered. Yo, if it isn't Mengshan, why are you free to come to our storage department? Say, which of us women do you see? We're all available. Yeah, I used to study with my teachers before. All kinds of poses. Oh, ugh, forget it. I guess our Meng just got up from Fei. It's probably not even working at this point. The warehouse department is responsible for managing the base's warehouse supplies, so there are more beauties in this department. At the moment, this group of beauties were flirting with Mengde. Listening to Mengde's face darkened. A bunch of female drivers with unopened insurance, driving up more sixes than him. Same greeting as Arigato. Slap went up a few slaps. The group of beauty only then counted honestly down, grayed out and went back to his post. A bunch of chicks. How dare you pick a fight with me? Not self-serving. Mend walked triumphantly into the innermost room. A sign for a storage manager hangs on the door. Hey, it's getting pretty formal. Mend smiled and walked in. The room is not big. The decoration style is very simple. The main color is also thought to be white-based. Looks very neat and elegant. At the mahogany table in the upper left corner of the room, Lu Ruyun was wearing a black professional suit and a pair of rimless glasses, and was currently writing with her head down. Hearing the movement of the door opening, he said without looking up, "Hold on. I'll be done in a minute." Meng De guffawed. This woman was quite serious, but he didn't bother. The sun shone on the side of this woman's face, her hair cascading over her shoulders. The stunning face was clearly visible. With one stroke, the whole person looks very sensible and elegant. There is a light intellectual beauty. Seeing this woman, Meng De couldn't help but think of the old late-night study sessions with his knowledgeable teachers. Inside a manager's office, the superior looked condescendingly at his subordinate who was kneeling on the floor. You don't want to lose your job either. Chapter 113, My Beautiful Boss. Inside the office, the sunlight shone through the window, shining on Lu Ruyun's fair side face. Her hair draped over her shoulders. The stunning face was clearly visible. With one stroke, the whole person looks very sensible and elegant. There is a light intellectual beauty. Seeing this woman, Mend, who loved to study, couldn't help but think of certain study images. In my past life, I studied late at night with my knowledgeable island teachers. Inside a manager's office, the superior looked condescendingly at his subordinate who was kneeling on the floor. You don't want to lose your job either. There was a sudden sensation of, the scent of cherry blossoms is in the air. Ahem. Seems like the road has gone astray. But then again, the sight of Ruyun Lu at his desk really got to him. Especially walking behind this woman and seeing the woman under her black wraparound skirt. Those big beautiful legs wrapped tightly in black silk. Big beautiful legs in a cross shape with delicate and concave lines. In the middle of the dead-pressed black silk thighs, there was a faint hint of a mountain stream slit. It's a dead giveaway to men. Mend couldn't help but gulp as he watched. The eyes of both eyes were sucked into the center of those legs like they were on the verge of being sucked into the center of those legs. Just as he was hesitant to get his hands on it, would it interfere with the woman's work? But unexpectedly those beautiful legs suddenly moved directly. Just watch. Don't you want to? That's not like you. deep in the abyss of Mend, which came back to his senses. As soon as he looked up, he saw Sister Yun, who had put down the pen in her hand at some point. It's looking at him with a big smile on his face. This is embarrassing. The awkwardness isn't the lack of getting started. Instead, they were just about to get on it, and then they got caught. His outstretched hand, too, froze in midair. While being embarrassed, Sister Yun reached over with a pair of jade hands, pulling him directly. He sat down in her office chair. Then the whole thing fell right back into his arms. You can if you want to. It's not the first time you've sneaked up on me anyway, is it? Sister Yun gave Mengde a blank stare, a look of having seen through it long ago. Not bad for a big sister in the know. But you really know him. Immediately, Mengde was not polite. Straight up, this woman's beautiful legs were completely different from Xiaoyao's long slender legs, plump without being cumbersome, fleshy and elastic and pulled right through. Say, what's the matter with calling me over? Mengde remembered that he was the one this woman had taken the initiative to call over. Can't call you if there's nothing wrong. I told you to come over to Maru cannot, Sister Yun said while her oniony fingers traced his cheeks. A smile exudes the temptation of an imperial lady. Pills? Pill what? You, Men said casually with a smile. I'm not sure the woman took it seriously. It's not impossible if you want to do that. I just don't know if that guy of yours, the one who helped Faye awaken her powers, still works. While Mengde was shocked at this woman's operation, he also instantly understood the meaning of this woman calling herself over. This is trying to get him to help awaken his powers. It was probably because he saw Faye's awakened psychic ability and was envious. Oh, a woman with a bad mouth. This is my office. Isn't that what you men like best? Places like this? See, this is the woman who knows what she's doing. It's all about what's going on in a man's mind. But what made Mengde curious was how this woman knew so much. She likes to watch too. In response to this query, Sister Yun directly threw Mengde a wink. What's so strange about that? Just study and learn more. Good. Knowledgeable royalty, isn't it? Do you want to try, Si? I just changed into black silk. As she said this, Yun's entire body had already stuck up. He could touch it. The woman wasn't small. I don't usually get people in here. You can do anything bad you want. Sister Yun exhaled. The mesmerizing breath hitting his ear was tantalizing. Or you can think of me as your superior manager yet. My subordinate brother. Especially when saying the last sentence. The jade hand has been restless. Men's breath, all of a sudden, was sharp. My beautiful boss. Errant subordinate. Office. The atmosphere directly pulled full awe. Ahem. Well then, it just so happens that I have a question I want to ask Sister Yun. Well, omit 10,000 words here. Mend asked for this advice. Straight away. For an hour. Finally, the role of the erring subordinate was adequately played out. Waiting to come out of the office, the group of beauties outside the office immediately gathered around. One by one, he squeezes. Brother Meng, how is she? Sister Yun? It's all been eaten up by you, right? Isn't our Sister Yun's body especially good? I can't see that our Sister Yun, when she screams, can actually be so loud. A bunch of open-minded female drivers, especially arigato. An hour. You're pretty good. I'll try that next time. Listening to Mengde was full of black lines. Go. A bunch of little girls, worrying about grown-ups. All work well and go. Do it badly and punish them all severely. Obviously, the threatening force was almost useless to this group of beacon beauties. It was not easy to escape from this group of warblers. Before he left, he was giggled at by this group of beauties. Alas, my majesty as a base boss is in jeopardy. But this group of beacon beauties are thinking out of the box. He really didn't exactly eat their Yun sister clean. There's no way around it. The woman is very traditional. Office pills are fine, but they just aren't allowed to get to the final step. Said he'd come to him in the evening. The woman was so self-conscious. What else could he say? Had to agree to chant, but to make it up to him, it was given to him in other ways. Before he left, he hinted that he would come to him more often. Office Marui. Ha. Out came Mend, who went back to look at the defense construction of the base. None of them are lazy when it comes to moisturizing the earth. It's halfway through the construction of the base. This was slightly faster than Mendel thought it would be. I was expecting it to take at least a week to get half of it done, but now it looks like it probably won't take long. With his Imperial Dragon base, he'd be able to build a solid defense. While it was still early, he stopped by to look for the Black Emperor. Haven't seen it in days. As for why you're talking about looking, that's because this dead dog, he doesn't do anything. These days, as much as possible with Men's previous discovery, the poultry animals inside that villa, inside the Imperial Dragon base, there was a ruckus, so angry that Men almost skinned it for a potato stew. when Men drove his Mazda to the poultry villa area. He hadn't even gone in yet. Then I heard a miserable chicken squawk. Men went in to take a look. Just saw the Black Emperor, who was dead center on a red-headed chicken. Black Emperor, I'm going to stew you in dog meat. Chapter 114, Taiju's Arrest. Villa 55. The very same poultry villa that Mendel had found earlier, located in the northeast corner of the Imperial Dragon Base. Nowadays it has been Mengde, planned as a poultry garden for the Royal Dragon Base, specially bred to eat meat, along with a couple of surrounding villas. It was included. Separately, they were divided into granaries and storage areas for supplies for the base. The supplies that Coldwind and the others brought back were placed here. It's usually guarded. Then the group of Bicom beauties under Sister Yun will distribute the supplies. Normally he doesn't come here, but he never thought that it would be easy to come here for him. I can't believe I'm seeing this. Only the Black Emperor was seen dead center on the head of a red-headed chicken. The dog still had a look of enjoyment on his face, and underneath it, the red-haired chicken had all but deformed its face from the pressure. Black Emperor, come die for me. I'll take you for dog stew. The Black Emperor, who heard the screams, had to run when he saw the bad news, but Mengde slapped out a weakened version of Thor's hand. Immediately, the Black Emperor was held down dead on the spot. The splitting thunder electrified the Black Emperor to the point where his dog hairs stood on end. Woof woof woof. The Black Emperor still wanted to beg for mercy, but Mengde didn't intend to let it go so easily. You are doing your best not to do anything, aren't you? Look at me, thunder. Enraged, Mengde electrified the Black Emperor in a sour way. It was a full 10 minutes before Men stopped. Looking at the Black Emperor on the ground who was licking his dog's fur, there was still an odd look on his face. You mean the dog is training that chicken? Just now, when the Black Emperor was about to be stewed in dog meat, an administrator ran over and stopped him, and explained to him why. Mengde then realized that the Black Emperor really wasn't messing around. There was also no animal cross-border behavior that occurred. Yes, every time this chicken is finished being trained by the Black Emperor, it will lay a few more eggs. As soon as the words left his mouth, the red-headed chickens not far away had been very cooperative. 6 eggs fell with a thud. Seeing this, he also understood. The reason why this chicken was like this was probably related to the Black Emperor's lightning ability. In other words, the Black Emperor's thunder and lightning supernatural ability had promoted the development of that red-furred chicken. That's what boosted egg-laying production. Nice guy. I didn't realize that the Black Emperor had such a use. Mend is all opened up. Isn't this the real-life version of the dog hypnosis machine? Ahem. Nice job. Keep up the good work. The next second a dog woof 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 directly jumped up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Black Emperor, you dare to rebel. Don't you? Woof woof woof. Bite you to death. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. The defense wall of his Imperial Dragon Base has also reached its final stage of completion. As far as the eye could see now, the base was surrounded by fences up to 5 meters high. There are also various holes above the fence at the main entrance. That's the muzzle. It's for defense against foreign enemies. Don't underestimate this defense. It's all been playing out over the last few days. Several groups of off-island invaders who tried to come in were simply repelled before they could even enter. It can be very effective. Ridiculously strong. Didn't even need him to make a move. It freed him up quite a bit of time straight away. All this time, naturally, was spent on those women of his. Under his tireless efforts, the group of women with awakened psychic abilities, led by Jiai, the alien ability level directly broke through the 4th rank. It can be a great improvement. The only thing that made him a little regretful was that Sister Yun, that woman, had never consciously walked into his room. It turned out that when he asked, he realized that the woman, relatives came. No way. In that case, it certainly can't be forced. So, he shifted the goalposts directly. Sister Yun could office seduce. So couldn't that superb secretary of Fair? You know the saying, there's a secretary for something, and nothing. As the supreme ruler of the base, a little request is quite reasonable, isn't it? So, Faye was in trouble. Sofas, office chairs, desks, all these places, they've been played with. I can't tell you how many pairs of stockings have been torn up. After all, those long legs of this superb secretary are soulful. Today is the 45th day of Armageddon. Mendel, as usual, had nothing to do but wander into Building 4. Of course the expedition is secondary. The important thing is that Yun, a horse flea, called him again. He had just walked into the office, and the woman put down the pen in her hand directly and immediately, smiling like a flower. She said, "There you are. What's the game today, you say? This woman that. She's here. She's still so playful. It was just her. No Sister Cloud. Aren't you inappropriate right now? Besides, do I, Mengde, have to do that kind of thing to find you?" Mend was still in a serious mood. Sister Yun threw a wink directly over. Tempting in the extreme. Really? I'll get busy then. It just so happens to be a pretty eventful day. With that, he lowered his head again and began to busy himself with his work. Mend could not wait to give himself a direct slap in the mouth. I'll give you a hard time. Now you're talking. Just as he was secretly repenting, Sister Yun reared her head and walked over, her jade hand directly on his shoulder. Come on, stop pretending. I don't know you yet. Sister White had a white shirt on top and a wraparound skirt underneath. The jade legs were still wrapped in black silk, and with the high heels, they looked extremely tall. He was instantly impressed, especially those big beautiful legs. It instantly made him think of something else. Sister Yun, why don't we try this? Seeing Mengde staring closely at her long legs, Sister Yun immediately understood. It's okay to be okay, but I haven't helped anyone get it. Don't be mad if I messed up. Seeing that Sister Yun was so understanding even now, what else could he say? All you can do is keep nodding your head in agreement. Seeing this, Sister Yun directly pushed him down onto the sofa. Take off the heels, revealing a pair of jade feet covered in red nail polish. Very sexy. The woman had gone to great lengths to make it up to him. Mend was a little heartbroken for the woman, so he was going to wait for the woman. That's gone. Then reward her properly. Was it good? Sister Yun's red lips activated gently. Charming breath, hitting his ear. Extremely tempting. Truth be told, Mend is a bit of that particular fetish. This is something that Big Mimi knows best. So when he heard such a question, he directly expressed it with his actions. He opened his mouth, aiming for none other than the woman's jade feet. Yun sat on the table and watched quietly, a gentle smile that you can't help but be mesmerized by. Just as Mend was about to get his way, there was a sharp knock at the door. Boss, Taiju has been captured. Chapter 115, you have to kneel even when you meet this extremely large beautiful leg. If you ask a man, when is the most upsetting time? It must be that he was interrupted at the most critical time. But the 8th level output was interrupted. That's what happened to Mend at the moment, and for the life of him, he couldn't get mad about it. The brother's heart is suffocating, so you can imagine. Sister Yun smiled at the sight. You get on with it. Lei Chang and the others are calling you. You can eat me whenever you want, the woman said and stomped on a certain area. Interjection indicating that one has just learned STH. A comfortable expression immediately flashed across Mingda's face. What's the point of having a strong Force 8 Gale? You'll have to kneel even when you meet these extremely large beautiful legs. Luckily, though, his 8-step Gale is getting stronger and stronger. Wait for me. I'll eat you clean tonight high and low. Mend pinched Sister Yun's tantalizingly aroused dolphin twice, straight pinching Sister Yun's legs. She could barely stand. No problem. Just as long as your guy who helps women awaken their powers works. I've got a couple of black silks ready to go. As she speaks, her jade hand also S8 grade Gale. Mud. This little pony flea thing. Mend couldn't stand her anymore and hurried out, for fear of taking a step out of the way. You'll have to see blood at the point of a gun. Coming out of building 4, Lei Chang and the others had been waiting here for a long time. Only a group of people were a bit flustered, and Cold Wind was still lying on the ground, bruises all over his body. Mengda's face sank. What's going on? Cold Wind and Taiju, both of them, lead the team out to look for supplies. As it turned out, halfway back he was robbed by a gang. Taiju and the others were directly caught on the spot. Lang Feng's awakened wind ability is a bit faster. It was a lucky escape. With Lei Chang's explanation, Mengde kind of understood what was going on. These days as the base's defenses were fortified, Mengde also let Cold Wind and the others continue to go out to look for supplies. After all, they were, every day, gathering back a lot of supplies. All have been enough to supply the base with basic food and drink for use. It wasn't as if being robbed halfway through the day hadn't happened before. But Lang Feng and the others weren't weak either, and they fought back straight away. It even counter-robbed the supplies collected by others. It's the first time I've come back as tragically as this. Mend looked to Cold Wind. Boss, you must go save Taiju and the others. If it wasn't for them holding that gang back to death, I would never have escaped. Lang Feng's eyes were already full of tears as he spoke. What is the strength of that group? The ones who led the way to block the road were 3 4th-ranked aberrations. The rest of them are also allomancers, as many as 30 or 40 in total. Mend listened while silently calculating. Lang Feng and Taiju, both of them were at the early stage of the 4th rank. Although they had just broken through, the average 4th rank was no match for them. If they hadn't relied on their strength and numbers, I'm afraid they wouldn't have been a match for Lang Feng and the others. Oh yeah, boss. They seem to recognize that Liang Potlin we killed last time. This time, when he stopped the road, he also called for revenge for him. As soon as Meng De heard this, he immediately and completely understood. He suddenly remembered that before the last time the unintelligent boss Liang died, He had blabbed that there was another big brother. If he wasn't wrong, it was that so-called big brother who was seeking revenge this time. Figuring out what was going on, men smiled disdainfully. How many days have Liang Panlin been dead? A few handfuls of revenge. Mendel bets that this group, revenge is fake. Grabbing supplies is real. Lei Chang, you and I will go. The rest of you stay here and guard the base properly. It makes sense for Meng De to arrange it this way. After all, inside the base, it was definitely a good idea to keep a reliable one. Runtu is too naive a bastard for him to be comfortable with. It's just right to let brother Kifu take it. Cold wind. Can you still get up and walk? Meng De looked at Long Foam. He needed Long Foam to lead the way. It was a good thing that the cold wind at this time had gotten much better under the healing of the base's wood healers. Standing up and walking is no longer a problem. Men didn't need him to fight anyway. To Meng De's arrangement like this, Kifu and the others had no problem with it. But before they left, Aunt Chang and Big Mimi just happened to walk over. As soon as they heard about such a thing happening, they clamored for a piece of it. Men had no choice but to bring it along with him. Think of it as giving these two women separate combat instructions. That individual guidance, though, comes at a price. He definitely had to get it back from both of them women. As for how to get it back, soon, under Lang Feng's directions, a convoy drove out of the Imperial Dragon base. According to Coldwind, they were attacked in that area in the northwest corner of the warp zone. Meng De these days had also let Lang Feng and the others figure out the distribution of survivors in the Economic Development Zone. As we all know, the Economic Development Zone was jointly developed by Donghai City and Shanghai City next door. Although it was created with the Royal Dragon Villa area in mind, but it can also be roughly divided into three broad regions. The Imperial Dragon Base and the surrounding area where he was located was considered the first large area, including the location where Yu Hua Long's four major warehouses were located, which he had searched for earlier. The second large area was the part of Donghai City where he had come out. According to the information that Lei Chang and the others had explored, there were still quite a few survivors present over there. It actually makes sense when you think about it. Not to mention the suburban survivors that would have existed. It was estimated that there were quite a few who, like him, had escaped from Donghai City alone. So it's possible to carve out an area where survivors congregate in large numbers. And like the Zero Bar where the last kill of Liang Potlam was, there's also the wholesale market, which is actually close to the Yamahai side of the city. It's all mountains over there. Beautiful scenery. That's why there are quite a few serviced residences like Agriturismos nearby. And the biggest hotel in the entire EDC is over there. According to Coldwind, the place where they were attacked was in that neighborhood. Due to his eagerness to save people, Meng De drove fast all the way. The zombies that stopped the car along the way didn't wait for Lei Chang and the others to make a move. They were all directly killed by him, so the journey took less than 2 hours to get near that large hotel. The hotel is called the Sky Hotel. Before he even got out of the car, Meng De's Nianli perception had already swept over. At the entrance of the large Tianhao Hotel, a dozen people were chained to death. There were dozens of other guards around, with whips that were being constantly beaten. Are you guys going to say where the base location is or not? If you don't tell me, I'll beat you to death. Mud. A whip with spikes fiercely struck a strong man who was 2 meters tall. There were guards around in front of the rest of them, and they were pumping away. The bodies of the dozen or so people were also instantly left with a blood-red whip mark. Meng De, who saw this scene, was instantly enraged, because the dozen or so people who were beaten were none other than Taiju and the others. Stop. Chapter 116. Why don't you get out of here? Do you want to eat a knife? In front of the Tianhao Hotel, with a roar, Meng De grimly stepped down from the caravan, looking at Taiju and the others on the ground, who were beaten and unable to crawl. Meng De's eyes were filled with murderous anger, but the guards across the street don't know it yet. Asterisk. Who are you? Do you know whose territory this is? All dare to barge in, looking for death. The guards were still screaming, but the next second a golden light flashed. The head immediately separated from the head. From the head, so did the rest of the guards. Seeing Iron Pillar so miserable, he immediately had a killing heart, not giving the remaining dozens of guards a chance to speak at all. Just 3 seconds later, there was only one guard left standing in the field. Mend walked over with a cold face, as if death had descended. Without looking at the guard, he said, I'll give you a chance. Go and get everyone out. Meng De could see that this group of guys who hadn't awakened their powers yet, it's just a bunch of cannon fodder. The really big ones, they haven't shown up yet. And the rest of this little brother, frozen in place, hasn't reacted yet. Just a hard stare from Mend. Still not rolling? Is it a knife you want to eat? Being scared by Meng De like this little brother immediately rolled and ran inside the Grand Hotel. Not a single harsh word. Men saw this and ignored him. It was better to hand them over than for him to search for them one by one. He walked towards the iron pillar. Just now, while he was talking, Lei Chang and the others had already made their move to free Taizhu and the others. At this moment, Taizhu, the naive batch, still had a naive smile on his face. Boss, I knew you'd come over to save us. We have just said nothing, Taizhu said naively, and his brothers on the side nodded their heads in a hurry. This was something that Meng De had long since seen through his Nianli perception. He would have been angry. After all, Iron Pillar's group was beaten so badly. However, after carefully scanning with his Nianli perception, he was speechless. Can't afford to be angry either, because other people just don't talk about it. The body was beaten that was covered in blood, but there is one exception to this rule. Iron Pillar. The bastard had been beaten for so long that he hadn't even broken a trace of skin. Nice guy. Flesh strengthener. So scary as well. Put in the pesticide. King Arthur have to kneel. Aha, I know. Don't worry. I didn't come over just to save you guys. None of the people who beat you just now are going to run away. Heal yourselves on yourselves first. Mend waved his hand. The men who brought them over immediately ran out a couple of healers. Started treating Taizhu and the others. Coldwind helped out on the sidelines. This Hanyu was directly saved by Taizhu before escaping himself. It had been moved by this moment. Taizhu. Thank you. I swear. Metropolis, I will avenge you. Cold wind. Small matter. Small matter. I didn't really get hurt much. They couldn't beat me. And in the end a lot of people tied me up. Mengda looked at this touching painting of the two and was speechless. Coldwind is escaping, covered in cuts. And while Iron Pillar didn't escape, his body was clean. Oh, except for maybe needing a change of clothes. That's how powerful the flesh strengthening department is. It's always right to be physically fit. This is evident when you just watch those teachers inside certain little movies. Did those teachers? As soon as they encountered that the opponent of this play was black, wowed with joy. After all, it's physical pleasure that black brings, but it's beyond the average short islander. As a result, Mend is also keen on exercising, especially with a multi-woman workout at night. Ahem. Off topic. While they were talking, inside the Tianhao Grand Hotel, there was also a steady stream of people rushing out, weapons in hand, menacing. Soon the men of Mend were surrounded. Seeing this, Lang Feng and the others immediately brought people to block in front of Mengde and the two women. Mendel liked that about them. Being self-conscious, both sides pulled out their weapons, and for a while swords were drawn. The crowd dispersed and a burly man stepped out, a sultry woman in his arms. The burly man came in while playing with the big white rabbit of the woman on the side. Sister-in-law, do you think that punk, Liang Potlin, didn't satisfy you? How is it that once you've been with me for only a few days, you're flea-bitten? The technology is so good, it's making it so I can't leave for a while. The woman said shyly. Geez, Liang Panlin, that's a softie. It certainly doesn't compare to Hyuk. I can do a lot of things. I'll give you a couple more later. Ha 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 ha. Hyuk laughed out loud quite wildly. Obviously, the words of the sister-in-law in his arms pleased him. Fine, fine. I'll come back to play with you when I've settled this bunch of losers and avenged your old man. GGG, said Herc, having turned his gaze to Mend. My name is Herzing. You're the ones who led the charge to kill that good big brother of mine, aren't you? Even though I can't look at my punk of a big brother either. For the sake of his woman, I still have to avenge him. If you guys don't want to die an ugly death, you'd better put down your weapons quickly. Otherwise these men of mine will show no mercy. Speaking of which, Herzing's face was already full of threats, but Lei Chang and the others weren't the least bit intimidated. Not a step back. Cold Wind also came over and warned. Boss, this is the guy who sneaked up on us and killed so many of our brothers, and robbed us of a dozen truckloads of supplies. Hearing Lang Feng's words, Mengden narrowed his eyes at the so-called he across from him. This Herc's face was extremely scary. It was horrible because half of the burly man's face was burned. The left side of his face was covered with scars from the fire, and it was sickening to look at. The two women, Aunt Chang and Big Mimi, wanted to vomit as they watched, if it wasn't for the fact that they hadn't been out to clean up the walkers for a while. Plus, their husbands were right next to them, which gave them great confidence and courage. But before Mend could say anything, Helching said arrogantly, You're the kid who led the charge to kill my punk-ass big brother the other day, right? Mend nodded. There's no point in denying it at this point, because he saw a familiar figure behind this so-called Herc. That's right, brother Hyuk. It was this group of people who killed Boss Liang, that day people. I saw it with my own eyes. This familiar figure, while speaking, also raised an orchid finger. You think this is a woman? No, you're mistaken. This person who put up the orchid finger is no other than the island woman that Kifu found that day. Eat a peachy good cool dead pussy. Chapter 117, putting on an underworld scene here. I'm not going to spoil it. Upon seeing Tao Tao brother appear here, Meng De finally realized what was going on. Last time, I was really disgusted by this peachy brother due to Kifu. That's why I want to fulfill my dream of carrying dispatches. And also to get back at this one for being disgusting. It's a straight up tie up for brother Peachy. Dropped inside that survivor building. Didn't even take this one. Back to Villa 1. I guess he didn't expect this one to bring trouble to the Royal Dragon base. If it wasn't for this bastard snitching, I guess Mengda's convoy wouldn't have been attacked. Humph. Is it particularly regrettable that you didn't kill someone? Brother Peachy, dressed in a pink bunny girl costume, is very proud of himself. With her petite stature, she stood in the midst of a group of big old men, and could not see a trace of manliness at all. Too bad it's already too late. You don't have a chance, ha ha ha. Who told you not to take people with you and leave them lonely? It's so cool to eat a peach. People get scared at night alone. Listening to brother Tao Tao's words, Mengda's face was ugly. Yo yo yo. Why does the face look so ugly? It's not like you're going to be pissed off by what people say, is it? Seeing the expression revealed by Mengda, Tao Tao brother became even more pleased. I think you misunderstood. It's not like I didn't have a chance to kill you. Rather, I'm actually disgusted by you. A good old man has to learn that kimchi country thing. Putting on a medieval scene here. Are you? I don't spoil you. As soon as the words fell, a golden light flashed. Peachy brother, who had been so pleased with himself the last second, suddenly saw his head fall off. He opened his mouth to say something else, but he couldn't open it. I can tell by that look that I was still puzzled before I died. And seeing that brother Peachy was killed, Coldwind and the rest of them were greatly relieved. There was a look of comfort on all their faces, for no other reason than this one is disgusting. Can you welcome Kimchi Nation Yuna? UI. Group in front of you and give you a sexy dance. But you could never tolerate that a pussy calling you brother you're so nice. Except, of course, for certain idiosyncrasies. Herzing is not. At this moment, his face was already full of gravity. Just because of that slash just now. He didn't see the trajectory clearly at all. Tao Tao brother was standing right in front of his face. Killed. He himself was a fourth-order alien powerhouse. But it turned out to be. I don't even know when the man is going to make a move. I'm afraid it wouldn't be particularly hard to kill yourself if this were to happen. At this moment, Herzing suddenly realized that he had been careless. Why don't you say anything? Go on. Men smiled slightly. He had just intentionally made the first move with the knife. The purpose was to deter Herzing's gang. It seems to be working well now. What do you want? Unlike the arrogance from a moment ago, Hel Cheng had put away all his contempt at this moment. Oh, you robbed me and captured my men, and killed my men, and now you're asking me how I'm doing? The sneer on Mengda's face was unmistakable. It sent a flash of green and red to Herzing's face. I can compensate. What are your terms you say? There are so many of us, and we're not to be messed with. Her Qing's words were true. Mengda had brought more than 100 people with him when he was in a hurry to bring people out. And Hertzspring here is no less than 600 when you look roughly at it. If you're talking in terms of numbers, this number simply crushes. The number of aliens was also more than on men's side, even if most of them were low-level aliens of the first and second orders. And in the eyes of this group of guards behind Herzing, they hadn't understood what their big brother was jealous of, still urging his big brother to do it in one way or another. As far as they're concerned, the wave at least has the advantage on me. No, a little brother stepped forward. Mud. Do you know when our big brother doesn't? That's a peak fourth-order psychic powerhouse. You bunch of trash. How dare you bargain? Hurry up and send over those two women by your side so that our brothers can savor them, ha. This yellow-haired little brother said, and looked at his own Hyuk. Big brother didn't scold me. Just means I did a good job. Now, at last, he had shown his face in front of his big brother. Those next two women. I'll finally get a chance to enjoy them early. I guess. That's China's biggest star. Yan Mi. He was thrilled at the thought of sleeping with such a big star later. Eyes were beginning to dart over the two Janong women. That's extremely good. It wasn't just one of his minions who thought this, but almost all of them. Hel Qing, who was waiting for Mengda's answer, heard what this little brother said, almost gasped for breath. I'm trying my best to pull you back from the brink. You guys are good. You all want to jump off, right? Alright, then, die. All of you. But if you want to die, don't drag me with you. Lean. The more Hurricane thought about it, the angrier he got, and he slapped out a backhanded slap. The strength was so great that it directly took the yellow-haired little brother who had just opened his mouth and hit his brain 360 degrees. The neck went round and round just like when you twist dry clothes. Needless to say, this yellow-haired kid with great ambitions is sure to die. And it's still dead on arrival. Boss, why did you kill me? This sudden movement caused the minions behind Helching to be silenced. They knew the brutality of their own big brother. all of a sudden all the little brothers, they didn't dare to open their mouths. Shut the up you guys, if you dare to disrespect this brother again, all of you will die for me. After scolding his little brother, Hel Qing turned his head to look at Meng De again. This brother, don't be angry. It's these little brothers of mine who are not long for the world. Herzing forced a curt smile. What do you think of the offer I just made? Anything you want from us here, as long as you can spare us, brother. Looking at Hel Qing's humble begging, Meng De's sneer increased. This Herzing knows his stuff, too. You know you can't beat them, so you want to surrender? It's not going to be that good. And what if I want the woman in your arms? Her Qing was first furious at his words, but then immediately squeezed out a smile again. No problem, no problem. It's an honor for this to be in your sights, brother. Then violently grabbed the hair of the woman he had just called his sister-in-law. Ah! Being grabbed like this, Hel Qing's sister-in-law Wang Xiuli's face immediately revealed a flash of pain. I'm your woman. You're asking me to serve another man? Wang Xiuli couldn't believe it, but Herzing didn't care about her, and pushed hard. Shut up, you! Why don't you go over and serve this brother? Bring out all 18 of your tricks. If it upsets this brother, I'll have these guys behind me take turns sprouting you tonight. Herzing threatened viciously. A woman compared to his own life, he still knew how to choose. Wang Xiuli was so threatened that she didn't dare to talk nonsense. With a crying face, he was about to go over. Mendel watched quietly. Sister-in-law? It's not as good as dumplings. Hiss. Meng De was thinking this, but he didn't realize that the flesh around his waist was pinched hard. In his ear, Phil's threatening words were also heard. I'm telling you you better mind your dick. If you really dare to that flea bag, don't ever climb into my bed again. I'm afraid of getting dirty. On the sidelines, Big Mimi echoed her best friend. Ah yes, me too. Hearing this, Meng De's heart pulled out of his chest. These two women are too ruthless. Ugh, forget it. How could it be for a sister-in-law who is not good at all? What about giving up the joy of being good girlfriends? Besides, this Wang Xiuli, in the system rating, was just an 86 woman, not even a 90-point goddess. He was used to eating the best goddesses, and he had long since lost sight of this kind of goods. Most importantly, he, Meng De, didn't have a special hobby of scrubbing pots and pans for other people. With that, Meng De signaled Lang Feng and the others to stop Wang Xiuli who was coming over. To the two Ant Chang beside him, he hemmed and hawed. No, that's not going to happen. Don't you know what kind of person I, Meng De, am? But we've been together for so long. It's all know-it-all, isn't it? Men purposely emphasized certain words. Auntie Chang and Big Mimi, who have recharged their batteries many times together, get it straight away in seconds. Put, this guy's at it again. For some reason, though, they were relieved to hear their husbands say this instead. After all, they are afraid that their husbands, will be fooling around. Back in the field, Wang Xiuli, who had been stopped in her tracks, had a puzzled look on her face. No, I'm going to serve you, and you still don't like it? Hel Qing was also puzzled, but there was more anxiety on his face. Dude, what's wrong with this? This is good. You can experience it first. Guaranteed to please. With that he walked forward and shone a slap at Wang Xiuli. Then with one hand, he tore open Wang Xiuli's already small amount of clothes. Bitch, get on your knees. Hurry up and learn to bark. There was no pity in Helgreen's eyes. Men shook his head. This Hertzspring has put up a fight so that he can stay alive. I think you may have misunderstood. One woman isn't quite enough. Hearing this, Herzing first froze. Immediately, he smiled the smile that all men understand. Yes, one woman is not quite enough. But don't worry, I've got a lot of good-looking ones inside this sky hotel. I'll have them bring all the women here, Herzing said as he spoke, all the while his eyes, without leaving a trace, traced over the two women of Omi Nimi. Martyr! I don't know where this brat got the luck to meet such a superb woman, and two ing ones. Herzing was caught by Mendel despite his good cover. Oh, how dare you covet my woman? Congratulations, you have a way to die. So just as Her Qing turned his head to order his little brother, Meng De spoke up. Come on, stop pretending. I know you look at me with displeasure and can't wait to kill me right away. And why put on such an attentive face? Her Chang sniffed and immediately revealed a gloomy face. But when he turned his head, he immediately replaced it with a smile. Dude, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand it? Meng De smiled faintly, and lost interest in continuing to tussle with him. I rushed up so much today and punched you in the face and killed your men. You'll leave me alone? I'm afraid that as soon as I get the chance, I'll strike towards my old man, and these two women around me. Don't say you don't want them. Herzing, whose disguise had been pierced, took a deep breath. The more Meng De said this, the more scrupulous he became instead. With so many people on his side, Mengde still dared to talk like that. That would mean that men had the absolute strength to annex them. This brother, I promise you that I will never trouble you guys in the future. Hertzing wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Mengde. Okay, cut the crap. When you die, won't everything you have be mine? Besides, if you don't want these two women of mine, don't your men want them? Ha! Mengde was aware of Aunt Chang and Big Mimi. The killing power of these two women on men. Big Mimi goes without saying. Huagua has been famous for so many years. I don't know how many men are the object of YY alone at night. As for Aunt Chang, he still remembered when this woman opened a live broadcast before the end of the world. That flirty look. TSK, TSK, TSK. Not to mention the others. He even wanted to take it in his arms and exit. So it's just as well that these two women were lucky enough to meet him when the end times came. Otherwise falling into the plaything of a man is all a bad thing to say. As soon as Mengde said this, the group of juniors behind Her Ching immediately had a lewd expression on their faces. It was just now that their big brother Her Ching's decisive strike had temporarily shocked them. But now Mengde's words were the equivalent of ripping the skin off this disguise. It's in a man's nature to be horny. But if they can't control themselves, someone else can do it for them. Just take men for example. In response, he sent a direct message. Dare to covet my woman. All die for me. The moment Mengde said this, Lung Feng and the others immediately understood. Straight away, they hit the powers they had prepared long ago. Those who didn't have powers simply pulled out their guns as well. Cold Wind and the others knew about their boss's bulletproof nature. So without flinching, he pulled the trigger and started shooting. In Cold Wind they threw down a round of skills, coupled with another sudden move. The minions behind Hertzspring fell down directly. Seeing this, Helching also reacted, knowing that it was impossible to make peace, and yelled, Mud! Bastard! Give face to face! Right, brothers, do it! Kill him for me! Those two women are for everyone! I don't believe that your flying dagger can stop so many of our people. At this point, Herzing still wants women to motivate his men to charge, and he himself immediately ran towards the opposite side of the road. Couldn't stop it anyway. Why don't we just let this bunch of trashy henchmen buy me time to run for my old man? Mud, brat, you wait for me. Sooner or later, I'll be back. However, just before he could even finish his sentence, a flying knife was thrust straight into the middle of his head. Mengde's sneering words were still ringing in his ears. You're right, my flying dagger really can't block so many attacks. But your heads, they can't stop my flying daggers. Hearing this before he died, Helching was filled with resignation and disbelief. Despite the early hunch that he might not be able to defend himself against a single slash. But I didn't expect it to be a real slash that couldn't be defended. Before the words left his mouth, blood ran down Hertzspring's head. Then there was a boom and Herzing fell straight to the ground. Mend bristled and took a few steps back without a trace. Prevent blood from splattering on yourself. In fact, if this hurricane didn't talk nonsense and ran away directly, he reckoned he'd still have to make his flying dagger take a turn. But this one just wanted to put in a harsh word. That's how it turned out. Chapter 118. Hey, are you the second dog from my village? And as Helching fell, the remaining minions people were dumbfounded. Her brother, who had always been fierce and vicious in their eyes, had actually died before he could strike. Are you sure this isn't staged? Almost all of the minions present couldn't help but venture such puzzling thoughts. Under the influence of this thought, coupled with the deterrent effect of the boss being killed in seconds, these little brothers, they directly lost their minds to resist. There was a flurry of people just trying to get away. Even if there are still some who still want to fight back with their guns, what awaits them? There was only a single, golden flying knife that cut through the air, because meant he didn't intend to stay alive. The reason is simple. Those who have harmed my heart must not be kept. This group of people have been doing a lot of evil during this time of the end of the world. Mengdi also didn't want to waste the seed of consciousness on them. Kill. A cold word directly set up the end of this group of people. An hour later, Lei Chang came running to report. This group of Herzing's minions, all cleaned up. This included the other three major fourth-rank Xenos who had previously attacked Leng Feng and their convoy under Her Qing's leadership. It was also solved by Long Feng, Lei Chang and the others. It's also a way to get revenge for being attacked. In this case, Aunt Chang and Big Mimi couldn't resist their hands and struck out as well. Men didn't stand in the way. When you follow a trip out, you have to be practical. After hearing Lei Chang's report, Mengde was satisfied. Okay, then go pack up all the supplies inside the hotel, and take them with you. Get ready to head back to base. The Tianhao Hotel had such high floors, he didn't want to run up there. It's done when you have a little brother to run an errand. What's the point of having a little brother if he's the boss of everything? Sitting on the sofa in the caravan, playing with Mimi's big legs in her arms doesn't smell good. Keep in mind that today the big star wasn't wearing black silk and was wearing extremely short little shorts. A pair of big white beautiful legs. It's like using a bare-legged goddess in your hands. Geez hubby, don't you leg. Go back to the villa and mow. How bad it is to be seen here. Lei Chang and the others went off to gather the supplies to fill the inside of the Grand Hotel. The RV was surrounded by a dozen other minions who stayed behind to keep watch. Don't worry, the RV is one way. You can't see inside from outside the RV. The system produces a good product. Vision one way. That's a base okay. Haha hubby, you're thinking out loud. Where is Mimi afraid of this? She obviously can't take it anymore. Oh. As Mimi's best friend for many years, Auntie Chang has no mercy in exposing Big Mimi at the crucial moment. You don't know it yet, do you? But Big Mimi is leggy and sensitive. Aunt Chang's tantalizing breath hit Mengda's ears. It made him raise an eyebrow. Oh, yeah? After playing with Big Mimi's big beautiful legs for so long, this was the first time he knew that Big Mimi was still a sensitive body. Looking down, the Big Mimi in her arms was under some special maneuvers of her own. A touch of scarlet had long since slowly surfaced on her white face. It's all starting to get slightly on the mouth. Hey, it's still true. How come I didn't know about this Big Mimi thing? He wasn't surprised by this look on Big Mimi's face. It's not unusual for some women to be sensitive to certain areas. Men who often like to do bad things with women know a trick. During the process, gently bite the woman's earlobe. That can add bow tie. Cut. What can you know about writing in a hurry every time? Auntie Ching unflinchingly revealed Mengda's old self again. But he couldn't refute it. It's true when you think about it. Mengda hammed and hawed and pulled Aunt Chang into his arms again. Say, what kind of sensitive body are you? The man's breath hit Aunt Chang's face, causing her to blush all of a sudden. Put, I'm not. Yes? Let me take a closer look. Ha. Mend did a flip. Oops. It's not allowed on the little badass car. Aunt Chang still wanted to resist, but her hands were tackled in the next second. It's okay. Double the fun in the car. Just as Mend was preparing for his next step, there was suddenly a loud noise from outside the car. Mud, how long has it been since I called you guys? You rescuers have come so far apart. The tortoise can crawl faster than you. Look, all of you, at what you've tossed my Quin into. Aha! Hearing the familiar Quin, Mengda subconsciously looked up from the gully. With a sweep of his Nian-force perception, his face immediately revealed an odd color. Why don't you continue? Aunt Chang and Big Mimi's necks were red. The chest was rising and falling gently as well. It was clear that the woman who had just said she was insensitive was long moved at the moment. And seeing their husbands suddenly interrupt their output was quite strange for both women. It's okay, I just saw a familiar friend. You guys stay in the car, I'm going to get out and check it out. With that said, men patted the two women's arched dolphins and stepped out of the car. The two women in the car, on the other hand, thought about the bad smile that had just appeared at the corner of their husbands' mouths. Curious, too, he looked his head toward the window. This look led directly to two familiar figures. Ha, Mimi, if it isn't Zhang Dada and Kai Kun. Mimi took one look and a flash of disgust immediately crossed her face. It's still true. Outside the car, Lang Feng was among the group of survivors they had brought out from inside the Tianhao Hotel. A small, average-looking, skinny pussy with the only thing that stinks is his mouth, was pinching himself and cursing at Taiju and the others. Just like a shrew cursing, Coldwind couldn't stand it anymore. Impatiently, he pulled out his ears. Auntie, who the hell are you? The pussy sniffed and pointed at himself incredulously. Me? Who am I? I'm the most famous program host in China, Zhang Dada. Zhang Dada pinched his waist, his face screaming with pride. He himself has tens of millions of fans in China, where there are no fans of their own in the big country of China. Zhang Dada thought this, but after waiting for half a day, they saw Lang Feng and the others staring at each other in confusion. Crunchy. Taiju, do you recognize it? Taiju shook his head honestly. I don't recognize it either, but it looks quite similar to that second dog from my village. Hey, are you the second dog from my village? Taiju's sentence made Zhang Dada explode with anger. How dare you step on a horse and not even recognize me? Zhang Dada, and you dare call me a dog? I'm telling you guys, you're screwed. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Where's your leader? Get your asses over here. You bottom-feeding trash don't deserve to talk to me. A top feeder. Zhang Dada clutched his chest arrogantly. A proper pussy now. Just came over to men for a look. Hey, yes, it's this underbeaten look. The kind that billions of people in China can't find a second person for. Seeing Meng to come over, Coldwind and the others called for the boss. You're the leader of this bunch of trash? How dare you insult me, an upper-class person? If you don't let me forgive you, you'll be dead. Zhang Dada put on a noble posture of an upper-class person, still threatening viciously. Yet the next moment, pow, a slap, a heavy slap to Zhang Dada's face. Where's the dumb ass from? Don't come out and run around if you don't have a good head on your shoulders. You'll get your ass kicked. Stupid X. Chapter 119, Dancing a Song of Ikuan. Snap. Crisp slaps rang out across the field. But Mendel swore that he genuinely didn't want to touch the disgusting pussy. But this Foster. It's just too much of a beating. He'd never seen such a beating. He'd seen this one before the end of the world. The thing is not there. As a face that owes a beating. He's a ing asshole. A pussy. If it was before the end of the world, I would have put up with you. It's the end times now. And a couple of handfuls of posing as high and mighty. A mouthful of bottom-of-the-barrel garbage. Nike Air Max Salio. What? We ordinary people aren't human? We ordinary people aren't raised by our parents. Are we? We ordinary people deserve to be scolded by you? What the? Buckled gangsters? Hanging horses? KAM women? Sprouting spoons? Son. Is there anything you upper-class people can't do? Still a mouthful of upper-class people and bottom trash. I'll chop you up, Jill. Asterisk in hell. A word and a slap in the face from Mend. A burst of output that contained an extremely high amount of moments directly gave Cold Wind and the others a dry freeze. Boss bull. The boss is mighty. Have this talent to do what cannot have to think about it to go to the courier Men didn't talk to these men of his much these days. They were all his diehards now anyway. It doesn't matter if we talk casually. On the contrary, because of the pre-apocalyptic delivery job, Cold Wind and the others even admired Meng de more. The lowest social animal before the end of the world. After the end of the world directly transformed into a party big brother. This is not a proper version of the reality of the 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the youth poor. The reversal of the cool drama it. Mend, of course, must have scoffed at this. I'm not Xiao Huahua, but I can be real estate chickenpox And on the contrary, Zhang Dada, who had a high profile just a moment ago. It can be miserable. Men slapped him down a few times and directly took out a mouthful of his front teeth. The blood is flowing. It was now kneeling on the ground covering its mouth, incredulously raising its orchid finger towards Mengde. Mud, this bottom-feeding trash. How dare you hit the Rin family? He is Zhang Dada it. Mud believe it or not Jen's family complaint mud it. When Mengde heard that, he was really angry. Asterisk in hell. Still not getting the hang of it are you? Cold Wind Iron Pillar to me. Beat this pussy until he can't talk. Lung Feng and the others could not stand this. The so-called famous program host. For a long time. Now as soon as they heard Mengde's order, one by one, they were instantly ecstatic. Holler boss. Lei Chang laughed fiercely and was the first to pounce. Up those big 48-size boots and kick Zhang Dada in the face. Mud. What the? You're so noble just because you're a member of the upper class, aren't you? He too A mouthful of thick yellow phlegm was spat directly onto Zhang Dada's face. Cold Wind and Iron Pillar followed suit. Especially Tai Zhu. The bastard's mouth was still chanting before he kicked. Oh, two dogs. How did you become like this? I don't even recognize you. Zhang Dada had been crying so emotionally under the fierce kicks of Long Feng and Lei Chang. Screaming in agony. They all started begging for mercy. Now that he heard this naive words from Tai Zhu, he was so angry that he almost fainted. Jen's family isn't a two-dogger. Hey, how dare you talk tough? Mengde raised an eyebrow and waved his hand towards the other men around him who were watching. All of you together. Give me a good beating on this thing. And to hear that there's still their share. The group of people gathered around immediately wailed and rushed over. While punching, he yelled again at the top of his lungs. Boss is awesome. Aha. No, you're all so talkative. Mend felt a little offended, but he could understand these people. His group of henchmen were basically pre-apocalyptic bottom feeders. It's okay to be cursed before the end times. It's for life. It's true that you don't live as well as the upper class people, but this is the end of days. You're not as good as we are at stepping on a horse. If I hadn't rescued your pussy ass, would you have a chance to talk to me? Now not only are you not grateful for saving your life, but you have the nerve to scold the old men. Mengde's group of henchmen are getting angrier and angrier the more they think about it. It's getting tougher and tougher. Looking at Zhang Dada, he was on the verge of being kicked alive. A man in suspenders wearing heavy makeup and looking like a soft woman ran up to him. Stop. You guys stop it. Dada, he's so pathetic. Men took a look. Yo, if it isn't Quinquin. I haven't seen you for a few days. You're not acting like a man anymore. But Quinquin's face is still to be given. So at Mengde's signal, Lei Chang and the others stopped. It didn't matter what this look was. Men straightened up and called out what a great guy. Zhang Dada was kicked dirty. There were blood marks all over his body. His nose and mouth were all askew. And blood was flowing out like it didn't need any money. And that's not even the worst of it. The worst is still, and I don't know which one of them got lucky. Zhang Dada body began to emit an inexplicable fragrant aroma. It's like a scent. No, The man in suspenders who had come over was trying to go up and help Zhang Dada up. But when he took a look at Zhang Dada who had become like this, he immediately frowned in disgust and was forced to take a few steps back. Seeing this, Long Feng subconsciously said, "Boss, if it isn't that Kai Kun, you recognize?" Lung Feng recognized that Meng De was a bit surprised. After all, this one, a bodyguard only, how can you still be a groupie? What Ikuan? That's what young people call it nowadays. Any stout man of age is probably not a fan of such soft men. If they saw this kind of male-unfriendly and female-unfriendly goods in the family, they would probably curse the family. Coldwind nodded and said in a serious manner, "I kind of like listening to the songs. Other than that, love to learn. What Mayday? Fine building. The first welfare chicken I am a member okay. Nice guy." Mengde didn't realize that the study in this bastard's mouth referred to this study. It's a good thing that Mengde had known about his war general's tartness. It was a kind of sullenness that came from his bones. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the only ones who like older, flirtatious mature women. As Coldwin's later words were spoken softly beside Mengde, Quin Choi, who was wearing suspenders, didn't hear clearly, but Coldwin's first words were quite loud. Kai Cohen still heard it clearly. A very handsome flip of his hair and a confident smile on his ghostly face. "You guys are right. I'm the famous idol trainee who debuted 2.5 years ago and enjoys singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball. Choi Kun. Quincy Choi is still quite famous." All these people under Mengde hadn't seen this guy's spoof videos on shaky hands. So one by one, they all wore a surprised expression. Seeing Mend and these people in this state, Kai Cohen was very satisfied. "Look, I Kai Cohen or men and women all kill it. This man you're beating up, he's a friend of mine. I wish you would do me the honor of sparing him. In consideration, how about I give you guys an autograph?" Quincy Choi is confident in his signature. "That's $1,000. Before the end of the world. You couldn't even buy it for $1,000. But Mengde shook his head at his words. "It's not impossible to spare him. But well, you'll have to dance to the Song of Ikuan. P.S. A book group has been created. The link to the group is inside the blurb. Thank you to the book friend. I can lean on your back reward. Here, I'll give a kowtow to my righteous father. Thank you, father." Chapter 120 Fame Song, 2-in-1. If it were before Armageddon. This Kai Cohen's autograph. There might have been some NC fans who wanted it. Men sold it backhandedly and could have gotten a girl to get a whole $15.99 knockout package service. But now it's all doom and gloom. He wants this ghostly talisman. What's the use of it? So he resolutely refused. "I don't want an autograph. Just dance me to the Song of Ikuan." Kai Cohen froze in disbelief. "I can't believe you don't want my autograph. My autograph was something you couldn't even buy with money before the end of the world." Zhang Dada, who was all but beaten to death on the side, also opened his mouth firmly. Mud looked down on the Nest family Kun Gigi's signature. Jen's going to file a complaint against Mud, and also let Cohen Gigi's love Cohen fans web explode. Mud guys. Mud people yellow, finished, eggs. Zhang Dada this pussy finished presumably laughing, but due to the fact that the mouth has been crooked, the first thing that came out of his mouth was a duck's version of quack quack quack. It was extremely harsh, and Mend really didn't want to hear anymore. "Ugh, you beeps are getting your ass kicked. Why the hell do you still have such a foul mouth? Really just dead set on it, aren't you?" Meng De waved his hand, and Lung Feng Lei Chang and the others immediately understood. Zhang Dada saw the situation and tried to run. "Don't come over here, mud bloods." Facing Zhang Dada's upraised orchid finger, the sissy refused. Lang Feng and the others laughed as they rushed up and kicked at Zhang Dada. They hadn't gotten their fill of punching just now when Meng De had stopped them, so Zhang Dada was beaten up again and screamed. "The Bean Batch's iron pillar has come back to exorcise the heart. Oh, two dogs. Your mouth stinks. I disown you too." As soon as the words left his mouth, a size 82 big foot was shoved directly inside Zhang Dada's mouth. And then, a pile of feces yellow poop spilled out from inside Zhang Dada's mouth. The corner of Men's mouth twitched. "Nice guy. The case of ***** luck can be solved. There is only one truth." Mendel silently took a few steps back to prevent the aroma from overwhelming him. "Wow. Mud. Get your stinky feet out of there. Quin Gigi. Mud quickly saved Jen's family. The engines can't take it anymore." Listening to Zhang Dada's miserable screams on the side, Kai Cohen's heart ached. This is his best friend who shares his bed, but he wasn't stupid and knew who was in charge at the scene. With a clench of his teeth, as if he had made up his mind of some sort. "You don't want my autograph, so I'll give you a chance to take a picture with me. Now you're satisfied and can let go of my Dada," he said and picked at the yellow hair on his forehead, looking as if Mend had been given a great honor. Mengde stared with wide eyes. This good so shameless well. But before he could say anything, Zhang Dada, who was taking a beating, was firming up again. It's like the undead. Quinn Gigi. Don't. Mud. How can Mud take a picture with this bottom feeder trash? Amen, they don't deserve it at all. Kai Cohen sniffed and became even more distressed. Dada. Stop talking. Quinn is willing to make some small sacrifices in order to save you. Kunjiji Mud is so nice to Dada. Dada loves Koenjiji to death. Mud guys, this bunch of trash. Don't let go of Injia yet. Koenjiji have made such a big sacrifice. Now you guys don't know enough. Zhang Dada thumped his chest and wailed with excitement. Men didn't know if the beep was crying from being punched or moved to tears. Anyway, he was all truly disgusted. Roll, jump or get out. What a garbage group photo. And you dare to ask me for face. You also deserve? Quinn Choi, who was hooking her hair with her pinky, squealed in disbelief when she heard this. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I'm an existence that you can never afford to climb up to, and you're actually refusing the photo opportunity that I, Quinn Kai, have bestowed upon you again. Quinn Choi painted her lips with the usual red lips of a woman. Speaking of which, a look of disdain appeared on his face. Humph. No wonder you're all bottom-feeding trash. Now that such a great opportunity is in front of you, don't even know how to cherish it. I think you'll be the life of bottom trash for the rest of your lives. Never reach the heights of my upper class. Mengda's face, all of a sudden, darkened. Cold Wind, beat me to death. Okay boss. This was what Cold Wind and the others wanted. And so the hands are getting harder. Seeing this, Kai Cohen was completely anxious, rushing over and stretching out her woman's generally long fingernails. She was about to claw at Mengda's face. You ing piece of. Hurry up and tell them to stop. With me, Kai Cohen. Here today. You can't even let go without me. Mend frowned. Shut the up. You're too loud. A backhand is a slap out. Snap. The beating made Quinn Choi skeptical. Covering the reddened side of her face, she collapsed to the floor and cried out in pain. How dare you hit me? You actually dare to hit me. I want you all to die. My icons will not let you go. I'm going to file a complaint against you. You wait to die. My handsome face. Whoa. Men's frown deepened. This guy is crying like a pussy. How is it that there are still so many stargazers out there? It's really all NC fans, isn't it? Giving face. Ha. Cold Wind. Drag this guy over there too. We're all good friends now. We should share the pain. No. Hearing Mengda's words, Kai Cohen was dumbfounded. You. What are you going to do to Quinn? Ha. What? Nothing. Since you won't jump, I'll beat you until you can. He had seen the legendary Ikuin Divine Comedy for I don't know how many times. It's been a long time coming as a thunderbolt, but the live version, he hadn't seen it yet. He had to see it today. No matter what. Otherwise, they are all sorry for their own pre-apocalyptic, Kunman's #1 little black man title. And so, in Kai Cohen's dumbfounded gaze, he was dragged over by the cold wind. Ouch. I'll go. My face. Don't you guys hit me in my handsome face. I'll jump. Okay? Woo. Kai Cohen cannot be as tough as Zhang Dada. The district a few slaps down, directly softened. Che, I thought how hard I could be, but it turned out to be the life of a traitor. Mengda sneered and told Cold Wind to stop them. Another chair was brought over by Cold Wind. With interest, he took out a handful of melons and became a gourd eater. Begin. Just dance to your hit song. Kai Cohen glanced at Mengda in fear. A haircut and a red lip out for a touch-up, grinding away. If he hadn't seen Mengda's impatient face, I guess there's still half a day of ink. Hey. Men frowned as soon as Kai Cohen's foreign accent opened his mouth. Wait a minute. What kind of are you singing? Kai Cohen was aggrieved. This is my hit song. This song has won the China Golden Melody Award. Mend was black-faced. It's something he knows about. Of course. After all, it was on the Bib hit list. It can be extremely ironic that a song in a foreign language can win the Chinese Golden Melody Award. You're still playing dumb with me now, aren't you? Didn't you get enough of that beating just now? Seeing Mengda get angry, Kai Cohen then put away his little mind. Very flirty, he teased his center-parted hair. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to dance to the song that made him the laughingstock of the entire internet. You're so beautiful. Knowles, watching the movements of Kai Cohen, who was wearing suspenders, Mengda nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, it's the original that's the most authentic. All the others are little black men showing their knowing feet. After watching for a while, Mend lost interest. On the contrary, it was the Cold Wind on the side that watched with amusement. I even played the downloaded music of You're Too Beautiful to Know. Facing Mengda's strange gaze, Langfeng also explained in a serious manner. Boss, I like to listen to songs. I'm a music lover. The corner of Mend's mouth twitched. Solid. Little Blackie no doubt. Oh yeah, where did you guys find these two? The survivors that Lang Feng and the others had brought out from inside the Tianhao Grand Hotel were about 300 people, which basically were found inside the basement inside the hotel. But look at Kai Cohen. These two are so well dressed that they hardly look harmed. Guess Doomsday had a pretty good time of it. That made him a little strange. It's inside a room on the 9th floor. When we went in, there were two other strong men who were on the backs of these two. Cold Wind didn't say it through, but Mengda still understood it in seconds. This is being backdoored. No wonder it's so well dressed. But at that, he wasn't surprised in the least. For these self-proclaimed upper-class people, how glamorous they are on the surface, how dirty and nasty they are behind the scenes. Don't think it's the end of days now, but it was the same before the end of days. Without these people, the rich woman's happy four-piece set, wire ball, weapon, flaming mountain, and closed moon fan, all have to be useless. This is evident from what happened to President Wang's good friend and the biggest star in China, Lin Dio. The exception, of course, is his woman, Big Mimi. After all, he knew how many times Big Mimi had been recharged. He's seen the half of the snowflake that came out of Big Mimi the first time he charged her, even though it's only half a flower. To him, Mengda, a young woman, isn't it more flavorful? I'm still 28 years old, and I haven't completely lost my girlishness yet. The woman was also both sexy and flirty and a little playful when writing her for a game. What about the fact that at one point he was so mesmerized that he couldn't get out of it? And thinking of Big Mimi, it suddenly occurred to him that Big Mimi and Zhang Dada still knew each other. But after thinking about it, I didn't call the Big Mimi girls off the bus. The scene is really a bit unpleasant, so it's better not to gross them out. Clap your hands, and enough drama. Mend is also ready to end the farce. Go back to base. What about these two? At this moment, Kai Cohen is still selling Jean, you are too beautiful. If Mengde doesn't say stop, he doesn't dare to stop. On the ground, there was Zhang Dada who was in the, and at the moment, there was basically only air coming out, but no air going in. Let them fend for themselves. He wouldn't have been able to bring it back if these two hadn't been so disgusted with themselves and hadn't been so foul-mouthed. But now well, let him realize that these two goods Doomsday this time, live really comfortable, totally haven't recognized the reality of the end coming. He didn't want to bring back an ancestor. Most importantly, bringing back Quinn Kai, a Quinn, is useless. Bringing it back to put this kind of cargo to work would be an absolute no-no. You can't have this guy know you're too beautiful every day. So this one was probably not as useful as the red-haired chicken that was underneath the Black Emperor. That red-furred chicken, at least, can lay eggs, but Choi Kuan, can he also lay eggs? Understood. Hearing Mengda's order, Lang Feng and the others immediately arranged for these survivors to get on the bus. At first Quinn Choi was still happy to see everyone disperse, but the humiliation of being teased this time was humiliating to him as an upper-class man. Mud. Bottom feeder trash. You guys just wait. I'm going to make sure my love-gone fans blast your bibs hard, flesh you on the internet and let you know the power of offending me. Kai Cohen, and a hard complaint against you. Just as this thought came to mind, I looked up. In front of the big Tianhao Hotel, everyone had gotten on the bus and was left alone. Hey, you guys wait for me. But all that was left for him was a pile of car exhaust and a group of hideous zombies. Ho ho ho. Brothers, come on. This meat is delicious. Vote on the number. You'll get what you see. Inside the caravan, through Nianli perception, Mengde took in what happened to Kai Cohen in the back. By the way, Big Mimi, I seem to remember that you know Dada Zhang, right? Mend played with Big Mimi's big white rabbit, making Big Mimi shy for a moment. Aha! But don't worry, husband. I don't know him very well. Mend nodded, and he asked casually. On the contrary, it was Faye who saw a bad smile on the corner of her husband's mouth. It was a moment of clarity. You little devil, did you do something bad again? Tell me the truth, or don't blame me for snapping your bad dick. Aunt Cheng's eyes were filled with a sense of provocation. With her delicate hands, she drew circles on Mengda's chest, all the way down to this woman. It's time to pick up where we left off. But well, that's the kind of woman he likes, who is both vegetable and fun-loving. Gently hooked Aunt Cheng's white chin, seductive necks, delicate collarbones, and bottomless. Woman, you're playing gangsta. What? Are you afraid? Aunt Cheng's soft tongue nimbly traced across the red lips, then another gentle nibble from the bejeweled teeth. Mud. What a mesmerizing little goblin. I don't know. What little devil just said that? Double the fun in the car. Mend did a flip. His slightly magnetic voice sounded beside Aunt Cheng's ears. Woman, you asked for it. Come on, little bad boy. Mend was determined to make this woman pay. Oh no, it's two women. Aya, you two are messing around. Why do you have to drag me along? There was a rhythmic scream from the car. The convoy slowly traveled towards the base. Chapter 121 Dinner and Midnight Snacks. Can't help it? Is that what you mean? Feeling the touch coming from a certain area, and hearing Sister Yun's words, Mendel is undoubtedly a little embarrassed. There's no other reason. Someone's been nudged out of their mind. And when Sister Yun saw this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly on her absolutely beautiful face. It seemed to satisfy the man's embarrassment. It's okay. I can't help but know what's on your mind. Don't forget, you're not mooching off me these days. How come I didn't see you so embarrassed then? Either. I have to admit, sometimes it's too intellectual in front of a woman. It's easy for men to expose themselves, too. But the good thing is that the woman standing in front of him at the moment is not only sensible and charming, but also knows things. Even if she knows your little thoughts, she is very considerate of men's faces and comforts you in her unique way. No, it didn't even take men to beckon. The woman then sat self-consciously in his arms. The mesmerizing scent of his body lingered on the tip of his nose. Like a mysterious musk, it exudes a unique and tantalizing scent. For him, as a man, there was simply a fatal attraction. Looking at Sister Yun's jade hand that was poking in the dark, Meng didn't stop it. Instead, there was a wry smile. Sister Yun, when did you become so naughty like Aunt Chang? Having spent so many days together, Sister Yun naturally knew who Aunt Chang was referring to. The playfulness of Aunt Chang, the undead, was well known within these women of Mend, but completely different from Aunt Chang. Sister Yun's playfulness that was a playfulness that could read her man's mind. The simple fact is that this woman knows in her heart what he, the man, wants most. It's also the most comfortable. Sitting in his arms at the moment, Meng De really had the feeling of being a certain ice version of Xiao Mengyang. The kind of flirtatiousness that sees into the depths of a man's desire. The kind of sensuality that comes from a voluptuous figure. It was only stronger than Xiao Mengyang, especially with her eyes, which were like hooks. It was as if it could take one's soul away. Full of seduction. She's really the most sensible Ojusan as rated by the system. What? You don't like it? Why do I see that you're quite Hyangshou? Sister Yun's voice was so heavenly and melodious, like invisible silk threads. A little bit of it seduced Meng De's auditory nerves, combined with the small, dark poking motion in his hand. It made him take a deep breath as well. Adjust your body. Sister Yun, you're asking me to commit a crime like this, aren't you? You were like that today. Was it really convenient? Although Meng De, like normal men, has the nature of female cesium, even more so than the average man. But he also knew that he couldn't mess around during certain insecure times of the month for these women of his. Otherwise, it's not good to see snow. Unexpectedly, when she heard Meng De's words, Yun revealed a smile. It was a good laugh. Between her knitted brows and her smile, she exudes a naturally seductive flavor. It's like it's in your bones. You're born with it. Laughed that dainty laugh. The plump body, too, swayed gently in his arms like a soft willow branch. The large lei shook with it, exuding a seductive charm. Although it hadn't really been put on yet, it was full of flesh that couldn't be hidden by any means. No? Is that so funny? Seeing Meng De's black face, Sister Yun then ambled to his ear and said, you left in such a hurry today that I forgot to talk to you. I'm today. Pro QI just left After saying that, his shell teeth also gently bit his earring. Mature. Imperial air comes over the top. Breath with a bit of warmth hit his neck. It's very seductive. This woman. Mendel clearly felt that he was breathing a little too hard, but it also made him react at the same time. This woman is pro QI away, so wouldn't she be able to take advantage of the situation? At the thought, Mend was ecstatic. He also finally understood why the woman had called herself over during the day. So it's been lifted. No wonder it's so licentious. For this kind of licentious behavior, Meng De said that his aunt can tolerate it, but Meng De cannot tolerate it. Immediate action is required. But who knew that Sister Yun was directly stopping his hand that was ready to make a mess? You wait. Aha! See the puzzlement that Men showed as he looked up from the wrapped murder weapon. Sister Yun said as she pointed to the noodles that had just been brought in on the table. Take it easy. You need to eat that bowl of noodles first. Jai said you hadn't eaten dinner yet. That's the noodle I put down myself. Sister Yun said very seriously, although the stunning face, some slight mouth up, but still keeping the last vestige of lucidity. He said, and, it's also the first time I've ever spaghettied a man. You have to eat clean. Or that. It's not allowed. Meng De saw that there was still some anticipation within Yun's eyes as she spoke. He understood at once. The woman still wanted his approval. The noodles were very simple shredded pork noodles. It was filled with a ham and 2 eggs. The noodles were just as thick and thin, and it was not at all obvious that Sister Yun had kneaded them by hand. This craft is absolutely amazing. No wonder he had heard Jia Yi say before that amongst the 4 beauties of their Bikong, it was Sister Yun who had the best cooking skills. She is a good wife and mother who can work in the kitchen as well as in the living room. Now that seems to be true. Here, let me feed you. Saying that, Sister Yun picked up a shredded meat and put it into her mouth. Then, to men's blinded gaze, he passed the shredded meat through his red lips into his mouth. Oh, interjection indicating that one has just learned STH. I have to say, the sensual imperial sister is the city will play. Is it good? Being served dinner by such an imperial sister, even if it wasn't delicious. He had to nod his head and say it was delicious. Otherwise, wouldn't it make all the righteous fathers in front of the screen envious for nothing? So men smiled and nodded on this shredded meat, but there's still Yun's flavor, just as good as it tastes. Receiving approval from Mengde, the 30-year-old Yun was as happy as a little girl. Another one then. I heard from Jiai that you've been tired all day even after taking Big Mimi and Ing Air out. Eat more. Mengde always felt that the woman in front of him was pointing at him with her words, but he has no proof yet. Because of Sister Yun, and not to be denied by Mend. Go ahead and start feeding now. Dozens of times in succession in the same way. It took a while to clean the bowl of shredded meat. Sister Yun is such a truthful woman. The meat is rich and nutritious. With just a brief taste, he knew that the shredded meat had definitely been processed in advance. Chewy and full of flavor. Shredded meat is finished. Next, isn't it time to eat the noodles that Sister Yun laid down? At those words, Sister Yun's stunningly beautiful face was instantly filled with scarlet. Chapter 122, Eating Noodles. Can't help it? Is that what you mean? Feeling the touch coming from a certain area, and hearing Sister Yun's words, Mendel is undoubtedly a little embarrassed. There's no other reason. Someone's been nudged out of their mind. And when Sister Yun saw this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly on her absolutely beautiful face. It seemed to satisfy the man's embarrassment. It's okay. I can't help but know what's on your mind. Don't forget, you're not mooching off me these days. How come I didn't see you so embarrassed then? Either. I have to admit, sometimes it's too intellectual in front of a woman. It's easy for men to expose themselves, too. But the good thing is that the woman standing in front of him at the moment is not only sensible and charming, but also knows things. Even if she knows your little thoughts, she is very considerate of men's faces and comforts you in her unique way. No, it didn't even take men to beckon. The woman then sat self-consciously in his arms. The mesmerizing scent of his body lingered on the tip of his nose. Like a mysterious musk, it exudes a unique and tantalizing scent. For him, as a man, there was simply a fatal attraction. Looking at Sister Yun's jade hand that was poking in the dark, Mengde didn't stop it. Instead, there was a wry smile. Sister Yun, when did you become so naughty like Aunt Chang? Having spent so many days together, Sister Yun naturally knew who Aunt Chang was referring to. The playfulness of Aunt Chang, the undead, was well known within these women of Mend, but completely different from Aunt Chang. Sister Yun's playfulness that was a playfulness that could read her man's mind. The simple fact is that this woman knows in her heart what he, the man, wants most. It's also the most comfortable. Sitting in his arms at the moment, Mengde really had the feeling of being a certain ice version of Xiao Meinyang. The kind of flirtatiousness that sees into the depths of a man's desire. The kind of sensuality that comes from a voluptuous figure. It was only stronger than Xiao Meinyang, especially with her eyes, which were like hooks. It was as if it could take one's soul away. Full of seduction. She's really the most sensible Ojusan as rated by the system. What? You don't like it? Why do I see that you're quite Hyangshou? Sister Yun's voice was so heavenly and melodious, like invisible silk threads. A little bit of it seduced Mengde's auditory nerves, combined with the small, dark poking motion in his hand. It made him take a deep breath as well. Adjust your body. Sister Yun, you're asking me to commit a crime like this, aren't you? You were like that today. Was it really convenient? Although Mengde, like normal men, has the nature of female cesium, even more so than the average man. But he also knew that he couldn't mess around during certain insecure times of the month for these women of his. Otherwise, it's not good to see snow. Unexpectedly, when she heard Mengde's words, Sister Yun revealed a smile. It was a good laugh. Between her knitted brows and her smile, she exudes a natural and seductive flavor. It's like it's in your bones. You're born with it. Laughed that dainty laugh. The plump body, too, swayed gently in his arms like a soft willow branch. The large lei shook with it, exuding a seductive charm. Although it hadn't really been put on yet, it was full of flesh that couldn't be hidden in any way. No? Is that so funny? Seeing Mengde's black face, Sister Yun then ambled to his ear and said, You left in such a hurry today that I forgot to talk to you. I'm today. Pro QI just left After saying that, his shell teeth also gently bit his earring. Mature. Imperial air comes over the top. Breath with a bit of warmth hit his neck. It's very seductive. This woman. Mendel clearly felt that he was breathing a little too hard, but it also made him react at the same time. This woman is pro-QI, so wouldn't she be able to take advantage of the situation? At the thought, Mend was ecstatic. He also finally understood why the woman had called herself over during the day. So it's been lifted. No wonder it's so licentious. For this kind of licentious behavior, Mengde said that his aunt can tolerate it, but Mengde cannot tolerate it. Immediate action is required. But who knew that Sister Yun was directly stopping his hand that was ready to make a mess? You wait. Aha! See the puzzlement that Men showed as he looked up from the wrapped murder weapon. Sister Yun said as she pointed to the noodles that had just been brought in on the table. Take it easy. You need to eat that bowl of noodles first. Jai said you hadn't eaten dinner yet. That's the pasta I laid myself. Sister Yun said very seriously, although the stunning face, some slight mouth up, but still keeping the last vestige of lucidity. He said, and it's also the first time I've ever laid spaghetti for a man. You have to eat clean, or that. It's not allowed. Mengde saw that there was still some anticipation within Yun's eyes as she spoke. He understood at once. The woman still wanted his approval. The pasta was a very simple shredded pork noodle. It was filled with a ham and 2 eggs. The noodles were just as thick and thin, and it was not at all obvious that Sister Yun had kneaded them by hand. This craft is absolutely amazing. No wonder he had heard Jia say before that amongst the 4 beauties of their Bikong, it was Sister Yun who had the best cooking skills. She is a good wife and mother who can work in the kitchen as well as in the living room. Now that seems to be true. Here, let me feed you. Saying that, Sister Yun picked up a shredded meat and put it into her mouth. Then, to Men's blinded gaze, he passed the shredded meat through his red lips into his mouth. Oh, interjection indicating that one has just learned STH. I have to say, the sensual imperial sister is the city will play. Is it good? Being served dinner by such an imperial sister, even if it wasn't delicious. He had to nod his head and say it was delicious. Otherwise, wouldn't it make all the righteous fathers in front of the screen envious for nothing? So Men smiled and nodded. On this shredded meat, but there's still Yun's flavor, just as good as it tastes. Receiving approval from Mengde, the 30-year-old Yun was as happy as a little girl. Another one then. I heard from Jai that you've been tired all day even after taking Big Mimi and Ing Air out. Eat more. Mengde always felt that the woman in front of him was pointing at him with her words, but he has no proof yet, because of Sister Yun, and not to be denied by Mend. Go ahead and start feeding now, dozens of times in succession in the same way. It took a while to clean the bowl of shredded meat. Sister Yun is such a truthful woman. The meat is rich and nutritious. With just a brief taste, he knew that the shredded meat had definitely been processed in advance, chewy and full of flavor. Shredded meat is finished. Next, isn't it time to eat the noodles that Sister Yun laid down? At those words, Sister Yun's stunningly beautiful face was instantly filled with scarlet. Chapter 123, You can have a midnight snack. I'm done with the shredded meat. Is it time to eat the noodles that Sister Yun laid down next? I don't blame Sister Yun for this woman's blush. Truly, what Men said was full of meaning, especially when the man says eat noodles. Instead, the hands made direct guided movements. It forced her to understand the profound mystery of it. No. Seeing the man's groping movements getting bigger and bigger, Yun subconsciously grabbed the hand that was making a mess. What's going on? Mengde squinted his eyes, and with a slight movement of his fingers, he made Sister Yun start to slightly mouth. Sister Yun, you don't want me to eat the noodles you made anymore? Yun's petite body was sitting in the man's arms, being made small by the man on top of her, and to be questioned by this man about not being allowed to eat noodles? It made Sister Yun feel even worse than a sinus. No noodles for you? Bad man. You're trying to eat my noodles? I'm embarrassed to point it out to you. A death grip on the man's disruptive hand. You little scoundrel. The deal was to finish my noodles first, or I won't let you do anything tonight, especially if it's the thing you want to do the most. Yun said and playfully glanced down with her eyes. That's pretty self-explanatory, and froze Men's big hand and pushed it out of his territory. Hey, this woman is so serious. Well then, if you personally deliver the noodles you laid to my little badass mouth, it wouldn't be out of the question to take a bite. But well, it has to go both ways. Men purposely put a heavier tone on certain words, especially with that bad smile at the corner of his mouth. Let Yun understand that she wanted the man to finish the bowl of noodles in peace tonight. It was impossible not to fulfill his simple request. He could only nod his head with a red face, and at the same time, he also loosened his jade hand, allowing the man to continue his little maneuver from earlier. For his part, Men smiled smugly. Resuming her small movements, Yun couldn't help but stifle a grunt. She had a premonition that she wasn't going to last much longer. I'm afraid, while she was still awake, Yun sped up the feeding of the noodles. hastily picking up his chopsticks. He caught 2 noodles and tried to put them into Mengde's mouth, but Meng shook his head. At this moment, he was like Uncle Dong possessed, and said with a sense of humor, "Sister Cloud, I'm glad you spoke the way you did just now, but that's the kind of feeding you're doing, and I don't like it. In this room, I'm never the only one who makes requests, and no one else is ever denied." "I like the way Yun-san fed the shredded meat just now," said Meng with a slight push of his fingers. Sister Yun's subconscious body trembled and she almost didn't even grasp the chopsticks in her hand. What's wrong with Sister Yun?" Hearing the man's bad joke, Yun gave him a blank look. The man said, "Eat your own noodles. One side of the coin is small and constant. You're a bad little boy. But you're so bad. Sister Yun, I'm going to die from your it's owed negative." Understanding the man's meaning, Sister Yun had no choice but to open her red lips and eat the noodles into her own mouth again. And only then was it passed to Meng's mouth. Looking at the near and delicate red lips, Mengde's appetite flourished. In one bite, he took the noodles that Sister Yun had personally laid down and ate them viciously. It is indulgently silky in the mouth. The soft fragrance, too, blossomed instantly inside the mouth. Meng nodded in satisfaction. "Go on." Hearing Mengde's words, Yun hurriedly handed over a second bite. It was something she'd been trying to hurry up and get done. Now that the man was asking for it, she was naturally happy to do so. Third mouthful. The fourth mouth. The fifth mouth. Yun's red lip flavor is the perfect combination of sexiness and style. It has a unique appeal and charm. It made Meng feel, for a moment, as if he were in the center of a passionate stage. Can't help but be deeply enraptured and overwhelmed. I just want to stay immersed in this fascinating flavor and feel the passion and beauty of this woman. And, as more and more noodles are eaten, Mengde could feel Sister Yun's fiery red lips filled with passion, and they were also burning hotter and hotter between his lips, and the movements of his hands gradually diffused into big movements. This woman's meat silk legs. It's wonderful. Finally, with a clang sound, Yun's chopsticks in her hand could no longer be held steady. "Well, wait. You haven't finished the noodles I laid down." The taste of Yun's red lips was just too delicious, and the woman's seductive eyes, her fair and delicate skin, like congealed fat, configured with her voluptuous figure, Mengde was on the verge of wanting to eat her clean in one bite. Where can I care about the bowl of noodles? If it wasn't for the fact that when she was about to open the shackles, Sister Yun stopped herself dead in her tracks. Meng is all set to take the final step. "Phew, little bad boy. You finish eating first. Eat up anything." Sister Yun took a big bite of and her attractive chest rose and fell with it. "Okay, I'll eat." He was truly helpless to this woman's insistence. Good thing there wasn't much left in the bowl. The pasta had been emptied and the only thing still left was a sausage plus 2 eggs. Meng took a bite out of it and finished it off straight away. And only then did he look down at the woman with her arms propped open. "Sister Yun, now you don't have a reason." Seeing this, Sister Yun also finally stopped insisting. The petite body also fell directly into his arms. The sexy black and pink clashing halter nightgown on her body had done its job. The plump figure, the delicate body full of infinite temptation, was like stimulating Mengde's sensory nerves. "Little bad boy, you can have a late night snack." When Sister Yun finished her sentence, she also closed her eyes completely. The slightly heaving chest, and the slightly trembling eyes, all spoke of how unsettled she was at the moment. Meanwhile, Meng couldn't calm down. "Sister Yun, you fed me so much just now. Now it's time for me to return the favor, especially the last 2 things. I'm going to fill you up too yet. Otherwise Jai will blame me too." "Sister Yun, you don't want me to be blamed by Jai either." Hearing the haunting man's voice in her ears, Sister Yun was completely unable to calm down. The last 2? Wouldn't that be? Although she didn't open her eyes, Sister Yun could feel that at this moment. It seemed like a gang of Amazons had gathered inside her body. The heat was so hot that it made her delicate body roll. Before this man was just mooching off himself. And now it's finally my turn. While Yun was still thinking like this, her body was honest enough to start moving. Meng rested his head on his hands, a conspiratorial smile on his lips. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The goddess Lu Ruyun's favorability towards the host has reached 100. Successful lighting of the goddess Atlas. Chapter 124, Intellectual Sister Yun. As Sister Yun began to taste it, the system's prompting voice, too, finally sounded again. Speaking of which, the last goddess Atlas that Mengde had lit up was still there. That's almost half a month apart. Speaking of which, it had been a long time since he had explored a new secret realm, so Meng ate a large mouthful of Yun's personal noodles. While doing so, she also began to check her goddess Atlas information. Located at the top, it was still Sister Yun's most beautiful goddess photo, a professional OL uniform. Inside was a white shirt with a matching black jacket. Unwilling to give in, Reiko tenaciously held her clothes up. The tantalizing dolphin part below was equally unwilling to be tied down, bursting with amazing resilience. It's as if you can jump out of a wraparound dolphin dress with just a tap. The big beautiful legs wrapped in flesh silk were also very round and silky. The jade feet were still wearing a pair of high heels. The whole person looked extremely tall, wearing a pair of rimless glasses, seductive eyes with a touch of knowledge. Sitting in the living room of his office, Mendel felt a little small. It was a moment that seemed to be possessed by Koji from some movie. There was a sense of, well, being defied by the female manager's boss. Mud. It made Mendel uncomfortable. He opened up straight to his face. Scorn me, right? Then kneel down. Aha. Honey. Even though Sister Yun subconsciously changed the way she addressed him, but it won't stop him from moving. Goddess, Lu Ruyun, innate knowledgeable imperial sister sacred body. Identity, urban female superiors. Age, 30. Height and weight, 169 to 56. Base parameters, 90-60-92. Overall rating, 96. Favorability, 100. Successful awakening of psychic abilities. Number of charges, 10. Successful entry. Ability level, late 4th order. Awakened ability, Earth Goddess, SS Great Earth ability. Specific details, 30 years old this year. With delicate features, a mature and plump figure. Born with a seductive aura. Not yet a man, but already omniscient. Mordecai was the marketing manager of Beacon Group, the top direct leader of the host's logistics company, wandering between men for many years, but always keeping her innocence, claiming to be the woman who knows the most about men. At the same time, because of its special identity, can greatly increase the host to its positive and negative values hope, and intellectual identity of the imperial sister, but also allows the host to have a different experience. Comprehensive evaluation of the system, mature and temperament, is a rare and excellent intellectual royal sister. Despite the fact that he had previously stepped in to save Sister Yun inside Beacon Logistics, that's when there was a distance contact with Yun that went beyond BFF boyfriend. But honestly, until this moment now, it was then that he truly realized the gold content of the evaluation given by the system. Innate knowledgeable imperial sacred body. Though, like Omimi, it was the imperial sacred body. But the difference was that Big Mimi's innate imperial sister holy body was heavy on a sexy. No matter what attire you wear, just stand there with a pair of big black silk legs lit up. It can inspire men to be full of positive and negative and valley of hope, especially when one associated it with Big Mimi's identity before the end of the world, or a big star who was famous in the country of China. It would give him a great sense of fulfillment. After all, not all men, like him, could pamper this Chinese superstar on their own. Sister Yun's innate knowledgeable imperial sister saint body, on the other hand, was completely different. Sister Cloud is heavy on the prefixed word intellectual. Yun was due to the fact that she usually liked to read books, so all over the body, always exudes a kind of elegant and dignified temperament, very intellectual. At the same time this woman understands men. In his case, Yun always saw right through his needs, and his needs can be met in a timely manner, without even needing him to say much. He leaned towards him of his own accord. That's very intellectual. In the words of the system, unpersoned, yet omniscient and skillful. That's right. That's a pretty objective assessment, because he felt it at the moment. Even if Sister Yun hadn't learned to dance and didn't have phase physical flexibility, she didn't graduate from an art academy, and she didn't have the skills of everyone in Kyoto like Xiao Yao. It's also not as playful as Auntie Qing's during the charging process. But this woman is excellent in the sense that although she has none of everything, she still has everything. A lot of this stuff. She knows it all on her own, not affected in any way by the age of 30. Her mature and voluptuous image of a sensual royal lady is played to the hilt, in one way or another, far more than any other woman. 2. As the saying goes, 30 is as. Sister Yun at this age had already lost the tenderness of a young girl, more bold and open in behavior and language. The desire to be eaten under the noodles is also stronger, and I don't know if it was due to its awakened SS Great Earth System ability. Earth Goddess. This woman is much more inclusive. In her, men could feel the tolerance of Mother Earth. You know, it's just getting started. Charging straight into double digits. Old. Honey, is my noodle good? Yun took a big bite of. Mengde he was naturally able to clearly feel the waves in this woman's body. After all, saving up 30 years of fertility is no joke. Of course it's delicious. The seafood flavor is strong. The corners of men's mouth lifted into a bad smile. Yun instantly understood. She was naturally happier to get this answer. So, do you want more? Mengde didn't say anything, but the bad smile at the corner of his mouth was blossoming directly. The action of the big flick of the hand says it all. 2. You tell me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mengde continued to eat the noodles that Sister Yun had personally prepared. A sleepless night. The next morning, Mend was awakened by the blinding sunlight. Sister Yun, beside her, was still awake. The petite body was still quietly nestled in his arms. Thinking back to last night's scene, Mend just had to make an emotional remark. A 30-year-old woman. That's crazy. Shaking his head, he didn't wake up Yun. The woman probably needs to get some rest. Last night was overdone by Mend eating noodles, so take advantage of the moment. Mengde was just in time to use it to check out the system rewards gained from lighting up Sister Yun, the goddess. Last night he had just taken a general look at Sister Yun's goddess message, and his own reward, which he has yet to accept. System, open my personal attribute panel. With Mengde's command, an illusory panel slowly emerged. When he saw the first system reward that was obtained, I'm almost excited to drag Sister Yun for another meal of noodles. Asterisk 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 with this psychic ability. I'm still afraid of not having any psychics under me? It's good to just artificialize it. The large room resounded with Men's ecstatic voice. Chapter 125 SSS Grade Plundering Abilities. Creating the sharp weapon of the base. Host, Mengde. Age, 24. Ability level, late 6th order. Awakened powers are as follows. SSS level King of Space, Carry on Space, Infinite Space. Space Black Hole. Space Instant. Space. SSS Grade Pneumatic Power, Pneumatic Perception 200 meters. Pneumatic Power. Pneumatic. SSS Grade Thor, Thor's Hammer. Thor's Hand. Thunder. SSS Ranked Fire Mastery, Flame Field. Inferno Blast. Fire Dragon. SSS Grade Earth Mastery, Xuanwu Defense. Xuanwu's Wall. Devouring. SSS Level Psychic Ability Looting, Psychic Ability Replication. Psychic Ability Deprivation. Psychic Ability. Shareable Abilities, Phoenix Divine Flame, Chenjai. Chang'ing, Goddess of Thunder. Yangmi, Goddess of Flame. Baijia, Goddess of Life. Chenjiao, Goddess of Water and Zephyr. Changfei, Goddess of Golden Flame. Lu Ruyun, Goddess of Earth. Illuminated Goddesses, Chenjai, Alien Level 5. Baijia, Alien Level 5. Chang'ing, Alien Level 5. Yangmi, Alien Level 5. Chenjiao, Alien Level 5. Changfei, Alien Level 4. Lu Ruyun, Alien Level 4. Unlit Goddesses, Shina Miho. Suju and Ru. Lin Aoxiue. Equipment, Desert Eagle Pistol *1, Unlimited Bullets. Long-lasting wear and tear. Tang Knife *1, Knife Mastery. Doomsday RV Bulletproof Edition. Skills, Virus Immunity, up to 1 level higher than the host's zombie virus. Goddess Bonding. Starry Night Walker. Looking at his already awakened psychic abilities, Mengde was satisfied, especially when he saw the newly added SSS grade psychic ability, Plunder Psychic. More than that, he was happy, because this psychic ability was just the perfect solution to his current needs. He'd analyzed his current situation last night. He also knew why Coldwind and the others went out and were prone to sneak attacks. The biggest reason for this is that there aren't enough aliens, resulting in Ling Feng and the others, even though their alien ability levels had all reached the 4th rank. But it was still caught in the predicament of being besieged by a collective of altered beings. You should know that Ling Feng and the others would go out searching for supplies in teams of 30 to 40 people every time they did anything. But the number of aliens in it ended up being like a quarter. It can't be helped. Inside the base there were now less than 100 Ultrans in total. Most of these were to stay on base. Moreover, these 100 Xenos were still under the influence of Mengde's seat of consciousness before they slowly awakened their Xenos. There are very few that rely solely on their own awakening. You know, almost all the survivors inside the base were saved by him, except for isolated cases like Lei Chang. These rescued survivors are inside. It was also almost all ordinary survivors who hadn't awakened their powers. In fact, but anyone who had awakened their psychic abilities wouldn't have been taken in and imprisoned. After all, strength reigns supreme in Doomsday. In China, there are still relatively few people with firearms. It's not really easy to get without some gray channels, but even if you get a firearm, it doesn't always work. You have to know that once a psychic reaches the 4th stage, actually a normal pistol can be no threat to them unless you can get a straight shot to the head. There really isn't much of a threat unless you can get a straight shot to the head. In such a situation, the alien who had awakened his powers was of particular importance. Shifters are also kind of a scarce resource in Doomsday. Not everyone gets the chance to awaken, but as long as they can be awakened, no matter what powers are awakened, status, as always, is a step above the ordinary. That's why the position of these aliens of Doomsday now, when facing those superpowers, is kind of awkward. Either you can't beat it and choose to join, or you're just going to get karma. The likelihood of being imprisoned, slim to none, much less wait and be rescued and collected by him. After all, it's a potential threat to have a shifter who's hostile to you around. This also leads directly to a kind of dilemma for Mend. Now Mend, if he wants more shifters, Either that or wait for these people at the base to reach a diehard level of 100 favorability towards themselves. Then with the help of the seed of consciousness, they slowly awakened their psychic abilities. This way, though slower, but at least it gave those ordinary aliens who couldn't awaken their powers a hope. Not either that or you'll have to discover and collect them yourself. But now, with the plunder ability, all of this will not be a problem. Ability duplication, unlimited duplication of other aberrants' abilities for your own use. Ability stripping, can completely strip other aberrants' abilities from them. Ability giving, you can give the stripped ability to other people. Requirements for granting, a degree of favoritism of 100 can be granted. After reading the system's message alert, Mengde was already smiling from ear to ear. This SSS rank alien pillage couldn't have come at a better time. If anything, replicating powers just increases the variety and number of powers one has. It's just simple wool gathering of others. So taking away the powers, that's cutting someone's heart out. Ha! Or the kind that is stripped away without anyone else knowing. The importance of psychic abilities naturally goes without saying in the end times. Once you lose your powers and become an ordinary person, you are no different from a lamb to the slaughter. Take Yu Hualong and Hel Qing, these awakened fourth order adepts. Imagine if the deprivation powers were unleashed by Mengde. They're still so arrogant without their powers. In this apocalypse, one would never survive more than 3 seconds. His men, absolutely, would come together and kick them right out of the boss position. When you're the boss, you get the best supplies and the best women. Wouldn't that be every man's dream? So this move is an old 6 artifact that can make an alien fall from the clouds. It's too much. It's brutal. But it's so satisfying. The corners of Mengde's mouth had lifted into a crooked smile like the return of a Dragon King. But what pleased him most was the granting of powers at the end. Compared to the previous method of rescuing the survivors and planting them with the seed of consciousness to integrate them and use them for themselves, the method of increasing the number of aliens at the base, that's going to be a lot faster. With this, bestowed powers, he could create a group of aliens manually, assuming, of course, that there are so many villainous NPC aliens that he can be stripped of his powers. Deprivation and bestowal, after all, are a combo. You have to take away the powers before you can talk about bestowing them. But even so, Mend felt exhilarated. That's a great tool for building a base. It's just a pity about the alien powers under her Chang and Yu Hualong's group. Mend only felt wrong billion, but that's okay. In Armageddon, there were not many psychics who had awakened their psychic abilities, but there were definitely not fewer of them either. Dozens more base forces like Herzing and Yu Hualong. One's own Imperial Dragon base can then be promoted to an alien base. Thinking of this, Mengde's mouth corner of the crooked mouth of the Dragon King, completely concealed. It was as if he could see the chrysanthemums of countless base bosses. Ah shucks, it's the back that's getting cold. Tart, don't be afraid. Mengde, will take good care of your powers and wives. Jia. In this moment, Mend is properly a villain without a doubt. Especially this villain smile. Let by Mengde eat a night under the noodles. Yun's sister, even still asleep. They all shuddered. Honey, don't come. Yuner is going to be bullied to death by you. Chapter 126 Unwelcome Visitors. Inside the room, when Mend heard the murmuring sound from the woman beside him, still sleeping, it was also not to be skimmed. I'm not that scary. It's just that I ate your fish and fish noodles all night. What's the point of being so petty? Mend, who was not frosty, began to upend the woman's large snowy peaks. With the SSS-ranked plundering ability, he had found a solution to the dilemma of the lack of aliens in the Royal Dragon base. He continued to check his attribute panel. Upon seeing the 7 goddesses that had been lit up so far, the man's heart was so pleased. Even if it were any other man, it's not only asset status that can be compared between men and men. The quality and quantity of the women they have can also be divided into high and low levels, especially the quantity, which can be a matter of how many you can defend in one night. Jia, Bai Jie, Auntie Chang, Da Mimi, Jiao, Fair, and Sister Yun who just ate last night. Without realizing it, he had already lit up 7 goddess atlases. Also tasted 7 different superb women. The flavor of it is in 3 words, wonderful. From the white-collar urban beauty to the neighborhood young woman. From the very best schoolgirl to the superstar of China. To the stunningly beautiful royal sister today. This past month or so had definitely been the most dashing time he'd had. Even in his previous life, he was just a more advanced social animal. With these goddesses, there's no chance of meeting them. In this life, better luck. It starts with the sisterhood in the opening scene, which gives you the opportunity to eat the other goddesses behind you. But without this apocalypse, even the sisters opened the game. It's also impossible to taste so many goddesses. I can't even hold hands with one of them, let alone all of them. Not to mention doing something all men want to do. So at this moment, Mend was a little thankful that the end was near. He had, once, read just such a multiple choice question online. If you had to choose between the next two options at the cost of your own life, which one would you choose? 1. Give you $10 million. 2. Spend the night with 7 extremely beautiful women, unlimited number of times. Unlimited time. He remembers that there were comments from users underneath this choice. With choice 1, the reason, a woman in the district will only affect the speed of my gun. There's also option 2. For reasons that are simple. If you die under the peony flower, you can be a ghost. What's the harm in being body-inch dead when it comes to women? Men of my generation should be strong. When it's time to be strong, it's time to be strong. And he commented, at the time, on it. Oh, kids only make choices. I want it all. And now, in this day and age when money has become a waste of paper, he's also fulfilled the oath he chose to take in the first place. Not even, let alone 7 kills. Even the achievement of 10 kills is close at hand. Island face buster Sheena Mimpo. Extremely mature woman Suju Enru. There's also the extreme iceberg goddess Lin Ao Shui. These women, which one of them excites him to no end? After taking down Sister Yun, it was time for him to figure out who to eat next. And just as he was still thinking, Sister Yun, who was sleeping on the side, woke up. Sister Yun, who opened her hazy sleepy eyes, saw 2 big hands appending her snowy peaks as soon as she opened her eyes. His face, which was already a little flushed, was also on fire. Geez hubby, why are you here again? I have to say, being addressed as husband instead by a sensual imperial lady like Sister Yun, it's still cool. Men looked back and smiled badly. Oh, I can't come back to my own woman, can I? If you say that, Sister Yun, your husband, I'm leaving, Men said, and made a show of getting up. Yun immediately reached out and wrapped her arms around his bearish waist. Don't you go, you little devil. Men guffawed. I can't get a hold of you anymore, can I? In fact, men and women have similar fishing nets in one way or another. The only difference may be that the bad things have been done successively. Look, if you don't believe me, before doing something bad, a woman is called a demure, not anxious. It's often the men who are anxious at this point. To what extent the heart is anxious is best described in one sentence. Anxious to eat tofu. But once it's done, it can be the complete opposite. It's not a man who is anxious. Instead, it's a woman. Once a woman has completely given herself to a man, her mindset changes completely. From the beginning of your heart you will subconsciously rely on men. So yeah, Mend is also trying to advise those good girls to behave themselves. Instead of cheapening the scumbags, why don't you look more at the righteous fathers in front of the screen? Not only does he look like Hikari, but he's also multi-ticketed and multi-moneyed. Seeing good-looking books N times, the Goddess Atlas, from Sisterhood, all of them will be self-consciously catching up on their reading and voting and rewarding. All are as good a man as he. Mend is pure and not promiscuous. Sooner or later, they would also be like him. Mangde, who had so many superb goddesses, clamoring to climb into their beds. Oh Sister Yun, if you don't let me go at this time, it is very easy for me to re-offend again. Mangde's gaze, unbridled, began to scan over Sister Yun's delicate body. At first Yun was a little uncomfortable, but thinking that it's your husband, there's no harm in looking at it. It's not like you're going to lose a piece of meat, and at most, the man is going to get a piece of meat. So instead the woman even let go. Directly, he threw a wink to Mend. Honey, did I make good noodles last night? Yun's slender jade hand drew circles on Mengde's broad chest, combined with her winks. It was very seductive. Mend narrowed his eyes and nodded. You laid the noodles, so of course they're good. It's got a strong flavor. It's just made a little salty. We'll have to be careful next time and wash up. Facing Mengde's criticism, Yun gave him a blank look. You're so bad, said Jade Hand gently patted Mengde's chest. It was like a slap on top of his heart. This woman can be really extreme. So you still want to eat my noodles? Men shook his head with a wicked grin. You don't have enough noodles for one person. Drag Faye along tonight. OMG. Good girlfriends should be together, right? Ha ha ha. Sister Yun instantly understood what her husband meant. Shyly, she lowered her head. Hubby, it's going to be the 3 of them together. Ah, hubby is really bad. The bad smile on Mengde's face was completely concealed. This sensual royalty is really fun to watch. But now, hubby hasn't had his breakfast yet. Is your pasta ready? Men's wandering gaze eventually landed somewhere. And just as Mendel was eating breakfast, outside his Imperial Dragon base, there was also a group of uninvited guests. Hello guys, my name is Gaucho. I'm here to recruit. Chapter 127 Gaucho comes to recruit. One asks a question without a squeak. Who? I ate another meal of fish-flavored noodles from Yun for breakfast. Only then was Men satisfied and dressed. The woman who left behind a large view of the bed and flesh silk that has been ripped out, black and pink nightgowns that have been torn to shreds. Oh, one night later. Not leaving a mess behind is not my men's style, okay? But coming out from inside the room, Mend was so refreshed. When they came downstairs, the other women had now seen it all. As soon as which woman or women are missing in the morning, just know that last night, the little man was tossing one or more of their sisters around. After all this time, they hadn't really seen many who could walk out of their husbands' rooms unscathed. As for why there is an or, the reason is simple. A woman can't hold her own. Yo, our sister Yun was afraid that she was tossed around by you little badass last night. The one who opened her mouth was Auntie Chang, topped with a white breathable jersey. A head of hair was tied into a ponytail and rested on her bare, seductively scented shoulders. Underneath were small white shorts that revealed an ungainly waist and stomach in the center. There was also a pair of white stockings wrapped around her calves. The whole lot looked both languid and cool on the living room couch, especially in the little eyes that looked up and down at Mengde. There was also a bit of spirituality in them. Don't think about it. He's so good at cesium. Would he be willing to just look at it and not eat it? I don't know if it's because I've spent so much time with Auntie Chang that even Big Mimi has started to be naughty. I can't believe I dared to help out on the sidelines. Men laughed outright. Stepping forward, he pinched the tantalizing necks of the two superb goddesses. You two are bold enough. Wasn't it enough to get whipped in the car yesterday afternoon? Still think I can't hold a gun after one night? Getting up early in the morning and coming over to pick on your husbands? Mengde's rough manly breath hit the two women above their stunning faces one by one. Delicate lips were close at hand. The two women who had just spoken out provocatively all of a sudden became a bit flustered. Yesterday afternoon's hard lesson is still fresh in my mind. Especially the two pairs of big beautiful legs, which are still a little soft from walking. You, don't mess around in the morning. We have so many sisters who aren't afraid of you. Ah yes. We're not afraid of you. Sister White and the girls will help us. The two women are still a little mouthy. But when he turned his head, he saw Sister Rue and Sister Bai in the kitchen, minding their own business, eyes on the nose on the heart, pretend you don't see it. Men seemed to be smiling. That's it? The mockery in the words was unmistakable. Aunt Chang is really panicking now. It's okay for you to let me mouth off and molest the man. May let me have a real fight. Auntie Chang said, I'm not a talented woman. I really can't stand it. Well, being resourceful, she immediately thought of a solution. Mimi, I know you were pretty much rested last night. Stay with your husband. I'll come later. What? Big Mimi looked dismayed. No, we were on the outs together, and then you sold me out? Is it really plastic bromance? Bah! I'll be damned if I'll believe you. Every time you're the one who starts a fire, you end up making me the fireman. Don't you? Count yourself how many times you've sold me. Big Mimi glared hard at Auntie Chang. Auntie Chang was weak. The two slender index fingers poked at each other in a very playful manner. Gee, I'm doing this for your own good. Look at how much better your skin looks after taking your husband's serum. The after effects of staying up late as a star before have been eliminated, I guess. Aunt Chang wanted to say something else, but Big Mimi went straight for it. You still say yes. Looking at the two women fighting there, Mengde couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha. Opening his broad chest, he took both women into his arms. He was just blurting it out. Of course, you also have to consider the reality of the two women. You can't really come. Otherwise these two parking lots, as good as they are in quality, would have to crumble. Seeing that there was no fire on men's side, the other women dared to open their mouths to say hello. Good morning, husband. Honey had a good night's rest last night. I'll go check on Sister Yun. The only one who was a bit special was Faye, the only one who liked to blow X. The little pony flea thing. Eyes kept scanning somewhere, red lips slightly moving, and I don't know what to think. Although his alien ability level had already reached the 6th rank, but that doesn't mean he doesn't have to eat breakfast. The meal that he had eaten on Sister Yin before was spiritual food at best. Satisfy a little spirituality. Recharged overnight and now it's time to replenish your body's energy. Only just after eating one of Rue's dumplings, the cold wind appeared outside the door. Honestly, Mengde was getting a bit of a headache now that he saw this one, because every time this one calls him, nothing good comes out of it. Kind of like the line said by the gray wolf who was knocked off his feet by the red wolf. With a pan. I'll be back. This time is no exception. Mend didn't eat it either, but asked Rue and the girls to save it for themselves. 36-year-old sister-in-law. Mature woman. Handmade dumplings, that's a sure thing to finish. Holding Xiao Yao on his left and Fair on his right, he came to the door. Up and down. He looked at Coldwind. It's not supposed to be someone hitting the island without blushing. Say, what's wrong again? Coldwind was also a little embarrassed, especially when he saw the woman beside the boss. He knew he had come at a really bad time. Actually, he didn't want to come. Who let a couple of other bleeps, all of which were not squeaky clean when asked. When it comes to this kind of thing, they don't even answer. All let themselves be reported. So much so that Lei Chang and the others have now privately changed his name to Rapid Wind. Boss, there's a group of people from outside the island who say they're here to recruit. Brothers, some of you can't decide. Thought you'd ask the boss? Men looked puzzled. Recruitment? Recruitment for what? Coldwind scratched his head. I heard that Highball and the lead claimed to be from the officials, as if he was a rescue team sent out by the officials. Sent out specifically to rescue survivors from lost places. Now we're going to be taken in and unified. Mengda's mind moved. Officials? How long has it been going on? Is it still official? And it's the end of the world. Recruiting a few handfuls of Men sneered twice. He already had a few guesses in mind. Go on, check it out. Fair and Xiaoyao, hearing something so interesting, followed suit. It didn't matter if they ate breakfast or not. Her husband, brother-in-law, would make it up to them in other ways anyway. Anyway, it won't leave them with hungry little bellies. Led by Long Foam, the group arrived at the entrance of the base. Met the group of people who claimed to be officials coming over to recruit. Since Mengde fortified the base and unified the base order, the whole base, now, is in order. No, without Mengde's orders, Lei Chang and the others did not relax their guard at all in the face of the group of people who had come to recruit them. Not only were they armed, not to mention, but they had stopped the group dead in their tracks outside the base gates. But the group of men who claimed to have come over officially to recruit were not afraid at the sight of the situation. There was even a bit of disdain in his eyes, and as soon as he saw men come over, a chubby guy at the head of the group immediately greeted him. Hello, hello, hello? You're the leader of the Imperial Dragon Base, aren't you? My name is Highball, and I'm here to recruit on behalf of the Crown. P.S. Thank you for the reward from user. This user has logged out of EB. Chapter 128, my Mengda's favorite is the selfless person. Highball? Hearing this fat guy in the lead introduce himself, Mengda's face became more than a little odd. It reminded him instantly of someone who doesn't exist in this other world. A Gauna Nei who is not afraid of death and just likes to cam the wife of the boss of the 800,000 strong Forbidden Army. He remembered that this Gauna Nei's old man's favorite job was also the job of recruiting. It's just the consequences. Oh, what's that saying? Gao Cho came to recruit. One asked, one did not squeak. Especially after reading the system's prompt message. It became even more convinced of Mengda's speculation. The gang was led by this fat guy named Gaucho. It looks like a nice smile, but those of you who hang out in the entertainment industry on a regular basis know that there's a kind of smile called a professional fake smile. Not to mention a few moments of contempt in this bastard's eyes. Highball was a fourth-order alien, and there were more than 20 people left inside. All of them were also fierce, and almost all of them were gun-toting aliens. The strength is good. However, at this moment, facing Lei Chang and their wariness, although his face looked unconcerned. In fact, if one looked closely, one would realize that these people had long been prepared for battle. It seems that as soon as the situation is not right, shots are immediately fired. So Mengda subconsciously alerted a few points as well. This is a bad group of people. Seeing Mengda's face was not right, Gao Cho was still wondering if he had revealed something somewhere. Eyes rolling, he rushed to ask, "What's wrong with this, brother? Why do you look a little pale?" Men shook his head without moving. "It's okay, I'm the boss of this base." "Mend, did you just say that you were officially sent?" Highball is still looking quite human in a professional suit. The smile was kind, but Mengda knew in his heart that this kind of smiley face was the most disgusting, especially this one, since the appearance of Fair and Xiaoyao by his side. That is even more. Eyes are straight. Eyes are more directly flashed a trace of lustful color. "Yes, we're from the West Side Rescue Base, specialized in rescuing the lost survivors of the western part of Donghai City." "Well, it's an official organization," Highball concluded by deliberately focusing on the official organization. Mend naturally noticed. "But it's been so long since Armageddon." He's long since grown disenchanted with official rescue. "There's nothing to hang your hat on." The two women beside him, too, didn't react much. Don't look at Fair and Xiaoyao. One was the secretary of the president of the Trillion Group before the end of the day. The other is the famous schoolgirl of the Eastern Sea Arts Academy. Before the end of time, the social status was high, and it was good to talk about the status. But to be honest, since they had followed Mengde, they were now living a much more dashing life than before the end of the day. One doesn't have to use 996 and be a social animal every day. One is also free of academic pressures. From time to time, I can also enjoy that affectionate service of my husband, brother-in-law. Hand in hand, we teach them to learn all kinds of knowledge and relieve their physical fatigue. Look, the end is coming these days. They've put on a few pounds while everyone else is still fighting tooth and nail for a bite to eat. Gao Qiu had thought that when he had said that he was an official organization, these people would immediately jump up and down in excitement. After all, he had already used this kind of talk to trick a lot of people into going to the West Side Rescue Base before, but now these people were reacting in a way he had never encountered before. Seeing Mengde's delay in speaking, Gao Qiu became a bit anxious. What? Brother Mengde doesn't believe in the strength of our West City Rescue Base? Men smiled. That's not true. I still believe in the state, Mengde said, turning his head to look at the dozen or so cars following behind Highball's group. The 4 shuttles were filled with well-presented women. Of course, it certainly couldn't be compared to Faye and the others. The reason why Faye and the others could be called goddesses was because they all had their own unique charms. Otherwise, you want to attract Mengde with just a woman's 3 mouths? That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It was an insult to his brother. You know, he, Mengde, is not an animal that thinks with the lower half of his body. The remaining cars are vans. You can't tell much with just the naked eye, but it was a good thing that Mengde had Nianli perception. This sweep didn't matter. It directly made Mengde frown, because inside these cargo crates that you can't see inside, a good portion of them are corpses. The other small group consisted of people who were beaten, bruised and dying. The faces of all these people were beaming with fear and despair. The women who were well endowed, grabbing them he could understand as a way to get rid of the fire. But what's the point of having so many bodies? Mengde couldn't help but frown. Although he didn't think about it for a while, he was also basically certain of one fact. That is, he could be directly sure that the group was a fake official organization. Have you ever seen any official rescue team that treats the rescued this way? If that were the case, it wouldn't even be necessary to wait for the end to come. Long ago, like some of the people of Syria, they began the peace movement of fighting the land and dividing the land. It's time for the last sheep orgy. Now that it has been established that this group is not a rescue team organized by the state, the identity of the group, then, is predictable. It's probably just about the same as the Herzing and Yuhualong kind, but it was under the guise of an official rescue. If not for the SSS-class supernormal ability plunder obtained from Sister Yun last night, Mengde would have directly killed him. It's just a slap in the face solution anyway. But now, Mengde decides to waste the group. More than 20 alien leaks. Wouldn't it be a shame to kill them directly? Let's turn it all into spring mud for my Imperial Dragon base. Jia jia jia. At the corner of Men's mouth, there was a bad smile like a wolf's grandmother's. Fair and Xiao Yao, who were looking at the two sides, were in a straight panic, and their legs were almost unsteady. Hubby, brother-in-law, please don't play. My dolphin is going to be pinched by you. Those are the survivors you saved, right? Mengde pointed to the back. When Highball saw this, his entire body was immediately proud. Never seen 2 women beside Mengde, these 2 superb women with high balls. So much so that all the attention was drawn away just now, completely oblivious to the fact that Mengde's face didn't look right. Nice. On top of the cars in the back are all the survivors we rescued today. Since everyone pays taxes to the country, everyone is a good people of China. It is naturally incumbent upon us, the West Side Rescue Base, to save you. It will be incumbent upon the latter to contribute unselfishly as well. To serve everyone? That's our mission. Even if we have to give our lives. Gao Qiu made some remarks that were righteous, forceful, and loud. The whole thing was agitated. However, Mengde didn't believe half of it, but he still put on a very nuclear smile. Back and forth, he surveyed Highball's group. More than 24 alien powers. 24 leaks. Oh, well. What Mengde, like most, are selfless people like you. Chapter 129. So you guys are strong then? Let me con. 2 in 1. Mengde smiled, his eyes looking back and forth at Gao Qiu's group. They're all good. Good leaks. What Mengde, like the most, are selfless people like you. What I admire most, too, is your great spirit of willingness to give your life. Somehow, hearing this, Highball's back went a little cold, especially when he saw the nuclear goodness smile on Mengde's face. It gave him the feeling that he was being targeted. It was very upsetting to him. Damn it, it's obvious we're the hunters. Why do we feel like the hunted? Highball kept cursing secretly, but his face was still well disguised. Ahem, that's good. Then get your base gates open and gather everyone together. We need to count how many people are in your Imperial Dragon base. The walls of the Imperial Dragon base were 5 meters high. None of these people, Highball, went inside the base gate. At the moment, Mengde was also talking to Highball and the others through the base gate, so Gao Qiu and the others, naturally, couldn't see the situation inside Mengde's base, and because of this base gate, which he'd tried before, he was a 4th-ranked powerhouse, but he hadn't even been able to break open the gate for a while. It shocked him and at the same time became a hindrance to his progress. It was precisely because of this that Highball and the others did not act rashly for the time being. But if the base gate is opened, it's hunting time, at least in Highball's eyes. Other than that, just the two women by Mengda's side were enough for them to take back and be happy for a while. Mengda naturally knew exactly what Gaucho was thinking. Thinking of my women and trying to hunt me down as prey. I'm still trying to cut you guys like leeks. But before that, there's no rush. I have a few more questions. Westside Rescue Base. Why haven't I heard of this base before? Gaucho thought that Mengda was questioning their official status. Immediately, he explained. Oh, brother, Mend hasn't heard of it is normal. Our Westside Rescue Base, too, was established only recently with official notification. The place isn't far away. It's near your Imperial Dragon Island here, positioned close to the East Sea City side. You guys don't know normal. Oh, Mendel understands. So it's the group near Donghai City. He had heard Ling Feng and the others report before that there were two relatively large groups of survivor forces around the Royal Dragon Base. I didn't realize that I had just solved Terqing's group close to Shanghai City yesterday. Today, this group from Donghai City, they sent themselves to the door. I'll save yourself the effort of finding an excuse to call over. If you don't come to me, how am I going to destroy you? I have to say, the Royal Dragon Base is a real treasure. At least on the hate-pulling piece. Bar none. Oh, and the two women beside him. Hate-pulling works well too. Mend was so happy that he turned on the big hand autopilot mode. Fair and Xiaoyao felt bad at once. Subconsciously, she pressed her body even closer to the man in the center. Because the man is already groping forward. The back is a warped dolphin. So naturally the front is. Or in front of so many people. Hubby, brother-in-law. You're too bad. That's good. Just not too far away. Mend guffawed. It's not far away. We'll have to kill it quickly. How dare you stay near my lair? There is already a way to take death. And when Gaucho saw this, he thought Mengda thought the place was too far away. Immediately said, Brother Mengda, you don't have to worry. Me and these brothers behind me are strong. Naturally, we'll escort you safely to our base. Men's eyes lit up. Oh, so you guys are strong then? Let me conk. Seeing the expectant look revealed by Mengda, Gaucho was so proud. That's right. These brothers of mine. They're all shifters too. I'm still a powerful fourth-order alien myself. It's more than enough to protect you. You don't have to worry at all. Saying that, he casually waved his hand and a ball of flame shot out, directly blowing a large tree on the side. Into Slag, the little brother behind him, immediately called out very cooperatively. Hi team! Hi team! Hi team! Hearing the cheers behind him, Highball became even more proud. Heck, you guys didn't react when I said we were official. But now, I'm so powerful that I'm showing it. It's about time you unseasoned. Low-ranking trash gave some feedback. I don't blame Highball for thinking that. It's just that I haven't seen one that can fight all the way over here. A fourth-order alien. In their West City rescue base, were considered to be a handful of strong people. Outside, that's even more so. It wasn't as if they hadn't encountered resistance recently when they captured survivors. But these people, they were all taken out by him with a single fireball move. Facing a low-ranked alien, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a sweep. In his opinion, Men's base was no different from the people he had met before. The victories along the way had swept them off their feet. Just what he didn't know was the reason why there were no fourth order or higher Ultrans appearing in the vicinity. That's because those people have all died at the hands of Mengda. So now he didn't even see a bit of the shocked expression he wanted to see on the faces of Mengdi and these people. A few people, Long Feng, even showed disdain. A mere fourth rank, and he dared to come to the door to show off his skills. This is bullying my dragon base. That is, he didn't see the boss's orders. Otherwise, they, the peak fourth order powerhouses, would have already made their move. Brother Toffin Lei Chang said, I'm at the 5th rank, and I haven't even spoken yet. You a fourth order so arrogant. I do not want to face well. The two women, Fair and Xiaoyao, were carrying the aggression of the man in the center on one side. On one side of his blushing face, there was also a smile that he couldn't hide. If you take a closer look, it's not really half as shocking. Where is this big stupid spring from? How dare you flaunt your powers in front of my husband, brother-in-law. My husband, brother-in-law. Not only is he great in bed, he's also unbeatable under the bed. Okay? Honey, be gentle. These two women are quite tolerant. Seeing this, Highball was really a bit confused. What the hell is this? That's all you're gonna pay me for showing off? Highball's face, a little hung over. It's a good thing that this base boss, very much gives face. Well, at least as far as he was concerned. Oh, awesome. Then I guess our West City rescue base must have a good number of altered beings. Powerful too. Mengde has always upheld the principle that, if a man does not commit a crime, I will commit a crime. If a man commits a crime, I will kill him. This West Side Rescue Base is on his must-kill list. Therefore, it was still necessary to get the strength of the West Side Rescue Base out of Highball's mouth first. Of course, his deeper subtext in saying this at the moment is that this wave of leaks should be enough for me to cut the last wave. Otherwise it's a lot of work to make a trip. But inside the years of Highball, it was a different story. Still, your boss has some vision. The mockery in Highball's words was unmistakable. Mengde laughed and didn't retort. There is no need to refute the words of a dying man. We have as many as 3,000 survivors at the West Side Rescue Base. The base chief, but a fifth-order psychic powerhouse that's even more powerful than fourth order. Inside the base, there are still 3 fourth-order psychics. The rest of the Xenos, there are nearly 200 of them. Now you know our base is powerful. Maybe it was to save the lost face from earlier. Highball also made it a point to exaggerate the strength of his base a few times. The goal was one, just to see the shocked expressions on the faces of these people in Mend. At the same time, it was also to prepare for the next step of completely taking this Imperial Dragon Island. He had spoken so thoroughly about the strength of the base. Did these people still dare to resist? Well, awesome. Although this was perfunctory, the elation on Mengde's face was genuine. Good. Now this was a base of his own that could increase by hundreds of exalts. As for the fifth-order alien that Highball had mentioned, he didn't give it a second thought. Half a month ago, he hit the 4th rank like it was a game. Now that he was at the 6th rank himself, the 5th rank was just a bigger fart in front of him. He couldn't really muster up any interest. He didn't even have to do anything. Brother Kifu and Lei Chang and the others could have taken care of it. But the show must go on. He was counting on Highball's group to bring his own people over. And looking at the look of surprise on Mengde's face, Gao Cho thought his shock had worked. The whole thing was so high and mighty. You can open the door now. It's getting late, and it's time for us to get a tally and get you all there. He couldn't wait to get inside and savor the taste of the 2 women beside Mend. In his opinion, he should have captured the hearts of both women a long time ago after all he had just said. Sure enough, the next second the base gate slowly opened. Highball was ecstatic. Ha, you guys finally opened the door. Brothers, all of you, kill all the men and bring me back all the women. There's something for everyone. Brothers, ha. As he spoke, a scowl instantly appeared on Highball's face. The pretense of amiability from a moment ago was no longer there. After all this nonsense, the group was finally coaxed into opening the base gate. And with a big wave of his hand, the minions behind him rushed in after him. Mend wrapped his arms around Faye and the girls, secretly playing with the 2 girls. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lang Fong and the others didn't get an order from Mengde and didn't move. However, when they saw the group of people rushing in, there was no fear on their faces. Even one of them showed an expression of watching a good show. At first Highball was very excited to see this scene. Thought he had caught the Imperial Dragon base off guard. But when he actually broke in with his men, the whole thing was dumbfounded. Because the moment they first went in, inside the surrounding villas, countless people instantly poured out. The gun in his hand was aimed directly at them. That's too much to look at. In just the blink of an eye, the 20 or so of them were surrounded. With so many guns, even if he was a 4th-ranked alien powerhouse who had initially detached himself from hot weapons, can't carry it either. Yes, 4th-order aliens are not afraid of handguns, but one shot to the head, he'll be finished even if he's strong. To make matters worse, when they came in, the base gate was also closed right behind them. This means that their back roads are also directly cut off. It was thought that others were the prey, but in the end it turned out that the clown was actually himself. Seeing this, Gao Cho's forehead couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The brothers behind him, one by one, also began to tremble in their legs. But this Highball wasn't worthy of being a 4th-ranked alien, and his head was spinning fast enough. I can't believe I've turned the tables on you. I can't believe they're trying to bluff with official people. What are you doing? We're official officers. How dare you carry guns? How dare you point a gun at us? Is that provoking us? Hurry up and put the gun down so we can pretend we didn't see it. Or don't blame us for being rude. But his words were of no use. Everyone's faces were teasing, sizing them up as if they were prey. There was not the slightest movement to get out of the way. Highball had a bad feeling. Mengde also did not expect that this bastard would still dare to threaten himself even now. But looking at the colorful look on his face, he knew that the bastard was holding on for dear life. Men shook his head, stealing his wet hand from the bodies of Fei and Xiaoyao beside him. Needless to say, the smell of the sea again. Big Mimi knows best. It's not that he doesn't want to continue. Rather, these 2 women, they can barely stand up. I have to say, the goddess has a very nice line of. The seafood flavor is full of. With a big wave of his hand, he told the 2 girls to go rest on top of the RV, and he eased his way to the Highball. Tell us about it, and we'll provoke it. How nonchalant are you going to be? I'll watch. Men smiled. But seeing his appearance, Gaucho immediately but directly avoided it. Directly wanted to discuss morality with Mend. Brother Mend, we have come 1,000 miles to save you. And it turns out it's not very nice of you to do this to us. It's better to hurry up and let everyone inside your base come out. And I'll go back earlier to make arrangements after counting the number of people. Highball had completely forgotten what he had yelled out when he came in earlier. However, just now, among so many people, only this brother Mengde is a bit more sensible. As long as he threatened a little, he should let his people go. And this brother Mengde, who is also the boss of these people, should also be a bit nicer to talk to. In the opinion of Highball, this brother Mend is a good talker. The next second, however, reality slapped him hard in the face. Snap! Crisp slaps were heard throughout the scene. Yes, what a real slap in the face. Are you not listening to me? How ungracious do you want to be? Highball was straight up dumbfounded by the slap. No, said I talk nicely. And this is where you end up. The point is that Highball was confronted with this question, and he didn't dare to say anything yet. Can't you see there are so many guns pointed at him? He all had a premonition that if he dared to open his mouth, those guns would definitely blow his head off the first time. Seeing that Gao Qiu was slow to open his mouth, Mengde was not angry, but said with a smile, I'm a good-tempered guy. I don't usually hit people. Highball, so what was that slap I just gave you? Since you won't answer my question, I'll answer yours. It's fine with me that we treat you guys this way. You have a problem with that? Highball looked at the golden flying dagger on top of his head. Straight up cold sweat. This guy, he's really not a good talker. Chapter 130, Ah no. You said your lines. What did I say? Got slapped and asked if he had an opinion. This was definitely the most suffocating Highball Doom had been in a while, but he couldn't say anything when he was held against his head by a flying knife. Even if there were no flying daggers, all those guns pointed at him were no joke. No comment. Snap. Another slap to Highball's face. Highball was confused. No, why hit me if you don't have a problem with it? What? You have a problem with hitting you too? Mengde raised an eyebrow, causing Gao Qiu to immediately accompany him with a smile. No comment. But another slap was waiting for him, holding back. What Highball had in his heart was still held back. Mengde, don't go too far. You guys, we're official. Snap. Highball didn't even finish his sentence when he was greeted with another slap. An official personnel? Do you want me to send someone to take a look at the caravan behind you? Once Mengde's words of faith came out, Gao Qiu immediately panicked. The eyes that looked at Mengde were filled with panic. Does this Mengde know what they've done? No way no how. He doesn't have perspective eyes. How did he see it? So Highball is still a bit mouthy. I don't know what you're talking about. Mengde also laughed when he saw this deadpan denial of Gao Qiu. Directly let Lang Feng and the others take the cars outside the base and open them all. When all the misery was on display, Lang Feng and the others were directly enraged. They never expected this group of self-proclaimed officials to do this. Doomsday is upon us, and you kill to kill. But what the hell are you guys doing tossing dead bodies? The van was full of bodies, stacked one on top of the other. Flies feed relentlessly on it. Can this be something an official can do? It's a good thing that men let Xiaoyao and the girls get on the bus ahead of time. Otherwise, when you see this scene, you have to vomit. But they didn't see it. The women in the shuttle bus that followed the Highballs saw it all. One by one, they threw up like that, and one of them was full of anger. Too, on many women's faces, tears were flowing out, and their eyes were filled with killing intent when they looked at Gao Qiu's group. Highball, aren't you guys here to save us? How come my manchild is dead? That's right, they're dead and you're doing this to them. Is this the kind of thing you official people do? These women roared with frantic fury. If it wasn't for Mengde and the others blocking the way, these women would have rushed over and killed more than 20 of Gao Qiu's men. Men also realized what was going on at the sound of their hisses. The women, it turns out, are mostly survivors who have fallen through the cracks. They were found by Highball and coaxed to bring them all on the shuttle bus. As for the purpose of doing so, women can be a real animalistic barbecue for men sometimes. Men didn't have to think about it. Highball and the others were completely flustered at this moment, because he knew that his group could no longer be disguised, and all that may await them is death. You can't kill me? Stop. Mendel didn't want to listen to this bastard's bull *********. Are you trying to say that your base is strong? The chief is a fifth order powerhouse. Kill you and we're screwed, are we? Highball was flabbergasted. Oh, no. You said your line. What did I say? Why don't you follow the routine? As soon as Mengde took a look at this bastard's expression, he knew that he had guessed correctly. Straight away, he spoke. Don't worry. I won't let you die now. A 4th-ranked psychic, awakened or A-ranked fire system. That's a fine leak. Highball was puzzled though. But still, He subconsciously thought that Mengde was afraid of the strength of their West City rescue base, so he didn't dare to move him. That's good. Just know the strength of our base chief. Don't worry guys, as long as you leave us alone this time, Highball, will still hold you all accountable. Highball's entire body relaxed quite a bit after he knew he wasn't going to die. I also know that men and these people, that is, now holding a gun in their hands, dare to be so rampant. If they were to truly fight for the number of alien powers and hard power, it would definitely not be a match for their West City rescue base. Mengde smiled and nodded without retorting, just a gentle pat on the head. In the next second, the system's prompt immediately popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the host, who has successfully deprived the 4th Order alien Highball of the A-ranked alien fire amazing art. That's right, he said all that just to deprive Highball of his powers at the moment. The SSS grade looting ability he had obtained from Yun last night had restrictions on its use. That is, you have to make contact with the alien's head before you can loot it, and it has to be when the alien drops his guard. It's actually quite understandable. Look at those feats in Jin Yang's writing, such as what is the star absorbing technique, the evil sword technique, and so on, which one doesn't need to be exposed to it. Oh yeah, the sword of wisdom is an exception. That's not called contact, that's called self-flagellation. As for why you want the alien to let his guard down, crap, if you don't watch your own head, who will watch it for you? But due to this moment, Gaucho had already considered Mend as one of them. The wariness, too, is not so heavy, that's why it was possible to loot it all at once. Still, he was stripped of his powers without the Highball him realizing it. Even this one made a big airy face and patted Mengde's shoulder. Brother Mengde, don't worry, as long as you behave and come back with us, we, the Westside Rescue Base, will certainly not treat you poorly, Highball also said in a voice that could only be heard by the two of them. Oh yeah, we have some fun women on base. The gestures are all very nice. Brother Mend, you can. Speaking of which, Gaucho suddenly remembered the two extremely talented women by Mengde's side, and just shut up. Mend didn't care and was still smiling. Can understand. Tell you what, I'll go to our Westside Rescue Base first. I'll make sure I want to go after I see it. After all, Highball, you guys aren't going to threaten us, are you? What do you say? Mengde looked at Gaucho with a smirk, making Gaucho feel weak, but the flying dagger in his head was all he could do to attach himself. That's that. As for the women, they will stay with me for the time being. I'll bring it all in one piece when I get back. Oh, and these men of yours too. How dangerous to carry a gun. Mengde finished in one breath, not giving Gaucho a chance to speak at all. Straight away, the Highball racket took the board and made the decision. Just let Cold Wind and the others get right to it, dismounting these men of Highballs while they were still in a daze. And then Kifu was very good-natured and took the Highballs to a car. He still needed this one to lead the way. Next, it's time to head to the Westside Rescue Base to cut the leaks. Oh, no, it's a visit from Nuclear Goodness. In the caravan, when Mengde finished giving the two girls of Fair his plan, Fair, the little horse flea cargo, immediately poked Mengde's chest with her slender jade finger. Hubby, you're so bad. Men stared at her delicate red lips and hemmed and hawed. Bad? How did you know hubby was going to do something bad? Chapter 131, absolutely let you this way? Brilliant. Oh. To the surprise of these two fourth-ranked alienists, Mendel wasn't surprised, squeezing the arched dolphins of both phase women. See, it's you guys causing trouble again. Xiao Yao. This ninny is simple as can be. She believes whatever her brother-in-law says, and a look of guilt. Instead, it was Phil, a woman who was a veteran of ventriloquism. Immediately, he retorted defiantly. Put, why didn't you say so when you were getting high in the car earlier? Starting to resent me now? Hearing this, Mengde was filled with embarrassment. This woman is really bold. Xiao Yao was also blushing as she listened. Sister Fei, stop it now. She could hardly hold her head up when she thought about the double phoenix sucking beads she had just played with in the car, only to bury his head in Men's arms. Mendel and Fei and the girls didn't speak very loudly. To an outsider, it looks the same as an intimate ear-biting. The bias was such that it also made many of the men in the room eyeball it, especially those two fourth-order psychics, one more than one eye candy. It was said that the same sex repelled each other, and now they were looking at Mengde with eyes that were filled with anger. They've never seen such a superb woman before. Those who could be rated as goddesses by the system were naturally not comparable to those women scratching their heads on the short videos of the fighting hands. Surely there must be a true goddess in this as well. For example, his Auntie Ching. Ha. The smell of the undead has been with him for a long time. Ah, brat, who told you to touch those two women? Get off those two women and let me do it. The two men roared, about to come over. But the next second, the two men were completely honest, because the two flying daggers were already dead center in their heads. The speed was so fast that they didn't see the flight trajectory at all. And it became like this. These two men had also come to their senses from their lust for women earlier, but because of the flying dagger on their heads, the two men didn't dare to make the slightest movement. Fine beads of sweat began to slide down his forehead as well. Spare me. Listening to the trembling voices of these two fourth-ranked exalts, men said with a smirk, "What? Didn't you just want to think about my woman? Don't want it now?" Hearing this, the two fourth-ranked exalteds' bodies trembled even more. No, don't dare. They never expected that with so many people on their side, they would end up being tackled in just a moment's time. And what was also not expected was the highball. The bastard looked at his two lower body thinking pigmates. Pissed off. It was hard to lure this manga group of people to their own encirclement. And as it turns out, it hasn't worked. It's a straight-up takedown. That's a lot of shots. Highball that screams gas. And completely forgetting that he couldn't seem to get any higher a few hours ago. Ahem. Brother Mangde. They were joking just now. Don't take it seriously. Gaucho didn't even finish his sentence and was directly disliked by Mangde. That's a good joke. How about letting your wife out the other day to do the same? Listening to this naked threat from Mangde, Highball was dumbfounded for a moment, but looking at his West Side rescue base, so many people came out, nearly 300 men, and less than 50 on Mangde's side. Well, this wave has the advantage on me. Spell it out, Highball said with a clench of his teeth. Mangde, don't go too far. You guys, there are so many of us. We're not afraid of you. This isn't your Imperial Dragon base home turf either. There's no fault in that statement by Highball. 300 versus 50. Over 300 people of which close to half were also shifters. You can't lose by any stretch of the imagination. In his opinion, it was also the guns in the hands of Mangde and these people, as well as Mangde this flying dagger mysterious and unpredictable. Nothing more than those two. The alien ability level was definitely no match for him. Well yeah, this one thought he just got careless and didn't dodge before. You'd better put down your flying daggers, or else so many of our brothers won't let you go. If he had met an ordinary person, he would have had to kneel. It's a pity he met Mangde. Mangde also did not expect that this bastard would actually dare to threaten himself by now. He was also amused. Mendel, what are you laughing at? Am I wrong? You're surrounded now, so you might as well drop your weapons before it's too late, or our brothers on the top floor will have to shoot. I don't know why, but Highball was smiled at so much by Mangde. The idea of putting up a fight, which he had been so determined to do just a moment ago, faltered a bit, and an inexplicable anger was felt. This guy Mend is looking down on himself too much. Just as he was thinking this, but he didn't expect Mangde to smile wryly. Highball, have you forgotten whose hands you're still in? Hearing this, Highball felt bad. Sure enough, the next second, his neck was grabbed by a large hand in a death grip, and the owner of this big hand was no other than Taiju. Mangde went out to the island this time, considering that there were too many survivors in the West Side rescue base. So bring out Kifu and all of them. Only one Runtu was left to guard the home. So don't look at Mangde's side. There were few people, but they were actually all strong people whose alien ability level had reached the peak of the second order or above. Compared to so many people in the West Side rescue base, Mangde's numbers were small, but he was taking the elite route. Taiju, Long Feng, and the others were all peak 4th ranked adepts. Lei Cheng and brother Kifu are all at the 5th rank, and all of these circumstances are unknown to Highball. The bastard thought that Mangde and these people were at the highest level of a 3rd order alien. Ridiculous. Just ridiculous. But men gave him more than that. You're relying on nothing more than these 300 men and the gunman on the top floor. Then watch what happens next. As Mangde's voice fell, bodies were continuously thrown from the roof of the building, and the owner of these corpses was no other than the guards of the West Side rescue base. Highball was dumbfounded. He never expected the guards he had so carefully arranged to clean up. But soon, he knew why. Because above the roof of the building, a figure appeared. It was Lei Chang. That's right. Before he came, Mangde let Lei Chang bring those retired special forces under his command and utilize his psychic abilities. Sneak up to the top floor. Took care of the guards who were armed and on guard. There goes the Highball roof dependency. Bunch of losers. Highball was so angry he exploded in place. But don't get cocky. We still have over 2,000 people at the base. A mouthful of spittle from one person is enough to drown you. Men sneered. This West Side rescue base is crowded. It's all about the same as his Imperial Dragon base. Almost. That's the advantageous benefit of taking advantage of the location. Those who escaped from the western part of Donghai City are basically here. But Mend wasn't afraid either. Highball wants him to drown in the war of the people. See, that's not going to happen. Because he had already swept it with his mind perception. This group of survivors from the West Side rescue base aren't having a very good time. In other words, His enemies were just the 300 or so people in front of him. Then watch this. Mend waved his hand and a crushing battle was officially fought. Chapter 132, A Crushing Battle. As Mengde's voice fell, Lang Feng and the others charged straight up. While these guards of the West City Rescue Base were still in the dark, Lang Feng and the others had already begun to lay their hands on them. Oh no! Exactly. It's a targeted downward spiral of death. For those who have not awakened their powers, they will just start killing. And for the ones that have awakened, tackle them if you can. If you can't tackle it, then just kill it. Of course, this was an order from Mend. Only aliens who are still alive can be stripped of their powers. Although Lang Feng and the others didn't understand, they did whatever Mengde said. Complete obedience. The uniformity of scheduling could be so much better than the group of guards at the West Side Rescue Base. Those people neither had anyone to lead them, nor did they have the physical fitness of those who had been soldiers under Mengde. It's also not as good as these people under Mengde in terms of alien ability level, even if the numbers are large. So what? It's still a bunch of rabble. Mengde's batch of Imperial Dragon Base elites against these people was simply a descending blow. It didn't take long to send these guards of the West Side Base fleeing in all directions. But Mend gave a death order. So there was only one end result. These people were either captured alive or killed outright. There is no third possibility. The highballs look stupid. He never expected that this group of people that he had always looked down upon would actually have such a strong fighting ability. He had seen more than 5 or 6 of them at the 4th rank alone. If he had known that, he would have planned for nothing. Why don't you just surrender? And it wasn't just him who was dumbfounded, but also the 2 4th-ranked Xenos in the West City. They could only act as a spectator the entire time because they were held over their heads by flying daggers. But it also looked at them, and the people were dumbfounded, quickly reacting. They looked at Highball with anger in their eyes. Mud, is this the big fat goat you were talking about? Asterisk 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 asterisk, you paralyze yo, you giant pit, you screwed your grandpa over. Highball, don't let me catch you, or I'll tenderize you to death. They all now thought that Highball was the mole in their base without a doubt. What loyalist, otherwise, would be such a pitiful teammate? You old six. I'm really impressed. The old pits of the National Service, no doubt. Listening to the angry curses over there, Gao Qiu was also in a state of bitterness. I wish I'd known. But Mend wasn't so intent on letting him off the hook. Highball, you match it well. I'll have a big reward for going back. I heard you've been thinking about both of their wives for a long time, so when they die they'll be yours. Mend smiled and patted Highball on the shoulder. Highball is all confused. No, buddy. When did I enter into a partnership with you? Don't you talk nonsense. And those 2 guys' wives for me? Are you sure? Are you sure? I'm a 50 to 60-year-old woman, so I'm not going to have much use for it. Dry and undoable. Even lying on the street, spreading his legs. I don't even take a look at the old man, okay? You're insulting the old man's character. But it was at this time that Mengde came over to add fuel to the fire. Gee, you're still excited when I say that, aren't you? Take it easy, take it easy. The wives of both of them are definitely yours. Highball? Master, I beg you, please stop. Looking at the appearance of those 2 4th-ranked alien, who couldn't wait to eat him, Highball subconsciously shivered. Luckily for those 2 guys, there were still flying daggers against their foreheads, or else, he would have been in deep. What he could think of, the 2 4th-ranked alienists had thought of as well. This brother, give me a chance to kill Highball handily. I, Ox Head, will swear to follow you from now on. Yeah. Me too, Horseface. Looking at these 2 burly men, they swore and looked as if they couldn't wait to swallow Highball, watching Highball's legs go weak, only to turn his last surviving gaze to Mengde. Don't. What he saw, however, was a slight smile from Mend. Don't blame me for that either. Highball, it's really too much sincerity on the part of Brother Bullhead and Horseface. Since you've asked so much, I'll give you a chance. With that, Mengde took a few steps back and withdrew his flying dagger. It also allowed Iron Pillar to throw the Highball. Without even a single glance, Bullhead and Horseface unleashed their supernatural powers and blasted towards Highball. Highball, die for me. Dare to think of my wife. I'll let you die. Highball, I'm going to break you into pieces. Highball saw this and knew he couldn't hide. A civil war between the 3 major 4th-order alien experts of the West City Rescue Base was already inevitable. So with a heartbeat, he tried to unleash his powers. He was a late 4th-order psychic. The strength far exceeded that of the Oxhead-Horseface duo. Even if Bullhead and Horseface teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for him. He was confident that he could withstand the attacks of these 2 douchebags. However, as he looked at Bullhead and Horseface's attack, it was about to hit him. Highball, however, froze directly in place. Like a fool. Asterisk 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 asterisk, where's the old man's powers? As Highball roared, a bad smile appeared at the corner of Mengde's mouth. Oh, finally, Perhaps it was a quickened reaction before death. Gao Chou actually subconsciously turned his gazes toward Mengde. It was also just in time to see the bad smile at the corner of Men's mouth. He reacted instantly. It's you! You're the one who took my powers. Highball roared and tried to charge. Unfortunately, it was too late, as Bullhead and Horseface's powers had already killed in front of them. The consequences of losing the alien Highball were predictable. It was directly blasted into slag ash. But look at the expression on the bastard's face before he died. That's a dead giveaway. I'm a fourth-order psychic, but not only did I have my psychic abilities stolen, I was also wrongly accused of being a traitor. I'm worse than a sinus. Unfortunately, in this end of the world where strength is paramount, there will be no redress of grievances on his behalf. The Bullseye duo, who had solved the Highball, were not yet deflated. There was a bombardment of where Highball had just stood. If not for Mengde's sword again, the two of them would have narrowly missed rippling into the rest of Mengde's men, once again being held against his head by the flying dagger. Bullhead and Horseface was much more sober. This brother, thank you for giving us the opportunity to settle this traitor. We both decided to join you. Bullseye is also a good fighter. Obviously, Men's side is very good. Joining Mengde's side is equivalent to having a powerful backer in Doomsday. However, Mengde's next sentence directly shattered their calculations. Sorry, you guys don't deserve it. For this kind of insult to his woman, Mengde has always had only two words, kill. With a movement of his thoughts, the flying dagger plunged straight into the midst of Bullhead and Horseface's head. From the wide-open eyes of these two men, I guess they were dead again. But Men doesn't care. The world of the living is not lived. So where is the concern for the world of the dead? After resolving these West City guards, that only left a fifth-ranked alien leader. But before he could do anything, a hissing sound like that of a wild beast rang out. It made even Mengde blush. This is Chapter 133, The World of the Living is Not Alive. Where to care about the world of the dead? As Mengde's voice fell, Lang Feng and the others charged straight up. While these guards of the West City rescue base were still in the dark, Lang Feng and the others had already begun to lay their hands on them. Oh no! Exactly. It's a targeted downward spiral of death. For those who have not awakened their powers, they will just start killing. And for the ones that have awakened, tackle them if you can. If you can't tackle it, then just kill it. Of course, this was an order from Mend. Only aliens who are still alive can be stripped of their powers. Although Lang Feng and the others didn't understand, they did whatever Mengde said. Complete obedience. The uniformity of scheduling could be so much better than the group of guards at the West Side Rescue Base. Those people neither had anyone to lead them, nor did they have the physical fitness of those who had been soldiers under Mengde. It's also not as good as these people under Mengde in terms of alien ability level, even if the numbers are large. So what? It's still a bunch of rabble. Mengde's batch of Imperial Dragon Base elites against these people was simply a descending blow. It didn't take long to send these guards of the West Side Base fleeing in all directions, but Mend gave a death order. So there was only one end result. These people were either captured alive or killed outright. There is no third possibility. The Highballs look stupid. He never expected that this group of people that he had always looked down upon would actually have such a strong fighting force. He had seen more than 5 or 6 of them at the 4th rank alone. If he had known that, he would have planned for nothing. Why don't you just surrender? And it wasn't just him who was dumbfounded, but also the 2 4th-rank alienists in the West City. They could only act as a spectator the entire time because they were held over their heads by flying daggers. But it also looked at them, and the people were dumbfounded, quickly reacting. They looked at Highball with anger in their eyes. Mud, is this the big fat goat you were talking about? Asterisk 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 asterisk, you paralyze yo, you giant pit. You screwed your grandpa over. Highball, don't let me catch you, or I'll tenderize you to death. They all now thought that Highball was the mole in their base without a doubt. What loyalist, otherwise, would be such a pitiful teammate? You old six. I'm really impressed. The old pits of the National Service, no doubt. Listening to the angry curses over there, Gao Qiu was also in a state of bitterness. I wish I had known. But Mend wasn't so intent on letting him off the hook. Highball, you match it well. I'll have a big reward for going back. I heard you've been thinking about both of their wives for a long time, so when they die they'll be yours. Mend smiled and patted Highball on the shoulder. Highball is all confused. No, buddy. When did I enter into a partnership with you? Don't you talk nonsense. And those 2 guys' wives for me? Are you sure? Are you sure? I'm a 50 to 60-year-old woman, so what use am I to you? Dry and undoable. Even lying on the street, spreading his legs. I don't even take a look at the old man, okay? You're insulting the old man's character. But it was at this time that Mengde came over to add fuel to the fire. Gee, you're still excited when I say that, aren't you? Take it easy, take it easy. The wives of both of them are definitely yours. Highball? Master, I beg you, please stop. Looking at the appearance of those two fourth-ranked alien, who couldn't wait to eat him, Highball subconsciously shivered. Luckily for those two guys, there were still flying daggers against their foreheads, or else, he would have been in deep. What he could think of, the two fourth-ranked alienists had thought of as well. This brother, give me a chance to kill Highball handily. I, Ox Head, will swear to follow you from now on. Yeah, me too, Horseface. Looking at these two burly men, they swore and looked as if they couldn't wait to swallow Highball, watching Highball's legs go weak, only to turn his last surviving gaze to Mengde. Don't. What he saw, however, was a slight smile from Mend. Don't blame me for that either. Highball, it's really too much sincerity on the part of Brother Bullhead and Horseface. Since you've asked so much, I'll give you a chance. With that, Mengde took a few steps back and withdrew his flying dagger. It also allowed Iron Pillar to throw the Highball. Without even a single glance, Bullhead and Horseface unleashed their supernatural powers and blasted towards Highball. Highball, die for me. Dare to think of my wife. I'll let you die. Highball, I'm going to break you into pieces. Highball saw this and knew he couldn't hide. A civil war between the three major Fourth-Order alien experts of the West City Rescue Base was already inevitable. So with a heartbeat, he tried to unleash his powers. He was a late Fourth-Order psychic. The strength far exceeded that of the Ox-Head-Horseface duo. Even if Bullhead and Horseface teamed up, they wouldn't be a match for him. He was confident that he could withstand the attacks of these two douchebags. However, as he looked at Bullhead and Horseface's attack, it was about to hit him. Highball, however, froze directly in place. Like a fool. Where's the old man's powers? As Highball roared, a bad smile appeared at the corner of Mengde's mouth. Oh, finally. Perhaps it was a quickened reaction before death. Gaucho actually subconsciously turned his gazes toward Mengde. It was also just in time to see the bad smile at the corner of Men's mouth. He reacted instantly. It's you! You're the one who took my powers. Highball roared and tried to charge. Unfortunately, it was too late, as Bullhead and Horseface's powers had already killed in front of them. The consequences of losing the alien Highball were predictable. It was directly blasted into slag ash. But look at the expression on the bastard's face before he died. That's a dead giveaway. I'm a Fourth-Order psychic, but not only did I have my psychic abilities stolen, I was also wrongly accused of being a traitor. I'm worse than a sinus. Unfortunately, in this end of the world where strength is paramount, there will be no redress of grievances on his behalf. The Bullseye duo, who had solved the Highball, were not yet deflated. There was a bombardment of where Highball had just stood. If not for Mengde's sword again, the two of them would have narrowly missed rippling into the rest of Mengde's men, once again being held against his head by the flying dagger. Bullhead and Horseface was much more awake. This brother, thank you for giving us the opportunity to settle this traitor. We both decided to join you. Bullseye is also a good fighter. Obviously, Men's side is very good. Joining Mengde's side is equivalent to having a powerful backer in Doomsday. However, Mengde's next sentence directly shattered their calculations. Sorry, you guys don't deserve it. For this kind of insult to his woman, Mengde has always had only two words, kill. With a movement of his thoughts, the flying dagger plunged straight into the midst of Bullhead and Horseface's head. From the wide-open eyes of these two men, I guess they were dead again. But Men doesn't care. The world of the living is not lived. So where is the concern for the world of the dead? After resolving these West City guards, that only left a fifth-ranked alien leader. But before he could do anything, a hissing sound like that of a wild beast rang out. It made even Mengde blush. This is Chapter 134, Inside the Tiny Garden. Digging, digging, digging. This beast-like voice was like an explosion in the ears of the crowd. Lang Fong and the rest of them couldn't help but change their faces, for no other reason than that the sound was frightening. In contrast, the faces of those exalts at the West City Rescue Base who had been subdued by Mengde were all in a state of shock. Just now, when he fought with Mengde and these men, he hadn't even been so scared when facing death. But now it's this. Tofiko asked as he stepped forward. You know each other? Well, that's the monster. Yes, a man-eating monster. So many of our brothers, they were eaten by monsters. Just now, on the way here, Mengde knew quite a bit about the base from Gaucho. The monster in the mouth of this guard was no other than the leader of this West City Rescue Base. A monster that loves to eat the hearts and livers of the living. According to Highball, the base's day-to-day affairs were managed by their three fourth-ranked alien powers. The chief basically doesn't care. The chief is also usually almost invisible, always staying inside the bomb shelter behind the office building. The only time he shows his face is when he's about to eat. By feeding, I also mean eating the bodies of the living, especially the delicate bodies of women. Cooking dead bodies. Highball and the others had seen the chief eating corpses alive on more than one occasion, and the reason why Highball and the others went out was the chief's request. but truckloads of bodies like the ones men found earlier were also for this chief, including the 2 shuttles of women, most of which were also for this chief. There's no way. The strongest person in the base. It's not good enough not to listen. The expression on the faces of those guards just now was enough to say it all. And in the words of Highball, instead of eating your own people, why don't you prepare the chief for the meat hogs out there? The end of time, it has worn away their humanity, slowly. And that beast-like hissing sound just now was the precursor to this alpha's intention to feed. That means another living person is going to get karma. This phenomenon, in fact, existed in ancient times. It is not uncommon for easy children to be eaten in a year of great calamity. Some people are so ruthless that they don't even spare their own people. And now that the end is near, this phenomenon is not unheard of. It's just that Mend hasn't encountered it before. Of course, Mendel didn't want to see it. Anyone who eats human flesh regularly knows that it's not really good. And there are viruses in human flesh. If you are unfortunate enough to contract it, you will have to wait for death. That's why people don't usually choose to eat if they're not in a situation where they have no choice and there's really nothing to eat. It was really the first time Mengde had seen one like Big Boss who fed on human flesh. It was important to know that the Yu Hualong he had encountered before had also unleashed his powers before turning into a corpse-chewing millipede ghoul. Considering, however, that this one was near his base, Mengde decided that it would be better to take care of this aftermath before it was too late. Besides, he was going to destroy this west side base, so he couldn't let this chief off the hook, so forced a west side guard, with him at the helm. Mengde and his group came to the back of the mountain. The backcountry was desolate, and Mengde didn't see many people all the way over. Oh, according to the nature of this chief, there are living people who have been eaten too no matter what. Moving along the path in the back of the mountain, the group soon stopped in front of a large gate. Above the door frame, the word bomb shelter was also written boldly. The entrance to that large granary that Highball had mentioned earlier was also inside this air defense shelter. Just as he arrived, a pungent, putrid odor hit his nose. Mengde and the others couldn't help but frown. The door to the bomb shelter was a false one, the kind you don't have to break open to get in. However, just in case, Mengde still swept his mind perception. It doesn't matter if you don't scan it, you're actually disgusted by it. The passageway to the bomb shelter is one of those narrow ones. It's long and deep. It was about 100 or 10 meters away. It's a little better on this side near the bomb shelter, but the more you look inside, the more unpleasant it becomes. Only the depths of the passage were filled with blood. It was so thick that it seemed to cover the ground with a thick blood carpet. All kinds of flies and mosquitoes cover it densely. The walls of the passageway were also lined with a variety of human limbs hanging upside down. In the heat of today's apocalypse, it would have begun to rot by now. It reeked of a suffocating, sickening odor. Countless white maggots were writhing madly inside, crawling out of one piece of meat. The next moment it was in another. It's so dense, you can't even count it. For some people who suffer from dense phobia, this place is a disaster. But if some wilderness blogger sees it, surely the highs and lows will have to come to a point. It's all full of protein. Ah, the fans eat first. A proper feast of meat that is more nutritious than beef. And for Mengde, a man with low ambitions who only wanted to relay the goddess of dispatches every day, there was nothing but nausea. At the end of the passage, 2 forks appeared. One end leads to a huge mountain space. It's like gutting an entire mountain. It was dry inside the space, which was storing tons of supplies at the moment. This mass is a real mass. Even if it was given to him to use at the Imperial Dragon base, it would be enough to eat for 100 years. Without looking closely, Mend was soon drawn to the other end of the fork in the road. It's a freezer. It's supposed to be the grain freezer before the end of time, because inside the walls, there are still frozen mechanical equipment hidden within. The space isn't as big as the one next door, but it's not small. It's probably comparable to the first floor of the villa at the Righteous Father's house. It's not meat that's stored in there at the moment either. Oh no, to be precise. It's meat but not poultry meat in the traditional sense. Instead, it was a fresh human corpse. The number is estimated at 20 to 30. It looks like it should have just been killed not long ago. It was now dropping blood red slivers of ice a little at a time. Needless to say, this is undoubtedly the chief's meat granary. In the center of the freezer, there was another huge table. It was filled with all sorts of blood and scraps of flesh. There was also a bone-chopping knife comparable to a chopping board on the side. And at the moment it was also chopped and flipped its edge. Next to the table, there was a burning fireplace. Inside the pot at the moment, all sorts of unidentified white flesh and bone scraps were simmering. The scene was extremely creepy to watch. Even the TV show called Bleach that he saw before the end of the world was nothing compared to this place. If bleaching is a small workshop, this is a large slaughterhouse. The worst part was that there was a huge ball of meat on the side of the fireplace, which was at the moment humming a tune happily. Inside the little garden, digging, digging, planting little seeds, blooming little flowers. The children's song froze and sounded eerie in this setting. The meatball was extremely large, 3 meters tall across the width, and naked, with a northeastern overcoat covering a certain part of his body, a flabby body mopping the floor, like a Nerf demon from one of the games. A pile of meat was piled there, and it was impossible to tell if it was standing or sitting. This is the head of the West Side Rescue Base? Sure, it's not a big boss from some game. Just as Mengde was about to check the system information, but the chief, who had been singing happily a moment ago, suddenly twitched his nose. A grim smile also instantly appeared on the bloody face. GGG. Fresh meat delivered to your door. P.S. Chapter 135, sort of thought. It had to be said that Mengde's encounter with this kind of disgusting meatball monster was an eye-opener. But what he didn't expect was that just this huge ball of meat actually still had such a fast reaction speed. The smell of them, the outsiders, was immediately apparent. Of course, in the eyes of this West Side Rescue Base chief, it's fresh meat. GGG. Fresh meat delivered to your door. Hearing this, Mengde knew that this meatball must have discovered them. So stopping Coldwind, who was about to push the door open, he pulled them back. Boss, aren't we going in? Men shook his head. No, it'll come out later. Sure enough, it wasn't long before there was a tremor in the ground and a heavy snorting sound coming from the bunker passage. A huge pile of meatballs 3 meters high then appeared in front of the crowd, even though Mengde had seen it before inside his nimble perception. Still, when you actually see it, you can't help but marvel a little. This meatball was extremely tall and stood there like a mountain peak, covered in flab like a granny's rag, dragging on the ground stinks and is long. The skin had long since festered on the rotting flesh. The necrotic flesh was also covered with moss-like bumps, fistfuls of pus, stinking to high heaven. Mengde and the others smelled the stench from a long distance away. Thick black and red liquid still continued to flow out of it. Extremely appalling. As he walked over, Mengde could see that his organs had long since changed shape. But strangely enough, the chieftain didn't actually feel a single ounce of pain. Monster. A proper monster, no doubt. That's when the system alert 2 popped up. Alien, Han Rebels. Awakened ability, Hungry Ghoul. Alien power level, peak of 5th order. Favorability, -100. System description, Hungry Ghouls, half-infected people who belong between zombies and normal people. Hunger fiends. Feeds on humans, and also uses living people or corpses as a source of evolution. System-friendly reminder, Han adversary is huge in size and has extremely strong physical defense, so please be more careful with the host. Weaknesses, slow movement speed, weak in soul, lightning and psychic powers both have some suppressive effects. Hey, when did Tadako become so caring, so detailed? It would be nice to get the goddess rewards and boost a wave as well. Seeing such a detailed introduction to the system, Mengde also relaxed quite a bit, but it was different for Coldwind and the others. They didn't back away in fear though. They even subconsciously blocked in front of Mengde. Kagom's brow was furrowed, and it seemed to be the first time she had seen such a monster as well. Just as Lang Fong and the others were still pondering, the opposite side of the table, Han Rebel Boss spoke. GGG, so you're the 3 losers from Highball who brought back the meat? Han Reverse Boss said this while also sticking out his huge tongue and licking his lips in a very disgusting manner. The meat this time looks delicious. Much better than those trashy women. Much better. Come inside this chief's belly, and this chief will treat you well. Do you guys want it braised? Or steamed? Say it all, and this chief will fulfill you. GGG. Ha? Mengde raised an eyebrow. I didn't realize that this bastard hadn't lost his human sanity. The Yu Hualong he had encountered before were all unintelligent after transforming into 1,000-legged ghouls. Is that what's so great about being semi-infected? Still, looking at the creature's massive body, Mengde skimmed his lips. Can't see it. You may be mistaken. We're not meat eaters. I killed the 3 of them long ago with the highballs you mentioned. Now I guess at this moment, all of them have crossed the Naiku Bridge. Upon hearing that the 3 Gaucho people had been killed, Han Reverse Ba did not have the slightest bit of anger. Instead, there was a look of disdain. 3 losers, so quick to die. It seems that this chief will have to find 3 new slaves, but before that, it's better to eat a few of you first. GGG. Mengde came in this time, and considering the danger of this chief's cannibalism, he brought in Coldwind, Brother Kifu, and Lei Chang. As for Iron Pillar, he had been assigned to guard the caravan. After all, Fei and Xiao Yao were still in the car. They had also contributed in the battle with the West City Guards just now. Mengde let them rest. It's also fortunate that they were allowed to rest and go. Otherwise, if you see this monster, you will not be able to go back to the road without the brilliant performance of the 2 girls. Knowing that if he continued to talk nonsense with this Han Rebel Ba, he would only be able to talk nonsense. Mengde gave a big wave of his hand. Straight away, he let Ling Feng and the others strike. Tafuga was in charge of melee combat, while Lei Chang and Cold Wind were in charge of long-distance attacks. The arrangement seems to work just fine. Anyone who met a normal 6th order psychic would be able to beat them up. It was a pity that he was now encountering the man-eating monster that was Han Rebel Ba. After a round of attacks, only Lei Chang's lightning attack was still somewhat effective. As for Long Feng and brother Jingfu, the attacks of the two barely penetrated Han Rebel Bar's physical defense. Mend was not surprised to see this. Sure enough, Tadako gave a dry run. Jia. This chieftain's meat actually dares to attack on its own accord. You guys are really looking for death. With a big wave of Han Rebel Bar's hand, brother Kifu flew straight out. But the good thing is that the body is strong and hard to stabilize. But the blood spilling out from the corners of his mouth was enough to show the intensity of the attack just now. Long Feng also didn't dodge out of the way. When they encountered this kind of monster with perverted flesh defense, their attacks seemed a bit insufficient. Lei Chang's lightning was nice, but limited. Men knew that it was time for him to strike. According to the system, Meng De's outburst was the SSS grade thunder and lightning ability, Thunderhand, while Han Rebel Bar was still smiling smugly. Ha ha ha, bunch of losers. A large hand of lightning descended from the sky and slapped directly on top of Han Rebel Bar's gigantic head. Directly slapped Han Rebel Bar's head in a section. Blood splattered everywhere. And then there was the sea of thunder. Clattering thunder and lightning like an ocean that directly surrounded Han Reba. It made Han Rebel Bar scream in pain. It left a scar on top of his body. All sorts of internal organs were also electrified and flew out. But this stacked fleshly defense was truly terrifying as well. Meng De's two great moves actually didn't kill him outright. Damn it! How dare you hit me? You meat eater! I ate you! Han Rebel Ba opened his huge mouth angrily. The enormous suction force was like an abyss, emitting a terrifying devouring force as it came towards Meng De's side. Mend frowned. It wasn't so much that he was offended by the terrifying suction. Mud, you didn't brush your teeth this morning. So stinky? With a movement of his mind, Meng De unleashed his numinous power ability, numinous power transformation. Flesh defense is strong, isn't it? Then try this. Sort of thought. As soon as the words left his mouth, an illusory sort of Nianli came out of thin air. Han Rebel Buck feels bad. The countdown to life has struck. Chapter 136, The Great Emperor's Karma is Too Great. Meng De can't afford it. As we all know, chanting attacks are invisible. It could be said that it was almost always a descending blow for anyone with a perverted physical defense. For Iron Pillar, it was. The same is true for the likes of Han Rebel Bar. At this moment, Han Rebel Bar was still trying to struggle before he died, but he was also destined to die. The illusory sort of Nimbus power was thrust straight into Han Rebel Bar's brain. He was simply powerless to resist. Along with the falling of the alien energy crystal core, Han Rebel Bar's huge body also directly collapsed on the spot. This leader of the West Side base also completely ended his life. The large meatball-like body fell to the ground, directly smashing out a huge deep pit. But what had to be admitted was that Han Rebel Bastard's strength was still good. If I hadn't met him, I guess I would have had a pretty darn good time in this apocalypse. After all, those who evolved by such evil ways as feeding would have their ability level raised very quickly. And watching his boss raise his hand, he destroyed the monster that none of the three of them had fought. There was nothing but awe in the eyes of the Lang Feng trio. Look at that. There's our boss. The boss has the look of invincibility. Mend was black-faced. If you guys don't know how to brag, don't brag. It'll kill you. The great emperor's karma is too great for Meng De to bear. As the leader, Han Retrograde Ba was dead, and in the entire Xiqing base, there was nothing left that could resist Meng De. All that remains is to clear the granaries and supplies of this base. Highball and the others hadn't been scavenging for supplies for a while. Now it's all cheap. And although the location of the West Side base's granary was inside a bomb shelter, there was more than one entrance. Otherwise, he had to go inside the passageway, and he had to be disgusted. Led by one of the guards, Meng De and the others soon entered the granary through another entrance. The entrance is said to be a back door that the guards secretly opened to avoid being eaten by the chief. Now it's just right for him. Entering inside the granary, Meng De realized that there were more supplies in here than he thought. It's totally a giant Doomsday granary. It's all comparable in size to a $10 billion Volvo supermarket warehouse. Mend is gorgeous. 2 words, collect, collect, collect. Of course, he didn't take it all. Also left a little for Coldwind and the others to take back. What he put inside the space was all his own. And it's what's left that's the base. Yes, Mend is so public and private. Though the supplies he had now were more than he could count. But the supplies thing is about as effective in Armageddon as money was before the end. Who would mind a lot of money? And there's no one who dares to say they're not interested in money, right? A certain Papa Horse is naturally accepted. Coming out from inside the granary, Meng De came to the center of the West City base. There are 70 to 80 shifters being pressed here. This was the group of exalts that Meng De had let Ling Feng and the others capture alive earlier. Cold Wind and the others had also long been persuaded to surrender. Those who could be persuaded to surrender were simply persuaded to do so. A seat of consciousness. Fully arranged. Any of these who have done anything dehumanizing should definitely be excluded. And the ones that can't be persuaded to surrender. The ones that die and don't join. And the ones that have done something to dehumanize. For example, it is not allowed to have a feeding Renu like their chief. Certain viruses, after all, are no joke. I don't know if it's contagious or not. So after some picking, there were still more than 30 exalts left. At the moment, they were all about to be beaten to death. And they were still looking at him with a defiant face. Meng De naturally can't spoil them. No surrender? Ha. Then be the subject of my experiments in stripping away my powers. They're all good leaks. No cuts for nothing. Coming to the first alien, Mend grinned. Don't you be afraid. I'll treat you right. This smile made the shifter look straight up and cold in the back. You, what are you going to do? Even if I, Lu Ring Cape, die out there, there's no way I'll surrender to you. Hey, this guy is pretty loyal. And, I'm telling you, a soldier can be killed but not dishonored. I, Lu Ring Cape, sell my art, not my body. Don't even think about it. Said guy even grabbed his collar. Listening to Meng De was full of black lines. What the hell? No good slapping the guy on the head. Bring it on you. The system immediately popped up a prompt. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully depriving third-rank alien Lu Rinzue of his B-rank alien ability. Explosive Fire Fist. An alien ability stripped to hand again. Mend is not a heartless fellow. The business routine is kind of studied by him. One thing for another. Taking someone else's powers. He backhanded them and handed over A and Yvonne. 50-cent flour chicken thigh in exchange. And Lu Ring Cape, who got the chicken leg, was immediately beaming with joy. Getting slapped in the face for a chicken leg. What a deal. Thanks for being such a hater just now. I'm sorry to think about it. After all, it was important to realize that even though they were guarding such a large granary and getting enough to eat wasn't a problem, it wasn't possible for them to eat meat on a regular basis. The last time I ate meat was last time. Thank you. You're a great guy. If I had known this, what would I have resisted? Is it too late for me to surrender? Looking at Lu Rin Cape, who was moved to tears, Meng De's mouth twitched fiercely. You tell me. Eat up for the road. Lu Rin Cape thought that the upper road was that road back to the base and immediately nodded happily. With the first one, the rest is easy. There are even those who are rushing to give their heads. Mend grinned and took it all in stride. But in a moment's time, more than 30 alien powers were directly in the bag. And all he paid for was a mere 30 or so 50-cent chicken legs that didn't cost a dime. This wave is blood money. And these 30 or so aliens whose powers he had taken were still happily enjoying their chicken legs. Unbeknownst to them, it was their last dinner. Meng De shook his head and signaled Leng Feng for them to do it. This group, he gave it a chance. It's too late to talk about surrender. Accompanied by a burst of gunfire, Meng De took the convoy of survivors with him and headed towards the Imperial Dragon base. It's been dark for a long time, but before leaving, in order to prevent the virus from mutating inside the bomb shelter, the birth of even more terrible monsters, Meng De also let Cold Wind and the others, and directly burned down the air defense shelter. Due to the sheer number of survivors, Meng De also spent a lot of time on the road. It was only then that he rushed back to his Imperial Dragon base the following morning, just before dawn. It was less than 7 o'clock, but the guards at the gate of the base were still on duty long ago. There were over 1,000 survivors brought back this time, plus the 2,000 or so that were already at his base. The number of survivors in his Imperial Dragon base was also running close to 4,000. The problem of resettlement is naturally all left to Yurong's group of decom girls. But these women are still awake. Thought about it, but didn't bother to call. There was no other reason. There were so many women that men could not pick them all with just one gun in his area. Besides, in the RV, there are 2 women. Fair and Xiao Yao were counting on him on the road, and were both asleep at the moment. Send both women, both back to their rooms. Only then did men sneak over to Yun's place. He hadn't tasted enough of this sensual Imperial Sisters flavor. Lift the covers. TSK. This quilt, it's snow white and bright. Ha. In the next second, Sister Yun, who was still asleep, frowned slightly. Chapter 137, Oh. A woman who speaks her mind. This morning was destined to be less than peaceful for Lu Ruyun. Sleeping, she could vaguely feel as if she was being lightly sailed. This made her, subconsciously, frown. But the other didn't stop the light sail at all, and even made more outrageous moves. Dreamlike action. It made Riyuan start to think it was just a dream. Until somewhere it's been. Ah, who? Yoon jolted awake. What was seen was the figure of a man, and this man, still smiling at her. Honey, it's you. It really scared me. Yoon was greatly relieved. Luckily it was my own man. If it had been any other man, one really wants to die. At the same time she blamed herself for her low vigilance. I can't believe I'm not conscious at all after sleeping through it. Don't look at her that way. She's very intellectual. But really, at heart, it's still a very traditional woman. Otherwise you wouldn't have gone all these years without dating someone. A busy career is part of the reason. But more than that, it's the conventionality of her thinking. Before she had met Mend, there really hadn't been any man who could really come into her heart yet. That's what he had learned from talking to her that night, after he had gone deeper with her. You're finally back. Seeing that it was her man, Sister Yun's delicate body also jumped directly into the man's arms. Feeling Sister Yun's excitement, Mengde patted her jade shoulder. What? Waiting for your husband? Me? All night? Mendel saw that on the woman. What she was wearing was still intact. Obviously. It's been a night on the beat. Well, Jai said you'd be back soon. But I didn't realize. Waiting to fall asleep. With one arm around this woman's petite body, he played with Yun's dark hair. Mengde was also not expecting this woman to wait for herself all night. It was a little touching. Honey, you just got back hungry. I'll go make you some breakfast. Yun's handiwork is still very good. He'd eaten her pasta before. But at the moment, it was stopped by him. It's okay. It's you. Mendel's eyes began to wander over Yun's body. The woman had a short white dress, or the kind that packs dolphins. Probably wanted to wear it for him last night. The collar of the short dress was so low that you could see the white deep V when you looked down. Wait, it's actually still vacuum packed. Underneath the short skirt was a pair of big, slender, rounded legs. Just now, Mengde went all the way up from the jade foot. Being gawked at so recklessly by her own husband, Sister Yun instantly understood what he meant. Hubby, this is going to eat. But knowing, she instantly put her jade hand to her short white skirt. Wait, it's fine just the way it is. The corners of Men's mouth lifted into a bad smile. I went out to the island this time and gathered back a lot of supplies, so it's not that bad. Ha. Hearing these deeply meaningful words, Sister Yun shyly lowered her head. The beautiful face was also covered by scarlet gradually. She knew. She couldn't keep this white skirt that she had treasured for so long. Charge +6. Wait until Men came out from inside Sister Yun's room. Seeing the women sitting inside the living room, he realized that not only Sister Yun had waited for him all night, other women, too, except for the tutor, Fei, and her good student, Xiao Yao. I'm still asleep now because I just got back this morning, but the other women, on the contrary, are all here in one piece. Just come back. It was Jai who opened the door, and a few simple words could best describe her mood at the moment. The moment she saw him, her tightly knit brow loosened. These days, even though he didn't go out much, he managed his harem well. It's a credit to Jai that so many women stayed together without conflict. Well, we were afraid something had happened to you when you didn't come back all night. The woman, sat there. A proper iceberg beauty now. It's just kinda condescendingly presidential. I'm going to have to do some tuning up sometime. Yes, if you don't come back, Jia Shui and the girls are going to go looking for you. It was Sister White who was most comfortable speaking. Oh, and Sister Ru, the mature woman. This mature woman was busy inside the kitchen early in the morning. He's making him a tonic breakfast at the moment. Wait, why do you need to replenish your body? Every woman said something about caring. For these women, one night when their men didn't return was enough to make them worried sick. After all, this was the first time that Mend had completely failed to return. Mend could also understand their feelings, so in passing, he took each woman in his arms and comforted her. Ha. Very friendly and comforting. You're a bad little boy. Just ate Sister Yun and stayed out at night. It caused Sister Yun to wait for you all night. Seeing Mengde come out from inside Sister Yun's room, An Cheng immediately understood what this little villain had done when he came back in the morning. The words were sour as well, but there was still no way to hide the concern for him within the words. The woman's playfulness was something he'd also experienced long ago. Well, either place has experienced it. Men smiled and walked over. What? Missed me after a night away? If you follow the normal calendar, this time of year is also into the waxing moon. But for the sake of Doomsday's descent, Men didn't feel the slightest bit of cold here. Instead, it's still hot. No, one of these women was dressed very coolly in the morning. A pair of big white legs, white and shaking under the sunlight. ************************************************ I don't want you. You just know how to bully us. Don't you, Mimi? The woman's body was very honest despite what her mouth said. Facing Mengde's broad manly chest, without the slightest hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Mengde's neck. The big white legs also naturally rested on Mengda's leg. Oh, a woman of the mouth. But Auntie Cheng's playfulness as a woman was really unique among these women of his. The more he looks at it, the more he likes it too. Hearing the words of her best friend, Big Mimi didn't dare to talk at all. For no other reason than that it's been pitched too much. She was really afraid that she, her good girlfriend, would blindly light another fire and get herself into it. I don't know. Don't ask me. Big Mimi is not wearing black silk today, but a pair of big beautiful legs is also very tempting. Before the end of the world, he had no shortage of netizens who nicknamed Big Mimi Bigfoot, but only men, who had made the embrace, knew that it was nonsense. These jade feet are not small, but also very well embraced. Ha ha ha. Chapter 138, Sister Rue's Request. As a multiple intimate enabler and exclusive owner of Big Mimi's jade feet, Mendel knew that all the people who had slagged off Big Mimi's big feet before the end of the day were envious and jealous of him. Mendel. Oh, after all, once you've had sex, you can't get enough of it. Who cares about size? No, it is really crowded where there is time to think about the size of it. You can't even embrace it. As for how to embrace, ha ha ha. Men's direct action proves it. Big hands automatically turn on navigation override mode. These legs, it's so soft, can carry, and facing her husband's sneak attacks, Dami is used to it. At the moment she had occupied the man's other arm. The head was also leaning casually right into his arms. Hubby's arms are really cozy. I don't know. Don't ask me anyway. In the face of Aunt Cheng's provocation, Big Mimi wanted to put things to rest. And don't dare strike up a conversation with your best friend. But it was clear that Aunt Cheng didn't want to let her go just like that. Oh yeah? So how come I heard you call your husband names last night? I don't suppose you want to. Aunt Cheng's face was all bad jokes. As good girlfriends, the two women often slept together. Don't get me wrong. Serious sleep. So sometimes, it's also cheaper for men. At least for one night. There's no need to run 2 rooms. Don't talk nonsense, you flea-footed horse. A flash of shyness flashed across Big Mimi's face, and her jade hand also struck towards Aunt Cheng. Aunt Cheng resisted while continuing to molest this good girlfriend of hers. Hey, I got you there. You woman, you still won't admit it. And you say, that angry Damini directly stepped over Mengda's body and pounced towards Aunt Cheng, the once glamorous big star not always able to block the flash. Watching the two women thrashing around in his arms put Mend in a great mood. It's all good enough to, can hardly contain myself. Okay, you two stop it. If hubby really cleaned you two up, you'd be honest. Jai was telling the truth. If it wasn't for the woman's sharp eyes, he would have been ready to put these two women on the spot. He couldn't be blamed for this, being fussed over so much by such two goddesses. A gunfight or something. Makes sense. Hearing Jiayi's words, the two women, Aunt Cheng and Big Mimi, didn't dare to make a scene, immediately hide away. The lesson from the car the other day is still fresh in my mind. Honey, this trip you took out yesterday was. Seeing Jiayi ask, Mengda smoothly told him all about the West Side Rescue Base. He had nothing to hide anyway. Well, mostly he's not doing anything wrong. No fear of being tortured by these women. Of course, while he was talking, he still had his arm around Jiayi. This woman persuaded Auntie Cheng's two women away, so let her fill the void. And although Jiayi was being played with her, she was secretly relieved to hear that her husband wasn't hooking up with women outside. One less woman, and the odds of getting the man in the evening's turn would be a little better. At the same time, when he heard the colonel-leading monster of Han Niba, he also somewhat lamented the ferocity of the outside. These days after the end came, it was with their husbands that they were able to fight peacefully in this villa. Otherwise, they would have been the playthings of other men long ago. So in that case, there aren't any major forces near our Imperial Dragon base anymore? No more worrying about being attacked. Sister White is still optimistic because she hardly ever goes out much. All of it was told by Mend. Of course, it was also the fact that the woman's awakened psychic ability that favored the healing aspect was also not suitable for going out alone. Therefore, Mend's position on the woman was to do his logistics. By the way, after you're done, just brush your teeth regularly. That woman's mouth up there. It's so durable. Mend shook his head. There are no longer any major survivor forces sneaking up on our base in the nearest economic zone, but it can't be denied that it came from inside East Ocean City. That's a lot of survivors in there. Mendel is more pessimistic, always a fan of living in peace, and his words were echoed by the other women. That's me thinking a little simplistically. Sister White felt a little apologetic. Seeing this, Mend couldn't help but want to molest and flirt with her. A handful of her plump, petite body was pulled into her arms as well. There's a penalty for saying the wrong thing. Ready for your punishment? Mendel's breath hit her ear. It made her feel an itch, especially what Mend said made her blush. It's all my fault. Let my husband punish me. Exhale. This woman. Mendel let out a deep breath. He knew that the woman wanted it for herself. Come to think of it, the last time I went to her room was the last time. Brush your teeth at night and be a good girl and wait for me in your room. Sister White nodded knowingly. This woman. It's been so long. It's long since taken his shape. It doesn't even have to be said too thoroughly. This woman gets it on her own. After some exchanges, these women were also aware of the situation of the Imperial Dragon base today. One by one, they were relieved. After all, no one wants to have a sword of Damocles hanging over their head every day. The only one with a somewhat different face was Rue. So after the other women had dispersed, Mend gave Jai a direct wink. Jai immediately took away the little spirit on Rue's body with a clear understanding. A separate space was created for the Mend duo. Well, actually, it's just inside the living room. It's not much of a private space either. But it was obvious that Rue usually couldn't see much when there were other women around. But now that I was alone with him, I was a little nervous. Come to think of it, it's been almost a month since I last spent time with her. Ever since Sister Rue came within Villa 1, Mengde hadn't actually looked for Sister Rue to talk to her alone or anything, because he knew that the woman wasn't ready to be taken by him that way. But every woman inside the villa knows it well. That night, sooner or later, would come, to be able to be brought into this Villa 1 by Mend, and to enjoy the Doomsday life so peacefully. The only thing they could do to repay Mengde was themselves. Especially Sister Rue. She wasn't like other women yet. She had a little spirit child. It's two freeloaders. So in a way, the pressure on her to return the favor is much greater than on other women. Sister Rue, is there something on your mind? Men noticed a change in the woman's face. As if it happened to be when she heard about the survivors running out of the west side of Donghai City. Is there any family left in East Ocean City? Hearing Mengde's words, Rue started to be a bit surprised, but her face was more difficult to speak. Pursing his lips tightly, he seemed to be hesitating about something. Mengde smiled faintly and gently patted her exposed white jade shoulder. What can't you say to me? Go ahead. Mend waved his hand with great bravado. But really, when Rue said it, he froze. I'd like you to take me to someone. Who? Mend was a little curious. What would make this woman so hesitant? My daughter who is in college. Whom? She's a schoolgirl too. Mend. Chapter 139, The Shame of a Noblewoman. I would like you to take me to my daughter who is in college. To be honest, hearing Rue's request, Mend was puzzled plus shocked. Doubtful, this mature woman is not only a daughter of small spirit child. What was shocking was the words that followed this mature woman. Whom? My daughter is a schoolgirl too. What do you mean? This is to imply that he Mengde what well. What kind of superb mature woman and daughter schoolgirl? Mend, the big, innocent man, is genuinely not getting it at all. Seeing this expression on Mengde's face, Sister Rue wasn't surprised and immediately explained. Actually, Little Spirit is not my daughter. She's just my sister's kid. Oh, it's the sisterhood again, isn't it? He knows. So your sister is now. If there is a chance to save it back. He. That would be the young women's sisters. I think the flavor is different from Jai's girls. Don't get me wrong. He just doesn't want a beautiful woman to end up on the street. It was only Rue's words that directly shattered his beautiful fantasy. You don't think so? My sister died 2 years ago. Tragically, in a car accident. Before he left, he entrusted Little Spirit to me. That's why Little Spirit calls me mommy. Oh, so that's why. Mend got it. So Rue, your daughter is in college? Well, my only daughter is actually a student at the East Coast Art Academy. She was still in school when the end came. That husband of mine before. Speaking of which, Sister Rue looked at Mengde with some embarrassment. It also seemed to realize the ambiguity within his words. Mend didn't say anything, but just smiled as he swept him into his arms. The last time he was in such contact with Rue, or when I first met her. That moment. This mature woman is still trapped inside Yu Hualong's basement. It was saved by Mend, but it turned out to be time to break bread. The woman actually got back at him. The whole person was careless and brought the two lays straight into his arms. He almost talked him right out of the room. Like right now. At the moment, he was unceremoniously held in Mend's arms. Mengde could clearly feel the woman's plump to the extreme figure, as well as two heavy oppressive sensations. It's not the same as before, though. Sister Rue, who had removed her disguise, was much better looking than she had been at that time before. Much smoother looking too, with just a slight dip of the head. You can see the V-shaped entrance. Very tempting. Snap. Mend slapped hard, hitting the top of this mature woman's arched dolphin. A clear, crisp voice resounded through the living room. Husband? Rue has other husbands. Ha? Why don't I? The husband? Know that. Mendel knew for sure. After all, the system had previously identified him within the goddess message. Suju and Ru System Introduction, 36 years old this year. Innate right female holy body, mature and plump body, noble and elegant temperament, comes with a superb ferocious weapon, many children, many blessings of the very best firebag frame, married for 18 years, a high-class noblewoman and celebrity before the end of the world, with a rich husband who is rarely seen once a year, with a daughter, a good wife and a good mother. A good mother, after the end of the world was abandoned by her heartless and cowardly husband. He carefully recalled that Ru seemed to still be abandoned by her so-called pre-apocalyptic husband, but that didn't stop him from striking out to teach this mature woman a lesson. The feel of this noble woman's dolphin. It's amazing. It's really good. And Ru, who had been slapped so hard, was blushing. Always a noble and famous woman. She had never been beaten like this before. Still inside a living room, Jai and the girls are all in another place, secretly watching. A sense of shame of a noble and famous woman surged through her. And speaking of which, one's own dolphin part. It seems like it's been a while since anyone's touched it. It always feels weird inside to be hit like that now. But for the life of her, she hadn't been annoyed in any way. There's even some shoujo. There was a feeling of wanting to be slapped again by this man. It's really weird. Especially this one from the little man in front of me. How come I, the husband, don't know that? More than anything, it made her feel even more ashamed. Mendel stifled a grunt when he saw that the woman wasn't talking. Smile. Another slap greeted him. Snap. Or the other side of the fight. But don't even need to see it. It's definitely all red. No. That's my ex-husband. Mengde was sure that this mature woman had definitely been treated like this for the first time before. Otherwise it wouldn't be 2 slaps and a bad speech. If it's true that Sister White has already been like that many times by him, talking, at least, is still okay. Oh, then the husband in Ru's mouth is. Watching a once noble and famous woman blush from her own beating, they even lowered their heads. Mendel was so pleased with himself that he couldn't help but have a perverted idea. That's to train this woman on the spot. Sister Ru has a husband. Be sure to tell me. Don't you think so, Sister Ru? Hearing Mengde say that, how could Ru not understand? This man is trying to call himself. He's got those 2 words. Even though she had been mentally prepared long before, when it really came down to it, she really kind of couldn't say anything. The traditional good wife and good mother education in her heart made it difficult for her to speak up. But Mend, seeing this, had no intention of letting her go. If you don't say anything, then I'll continue to greet you, haha. So a few more slaps went down in quick succession, and Ru was almost unsteady in her seat. Don't hit it, please, I said. I'm telling you. The speech was also intermittent. Hearing her say that, Mend raised an eyebrow and looked at her expectantly. Old husband. After saying those 2 words, it was as if she had embraced all the strength of Ru's entire body. The whole thing fell into his arms. And naturally, Mend was happy to get the answer he wanted. But just now, this mature woman, before she could finish her sentence, was interrupted by herself, so she patted her jutting again. Go on. What's this about your ex-husband? According to the system, Ru's cheap ex-husband has always been a polygamist. It doesn't matter to her or her daughter who is in college. Why is her cheap ex-husband involved in her daughter's affairs? Well, my ex-husband happened to be staying with me the day the end first came. He told me that my daughter he had sent for. Originally we were waiting inside the villa. But before we could wait, we were attacked by walkers. Speaking of which, Ru still seemed a little sad. After all, after so many years of marriage, there is still some affection. And Mend guessed what the mature woman was going to say next. But I didn't expect that he would just leave me and linger behind and run away. What an incompetent husband. Chapter 140, Sister Ru's husband. Mengde had always despised such men who abandoned their wives and children. Whether it's your own daughter or not, right? At least your wife is your wife. A woman who has shared a bed for so many years can be discarded. You can imagine the character of the person, whom, the key is still such a superb mature woman. That's even more inexcusable. Well, so now Ru wants me to take you to that ex-husband of yours, and then through him, to your daughter? Men's mouth quirks when she talks about her ex-husband. If it were before the end of the day, this Ru sister and the girls are not divorced. The husband, himself, went straight to the top. That was fun. But fortunately, the woman, Ru, didn't object. She wouldn't dare have an opinion. Those slaps just now were the best kind of conditioning. Yeah, that's what I meant. Ru had a red face, sitting in his arms, and Mend could feel the woman's heavy oppressive force. The woman who comes with 2 buds is really scary. Don't worry, I won't let you find it for nothing. I will repay you. Seemingly afraid that Mengde would not agree, Sister Ru hurriedly added. Mend raised an eyebrow. Oh, how would you like to repay your husband? As he spoke, His big hand was already mousing over this mature woman's thigh. That's some nice skin for a mature woman. What's the saying, women in their 30s? But if they take good care of it, the skin can be more delicate than a little girl. It just so happens that Rue is such a woman. Pre-apocalyptic noble women. The maintenance piece is absolutely nothing to sneeze at. Feeling the big hands on her thighs, Rue could still not understand. The stunning face reddened and lowered her head. How else do you expect me to repay you when I'm like this? Mend gave a bad smile. That's not enough. At least let me try here. Rue hurriedly grabbed Men's big hand that was lightly pointing somewhere. Don't. Not here. Men's eyes lit up. That means, not here. It's okay? Well. That's the way he likes it. Judas. Straightforward and less flavorful. But before that, we still need to take this woman to look for it first. So Men took the woman directly to the foot of the mountain. Since the base has been getting more and more crowded, Lang Feng and the others built a high platform directly at the foot of the Royal Dragon Mountain. There is also a large open area in front for the usual gathering. And right now, Lang Feng and the others were addressing the 1,000 or so survivors that they had brought back from the rescue base in the western city yesterday. After that powerful speech that Meng De gave earlier, Coldwind and the others knew what to say. It's nothing more than the whole allegiance to Meng De, the base boss, and vowing to defend the base to the death. And there was no need for Men to say it himself. Men took Sister Rue with her and didn't startle anyone else, sneaking right up to the roof of the 20th floor. There's a great view from here. Look down just enough to get a good view of the people below. By the way, Rue, what's your husband's name? Although they were all called husbands, but for that ex-husband of Rue's sister, his own so-called love rival, he doesn't even know his name yet. Wang Lin. Aha, the king next door again? He remembered that Sister Bai's her husband seemed to be surnamed Wang as well. Okay, you find it. As Men spoke, he also pulled out his walkie-talkie. Have Yao Yun's group of Baikon girls look for this name. Everyone who enters the Imperial Dragon base will know some basic information to facilitate the distribution of work. And all these things were arranged by the Arigato girls. At the edge of the balcony, Rue was also struggling to find it. Trying to find one person out of 1,000 isn't so easy to find. While he was at it, Mend was fine and began to ogle the mature woman. Today's Rue was wearing a purple short sleeve on top. Short sleeves were up due to the sheer size. A nice loose short sleeve froze in a tight fit, now sprawled out on the edge of the balcony. It was all squished and deformed. The body is still shapely. The waist was slim and aesthetically pleasing, just like the waist of a young girl. Underneath was a pair of gray jeans. Half of his body was exposed on the balcony, not to mention due to sticking his head out and looking out. Even the dolphin section was high up in the air. Looking at it from the back, the scale is immediately striking. The words voluptuous were kind of played up by her. Just by looking at the back, one could tell that this mature woman was very well endowed. The unique flavor that has settled over the years exudes a seductive charm. It made him think of a song lyric. She's just my sister, and my sister says purple rhymes. It does rhyme. Mature woman's rhyme. He couldn't help but step forward and, silently, he shielded it to his body. Yikes! Rue looked like she was startled, and also seemed not to expect anyone to come from behind. It was a shock. Honey, it's you. Sister Rue had a gentle smile on her face that was like a spring breeze. Makes him want to get closer. Smelling Rue's scent, the woman exuded a mature woman's flavor all over her body. It's fascinating. The years have given her not only age, but a languid and charming air. Standing there, it creates a unique landscape of its own. Honey, stop it. I'm looking for someone. Looking at the big hand on her waist, Sister Rue couldn't help but rant. Her voice was gentle and magnetic, and she spoke in an unhurried tone that carried a reassuring power. It's okay, you find yours. I'm busy with mine. No delay. Ha. Knowing she couldn't refuse, Rue gave up. But I have to say that while I was looking for my ex-husband, my current husband was. It's such a strange feeling. At first Rue had thought about trying to find someone inside that blackened group downstairs, but when she found the back, she realized she couldn't look away, especially with a man not letting her look properly, doing bad things. It messed with her mind to look for it. Honey, we'll play later, okay? I'm looking for someone. Well, you're looking for it. I'm not stopping you. Sister Rue, are you sure I can still find it with you like this? Rue looked at the busy man and didn't know what to say, but also had to make himself concentrate and go and look out, trying hard not to want to hustle Mend. And just as they were busy working feverishly, there was finally news from Arigato's side. Yao Yun, they still do things quickly and efficiently. Almost as soon as he'd ordered it, the message came not a moment later. There is indeed one named Wang Lin. Why? Do you want something from him? Should I call it in? Mend looked up at the expectant Rue and nodded in agreement. Call it in inside the living room of Building 20. looking at the mature woman in front of him. The corner of his mouth lifted up a bad smile. Chapter 141, The Incompetent Wang Lin. Seeing that Yurong and the girls were still silent, Wang Lin became angry. You guys really don't care, do you? Fine. I'll find someone who can run things. Where's the base chief? You guys make him come out. Dang. A base with such a big deal going on won't even take care of it. I think he's nothing more than that for a chief. Once this was said, Arigato and the girls were not silent. Instead, on each and every one of their faces, there was an odd look. But Wang Lin didn't understand. The bastard was still clamoring. What are you waiting for? Go get someone. How do you get things done when you're so inefficient? Bad review. Mend couldn't listen anymore and slapped him again. Wang Lin, who had received another slap, first froze. However, something that Mendel didn't expect happened. This slap actually directly gave Wang Lin a cry. You stole my woman and I'm complaining that you beat me. Now I've gone to the base boss to complain and you're still hitting me. Aren't you a bully? I don't care. I'm going to complain. I'm going to complain about you hard. Wang Lin said while crying again, leaving everyone in the living room whole and speechless, especially Mend, with his eyes signaling Ru behind him. This is your ex-husband from before? Ru lowered her head in shame. Now that's a real shame. She also didn't expect this ex-husband of hers to be so bad. But what she didn't expect even more was for this ex-husband of hers to take the blame for it all back on himself. It's all because of you. You, that I got beaten up. Mud. You're just a cheap rotten that everyone can wonder about. Seeing Wang Lin cursing harder and harder, Sister Ru was on the verge of tears. Mengda's face, too, completely darkened, commanded Coldwind, who had just entered. Drag him out of here. Whenever your mouth is clean, drag me in again. Coldwind nodded his head. He was the best at this kind of thing. He took a big swing. Soon there were two henchmen who dragged Wang Lin into the next room. Along with a burst of smashing sounds, Wang Lin's miserable screams came out. Ru cringed as she listened. Men turned his head and wrapped his arms around the woman's jade shoulders. Yao young this group of sisters, but also know what to do. One by one, all consciously walked out. They had seen it long ago. Mengda obviously had an unusual relationship with this woman but before Arigato the ninny left, she still spat in a low voice. It's true that men are all big piggies. It's not enough to have Sister Jiai and the others to serve you, but you've gone outside to hook up with a married woman. What a cute hearing Mend had. He heard it at once, unable to help his face darken even more. This woman, she really thinks she can be reckless just because she's big, doesn't she? Do you really think I won't dare to touch you? Wait, when I'm done eating the women at home, this one will be next. If I don't whip you into tears, I'll take your last name. Men's side was still swearing darkly. Sister Ru, who was on the side, had all but cried softly. Mendel, am I a bad woman? A fleabag who only seduces? As soon as Mend heard that, he felt bad all of a sudden. This woman doesn't even call herself her husband anymore. That's not a good sign. It was a good thing that during this time, Mengda hadn't spent much time exercising his mouth with Sister Bai and Jiai and the others. After the training of their two mouths, he had become familiar with comforting people. Sister Ru, don't talk nonsense. If a woman as good as you isn't a good woman anymore, is there any good women left? Mend is not making this up. This woman, Sister Ru, is superb in both appearance and figure, especially the figure piece. He had never seen a more exaggerated one than this mature woman. And the intrinsic quality aspect. This woman is a noble and famous woman. The gentle elegance pulls right through. Before the end of the day, after so many years of marriage, I watched my husband, Wang Lin, dashing around outside, and you're left all alone. The bitterness of it is something only she knows. If he hadn't met such a brave Mengde, there was also out of gratitude to Mengde. I'm afraid this woman is going to be alone for the rest of her life. Doomsday comes and goes, and then it's straight back to being miserably abandoned by an incompetent husband. It's the same woman who reacted quickly and made herself ugly with makeup. Otherwise it's just a bunch of men's playthings. But even under these circumstances, he did not abandon Little Spirit, who was not his own daughter. What can you say about the quality of his character? Definitely a good wife and mom, right? Really? At this moment, Sister Ru was like a little girl who needed to be comforted. Very naive. When men said that, she believed a few things, plus a unique set of men's maneuvers. The woman soon couldn't care less. Half an hour later, Coldwind and the others came dragging a man over. Boss, pack it up. Seeing this, Mend had no choice but to stop his mouth with intent. Also for the first time, he couldn't help but spit out Coldwind and their efficiency. How could they be so high? Slow down next time. Will you? Unbeknownst to Coldwind, they were helpless as well. They had actually packed up this Wang Lin guy a long time ago, almost as if it was a matter of a few people having a go at each other. This Wang Lin was honest. Don't dare scream blindly anymore. That is, cold wind. He knew his boss and couldn't stir up his boss, so it was a half hour, or as much as he could drag out. Otherwise, someone's mouth is going to fall completely flat. Wang Lin, who had been cleaned up, completely dared not talk nonsense, and once he heard Lung Feng his name, Wang Lin then reacted. So the base leader he's been looking for is right next to him. It was Wang Lin's turn to be dumbfounded. Meng De just said one word and Wang Lin directly knelt down. Master, I was wrong. I really didn't realize you were the chief. If I had known that you were the chief, how would I have dared to say those things? Boss, you're a big man. Just let me go. I'll never dare again. Wang Lin is still very sensible. Know that you did and said the wrong thing. Hastily, he began to apologize. Men seemed to be smiling. Oh, what about her? Men pointed to Sister Ru, who was off to the side. At this time, Sister Ru, under Meng De's comforting words, her face was already red, and seeing his wife, next to Men so close, Wang Lin could still not understand. Boss, I said the wrong thing just now too. Boss, don't say my wife in front of you. It's my mom. I wouldn't dare say anything. Meng De sniffed and was silent for a moment, looking at Wang Lin who was kneeling in front of him, constantly kowtowing and begging for surrender. Sigh, you're really getting on my nerves like this. I still like you untamed. How about you recover? Chapter 142, I still like your untamed look. Recover. I still like you untamed. How about you recover? Hearing Meng De's rude words, Wang Lin wanted to ask, are you polite? He hadn't been humiliated like this in all his growing up years. However, the several people gawking at the back left Wang Lin in no doubt that if he dared to raise half an objection, they're definitely going to shoot themselves in the foot. After thinking about dignity and his own little life, he resolutely chose the latter. Just as he was about to recover a bit, he saw Meng De wave his hand. Forget it, let's not recover. Got a couple questions for you. Answer whatever you're asked. Understand? After all the fun, he didn't forget to get down to business. Wang Lin also nodded very cooperatively. Meng De signaled Sister Ru, who was on the side, that she could speak. Ru looked at the man in front of her, her former husband. The heart is also much calmer. Ever since this Wang Lin said, just now, those words, she had treated Wang Lin as an outsider. I just want to ask you, my daughter Yu Yan, where is she now? Men noticed the name calling in Ru's words. It's my daughter, not our daughter. Men guffawed. This meant that the mature woman in front of her had slowed down. A shift in thought and perception is accomplished. That's a good sign. Wang Lin didn't expect that his former wife, now someone else's woman, would ask about this. Subconsciously, he replied, where else would she be? She's at school, isn't she? Wang Lin had just finished speaking when he realized something was wrong. But it's already too late, because Ru heard me clearly. What? Didn't you say you've already sent someone to rescue Yu Yan? How is she still inside the school? Suju and Ru felt like she was going crazy. She had always thought that Wang Lin had really sent someone to rescue her daughter as he had said, but now that he heard Wang Lin's words with his own ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. The people who blasted her straight away were going crazy. You know, the only thing she valued most in her life was her family. Her husband and daughter are also the two people she cares most about as a good wife and mother. The husband, now, has abandoned her early, and the daughter, too, she lost. Wang Lin, who had reacted, realized that he had said the wrong thing. He also wanted to save the day, but all that was waiting was Suju and Ru, who was in a state of anger. You give me back my daughter. Seeing Sister Ru, Meng De directly rushed to Wang Lin, smashing Wang Lin like crazy. It seemed to be a way to take out all the anger that his daughter had lost. Wang Lin subconsciously wanted to resist, but when he looked at Meng De, he had to endure it. After 10 minutes or so, Ru finally went limp as if deflated. Wang Lin, who was on the side, was still a man after all, not as delicate as women. It didn't hurt to be smashed so much. Meng De waved his hand, signaling Lung Feng and the others to drag Wang Lin away. He guessed that the last thing Sister Ru wanted to see at this moment was Wang Lin. Lang Feng instantly understood in seconds and dragged Wang Lin away. Inside the living room, there were only the two Meng De left, looking at Sister Ru, who was crying bitterly on the ground. Meng De sighed. He knew that what this mature woman needed most at this moment was the embrace of a man, the most wanted, and a man's comfort. So a horizontal embrace unleashed the supernormal ability space instantaneous transfer. The woman back to the No. 1 villa. Sister Ru was sent back to her room. Luckily, at this time, little Linger was still in Jia Yi's hands. Men doesn't have to worry about being disturbed either. There was a reason he said that, because the mature woman in his arms, after hearing Wang Lin's words, looked like she had been stimulated by something. When he returned to his room, A pair of jade hands hugged him to death. Don't go. Stay with me. Looking at the mature woman's almost supplicating gaze, that pitiful look simply made him feel like his heart was going to break. What else could men say? If the woman had asked for it, could he have refused? Don't worry, Sister Ru, I won't leave. Although Mengde knows that at this moment this woman needs the most, is to have a forget all the troubles and pain companionship, but after thinking about it, he didn't. After all, Mendel is much more comfortable driving in automatic. But just as he ventured such a thought, the mature woman in his arms looked like she had a heart-to-heart. The whole thing knelt in front of him, in front of his face. The red lips parted lightly, and warm breath was exhaled. You can go ahead and do what you didn't do earlier. The words are so clear. Mengde can still not understand. Immediately, he nodded vigorously. He knew that turning this mature woman's grief into action would be the best company for her at this moment. 30,000 words omitted here. Outside, Jiai, who was watching Mengde's duo suddenly rush into Villa 1, also revealed a pleased smile. As expected, this husband of hers, he still went after Sister Ru. That mature woman, right? Oh no, down the leg to be exact. Just as she was smiling at this, the little linger in her arms also looked as if she had been sensed in some way. Sister, is my mommy back? How fast Mengde's instantaneous movement was, that is, Jia had awakened her powers. Plus Mend was also downstairs inside the living room for a little while. After all, it was still necessary to slow down a bit after instantly moving so far. That's why Jia, the woman, was able to see it, and the girl, little spirit, being able to feel it was really out of Jia's expectation as well. But it's not like she's going to ruin it for her husband. After all, they had all lived together for so long that there were no secrets left between them women and their husbands. Even if there were any secrets, they would have been explored long ago by that man Mend. The only difference is the sequence of becoming a husband's real woman. But well, they, the women, still want to become Mengde's women sooner. After all, that's the one that can awaken psychic powers. Thus at this moment, facing little Linger's question, Jia could only say against her will, no, you're looking at it wrong. Little spirit is still naive. The kind of person who believes whatever Jia says. Oh, then it should be little spirit's misreading. After saying that, little spirit continued to lower her head and play with stacking blocks. Jia was greatly relieved to see this. Hubby, it's the first time I've lied to a child for your sake. A few other women on the side, such as Fair, Aunt Chang and the others, reveal the you-know-it-all everyone knows it smile. Because they also saw their husbands carrying Ru home. It's just that they don't talk about it. All live under one roof. All become husband's woman quite well. And just when they thought everyone got it, Mengda on the third floor, but looked at the snowflake completely blinded. No Rusan. What is this? Chapter 143 Accompanying Sister Ru. I still like you untamed. How about you recover? Hearing Mengda's rude words, Wang Lin wanted to ask, are you polite? He hadn't been humiliated like this in all his growing up years. However, the several people gawking at the back left Wang Lin in no doubt that if he dared to raise half an objection, they're definitely going to shoot themselves in the foot. After thinking about dignity and his own little life, he resolutely chose the latter. Just as he was about to recover a bit, he saw Mengde wave his hand. Forget it, let's not recover. Got a couple questions for you. Answer whatever you're asked. Understand? After all the fun, he didn't forget to get down to business. Wang Lin also nodded very cooperatively. Mengde signaled Sister Ru, who was on the side, that she could speak. Ru looked at the man in front of her, her former husband. The heart is also much calmer. Ever since this Wang Lin said, just now, those words, she had treated Wang Lin as an outsider. I just want to ask you, my daughter Yu Yan, where is she now? Men noticed the name calling in Ru's words. It's my daughter, not our daughter. Mend guffawed. This meant that the mature woman in front of her had slowed down. A shift in thought and perception is accomplished. That's a good sign. Wang Lin didn't expect that his former wife, now someone else's woman, would ask about this. Subconsciously, he replied, where else would she be? She's at school, isn't she? Wang Lin had just finished speaking when he realized something was wrong. But it's already too late, because Ru heard me clearly. What? Didn't you say you've already sent someone to rescue Yu Yan? How is she still inside the school? Suju and Ru felt like she was going crazy. She had always thought that Wang Lin had really sent someone to rescue her daughter as he had said. But now that he heard Wang Lin's words with his own ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. The people who blasted her straight away were going crazy. You know, the only thing she valued most in her life was her family. Her husband and daughter are also the two people she cares most about as a good wife and mother. The husband, now, has abandoned her early, and the daughter, too, she lost. Wang Lin, who had reacted, realized that he had said the wrong thing. He also wanted to save the day. But all that was waiting was Suju and Ru, who was in a state of anger. You give me back my daughter. Seeing Sister Ru, Mengde directly rushed to Wang Lin, smashing Wang Lin like crazy. It seemed to be a way to take out all the anger that his daughter had lost. Wang Lin subconsciously wanted to resist, but when he looked at Mengde, he had to endure it. After 10 minutes or so, Ru finally went limp as if deflated. Wang Lin, who was on the side, was still a man after all, not as delicate as women. It didn't hurt to be smashed so much. Mengde waved his hand, signaling Lung Feng and the others to drag Wang Lin away. He guessed that the last thing Sister Ru wanted to see at this moment was Wang Lin. Lang Feng instantly understood in seconds and dragged Wang Lin away. Inside the living room, there were only the two Mengde left, looking at Sister Ru, who was crying bitterly on the ground. Mengde sighed. He knew that what this mature woman needed most at this moment was the embrace of a man, the most wanted, and a man's comfort. So a horizontal embrace unleashed the supernormal ability space instantaneous transfer. The woman back to the No. 1 villa. Sister Ru was sent back to her room. Luckily, at this time, little Linger was still in Jia Yi's hands. Men doesn't have to worry about being disturbed either. There was a reason he said that, because the mature woman in his arms, after hearing Wang Lin's words, looked like she had been stimulated by something. When he returned to his room, a pair of jade hands hugged him to death. Don't go. Stay with me. Looking at the mature woman's almost supplicating gaze, that pitiful look simply made him feel like his heart was going to break. What else could men say? If the woman had asked for it, could he have refused? Don't worry Sister Ru, I won't leave. Although Mengde knows that at this moment this woman needs the most, is to have a forget all the troubles and pain of the companionship, but after thinking about it, he didn't. After all, Mendel is much more comfortable driving in automatic. But just as he ventured such a thought, the mature woman in his arms seemed like she had a heart-to-heart. Slowly, he turned his body, just like the posture inside the room in Building 20. You can go ahead and do what you didn't do earlier. The words are so clear. Mengde can still not understand. Immediately, he nodded vigorously. He knew that turning this mature woman's grief into action would be the best company for her at this moment. 30,000 words omitted here. Outside, Jia, who was watching Mengde's duo suddenly rush into Villa 1, also revealed a pleased smile. As expected, this husband of hers, he still went after Sister Ru. That mature woman, right? Oh no, down the leg to be exact. Just as she was smiling at this, the little Linger in her arms also looked as if she had been sensed in some way. Sister, is my mommy back? How fast Mengde's instantaneous movement was, that is, Jia Yi had awakened her powers. Plus Mend was also downstairs inside the living room for a little while. After all, it was still necessary to slow down a bit after instantly moving so far away. That's why Jia, the woman, was able to see it, and the girl, little spirit, being able to feel it was really out of Jia's expectation as well. But it's not like she's going to ruin it for her husband. After all, they had all lived together for so long that there were no secrets left between them women and their husbands. Even if there were any secrets, they would have been explored long ago by that man Mend. The only difference is the sequence of becoming a husband's real woman. But well, they, the women, still want to become Mengde's women sooner. After all, that's the one that can awaken psychic powers. Thus at this moment, facing little Linger's question, Jia Yi could only say against her will, no, you're looking at it wrong. Little spirit is still naive. The kind of person who believes whatever Jia Yi says. Oh, then it should be little spirit's misreading. After saying that, little spirit continued to lower her head and play with stacking blocks. Jia Yi was greatly relieved to see this. Hubby, it's the first time I've lied to a child for your sake. A few other women on the side, such as Fair, Aunt Chang and the others, reveal the you-know-it-all everyone knows-it-all smile. Because they also saw their husbands carrying Ru home. It's just that they don't talk about it. All live under one roof. All become husband's woman quite well. And just when they thought everyone got it, Mengda on the 3rd floor, but looked at the snowflake completely blinded. No Rusan. What is this? Chapter 144 3 folds. How to cover it up. It's all out of order. Mendel never thought that he had just been accompanied. I actually witnessed a snowflake bloom, and it's still blooming from Ru. No Rusan. What is this? He remembered that in the system, Sister Ru's goddess Atlas clearly wrote 12 times of charging. But this snowflake, Sister Ru naturally understood what Mengde meant. She bowed her head shyly. Sorry, it just so happens that one of my coming. As soon as Mengde heard Ru's words, he instantly understood. After all, this kind of thing hadn't happened to him on the sisterhood in the beginning. Now once he saw this, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Sister Ru, Since that's the case, then still let me accompany you like this. In the face of Men's question, this mature woman was like a child who had made a mistake. I just forgot. Meng sighed. He also knew that this mature woman was probably just overly sad just now. So much so that they forgot about being pregnant with a relative. But now that I've thought about it, I'm sure I can't go on with the companionship. Seeing Meng hang his head and sit down, Ru was also a little embarrassed. After all, she started the whole thing, and it turned out to be bad. It's a wonder the man's in a good mood. I'm sorry, husband, it's all my fault. Men shook his head. And no offense to Sister Ru, but it's certainly not coming back now. This is no joke. But honestly, suddenly hitting the pause button, this really puts him in a difficult position. Still a pause button that lasts a couple days. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g. Yes, it's me. Ru saw this and pursed her lips. Suddenly an idea came to light. Hubby, if you don't mind, how about, Ru-san, I'll do it the other way. Ha? Just as Mengda was puzzled, Sister Ru knelt in front of him in front of his face, and the red lips parted lightly, and warm breath was exhaled. Hiss. Mend couldn't help but marvel. Sister Ru, you're going to. Ru would smile. Well, it's Ru's fault. Ru makes up for it herself. After saying that, Ru did the same as she said and started to make up for her faults. Omit 10,000 words here. Mend has been a companion long enough. Not only did it soothe Ru's heart, but it also fed her well. No. It didn't even come downstairs for the evening meal. Apparently, it's holding up. And what made the women a bit speechless was that it was almost back and forth. Ru just said she couldn't get out of her room. Sister Yun, who was eaten by Meng De for breakfast in the morning, appeared at the back foot. It's really just unsealing one and then sealing another one, isn't it? Anyway, the meal was spent with Jia Yi and the women holding back their laughter. For Mend, it might just be embarrassing. As night fell, Men's woman for the night was still Sister Yun. There was no rush to move on to lighting up other goddesses. After all, Sister Yun, the ultimate royal sister, had only just lit up a few days ago. Isn't it inhuman to be in such a hurry for the next one? He, Mend, is a good and responsible man. The whole no mercy thing, it's not something he's capable of. So it was conceivable that over the next few days, Sister Yun sort of knew how powerful this man was. The sensual royalty is truly sensual. And ever since men swept away the Westside Rescue Base, all of it, there's no particularly large survivor force left in the entire EDC. There were also very few small alien forces that didn't take it upon themselves to come to the door anymore. However, the number of aliens hovering in front of the base's main gate was increasing. When I asked, I realized that they were all coming over to ask if they were still hiring. This kind of thing, Coldwind and the others couldn't decide. They all came over and asked him to take care of it. The so-called treatment is actually quite simple. All of them are given a seed of consciousness package. Otherwise, they were all psychics, and they were all unstable factors when they were taken inside the base. There were a few fourth-order ones among them. After all, these guys were pretty arrogant when they started coming. Thought he was strong enough to be a minor leader in the Imperial Dragon base. When the results came, one by one, they were slapped in the face. Leader? Be a ING leader. Are you qualified? This was the true inner portrayal of those few fourth-ranked alienists. Then Mend got bored too. Every time you solicit a person, you have to make a trip over there. It's a waste of time. If you have that kind of time, you might as well save your hands for putting your arms around a woman. So he just kicked the Black Emperor to guard the gate. This dog, the leveling up of his powers is extremely fast. It's only been a month, and they've all broken through the 6th rank. That's a rate of improvement that a dog would have to shake its head at. I don't know if it was too much pressure on that red-headed chicken, but in doing so, the Black Emperor's sense of duty and mission was immediately heightened. He guards the gate of the base during the day, and he has to guard the gate of Villa 1 when he comes back at night. It's a dog's day at work, but forced by Mangda's lustful authority. This dog still licked his doggy face and went to guard the door. It didn't matter that he was gone. He upset the group of beacon girls in charge of the base's warehouse. They were actually shocked to find that since the Black Emperor had left, the number of eggs laid by the group of fowls inside Villa 55 had fallen off a cliff one by one. Alas, without the Black Emperor, the dog, to prod the flock of fowl to lay their eggs. When Mendel took a look at it, this won't work. So again, the Black Emperor was told to take 2 hours out of his day and wander over to Villa 55. In a nutshell, the Black Emperor can be exhausted, but the base production cannot be reduced. That's a bit much for you. So much bullying of Blackie, I can't even look away. Outside Villa 55, Mend is chatting with Big Mimi. They are also fine today, hanging out on the base. Jai was busy with the base management and Sister Yun was resting inside the villa, and Mend knew the charge was in need of a break. That's why Yun was able to get a little respite. Otherwise. What? You have a problem with that? Mend wrapped her arms around Big Mimi. There was no one around. So it's rather convenient for Mend. The woman was wearing a short black knee-length dress today, slender legs with no black silk on them, but just enough to show off her fair and delicate skin. Completely. Mend couldn't help but turn on the big hand navigation mode. Geez, why are you trying to do bad things here too? Big Mimi looked around sheepishly, but what she didn't know was that the people around here had long since been branched out by Mend. So there won't be anyone. I was at least a big star before. You're making it easy for me to lose face like that. Hey, Big Mimi is kinda arrogant. Well, do you want it? Mengda's magnetic voice rang out. It tickled Big Mimi's heart. No need to be afraid. Haven't you ever heard the saying? Big Mimi asked as she clamped down on the hand that was doing the trick and raised a stunning face. What's the word? The corner of Mend's mouth turned up. 3 folds. How do you cover it? None of it works. Chapter 145. Men should protect themselves even when they're out. 3 folds. How do you cover it? None of it works. The familiar jingle rang in Big Mimi's ears. It made Big Mimi giggle. You bad boy. Why do you keep remembering some of my stocks? It was like that the first time I lit up the goddess. And it's like that this time too. Can't remember some of the good things about me. Big Mimi gave the man a blank look. I haven't remembered you well enough. This is taking you out alone and treating you badly? Big Mimi's mouth dropped in disdain as she took a look at the large hand she had clamped down on. Are you sure this? Are you sure you came out alone to show me a good time? Mendel wondered. Is it not play? Don't you want it, Big Mimi? I'll pull back then, haha. He said that he was about to take out his hand. But Big Mimi's jade legs were potting and dipping even more. Don't. Big Mimi spoke subconsciously. She was nervous at the moment, but she didn't stop it. The whole person fell into Mengda's arms and was at Mengda's mercy. Seeing this, Mengda understood that this woman was being tongue-tied again. The mouth says no, but the body is still honest. And so, in passing, he began what Big Mimi wanted to do. An hour later, Mend helped Big Mimi, who couldn't walk, back to the villa. Having just returned, Coldwind suddenly brought back a message. It said that within the batch of survivors brought back from the West Side Rescue Base, a few students from the East Sea Art Academy were found. There's one in there who also happens to know Rue's daughter. Mengda went over to take a look, and it was indeed a college student dressed as a student. The gesture is not bad. The system score is also 80+. I guess before the end of the world, it was still a class act level. You know Wang Yuyan? Inside a certain room in Building 4, Mengda was torturing this female college student named Yang Yu. Well, that's the schoolgirl in the song department of our college. A lot of us at the college know each other. When Mengda heard this, he suddenly remembered something. Xiao Yao is also a college student at the East China Sea College of Arts, so she should know Wang Yuyan as well. Mendel thought about it and decided to go back and ask. And this side from what this college girl named Yang Yu said. She's Wang Yuyan's roommate. The night the end came, she happened to come out from inside her dorm room, had a date with a good friend that was spent out at a hotel. When she said this, Yang Yu's face was unnatural. A good friend? Mengda raised his eyebrows and subconsciously looked at the system's information prompt. Another woman with 99+ charges. Nice guy. So it's a good friend in bed, is it? When Men saw the number of charges, he could think of how the woman had escaped from within the western city. It's true that no matter what time of year it is, women are always better off. There were still plenty of men willing to do everything for her if they were willing to just spread their legs and lay down on the floor. Not to mention just bringing her out. Bring it all the way out and still be happy all the way. What's not to like? But that's none of Men's business. What he cared about was the news of Wang Yuyan. Then how did you know about Wang Yuyan's news? This woman is out of college. There's no way she's going back. You're lying to me? Men's face instantly grimaced. Yang Yu, who was watching, tensed up all of a sudden. No, I'm not lying to you. I did come out. But that morning Wang Yuyan sent a distress message about being trapped in the dormitory inside our roommate group. That's why I know. I reckon that at this moment Wang Yuyan is still inside the girls' dormitory inside the university. After Mengda heard Yang Yu's words, he also understood what was going on. Taking a look at Yang Yu's vain appearance, Mengda knew that this woman definitely did not take care of Wang Yuyan. But Mengda could understand that, so he didn't give her a hard time. Just what he didn't expect was that just as he was thinking, this Yang Yu actually knelt down directly. A pair of hands groped slowly upwards. There was even a slight seductive look on his face. Yang Yu saw that Mengda didn't have the slightest reaction and was secretly pleased with himself. Just take this man and become his woman, and you'll be fine on this base yourself. Just when she thought she was going to get her way, a woman burst in with a huff. Honey, what are you doing? Oh, so it's Phil. Mengda looked back at Yang Yu on the ground. Couldn't help but frown. This 99+ woman wants to give him a ham and meat meal. One look at the woman's familiar movements, and I guess she didn't usually do that. Yang Yu, who had been discovered, could only smile awkwardly. Great out of the room. Men sighed silently. Sure enough, my mom's teachings as a child were true. Men have to protect themselves out there. 2. What brings you here? Men looked over at Faye, who had entered. Why am I here? If I hadn't come you would have been eaten. Faye didn't have the heart to say. You man, don't you have enough to eat with all those sisters at home? And running out to pick wildflowers? Still don't know if the wildflowers are clean. As a woman who had had an in-depth interaction with men, Faye was also very particular about hygiene. Mangde, who was self-conscious of his shortcomings, was not embarrassed. Instead, he smoothly wrapped his arms around the woman's petite body. This woman had a long black dress, revealing a pair of long, slender, big beautiful legs. Extremely chill. You've wronged me. As you can see, I'm the one who's losing out. Mend had an innocent look on his face, and his hands were roaming around this woman's big white legs. Che, and I wonder if someone really doesn't want to. You would not eat meat that was brought to your door? Instead of stopping Men's movements, Faye was very hyang show. Mengda's mouth showed a touch of eccentricity as he sniffed. You mean you? As soon as Faye heard that, she reacted as well. Oops, how did you bury yourself in it? You're right. It does seem wrong to have meat delivered to your door. Mendel's eyes roamed over Faye's body with abandon. Faye was a little disturbed. You, what do you want? You tell me. You're the one who told me to eat meat. Hey. In the next second, Mengde directly protected her to his body. Used one in the same way as Ru. Faye felt bad, but there were no other sisters around. Alone, facing this man. Wait, I came over to tell you to go back to dinner. Faye was afraid that the man would eat meat now. Otherwise the sisters at home. I'm afraid they'll have to wait a long time. When Mengde heard this, he had no choice but to put away the idea of continuing to eat meat. Snap! The sound of a crisp slap rang out as Faye was hit but couldn't help but smile. It's really fun to see this man eat his words. Don't worry, there's a surprise waiting for you tonight. Hearing this, Mengde's eyes lit up. Couldn't wait to get back to Villa 1. And sure enough, there was an extremely voluptuous woman in sight. Chapter 146 Departure. Target East Sea Art Academy. The following day, the gate of Villa 1. Mengde was saying goodbye to the women. Behind them are also followed by the sweet schoolgirl Xiao Yao and the extremely young woman by Sister Yun, a sensual royal sister who just had seafood noodles not long ago, and Iceberg President Ao Shui. Honey, you guys have to be safe. We sisters are here for your return. Men smiled slightly. Don't worry, it's fine. A goodbye hug with Jai and the girls one by one. The last one is Ru. Every time I hugged this mature woman's body, Mend couldn't even begin to feel the size of this woman. What a superb mature woman with a proud body. Don't forget your deal and mine. Men smiled wickedly and whispered in her ear. The hand very consciously X'd her arched dolphin. Well, the mature woman, red-faced, returned. I won't forget. My daughter Yu Yen is counting on you. I'll wait for you to come back. Feel free to ***T all you want when the time comes. The mature woman's seductive words rang in his ears. It almost made men think of killing him on the spot. This mature woman. So seductive. He couldn't help but remember. Last night this mature woman's image. 10,000 words omitted. What a throwback. Taking a deep breath, he finally xx'd 2 more handfuls of the mature woman's arched dolphin. Only then did men get into the RV. Behind them, Sister Bai and the girls followed. That's right. He was just preparing to take the 4 girls out of the island at once this time. It's really not arranged that way for your own pleasure or anything. Xiao Yao was familiar with the environment over at the East Ocean Arts Academy. Sister White, the healing aide, has yet to leave the island. So did Yun. As for Ao Shui, she had asked for it of her own accord. I can see that this woman is also a very self-reliant woman. He wasn't even going to take the woman with him this time, but it turned out that the woman brought it up on her own. Mend, of course, agreed straight away. The reason he took these women out to the island was so that these women could get a good workout, instead of being a vase. As for why all the women were taken out, it was also because the base needed someone to hold it down. Currently Jia Yi and the girls are all at the 5th rank. Staying on base is definitely enough. In addition to them, there were Kifu's brother, Lei Chang and the others. This time, the 5 fierce generals under his command brought out a cold windrunner. The rest stayed on base. Such a power configuration allowed him not to worry about being stolen from his home at all. Unlike his previous trips where he was all human, this time he brought along a dog. Black Emperor, this dead dog Doomsday is having too much of a good time this time around. It's about time to pull it out for a walk. Otherwise, it wouldn't work if you reached the 6th rank and didn't have any combat power. RV all the way forward. Looking at the familiar scenery by the window, Mend was a little emotional. A month ago, when he first arrived, he was all alone. One must always keep an eye on the perimeter for a timely response, messing with your own play. But now he is surrounded by fierce generals. Don't worry about security at all. Even if there was a problem, Coldwind and the others would fix it. And then there's the Black Emperor. So this journey was quite a relief for him. It was completely possible to fully commit to the game with Xiao Yao and the three of them. Wait a minute. Why only three? Oh, and Aoshi just can't stand the image of these four people making a game. The moment I got in the car, I went straight into the bedroom that came with the caravan. Brother-in-law, are we going to the East Sea Art Academy? Inside the living room of the RV, in Mengda's arms, Xiao Yao asked curiously. Yeah, I remember Xiao Yao. You're also a student of the Art Academy, right? You're still the school beauty, caressing the skin of Xiao Yao lying in his arms. Recently, under his nourishment, the ninny's skin was getting better and better. Yes, then you should know Wang Yuyan. I heard she was your school's schoolgirl too. Mendel thinks it's all one school, and it's still necessary to know. But unfortunately, this ninny didn't know Wang Yuyan. I've just heard the name before. Both are beautiful women who are one of the four school beauties of our art academy. Mend raised an eyebrow when he heard this. Oh, the four school girls. Other than you two, who are the others? He had also been listening to this four schoolgirls for almost 2 months. Unfortunately, the full name was never available. There. Xiao Yao was just about to open her mouth, but suddenly remembered something. The words that came to his mouth also swallowed right back. It was cute to cover the little mouth. Xiao Yao can't say anything. Mimi and the girls told me to keep an eye on you on this trip out. Never let your brother-in-law mess around out there. Men darkened his face. Needless to say, this must have been the idea of that fleabag Phil. Must be to get back at him for yesterday. This woman. Go back and clean her up. Mengda looked at Xiao Yao in his arms and knew that she definitely wouldn't open her mouth. Another look at Sister White underneath her, also covering her mouth and laughing. I don't know if it was because I was full or because I heard Xiao Yao's words, but Mendel guessed that it must be both. Phil the woman must have explained it all to them. This was evident just by looking at Sister Yun, who was massaging behind her. This woman was recharged by him last night. Thanks to the awakened psychic powers, this was the only way to stand behind him and give him a massage or something. If you want to do something else lesser, you'll probably have to recuperate. Ugh, so to speak. You three are the only ones who can keep me company and talk. The three women nodded at the same time. Receiving the answers from the three women, Meng sighed. Then wouldn't that be boring? So how about? As Men said this, his eyes flicked over the three women's bodies. Let's do something meaningful together. Ha. As the three daughters who had already communicated deeply with Mengde, seeing Mengde in this state, they could still not understand. But brother-in-law, it's in the car. Wouldn't that be nice? Xiao Yao, this ninny is still a bit shy. Before that she had just done the game with her sister piece by piece. With the other sister, haven't had it yet. Yao, the car. It's okay too. Mengde's gaze directly turned to Sister Bai. Sister Bai has had experience in this area. Didn't even need Men to say anything. Quite self-consciously, he fell to his knees. Seductive red lips were close at hand, and warm breath was exhaled. Sister Yun, who was behind her, also smiled heartily. Jade hands slowly reached for her short skirt. What two women who know what they're doing? Mengde was satisfied, then looked at Xiao Yao. Yo, it's your turn. Xiao Yao, who had been named individually, felt at the moment like what it was like to be named by a teacher. But the difference is that being named by the teacher is not at all as exciting as this moment. But she sat up obediently. Hey. AI. Drive for me. Departure. Target East Sea Art Academy. Chapter 147, This Master Ox. He's been beaten up again. Mendel is fast. Still, when I came to the villa area before, it took over an hour to even get out of town. Now half an hour later, he saw the big sign for the west side of Donghai City. Once we got to the west side neighborhood, the survivors saw a lot more. Coming from the Royal Dragon Island, there were quite a few survivors seen along the way, but most of it is sporadic. It's like a refugee fleeing for thousands of miles, but when it comes down to it, it's a different story. Survivors are piling up at the city gates, tents everywhere. At a glance, it was estimated that there were thousands of them. Mengde guessed that the reason why these people were able to escape from inside the city, it's also all about being close to the gates, otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to escape. One was dressed in rags as well. At the moment, when they saw his convoy coming, they all looked openly. Inside the RV, Mendel was stroking the woman's hair. Moving convoys. Suddenly it stopped. Men's RV. Also a sharp break. Subconsciously, Xiao Yao rolled her eyes. Sister White, who was waiting on the side, said, "Honey, you're also a mount." Mend was helpless. Guess something happened up ahead. Mend brought out to the island this time, with only about 30 men, sat in several cars. The leader was naturally Coldwind. Oh, and the Black Emperor's dog. With this sudden stop, something must have happened up ahead. Just as Mend said this, the intercom went off. "Boss, the city gates are blocked. A group of people surrounded us." Hearing that, Mengde's Nianli perception was immediately released. Now this thought perception, he found a new use for it. That is, you can foot it without getting out of the car, while continuing to drive, while taking in the surroundings, outside the convoy. Sure enough, it was just as Coldwind had said. There was a group of people, maybe half a dozen or so, blocked directly at the city gates. But the strength wasn't strong. The strongest was a third-order alien. Most of the weapons on hand were cold weapons like some kind of knife roll. There's little value in collecting. So Mend gave the order. Take them all out. So many people. It's just interfering with what I'm doing. Coldwind followed orders. "Aye, boss." Then a rush of footsteps was heard. Mengde knew that it would be no problem to leave this matter to Ling Feng and the others. It was only a few minutes before and after. And then came Coldwind's reply. "Boss, it's done." "Well, keep going then." Mengde nodded and directly gave Coldwind the order to continue traveling. He always remembered the purpose of his trip out. So the survivors here can be saved and brought back though, but it will have to wait until he comes out of the city again. And on top of that, this group of survivors at the gates of the city didn't even open their mouths themselves. And he's not going to come to the door with good intentions. Before long, Coldwind and the others moved the obstacles in their way. The convoy then resumed its journey. Entering the city, there were more zombies on the streets than before. Even the merchants on both sides were occupied. It just made Mengde feel strange that there were so many zombies. Surprisingly, there was no sign of it spreading out beyond the city. That's an interesting one. Mend was thinking about it. Xiao Yao, who had just fainted, woke up. As soon as I woke up, I didn't see Mend. "Why don't you eat?" This niece obviously still doesn't know what just happened. Mend hemmed and hawed. "What? Yo-Yo still want to eat?" At these words, this nymphette immediately lowered her head in shyness. "Don't you make fun of Xiao Yao." Seeing the situation, Mengde did not continue to embarrass Xiao Yao. He knew that the ninny was already a big improvement today. "Let's not eat. We'll eat later. It's already in town." Looking at the zombies that had been chasing after him, Mend also stopped moving on his legs. Coldwind and the others were still working hard to clear the zombies in front of them, clear the way for the car to move forward. He, being the boss, can't still play. Upon hearing this, Sister Bai beside her and also Sister Yun, the two women also showed a flash of loss. It was clear that for just that moment, the two women were at best half full. But still, it's a good thing to know. Didn't keep fooling around. Mend said as she opened her hand and watched the two women move. "Get off later. I have to meet an acquaintance." The acquaintance he was talking about was naturally the so-called Master Neo who had blocked his way when he left the city earlier. "It's been over a month and I don't know if the bastard is still alive." The city gates were not far from where Master Ox and the others were. It was also necessary to just pass through there before traveling to the East China Sea Art Academy. Mend patted the two tantalizingly arched dolphins beside him. "You guys just don't get out of the car. Just be good and wait for me in the car." Sister White nodded with a few slight blushes permeating their faces. Expresses no opinion. Within moments, Mend saw the pile of obstacles that had stopped him earlier. Only at this point the obstacles are no longer useful. Many zombies have broken through the defenses, rushed inside the street. Mend drove the car and went straight in, with Coldwind and the others making their move. The zombies in this street were quickly cleaned up. This amazing speed made the survivors watching inside a residential building, guarding the first floor, all momentarily dumbfounded. Where is this strong man from? So awesome. It was a good thing not everyone in the group froze, especially after seeing Mendel's RV show up. Among this group of people, there was immediately a person who reacted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's that big guy who showed up. Quickly go and invite Master Neo. This survivor shouted as he ran towards the inside of this building. Not a moment later, he saw a kung fu suited master dressed in an immortal style, running over with a pair of panda eyes. And as soon as he came over, he knelt directly in front of Mendel's RV. "Greetings, boss." When Mengde took a look, the corners of his mouth twitched hard. "Nice guy, this Master Ox. He's been beaten up again." Chapter 148 Lightning 5 Thunder Whip. Seeing Master Ox in this state, Fong Aluminum was pleased with himself. His men, too, laughed out loud. "Everyone looks down on you, and you're the worst offender. This Olden is genuinely embarrassing. I can't get over the shadow of my previous life, when I did a sneak attack." Men's face was full of black lines. Nyo Baogwa is still there, screaming, "Boss, help! I really can't beat that." Men looked at the punches the bastard had thrown and had attacked without even bringing an attack. Just run. Mend couldn't stand the humiliation of this one. He waved his hand, allowing one of Coldwind's brothers to make a move. Now that Lung Feng he has been promoted to a 5th order alien, a mere early 4th stage, there was no need for him to make a move yet. As Mengdi increased the training of Lang Feng and the others in their psychic abilities, those brothers who were originally under them were also dabbling in the light one by one. They're all 4th order aliens now. 2. The batch of psychic abilities that Meng De had previously deprived them of were also given to them to arrange first. The brother who was striking at the moment was called Zhang Feng, and his alien ability level was late 4th stage. Just as Fun Aluminum was screaming about breaking Niel Bagwa's legs, Zhang Feng struck out. A flame shot straight through. If it were not for the quick reaction of Foam Aluminum, it would have turned into a roasted man by now. Reacting, Fun Aluminum also immediately launched a counterattack. The Golden Dragon Fist blasted out crazily. Ha! I don't know where the unknowing guy came from. Dare to attack me too? Seek death. At the beginning, Foam Aluminum didn't take Zhang Feng seriously. I had thought that my Golden Dragon Fist would definitely be able to crush this sneak attacker. But after the actual exchange of hands, his entire body was dumbfounded. Whose fierce general is this? How could he be so brave? Fun Aluminum responded in haste. He couldn't fight with his Golden Dragon Fist, either. And with this exchange, he knew he was no match. It's the suppression of the alien power level. It's also the gap between awakened powers. You know, he was also the most powerful alien in the entire Eastern Sea Physical Education School. But it turns out you can't beat a district junior? As a gymnasium survivor boss? He was also able to see that the Zhang Feng who had struck out was not the most powerful. But that's what's going to cripple him. How else is this going to play? Fun Aluminum people are numb. But for Zhang Feng, it should not be too easy. It was simply not too easy for him. A late 4th stage. To deal with an early 4th stage. It didn't take long for Fun Aluminum to just take a beating. Zhang Feng went down with a few more consecutive moves. And Fun Aluminum was directly knocked out 14,159-26. Me. As he fell to the ground, a mouthful of blood was also sprayed out viciously. The result of this battle was something that Mengda's men were used to. After all, they still knew the strength of their own brothers, but not for others. When Grandmaster Nyo saw this scene, the direct person froze. To think that a month ago, Brother Mengde was still a 3rd order alien. It was able to crush him, but not so much that it scared him. But now he's really scared. This fierce man from a month ago, and now the district's little brother's little brother can just crush him? You don't even have to do it yourself? Master Nyo is really scared. At this moment, he was very glad that he was very sensible and recognized the boss at the beginning. Otherwise, getting punched in the panda's eye is no big deal. He subconsciously touched his neck. It's okay, the neck is still there. Reacting in the same way as him was his group of men. Among them, there were those who knew Mend, the fierce man, and those who did not. But it's all recognized at the moment. This is not a fierce man, but a ruthless one. But it can be a very different reaction for the group of Fun Aluminum henchmen. One by one, as if they had died. Even in the face of the attack of Meng De's men. Also one of them directly chose to surrender. Under Meng De's special arrangement, Meng De's men didn't lay their hands on the group of aberrants. And naturally, Meng De had a purpose in arranging this. Let's not forget that he has an SSS-ranked plundering ability. These 40 or so Xenos were good Xenoleaks. It has to be harvested. But just as Meng De was about to go on, Fong Aluminum, who was almost beaten into a dead dog just now, spoke up. What do you want? We're from the 100 Schools League. If you dare to touch us, you're going against the 100 Schools Alliance. Listening to Fong Aluminum's words that were full of threatening power but actually had no threat to speak of, Mend was flabbergasted. The 100 Schools League? What the hell is this? Fong Aluminum? You don't even know about the 100 Schools League? When he saw the turd look on Fong Aluminum's face, Meng De was offended. I may not know, but it would be wrong of you to taunt me. Mend unceremoniously rewarded the guy with a slap. Meng De's strength was not something that Master Ox, that blow awesome guy, could compare to. A slap down, directly to Fong Aluminum dry only out of the air, not in the air. Seeing this, Meng De rushed out and stripped the bastard of his powers. Otherwise, when he dies, the guy's powers won't be able to be stripped away. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully divesting the alien Foam Aluminum's Class C strengthening ability Golden Dragon Fist. Successfully placed in system space. And as soon as he finished stripping, the guy hiccuped. The corner of Meng De's mouth twitched, and his hand, which had taken out a 50-cent chicken leg, froze in place. It's not my fault if I give it to you, but you can't eat it. Men silently put away the chicken leg. Just saved another chicken drumstick. Beautiful. As for the remaining men of foam aluminum, Mengde arranged a chicken leg for each of them. He's not a heartless guy. If you come out to do business, you have to have business principles. You sell and I buy. The main one is a you-know-what. Fair and square. So after watching the group of men beautifully all eat their chicken legs, Mengde smiled and opened his mouth. Then it's time to pay your fair share since you've all had your fill. One by one, men stepped forward and touched them on the head. Soon, a notification of the arrival of an alien power kept popping up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully stripping alien Zhang San of his D-rank wind elemental system ability Wind Blade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully divesting alien Fun Aluminum's Class B fire ability Fiery Blast. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully divesting alien Fun Aluminum's Class A water ability Frozen Bullet. Mengde hadn't thought that there was actually an A-ranked psychic ability among them. This is a real pick-me-up. Mendel burst out laughing. It was important to realize that an A-rank psychic ability was not something that could be compared to those B or C-rank psychic abilities. The power was also much more powerful. Soon, Mengde had stripped all these people of their powers, arriving with over 40 powers, and only then did he look at Master Ox. What's the deal with the 100 School League? Nyo Bogwa's face was a bit gloomy. The 100 Schools League is, Chapter 149, everyone looks down on you, but you're also the most indomitable. Mengde looked at Nyo Bogwa, the old den, with a grave look on his face, and also became serious. The 100 Schools League, you know? Well, it's a large force of survivors that just formed not too long ago over in the college town. The number of survivors is estimated to be in the thousands. University City is a piece of Donghai City consisting of many colleges and universities. Many famous colleges and universities in East China Sea City are in there. The East China Sea Arts Academy, where Xiao Yao is from, is also here. Oh, the university where Sister White teaches is also inside this college town. It was not unexpected for Mengde to be able to form such a survivor force so long after the end had come. It is human nature to do so. The spirit of unity is strength is in the bones. But it's a stretch to call it a 100 School League. He hadn't delivered in here before, and as far as he knew, there were only about 20 colleges and universities inside the university town. It's not unusual to have thousands of survivors, but it was conceivable that the number of aliens inside would not be small. Knowing the situation of this so-called 100 Schools Union base, Mengde was quite relieved. His purpose this time, as long as he could successfully save Wang Yuyen, it didn't matter what other 100 school leagues were out there, as long as they didn't mess with his head. But before that, Mengde still felt a great need to solve the aftermath of this sports school base called Foam Aluminum. The bosses are taken care of. The material survivors that must go Old Ox, lead the way ahead. Where to? Seeing that Nyo Bagwa was still confused, Mengde skimmed his lips. It's been beaten on your door so many times. You don't want to get your revenge back? At these words, Master Ox's entire body became excited. That's right, after hitting me so many times, I'm going to get back at you hard. Get all their women back. Mengde look at this old dangface enjoyment look. I know that this good, said the woman. Certainly not a good woman. Soon, under the leadership of Nyo Bagwa, Mengde's fleet of vehicles drove directly to the entrance of the Donghai Sports School. Well, mainly because the gymnasium wasn't far from where Master Ox and the others were. Otherwise you wouldn't be blackmailed every week by the gym bunch. Stop. What man? The college guards at the gate were still trying to block it, but men sneered outright. Give me a direct hit. It's the boss. So while the guards at the entrance to the gymnasium were still reaching out, they saw car after car crashing through. Asterisk. Where did this group of guards care about guarding the door? Each one dodged for fear of being too late. But even then, there were one or two slower hands, being run right over on the spot. The guards who saw the scene were enraged. Mud. Who the hell are you stepping on? Daring to make a move on my East Sea Sports School base. Just as the group of guards wanted to go up and open the car door. But unexpectedly, the car door opened by itself in the next second. Instead, they were greeted with a loaded gun. Tada! With a sweep of gunfire, the group of guards went to hell. But it's not over yet. The sound of gunfire here quickly attracted the attention of the survivors inside the gymnasium. It's worth noting that this gymnasium isn't very big. Upon seeing the person who rushed out, Mengde immediately remembered that this principal of the gymnasium was no one else. This is the same blogger who sold fake lamb before the end of the world, and then paid for it with his own fake one. Fake 10-inch. That principal was nice, and Mend was impressed with him. But unfortunately, there was no sign of that principal within the gymnasium students who came out this time. Otherwise it would have spared the lives of this group of school students. Mengde waved his hand and directly let Cold Wind and the others do it. These dozens of male gymnasts were simply not enough for Coldwind and the others to beat their teeth on. No, it was all solved in one raid. Go collect the supplies. With the gymnasium students taken care of, it was natural to gather supplies. Master Bull was positively thrilled. The supplies that had been taken away earlier could finally be grabbed back. The gymnasium is small, and after all, there aren't many students. After Mendel and the others wandered around, they found the looted supplies in the cafeteria. No words, 2 words, collect. On top of that, a couple of women were found inside a side room. A couple of stripped women. I don't know how many times I've been tossed, and I don't know how many men I've been tossed around by. Anyway, at the moment, all of them were already unresponsive in the face of Mengda's arrival. Coldwind went up to touch it and realized that the body temperature had long since cooled. But if you look closely, there are still signs on their bodies that they have just been tossed. It means something. Those present understood. That's why Lung Feng and the rest of them were furious. These people don't even spare the corpses. And in came Master Ox, who was also the angriest. Because these women, who were no one else, were the very same teenage girls that he had taken care of earlier. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These mother asterisk 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 heirs. Cheap this group. Men also fell silent. The gymnasts are strong men. Ordinary women are expected to die when they get XX'd by a, not to mention more than one. But there was nothing more he could do about that. The only thing left to do is to give these women a good home after death. Take them all out. Find a place to bury them all. Mengda's order was exactly what Ling Feng and the others wanted to do. So with a few people greeting them, the remains of these young girls were put to rest. Inside the RV, looking at their mound of dirt, Mendel couldn't help but feel emotional. This is the end. A time of dehumanization. Again, it is a time when strength is paramount. If you don't have the strength, this is what happens. And that's what happened to Mengda and the girls. If it was anyone else, it would have been good enough not to keep tossing them around. How is it possible to put these young girls who have been tossed to their deaths in the ground like Mendel and the others did? Xiao Yao and the girls, who were following him, were also silently watching, but the eyes were full of tears inside. Brother-in-law, I'm afraid. Men stroked her hair. Don't be afraid. My brother-in-law is here. Saying that, Mengda gently gathered her into his arms. For Xiao Yao, Sister Bai and the others were slightly better, but there was still something on his face. It's all women. They can relate best. They also just met men. Otherwise they met other men. At the very least, it will be reduced to being a plaything for multiple men. And that's all light. There is a pain called life is worse than death. That's not just a statement. Fortunately, they are lucky. The man they met was Mend. Sister Bai and Sister Yin glanced at each other, and both women tacitly leaned their bodies into Mengda's arms. Mendez, that's some damn four-ball pressure. Just as Mengda was feeling emotional, the gate of the gymnasium, another convoy came. Are the people from the East Sea Physical Education School still alive? We're from the 100 Schools Alliance. Chapter 150, 100 Schools Union. Mengda looked at Niu Bagua, the old den with a grave look on his face, and also got serious. The 100 Schools League, you know? Well, it's a large force of survivors that just formed not too long ago over in the college town. The number of survivors is estimated to be in the thousands. University City is a piece of Donghai City consisting of many colleges and universities. Many famous colleges and universities in East China Sea City are in there. The East China Sea Arts Academy, where Xiao Yao is from, is also here. Oh, the university where Sister White teaches is also inside this college town. It was not unexpected for Mengda to be able to form such a survivor force so long after the end had come. It is human nature to do so. The spirit of unity is strength is in the bones. But it's a stretch to call it a 100 school league. He hadn't delivered in here before, and as far as he knew, there were only about 20 colleges and universities inside the university town. It's not unusual to have thousands of survivors, but it was conceivable that the number of aliens inside would not be small. Knowing the situation of this so-called 100 schools union base, Mengda was quite relieved. His purpose this time, as long as he could successfully save Wang Yuyan, it didn't matter what other 100 school leagues were out there, as long as they didn't mess with his head. But before that, Mengda still felt a great need to solve the aftermath of this sports school base called Foam Aluminum. The bosses are taken care of. The material survivors that must go Old Ox, lead the way ahead. Where to? Seeing that Niu Bagua was still confused, Mengda skimmed his lips. It's been beaten on your door so many times. You don't want to get your revenge back? The moment these words came out, Master Ox's entire body became excited. That's right. After hitting me so many times, I'm going to get back at you hard. Get all their women back. Mengda, look at this old dangface enjoyment look. I know that this good, said the woman. Certainly not a good woman. Soon, under the leadership of Niu Bagua, Mengda's fleet of vehicles drove directly to the entrance of the Donghai Sports School. Well, mainly because the gymnasium wasn't far from where Master Ox and the others were. Otherwise you wouldn't be blackmailed every week by the gym bunch. Stop. What man? The college guards at the gate were still trying to block it, but men sneered outright. Give me a direct hit. It's the boss. So while the guards at the entrance to the gymnasium were still reaching out, they saw car after car crashing through. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where did this group of guards care about guarding the door? Each one dodged for fear of being too late. But even then, there were one or two slower hands, being run right over on the spot. The guards who saw the scene were enraged. Mud. Who the hell are you stepping on? Daring to make a move on my East Sea Sports School base. Just as the group of guards wanted to go up and open the car door. But unexpectedly, the car door opened by itself in the next second. Instead, they were greeted with a loaded gun. Tada! With a sweep of gunfire, the group of guards went to hell. But it's not over yet. The sound of gunfire here quickly attracted the attention of the survivors inside the gymnasium. It's worth noting that this gymnasium isn't very big. Upon seeing the person who rushed out, Mengde immediately remembered that this principal of the gymnasium was no one else. This is the same blogger who sold fake lamb before the end of the world, and then paid for it with his own fake one. Fake 10-inch. That principal was nice, and Mend was impressed with him, but unfortunately, there was no sign of that principal within the gymnasium students who came out this time. Otherwise it would have spared the lives of this group of school students. Mengde waved his hand and directly let Coldwind and the others do it. These dozens of male gymnasts were simply not enough for Coldwind and the others to beat their teeth on. No, it was all solved in one raid. Go collect the supplies. With the gymnasium students taken care of, it was natural to gather supplies. Master Bull was positively thrilled. The supplies that had been taken away earlier could finally be snatched back. The gymnasium is small, and after all, there aren't many students. After Mendel and the others wandered around, they found the looted supplies in the cafeteria. No words, 2 words, collect. On top of that, several women were found inside a side room. A couple of stripped women. I don't know how many times I've been tossed, and I don't know how many men I've been tossed around by. Anyway, at the moment, all of them were already unresponsive in the face of Mengda's arrival. Coldwind went up to touch it and realized that the body temperature had long since cooled. But if you look closely, there are still signs on their bodies that they have just been tossed. It means something. Those present understood. That's why Lung Fone and the rest of them were furious. These people don't even spare the corpses. And in came Master Ox, who was also the angriest. Because these women, no one else, were the very same teenage girls he had taken care of earlier. Asterisk 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 asterisk. These mother asterisk 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 heirs. Cheap this group. Men also fell silent. The gymnasts are strong men. Ordinary women are expected to die when they get XX'd by a, not to mention more than one. But there wasn't much more he could do about that. The only thing left to do is to give these women a good home after death. Take them all out. Find a place to bury them all. Mengda's order was exactly what Ling Feng and the others wanted to do. So with a few people greeting them, the remains of these young girls were put to rest. Inside the RV, looking at their mound of dirt, Mend couldn't help but feel emotional. This is the end. A time of dehumanization. Again, it is a time when strength is paramount. If you don't have the strength, this is what happens. And that's what happened to Mengde and the girls. If it was anyone else, it would have been good enough not to keep tossing them around. How is it possible to put these young girls who have been tossed to their deaths in the ground like Mendel and the others did? Xiao Yao and the girls, who were following him, were also silently watching, but the eyes were full of tears inside. Brother-in-law. I'm afraid. Men stroked her hair. Don't be afraid. My brother-in-law is here. Saying that, Mengde gently gathered her into his arms. For Xiao Yao, Sister Bai and the others were slightly better, but there was still something on his face. It's all women. They can relate best. They also just met Mend. Otherwise they met other men. At the very least it will be reduced to a plaything for multiple men. And that's all light. There is a pain called life is worse than death. That's not just a statement. Fortunately, they are lucky. The man they met was Mend. Sister Bai and Sister Yin glanced at each other, and both women tacitly leaned their bodies into Mengde's arms. Mendez, that's some damn four-ball pressure. Just as Mengde was feeling emotional, the gate of the gymnasium, another convoy came. Are the people from the East Sea Physical Education School still alive? We're from the 100 Schools Alliance. Chapter 151, Happy New Year's Eve. Mengde, who was using his hands to measure the bosom of Sister Bai's 2 daughters, was a bit surprised. This 100 Schools Alliance's people, they came so quickly? He had just annihilated the people from this East Sea Physical Education School in 1 foot, and the people from this 100 Schools Alliance were here in the next. That's a bit of a quick rescue. Cold Wind, go over there. He had a hunch that this group of people were not coming for the matter of his extermination of the gymnasium. Rather, there are other tasks. Sure enough, the next second, the walkie-talkie Mend had placed on the side went off. Cold Wind's voice came out. Boss, they're coming over to look for someone. Mend didn't care at first, still looking down and eating his pacifier. Looking for someone? Wang Yuyan. Mend subconsciously looked up. It caused Sister White to shy away. This man is really something. Stopping just like that. She's just getting interested. Sister, bye. I'm sorry, I'll eat later. Mend smiled apologetically. Picking up the walkie-talkie, he ordered, Cold Wind, take the men. Ask them why they're looking for Wang Yuyan. Mengda's main purpose for coming out on this trip was not told to Cold Wind and the others. All they knew was that the place where they were gathering supplies this time was just in the university town. But now that he had gotten the boss's order, he also stepped in without hesitation. Facing this sudden attack, as a squad leader of this group of so-called 100 Schools Alliance, also a student at Tunghai University of Technology, Jiang Su was clueless, but soon he reacted as well. Bold, how dare you touch us? We're from the 100 Schools League. Are you gymnasium people looking for death? The 100 Schools Alliance is made up of college students from inside the college town. It just so happens that this Eastern Sea Sports School is not one of them. Furthermore, pre-apocalyptic times were all rule of law societies. These people from 985 and 211 self-proclaimed colleges. For this kind of gymnasium students who feed on muscles, there is also a sense of higher from the bottom of their bones. Now seeing Lung Feng, these gymnasium people actually dare to move towards them. This angered Jiang Su. Straight away, he unleashed his mouth-breathing skills and began to threaten. But what he didn't expect was that Lang Feng wasn't from the gymnasium at all. More importantly, even if he is, if he, Boss Meng, gives an order, even if he dies, he'll carry it out. You're a guy who came from nowhere and you dare to be arrogant. Die for me. Lang Feng, a fifth-order psychic, was a psychic right out of the gate, coupled with another attack. It was easy to take down the still-blinded Jiang Su. The remaining 10 or so people he brought with him were also ordered by Master Ox. All of them alive. This Niu Baogua has good power as long as he doesn't run into any fighters. It was also able to bring out all of his B-ranked psychic abilities. As well, Mend was inside the RV, taking in the scene, wiped his mouth and didn't eat. Getting dressed, he got out of the car, coming in front of Jiang Su. Tell me, why are you looking for Wang Yuyan? This Jiang Su was not stupid. Knowing that this one is coming down is definitely a big deal. Well, it's actually after that cleanup just now that he knows he's no match. This one's just being honest. At this moment, facing Mengda's question, is also very honest, all accounted for. He, Jiang Su, had been ordered by his superiors to bring his own squad of men out to search for the traitor today. The so-called traitors referred to the group of people who had defected from the 100 Schools Alliance. Among them was the daughter of Ru, the sister Mend was looking for, and a student at the East China Sea Art Academy. It was also a woman that the president of the 100 Schools Alliance specifically requested must be captured alive. As for why live capture? You don't have to tell me. It must be for enjoyment. Although Mend had never met this Ru's daughter, but to be Ru's daughter, she's probably good looking. It's still a schoolgirl, after all. For this kind of woman, not to mention the end of the world now, even before the end of the world, there are a bunch of people who are after them, right? This was what Jiang Su could understand. After a few exchanges, Mengda realized that this Jiang Su was a junior captain at the bottom. The alien ability level is only second order. Can't know much. So Meng smiled and pulled out another chicken leg. Come on, eat up. Jiang Su was uncertain and didn't dare to take the chicken leg. No, no, no. Meng sighed at the sight. Ugh, let's get you fed so you can get on your way. Still have to be a starving man, don't you? Mengda shook his head and placed his hand on Jiang Su's head. Bring it on you. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mengda managed to deprive Jiang Su of his supernatural ability. This guy's ability level was a bit lower, but the good thing was that he was also considered a B-class ability. Not a bad value to have in hand. Mengda was now also activating the skin-picking attribute in order to expand his base's alien strength. Whenever you see a good alien power, you hate to strip it all. Jiang Su, the squad leader's supernatural abilities, were all stripped away. Then the rest of the men, no exceptions, give it all to me. Bring it on. Soon a dozen or so alien powers arrived under a flurry of maneuvering by Mend. And at this time, Jiang Su and these people still hadn't reacted, until Mengda reached out and signaled Cold Wind for them to do it. It was only when Jiang Su and the others tried to resist that they realized. Mud, my powers now? Eaten by dogs? Mend was black-faced. Can't talk, so shut the up. A thunderbolt blasted out, electrocuting the guy straight to death. The rest of the people, also under the hands of Cold Wind and the others, had lined up to go underground. After taking care of Zhang Su and the others, Meng De also decided to head to the university town immediately. If it is really according to what Zhang Su said, then Sister Ru's daughter Wang Yuyan is facing danger at this moment. That's not good. Meng De was still counting on taking this schoolgirl back and eating Sister Ru's cooked woman. Oh maybe, and a taste of the mother-daughter covered dish. Hey. So with a big wave of Meng De's hand, the convoy drove towards the inside of the university town. The Tokai Gymnasium is not far from the university town. It's not much further than the university city exit, to be exact. So Meng quickly drove to the entrance of the university town. What caught my eye was the rows of fences surrounded by high walls. In order to create this university town, the leaders of Donghai City have also spent a lot of effort, connecting all the colleges around here in one piece. From a distance, it looks no different than a whole brother-in-law. The university town is divided into the east and west districts. The center is divided by two long streets in the form of a cross. We call it Commercial Street. Xiao Yao, who was cradled in Meng De's arms, stated from the sidelines. In fact, Meng was aware of these circumstances. After all, it's not like I've ever made a delivery over here before. Still, Lung Feng took the lead, and the long convoy then drove directly into the university town. There are still quite a few walkers above the streets. Presumably it's overflowing from inside the universities on both sides of the street. According to Zhang Su, Wang Yuyan's group disappeared near the East Sea Arts Academy, so Meng decided to go there first. Otherwise it would be a pain in the ass to search such a large place. But just as he finished giving the order, within the intercom, Cold Wind's calm voice came. Boss, Zhang Su's walkie-talkie has found Wang Yuyan inside. Meng's eyes lit up. Where? East China Sea Art Academy. Chapter 152, Licking Dog to Turn Over. The entrance to the basement of the Northern Supermarket, East Coast Academy of Arts. 5 boys from the East Sea Arts Academy, and also 5 third-ranked Xenos. They were persuading Wei Ming, the strongest 4th-ranked alien standing in the center and among the 6 of them. Wei Ming was a bit surprised to hear this at first, followed by anger in his eyes. Wang Chong, you guys are crazy. You're actually going to give your fellow female classmates to those beasts from the 100 Schools Alliance to enjoy. Have you forgotten how they toy with the other girls in our school? Wei Ming's tone was resolute, and he said that several other people were embarrassed. However, Wang Chong still had a stiff upper lip. We haven't forgotten, but this isn't a special situation. As you know by now with the basement, the supplies in here ran out a long time ago. If it wasn't for a few of us venturing out to other supermarkets the day before yesterday to get a bit back, these girls would have been starved to death a long time ago. If we don't oblige them, we won't even need them to do anything. We'll all be finished. That's why surrendering now is the wisest choice. It's hard for all of them to let their fellow classmates give XXX to someone else, but it's still obviously more important than your own little life. What's that saying? Love is precious. Life is more expensive. In their minds, that's what the phrase is. But hearing these words, Wei Ming became even more angry. The spineless bunch. The 6 of them boys were their college's Mr. Zhao, who had entrusted them to take good care of the female students in their class. But now Wang Chong and the others, they want themselves to betray their class of female classmates. How did this make Wei Ming him not angry? But anger was anger. But now he had to retain the group. Otherwise, he alone, even if he was a 4th-ranked alien, wouldn't be able to guard this basement door. That won't work either. Don't forget, Wang Chong, your girlfriend Wu Min is in there too. Are you going to take your woman and give her to another man to play with? Wang Chong, who was named, blushed a little, giving his girlfriend to other men to take turns as a toy. In his heart, of course, he was unwilling. After all, he had once seen with his own eyes how that group of people from the 100 Schools Alliance had taken turns to XXX the female students of their art academy. He had seen it with his own eyes, and there were more than a dozen who had been killed by the group of XXX from the 100 Schools Alliance. With my own skinny girlfriend, I'm sure she couldn't handle it either. So what? I can't help it. With so many of them, we're no match. Can't put my own little life on the line to protect these women. And this Wu Min, after 2.5 years of talking, she won't even let me touch her. It's not even Laozi's woman until now, so why should Laozi protect her? Might as well trade her body for an old man's life. Wang Chong said viciously, and said this with a few teasing expressions on his face. Besides, Wei Ming, you don't act how great you are. Don't you disagree now just to lick that goddess of yours, Wang Yuyan? But you've been licking for 2.5 years, and they've been hitting on you? Don't you step on yourself. Any more treadmill licking and little lives will be lost. Wei Ming, you can't be a licking dog for yourself and end up getting us killed. The 5 of us have been licking for so long that we don't want to lick anymore. We lickspittles are going to roll over. *******. The last sentence landed on the ground and was echoed by all 4 of the other boys except Wei Ming. Although Wei Ming did not agree, but he was nailed through his small mind. His face was all green and red. All 6 of them, the boys, had crushes on the girls inside the basement at one time or another. The most beautiful of them, Wang Yuyan, is still his goddess. One's goddess must not be defiled by others. That was why he insisted on protecting the girls in their class. However, Wang Chang's next sentence was the one that directly broke his psychological defense. Wei Ming, you've been licking for so long. Don't you want to taste the noodles laid by your goddess Wang Yuyan herself? Now is a good opportunity. Jia jia jia. Wang Chang's words filled with villainy lingered in Wei Ming's ears. It gave him a jolt. Both he and Wang Yuyan were 4th-ranked exalts. If it were usual, he would definitely not be an opponent. After all, his awakened psychic ability was only a D rank. Wang Yuyan's awakened alien ability level was much higher than his, so even at the same rank, he would definitely not be an opponent. But not now. Wang Yuyan's powers, in order to protect them from escaping, were now all depleted. Plus, if you pop out, you can definitely experience the flavor of the goddess you've been licking for so long. If it comes out of nowhere again, it's definitely a handful. Thinking of this, Wang Yuyan, the number 1 licking dog, was completely heartbroken. At this moment, he had completely forgotten that he had just cursed Wang Chang's spineless self in his heart. Seeing this, Wang Chong also knew that his persuasion had finally taken effect. Sure enough, anything has to take a back seat to that aspect of a man's enjoyment. It's just, if we do this, if Mr. Zhao finds out, we could. You know that Mr. Zhao is the strongest within the 100 Schools Alliance. The more Wei Ming spoke, the more he lost his breath. Listening to it, Wang Chong was a little bit of a nuisance. This limp noodle. What a useless guy. No wonder it's still a top-licking dog after 2.5 years of licking. However, remembering Wei Ming's strength, Wang Chong had to patiently reveal a cruel truth. Mr. Zhao was actually captured by the High Council and the others a long time ago. When these words came out, Wei Ming was directly shocked. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ms. Zhao is so strong. Who can be her opponent? It was no wonder Wei Ming said so. Realizing that after the end came, the entire university town lost contact with the outside world. When forced to do so, the students and faculty of University City formed a coalition. 100 Schools Coalition, used to save the surviving students and faculty of the university town. Among this alliance, the strongest was the 5th-ranked alien, Zhao Lina. The president, Gao Ji, is also quite weak compared to Mr. Zhao. Wang Chong knew in his heart that if it wasn't for the fact that this alliance was proposed by that Gao Ji guy, this position of alliance president is definitely not the turn of Gao Ji. Regarding the strength of Ms. Zhao's supernatural powers, they, as her students, couldn't be clearer. But now he heard that Mr. Zhao had been arrested. How could he not be shocked? He was just afraid of Mr. Zhao's strength, so he didn't dare to act recklessly. If he had known, he would have. Humph, I knew you didn't believe me. You don't know yet, do you? But 3 days ago Mr. Zhao was besieged by multiple people in order to cover our retreat. I'm afraid I've been imprisoned now. When Wang Chong said this, it was no wonder Wei Ming didn't believe it. After thinking for a moment, Wei Ming clenched his teeth and nodded his head. Good. I'll do it. Truly the allure of the goddess was too much for his brother. Wang Chong and the 5 of them heard. Then in that case, we can move now. At that, all 6 men smiled in a way that a man knows how to smile. But what they didn't know was that just a door away, a man smiled back. Dare to covet my daughter? Ah shucks, it's a woman. You've got a lot of guts.